I sat cross-legged on an ancient stone behind the forbidden grounds of Longhu Mountain, a stone scorched black by lightning and rumored to be infused with 1,000 years of spiritual energy. The hard, uneven surface pressed uncomfortably against my body, making me feel as if I were seated atop a natural massage chair. My robe was a faded blue, worn almost white from countless washings, simple and unadorned, much like my austere life of cultivation. My hair was carelessly tied up with an ebony hairpin, a few rebellious strands tumbling over my forehead. The mountain wind brushed by, sending those stray locks tickling into my nose, and I had to fight the urge to sneeze. Isn't today's heavenly thunder a bit half-hearted? I looked up at the sky, where thick, heavy clouds hung low like an overturned cauldron. Thunder rolled and rumbled. Within, loud and ominous, yet no bolt of lightning had struck so far. It seemed that today's tribulation would be all sound and fury, but little actual danger. I couldn't help but yawn as a wave of drowsiness washed over me. To prepare for my golden core tribulation, I'd pored over every scroll in the Longhu Mountain Library, with a title even remotely related to how to gracefully survive a lightning tribulation. I'd secretly experimented on the spirit chickens behind the mountain, testing 49 different combinations of lightning-warding talismans. Lately, even the chicken soup in the dining hall had grown bland and tasteless, and my fellow disciples gave me a wide berth, as if I were some sort of overzealous cultivation fanatic. Yet, for all my efforts, the tribulation still refused to descend. Can I hurry up? I still have to go back and dust the ancestral master's portrait. That's part of my assessment. I muttered under my breath, unconsciously forming a lightning-summoning hand seal. A faint arc of electricity danced at my fingertip, a habit born of waiting too long. It was as if the heavens had heard my complaint. In the next instant, a colossal, blinding bolt of violet lightning tore through the clouds without warning, striking me squarely on the crown of my head. The lightning came so swiftly that I barely had time to think. Maybe I should try the 37th talisman formation, before my thoughts were blasted away by that sudden, searing flash. I only managed to utter a single syllable before blinding light consumed my vision. The shock was so violent, it felt as if a giant had kicked me into the sky. My consciousness ripped apart in an instant. Just before I lost all awareness, my last sensation was that the ancient stone beneath me seemed to be splitting open. Oh, ancestral master, there goes my year-end reward. When I finally pried my eyes open, the glare of sunlight forced me to shut them again. It took a long moment before I could adjust and take in my surroundings. Above me, the sky was no longer the patchwork of shadows and branches from the ancient trees of Longhu Mountain. Instead, it was a clear, dazzling blue, so vivid it scarcely seemed real. Fluffy, cotton candy clouds drifted lazily by. What surprised me most was the sight of several enormous metal airships floating across the sky. They had strange shapes, trailing long, white contrails behind them, crawling across the heavens like slow-moving snails. These special effects are unbelievably fake. I couldn't help blurting out a complaint, my throat so dry and raw that my voice barely came out as more than a raspy whisper. I tried to sit up, bracing myself with my hands, but instead of the familiar feel of rocky earth, my palm met a hard, slightly warm stone pavement. I glanced around and realized I was lying at the edge of an unusually spotless street. Lining both sides of the street were rows of houses with pointed roofs, their colors bright and vivid, as if lifted straight from a fairy tale. The architecture was unlike anything from any era I knew. The passers-by on the street wore all manner of strange clothing, and their hair was a riot of colors, pink, blue, green, like a rainbow had spilled into the world. Occasionally, someone would glance at me with mild curiosity, probably taking me for some eccentric street performer, but no one stopped to pay me any real attention. The air was thick with an odd sweetness, a blend of cheap perfume and freshly baked bread, with just a faint, elusive hum of energy simmering beneath the surface. Rubbing my still aching brow, I struggled to clear my head. My mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. Utter chaos. Failed the tribulation. Did I transmigrate? End up in another world? Is this your idea of a joke? Ancestor? Did you think I was working too hard and decided to make me suffer a bit first? I forced myself to my feet, every bone in my body protesting as if I'd been taken apart and put back together again. My Daoist robes were scorched in several places, giving off a burnt smell that clashed horribly with the sweet air of this unfamiliar street. A country bumpkin stumbling into a city party. On instinct, I reached for my waist. Thankfully, my family's patchwork pouch was still there, bulging with its precious contents. Cinnabar, yellow. talisman paper, a few ancient coins, and a half-eaten, rock-hard fasting pill that could double as a concealed weapon. All essential tools for survival. Just then, an exaggeratedly theatrical male voice floated by on the breeze. "Oh, my dearest Miss Lucy, to meet you here must surely be the guidance of the stars." I turned toward the source of the commotion. Not far off, by the harbor, a small crowd had gathered. At the center stood a man in a deep purple robe, his hair dyed the color of flames. He was lavishing attention on a blonde girl, his manner so enthusiastic it bordered on over-the-top. The girl wore a simple dress and carried a large backpack, her big brown eyes brimming with adoration. The very picture of a devoted fan meeting her idol. "And Mr. Fire Dragon, is it really you?" Lucy's voice trembled with excitement. "I'm your biggest fan. Of course it's me, the strongest fire dragon slayer mage of fairy tale, Natsu Dragneel." The red-haired man stood with one hand on his hip, his other hand running carelessly through his flame-like hair. Tiny sparks danced at his fingertips, as if he were deliberately flaunting his power. Flanking him were two burly attendants with blank faces and bulging muscles, who seemed only capable of nodding and bowing. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Even though the divine thunderbolt of Zixiao had nearly drained all the spiritual power from my body, I could still just barely manage the most basic qi observation technique I'd learned at Mount Longhu. Focusing my senses, I couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. As expected, the red-haired man was indeed wreathed in a kind of aura. But this aura was neither the natural spiritual energy described by Daoist teachings, nor the fierce, ominous air that clings to monsters. Rather, it seemed crude and artificial, like someone had carelessly slapped on a coat of cheap pink paint. It coated him in a flimsy layer, carrying with it a sickly sweet scent that made one's head spin. The two muscle-bound men at his side were worse. Their aura was so faint it looked as if it might flake off at any moment. As for the blonde girl, Lucy, her aura was clean and untainted. There was only the faintest, pure ripple of spiritual power about her, like a gemstone yet to be polished. Demonic energy? I muttered under my breath, stroking my chin. That pink is so cloying, the sweetness so dizzying, and the craftsmanship so crude. What a disappointment. The demons of this world are sorely lacking. I shook my head, finding this shoddy disguise beneath contempt. Even the illusion talismans drawn by the newest acolytes at Mount Longhu would last longer and appear more natural than this. I hesitated, debating whether to expose these imposters on the spot, and maybe figure out exactly which remote world I'd landed in. Just then I saw the fake fire dragon, Bora, flash Lucy what he clearly thought was a dazzling, seductive smile, but which in fact was simply greasy and off-putting. "Oh, dearest Miss Lucy, meeting you here must surely be the guidance of the celestial spirits. Tonight, I'm holding a private party at the Enchanted Lady Tavern, and only the most special friends are invited. Would I have the honor of your company? I know you'll be the brightest star of the night." Lucy's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she nodded enthusiastically. "Oh, of course. It's an honor to be invited by you, Lord Fire Dragon." Bora grinned smugly, turned on his heel, and swaggered off toward the bustling street that led out of the harbor, his two lackeys in tow. Lucy, eyes full of hope, followed after them without a second thought. I looked at Lucy, her face open, her eyes brimming with hope, then glanced at Bola and his two henchmen, their outfits garishly daubed with cheap pink paint. I couldn't help but sigh. Heavens! Above, the tricksters in this place really have their own style. Pulling off such a shoddy illusion in broad daylight to fool girls? I can't just let this slide, not if I want to sleep at night. With both hands tucked in my wide sleeves, I strolled leisurely after the group of four, my movements as relaxed as if I were wandering the hills behind my own home. Yet my gaze was sharp as a radar, never straying from that moving cloud of pungent, paint-scented demonic energy ahead. The breeze from the harbor, heavy with the briny tang of seawater, made the scorched corners of my robe flutter gently. And right at that moment, my stomach gave a low, unmistakable growl. I licked my lips, eyes sweeping over the shops on either side of the street, their curious signs and wafting aromas promising tempting food. Before banishing demons, one must fill the belly first. I muttered under my breath, never missing a step as I followed Lucy and Bola. Once I exposed this scam, I'm making that blue-haired swindler treat me to a proper meal. Who knows if the food in this world will suit my taste? My hand brushed the hard-as-rock fasting pill in my pouch, and my resolve only hardened. I wasn't about to let this post-sales dinner slip by. Qing Xian walked with his hands clasped, trailing Lucy and that reeking, pink-painted crew at a comfortable distance, as if ambling through a bustling temple fair. Bola led Lucy in winding circles, finally slipping onto a brightly lit passenger ship moored at the edge of the coast. The sickly sweet scent in the air grew thicker, almost suffocating, as if it could congeal into syrup. Qin Xian wrinkled his nose, feeling as though he'd fallen straight into a vat of expired, cheap perfume, the stench making his head throb faintly. He cast a glance at the two women working as greeters on the dock. Their clothes were revealing, their expressions dazed, and a faint pink glow shimmered about them, identical to the aura around Bola's burly followers. A full-service operation, apparently, Qin Xian murmured before slipping into the shadows across the port and crouching at the base of a wall. He fished out half a fasting pill from his pouch. After a moment's hesitation, he forced it into his mouth, grinding down on it as if chewing gravel. He had to conserve his strength, just in case a fight broke out. Though by his estimation, this sort of opponent wasn't even worth wasting a basic demon-slaying talisman. From a ship's cabin came the faint thrum of raucous music, punctuated by Bola's deliberate, theatrical laughter. Qin Xian waited patiently, chewing on the pill as he tried to coax his turbulent, lightning-struck energy to flow, slowly running through the foundational Daoist practice of Longhu Mountain, struggling to mend his battered body. The effect was minimal, but better than nothing. No one knew how much time had passed when, all of a sudden, the cabin door burst open with a loud bang. Lucy stumbled out, her face stripped of fascination and longing, replaced now only by anger and terror. In her large brown eyes lingered a trace of confusion, but the fury of awakening was far stronger. "Liar! Bastard!" she shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Bora, who followed close behind. Her voice quivered with outrage and fear. "All that talk about fire dragons and fairy tale, nothing but lies. Your disgusting charm magic." The greasy smile vanished from Bora's face, his eyes turning cold and menacing. Standing beside him, in addition to the two burly men, were now several more lackeys. Their expressions were vacant, their bodies glowing with a faint pink sheen as they instantly blocked off the exit to the dock. "Miss Lucy, you should be careful with your words." Bora strolled toward her unhurriedly, a flickering tongue of flame dancing on his fingertips. In the gloom of the deck, it looked especially sinister. Being personally invited by Lord Bora is an honor. Hand over your valuables and play along with us, and maybe you'll suffer a little less. Lucy's face drained of color. Instinctively, she clutched the backpack to her chest. She stared at the men who approached, their empty stares brimming with malice, and a wave of despair crashed over her. Fairy tale, the place she had always dreamed of, filled with freedom and the warmth of true companions. Could this really be what it's like? The crushing disappointment threatened to overwhelm her. Don't come any closer." Lucy forced herself to be brave, and with a sudden motion, she drew a golden key from the side pocket of her bag. "Answer my call. Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus." A flash of dazzling golden light, and a powerful celestial spirit appeared before her, clad in cow-pattern trousers and wielding a massive double-bladed axe. "Moo, Miss Lucy, Taurus is here to protect." Taurus barely managed to get the words out before one of the lackeys, still under the thrall of that pink charm spell, lunged at him with a wild shriek. His movements were stiff, but surprisingly quick. Caught off guard, Taurus stumbled back, nearly losing his grip on the giant axe. He bellowed in anger, swinging the weapon to drive the attacker away. But immediately, two more bewitched brutes charged at him, grabbing his arms and holding on with grim determination. Taurus was incredibly strong, but these charmed men seemed to feel no pain as they clung to him, making it impossible for him to break free. The remaining lackeys leered as they sidestepped Taurus, heading straight for Lucy. "Taurus!" Lucy cried out anxiously, her hand gripping the key, trembling uncontrollably. She was just a novice celestial spirit mage with little magic and almost no real combat experience. Now, a host of malicious hands reached out toward her. She was running out of time. Just as Lucy squeezed her eyes shut in despair, bracing herself for that loathsome touch. Hey, ganging up on a little girl like this. Aren't you all ashamed of yourselves?" A lazy, slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the riverbank, sounding as if its owner had just woken up. Bora and his henchmen froze mid-motion, turning their heads toward the source of the voice. A young man emerged slowly from the shadows, wearing a scorched, tattered robe, and with hair in wild disarray. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, his face expressionless, but his eyes were filled with unmistakable contempt, much like a shopper looking at rotten vegetables in the marketplace. "Where did this beggar come from? Get lost!" Bora snapped impatiently, the flame at his fingertips leaping higher, trying to intimidate the newcomer with a show of fire. The young man ignored him. His gaze swept over the lackeys lunging at Lucy, and he frowned slightly. TSK. The stink of enchantment is unbearable. Clear your mind. As he uttered these words, his voice was soft but carried a strange cadence, like a spring of clear water dripping onto stone, instantly washing away the cloying sweetness that hung thick in the air. The sound reached the ears of the lackeys, and they froze on the spot. The pink haze in their eyes faded as if rinsed away, replaced by confusion and a flicker of fear. What am I doing? Master Bora? They looked at one another, bewildered, only now realizing their hands were reaching for Lucy. Catching sight of the girl's pale face, they all recoiled in fright. Lucy slowly opened her eyes, still shaken by the bizarre scene before her. She stared in astonishment at the disheveled young man who had appeared out of nowhere. You! Bora was both shocked and furious. The magic he relied on to control his minions had been dispelled by this vagabond with just a word. What did you do? Nothing much. Qing Xian nonchalantly dug at his ear, as if he'd merely brushed off a speck of dust. It's just that your painting job is atrocious. Polluting the environment, really. I just did a bit of cleanup. His gaze landed on the garish, pink coating clinging to Bora, and he wrinkled his nose. And you, parading around in such a cheap illusion. Aren't you afraid the colors will wear off? It's painful just to look at. Bastard. Bora's anger finally boiled over. Being exposed in public, especially in front of Lucy, filled him with a mix of rage and humiliation. Get him. Tear this meddler apart. The two burly henchmen flanking him had been silent until now. Suddenly, their eyes sharpened, and the pink glow around them deepened ominously. With a roar, they charged at Qing Xian, fists swinging with fierce momentum. Qing Xian let out a helpless sigh, his eyes filled with reluctant resignation, as if he was about to take action again, and found it terribly bothersome. Freeze! With that, he extended his right hand from his sleeve, pressing his index and middle fingers together. A faint golden light flashed at his fingertips, so swift that it was almost impossible to detect. The burly man at the front was just about to throw a punch when his whole body suddenly froze in place, as if time itself had stopped for him. Only his eyes could dart. Around in terror, his companion behind him, unable to stop in time, crashed straight into his back. The two of them tumbled to the ground in a tangled, undignified heap. All done, Qing Xian said, dusting off his hands as if he'd merely brushed away a bit of dirt. This was actually a simplified version of the immobilization spell. Though his spiritual power was now limited and the effect somewhat diminished, it was more than enough to deal with opponents like these. Lucy stared, utterly dumbfounded by everything she had just witnessed. What kind of magic was that? Was it a spell of spoken power, or perhaps some long-lost incantation? She gazed at Qing Xian's tattered Daoist robe, feeling as though her entire worldview had been upended. Bola's face darkened, a surge of alarm rising in his heart. He suddenly stepped back, thrusting out one hand as a swirl of rosy energy surged fiercely around him. You bastard! Taste this! Allure! Allure my foot! A thunderous roar exploded above everyone's heads like a clap of lightning. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A flash of fiery red streaked through the sky like a shooting star. It's nothing, Qing Xian said, casually digging at his ear, his expression relaxed as though he had just brushed away a bit of dust. I just thought your painting skills as a plasterer are terrible. You made a mess of the place. I thought I'd help you clean up. He turned his gaze to the garish pink paint covering Bola, curling his lip in disdain. And you, parading that shoddy illusion everywhere to deceive people. Aren't you afraid of being exposed on the spot? Just looking at you is unbearable. How dare you? Bola was completely enraged. To have his disguise revealed in front of an audience, especially Lucy, was utterly humiliating. Get him, tear this meddlesome fool to pieces. At his command, the two burly men at his side, who had been silent until now, suddenly turned fierce. The pink aura around them grew more intense, as if their fighting spirit had been ignited. With a guttural roar, they lunged at Qing Xian, fists flying, radiating menace. Qing Xian let out a sigh, his eyes full of helplessness, as if lamenting the inconvenience of having to fight yet again. Freeze! He extended his right hand from his sleeve, index and middle fingers pressed together. A barely perceptible golden light flickered at his fingertips, so swift it was almost invisible. The man in front, caught mid-punch, suddenly froze in place, locked in a moment, only his eyes darting about in terror. The second man, unable to stop in time, crashed straight into his frozen companion. They tumbled to the ground together in a tangled, clumsy heap. Handled, Qing Xian said, dusting off his hands as if he had just completed a trivial chore. This was, in fact, a simplified version of the binding talisman. Though his spiritual power was limited for now, and its effect somewhat diminished, It was more than enough for these ordinary opponents. Lucy stared in utter shock. What kind of magic was this? Word spell? Or some lost art of sorcery? Looking at Qin Xian in his tattered Daoist robes, she felt her worldview shatter completely. Bola's face twisted into a mask of fury and alarm, his guard up to the maximum. He sprang back a step, thrusting out one hand as the pink aura around him churned violently. Damn you! Try this, enchantment. Enchantment, my foot! A thunderous roar exploded overhead like a clap of lightning. Everyone instinctively looked up. A blazing red figure, trailing a rush of searing wind, plummeted to the center of the deck like a meteor, with splintered, smoke and dust billowed in every direction. As the dust settled, a boy with spiky, cherry blossom pink hair and a white, scale-patterned scarf straightened up. On his back, a small blue cat with wings clung tightly to him, keeping him suspended in the air with its paws. The boy's gaze was razor-sharp, fixed on Bola. In his eyes, flames of fury seemed ready to burst forth. How dare you impersonate me? You even dared to pretend to be a member of Fairy Tail? Deceiving people with such despicable tricks? Natsu Dragneel's voice was low and powerful, heavy with anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, waves of searing heat swirling around him. Unforgivable! When Bora saw the real Natsu appear, and more than that, felt that wild, genuine fire magic radiating from him. His face went instantly pale, all his earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. A real fire dragon? He stammered, his voice trembling. Fire dragons. Iron Fist. Natsu didn't give him a moment to react. With a furious roar, he launched a punch, his fist blazing like a cannon shot, crashing down on Bora with overwhelming force. Bora only managed a brief, strangled scream before he was sent flying like a rag doll, slamming into the cabin wall with a heavy thud. He slid down to the floor, completely unconscious. The cheap pink aura surrounding him was instantly burned away by Natsu's raging fire magic, vanishing as completely as ice melting under the scorching sun. The remaining henchmen, who had just started to regain their senses, took one look at this scene and scattered in panic, shrieking as they fled in all directions from the cabin. In moments, the cabin fell silent once more, broken only by Taro's heavy, gasping breaths as he broke free of his restraints, and the faint wisps of smoke curling up from Natsu's extinguished fist. Lucy gazed at the young man before her, who had descended like a god of fire. Then she glanced at the mysterious stranger in tattered robes, who had so easily subdued two burly men just now, and felt her mind reel in confusion. Everything that had happened today was simply unbelievable. Natsu shook out his fist, as if sending Bora flying had been no more trouble than swatting a fly. Only then did he notice Qin Xian standing off to the side, along with Lucy, who was still visibly shaken. Hey, are you all right? Natsu zipped over to Lucy's side, his voice still carrying a hint of lingering anger, but his eyes filled with concern. Lucy stared at him, and all at once, realization struck her. She grew so excited she nearly burst into tears. You're really Natsu? Natsu from Fairy Tail? Of course it's me. Natsu puffed out his chest, pride written all over his face. Lucy then turned to Qin Xian and gave a deep, grateful bow. And you, sir, thank you so much for saving me just now. Qin Xian waved a hand dismissively, his tone still languid. It was nothing. Honestly, his illusions were so garish they were spoiling my mood. At that, Natsu studied Qin Xian more closely, his nose twitching slightly. Huh, you have a strange smell on you, like when struck by lightning. And something else, a fragrance I can't quite place. The corners of Qin Xian's mouth twitched. How can this guy's nose be so freakishly sharp? He offered no explanation. Instead, his gaze shifted to Bora, who lay unconscious on the ground, then swept over the cabin at the hostesses who still peeked timidly around, their enchanting aura now gone. He frowned. What should we do with this guy? And what about all these people he's been controlling? Scum like him who abuse magic should just be handed straight over to the council's enforcement squad. Natsu shot a scornful glance at Bora, slumped helplessly on the floor. Lucy gazed across the chaotic deck at the dazed, newly rescued people, and a powerful sense of justice surged within her, along with an overwhelming urge to protect everyone. She gripped the golden key in her hand tightly. Wait, let me try. Taking a deep breath, she slid a golden key carved with the symbol of Aquarius into a nearby bucket. Magic swirled around her as she called out, "Open! Gate of Aquarius! Aquarius, come forth!" Suddenly, a torrent of water burst into existence, flooding the cramped deck in an instant. Standing atop the rushing water was a proud and striking celestial spirit, with cascading blue hair and a golden jug in her hand. Lucy, summoning me to a dump like this again? Do you have any idea how expensive water pressure is? Aquarius complained loudly the moment she appeared, tilting her jug as she spoke. Wait, Aquarius, I didn't summon you to give me a bath. Lucy hastily pointed toward the unconscious Bora and the ship's cabin. Those are the real enemies, and there are people inside who need to be purified. Aquarius shot her an impatient look, but with a huff, she turned the jug in the right direction. A gentle yet purifying stream of water, as nimble as a serpent, snaked its way precisely to the unconscious Bora. It washed him clean, along with every trace of enchantment magic lingering in the ship's cabin. Finally, the water wrapped Bora up in a shimmering sphere, which swept off the deck and vanished without a trace. There, trash disposed of, and you're footing the bill. Aquarius snapped, then dissolved into water and disappeared as abruptly as she'd come. The ship fell quiet once more, save for the wet deck and the stunned faces of the people left behind. Natsu looked at Lucy, eyes sparkling with excitement. You're a celestial spirit mage? That was awesome. The water, just now, was incredible. Lucy blushed a little at the praise. Natsu then turned his attention to Qingxian, asking directly, Hey, you in the robe, what was that you just did? Was it magic? Or something else? That move you used to immobilize people was really cool. Qingxian considered for a moment. Explaining Daoist arts would be too complicated, so he simply replied, A family skill, great against bluffing. Natsu clearly didn't get it, but didn't seem to mind. He grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at himself with confidence. You too. You're pretty interesting. How about joining our guild? Fairy Tale Guild. Qingxian stood at the entrance, feeling more shaken than he'd ever been before. The scene before him, if one could call it a wizard's guild, looked far more like a tavern after a hurricane. Deafening noise mingled with the scent of alcohol, food, and a heavy cloud of smoke, all rushing at him at once, nearly knocking him off his feet. The massive wooden doors stood half open, their surface covered with the scars of blades, axes, and the marks of fire and frost, looking much like a chopping block weathered by the passage of time. Above the doorway hung a large sign emblazoned with the fairy tale insignia. Though the sign remained intact, its surface had been darkened by years of smoke. Inside, the scene was even more chaotic. A few enormous wooden tables had been overturned, now serving as makeshift barricades. Beer flowed across the floor like little streams, mixing with scattered food, making every step sticky and slippery. All manner of weapons whirled through the air, beer mugs, empty plates, and even half a roasted chicken, accompanied by bursts of magical light and furious shouting. Gray, you crazy icicle, give me back my drinking money. Elfman, a real man fights head-on, quit hiding. Kana, my new dress, you owe me for that. Has anyone seen my wig? A black-haired young man wearing only shorts, Gray, was locked in fierce combat with a burly, white-haired man who kept bellowing, a real man. Shards of ice and gust from their blows flew everywhere. A woman clutching an enormous barrel of ale was chasing after a screaming blonde girl, while scraps of a torn dress littered the ground. In one corner, a chubby man with glasses was sweating profusely, desperately trying to use magic to repair a table that had been split in two. Behind the bar, a skinny old man with glasses and a small mustache calmly polished a glass with a pipe in his mouth, utterly unfazed by the pandemonium. Now and then he blew out a perfect smoke ring. Lucy stared at the chaos, utterly dumbfounded. She had once imagined wizards as cool and composed, but every fantasy she'd had was shattered in an instant. Clutching her backpack tightly, she edged nervously closer to Qingxian. So this is fairy tale? Lucy's voice trembled on the verge of tears, her dreams crumbling before her eyes. Qingxian massaged his temples, throbbing from the noise, and replied expressionlessly, Yes, it's certainly lively. The atmosphere is quite primitive. His gaze swept the room, quickly picking out several individuals radiating powerful magical energy. He analyzed to himself. The muscle-bound man exuded wild, raw power. The scantily clad youth's body was a storm of unstable hot and cold magic. The woman with the ale barrel possessed deep reserves of magic, laced with the scent of alcohol. Though the scene resembled a marketplace brawl, every person here was formidable in their own right. The cultivation methods of this world truly were unique. Well, what do you think? Isn't it lively? This is our guild, Natsu declared proudly, as if showing off a treasured prize. He paid no attention to the empty bottle flying his way, striding boldly into the guild and raising his voice. I'm back, and I brought 2 new friends. His shout was like a small pebble tossed into a busy pond. Lost in the noise of the bustling hall, unnoticed and leaving not even a ripple. Only Wakaba behind the bar lifted his eyelids, blew out a ring of smoke, and said, "Oh, it's Natsu. Mission accomplished? Huh, newcomers." His gaze lingered for a moment on Qing Xuan's scorched, tattered robe, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he asked no further questions. Mission? Oh right. Natsu suddenly smacked his forehead, as if just remembering his main purpose. Where's the master? I need to find him. The master's out. He's off getting scolded by the council. If your friends want to join, they'll need to register first, and then wait for the master to come back and make it official. Wakaba replied, unhurriedly. What trouble have you caused this time? It wasn't me. Natsu was just about to explain when a tearful young voice broke in. Natsu, a little boy in overalls and a cap, dashed out from behind an overturned table, his face streaked with tears and dust. He ran straight to Natsu and threw his arms around his leg. Natsu, Dad still isn't back. Romeo's voice trembled with sobs, tears streaming down his cheeks. He said he was going to the mines near Harjin to clear out some monsters. He promised he'd be back in 3 days, but now it's been 5 and there's no word at all. I'm really scared. The smile vanished instantly from Natsu's face, replaced by concern and seriousness. He knelt down and placed both hands on Romeo's shoulders. Romeo, don't cry. Uncle Macau hasn't come back yet. Do you know which mine it was? It was the abandoned magic mine near Mount Hakob. Romeo choked out through his tears. Dad went to clear out the monsters there. Natsu, please, can you go look for him? Do you think something might have? Romeo's cries rang sharply through the rowdy guild hall, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. The chaos around them seemed to quiet, as if subdued by this sudden wave of sorrow. Gray stopped quarreling with Elfman. Kana set down her ale barrel, and even Ritas paused his table repair magic. Wakaba sighed, took the pipe from his mouth, and said, That guy Macau, he's been gone a bit too long. Natsu, I'm counting on you for this one. Of course. Natsu sprang to his feet, eyes burning with resolve, his fist clenched tight as a flicker of flame danced between his fingers. Leave it to me. I'll bring Uncle Macau back safe and sound. I'm coming too, Happy announced, fluttering up to land squarely on Natsu's shoulder. Natsu turned to Lucy and Qing Xian, who were still reeling from shock and confusion. Hey, Lucy, and you, the one in the robe, why don't you come along? It's the perfect chance for you both to get a taste of what work is like here at Fairy Tale. Lucy glanced at Romeo, who was still crying, then looked at Natsu's earnest face. The disappointment she'd just felt about the guild was quickly replaced by a much stronger urge, a desire to help someone in need. She nodded resolutely. All right, I'll go too. Maybe I can do something to help. Qing Xian didn't reply right away. Instead, his gaze flickered between Romeo's tear-stained face and the eagerness in Natsu's eyes. He patted the pouch at his waist, feeling the half-piece of fasting pill left inside. Compared to staying in this battlefield, where food could come flying at him at any moment, heading out for some work actually seemed much safer. Besides, he felt a hint of curiosity about the so-called monsters of this world. All right, Qing Xian said simply. Will there be food? Natsu grinned wide. If we find Uncle Macau, we'll make him treat us. Soon after, with the warm assistance of Mira Jane, a beautiful silver-haired young woman, Lucy and Qing Xian, the two newcomers, were officially registered in the guild's roster. Near Mount Hakob, at the entrance of an abandoned magic mine, the enormous mouth of the mine yawned open like a giant maw, ready to swallow anyone who dared enter. Inside, darkness pressed in from all sides, thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint trace of sulfur. On either side of the tunnel, the rocky walls still bore a few dull, lusterless fragments of magic crystal, remnants of the mine's former glory. It's so spooky in here. Lucy hugged her arms tightly, peering into the depths of the mine, a wave of unease washing over her. Lucy, are you scared? Happy circled above her head. Of course not. Lucy shot back, refusing to admit it. Natsu took a deep sniff of the air, like a hound tracking its prey. There's a weird smell here. Sulfur and rust and Uncle Macau's scent. It's faint but definitely inside. He pointed toward the depths of the mine. Let's hurry in then, Lucy urged, her voice tinged with anxiety. Wait, Qing Xian interjected suddenly. He crouched down, dipped his fingers into the damp soil at the entrance, and brought them close to his nose, inhaling carefully. Beyond the mud and sulfur, he caught a faint, nearly hidden sweetness mingled with a wild, animalistic undertone. It reminded him of the cheap pink paint scent from that fake fire dragon Bora in the port alley. But this one felt more primal. Someone's been in here, and not just one group. Qing Xian stood and brushed the dirt off his hands. The scents are all mixed together. Let's be careful. Natsu's playful expression faded as he nodded. Understood. Happy, you stay outside with Romeo. If anything dangerous happens, fly him out of here at once. I consider it done. Lucy, the one in the robe, stick close to me, Natsu instructed as he stepped into the darkness of the mine shaft. With a snap of his fingers, a bright flame blossomed in his palm, casting light over the path ahead. The glow revealed the pitted marks of old mining work on the tunnel walls and the abandoned mine carts scattered about. Lucy hurried after him, gripping her celestial spirit keys tightly. Qingxian trailed at the rear, moving slowly as his eyes swept over the shadows along the tunnel's sides and ceiling. A faint flow of spiritual energy circulated within him, keeping him alert. The unease he felt here was even greater than in the chaotic guild hall. The passageway was deep, twisting downward. The farther they went, the thicker the air became, and the stench of sulfur grew stronger. An eerie silence filled the mine, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the soft crackling of fire in Natsu's hand. Strange, didn't they say there were monsters here? Why is it so quiet? Lucy whispered, nervously glancing around. Shh! Natsu suddenly halted, signaling for silence. The flame in his hand dimmed. He pressed his ear against the cold stone wall, listening intently. There's something down the left fork ahead, Natsu murmured, lowering his voice. It sounds like monkeys screeching, and Uncle Macau's voice? He's yelling at someone? Qingxian also focused his senses, detecting a faint, chaotic, and peculiarly scented pulse of energy coming from the direction Natsu indicated. That familiar, cloying sweetness grew more pronounced. Let's go. Natsu led the way toward the source of the noise, with Lucy and Qingxian right behind him. They rounded a bend and found themselves in a wider chamber. By the light of Natsu's fire, they finally saw what lay within. Scratch marks covered the cave walls. Extinguished torches and gnawed fruit cores littered the ground. At the center of the cavern, a middle-aged man in a guild vest and goggles, his build sturdy, leaned tiredly against the rock wall. He was brandishing a shovel handle, panting for breath, his face smeared with cold dust, looking both furious and exhausted. His trouser legs were slashed in several places. Uncle Macau, Natsu called out from behind, his voice brimming with relief. At the sound, Macau's head jerked up. When he saw Natsu and the others, his face lit up with excitement. Natsu, what are you doing here? Watch out, Natsu and Qingxian shouted in unison. At that very moment, more than a dozen agile figures suddenly leapt out from the shadows above and around the mine, with shrill, unsettling laughter echoing through the cavern. Over a dozen massive monkeys, each one covered in dark red bristling fur, their fangs bared and claws gleaming, dropped down from every direction, closing in to surround them completely. In the eyes of these monkeys, a raw, unfiltered desire flickered as they stared at Lucy, their gaze openly greedy. Drool slid down the corners of their mouths. A thick, dizzyingly sweet scent radiated from their bodies. While it had little effect on men, for women, it was powerfully disorienting and distracting. Lucy, cover your nose and mouth. There's something wrong with this scent. Natsu warned her immediately. It was clear he'd suffered from this smell before. Lucy, hearing his warning, hurriedly clapped her hands over her nose and mouth. Yet even so, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her cheeks flushed, and her limbs began to weaken. Damn monkeys! Stay away from Lucy! Natsu roared in anger. Though he found the smell unpleasant, it didn't really affect him. Flames flared in his palms, ready to ignite into an attack at any moment. Just then, the lead monkey let out a strange, sharp cry, and several monkeys lunged at Lucy from different directions, their intentions clear. They were targeting the only woman in sight. Ah! Lucy panicked, her hand holding the key trembling. Open. Gate of Taurus. Forcing herself to resist the effects of the scent, Lucy called forth her celestial spirit. A flash of golden light, and the burly minotaur, Taurus, appeared. Moo! Miss Lucy, Taurus at your service. Wait, what is that smell? Taurus immediately wrinkled his nose, assaulted by the cloying aroma. By now, several monkeys had darted in close, their movements incredibly quick. Taurus swung his massive axe, forcing two monkeys back, but the others nimbly circled behind Lucy, their furry claws reaching for her skirt and backpack. Back off! Taurus bellowed, but a few fearless, crazed monkeys tangled him up, keeping him from breaking free. Lucy was about to fall victim to the monkeys. Stop! Qingxuan's voice suddenly rang out, laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible wave of spiritual energy. His right hand formed a precise gesture, index and middle fingers pressed together, a faint golden light flashing at his fingertips as he pointed through the air at the monkeys attacking Lucy. In that instant, The rampaging monkeys froze mid-leap, as if bound by an invisible force. They hung suspended in their attack poses, then crashed to the ground with heavy thuds, completely immobilized. Their eyes shone with shock and unwillingness. Natsu and Lucy both stared in stunned silence. Another mysterious technique? Taurus seized the moment, swinging his axe in a mighty arc to knock away the monkeys clinging to him. Now! Qingshuan's voice remained calm and steady. Natsu snapped back to himself, battle spirit surging. Perfect chance. Fire dragons. Wing attack. Flames erupted from his hands, unfurling like fiery wings as he slashed at the helpless monkeys. The air boomed with an explosion of fire, and several monkeys shrieked in agony as they were engulfed by blazing flames, reduced to charred remains in the blink of an eye. The monkey troop leader, seeing what was happening, let out a furious shriek and directed the remaining monkeys to charge at the group once more. At the same time, that sickly sweet, pungent odor clinging to the monkeys grew even more intense, trying to muddle everyone's senses. Lucy, use that one! Natsu shouted loudly. Fighting off dizziness and nausea, Lucy quickly pulled out another key and thrust it into the puddle where Natsu's flames had melted the snow. Open. Gate of Aquarius, the water bearer. With a mighty splash, a powerful surge of water burst forth out of nowhere, instantly filling the cramped mine shaft. Standing atop the surging waters was Aquarius, the celestial spirit, her waterfall-like hair tumbling down, golden urn in hand, her face proud and icy. Lucy, you seriously summoned me in this filthy, disgusting mine? Do you have any idea how expensive water pressure is? Aquarius bellowed the moment she appeared, tipping her golden urn sharply. Wait, Aquarius, we didn't call you to give us a bath. Lucy cried, pointing desperately at the monkey horde. It's them, and this awful stench. We need purification. Aquarius shot a look of pure annoyance at the monkeys and the smell hanging thick in the air, her brows knitting together. Disgusting. With a disdainful snort, she turned the urn toward the mine. Torrents of water, powerful and cleansing, surged forward like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire space. The monkey horde was scattered by the forceful current, slammed against the cave's rocky walls, their shrieks quickly drowned out by the roar of rushing water. That nauseating, syrupy stench vanished in an instant, swept away by the cleansing deluge. The water, carrying the monkey's remains and all the filth from the mine, surged out through the entrance, disappearing to who knows where. There, trash cleaned up. The bill's on you. Next time you summon me to a place like this, I swear I'll drown you. Aquarius snapped, then dissolved into water and vanished. The mineshaft was left in utter disarray, but at last, peace returned. Only the damp floor and lingering mist bore witness to the chaos that had just been unleashed. Macau glanced around at the now spotless mineshaft, then at Qing Xian, who had already relaxed, his spell work complete. He also looked at Lucy, catching her breath against the wall, and at Happy, who had just fluttered down. He removed his goggles, now dripping wet from the deluge, wiped his face, and managed a grateful, slightly dazed smile of someone who'd just escaped disaster. Natsu, and you Miss Blondie, and our friend in the robe, thank you all so much. He glanced ruefully at his soaking clothes and tattered pants. Although I have to say, that water blast was a bit much. At the fairy tale guild hall, the chaos had subsided somewhat, though the air still held a muddled blend of alcohol, smoke, and a faint whiff of sweat. A few lopsided tables had been pushed together, barely holding up under a haphazard mountain of job request forms. Qing Xian stood before the massive taskboard, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the dazzling array of information. The taskboard was plastered with colorful notes in all shapes and sizes, with handwriting ranging from neat and precise to hurried and messy. The contents were just as varied. Some were looking for lost cats, others were hiring people to unclog drains, someone even needed help clearing giant slugs from their field, and there was even a request for writing a love letter. These tasks were nothing like the quests he had imagined, those grand missions to subdue monsters and uphold justice. Hey, rogue guy, Lucy, come check this out. Natsu called out excitedly, pointing at a particularly refined commission posted high on the board. Lucy leaned in and read aloud. Task: infiltrate the mansion of Dumas Bala and destroy a specific book inside. Details to be discussed in person. Reward: 2 million J. Oh wow, that's a fortune. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with the symbol for J. 2 million J? Qing Xian raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure what that amount meant in local currency, but it certainly sounded like a huge sum. Infiltrate a mansion and destroy a book. Now, this is interesting, he mused. Compared to clearing drains, this at least sounded less trivial. Right? Natsu grinned smugly, immediately reaching up to grab the commission. Let's go with this one. Infiltration. Destroying a book. Piece of cake. But just as his fingers brushed the paper, a burly man with white hair muscled his way in. He was all solid muscle and booming voice. Hold on, Natsu. This is a man's job. Let me handle it. Huh? Elfman, I saw it first. Natsu shot back, refusing to let go of the other corner. A real man proves himself with strength. Elfman bellowed, his arms flexing. Bring it on. Let's see who wins. The two immediately began to wrestle for the commission, tugging at it so fiercely the paper nearly tore in half. Guild members quickly gathered around, some cheering, others egging them on, and a few even started taking bets. Natsu, you got this. Elfman, show them what a real man is. I'll bet 10 mugs of beer on Natsu. I'm bucking Elfman. 20 mugs. Watching this near brawl over a single task, Qing Xian could only sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose. The way this world handed out missions was truly unique. Hey, you two, if you keep pulling, you'll tear the commission in half. Lucy shouted anxiously, just as the beautifully crafted commission was about to split in two. Bang! A heavy thud echoed through the room. It wasn't the sound of a fight. In the tussle, someone's elbow or shoulder had slammed hard into the thick wooden pillar supporting the taskboard. With a sharp crack, the pillar, scarred by countless guild brawls, finally gave way and snapped in two. Crash! The enormous taskboard, no longer supported, toppled over like a felled tree, bringing with it the hundreds of densely packed request slips pinned to its surface. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground. Papers fluttered through the air like snowflakes, instantly burying several onlookers beneath a drifting, white cascade. The entire guild hall was plunged into sudden silence. Natsu and Elfman remained locked in their contest of strength, each still gripping half of a torn request slip in their hands, staring blankly at the fallen board and the blizzard of paper swirling around them. Behind the bar, Wakaba calmly puffed on his pipe, releasing a ring of smoke as he spoke. Damaging guild property means the repair costs will be deducted from your mission rewards. Lucy covered her face in despair. Qing Xian, expressionless, reached above his head and plucked a drain-unclogging request slip from the air, flicking away a speck of dust. He glanced at the torn slip in Natsu's hand, which read, "Infiltrate the Damas Pola Mansion, and reward 2,000,000J, then surveyed the utter chaos of the guild hall. The way this infiltration mission is starting, he muttered under his breath, is certainly unique. The Ibar Mansion sat atop a scenic hillside on the outskirts of Harujin, its white walls, stately arch gates, and sprawling gardens leaving no doubt about the owner's wealth. Of course, there were also the maids, all dressed in identical uniforms, patrolling the grounds with sharp, watchful eyes. At that moment, Qing Xian, Natsu, Lucy with Happy in tow, were crouched in the bushes just outside the mansion. Lucy swallowed, nervously, her gaze fixed on the patrolling maids in the distance. In a whisper, she said, "Are we really going to sneak in? This seems so hard, and with only half the request slip left, we don't even know which book we're supposed to destroy." "Infiltration? That's no problem for me," Natsu declared, brimming with confidence. He pointed toward a secluded window on the mansion's side, shrouded by heavy curtains. "Watch me." Before Lucy could react, Natsu shot forward like an arrow. His method of infiltration was anything but subtle. He charged straight ahead, so fast that his movement left a blur in his wake. "Hey, Natsu, wait!" Lucy cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Natsu's target was clear, that window. He didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, as he neared it, he leapt, curling his body in midair. With his signature cherry-pink hair leading the way, he hurled himself at the tightly shut window. Fire Dragon Ironhead. A deafening crash shattered the garden's tranquility. The sturdy window, its frame set with colorful stained glass, exploded into a shower of fragments, as if struck by a cannonball. Natsu tumbled into the room along with a shower of glass shards, landing in a thoroughly undignified heap. The crash was followed by a chorus of groans and the clatter of broken glass. Qing Xian remained silent. Lucy stared in shock, her mouth slightly open, at a loss for words. Happy covered his face with his paws and muttered under his breath, "I knew this would happen." Suddenly, a sharp female voice echoed through the mansion. "Intruders! Intruders!" In the gardens and corridors, countless figures dressed in maid uniforms swarmed toward the shattered window like a startled hive of bees, moving swiftly and with uncanny coordination. At some point, every one of these maids had produced a long silver ribbon. Under the light, the ribbons glinted with a cold, metallic sheen. Lucy was on the verge of tears, her anxiety overflowing. "Oh no, Natsu's been spotted." Qing Xian glanced at the swiftly assembling, highly skilled maids, then at the gaping window, still shedding shards of glass. With a resigned sigh, he drew a slow breath. Reaching into the pouch at his waist, he carefully pulled out several yellow talismans, each inscribed with strange symbols. Miss Lucy, Qing Xuan's voice was calm, tinged with a helpless resignation. It seems Natsu's idea of stealth doesn't quite match ours. Huh, then what should we do now? Lucy's panic was clear in her voice. Picking up a talisman, Qing Xuan's eyes revealed a flash of reluctant acceptance. It looks like we'll have to charge for damage control, add demolition rates. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman burst into golden flames and shot forward, streaking toward the leading maids. Freeze! As the golden light touched them, the maids' bodies went rigid, as if someone had pressed pause on them in mid-step. But the maids behind reacted instantly, deftly avoiding their immobilized companions. Their silver ribbons snapped through the air like venomous snakes, striking straight at Qing Xian and Lucy. The ribbons cut through the air with a piercing, whistling shriek. Lucy cried out in alarm. Gate of the Golden Bull. Open. Taurus. A flash of golden light, and the burly Taurus appeared. Miss Lucy, Taurus is Why are there so many women? He barely had time to raise his guard before several silver ribbons coiled tightly around his arms and the haft of his axe. Taurus, watch out. Those ribbons are razor-sharp. Lucy shouted in warning. No problem. Taurus bellowed, muscles bulging as he strained to break free. But the silver ribbons were both incredibly tough and pulsing, with powerful binding magic. For all his strength, he couldn't break loose. Instead, more ribbons wound around him, trapping him even further. The maids multiplied, their silver ribbons weaving into a net that was quickly closing in, threatening to ensnare Lucy as well. Qing Xian whispered a command. Wind. Instantly, another talisman ignited in his hand. A swirling gust materialized from thin air, deflecting the incoming ribbons and giving Lucy just enough time to dodge aside. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, sending out several more talismans marked with the character for hold. These barely managed to freeze a few of the approaching maids in place. But there were simply too many maids. They moved with practiced precision, coordinating their attacks seamlessly. Qing Xian's meager spiritual power was almost useless against a siege of this scale. His energy drained as quickly as water leaking from a cracked jug, and sweat began to bead across his brow. This was even more exhausting than fighting those monkeys. Hey, Rogai, Lucy, are you two all right? Natsu's voice rang out from inside the room, mingling with the chaos of fierce fighting and the crash of splintering furniture. It was obvious he, too, was under siege by the maids. Of course we're not. Lucy shouted back, barely dodging another swipe of a ribbon, her voice trembling on the edge of tears. Natsu, what on earth are you doing in there? I'm looking for the book, Natsu replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. All this furniture's in the way, and these armor guys, too. Armor guys? Qing Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just then, a wave of powerful magic surged from deep within the mansion. Two opposing forces, one icy cold, the other blazing hot, rushed toward them, twining together in a threatening dance. This is bad. Even stronger enemies are coming. Happy cried, soaring up into the air in alarm. Boom! Boom! Two figures burst through the wall like cannonballs, landing in the garden's open space, exactly between the maids and Qing Xian's group. They were two burly men, nearly identical, their bodies encased in heavy suits of armor. One's armor was coated in frost, radiating a biting chill. The other shimmered with steam, the searing heat warping the very air around him. They were the renowned mercenaries, the Panishu brothers, hired at great expense by Ibar. Foolish thieves, daring to trespass in Lord Ibar's estate. The brother in frost armor spoke, his tone icy and indifferent. Anyone who disturbs Lord Ibar must pay the price, roared the brother in flaming armor, his fists suddenly ablaze with roaring fire. Oh, now, this is more like it. Some real opponents at last. Natsu emerged from the gaping hole in the wall, his face streaked with dust but lit up with a grin of excitement. He brushed himself off, pointed at the Panisher brothers, and called out, Hey, Rogai, Lucy, you take care of the maids. Leave these two metalheads to me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Natsu shot toward the Panisher brothers like a cannonball. Fire dragons roar, he bellowed. A torrent of blazing flames surged forth, rushing straight at the brothers of ice and fire. Mia Polotrex. Ice shield, the ice-wielding Panisher barked coldly. In an instant, a massive shield of ice materialized, blocking the surging flames. As fire clashed with ice, a fierce hissing erupted, sending up clouds of steam. Take this. Fire fist, roared the fire-wielding Panishu, his flaming fist crashing down toward Natsu. The battle escalated in a heartbeat. Natsu fought alone against two opponents, fire and frost intertwining as fists and feet collided. Thunderous impacts echoing throughout the garden. All around them, flowers, grass, and trees were destroyed in the shockwaves. Qingxian felt the pressure mount sharply. The arrival of the Panishu brothers drew Natsu's focus, but it also drove the remaining maids into a frenzy, launching even more desperate attacks against Natsu, Lucy, and Taurus. Taurus's body was being bound by more and more silver ribbons, until he was nearly a half-mummified figure, his movements growing agonizingly sluggish. Lucy's magic was almost spent, her face pale as chalk. She needed time to summon her celestial spirits, but the maid's relentless assault left her no chance to catch her breath. Qingxuan's own spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He could barely activate even the simplest of his binding talismans. His eyes narrowed in resolve as he pulled out his last two talismans from the cloth pouch, a pair with deep, intricate patterns, radiating a faint aura of dangerous power. These were his trump cards, the minor Thunderfire talismans, originally prepared as a last resort for his own survival. "Lucy, have Taurus shield you. Get down," Qingxian commanded in a low, unwavering voice. Though Lucy didn't understand, her trust in Qingxian was absolute. She obeyed instantly. "Taurus, protect me." "Moo," Taurus bellowed, using his massive body to shelter Lucy as best he could in the cramped space, holding her firmly beneath him. Qingxian locked his gaze on the densest cluster of attacking maids, eyes sharp as blades. He silently recited an incantation, channeling what little spiritual energy remained into the two talismans at his fingertips. "Thunderfire, break!" With a sudden thrust of both hands, he unleashed the talismans. They soared from his grasp, transforming instantly into two crimson fireballs, each the size of a fist and crackling with brilliant arcs of lightning. The fireballs streaked through the air with astonishing speed, accompanied by a deep, ominous rumble. Before the stunned eyes of the maids, they smashed straight into the heart of their ranks. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air, far more powerful than Natsu's fiery roar. A savage shockwave, laced with searing heat and dancing lightning, swept through the entire area in an instant. Screams of agony rang out one after another, piercing and desperate. The dozen or so maids closest to the center of the explosion were swept up like fallen leaves in a fierce wind, their anguished screams piercing the air as they were hurled away. Their bodies were charred, smoke curling from them, and the silver ribbons in their hands were blasted apart. Even those maids further away were knocked off their feet by the shockwave, their formation thrown into chaos. Thick smoke and dust billowed outward, shrouding everything from view. Qingxian's face was as pale as paper. His body wavered, barely able to remain standing. That single strike had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. He clung to the trunk of an ornamental tree, now blown half to splinters, gasping for breath. Did it work? Lucy poked her head out from under Talos, her eyes wide with shock as she surveyed the devastation and heard the groans of the wounded maids. At that very moment, a shrill, heart-wrenching scream, laced with fear and rage, echoed from deep within the mansion. "My maids! Damn it! And my villa! Who are you people? Are you trying to destroy everything?" A middle-aged man in lavish pajamas, portly and balding, burst out in a panic from a second-floor room onto the balcony. His face was ashen, and his eyes were wild with terror as he stared at the chaos in the garden, especially the epicenter of the explosion. The Duke of Ibar's voice cut sharply through the uproar in the garden, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even those locked in combat paused, turning unconsciously to look up at the balcony. On the balcony, the Duke trembled with agitation. Clutched in his hands was an extravagantly ornate book. Its dark leather cover was set, with an enormous heart-shaped pink gem in the center, almost absurdly ostentatious. At the bottom, golden letters spelled out, "Sunrise. Thieves. Shameless intruders. Get out of my house," he bellowed at the top of his lungs. On the far side of the garden, Natsu was locked in fierce combat with the Panixiu brothers. Flames clashed with icy blasts, fists struck against iron pans, and for a moment Natsu found himself unable to break free. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, fatty, hand over the book." Lucy's eyes lit up. The target had finally appeared. She immediately whispered to Qingxian by her side, "The mission target is right in his hands." Lucy drew a deep breath, doing her best to conjure her most charming smile. She stepped forward a few paces and looked up at the Duke on the balcony. "Your Grace, that book in your hand is truly breathtaking. The gem's brilliance is simply dazzling. May I admire it up close?" The Duke of Ibar gave Lucy a disdainful once-over, curling his lip. And just who are you, ugly woman? Stay away from me and my book. You're an eyesore. He impatiently waved Lucy away, as if swatting at a bothersome fly. Then, with deliberate theatrics, he shook the copy of Sunrise in his hand, flaunting it. Oomph. In the end, there's nothing remarkable about this book. Years ago, I commissioned that so-called great writer, Came Salio, to write it. Its contents? Just some tedious tales praising me, utterly worthless. Lucy's smile froze on her face, stung deeply by the words, ugly woman. Still, she refused to give up. If you truly think it's worthless, why not give it to me? I promise I'll cherish it. Humph. Ebel sneered, clutching the book tightly to his chest. Worthless or not, it's mine. Why should I hand it over to invaders like you? Yet, a sly glint flickered in his eyes. He had noticed the unusual determination Lucy and Qing Xian showed toward this book. An absurd thought began to form in his mind. Could there be some secret hidden within these pages? Perhaps a treasure map? I see now. Ebel suddenly shouted, his face overtaken by greed. There must be something valuable inside. No one is getting their hands on it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his bulky frame moved with surprising agility. He stomped his foot, and, as if merging with water, he vanished instantly into the solid stone floor of the balcony. He possessed the magic of earth melding. He disappeared? Lucy cried out in shock. Underground, Qing Xian warned in a low voice, his eyes sharpening. Though his spiritual energy was still desperately weak, like a riverbed long dried up, he forced himself to focus. With his right hand, he formed 2 fingers into a blade, gathering the faintest trace of azure light at his fingertips, and swept it quickly before him. The flow of spiritual power was painfully slow, each movement dizzying and draining. Kuan Yuan binds the earth. Spirit talisman seals the form, by command. He murmured, uttering a brief incantation. At once, a simple talisman, condensed from spiritual energy, appeared and stamped itself onto the floor. Bang! The ground nearby rippled suddenly, and Duke Ebel was forcibly driven up from below by a sudden web of blue light. A sorry sight indeed. He stared at Qing Xian in shock. What magic did you use? Qing Xian did not reply, his face even paler. This earth-binding talisman was only a basic technique, but in his current state, even that was a tremendous strain. Talos. Lucy seized the moment and issued a command. Leave it to me, Miss Lucy. The Taurus star spirit bellowed, swinging his massive battle axe as he charged at Ebel. Seeing this, Duke Ebel dove once more into the ground. Talos' axe came crashing down, carving a deep crater into the floor. It's vanished again. Lucy glanced around nervously, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Qing Xian closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to detect the faintest trace of magical energy shifting beneath the earth. 5 steps ahead, to the left. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and called out loudly. Without hesitation, Lucy grabbed a golden key from the ring at her left hip. Taurus, fall back. Gate of the crab, open, Kaisa. Snap. Miss Lucy, do you need a trim? Kaisa burst onto the scene, scissors gleaming in her hands. No time for a haircut. Kaisa, attack right there. Lucy pointed to the spot Qing Xian had indicated. Kaisa's scissors flashed as she slashed through the air, sending razor-sharp blades of energy slicing toward the ground and forcing Ibar to reveal himself once more. Pesky flies. Ibar roared in fury, snatching up a piece of rubble from the ground. Channeling his magic into the stone, he hurled it straight at Lucy and Qing Xian with tremendous force. The rock tore through the air, its deadly momentum unmistakable. At that very moment, Qing Xian made his move again. He took a deep breath, pushing the last remnants of spiritual energy through his body. Azure light flickered at his fingertips as he swiftly traced a far more intricate compound talisman in the air. The weakness from overexerting his power made him sway on his feet, sweat beading across his brow. Mystic tortoise shield, spirit transform, defend, he chanted. With the incantation spoken, a translucent blue shield, patterned like a tortoise shell, materialized instantly in front of Lucy, blocking the shards of rock that flew her way and absorbing them with a heavy, muffled thud. Thank you, Master Qing Xian. Lucy let out a sigh of relief. No need to thank me, Qing Xian replied, breathless. Summoning even this small amount of power left him feeling utterly drained. Realizing his attack had failed, Ibar tried once more to slip beneath the ground. But Qing Xian was ready. Ignoring the pain, he forced himself to draw one last talisman, his movements slower than before, but the lines more precise and forceful. Thunder shakes the earth, wind stirs the sky. Thunder and wind converge, shattering hidden shadows. Reveal, he invoked. A talisman, infused with a faint tremor of power, shot into the earth. Just as Duke Ibar was preparing to burrow, he suddenly felt the ground around him turn thick and viscous, like a mire. A tingling numbness crept over him, severing his magic and trapping half his body in the ground, leaving him struggling to move. Now's our chance. Lucy seized the moment. Celestial key reclaim. Open the gate of horologium. An ancient grandfather clock sprang into existence, its golden pendulum swinging down with perfect timing to strike the immobilized Duke Ibar. A deep, resonant thud echoed out. The unexpected blow left Duke Ibar reeling, his vision spinning. The book, Sunrise, slipped from his grasp and tumbled through the air. Fighting his exhaustion, Qing Xian hurried forward and snatched the book. My book, give it back. Duke Ibar struggled to pull himself from the ground, but pinned by the heavy clock, he could only watch helplessly as the book slipped from his hands. The battle was over. On the other side, Natsu had just driven back the Panisha brothers. He ran over excitedly, shouting, Awesome! We got the book. Mission complete. Let's burn it right now. But Qing Xian frowned, carefully inspecting the book in his hands. As his fingertips brushed the cover, he sensed an extremely faint, yet exquisitely woven magical current hidden beneath the lavish decorations. Wait, Natsu, there's something off about this book. There's a very clever illusion concealing its true nature. An illusion? Lucy leaned in with curiosity. Qing Xian nodded, raising the book as he addressed the crestfallen Duke Ibar. The corrupt power in this book has already dissipated. It's useless to you now. With that, he turned his attention away from Ibar. The three of them, book in hand, followed the mission instructions and soon arrived at the client's residence. The door was opened by a melancholy-looking man dressed in plain clothes, Cabby Salio. You are a wizard from fairy tale? Cabby's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as he saw Lucy present the guild emblem. That book? Yes, Lucy replied, taking out Sunrise. We've retrieved it from Duke Elber, as you requested. According to your commission, we're here to destroy it. Cabby stared at the ornate, garish book, his gaze filled with pain and loathing. That's right. That's the one. This book is the stain of my father, came Salio's life. The Duke threatened his family's safety, and he was forced to write this sycophantic novel in the Duke's honor. After that, my father never wrote again. He called it his greatest shame. He passed away soon after, consumed by regret. His voice choked with emotion. Please burn it now. I don't want to see it ever again. Natsu was just about to set the book on fire when Qing Xian stopped him. Mr. Cabby, forgive my impertinence, but before we destroy it, I'd like to examine the book once more. I suspect there's more to it than meets the eye. Cabby hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Qing Xian laid the book flat on the table and refocused his mind. He closed his eyes, letting his right thumb slowly slide between his forefinger and middle finger, silently calculating something. After a while, he opened his eyes with a look of resolve. Just as I thought, there's something hidden inside. He extended his right index finger, and a pale blue glow gathered at the tip. Hidden secrets reveal the truth. Cleanse illusion, break through the veil. Open. With the final word, the intricate blue rune traced by his fingertip blazed to life, then melted like a drop of water into the cover of Sunrise. The book immediately glowed with a gentle white light. The oversized pink heart-shaped gem on the cover faded away like a mirage, and the extravagant gold-embossed title, Sunrise, rippled and warped as if it were dissolving. In the astonished gazes of Cabby, Lucy, and Natsu, the light gradually faded, and the book was utterly transformed. It became a simple, even somewhat time-worn volume. On its cover, a tender handwritten script spelled out, Dear Cabby Star. What is this? Cabby's eyes widened in disbelief. Gently, Qing Xian opened the book. Inside, there was no story praising Duke Elber. Instead, page after page was filled with warm words and illustrations. These were the letters and diary entries King Salio had secretly left for his son while being forced to write for the Duke. Every line brimmed with unspoken love, encouragement, reflections on life, and a father's deep apologies and helplessness. In this secret way, he had cleverly hidden his care and guidance for his son inside the useless novel he'd been compelled to create. I'm afraid. Qing Xuan's voice was gentle, tinged with a touch of emotion. Mr. Kame didn't lay down his pen because he considered this book a disgrace. On the contrary, perhaps it was because this very book carried the truest feelings he ever poured into his work, his most satisfying creation. It was a unique masterpiece, crafted with extraordinary wisdom and courage. After writing this book, he no longer needed to create anything else. Cabby's hands trembled as he turned the pages, discovering the heartfelt words and profound love his father had hidden all these years. Tears streamed down his face, and would not stop. He sank to his knees and wept aloud, as if he could finally release all the grievances, misunderstandings, and longing that had built up over the years. It was a long time before Cabby could calm himself. He hugged dear Cabby tightly to his chest, as if cradling his most precious treasure. Then he stood, and with deep gratitude, bowed to Qingxian, Lucy, and Natsu. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I might never have learned the truth about my father. I might have spent my whole life locked in misunderstanding. Qingxian smiled. The book has found its rightful owner, and that's all that matters. He paused briefly. As for the reward for the quest, there's no need. This book should not be destroyed. It deserves to be cherished. Hearing these words, Cabby's face flushed with embarrassment. He rubbed his hands together, cheeks turning red. I'm really sorry. Actually, the reward I originally posted was only 200,000 J. I just couldn't afford anything more. But I was afraid no one would take the job if the pay was too low. So I secretly changed it to 2 million J. I am truly sorry. Natsu, unable to hold back any longer, pressed a hand to his forehead and grumbled. I knew it. It's always like this. Can we ever take a job with a generous, honest reward? Happy, there goes our fish again. Happy spread his paws helplessly in the air. The three friends and their cat bid a grateful Cabby farewell, then set off on their way back to the guild. Fairy Tale Guild Hall. A few days had passed since the demolition of the Ibar mansion. Master Makarov had yet to return from the council. Rumor had it he was still being reprimanded. A restless atmosphere of anticipation hung over the guild, but did nothing to dampen everyone's enthusiasm for chaos. At several newly arrived tables, still as crooked as ever, Kana was downing ale straight from a barrel bigger than herself. Ritas, drenched in sweat, was desperately trying to patch up the column Natsu had smashed during their last brawl. Levi and a few other girls huddled together, deep in animated discussion. Gray was still wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, locked in a battle between men, with Elfman over the last piece of steak. Natsu lay sprawled across the bar, listlessly bumping his head against the counter. I'm so bored. I wish I could eat some fire dragon meat. Qingxian sat in the corner on a chair that was still mostly intact, eyes closed, quietly resting. He had just finished the last half of his energy-suppressing pill from his pocket. The faint spiritual power within him, guided by the basic heart method of Mount Longhu, trickled through his body like a slender stream, painstakingly repairing the meridians damaged by the divine thunder of Zixiao. The progress was agonizingly slow. What he needed most right now was energy, a great deal of it, or perhaps a quiet place to cultivate. Unfortunately, in this guild from another world known as Fairy Tale, peace was almost impossible to come by. Gray, that steak's mine. Elfman, let go if you call yourself a real man. Natsu, stop banging your head. The table's about to break. Kana, enough drinking. You haven't paid your tab yet. Noisy, chaotic, brimming with life. This was the sum total of Qingxuan's impression of daily life in the Fairy Tale Guild. He opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar whirlwind of disorder before him. Inside, he felt nothing, except perhaps a hint of nostalgia for the days of sweeping fallen leaves on Mount Longhu. At least then it was quiet. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted, so loud and deep, it made Natsu's headbutt sound like whispers. The entire guild hall shook violently as a cloud of dust burst into the air. The guild's massive, long-suffering wooden doors exploded inward with a crash, frame and all, as if smashed by a battering ram. Shards of wood sprayed out in every direction like shrapnel. Wah! What happened? Is it an enemy? The raucous guild was instantly stunned into utter silence by the explosive commotion. Everyone froze, turning in shock and alarm toward the shattered entrance. Through the swirling dust, a towering figure strode into the hall. Her footsteps were deliberate and powerful, each one resounding in the hearts of all present like the beating of a war drum. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was the suit of armor she wore, heavy and resplendent, silver-white and covering her from head to toe like a moving fortress. The armor glittered with a cold, commanding light under the sun streaming through the doorway. Broad pauldrons, a massive breastplate, razor-edged vambraces and greaves, all radiated an overwhelming aura. Resting casually on her broad shoulder was a gigantic two-handed knight's sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance. She was tall and striking, her long crimson hair tied up in a neat ponytail, blazing like a living flame. She wore a half-mask helmet shaped like a ferocious demon, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and a pair of deep crimson eyes, hawk-like in their intensity, brimming with a stormy power beneath an outward calm. That single glance seemed to freeze the very air. But what was even more shocking was that she was not alone. Behind her, a heavy iron chain scraped across the ground, its other end binding the lifeless corpse of a massive beast. Its body as large as a hill, covered in pitch-black scales, with 3 twisted horns jutting from its head. Whatever life had once filled the creature was long gone. As the beast's carcass dragged along the floor, a deep, grating sound rumbled through the hall, hinting at its immense weight and, in turn, wordlessly proclaiming the staggering strength of the one who had dragged it here. The thudding of her armored footsteps, the beast's body scraping across stone, and the faint clink of metal joints. All these sounds echoed and multiplied in the silent guild hall. An invisible pressure, heavy as a mountain, surged in with the sharp tang of blood and the fetid stench unique to monsters, flooding every corner of the space in an instant. Qing Xuan's pupils narrowed, and the spiritual energy flowing within him faltered for a split second. It was not out of fear, but a primal alertness, a shock that defied words. He had encountered many formidable figures before, elders on Mount Longhu, whose presence was deep and whose mastery of the Tao came as naturally as breathing. Yet the armored figure before him was utterly different. Her power was immediate and cutting, like steel forged and reforged through countless battles. The force she wielded was a blade honed in the crucible of life and death, unmasked and unrestrained. Beneath the heavy armor, it was as if she was no mere mortal, but a peerless sword, freshly unsheathed and still stained with blood. What shook Qin Xian even more was that beneath that nearly tangible aura of lethal intent and unbreakable will, he sensed a hidden, yet unyieldingly strong fatigue. It was the exhaustion of a commander returned from endless wars, her armor still bearing the marks of battle, her gaze still razor-sharp, but her soul etched with a weariness that could never fully fade. Such a paradoxical and pure quality struck like a stone cast into the still waters of his heart, disturbing the calm he had cultivated for years with the faintest of ripples. Urza! Someone finally managed to call out her name, their voice laced with awe and trembling. It was as if a silent spell had shattered. The atmosphere in the guild hall shifted instantly. Everyone snapped to attention, alert and on edge. Just moments ago, Gray and Elfman, who had been quarreling, immediately separated. Gray hastily conjured up a set of clothes. Though he buttoned them wrong, he still managed to get dressed in a flash. Elfman straightened his back, putting on a stern and serious demeanor. Kana hurriedly set down her barrel of ale, wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth, and did her best to stand upright. Ritas stopped his restorative magic, while Levi and the other girls quickly tidied up their appearances. Natsu stopped bowing his head and slid down from the bar counter, standing tall and straight. The boredom on his face vanished, replaced with reverence and excitement. In the blink of an eye, the entire guild, which had been in utter chaos, fell into an uncanny silence and order. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed in unison on the crimson figure at the doorway, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Urza, the woman known as the Fairy Queen, swept her gaze calmly across the hall, her eyes finally resting on Natsu and Gray. She strode forward, her heavy battle boots thudding against the wooden floor with a deep, resonant sound, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the hearts of those present. The massive corpse of the beast she'd slain was dragged carelessly to the center of the hall, taking up most of the space. Natsu Gray. Urza's voice came through her helmet, calm and unwavering, laced with an authority that brooked no dissent. Come with me. There's a job. A job. Natsu's eyes sparkled, his energy returning in an instant. Gray instinctively shrank back, muttering under his breath, "Here we go again." "Yes," Urza replied curtly, her deep red eyes shifting toward the bar, where Wakaba was trying his best not to draw attention. "Wakaba, the master hasn't returned yet?" "And no, Urza." Wakaba carefully set down his pipe, his tone tinged with nervousness. Urza nodded slightly, as if this was no surprise to her. Her gaze swept over the guild members once more, pausing briefly on Mistigan and Lucy in the corner. Mistigan, in particular, his tattered robe and pale complexion were starkly out of place, causing Urza's brow to knit ever so slightly beneath her visor. "The situation is urgent." Urza withdrew her gaze, her tone growing even more grave. "I've tracked down a lead on a dark guild operating in Kanu City to the north. This guild is secretly gathering fragments of an ancient magical artifact the council has expressly forbidden. Lullaby. Lullaby? Wakaba's face drained of color. "You mean that legendary curse flute that can wipe out an entire city in an instant? A dark guild? Lullaby." Lucy's face went pale as the words sank in. Qin Xian lifted his head as well. Ancient magical artifact? Steals life? That sounded like an incredibly dangerous accursed object. As expected, In this world, sinister magical tools seem to appear one after another without end. That's right, Urza affirmed Wakaba's explanation. Even though they only have fragments now, if they manage to gather and restore the whole thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. I need people, immediately, to head to Kanunu City and stop them before they succeed. The name of that dark guild is Iron Forest, Eisenwald. Iron Forest? Natsu cracked his knuckles, flames flaring in his palms. Just hearing that name makes me want to teach them a lesson. Leave it to me. I'll make them pay for what they've done. Gray straightened up, his expression turning serious. Since it's your mission, Urza, of course I'm in. Urza nodded, her gaze sweeping over the guild hall once more. Her eyes paused briefly on Lucy. Celestial Spirit Mage Lucy Hartfilia. Your skills may prove useful. Startled to be singled out, Lucy snapped to attention. Yes, Miss Urza. Finally, Urza's gaze settled on Qing Xian, who lingered in the corner. That long robe, those pale, weak yet uncannily calm eyes, and the strange abilities Wakaba had whispered about, the ones he displayed at the Ibar estate. Natsu, Urza suddenly spoke. You seem to value this new member quite a bit. Huh, you mean the guy in the robe? Natsu brightened immediately, pointing at Qing Xian and exclaiming, Urza, he's amazing. He might look skinny, but he can freeze people right in there. Tracks. He even stopped a monkey, and he can throw little fireballs that explode. He helped us a ton in the mine and at Ibar's place. We have to bring him with us. He'll definitely be useful. Qing Xian thought to himself in silence. All he wanted was a quiet place to restore his energy, or perhaps something to eat. A dark guild, a cursed flute, just hearing about it sounded like a headache. He was about to speak up, intending to politely decline this extra assignment. Oh, Urza's eyes flashed a sharp, crimson light beneath her helm as she studied Qing Xian, her gaze both probing and appraising. You can easily bind enemies and have unique explosive powers as well. Mr. Qing Xian? She pronounced his name with precision. This mission is dangerous. We need every ounce of strength we can rely on. Your abilities could be the key. Please, lend us your help. Her tone wasn't forceful, but carried an unshakable resolve and sincerity that left no room for refusal. Those deep red eyes, shining through the visor, clearly conveyed her earnest plea. Qing Xian looked into her eyes, then glanced at Natsu and Lucy beside him, their faces full of anticipation. He thought of his own empty pouch and depleted spiritual energy. He fell silent for a few seconds, and at last, as if resigning himself to fate, stood up from his chair. He brushed off imaginary dust from his robe and tightened the string on his pouch. All right. Qing Xian's voice remained calm. As long as there's food, I'm in. Silently, he added in his heart, Ancestors above, the after-sale service in this other world just keeps expanding. A dark guild? A cursed flute? TCH, I'll have to charge double for this job. No, triple. White steam billowed from the locomotive, spreading across the empty platform of Kanunu Station, tinged with the smell of metal and coal. The vast waiting hall was deserted. Only the sound of Qing Xian and his companion's footsteps echoed in the emptiness, sounding oddly out of place. Why isn't there a single person in the station? Lucy clutched her celestial spirit keys tightly, glancing around with heightened alertness. The oppressive silence weighed even heavier than any noise. Qing Xian said nothing. He crouched down, running his fingertips along the damp cracks in the stone floor, then rubbed his fingers together. A dark red stain, mixed with cold dust and carrying a faint metallic tang, smeared his fingertips. It's blood, already dried. Urza's silver armor gleamed coldly beneath the dim lights. She paused mid-step, her sharp gaze sweeping both sides of the platform and the crisscrossing steel structures overhead. Her hand rested on the hilt of her massive knight's sword at her waist. Iron Forest people have been here. Stay alert for an ambush. Ugh, Natsu suddenly clutched his stomach, turning pale as he dropped to his knees, forehead pressed against the icy steel rails. Why do we have to take the train? Idiot. Gray kicked him mercilessly. Now's not the time to get sick. Get up. Clack, clack, clack. A shrill, grating clash of metal rang out almost simultaneously from every entrance to the platform. Heavy iron gates crashed down like the fangs of some great beast, slamming shut over every exit. In an instant, everyone was trapped in the narrow center of the platform. As the gates slammed shut, shadows stirred atop the platform canopy, between abandoned train cars, and at the mouths of ventilation ducts. Dozens of figures emerged, ghost-like and silent. All wore dark green cloaks, the hems embroidered with twisted patterns of bramble. Iron Forest's unmistakable insignia. Each held a unique magical weapon, the tips and blades flickering with an ominous purple light, aimed coldly at Qing Xian and his companions. Members of Fairy Tale, a hoarse voice echoed through the empty station hall from the loudspeakers, reverberating with mockery and malice. How do you like this little welcome gift? Beneath her mask, Urza's eyes were as sharp as cold steel, her crimson hair drifting slightly in the still air. Natsu forced himself to his feet, fighting off a wave of nausea, his fists bursting into blazing flames. Gray was enveloped in a chilling aura. Lucy's face had gone pale. Happy hovered tensely above Natsu's head. Qing Xian rose slowly, what little magic remained in his body flowing with difficulty as his fingers slipped quietly into the pouch at his waist. Aragorn. Urza's voice cut through the static of the speakers, cold and laced with deadly intent. Show yourself. A raspy chuckle came again from the speakers. No need to rush, Fairy Queen. Before I see you off, why not hear our magnificent plan? A figure stepped out from the high control room at the far end of the platform. He hovered in midair, swirling currents of blue-green wind spinning beneath his feet. It was none other than Aragorn, leader of Isenwald. In his hand, he held a strange, jet-black flute, entwined as though made from withered bones, the tip set with a dark gemstone that radiated a chilling, sinister energy. This was none other than the cursed flute, one of the fragments of Lullaby. Do you see this beautiful flute? Aragorn raised the fragment of Lullaby, his eyes burning with fanaticism and cruelty. When it plays, Lullaby's cursed melody will sweep over the entire city of Kanunu like the whispers of death itself. Every soul who hears it will be stolen away. Just imagine what a spectacular sight that will be. Are you insane? Lucy couldn't help but shout, her voice ringing out. Why would you want to hurt innocent people? Innocent? Aragorn responded with a harsh, grating laugh, as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke. No. You people from the so-called light guilds are always so naive. Kanunu? That's just the beginning, a mere prologue. His voice suddenly grew sharp, brimming with deep-seated hatred. Our true target is those high and mighty big shots who control our destinies. Right now, as we speak, the guild masters from all the major light guilds are meeting at the conference center nearby, plotting how to eradicate so-called vermin like us. Urza, Natsu, and Gray's expressions turned grim and heavy all at once. The guild masters? Lucy cried out in shock. That's right. Aragorn's smile twisted into something ferocious and wild. Picture this, when the cursed song of Lullaby pierces through these walls, striking when those old fools least expect it. Every single leader of the light guilds will die here together, sent straight to hell by our Isenwald. The balance of the entire magical world will be overturned. The age of darkness will begin with us. This is the true Great Purge. Qingxuan's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. So their real target was all the guild masters? And a mass assassination all at once. This wasn't just ordinary evil. It was pure madness and utter destruction. The remnants of magic within him sensed the fragment of the cursed flute, radiating a dreadful malice that targeted the soul. It wrapped around like a suffocating shadow, sending chills down his spine. Something this vile could never be allowed to exist. Attack! Aragorn suddenly swung his arm, his roar amplified through loudspeakers, shaking the entire space. Leave no one alive. Kill! All along the platform, dozens of Isenwald mages let out a furious battle cry. Dark purple magic flared like a torrential storm, pouring down in waves. Blades of wind, icy spikes, venom, crushing gravity, terrifying spells wove together into a web of destruction, instantly engulfing the entire station. Scatter! Urza commanded with a steely voice. Her silver armor radiated overwhelming force as she drew her massive knight's sword in a flash, sending a cold gleam slicing straight into the oncoming barrage of magic. Fire Dragon, roar! Natsu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. The inferno clashed headlong with the howling winds, erupting into a fierce explosion of energy. Ice make shield! Gray pressed both hands to the ground. Instantly, a thick wall of ice surged upward, blocking several poisonous arrows that shot toward them. Open, Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus! Lucy called out, her voice strained with effort. In response, the powerful Minotaur emerged, hefting his colossal axe and effortlessly hacking through several magical attacks that hurtled toward her. Happy flitted skillfully through the swirling storm of magic, weaving around the oncoming spells by a hair's breadth. Qing Xian was the swiftest of them all. As a barrage of spells descended, he shifted his footing, sliding sideways with astonishing agility. A beam of corrosive energy grazed perilously close to his robe, but he twisted away just in time. His eyes glinted with icy resolve as he drew 3 talisman papers from his pouch, 2 faintly glowing bind seals and a third, darker one, etched with intricate patterns, a minor thunderflame talisman. "Bind," he commanded. The 2 bind seals shot forward, transforming into faint golden lights that struck 2 Iron Forest members in the midst of casting powerful spells. The instant the lights touched them, their movements froze. Their spells backfired, and both collapsed to the ground with muffled cries. "Thunderflame, break!" Without hesitation, Qing Xian hurled the minor Thunderflame talisman toward the densest cluster of enemy mages gathered atop the platform. The talisman turned into a crackling red fireball, streaking through the air. A deafening explosion tore through the air overhead. Flames burst outward in all directions, with arcs of lightning dancing wildly. Several Iron Forest members, unable to dodge in time, were flung aside by the blast. Shards of stone and metal came crashing down from above. The shockwave disrupted the enemy's attack pattern, granting Fairy Tail a fleeting moment of relief. "Well done, Rogue God!" Natsu yelled, pouncing on the opportunity. Flames roared to life around his fists. Fire dragons, wing attack. He hurtled forward like a blazing missile, determined to smash through the enemy's encirclement. Don't let them interfere with Lord Aragorn. Members of Iron Forest surged in, fearless in the face of danger. Blasts of magic streaked across the air, forcing Natsu to retreat. High above, Aragorn hovered in the air, his gaze icy as he observed the chaos below. The shard of lullaby in his hand pulsed with a dark, ominous light. "Struggle all you like, Fairy Tail. Today marks your demise." He slowly brought the piece of the magic flute to his lips. A sinister, bone-chilling magic began to coil through the air, and the atmosphere grew heavy with the dread of what was to come. A heavy suit of silver-white armor seemed to dissolve like a phantom, replaced by an even more formidable set, massive, angular, and radiating a sacred golden brilliance. Towering pauldrons rose like ramparts, and the golden plates that shielded her from head to toe shimmered with an unbreakable sheen. In her hands appeared a colossal greatsword, even larger than before, its blade wrapped in glowing, sacred runes. This was the adamantine armor, the very embodiment of absolute defense and the power to crush all evil. "What?" Aragorn's face twisted in shock as he felt that pure, overwhelming holy aura. His hands faltered, and the flute slipped from his lips for a moment. "Aragorn!" Urza's voice rang out from behind the golden helm, deep and commanding, resonating like the toll of a judgment bell. "Your ambitions end here." A bolt of golden light flashed. Urza's form vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she hurtled toward Aragorn, the rush of air screaming in her wake, her presence. An unstoppable force. The massive sword of light in her grip blazed with righteous power, descending upon him like a ray of divine judgment. "Adamotinos!" Her furious cry merged with the piercing shriek of her sword as it sliced through the air. The diamond armor radiated a sacred, silvery white glow, while the massive sword of light brimmed with the power to shatter evil. With a mighty swing, it came crashing down toward Aragorn, who hovered in the air, clutching his lullaby flute. But Aragorn's reaction was lightning fast. The wicked grin never left his face as the swirling blue currents at his feet suddenly burst forth. "Too slow, Fairy Queen!" Aragorn bellowed with wild laughter, his body instantly swept skyward by a fierce gust, narrowly dodging Urza's thunderous blow. The sword of light struck only empty air. Its razor-sharp energy gouged a deep trench into the railway tracks below. "Face this, Stormmail." Aragorn steadied himself midair, arms flung wide. His dark green cloak billowed fiercely, snapping and cracking even without wind. It was as if an invisible giant hand was churning the air within the station hall. Countless miniature whirlwinds sprang forth, devouring and feeding upon one another, merging in the blink of an eye into several towering tornadoes that pierced from floor to ceiling. A deafening roar of wind drowned out every other sound. The raging tornadoes swept through the narrow platform like furious beasts unleashed. Shards of stone, twisted rails, shattered wooden crates, even entire abandoned train cars were sucked up into the columns of wind, spinning and tearing apart at terrifying speed. Purple wind blades, as sharp and tangible as real knives, carved through the air in dense, shrieking arcs. "Watch out!" Urza's warning rang out, but her voice was instantly swallowed by the storm's furious howling. The massive pressure of the wind made even her heavy diamond armor difficult to bear. Sparks showered from beneath her feet as she struggled to stay upright, heels grinding against the stone platform. Natsu's newly kindled flames were snuffed out in an instant by the raging gusts. He was flung into the air like a severed kite, crashing hard into the station wall. Gray desperately conjured walls of ice to shield them, but under the slashing wind blades, the ice shattered like fragile paper. Lucy screamed as she was lifted off her feet, and Happy clung desperately to her sleeve, barely keeping her from being swept away. Qingshuan's face turned pale as he staggered, his form wavering in the chaos, dodging flying debris and slicing wind by sheer instinct. He tried to activate a talisman, but his spirit energy, already depleted, was nearly crushed beneath the storm's force. Even standing was a struggle. A newly drawn, stabilized charm was snatched from his grasp and shredded by the wind before he could use it. In a matter of seconds, the entire platform transformed into a deadly cage of howling storms. The group was battered and separated by the overwhelming winds. Forget fighting back. Merely hanging on to life became an ordeal. Ha ha! Fall into despair. Fairy tale. Aragorn hovered at the heart of the storm, like a god wielding the very winds, his wild laughter slicing through the howling gale. Once you're torn to pieces, I'll take care of those old fools next. No, Lucy. Amid the chaos, Happy clung tightly to Lucy, his small body tossed about by the violent winds. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and he shouted with all his might, Lucy, the key, Virgo's key. I have it with me. Lucy forced her eyes open against the stinging sand and wind, catching sight of Happy as he struggled to fish out a uniquely shaped golden key from his tiny backpack. The handle was adorned with a star-shaped pattern. Virgo, the celestial spirit of Virgo. Instantly, Lucy understood what Happy meant. But summoning a new spirit required forming a contract, a process that took time. All the while, those raging blades of wind could sweep them away at any moment. There's no time left to hesitate. Determination flashed in Lucy's eyes. She bit her fingertip hard, using every ounce of her strength to fling a drop of magic-infused blood onto the key clutched in Happy's paw, then cried out at the top of her lungs. In the name of Lucy Heartfilia, open the gate of Virgo. Virgo, I need your power. A resonant hum filled the air. The key burst into a brilliant silver light. The radiant glow formed a protective barrier, enveloping Lucy and Happy for the moment. Within the shimmering light, a petite celestial spirit appeared, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, her short pink hair framing her face and wielding an enormous pair of gardening shears. Expressionless, she glanced at Lucy, then calmly surveyed the wild storm all around them. Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Virgo of the Maiden. The price for our contract is... Virgo's voice was serene and unruffled. We'll talk about the price later. Virgo, get us out of here. Take us underground. Lucy pointed urgently at the wet stone floor beneath their feet. Virgo nodded, hoisting her massive shears and plunging them forcefully into the ground. Light a Virgo. Tunnel excavation. A sharp, tearing sound cut through the chaos. The solid ground yielded as if it were soft clay, sliced open effortlessly. A deep tunnel, slanting downward, suddenly appeared at their feet. A tunnel. Everyone get inside. Lucy shouted to her companions, struggling against the storm's fury. Move. Urza commanded without hesitation. The glow of her adamantine armor flashed as she instantly swapped to a lighter, silver-white battle attire. She grabbed Gray at her side and led the way, leaping into the newly formed tunnel. Natsu, and you in the robe. Lucy called out to Natsu, who was plastered to the wall by the wind, and to Qing Xian, who was struggling to move. Ugh, this cursed wind. Natsu gritted his teeth, fighting to break free. When he spotted the tunnel entrance, hope blazed anew in his eyes. Qing Xian also saw his chance. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last of his strength. With a swift flicker, he darted past several blades of wind like a nimble fish, making for the tunnel entrance. The group tumbled into the tunnel in a flurry of movement. Baruga sprang in right after them, swinging her giant garden shears to seal the entrance in one decisive motion, shutting out the raging winds and Elijur's maniacal laughter completely. The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, save for the faint silvery glow from Baruga's shears. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Having narrowly escaped disaster, everyone was gasping for breath. Phew, we're finally safe. Happy collapsed onto the ground in relief. Baruga, thank you, Lucy said, her voice still trembling with fear. I'm only doing my duty, master, Baruga replied, putting away her shears. Her expression remained calm as she stood off to the side. That Elijur. Natsu slammed his fist into the damp earthen wall, sparks flying from his knuckles. He's going after the guild masters. We have to stop him, Gray said, his face grave. Urza's expression was icy. In the dim light, her silver armor gleamed coldly. The Kanunu Conference Center isn't far. Elijur can ride the storm. He's unbelievably fast. We'll have to be faster. Leave it to me. Happy immediately took to the air, patting his little chest with his paw. I'll fly Natsu there. We'll chase him from above. Great. Natsu's eyes lit up. Happy, let's go. Wait, Lucy called out, her voice urgent. The storm outside hasn't died down yet. It's too dangerous. We don't have time. Natsu shouted back, his eyes blazing with impatience. Lucy, Gray, you two go with Urza and head there on the ground. He turned to Qingxian. You gynarobe. Qingxian didn't wait for him to finish. I'm coming with you, through the air. Though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, wind riding was a fundamental Daoist art. He could just manage a short flight. The tunnel was safe, but taking a detour would be far too slow. All right. Natsu wasted no more words. He grabbed Happy's tail. Happy, take off. Got it. Happy spread his wings, and with Natsu in tow, shot upwards like an arrow from a bow. They burst through the packed earth above, soaring into the still raging, but now shifting, edge of the storm. Qingxian took a deep breath, fighting off the waves of weakness inside him. His hands flashed through a series of incantations as he whispered a spell. A faint yet pure stream of air gathered beneath his feet, lifting him up as light as a feather. He followed right behind Happy, gliding out of the tunnel and melting into the shadowy night sky. Go! To the conference center, Urza commanded without hesitation, leading Lucy and Gray as they dashed forward through the tunnel, following its winding path. High above the ground, the remnants of the storm still raged with wild abandon. Elijah stood astride a massive, swirling vortex of blue-green wind, looking every bit the demon king who commanded the very dragons of the sky. He hurtled toward the conference center on the outskirts of Kanunu City at breakneck speed. In his hand, the fragment of the lullaby flute shimmered with an eerie glow, its finger holes pointed menacingly at the city below. Let's use this city as a little test run. Elijah sneered, lips curling as he brought the flute close. Elijah, a furious shout, thunderous and explosive, erupted from behind. Elijah whipped around, pupils contracting in shock. Natsu could be seen, sprawled across Happy's back, rocketing through the thinning clouds like a human cannonball, hurtling directly toward him. Close behind, a figure draped in a tattered blue robe struggled to keep pace, riding faint air currents. Though his form wavered, his resolve was unwavering. He pressed on with iron determination. Persistent pests. Elijah snarled, startled and enraged. He hadn't expected them to catch up so quickly, much less intercept him in the skies. Abandoning his attempt to play the flute, Elijah's whirlwind surged forward with a burst of speed. With a sweeping motion, he sent a volley of razor-sharp wind blades slashing toward Natsu and Qingxian, each one as deadly as a reaper's scythe. Happy, dodge! Natsu bellowed. Aye, sir, Happy chirped, twisting and tumbling through the air, narrowly evading the wind blades. Qingxuan's figure flickered like a willow leaf caught in the wind, slipping past the deadly blades by a hair's breadth. But each evasive maneuver drained him further, his already pale face growing even more ashen, the spiritual energy within him dwindling like a stream on the verge of drying up. Fire dragons roar. Seizing the opening, Natsu unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. Yet, the blaze faltered amid the raging winds and breakneck speed, its power greatly diminished. Elijah easily fended it off with a swirling barrier of wind. Useless. In the sky, the wind belongs to me. Elijah laughed maniacally, gathering an even more fearsome surge of wind magic. Spears of a storm. Several long spears, forged from tightly compressed hurricanes, tore through the air with a shriek, racing straight for Natsu. They were impossibly fast, their reach impossibly wide. Damn it! Natsu and Happy's eyes widened in terror. There was nowhere to run. At that perilous instant, a streak of blue surged forward, throwing itself between the storm's spears and their intended target. It was Qingxian, face as pale as death, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qingxuan's eyes remained eerily calm. Instead of dodging the steel-rending spears, he brought his hands together in a rapid series of seals, desperately channeling the last remnants of his spirit power into his fingertips. He bit down hard on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the last remaining talisman in his pouch, a deep crimson charm, inscribed with the most intricate runes. Heaven and earth without bounds. I invoke the powers of creation, essence of blazing fire. Heed my command. Qingxuan's voice was hoarse, resolute to the end. Fiery talisman, command. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the crimson talisman burst into flames, consumed in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The talisman transformed into a fireball the size of a human head, incredibly dense, radiating pure heat and an aura of utter destruction in brilliant gold and crimson. Within the fireball, It seemed as if liquid flames surged and roared, alive with untamed power. The instant it appeared, even the turbulent air around it froze in place, caught by its presence. Qing Xian, summoning the last of his strength, hurled this orb, seething with terrifying heat and the purest essence of fire, straight toward Natsu, who stood behind him, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Natsu, eat it!" "What?" Natsu was stunned, but his body reacted faster than his mind. The unadulterated essence of fire radiating from that golden red sphere was an irresistible temptation, like a starving tiger catching the scent of fresh, bleeding prey after 3 days without food. Almost on instinct, Natsu opened his mouth wide and inhaled sharply. With a sound like a great rush of wind, the compact, golden fireball vanished down Natsu's throat in an instant, as if a whale had swallowed a mouthful of water. A thunderous surge exploded through him. Natsu's body convulsed violently. A wild, unprecedented surge of pure flame erupted inside him like a volcano, overwhelming and raw. The air around him warped in an instant. His skin flushed crimson. Every strand of his cherry-pink hair stood on end as though set alight. Brilliant golden flames burst uncontrollably from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, pouring forth like living fire. Natsu's roar was a blend of agony and overwhelming power, echoing through the chaos. This was not the Dragon Slayer's fire he had cultivated himself, but the purest essence of celestial fire, born from otherworldly magic. The force was wild and unfamiliar, yet it resonated with his own dragon-slaying power in some strange, thrilling harmony. Suddenly, Natsu lifted his head. His eyes blazed with golden fire as he locked his gaze on Aragorn, who stared back in horror. At the same time, a wild, powerful grin curled across Natsu's lips, nearly feral in its intensity. "Aragorn," Natsu's voice rumbled like molten lava. "Are you ready to be turned into roast bird?" Inside the tunnel, only the faint silver glow from Balyuj's oversized gardening shears provided enough light to make out the slick, muddy ground beneath their feet. Urza led the way at the head of the group. Gray followed close behind, a chill mist swirling around him. Lucy hurried after them, with Balyuj floating silently at her side, her face unreadable. The tunnel was narrow, the silence thick and oppressive. The only sounds were their hurried footsteps, and from somewhere deep within, the occasional drip of water echoing off the walls. Lucy couldn't help but glance over at Balyuj. Petite in stature, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, her short pink hair framing an expressionless face. Balyuj was an odd sight, especially with those enormous gardening shears that seemed comically oversized for her small frame. Yet Lucy's mind involuntarily conjured up images of the maids at Duke Ibar's estate. Tall, imposing women with razor-sharp eyes and gleaming silver ribbons in hand, capable of restraining even a Talos with a single twist and binding it utterly. Lucy couldn't help but mutter softly, breaking the silence of the underground tunnel. Miss Barluga? You're both maids, but why is there such a huge difference between you and the ones at the Duke of Ibar's estate?" She gestured with her hand to indicate height. "Those maids over there all look, well, like Mr. Elfman in a dress." Gray, walking ahead, stumbled a little. Even Urza's steps seemed to falter for the briefest moment. Barluga halted her floating and turned her head expressionlessly, her large, unblinking eyes settling on Lucy. "Master, are you referring to differences in physique? The appearance and abilities of celestial spirits depend on the contract holder's imagination and the nature of the celestial spirit world. Those power-specialized combat maids you mentioned are considered custom models for special needs in the celestial spirit world. My duties are gardening, cleaning, and digging. The standard configuration is more than sufficient for these tasks." Her tone was utterly flat, as if simply stating a fact. "Additionally, Master, if you have specific requirements regarding physique, you may clearly specify your parameters before the next summoning. Would you like a live demonstration of my muscle expansion mode?" No, that's absolutely not necessary." Lucy waved her hands frantically, terrified she'd suddenly turn into a muscle Barbie. "This is perfect as it is. Absolutely perfect. All right." Desperate to change the subject, she quickly remembered the most crucial question. "Miss Barluga, what about your key? Happy said he found it at the Duke of Ibar's place." Barluga nodded. "Yes, Master. I accidentally lost that key in the celestial spirit world. It ended up in the human world, eventually abandoned in the underground storage room of the Duke of Ibar's mansion." Her gaze seemed to pierce through the tunnel walls, fixed on some distant point. That blue cat stumbled upon it while rummaging through the ruins. "After the battle at the mansion, I sensed a fluctuation from the key, so I immediately projected myself through the celestial passage to find him. And then, Lucy pressed on. I told him the key belonged to me and asked him to pass it on to a blonde woman with celestial spirit magic. That is, you, master. Barluga's tone remained as calm as ever, as if recounting something trivial. Given the intensity of the battle above ground and the cat's limited comprehension, I didn't explain the cost of the contract in detail. Once the key was handed over, I returned to the celestial spirit world to await your summons. Lucy suddenly understood. So that's how it was. It was Barluga who had sought out Happy, who found the key, and specifically instructed him to give it to her. No wonder the first summoning had gone so smoothly. Barluga's large, unblinking eyes fixed once more on Lucy. Master, just now you questioned my professional image. Shall I administer a punishment? Whipping, solitary confinement, or cleaning 100 alien toilets from the astral realm? Please choose. Lucy froze on the spot, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. And no need. I absolutely wasn't questioning you. Miss Barluga, you are extremely professional. Absolutely perfect. Please, cancel the punishment options. Understood. Without a hint of emotion, Barluga turned away, floating in the other direction. Punishment options temporarily suspended. Master may request activation at any time. Lucy could only sigh inwardly, feeling utterly drained. Beside her, Gray was doing his best not to burst out laughing. That little episode eased the tension in the tunnel just a bit, but Urza's pace only quickened, the worry in her eyes plain to see. She was clearly anxious about what was happening at the conference center, and about Natsu and Qin Xian, who had gone ahead alone to chase after Aragorn. The tunnel seemed endless, damp air pressing in and making it hard to breathe. Up ahead, a faint glimmer of light hinted at the tunnel's exit. Just as they were about to reach the end, everyone's nerves relaxed for an instant. A sudden, piercing sound sliced through the silence. A shadow, swift as a wraith, shot out from the darkness of the tunnel wall. Its target, Urza, who was walking at the very front, completely off guard. It was a slender, jet-black needle, the tip shimmering with an eerie blue light, a poison dart, and with it, a cloud of colorless, odorless, paralyzing gas burst forth, dizzying and numbing in an instant. The ambusher's timing was fiendishly precise. Urza! Gray reacted without thinking. The moment the dart flew, he slammed his palms down on the ground. Ice make shield wall. With a sharp crack, a thick wall of ice erupted from the floor, just in time to shield Urza's back. There was a metallic clang as the dart struck, burying itself several inches deep in the ice, its tail quivering violently, while the poison sizzled, eating into the surface and sending up wisps of white smoke. Urza had sensed the dart the moment it whistled through the air, her eyes flashing with steely resolve. She didn't look back, didn't even pause. Her body shifted ever so slightly, as if she'd foreseen the attack's path all along. As the ice wall rose, her silver armor transformed in a burst of light, instantly replaced by a sleeker, more agile suit, its joints gleaming with razor-sharp blades, the armor of flight. Requip, armor of flight. In the same breath, as the transformation completed, Urza twisted her body at an impossible angle, her right hand snapping back like lightning. With flawless precision, she seized the neck of a small, shadowy figure, someone trying to escape into the darkness under cover of the paralyzing mist. Ugh! The ambusher let out a short, startled cry as Urza yanked him out of the shadows as easily as plucking up a chick. He was a short man, dressed in a tight-fitting ninja suit, with only his eyes visible through a hood. Terror and disbelief filled his gaze. This was none other than Kageyama, known as Poison Shadow, one of the Iron Forest lieutenants. Hot! Urza's voice was cold as ice, her grip tightening. Kageyama struggled to breathe. Iron Forest scum, hiding here for sneak attack. Gray dispelled his ice wall, his eyes dark with malice. Speak. What other plans does Aragorn have? Urza demanded, her tone sharp and commanding. I was just ordered to stall you, Kageyama gasped, forcing out the words. Urza had no patience for delays. Gray, freeze him. Bring him along. She tossed Kageyama over to Gray. Ice make shackles. Heavy chains of ice instantly locked up Kageyama's arms and legs. Move. Urza wasted no time, switching back to her usual armor and charging toward the tunnel exit. Natsu and Kage are facing Aragorn alone. We can't let anything happen at the conference center. Hurry. The group dashed out of the tunnel without hesitation. Blinding sunlight was shrouded by swirling sand carried on the wind. A massive, deep blue cyclone loomed above the conference center, its slow rotation filling the air with an eerie, haunting wail. At the eye of the storm, Aragorn hovered, raising the cursed fragment of the lullaby flute high, its surface glowing with a sinister light. His face twisted in crazed triumph. Stop him! Urza's furious shout was ripped apart by the howling wind. With Gray, Lucy, and the frozen solid Kageyama in tow, she had just burst from the tunnel. But two figures in the sky were even faster. Aragorn, take this! Riding atop Happy, Natsu let out a roar that thundered across the battlefield. He was engulfed in flames brighter than ever before, nearly white-hot, the fire wild and pure. It radiated a destructive force unlike anything he'd ever possessed, the essence of the leaf fire, forged by Kage especially for him. Fire Dragon's blazing path, no longer a mere roar, but a terrifying pillar of fire, compressed to the limit and blazing white like a laser, burst from Natsu's mouth. Wherever the fire surged, even the raging storm was ripped apart and vaporized. The air shimmered with waves of heat. What? Aragorn's crazed grin vanished, replaced by horror. The wind barrier he conjured in haste crumbled like paper before the blazing fury. Boom! The searing white fire struck Aragorn at the storm's heart with unerring precision. A blinding flash swallowed everything, and a shockwave of raw force erupted outward, shattering the storm vortex in an instant. A shrill, agonized scream tore from Aragorn's lips. Like a wounded bird, he plunged from the sky, trailing black smoke, and crashed heavily onto the plaza before the conference center. The fragment of the lullaby flute slipped from his grasp, tumbling away and coming to rest in the dust. The storm subsided. Sunlight flooded back, illuminating Aragorn's charred, smoking body, now utterly unconscious. We did it! Lucy cried out in astonished delight. Natsu, that was amazing! Gray finally let out a breath of relief. Urza, whose nerves had been taut as a drawn bowstring, allowed herself to relax ever so slightly. But her sharp gaze immediately swept to the tightly shut doors of the conference center, making sure the masters inside were safe. Natsu, are you all right? Happy's anxious voice rang out. There, still suspended in midair, was Natsu, who had unleashed that earth-shattering attack. The flames that had engulfed him faded like a receding tide. The brilliant white light ebbed away, revealing his face, pale as parchment, and his chest heaving with ragged breaths. The power of the fire spirit far exceeded what his body could bear. Now, as the backlash struck, he was utterly spent, clinging to Happy's claws, barely holding on, gasping so hard he could scarcely form words. On the other side, Qingxian descended gently, riding a faint current of air. Even so, as he touched down, he staggered, struggling to steady himself. His spiritual energy, already depleted, had been completely drained, summoning the fire spirit. The channels in his body ached like parched, cracked earth, and every breath carried the taste of blood. He looked even worse than Natsu, his lips devoid of color, face deathly pale. Yet his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the fragment of the lullaby flute that had rolled across the ground. That thing, he could feel it was even more dangerous now. Oomph. Pathetic Aragorn. A cold, sinister voice suddenly rang out. To everyone's shock, Kageyama, the man Gray had been dragging along, who'd been playing dead the entire time, had somehow managed to slip out of the ice shackles restraining him. In a flash, like a shadowy wraith, he darted forward and snatched up the fragment of the lullaby flute, its eerie glow pulsing in his hand. What? Gray exclaimed, trying to stop him, but he was a heartbeat too late. Stop him! Urza barked, instantly summoning her knight's sword. Ha ha! Aragorn may have failed, but I will carry on Eisenwald's will. Kageyama laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with twisted fervor. He raised the flute to his lips, ready to play. The power of lullaby will be mine. Enough! Kageyama! A voice, aged yet resounding with supreme authority, boomed across the plaza like a bell of judgment. The conference center's sealed doors burst open with a thunderous crash. There stood Makarov Dreyer, master of fairy tale, striding out with unshakable composure. Short and white-haired, with a matching beard, he seemed almost unassuming at first glance. But the aura he projected now was like a towering mountain, so imposing it pressed the air from their lungs. Behind him followed several other guild masters of the light guilds, every one of them grim-faced and somber. Makarov's sharp gaze locked onto Kageyama. Put down the magic flute. The path of darkness leads only to destruction. Look at what became of Aragorn. Do you really want to follow in his footsteps, consumed by hatred and ambition? There's still time to turn back. Do it now. Kageyama's whole body trembled violently. Makarov's words struck him like a heavy hammer, pounding mercilessly against a heart clouded by ambition and fear. He looked around, taking in Aragorn's miserable end, the stern gazes of the guild masters, and the cold, murderous intent radiating from Urza and the others. His hand, still clutching the magic flute, began to shake uncontrollably as he held it aloft. The madness in Kageyama's eyes slowly faded, replaced by confusion and terror. With a clatter, the flute, the fragment of lullaby glowing with an eerie light, slipped from his trembling grasp and fell to the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped Urza, Gray, and Lucy. With Master Makarov stepping forward, it seemed the crisis was finally over. But then, a deep, vibrating hum filled the air. In the very instant the magic flute struck the floor, everything changed. The black flute fragment suddenly erupted with a blinding, otherworldly violet light. A wave of malice, more terrifying and sinister than anything Aragorn had unleashed, an aura that seemed to pour from the depths of the abyss, exploded outward. The ghostly purple glow writhed and swelled as though it were alive. "Watch out!" Qingxuan's raspy warning and Urza's sharp shout rang out in unison. An earth-shaking explosion ripped through the room as the violet light burst apart. From within the glare, a monstrous creature materialized. Huge, twisted, and terrifying, its body fashioned entirely from gleaming white bones and writhing energies of purple-black resentment. It had no clear features, just two cavernous eye sockets aflame with ghostly fire and a gaping maw stretching open in a silent scream. A scream that tore straight into the souls of everyone present. The true form of the cursed flute, Lullaby. With a voiceless roar that shuddered through their spirits, the Lullaby monster lunged, massive bone claws slashing through the air with enough force to rip the fabric of space itself, aiming directly for Kageyama and the nearby guild masters. "Ice make shield." Gray's reaction was lightning fast. A towering shield of ice materialized instantly. Adamantine armor. In a flash, Urza re-equipped, her enormous sword meeting the monster's claw head-on. A thunderous crash. Ice shattered instantly, sending Gray hurtling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Urza's radiant blade collided with the bone claw, unleashing an ear-splitting screech of metal and a shockwave of raw energy. With a muffled gasp, Urza, her mighty form clad in adamantine, was forced back several steps, her armor now bearing fine cracks. "Open." Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus. Lucy gritted her teeth and summoned her spirit. "Moo!" Taurus bellowed, swinging his massive axe at the monster's leg. A resounding clang echoed through the chaos. The massive axe crashed down on a white bone, but only a few sparks flew. The curse-chanting monster swung back with a claw, and Talos' enormous body was smacked away like a rubber ball, vanishing in a flash of golden light with a wretched scream. All it took was a single exchange. Gray was gravely wounded, Talos had been annihilated in an instant, and Lucy had completely exhausted her magic, her face pale as she collapsed to the ground. Natsu was drained of all strength, unable even to stand. He could only watch helplessly. Happy hovered anxiously at his side. Only Urza remained, clad in her adamantine armor, both hands gripping her swords of light. She stood her ground between the chanting monster and the guild masters, an unbreakable shield. The monster's massive bone claws came crashing down like a relentless storm. Urza swung her shining blades, blocking blow after blow. Each clash erupted with thunderous crashes and blinding sparks. Cracks spread ever wider across her armor. Her arms trembled under the crushing impact, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet in those deep blue eyes, an unyielding fire still burned. She would not retreat, not a single step. Not far away, Qingxian stood watching that crimson figure, so small and battered before the monstrous foe, blood at her lips and armor in tatters, yet unmoving as a mountain, holding her ground to protect those behind her. In her eyes, he saw a resolve and fortitude he had never witnessed before, and a will that blazed to its very limits without ever dying out. Like a bolt of lightning, it split apart the numbness and alienation that had taken root in Qingxuan's heart, born of exhaustion and the bewilderment of another world. For the first time, he felt with piercing clarity what this foreign world's guild and companions truly meant. It was something he had read about in the scriptures of Mount Longhu, but never truly understood, a belief in protection. That belief allowed this woman called Urza to shine so brilliantly, even in the direst of straits. A cough. Qingxian spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood, laced with fragments of his own insides. He looked at his trembling hands, racked with pain as if his meridians had been torn apart by mana's depletion. The price, the terrible price. But the last flicker of hesitation and self-preservation vanished from his eyes, replaced by a nearly mad determination. He bit down hard on his tongue, and a jet of blood, mingled with the essence of his very soul, sprayed from his lips. At the same time, his hands formed before his chest a complicated, ancient Daoist seal, radiating a destructive aura. Heaven and earth my crucible, creation, my forge, blood as the catalyst, soul as the offering. Qingxuan's voice rang out, hoarse yet thunderous, desperate and resolute. With the foundation of my Tao as kindling, I summon my true sword, slayer of evil. Appear, demon bane. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. An indescribably sharp sword aura erupted from within Qingxian, tearing through the air. His spilled blood coalesced in the air, forming a mysterious rune of blood-red light. At the heart of the rune, a dazzling, pure white radiance flared, so bright it seemed capable of severing all evil in existence. The light stretched, focused, and grew ever more intense. A sword of ancient design, its hilt engraved with an inky white taiji symbol. The blade itself as smooth and lustrous as white jade, yet radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent, 3 feet in length, materialized out of thin air in Qingxuan's hand. The very instant the sword appeared, a commanding aura surged forth, as if capable of obliterating all evil. Even the curse-chanting monster seemed to sense the threat, its movements faltering just for a moment. Alusa! Qingxian roared, his voice distorted by the searing pain and the force surging through him. Strike at its core, its chest. Alusa understood instantly, the moment Qingxian unleashed that terrifying sword aura. She saw her opening. In that fleeting pause, caused by the oppressive might of the Tao sword, Alusa channeled every last drop of her remaining magic in her lightsaber, holding nothing back. The armor of diamond radiated its final, dazzling brilliance. Diamond lance, a massive spear of light, brimming with the power to shatter all in its path, tore through the air, driving straight for the deepest, darkest core of resentment pulsing within the monster's chest. At that very moment, vanish, evil! Qingxuan's figure flashed like a vengeful spirit to the monster's side. With both hands, he raised high the jade sword blazing with pure white Tao light. From within, he felt the subtle snapping of his meridians, and blood seeped from every orifice. Yet his eyes burned with a terrifying clarity. The jade sword, carrying a will of absolute resolve and the power to annihilate all wickedness, became a pure white arc that split the heavens as it slashed toward the monster's neck. Gold and white. The two beams of light, born from the last reserves of their strength, will, and faith, collided with explosive force upon the monster's form. A thunderous, resounding crash. The pure white radiance of the Tao sword and the golden brilliance of the diamond lance met on the monster's massive, contorted body like two falling stars colliding. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing, agonizing sound, as though the very fabric of space was being torn apart. The pure white blade sliced through the monster's resentment-forged neck as effortlessly as a red-hot iron branding its way through butter. At the same time, the diamond lance drove deep into the throbbing, shadowy core at its chest like a relentless drill. A shriek erupted, a soul-rending wail that pierced straight into the spirit. It was not sound, but a raw surge of malice and despair, a final blast of its hateful will. The monster's enormous body convulsed and writhed, the bones that made up its form shattering inch by inch. The purple-black energy of resentment burst forth like an overfilled balloon, leaking and dissolving madly into the air. Within its body, the white and gold lights rampaged and purified all in their path. That ancient, cursed core of evil, faced with the righteous, sun-bright force meant to destroy all wickedness, melted away like snow beneath a blazing sun. With a final, muffled boom, the enormous curse-chanting monster collapsed utterly, crumbling away like a sandcastle before the tide. Countless shattered bone fragments and dissipating, dark purple resentment energy turned to drifting ashes, swirling above the plaza. Bathed in sunlight, the last traces were purified completely, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a vast, gaping crater where the battle had been, and a faint, acrid scent of scorched sulfur lingering in the air, silent witnesses to what once existed here. Silence. A deathly, absolute silence enveloped the plaza. Those who had survived this ordeal, including several guild masters, stood frozen, gazes fixed on the drifting ashes and the enormous pit. For a moment, no one could quite believe what their eyes beheld. Did we do it? Lucy collapsed onto the ground, murmuring to herself in disbelief. Natsu, sprawled across Happy's back, couldn't even muster the strength to smile. Only the ragged breaths of one who had survived against all odds filled the air. Gray clutched his chest, blood at the corner of his mouth, shock still written across his eyes. Urza knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on her now dulled sword of adamant. Her silver-white armor was marred with cracks and dust, her deep crimson eyes tinged with exhaustion. Yet, shining brighter than all else, was the light of triumph. Master Makarov was the first to move, his small frame striding quickly toward the battered Urza and Qingxian, who was just as unsteady after battle. The old man's face radiated pride and elation, his white beard practically bristling with excitement. "Well done. Beautifully done, Urza and Qingxian." Makarov's voice rang out, loud and full of unrestrained praise. He gave Urza's armored arm a hearty slap. Her shoulder was out of reach, then looked up at Qingxian, whose face was pale as paper and whose body swayed slightly. "Such incredible strength. To have members like you in Fairy Tail, Makarov's words cut off abruptly. His gaze drifted beyond Qingxian and Urza, past the devastated ruins of the plaza, and landed upon what had once been the grandest and most solemn edifice in all of Konu, the Council of Light Regular Meeting Center. Now all that remained was a field of broken walls and shattered stone, and a supermassive crater, far larger than the one left by the Curse Song monster, still smoldering with wisps of blue smoke. The magnificent dome? Gone. The towering stone columns? Reduced to rubble. The intricate reliefs? Ground to powder. The entire conference center, along with its carefully manicured gardens and surrounding landscape, had, in the wake of Natsu's flames of the Aragorn's tempest, the Curse Song monster's resentment eruption, and the final clash of Spear of Adamant and Evil Severance, been utterly, thoroughly, and almost down to the very foundations, razed to the ground. The pride, elation, and admiration on Makarov's face froze in place, like a lake caught in winter's grip. Then, as if in slow motion, cracks spread across his expression, shattering it completely. His cheeks flushed red, then blanched white, then turned ashen, until at last his little face darkened to a deep, ominous purple-black. The small, frail body began to tremble uncontrollably, his white beard quivering with every breath. "Gone." Conference center, Makarov's voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth, trembling on the edge of collapse. My retirement fund, the council finds the astronomical damages." Thud. Before he could finish, President Makarov's eyes rolled back, foam bubbled at his lips, and he toppled straight backward in a faint, completely unconscious. "President!" Urza cried out in alarm and rushed to catch him. "Gramps!" Natsu shouted, panic rising in his voice. "It's over." Gray covered his face with his hand, already imagining the financial storm looming on the horizon. Lucy stared at the enormous crater outside, then at the collapsed president, utterly at a loss for words. Qingxian looked down at the unconscious Makarov, then at the sword of demon slaying in his hand, its glow rapidly fading after that last strike. The blade grew insubstantial and transparent, finally dissolving into faint motes of white light that vanished into the air. As the sword disappeared, an indescribable agony and emptiness, surging from the depths of his soul and spirit, crashed over him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, his vision went dark. His body could no longer stand. He toppled backward, collapsing. Qingxian, Urza, quick as ever, managed to support the president with one arm while reaching out with the other to catch Qingxian as he fell. The moment she touched him, she felt how cold and rigid his body was, his breathing so faint it seemed like a candle flickering in the wind. Dried traces of blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth. The Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The atmosphere was heavier than ever before. Though chaos still reigned, several new tables already bore fresh cracks. The usual boisterous clamor was gone. Members sat or stood, their attention fixed on the area near the bar. President Makarov lay on a lounge chair behind the counter, while Macau waved smelling salts under his nose. The old man's eyelids fluttered, showing signs of waking, but he still mumbled unconsciously. "Compensation, astronomical, it's all over." Elsewhere, Natsu sprawled on a still intact chair like a limp rag doll, while Happy fanned him with tiny paws. Gray grimaced as Levy tended to the bruises on his chest, and Lucy watched the guild doors anxiously. The guild doors swung open as Urza stepped inside. She had changed out of her battered armor, now dressed in simple, casual clothes, but the exhaustion and gravity in her eyes lingered. Behind her followed a white-haired woman in a nurse's outfit, pushing a gurney, the gentle hostess of Fairy Tale, once an S-class mage herself, Mira Jane. On the gurney lay Qingxian, unconscious, his face deathly pale. "Mira, I'll leave Qingxian in your care." Urza's voice was hoarse, with a subtle tremor barely concealed. "His injuries are very strange, as if the backlash comes from exhausting his own power. It's extremely serious. I'm afraid an ordinary doctor won't be able to help." The gentle smile on Mirajane's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a look of grave concern. She checked Qingxuan's pulse and breathing, her elegant brows knitting together. Don't worry, Urza. I'll take him to see Miss Poorly Yusika right away. Only her secret medicines and elven magic might be able to stabilize his condition. Without the slightest delay, she had Elfman wheel the stretcher out of the guild through the side door as quickly as possible. Urza finally let out a small breath of relief as she watched the stretcher vanish beyond the side entrance. She rubbed her brow, walked over to the bar, and picked up a glass of water. Hey, Urza! A voice brimming with fighting spirit rang out. Natsu, who had been slumped in a chair, suddenly found a burst of energy from who knows where, and leapt to his feet. Though his steps were still unsteady, a fierce fire blazed in his eyes. Come on, let's fight. I really gave my all on that mission. I want to see how close I am to S-Class now. He struck a defiant fighting pose. The guild fell silent in an instant, every eye turning toward Urza. Urza set down her glass, not even bothering to turn around. She only tilted her head slightly, and her deep blue eyes glanced over at Natsu. That look was calm, unruffled, yet it carried a silent, mountain-like pressure that weighed down the entire room. In a heartbeat, a tangible wave of magical energy crashed over Natsu. He gasped for breath, as if an invisible boulder had pinned him to the spot. The flames that had begun to spark around him were snuffed out before they could even ignite. The gap is still this huge, Natsu muttered, lying sprawled on the floor, frustration etched across his face. A moment later, he slumped over completely, utterly spent, and fainted. Urza withdrew her gaze, as if what she had done was nothing at all. She picked up her water glass and took a sip, her eyes drifting thoughtfully toward the side door. She murmured to herself, Qing Xian, just how strong are you, really? And that sword of yours? Her mind wandered back to the square, recalling that dazzling, pure white sword light that slashed through corruption and burned everything to ash, as well as the tragic sight of Qing Xian collapsing. A flicker of complicated emotion flashed deep in her eyes. Just then, a cold, mocking voice, like a splash of icy water, fell from the second-floor balcony, shattering the brief silence. What a pathetic spectacle. A collapsed old man. A useless fire dragon who goes down with a single glare. And some sickly stranger who managed to destroy himself. With this lot, you call yourselves the strongest team in fairy tale. Urza, it seems you've slipped quite a bit yourself. Everyone looked up, following the sound. There, in the shadowy corner by the second-floor railing, stood a tall and imposing figure. A head of golden, spiky hair, rebellious eyes gleaming with defiance. Magical headphones perched on his ears, a fur-collared coat draped over his shoulders, and golden arcs of electricity crackling all around him. This was none other than one of fairy tale's strongest prospects, the grandson of Master Makarov himself, Laxus Dreyer. From his lofty perch, Laxus looked down with open contempt and ridicule flashing in his golden eyes, sweeping over the battered crowd below as if they were mere ants, his gaze finally locking onto Urza. His eyes brimmed with challenge and disdain. Laxus's cold, mocking words pierced the heavy silence of the guild like poisoned ice, stabbing deep into the tense atmosphere. From the shadows of the second floor, those golden eyes full of scorn swept past the unconscious master, over Natsu sprawled on the floor, and came to rest on Urza, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Laxus, a voice thundered through the hall, laced with anger and authority, shattering the silence. On the lounge chair behind the bar, Master Makarov had sat up without anyone noticing. Though his face was still tinged with a sickly pallor, the fury blazing in his small eyes seemed to chill the very air of the guild hall. Despite his small stature, an astonishing force radiated from him as he fixed his gaze on his grandson upstairs. Enough! Back to your place. You have no right to interfere here. The sneer on Laxus's face froze for a moment, then twisted into something even darker. He let out a cold snort, golden lightning crackling around him, but he said no more. With one last icy glance at those below, he waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away an insect, then vanished into the shadows of the second floor. The suffocating pressure lifted, yet the cold and the cracks left behind grew only more apparent. Master Makarov exhaled heavily, rubbing his aching temples, clearly still seething from his unruly grandson's outburst. He surveyed the wreckage of the guild, his eyes finally settling on Lucy, whose face was still a bit pale. His gaze softened just a little. Lucy Hartfilia. Makarov's voice was calm once more, tinged with a gentle weariness. Yes, master. Lucy straightened at once, nerves flickering in her eyes. You've been with the guild for a while now. You faced important missions, shown courage, and proven your heart for protecting your companions. Looking at the blonde girl, Makarov's eyes gleamed with approval. It's time for you to become a true member of our family. Hold out your hand. Lucy's heart leapt, a rush of joy sweeping away all her earlier anxiety and gloom. Trembling with excitement, she stretched out her right hand. Master Makarov extended his forefinger, a gentle, cherry blossom pink light blooming at his fingertip. He lightly touched Lucy's smooth hand with his glowing finger. Stamp! A soft shimmer of light flickered, and a delicate, elegant crest in cherry blossom pink, as graceful as a dancing fairy, was clearly imprinted on the back of Lucy's fair hand, the emblem of Fairy Tale. Welcome, Lucy. You are now an official member of Fairy Tale. Makarov's face broke into a genuine, heartfelt smile. Thank you, Master. Lucy looked down at the emblem on her hand, her eyes misting with emotion. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked with gratitude. In that moment, she truly felt that she belonged, part of this noisy, chaotic, yet unbelievably warm family. Makarov's gaze then shifted toward the side door, where Mira Jane and Qing Xian had long since disappeared. Yet concern, deep and resolute, lingered in his eyes. As for Qing Xian, Makarov's voice grew somber. That child paid a price beyond imagination to protect his friends and the guild's ideals. Though he remains unconscious, the doors of Fairy Tale will always be open for him. He does not need to wait for our acceptance. It is already his. He paused, and a faint glow appeared once more at his fingertips. But this time, the light was no longer the warm cherry pink. Instead, it was a deep, tranquil blue, like the quiet expanse of a star-filled night. The glow was gentle, not dazzling, but carried a quiet strength and resilience. Mira Jane has probably already taken him to see Polyuska, Makarov said softly, his glowing finger tracing the air as if drawing an unseen crest. Even before he wakes, his emblem is already etched in place. It was as if he was making a proclamation, or perhaps sealing a silent pact. The blue light shimmered briefly, then faded into the air. Meanwhile, far from a guild, deep within the forest, stood a rustic wooden cabin entwined with wild vines. A stretcher car came to a halt in the small courtyard outside. Mira Jane and Elfman, who carried the stretcher, both wore a look of tension and respect, hesitant to approach the tightly closed wooden door. Ms. Polyusica, our companion is gravely injured, suffering from a backlash of his own power. His condition is critical. Please, we beg for your help. Mira Jane called out, raising her voice, desperation and sincerity clear in her tone. The cabin remained utterly silent. There was no reply. Elfman shifted uneasily. Sister, do you think Miss Polyusica? Wait quietly, Mira Jane instructed, signaling him to keep still and silent. Time passed, so long that Elfman almost thought the cabin was empty. Then, with a faint creak, the wooden door was drawn open just a crack. A figure appeared behind the threshold. She was tall, draped in a deep green robe, her features severe and cold, her gaze as piercing as ancient ice, sharp and openly disdainful. This was Polyusica, the forest-dwelling elf who shunned all humans, the very one they had come to seek. Fairy Tale, fools again. Polyusica's icy gaze swept over Mira Jane and Elfman as if she were looking at filth on the ground. Her voice was as cold as frost. I told you before, I do not save humans. Take your troubles and get out of my forest. Miss Polyusica, his injuries are extremely unusual. Ordinary healing won't work at all. Only your elven magic and secret medicines might. Mira Jane pleaded anxiously. If they're useless, then let him die. Polyusica cut her off mercilessly, already moving to shut the door. The affairs of human life and death have nothing to do with me. Wait, Mira Jane cried urgently. He's different. He was hurt protecting his friends. Polyusica didn't pause for even a moment in closing the door. Just as the door was about to shut completely, a light breeze drifted through, lifting a corner of the thin blanket covering Qing Xian, revealing his bloodless right arm. Polyusica's cold gaze fell upon it by chance, and suddenly froze. On Qing Xuan's pale arm, near the shoulder, a distinct emblem was branded, a deep, tranquil azure fairy tale insignia, as profound and still as a starry night caught in time. Against the pallor of his skin, the blue emblem stood out vividly, faintly shimmering with a subtle aura entirely different from Qing Xuan's own. Polyusica's hand, poised to close the door, stopped in midair. For the first time, the icy disdain in her eyes flickered with the faintest trace of emotion. She stared at that deep blue insignia for several long seconds. In her long life as a forest spirit, she had seen countless fairy tale marks, cherry pink, crimson, icy blue, but never had she seen one so deep and serene as this shade of blue. This emblem seemed to be more than just a mark. A nearly inaudible sigh slipped from poor Yusuka's lips, so soft it was like the whisper of wind through the forest. Within that sigh, there seemed to be a tangle of complex feelings. Even she herself might not have been able to unravel them all. A sense of resignation toward that stubborn old dwarf, Makarov, some kind of reluctant acknowledgement of what the emblem represented, or perhaps a faint, inexplicable stirring in her heart for this young man from another world, now gravely wounded, who had earned his mark in such a harrowing way, a feeling that went against her very nature. For a brief moment, the icy shell in her eyes seemed to crack, ever so slightly. Bring him inside. Poor Yusuka's voice remained cold, but instead of closing the door, she stepped aside. Lay him on the stone platform over there. Then, the two of you, leave my house at once. I don't want to smell the stench of humans. Mira Jane and Elfman froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy. Elfman immediately and carefully lifted Qing Xian from the stretcher, hurrying into the wooden cabin. He gently laid him down on a smooth, cold stone slab inside. Thank you so much, Lady Poor Yusuka. Mira Jane bowed deeply. Get out, Poor Yusuka said, her back to them, her tone impatient. Mira Jane and Elfman didn't dare linger. They quickly withdrew from the cabin, softly closing the door behind them. Standing together in the small courtyard outside, the two exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw both a sense of relief and a flicker of hope. Inside the cabin, the light was dim. Poor Yusuka walked over to the stone slab, looking down from above at the unconscious Qing Xian. She extended her slender fingers, traced with fine green patterns. At her fingertips, a soft, life-filled green glow shimmered as she gently touched the center of Qing Xian's brow. As her elven magic probed within, poor Yusuka's usually cool expression grew increasingly grave. Severe internal injuries, magic completely depleted, forced to unleash power far beyond his limits, now suffering the backlash. She muttered quietly to herself, her voice carrying a rare weight. Truly a reckless fool. Her gaze lingered once more on the blue-green fairy tale emblem on Qing Xian's right arm, her expression complicated. The mark of fairy tale. Always trouble. Poor Yusuka gave a cold snort, yet the green glow at her fingertips intensified, becoming richer and more pure. With a gesture of her other hand, several herbs emanating a strange, ethereal light appeared in the air. Chanting ancient, arcane, elven incantations, she let the gentle green magic flow like a soothing spring, enveloping Qing Xian's body. The healing energy slowly seeped in, nourishing his shattered meridians and mending the wounds upon his soul. Under the glow, the herbs melted away into pure life energy, merging into Qing Xian's body. Upon the stone slab, the tension in Qing Xian's brow seemed to ease ever so slightly under the elven healing. Even the pallor of his face was gradually giving way to the faintest touch of color. From the depths of chaos and darkness, Qing Xian's consciousness slowly began to rise. There was no expected, searing pain, no sensation of torn meridians burning from within. His body felt weightless, as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a strange wooden ceiling, the air thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and a freshness that seemed to breathe with the forest itself, something impossible to describe. He was lying on a cold stone slab. His body felt better than ever before. Not only had the backlash from his recent battle vanished, but even the lingering, insidious wound left by that merciless violet thunder, an affliction that clung like a shadow, was completely gone. It was as if he had been remade from the inside out, his muscles and bones now resilient, his energy surging, filled with a sense of strength he had long forgotten. It was nothing short of miraculous. He instinctively looked inward to his dantian, only to find it completely empty. There was not a trace of familiar spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. His body had recovered, even becoming tougher than before his tribulation, but the very foundation of his cultivation, the spiritual energy, had been utterly drained, not a drop remaining. In this foreign world brimming with magical elements, yet seemingly devoid of the vital energy between heaven and earth, how could he restore his spiritual power? Qing Xian's heart sank, lost and uncertain about the road ahead. If you're awake, then get out. A cold, emotionless female voice sounded beside him. Qing Xian turned his head. A woman was watching him. An aura not quite human surrounded her, ancient and profound, carrying the breath of the forest and the distant chill of the sky. Poor Yusuka. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Propping himself up, Qing Xian sat on the edge of the stone platform and offered a respectful salute. He could sense the vast vitality within this woman, far surpassing any being he had ever encountered. The nature of her power was utterly unlike the Daoist arts he knew, yet its immensity was unmistakable. He was deeply shaken, though words failed him. Poor Liusica simply cast him a cold glance, her eyes full of disdain, as if even looking at him a moment longer was distasteful. If you're healed, leave at once. Remember, you never saw me. Don't come back. She turned and walked toward the inner room, her retreating figure radiating a distant aloofness that kept others at bay. Understanding her meaning, Qing Xian wisely said nothing more and quietly got out of bed. His body did feel light and strong, but without his spiritual energy, he felt strangely hollow inside. He pushed open the old wooden door, squinting as the sunlight outside struck his eyes. In the small courtyard, Mira Jane and Elfman hurried up to meet him. Qing Xian, you're awake. That's wonderful. Mira Jane's face lit up with a genuine smile. Man, you bounced back fast. Elfman gave his shoulder a hearty slap, the force making Qing Xian stagger a bit. Thank you both for bringing me here. Qing Xian nodded in gratitude. Poor is she? Mira Jane glanced at the tightly shut wooden door. It's fine. The senior has already helped me. I'll never forget her kindness. Qing Xian interrupted, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the fairy tale guild beyond the woods. Let's go home. Pushing open the weathered doors of the fairy tale guild hall, a wave of raucous energy burst forth to greet him. Hey, Qing Xian's back. Hi, he's awake. Hey, Rogue Guy, you okay now? A chorus of greetings erupted all at once. Kana raised her glass in salute. Warren looked up from his pile of job requests. Levy and several other girls glanced over in happy surprise, and even Wakaba behind the bar paused in polishing glasses to offer a smile. Natsu was still sprawled across a chair, but managed to wave his hand with effort. Lucy dashed over with delight. Mr. Qing Xian, how are you feeling? That's wonderful. Urza stood not far away, arms crossed. When she saw that he was safe and sound, a barely perceptible trace of relief flickered in her deep blue eyes. She nodded to him in acknowledgement. Qing Xian found himself a little overwhelmed by this sudden wave of warmth. Back on Mount Longhu, a place devoted to quiet cultivation, everything had always been solemn and serene. He had never experienced such open, bustling concern before. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he nodded in return. I'm fine now. Thank you all for your concern. Qing Xian, boomed Makarov's voice. He stood behind the bar, his short stature radiating a rare energy, his face beaming with genuine delight. Waving him over, he called, Come here. Qing Xian walked over as instructed. Take a look at this. Makarov pointed to Qing Xuan's right arm. Perplexed, Qing Xian glanced down and rolled up the sleeve of his robe, which was worn pale from many washings. Near his shoulder, a distinct emblem was branded onto his skin, a deep, tranquil blue, like the stillness of a starry night, outlining the unique fairy tale insignia, as if a fairy was caught mid-flight. He froze in surprise. As his fingers brushed over the emblem, he could feel a faint yet tenacious warmth, a connection to the very heart of the guild itself. Was this acceptance? Belonging? A feeling he had never truly dared to hope for. Yet now, it settled quietly and heavily in his heart. He looked at the guild master, then at the faces around him, each one smiling kindly. His lips parted, but in the end, he simply clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Thank you, everyone. Makarov let out a booming laugh, his mustache quivering with delight, and slapped Qing Xuan's arm, not quite reaching his shoulder. Excellent. From now on, you're truly one of us. Oh, by the way, Qing Xian, where are you staying now? Qing Xian answered honestly, since I've just arrived, I don't have a permanent place yet. I've been staying in a corner of the guild. Earlier, with his spiritual power still recovering and busy with missions, he hadn't even thought about where to stay. That won't do. Mira Jane chimed in immediately. Now that you're a real member, you should have a place of your own. See that open ground behind the guild? Right next to the forest, it's nice and quiet. We can help you build a little log cabin there. Build a house. Elfman puffed out his chest, muscles bulging. Leave that to me. A real man handles this kind of job. I'll help too. Lucy raised her hand. Count me in. Gray had somehow gotten dressed, though his buttons were still mismatched. Carrying wood is Happy's specialty. The little blue cat flapped his wings enthusiastically. Even Kana set down her barrel of ale. Building a house, huh? The more, the merrier. The guild members' spirits soared, as if they'd just found a new collective mission. Tools, axes, hammers, saws, and even some of Gray's ice-crafted implements were quickly gathered. A group of people bustled around the still-dazed Qing Xian, noisily crowding out of the guild hall and heading toward the open space behind it. The raucous voices and the scraping of lumber quickly filled the area behind the guild. No one noticed that, in the brief moment when the crowd surged out and the entrance was momentarily cleared, a cherry blossom pink figure slipped out from under a table as silently as a phantom cat. It was Natsu. All traces of fatigue and weakness vanished from his face, replaced by a giddy excitement, a blend of fierce longing and the thrill of adventure. He shot a quick glance at the doorway, making sure no one was watching, then, moving like a thief, tiptoed at lightning speed up the stairs to the guild's second floor. There, posted on the wall, was the S-Class mission board, a place reserved for the most difficult and dangerous jobs, open only to S-Class wizards. Natsu's lips curled into a triumphant grin, his eyes blazing with anticipation. Aha! S-Class missions. Just wait for me. The great Natsu is coming for you. He nimbly dodged the clutter pile at the stairwell's turn, his figure vanishing swiftly into the dim shadows of the upstairs corridor. From the deeper shadows above, a faint arc of golden electricity flickered in silence. A pair of icy golden eyes watched Natsu's sneaky movements with a cold, mocking amusement, lips twisting into a smirk both derisive and intrigued. Meanwhile, the open ground behind the guild was alive with activity. Elfman strode briskly, balancing a heavy log on his shoulder. Gray used his ice magic to slice timber with perfect precision. Lucy and Levy handed out tools, while Happy flitted through the air to help fasten the beams. Kana even turned a barrel of ale into a makeshift stool. Mira Jane directed the work with calm authority. Qing Xian, handed a hammer, was awkwardly tapping in nails, still getting the hang of it. Amid the commotion, no one noticed the guild's front door quietly opening and closing again. Qing Xian put down the hammer and massaged his aching wrists. His body had indeed recovered, stronger and more resilient than before. But his dantian remained empty, and he couldn't sense even a wisp of spiritual power coursing through his meridians. It was like owning a mountain of treasure, but having no key to unlock it. He gazed at the setting sun in the west, his brows drawn together. In this world of magic, recovering his spiritual power seemed far more difficult than he'd imagined. Hey, robe guy, Lucy, a voice called out from behind a pile of lumber, deliberately hushed, but unable to hide its excitement. Natsu's head popped up, his eyes gleaming mischievously, tinged with the thrill of a secret. Quick, come here. Lucy put down her plank. Natsu, weren't you supposed to be resting? Qing Xian walked over as well. Natsu quickly pulled them both into the shadow of the lumber pile, and with great care, drew from his shirt a thick, heavy parchment, far more ornate than the others, its edges embossed with a dark golden S-shaped pattern. Look, an S-Class mission. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Investigate the curse on Galena Island. If I pull this off, Urza will definitely see me in a whole new light. Come on, let's go together. What do you say? Lucy stared at the gold-embossed S-Class seal, her face going pale with fright. S-Class. Natsu, are you out of your mind? You stole this. If we get caught, we're done for. And it's way too dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Natsu waved off her worries with a carefree grin. You've got me, and we've got the guy in a robe. He may be out of magic, but his head's still sharp. Isn't that right? He turned to Qing Xian, his eyes shining with anticipation. Qing Xuan's gaze lingered on the mission description. Galena Island, curse, moonlight. Something stirred deep within him. When Natsu mentioned the moonlight just now, Qing Xian had felt the faintest ripple in his dormant spiritual sense. Perhaps this island's curse was tied to a unique kind of energy. Could it be a chance to restore his spiritual power? I'll go, Qing Xian replied, almost without hesitation. Rather than sit idle in the guild, he'd rather take his chances on this mysterious island. Doujinshi? For a cultivator, what's there to fear? That's awesome. Natsu cheered, thrilled. Wait, I never agreed to this. Lucy protested, her voice rising in panic. Objections overruled. We're off. Natsu grabbed Lucy by the wrist and Qing Xian by the arm, though Qing Xian subtly slipped free and dragged the struggling Lucy toward the exit. Happy, to the docks. Aye, Happy called, scurrying after them. Hey, Natsu, Qing Xian, Lucy, where are you going? Mira Jane's voice rang out behind them. But the three of them, with one blue cat, were already out of sight. Guild Hall. Mira Jane returned to the bar, her brow furrowed with worry. She couldn't shake the feeling that Natsu had been up to no good just now. Out of habit, she glanced up at the S-Class mission board on the second floor, where 3 gold-embossed scrolls were supposed to hang. Now, the space was glaringly empty. Mira Jane's expression shifted in an instant. An S-Class mission, one's missing. What? Master Makarov jerked his head up from behind the bar, his small eyes going wide. The boisterous guild fell silent in a heartbeat. Every gaze swung toward the second floor. Took you long enough. A voice laced with mockery drifted from the shadows along the upstairs balcony. Laxus lounged against the railing, his golden eyes glinting coldly in the dim light, a smirk of unrestrained disdain curling his lips. That idiot salamander, the sickly guy, and the new celestial girl snatched an S-class mission and ran off. By now, they're probably already on the boat. Looking for trouble, if you ask me. Laxus, if you saw them, why didn't you stop them? Master Makarov's mustache bristled with fury. Stop them. Laxus let out a derisive laugh, as if he'd just heard the world's most ridiculous joke. Why would I bother stopping them? A bunch of reckless fools rushing off to their deaths, less mouths to feed for the guild. Good riddance. He made no effort to hide the malice in his voice. You. Makarov was so furious, his entire body shook with rage. Laxus, you've gone too far. Mirajane's gentle smile vanished completely. Her eyes turned cold and sharp, and a long restrained, dangerous aura seemed to pulse around her. Master, Gray stepped forward, his face dark with anger. I'll go bring those idiots back. Without another word, he turned and dashed out. Hargenport, a battered little fishing boat was swaying back and forth, preparing to leave the harbor. Gray. Lucy's sharp eyes caught sight of a blue-haired figure sprinting down the wharf. Natsu, you idiots, stop right there. Gray's furious shout was swept away by the sea breeze. Too late for that, Gray. Natsu called from the wharf, waving triumphantly. An S-class job. This one's ours. Fuming, Gray slammed both hands onto the dock. Ice make, ice path. Instantly, a slick trail of ice shot out toward the boat, chasing it down. Gray launched himself onto the path, skating at breakneck speed. Just as Gray, gliding down the ice, was about to grab the boat's railing, a flash of resolution flickered in Natsu's eyes. Sorry, buddy. And then, bang, a fiery uppercut landed squarely on Gray's chin, hitting with pinpoint accuracy. Gray managed only a muffled grunt before his vision went black. He crumpled onto the ice, completely unconscious. A real man needs his sleep. Natsu, utterly unapologetic, dragged the unconscious Gray onto the boat and tossed him into a corner. Let's go. The little boat had barely left the harbor. Blair. Natsu clung to the side, retching miserably, his face green and his whole body limp as overcooked noodles. Why does it always have to be a boat? He groaned weakly, all his earlier bravado gone. That's Natsu for you, Happy said, spreading his paws in exasperation. Lucy looked from the collapsed Natsu to the unconscious Gray, then at Qing Xian, who sat serenely, as if meditating. She let out a long, heavy sigh, the future looking bleak as ever. Are we really going to be okay? The dock at Galna Island was deserted and run down. By the time the little boat reached shore, the last rays of sunset had slipped beneath the horizon. Gray, wake up. We're here. Lucy shook Gray, who was still slung over Natsu's shoulder. Gray slowly blinked awake. The first thing he felt was a burning pain in his jaw, followed by the sight of Natsu's utterly innocent face. Natsu, you jerk. Gray snapped awake, his ice-clad fist ready to strike. Calm down, Gray. We're here. Lucy quickly stepped in to stop him. Natsu, now a bit more collected, thanks to finally having solid ground under his feet, set Gray down and looked around. The dock was deathly silent. The old, battered pier stretched into the gloom, and the distant village loomed in shadowy outlines. Beneath the ghastly, new-risen moon, giving the whole scene an eerie, unsettling air. Let's go. We should check out the village. The group followed the narrow path toward the cluster of houses. Strangely, the village wasn't as deserted as they'd expected. Warm orange light spilled from the windows of wooden cottages, and they could just make out the faint clatter of pots and pans as well as indistinct voices in conversation. For a moment, it felt like a simple, isolated fishing village, nothing out of the ordinary. It looks like someone actually lives here. Lucy sounded surprised, relief softening her tone. I smell food. Happy's nose twitched eagerly. They reached the village entrance. At that moment, an old man in rough-spun clothes, hauling a fishing net, emerged from a house. He froze at the sight of them, surprise, and a trace of anxious worry fleeting across his face. Ooh, outsiders. His voice trembled, mingling astonishment with a hint of concern. How did you get here? We're wizards from Fairy Tale, Natsu announced with a broad, confident grin. We heard your island was in trouble, and we're here to break the curse. Wizards? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed with hope, but the light quickly faded, swallowed by deeper fear. So someone finally accepted our plea for help. So what exactly is this curse? Lucy pressed, her curiosity piqued. Just then, the moon climbed higher in the sky, its pale light growing sharper and more intense. Terror flooded the old man's face. Suddenly, he dropped his fishing net and let out a guttural cry of pain. To the group's horror, his body began to transform before their eyes. His skin turned rough and wrinkled, strange purplish-black patterns crawling across it. 2 curved horns burst from his forehead. His fingers thickened and sharpened into claws, and his mouth stretched wide, revealing a set of vicious, gleaming fangs. A faint whiff of sulfur filled the air. In a matter of seconds, the kindly old fisherman had turned into a living nightmare, a demon straight out of hell. A rumbling growl escaped his throat, low and tormented. Pain and struggle flickered in his murky eyes. He was fighting to keep control of himself, but his body radiated a wild, dangerous aggression. Adidamo! Lucy gasped, stumbling back and clutching Gray's arm tightly. Gray instinctively fell into a battle stance, cold air swirling around him. Qing Xian's gaze sharpened. In that moment, as the ghastly moonlight bathed the scene, a faint tremor stirred within his long-dormant Dao heart. This transformation was no coincidence. It was undoubtedly tied to that sinister moonlight. However, Natsu's reaction was completely different. Far from being frightened, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled around the transformed old man, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. So cool. So awesome. That look. Those horns. Those claws. This is amazing. This is what a real man should look like. He even reached out, trying to poke the bulging muscles on the old man's arm. Lucy. Happy. Gray. Qing Xian. Natsu. Is this really the time to admire his appearance? Lucy shouted in exasperation. Natsu's brain really doesn't work like normal people's. Happy muttered. With a low, guttural moan, the demonized old man clutched his head in agony, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. See? Do you see? This is the curse. The demon's curse. Every night, when that damned moon rises, all of us, we turn into these monstrous forms. He pointed toward the village, where, beneath the glow of every household's lamp, distorted and grotesque shadows could be glimpsed moving about, accompanied by a chorus of suppressed growls and pain-filled moans. It's the moon. It's that accursed demon moon that's to blame. Another villager, also twisted by the curse, but just barely clinging to his reason, with ram-like horns curling from his head, approached, his voice seething with deep hatred. Please, you powerful wizards, destroy it. Destroy that damn moon. Set us free. Destroy the moon. Lucy blurted out in disbelief. How are we supposed to do that? Gray frowned deeply. But Qing Xian lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the thin veil of clouds, locking onto the moon above, which cast a ghastly, pale light over the land. His senses were sharper than the others. That moonlight didn't just bring with it the cold, sinister aura of the villager's transformation. It carried something else. Something incredibly subtle, yet impossibly pure. It was icy, and somehow, though it shared the curse's origin, it felt more fundamental, a kind of spiritual force. This force was filled with deathly silence, restraint, and a twisted sense of order, utterly unlike the natural energies of heaven and earth he knew. And yet, strangely, it created a faint resonance with his own depleted meridians. This moon was no ordinary celestial body. The source of the curse may not be the moon itself, Qing Xian said quietly, cutting through the villagers' cries of despair and Natsu's enthusiastic praise for the horns. It's something that either parasitizes the moonlight or manipulates it. Destroying the moon isn't realistic. We need to find and eliminate the true source of the curse. That is the only real solution. The source? The demonized villagers exchanged confused glances. That's right. Natsu perked up immediately, as if he'd just found a new purpose. The guy in robes is right. We find the one who cast the curse, then send him flying. Problem solved. Where is he? The center of the island. The villager with goat-like horns struggled to point toward the rolling mountains behind the village, shrouded even deeper in the night and bathed in pale moonlight. Over there's an abandoned temple of the moon. Legend says that's where the curse began, but no one dares go near. There's something even more terrifying there. The temple of the moon? Qing Xuan's eyes flashed with sharp intent. Within him, that faint resonance with the moonlight's spiritual power grew clearer, as if pointing straight toward that direction. Perhaps the chance to restore his strength was waiting there. Even if something more dreadful lurked within, he had to see it for himself. All right. Natsu slapped his thigh, his fighting spirit reignited. Target. Island center. Temple of the moon. Let's go. Wait. Natsu. It's already dark. Outside it's full of... Lucy looked around anxiously, her scalp tingling as more and more villagers twisted in pain under the moonlight, their eyes flickering between lucidity and madness. What's there to be scared of? Demons look pretty cool, don't they? Natsu shrugged it off, more amused than alarmed. Gray rubbed his still aching jaw. Though he wasn't happy with Natsu, breaking the curse was the priority now. Come on, let's find the source as fast as we can. Qing Xian cast one last glance at the ghostly moon in the sky, its chill radiance pulsing with a strange energy. Feeling the faint tremor within himself, he hesitated no longer. Let's go. Night had settled in, deep and impenetrable. Lucy clung to Gray's arm, each step taken with her heart pounding in her throat. Happy had curled up tightly in her arms, only his wide eyes peeking out. Qing Xian led the way, silent and focused. Inside him, his spiritual core resonated ever more strongly with the moon's eerie power, like an invisible thread pulling him onward. The energy was cold and lifeless, yet it throbbed with a twisted might that filled him with both caution and a strange sense of curiosity. They crossed the final ridge, and a sprawling ruin emerged before them. It was a temple built against the mountainside, its architecture ancient beyond memory. Enormous stone pillars lay fractured and toppled, intricate carvings eroded by centuries, and something far more sinister. The ruined dome gaped open, and the pale moon poured its icy light unimpeded straight into the heart of the temple. But at the center of the temple, instead of an idol, was a sight that stole the breath from their lungs. A monstrous being, frozen inside a massive block of ice, as clear as crystal, towering like a small mountain. A true demon, its form far more enormous than the twisted shapes the villagers had become below. Its muscles were knotted and powerful like the roots of a mountain, sheathed in scales of deep violet and black. Atop its savage head curled immense, twisted horns, and from its back stretched the tattered remnants of wings, skeletal and bat-like. Even after being entombed in ice for countless ages, its pose, claws outstretched, fangs bared, and hollow eye sockets still seemingly echoing with the fury and defiance frozen at the moment of sealing, radiated a terror so profound it sent a chill straight to the soul. Tendrils of ominous, cursed magic, dark violet and black, writhed slowly within the heart of the ice, creeping and pulsing as if alive, striving to erode the power of the ancient frost. The entire ruined temple was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, a blend of piercing cold and abysmal malediction, emanating from the massive demon sealed within the ice. Pale moonlight fell across the frozen sculpture, reflecting a cold, ghostly sheen, adding an almost ceremonial solemnity to this place of confinement. Is this the source of the curse? Lucy's voice trembled, her breath nearly stolen away by the overwhelming presence and terror of the monstrous demon before her. What a gigantic block of ice. There's something huge trapped inside. Natsu, his playful demeanor vanished, stared soberly at the frozen demon. Happy, terrified, buried his face in Lucy's arms. So scary. Qing Xian, however, fixed his gaze upon the colossal glacier. His senses were keener than anyone else's. The demon's cursed, violet-black magic was indeed powerful and wicked, but what truly set his heart pounding in his chest was the very substance of the ice itself. It was a kind of cold beyond words, so pure it bordered on the absolute, as if it contained the 0 point of the newborn universe. Cold, pristine, utterly untainted by impurity, a force that could freeze all things and still the very flow of time, an absolute law of nature. Its nature was utterly foreign compared to the Daoist spiritual energy Qing Xian knew, yet just as vast, just as fundamental. What shook him even more was the faintest trace sensed deep within the heart of this ultimate frost, a thread of will, impossibly weak yet unbreakably tenacious, a will to live. It was as if a mighty soul, with the last of its life, had transformed itself into this eternal prison of ice. This ice, Qing Xian murmured, his fingertip trembling despite himself. The power sealed here was on a level far beyond anything he had ever imagined. If he could comprehend even a fraction of its laws, it might become the key not just to restoring his spiritual strength, but to ascending to an even higher plane. Yet just as Qing Xian's mind reeled with revelation, a strangled, shocked gasp, raw with pain and disbelief, echoed at his side. Gray. His body was convulsing, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Those blue eyes, usually carrying a hint of irreverent mischief, were now locked onto the massive ice-entombed demon. Pupils shrunk to pinpricks. They brimmed with utter disbelief, bone-deep terror, sorrow, and a searingly familiar feeling, unforgettable and haunting. Staggering forward a few paces, it was as if some invisible force was pulling him on, drawing him right up to the edge of that immense block of ice. He reached out, his fingertips trembling, nearly brushing the frigid, biting surface. Grosh. Gray. Lucy's voice trembled with concern as she watched a strange reaction. Gray seemed not to hear her at all. His gaze was riveted to the demon's chest, sealed in ice. Right there, deep within the frozen layers, just barely visible beneath the demon's enormous form and the shroud of cursed magic, was the imprint of a human hand. No, it can't be. Gray's voice was hoarse, rough as sandpaper, filled with a dazed, dreamlike agony. This ice, this feeling. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. His eyes shot through with red, and his voice rose in a cry that was at once anguished and certain. Absolute zero. Ice that freezes everything. This is my master's ice. Gray's body shuddered violently, as if all the strength had been drained from him. He stared at the demon sealed within the ice, his voice thick with bitter hatred and the agony of realization. Deliora, so it was you. It was you my master sealed away in the end. Right here on this island. Whirling around, he looked at Natsu, Lucy, Sherry, and Lion, his eyes blazing with fury and a madness bordering on despair. The curse didn't come from the moon. It's this demon, Deliora. My master gave her life to seal it away. But its curse, its evil magic, it's been leaking out, corrupting everything. This damned moonlight is just the medium for its power. It's trying to break free. Everything on this island. It all comes back to it. The unyielding ice that imprisoned the demon capable of ending the world was in truth the final requiem of a great mage's life. Inside the temple, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only Gray's ragged breathing and the sinister, barely perceptible slithering of cursed magic within the ice. A crushing sense of crisis and inescapable fate settled heavily on everyone's heart. Cold moonlight spilled over the enormous statue of ice at the island center. Deliora, the legendary demon, even trapped within that thick, ghostly blue ice, its twisted form radiated a violent, suffocating presence that pressed upon everyone. Natsu, Lucy, Happy, Gray, and Lion, all huddled close to the rock, sheltering in the shadow of the ice sculpture. The air was motionless, stifling, broken only by their suppressed breathing. Their eyes remained fixed on the patch of ground before the frozen demon, illuminated by moonlight. Footsteps rang out, abrupt and clear. The crunch of boots grinding over shattered ice echoed sharply, drawing ever closer. A tall figure emerged from the shadow on the far side, striding straight toward the demon sealed in ice. Under the moonlight, his silver-gray hair glinted with a cold sheen. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through to the very heart of the ice sculpture. Gray's whole body went rigid. His pupils shrank, and he growled in disbelief. Lilian. That name ignited something in Gray. He burst from his hiding spot, crossing the clearing in a few quick strides to block Leon's path, chest heaving with emotion. Leon, it really is you. Gray's voice was raw with anger. What are you trying to do? Answer me. Leon slowly turned his head. His ice-blue eyes looked Gray up and down, cold, appraising, utterly indifferent. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Gray? TSK, always in the way. After all these years, still so reckless. Leon's tone rose, the icy calm in his voice giving way to something fervent, almost fanatic. He stepped forward, and a wave of frigid air spread outward, frost racing across the ice at his feet. To prove it, to prove I've surpassed all, to show that my ice-make magic eclipses that foolish woman who threw her life away. All color drained from Gray's face. The words foolish woman struck him like a brand upon his soul. Their master, the one who'd vanished into crystal ice to save them. Shut up. Don't you dare insult all. Rage burned away Gray's self-control. He roared, swinging his right fist in a rush of wind, aiming a brutal punch at Leon's face. Disdain flickered in Leon's eyes. He didn't even step back. He simply raised his right hand with casual ease. Ice make shield. A diamond-shaped shield of ice formed instantly before his palm. Bang! Gray's fist slammed dead center into the shield. It didn't budge an inch. A wave of bitter cold surged up his arm, stabbing straight to the bone. Gray grunted, stumbling back, his right arm numb with pain as the icy chill shot through his veins. That's all you've got, Leon sneered, flicking his wrist with effortless grace. The ice shield shattered. Frost whirled and condensed in his palm, swiftly taking shape. Looks like after all's death, you've even forgotten how to throw a punch. He thrust his palm forward, and the chill exploded into a pack of writhing, hissing ice serpents, fangs bared. Ice make snake! The ice snakes shot out like lightning, slicing through the air, jaws snapping for Gray's vital points. Gray's eyes widened in alarm. He rolled desperately to dodge. The snakes missed by a hair, their frigid breath biting into his skin. He tried to counter, hands flying into the familiar signs. Ice make. But before the spell could form, Leon's palm shifted again, cold magic coalescing into a snarling ice wolf leaping from thin air. Ice make wolf. Ugh. The ice wolf crashed into Gray's side, slamming into his waist and stomach. God. He was hurled backwards, his body arched, and crashed heavily against a slab of black rock. A sharp, searing pain struck him, his vision swimming in darkness as a metallic tang filled his throat. He curled up in a fit of coughing. Every breath felt like it was tearing him apart, and a layer of frost began to form across his back. Gray! Lucy cried out in alarm, wanting to rush to his side. Don't move! Qingxuan's voice was low and tense, his hand gripping Lucy's shoulder with unyielding strength. His gaze was razor-sharp, fixed not on Gray, but beyond him, locked onto the colossal ice sculpture of Deliora. A strange sensation seized him. Deep within that icebound corpse, was there something pulsing ever so slowly? A faint but stubborn thread of life? It was impossible. Qingxuan's brows drew together, his instincts screaming with alarm. That nuisance is dealt with, Leon said, not sparing Gray a second glance. His chilling stare swept toward where Natsu and the others were hiding. Clear out those rats. Don't let them interfere with the ritual. Yes, Master Leon. 3 figures sprang out at his command, charging straight for the rocks. They were Leon's underlings, Toby, whose clawed hands glowed with a sinister green poison, the haughty Sherry, and Yuka, whose palms shimmered with strange, rippling energy. Damn it, we've been spotted. Natsu slammed his fist to the ground, his eyes flaring with battle lust. They hurt Gray and insulted all. No way I'll let them get away with it. Happy. Happy spread his wings, ready to take flight. Not so fast, little kitty. Toby let out a shrill, twisted laugh, darting forward like a specter. His poison-tipped claws slashed straight for Happy's chest. Just the sight of that toxic glow was enough to make one's limbs go numb. Look out! Qingxuan's pupil shrank. He fumbled for the last of his talisman papers, a simple yellow charm, devoid of magical power. With a flick of his wrist, he pinched one between his fingers and snapped his arm forward. Whiz! The yellow charm shot out like a dart, flying straight for Toby's face. Toby was forced to jerk his head aside, his poisonous claws slowing just for an instant as he missed his strike at Happy. Happy seized the chance, flapping his wings with all his might and soaring out of harm's way. You little punk, all you know are cheap tricks. Toby snarled in humiliation, his toxic claws now turning toward the nearest target, Qingxian. Lucy! Qingxian shouted urgently, squaring off against the onrushing Toby, lowering his stance and focusing every nerve for a desperate dodge. Open. Gate of Taurus. Without hesitation, Lucy snatched up her key and summoned her spirit. A golden magic circle flared to life. Out of the shining portal stormed the massive bull spirit, Taurus, bellowing, moo. All for Miss Lucy's milk. Celestial spirit. A glint of disdain flickered in Sherry's eyes. She raised her hand in a graceful arc and pointed at Taurus. How fascinating. Let's see you dance, control. A wave of invisible psychic energy swept over Taurus in an instant. The giant bull spirit's body suddenly went rigid. A flicker of red struggle glimmered in his eyes, his movements slowing as the enormous battle axe he wielded began to shift, its blade now turning ever so slightly toward Lucy herself. Taurus! Lucy gasped in horror. Magic is useless. Yuka, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, adjusted his glasses, and the energy rippling from his hands suddenly locked onto Lucy's celestial spirit key. A strange wave radiated outward. Instantly, the key in Lucy's hand dimmed, as if the magical bond between her and Taurus was forcibly disrupted and suppressed. Wave manipulation. Magic suppression. Lucy felt her magic stall, the summoning contract growing so faint that she could barely give Taurus any effective command. Meanwhile, Sherry's mental control was growing ever stronger. Miss Lucy, Taurus let out a roar of agony, his massive body shuddering violently between Lucy's orders and Sherry's manipulation, the huge battle axe swaying dangerously. Don't even think about hurting Lucy, Natsu shouted, bursting in from the flank, his fist igniting in flames as he charged straight for Sherry, who was focusing all her will on controlling Taurus. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Wave manipulation, deflection. Yuka reacted with lightning speed, the energy ripples from his hands instantly shifting toward Natsu's fist. Natsu suddenly felt an unseen force yanking his arm, dragging his blazing punch off course, and slamming it hard into the icy ground next to Sherry, sending shards of ice and a plume of steam bursting into the air. TCH, you pesky fire lizard. Sherry's concentration was broken, her control faltering. The red gleam in Taurus's eyes faded slightly, but he remained trapped in confusion. "Hey, Roga," Natsu called out, glancing toward Qingxian, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Toby. Toby's poisonous claws flashed with a sinister green light, his attacks vicious and cunning. With his spiritual power drained, Qingxian could only rely on his footwork, dodging and retreating again and again, danger nipping at his heels. Qingxuan's eyes grew sharp with focus. He had noticed that every time Yuka used wave manipulation, there was a tiny, almost imperceptible change in the frequency of the energy ripples around his hands. That frequency, it seemed unstable. A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he whipped out his last 2 specially made copper coins, not to attack, but to rub them together with all his strength at a precise angle and frequency. A piercing, high-pitched screech tore through the air. It was like fingernails scraping across glass, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. The sound was as if an invisible needle pierced straight into the energy field Yuka was maintaining. Yuka's expression shifted instantly, the energy ripples around his hands thrown into chaos, as if a stone had been cast into a calm pond, sending violent tremors through it. What? Noise at this frequency? Lucy felt the oppressive force on her ki suddenly vanish. The red glow in Taurus's eyes faded rapidly. "Taurus, attack the guy with glasses," Lucy commanded at once. M.O. Freed from control, Taurus let out a furious bellow, raising his massive battle axe and bringing it down with thunderous force on Yuka, who was left momentarily frozen by the disruption in his magic. Yuka, in a rush, could only muster his energy once more for defense. Wave manipulation, barrier. But the hastily formed barrier shattered like glass beneath Talos' furious blow. The massive axe crashed down on Yuka's defensive stance with devastating force. "Af!" Yuka screamed as he was sent flying by the tremendous impact, crashing hard against a distant ice wall. His glasses shattered and fell, leaving him completely incapacitated. "Well done, Talos. Come back." Lucy breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly recalled her celestial spirit. Damn it! Seeing Yuka defeated in an instant, Toby became even more frenzied, his poisonous claws slashing with renewed ferocity. "Natsu, over here," Qingxian called out, barely dodging Toby's deadly attacks while signaling to Natsu for assistance. Natsu caught on immediately and charged at Toby. "Hey, Snakeface, your opponent is me." He deliberately left an opening, drawing Toby's attention. Toby took the bait, snarling as he turned and lunged at Natsu. "Die, you fire lizard." His poisonous claws slashed straight for Natsu's face. Just as the venomous claws were about to graze Natsu's skin, a sly grin flickered at the corner of his mouth. Natsu threw his body backward and shouted, "Happy!" Happy, who had been circling above, dove down at lightning speed, grabbing Natsu by the collar and yanking him backward with all his might. Toby's claws just barely brushed past Natsu's nose, striking nothing but air. With all his momentum, Toby lurched forward, leaving himself completely exposed. "This is it. Fire dragons! Roar!" From his new position of safety, Natsu drew in a mighty breath even as he hung in midair. A torrent of scorching flames erupted at point-blank range, with zero delay, engulfing the off-balanced Toby in an instant. "Gaia!" Toby managed only a short, strangled scream before the raging fire blasted him away, his body left charred and smoking as he crashed onto the distant ice, completely unconscious. Sherry's face darkened. With Toby and Yuka defeated, she stood alone and helpless. Nearby, Lion took notice. His icy gaze stabbed toward Natsu like 2 physical ice picks. He didn't even bother to change his posture, gazing at the moon. With casual indifference, he simply raised his free right hand in Natsu's direction. "Noisy little insect. Ice make, ice prison." The cold didn't surge forth. It contracted like a vast, invisible net snapping shut. Natsu felt an overwhelming chill surge in from all sides, enveloping him instantly. The fire gathering in his throat froze solid before he could even unleash it, crushed and extinguished by the terrifying cold. 1/2 meter thick, crystal-clear ice materialized out of thin air, forming an airtight prison that sealed Natsu inside, along with his freshly ignited fighting spirit. He was frozen solid, transformed into a statue of ice. "Natsu!" Happy and Lucy cried out in unison, voices filled with shock and fear. "The troublesome pests are finally quiet," Leon sneered, his gaze sweeping over the now-frozen Natsu and the severely wounded Gray, the battered Lucy, Happy, and the vigilant Qingxian in the distance. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes, as if he had merely taken out a few pieces of trash. Shirley, you stand down as well. The ritual cannot afford any mistakes. Shirley bit her lip in frustration, but obediently retreated to stand behind Leon. At that moment, a figure appeared silently at the edge of the altar, melting out of the shadows like a specter. The newcomer was draped in a dark, hooded robe, a plain white mask concealing all but a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. His arrival stirred not a single breeze, as though he belonged to the shadow itself. "My Lord Zero, Emperor," the masked man spoke, his voice deliberately altered to a low, rough timbre, making it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. "The sacrifices are prepared. The power of the moon drip is gathering, but the ritual demands absolute focus. These gnats cannot be allowed to interfere." Leon turned to the masked figure. "You're just in time. Take out this trash. The ritual starts now. As you command." The masked man gave a slight nod. Hidden beneath the mask, his gaze seemed to rest on Qing Xian, a look that carried a probing chill, something so cold and indescribable that it made Qing Xuan's skin crawl. Raising one hand, palm aimed at Qing Xian and the others, the masked man made no incantation, no light shone, just an overwhelming, invisible force exploded outward, as unstoppable as a tidal wave. "What?" Lucy gasped, feeling as if she'd been struck by a massive hammer. We're going to be blown away." Happy clung desperately to Lucy's clothes. Qing Xuan's pupils contracted. Planting his feet firmly in the stance of Longhu Mountain, he tried to anchor himself, but the force was far beyond anything physical. It felt as if space itself was rejecting them. With a pained grunt, he was swept up, along with Lucy, Happy, the paralyzed Gray, and the frozen statue of Natsu, by the invisible power. Like leaves in a hurricane, they were hurled helplessly toward the passage on the edge of the altar. Wind roared past his ears, and the world blurred by in a dizzying rush. Qing Xian managed only a final glance at the center of the altar, where the enormous ice sculpture, bathed in the ghostly blue moonlight, showed a hairline crack stretching just a little further. Thump, thump. The faint, rhythmic heartbeat seemed to echo deep in his awareness at the very moment he was cast away. The cold sea breeze, tinged with salt, swept across the cursed island shore. Waves crashed against the rocks in a relentless, monotonous rush. Lucy and Happy struggled to their feet on the sandy beach, covered in grit and looking thoroughly bedraggled. Qing Xian hit the ground, rolling to absorb the impact. He sprang to his feet and immediately rushed to the side of Natsu, who was locked in ice, and Gray, who lay unconscious. His eyes swept around, alert for any danger. Cough, cough. That was terrifying. Lucy pressed a trembling hand to her chest, shaken to the core. "Hey, what about Natsu and Gray?" Happy cried anxiously, drumming his paws against the solid ice that encased Natsu. The frost didn't budge an inch. "The ice is infused with powerful magic. If we try to break it by force, Natsu could be hurt," Qing Xian said, frowning as he examined the frozen prison. He checked Gray's pulse as well. Gray's injuries are internal. He needs healing. Suddenly, a heavy, suffocating pressure crashed down on them without warning. It was colder than the ice atop the altar, more intimidating than the masked man's force. The air on the beach seemed to freeze in an instant. Lucy and Happy's bodies went rigid, as if turned to stone by the chill. Qing Xian, too, felt a powerful aura lock onto him. He jerked his head up, staring in the direction the oppressive force came from. At the far end of the beach, the moonlight outlined a tall, striking figure. Her fiery red hair blazed like a battle flag, whipping fiercely in the wind. She wore gleaming silver knight's armor, and every step she took landed like a drumbeat on their hearts. A long sword hung at her waist, its blade gleaming with a deadly chill. Her cold gaze swept over the battered group sprawled across the sand, before finally settling on the icebound Natsu and the unconscious Gray. There was no surprise in her eyes, only a soul-freezing fury and a deep, cutting disappointment. Urza! Lucy's voice trembled with fear. "Ush! Hey!" Happy squeaked, ducking behind Lucy and peeking out with only half his head showing. This was Fairy Tail's strongest S-class mage, the Titania, Urza Scarlet. Urza said nothing. She only advanced, step by deliberate step. Her footsteps echoed in the silence of the beach, each beat striking deep into everyone's hearts. The tension in the air was so thick, it felt impossible to breathe. At last, she stopped before them. Taking on an S-class quest without permission, Urza spoke, her voice low but cutting, each word carrying the weight of thunderous anger, breaking into forbidden territory and sustaining such injuries. Her gaze finally landed on Lucy, disappointment nearly tangible in the air. "You have betrayed the guild's trust. You have betrayed Master Makarov. No, Urza, it's not like that. Lucy cried, her voice breaking, desperate to explain. We just wanted to lift the island's curse. And Leon... Silence. Urza's voice cracked like a whip, her eyes as sharp as blades. No excuse can stand against the iron rules. Do you not understand what an S-class quest means? And you, Lucy... Her gaze was glacial, and Lucy felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of ice. As newcomers, you have no sense of boundaries. Your reckless actions have put the guild in jeopardy. Now, return with me immediately and face the guild's judgment. Lucy was completely overwhelmed by Urza's imposing presence. The words she wanted to say caught in her throat. She couldn't utter a single syllable. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Happy shrank into a trembling ball, even more frightened. Urza's gaze finally settled on Qin Xian. Qin Xian. She spoke his name, her tones softening just a fraction, but the pressure she radiated was undiminished. You haven't been in the guild long, but you've always acted with calm and reason. Tell me why? Why would you take part in something as reckless, foolish, and against the rules as Natsu's actions? The sea breeze tousled the hair on Qing Xuan's forehead. He met Urza's scrutinizing eyes without flinching, and unlike Lucy, he felt no urge to explain himself in a rush. He was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the distant altar, barely visible deep within the island, as if he was sensing something. A premonition, Qin Xian replied calmly. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the sound of wind and waves. A powerful intuition told me that here, on this cursed island, I might find a way to restore my strength. He paused, turning his gaze back to Urza. His eyes were clear and unwavering. And besides, the job request mentioned that someone on the island is suffering under a curse. Even though I've lost my powers as a practitioner, I cannot turn my back on those in need. Urza's piercing gaze bore into Qing Xuan's eyes, as if trying to see straight through to his soul and judge the truth of his words. His self-identification as a practitioner made a faint, almost imperceptible ripple pass through her eyes. The beach fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the lament of wind and the restless sigh of the waves. Urza's armor glinted coldly in the moonlight, and her silence pressed down on everyone's chest like an invisible boulder. At last, she spoke, her voice still icy. Premonition? Responsibility? Those are not reasons to break the rules. The guild's laws stand above all else. Now gather Natsu and Gray. Her gaze swept over the ice sculpture and their unconscious companion. And return to Magnolia with me at once. Save your explanations for the master. The cold sea breeze swept over the sand. Suddenly, Gray, still lying on the ground, let out a low groan of pain and slowly opened his eyes. His blurred vision gradually cleared, revealing Urza's unmistakable silver armor, her eyes sharp as blades, and her command that brooked no argument. Return to Magnolia with me at once. Return? The word stabbed through Gray's foggy mind, clearing it in an instant. A surge of resistance shot through his entire body like a jolt of electricity, powerful enough to nearly drown out the pain racking his limbs. He clenched his teeth suddenly and, summoning every ounce of strength, pushed himself into a sitting position. The effort sent a sharp gasp of pain through him, his face growing even paler. I won't go back. Gray's voice was hoarse, yet unyieldingly firm. Every word seemed to scrape out from between his teeth like shard of ice. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Urza. In those eyes burned a deep pain and a desperate, almost obsessive resolve. Urza's brows knitted tightly. Her red hair whipped in the wind, tracing a fierce arc. Gray. This isn't the time for stubbornness. You're gravely injured, and you've broken the guild's strictest rule. The rule? Gray let out a bitter, twisted smile, ignoring Urza's anger. His eyes drifted past her, toward the heart of the island, where the altar lay bathed in eerie blue moonlight. It was as if, across the distance, he could see that colossal sculpture of ice. His voice dropped, heavy as if weighed down by years of sorrow. Urza, do you know what lies frozen there? Deliora, the demon that destroyed my hometown, that stole the lives of my parents and every villager I ever knew. The beach fell silent in an instant. Only the endless rhythm of waves breaking against the rocks filled the emptiness. Lucy covered her mouth in shock. Happy's eyes were wide with disbelief. Mystigan watched Gray in silence, his gaze unwavering. Even Natsu, trapped in the ice, seemed to tremble ever so slightly at the gravity of those words. Gray drew a deep breath, the cold air stinging his lungs, yet unable to numb the torrent of memories raging inside him. He closed his eyes, and the images he tried so hard to bury once again tore through his mind. I survived like a lost soul wandering in the dark, until I met you. Gray's voice quivered almost imperceptibly as he spoke that name, a name that was both warmth and the deepest ache in his heart. She took me in. She taught me ice make magic. She was my only family. She gave me a second chance at life. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. I trained desperately, for one reason, to take revenge, to kill Deliora with my own hands. When I finally thought I was strong enough, when I found that demon at last. Gray's voice broke, the anguish so overwhelming it threatened to suffocate him. He snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and wild, his voice rising with despair and fury. I was no match for it. I was pathetic, laughably weak, and just as it was about to kill me, suddenly his voice dropped to a whisper, laden with boundless sorrow and regret. It was you are. She appeared. She gave everything she had, even her own life. She turned herself into eternal ice, sealing Deliora away forever. He threw his head back, unable to hold back his tears any longer. They slid down his cheeks, mingling with the frost and grains of sand on his face. She did it to save me, to stop that monster. Ul sacrificed herself. Lucy's voice was choked with tears, and drops slid down her cheeks. Happy lowered his head sadly as well. She said one last thing to me. Gray's voice was raspy and heavy, every word weighing down like 1,000 pounds. Don't tell Lion, she said. If Lion found out that Ul sealed Deliora away with her life, he would spend his entire life searching for a way to break that magic, and that would ruin him. He shut his eyes in pain, and all the darkness, hatred, and guilt within me. She froze them away together with herself. The truth fell like a heavy hammer of ice, crashing down hard on everyone's hearts. Even Urza, whose gaze was always cold and composed, was visibly shaken for a fleeting moment. So behind that eternal seal, there was such sacrifice and guardianship. That's why. I can't leave. Gray's eyes snapped open, blazing now with fierce determination. He struggled to stand, though his body wavered from pain and weakness. Lion is unsealing that demon. Right now, he doesn't know the truth. What he's breaking is the seal Ul bought with her life. What he's releasing is a disaster that will destroy everything. I have to stop him. I must. Put an end to this with my own hands. For Ul. And to keep Lion from making an irreversible mistake. This is the duty I have to fulfill. Gray's words rang with utter finality, a sharp, unwavering resolve that would brook no argument. That heavy sense of responsibility and the will to protect his master's legacy pressed down on the beach like an invisible weight. A moment of silence. I see. Qingshuan's calm voice broke through the stillness. He walked to Gray's side, eyes also fixed toward the altar, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The source of the curse, the threat of the demon, and the sacrifice that must be protected. He turned to Gray, his tone steady and resolute. To vanquish such evil and protect the living here. This is the very duty of those who train in the arts. All the more so when it concerns the honor and protection of your master's lineage. My strength may be gone, but this duty remains. I will help you. Qing Xian. Gray looked at his companion, who stood up to help despite having lost his powers, and a complex wave of emotion flickered in his eyes. Gray. Lucy wiped her tears away, and her gaze became resolute as well. I might not be strong, but I want to help too. Ul's sacrifice can't be in vain. We can't let Lion and that demon have their way. Lucy's right. Happy soared into the air, his little fists clenched tight. And Natsu too. We're in this together. Just then, a sharp crack rang out from the side. The thick prison of ice encapsulating Natsu suddenly split with a clear, jagged line. In the next moment, fissures spread like a spider's web across the surface. From within the ice, a searing red light surged and blazed. Boom! The prison of ice shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless fragments exploded outward in all directions. Natsu, his entire body blazing with furious flames, broke free from the frozen confines and landed heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. In his eyes, a fire burned so fiercely it seemed as if it could consume everything in its path. What kind of sick joke is this? Natsu's voice was hoarse with rage. He thrust his finger toward the altar, flames leaping from his fingertips. That bastard! How dare he insult Ul? How dare he unseal the demon that killed her, and even hurt Gray in such a way? I won't forgive him. No way. I don't care if he's our senior. I'm going to knock him and that demon into the sky together. Natsu's roar was like the spark that ignited the final fuse. Gray, Lucy, Happy, and Qing Xian, all their eyes turned toward the same direction, each gaze reflecting the same determination. Urza stood quietly, watching her companions before her. The heavy sense of duty and fierce protectiveness in Gray's eyes, Natsu's raging defiance and loyalty as he broke free of the ice, Lucy, and Happy's unwavering support, and Qing Xian, the man who, even stripped of his magic, still stood tall in the name of responsibility. The fire in their eyes spoke louder than any words. At last, Urza's severe, icy gaze swept slowly over each of them. Deep within her eyes, something seemed to melt. Finally, her gaze settled on Gray. Gray full buster. Urza's voice still carried its commanding weight, but the coldness had softened, replaced by a profound sense of affirmation. To uphold the will of the departed, to stop your companions from falling into darkness. This is a duty none of us can escape. She paused, her scarlet hair lifting in the wind, a decisive arc. Her hand dropped to the hilt at her waist. The sword rang out, sharp and clear. Then let us, fairy tale, sever the chains of this curse together. Send that demon back to hell, where it belongs, and awaken your lost brother. She swept her eyes across the group. Our goal, the altar at the heart of the island. Move out. The moment her words fell, Urza turned, her silver armor flashing coldly beneath the moonlight. With long, resolute strides, she marched into the depths of the island, her figure sharp and unyielding, like a drawn sword cleaving through the heavy night. Yes, Urza. Lucy and Happy straightened with renewed spirit and hurried after her. This time, I'm going to beat him flat. The fire around Natsu burned even more intensely. Gray looked at Urza's determined back, then at his steadfast companions, especially the calm, yet powerful look in Qingshuan's eyes. He took a deep breath, forced down his pain, and his gaze grew rock solid. Let's go. Let's end this, once and for all. Qingxian nodded silently, falling in step with Gray. Following Urza, the group plunged once more into the shadowed heart of the cursed island. Their target was clear, the demon being unsealed, and the lost lion. Urza charged ahead, her fiery red hair blazing like a torch, the silver armor she wore reflecting the harsh, cold moonlight amidst the shadowy forest. Natsu followed closely behind. Though the flames on his body had dimmed from breaking the ice, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. Lucy and Happy protected the gravely wounded Gray in the center, while Qingxian silently took up the rear, his sharp gaze sweeping the unnaturally quiet surroundings. The path to the moon shrine atop the mountain was shrouded by twisted trees, with an uneasy pulse of magical energy lingering in the air. Stay alert. Urza suddenly halted, her long sword flashing half-drawn in an instant, her piercing gaze sweeping across the seemingly empty glade ahead. No sooner had her warning sounded than chaos erupted. All at once, countless ghostly blue lines crisscrossed the ground, the trees, and even the air itself. These lines were intangible, but radiated a powerful, binding magic, instantly forming a vast and intricate three-dimensional magic array that trapped everyone except Gray within its confines. What? Natsu tried to lunge forward, only to slam hard into an invisible magical barrier. He was thrown back with brutal force, his flames flickering under the pressure. I can't move. Lucy's hand, reaching for her keys, was frozen by an unseen force, her magic stifled. Happy tried to take flight, but his wings felt as heavy as lead. Urza's blade struck a shimmering blue line, only to send out a ripple. An intense backlash numbed her arm. It's that masked man, Lucy cried out in alarm. On the altar, the masked figure had somehow appeared atop a towering ice boulder outside the array. The mask beneath the hood was expressionless, both hands locked in a spell-casting gesture as invisible magic flowed ceaselessly into the formation. Futile struggles. The masked man's voice rasped coldly through the mask. Lord Zero Emperor is not to be disturbed. Gray, go, now, Urza shouted, her tone sharp as she gathered her strength for another attempt to break the array. Leave this to us. Stop lying. Gray looked back at his trapped friends, then up toward the mountaintop shrine where the ghostly blue moonlight was growing ever stronger. Not a trace of hesitation showed in his eyes. All that remained was resolve. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he drew upon every last ounce of strength, and, like an arrow released from a bow, he shot toward the shrinking gap at the edge of the array, bursting free and sprinting up toward the summit shrine without a backward glance. He knew this was the one chance his companions had fought to give him. Gray, Lucy called out anxiously. Aye, go Gray. Happy cheered him on. Within the magic array, the invisible pressure mounted, threatening to crush them all. Natsu roared, flames surging as he crashed against the barrier. Urza's sword danced like lightning, but the magic formation was unyielding, its power flowing ceaselessly. Qingxian, however, did not attack with wild fury like Natsu, nor did he try to sever the magic nodes like Urza. He stood motionless, his dark eyes gleaming as he carefully observed the flowing streams of ghostly blue light. These lights were not chaotic. Their movements and the points where they converged subtly echoed the deep laws by which the energies of the world moved, as if the entire array was breathing like a living creature. This formation cannot be broken by brute force, Qing Xian murmured, his mind racing through the ancient texts of Longhu Mountain about arrays and the flow of elemental energies. It draws on the Earth's chill and the light of the moon, forming a self-sustaining cycle. To attack it head-on would be like throwing stones into water, wasting strength for nothing. His eyes locked onto several points within the array, where the flow of magic seemed sluggish, swirling like eddies within a stream. The way of heaven and earth is to take from the excess and fill the lack. If I disrupt its flow and throw it off balance, the formation will collapse on its own. A clear thought crystallized in his mind. Suddenly, he drew several blank yellow talismans from his robe. They bore no cinnabar, no spiritual power, just ordinary paper. He bit his fingertip, using his own blood as ink. His fingers danced rapidly, sketching out a few extremely simple, yet ancient runes onto the talisman paper. With each stroke, it was as if he tugged at the thin strands of elemental energy surrounding him. Go! Qing Xian commanded, his voice low. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-stained talismans shot forth with uncanny precision, each one flying straight toward the turbulent whirlpool nodes he had sensed within the array. The talismans struck the invisible currents of magic. There was no explosion, no violent shockwave. But at the very instant they made contact, the crude runes drawn in blood seemed to come alive, emitting a faint and peculiar ripple. Like stones cast into a still lake, these ripples instantly disturbed the once smooth flow of magic at each node. The entire vast, blue array suddenly shuddered. Like the gears of a precise machine jamming on foreign debris, its seamless circuit of magic was thrown into chaos and blockage. The glowing formation flickered wildly, becoming dangerously unstable. What? Atop the high altar, the masked figure gave a nearly imperceptible jolt, clearly shocked that his carefully wrought core could be disrupted in such an arcane way. He instantly poured in more magic, desperate to stabilize it. Now, strike at the nodes. Qing Xian shouted. Requip. Black wing armor. Urza was the quickest to react. In a flash, she changed her gear, her speed surging as she darted forward. Her long sword became a streak of black lightning, stabbing with unerring precision at a magic node flickering violently under the rune's interference. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu's flames roared out at another disrupted node at the very same moment. Twin detonations shook the air. The synergistic assault, internal disruption from Qing Xian's Daoist method of breaking momentum, and the forceful attacks from Urza and Natsu was too much. The core nodes of the formation, already thrown into disarray, burst with a sound like a balloon bursting. A tremendous, crashing roar swept through the chamber. The spectral blue light that filled the sky shattered inch by inch like broken glass, dissolving into nothingness. The immense pressure that had bound everyone vanished in an instant. Go! Without hesitation, Urza pointed her sword toward the temple atop the mountain, her figure darting forward like a flash of lightning. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy rushed after her. Qing Xian took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his body caused by forcibly stirring his energy, and followed as well. Inside the moon temple, a pillar of ghostly blue moonlight poured down from the massive hole in the ceiling like a tangible stream, completely enveloping the ice sculpture of Deliora at the center. The ice, bathed in the flowing light, sizzled with a harsh, grating sound. Cracks spread and deepened across its surface, visible to the naked eye. The once faint heartbeat now pounded heavy as a war drum. Thump, 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 echoing in the chest of every onlooker. Leon stood at the edge of the altar, arms wide, bathing fanatically in the moonlight. His face twisted with excitement. Almost there. It's so close. Oh, watch me. I will surpass you. I will break this eternal seal. Leon, stop. With unyielding determination, Gray burst through the temple doors, staggering but standing tall. He was drenched in blood, his breath ragged and uneven, yet his eyes blazed with a desperate fire, locked onto his elder brother on the altar. Leon slowly turned, the frenzy on his face melting into an icy scowl of disgust. You again? Still haunting me, are you? Seems the lesson I gave you wasn't harsh enough. You don't understand at all. Gray roared, pointing at the melting ice sculpture. Ooh. Holden just sealed Deliora away. She used her own life, her very body, to become eternal ice and freeze him for good. She did it to save me. Her last request was that I never tell you, because she feared you'd become like this, so obsessed with surpassing her that you'd unleash this demon at any cost. Gray's voice, raw and ragged, held the pain and tears of Ul's sacrifice as he shouted the truth for all to hear. Yet Leon's reaction was nothing like Gray had expected. There was no shock, no confusion. Instead, a fleeting hint of cruel understanding and mockery flashed across his face. "Oh, so that's what you wanted to tell me?" Leon's voice was cold as ice, unnervingly calm. "Did you really think? I didn't know." Gray reeled as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What are you saying?" "I've known all along." Leon's tone was eerily serene as he stepped down from the altar, moving toward Gray. In his icy blue eyes, there was not a shred of warmth, only a burning obsession, a madness named surpassing. "I knew Ul used absolute freeze. I knew she became the ice. I knew everything. Then why would you?" Gray felt as if his very blood had frozen in his veins. "Why?" Lion stopped right in front of Gray, looming over him, a twisted smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, it's to surpass her. Ul sacrificed her life to seal Deliora. This was the pinnacle of her power. But I, Lion Vastia, will prove that I'm stronger than she ever was. I will personally melt the unyielding ice that is her legacy. Then, with my own hands, I will defeat Deliora. Only then, only by doing this, will I have truly surpassed Ul. That is my lifelong pursuit. Her sacrifice? Humph. Nothing more than a footnote on my path to supremacy." Lion's words, like poisoned icicles, pierced through the last shreds of hope in Gray's heart. His elder brother's heart had long been frozen solid by obsessive ambition, colder and harder than Deliora's unbreakable ice. "You've lost your mind. You're insane," Gray murmured, the final glimmer in his eyes extinguished, leaving only dead silence, utter despair, and a cold, unyielding resolve. He glanced at the demon on the altar, its icy prison thinning, the pounding heartbeat growing louder, then back at his once familiar, now unrecognizable brother. "If that's how it is," Gray's voice became eerily calm, so calm it was terrifying. Slowly, he lifted his hands, crossing them before his chest, assuming the exact stance Ul had taken when she sealed Deliora all those years ago. A surge of chilling power, far beyond his own limits, enough to freeze even the soul, burst forth from the very core of his being, from the burning source of his life itself. The ground beneath him was instantly covered in thick frost, the very air crystallizing with cold. "Ice make absolute zero," Gray growled, each word heavy with the weight of his life. He would offer up his own existence, just as Ul had done, to seal away the demon, the madness, and himself, forever in ice. At last, Lion's expression changed. He could feel that familiar, terrifying power, the power to freeze everything. It was the power he had longed for, and yet dreaded. "Gray, stop. Are you out of your mind?" The deadly cold radiated outward from Gray, expanding furiously, wherever it passed. Even space itself seemed to freeze. Frost swept rapidly across his body, his life slipping away with terrifying speed. And, at that critical moment, "Gray, stop!" A figure burst into the temple like a gale of wind. It was Qing Xian. With a single glance, he took in the desperate scene. Gray, burning his life to unleash a forbidden spell of mutual destruction. While on the altar, Deliora's icy shell was crisscrossed with cracks, the dreadful heartbeat pounding like war drums. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Xian shot toward Gray like a cannonball. He made no attempt to block the deadly cold, for that would mean being frozen instantly. A fierce light burst from his eyes. He pressed his right fingers together like a sword and gathered the last remnants of his internal energy, just barely stirred by breaking the formation, into the tip of his finger. He did not attack. Instead, using his finger as a brush, he traced a mysterious path and struck precisely at the core node of magical flow where Gray was channeling his forbidden spell, right at the center of Gray's crossed arms. This was not an act of destruction, but rather like casting a pearl of calming wind into the mouth of a volcano on the verge of eruption. With the profound force of following the way of nature, aligning with the heavens and the will of man, he forcibly disrupted the wild, life-fueled magic at its most unstable, most critical moment. A muffled gasp escaped Gray. The surging cold that represented his very life force was suddenly strangled, halted in an instant. A flash of confusion and agony crossed his eyes as the forbidden spell he was weaving was shattered in a heartbeat. The frost spreading over his body ceased its advance. But the backlash of chilling magic and the weakness from his draining life energy caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood and collapse limply backward. Gray! Qin Xian leapt forward, catching Gray as he fell. Yet, in that very instant, as Qin Xian broke Gray's spell, crack, crack, crack crash. At the heart of the altar, the colossal ice sculpture, scarred by countless fissures after enduring years of the moon's baptism, lost Gray's chilling magic, and the monstrous force sealed within could no longer be contained. With a thunderous, earth-shattering roar, the ancient ice shattered completely. Fragments of blue ice exploded outward in every direction, scattering like stars of death. A terrifying aura, suppressed for untold ages, brimming with destruction and violence, surged forth as if a primordial beast had finally broken free from its shackles, flooding the entire moon temple in an instant. Within the swirling haze of dust and ice, a massive, twisted shadow, radiating a suffocating and overwhelming presence, slowly rose from the fractured coffin of ice, exuding the power to crush all beneath it. Deliora, the demon of legend, had awakened. Deliora, let me be the one to... Leon's roar was but a feeble cry of defiance, utterly drowned beneath the terror of Deliora's awakening. The demon's roar was no ordinary sound. It carried a tangible, annihilating shockwave, a force like 10,000 hammers crashing down on every inch of the temple. The very air was pressed and warped, groaning under the unbearable strain. Ancient ice crystals decorating the walls exploded into dust in an instant, and the entire moon temple shook violently. Leon stood directly in the path of the onslaught. The devastating force crashed into him, flinging him like a broken kite across the hall. Already weakened and ravaged by the backlash of Gray's absolute freeze, his body was as fragile as shattered ice. Now, the blow only compounded his wounds. He crashed heavily onto the frigid edge of the altar, the blood spraying from his lips appearing especially vivid beneath the ghostly blue moonlight. Agonizing pain tore through his nerves, but deeper still was the terror awakened by that roar echoing in his mind, a fear rooted in the very depths of his soul. It was not the fear of death, but the searing despair branded into him over a decade ago, when, still a child, he had witnessed from afar as Deliora destroyed his village and devoured all life within it. The demon's roar shattered the fragile shell he had forced himself to build, something he called transcendence, exposing the deep-seated, never truly conquered fear he had always tried to bury. Struggling, he lifted his head. Through blurred vision and swirling ice dust, he looked toward the monstrous being rising fully from the shattered ice coffin. Enormous, twisted, its body was sheathed in a dark, hardened layer like congealed lava. Even its mere outline radiated such savagery, destruction, and pure malice that the bravest warrior would feel their courage crumble. It was a terror beyond imagination, an absolute horror that dwarfed all mortal power. It needed no movement. Its very existence alone proclaimed despair. So, this is... Deliora. Leon's voice trembled, thick with disbelief, horror, and the helpless confusion of a shattered self-image. All his ambitions, all his obsessions, at the very moment he saw the demon's true form, were utterly crushed like fragile ice crystals dashed against steel. What he had spent his life's energy to unseal was not the stepping stone he dreamt would prove his worth, but a doomsday beast capable of dragging him and the entire world into the abyss. A frigid tide called despair instantly engulfed him, more chilling than any ice magic could ever be. Supported by Qin Xian, Gray, too, felt his blood surge violently from the shock of that roar. When that vast, terrifying shadow filled his vision, the nightmare of 10 years past surged back like a relentless tide. A cold, soul-piercing sense of despair seized his heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. That familiar helplessness, crushed beneath absolute power, the sight of UR vanishing into glittering ice. It was as if everything had happened just yesterday. His body started to tremble uncontrollably, his face as pale as paper. Yet, just as despair pressed down with suffocating weight, threatening to crush everyone beneath it, two figures stepped forward, one to the left and one to the right, standing firm before Gray like unyielding pillars of stone. On the left stood Urza Scarlet, her fiery red hair streaming behind her. Her silver armor gleamed brilliantly in the moon's ghostly light and the demon's looming shadow. The sword at her waist was already unsheathed, its blade pointed straight at the monstrous demon. Her gaze was sharp as a hawk's, unyielding, blazing with fighting spirit, and filled with the resolve to protect her companions, no matter what. Powerful magic surged around her, forming an invisible barrier that forcefully withstood the terrifying pressure radiating from the demon. On the right stood Qingxian. With jet black hair and eyes, he showed no sign of powerful magical energy. Instead, he exuded a calmness as deep as an abyss, as if he were one with the solid earth beneath his feet. He held no weapon, but between his fingers he twirled a blank talisman paper. His gaze rested steadily on the awakening demon, as if he were assessing some anomaly that threatened the balance of the world. In the shadow of destruction, that unwavering composure became a source of strength, steadying Gray's nearly shattered spirit like an anchor in a raging sea. Gray, Urz's voice rang out, clear and cold as spring water, slicing through the spreading despair. This time we stand together. Qingxian said nothing, only tilted his head slightly to meet Gray's eyes with a look of quiet resolve. That look seemed to say, "We are here, right behind you." At that very moment, a roar, more furious and violent than before, exploded overhead. Natsu, like a blazing meteor, leapt high atop the ruined pillars of the temple. His body unfurled in midair, right fist clenched tight, searing flames coiling around it, ready to be unleashed like a fist of molten lava. In his eyes burned a fire fierce enough to reduce everything to ashes. His target, Deliora's massive head. "You bastard demon! How dare you insult all Fire Dragon's iron fist." Scarlet flames tore through the ghastly blue moonlight, carrying Natsu's wrath and every ounce of his strength, crashing down upon the demon like a falling star. In that split second, as everyone braced themselves for the demon's fearsome counterattack, hearts leaping into their throats. A sudden twist of fate. The towering Deliora, radiating apocalyptic menace, suddenly convulsed with a violent shudder. The arm it had raised to block Natsu's flames, sheathed in a thick layer of horned armor, silently crumbled in midair, breaking apart like rock weathered for millennia. It wasn't shattered by force. No, it simply disintegrated, each fragment sifting away like dry sand. Next went its massive legs, its hulking body, its snarling head. That once impenetrable armor and muscle, brimming with destruction, began to crumble from within, collapsing, decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. No blood, no screams, only the dead silence that comes when a life reaches its end, when all that's left is utter decay. Natsu's blazing fist, propelled by unbridled momentum, smashed into the demon's disintegrating head. And yet, the expected impact and explosion never came. His fist met nothing but dry, rotting wood, passing through effortlessly. The flames did nothing more than reduce the crumbling fragments to drifting ash. Thud! Natsu burst through the collapsing demon's body and landed heavily on the ground. He staggered, staring in astonishment at his fist, which had met no resistance, then whipped around to look behind him. In the stunned, bewildered, and utterly incredulous gazes of everyone present, the legendary, invincible demon of destruction, Deliora, crumbled like a sand castle toppled by a careless hand. Its massive form, bathed in ghostly blue moonlight, disintegrated swiftly and silently, collapsing inward. At last, it became nothing more than a heap of immense, lifeless, ashen dust, piled at the center of the altar, only a faint outline remaining to prove it had ever existed at all. Within the temple, only rough, ragged breathing and pounding heartbeats remained. What just happened? Natsu stared at his fist, then at the pile of ashes, completely bewildered. Leon struggled to push himself up, his eyes hollow as he gazed at the ashes, as if all support had left him. Gray too looked on in a daze, his mind wiped blank by the stunning reversal. At that moment, however, Qingxuan's gaze shifted to beneath the heap of ashes at the altar's center and farther beyond. There, at the base of the shattered, massive ice coffin, the eternal ice formed from Ur's sacrifice had, under the continued touch of the moon drip, finally melted away completely. Yet the melted water did not trickle and scatter. Instead, as if drawn by some invisible will, it gathered into a clear stream, shimmering with a faint, ethereal blue glow. This crystal stream ignored the ruined walls of the temple and the uneven ground, winding steadily onward as if it possessed a life of its own, flowing resolutely out of the temple. It spilled down the steep hillside, slipped through the shadowed forest, and at last quietly merged with the vast, rolling sea at the island's edge. Moonlight spilled across the ocean, making the waves sparkle. The water that had once been Ur vanished instantly into the sea, as if it had never existed. And yet, Qingxian seemed to hear something. The sound of waves breaking against the rocks, now carrying a note of indescribable gentleness and a rhythm of silent guardianship. He slowly closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath of the salty air. When he opened them again, understanding shone within. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, but clear enough that every lost soul in that place heard him. So that's how it is. Deliura never broke free from its seal. All these 10 long years, the ice that was Uar's life, her eternal ice, never ceased to eat away at it slowly, steadfastly, bit by bit, until every trace of the demon's life was gone. He looked toward the sea that now held Uar's water, reverence shining in his eyes. When the ice melted, it marked the moment the demon finally crumbled and faded away. He paused, his words carrying a resonance that seemed to reach across time and space. Look at that stream. Uar, she never truly left. She became one with the vast ocean. From this moment on, the ocean's spirit, Uar's spirit, would forever watch over the disciple she had protected with her life and guard the land she held so dear. Gray's whole body jolted violently. Staggering forward, he threw himself to the edge of the temple, gazing out across the moonlit, shimmering sea. Tears burst forth in a torrent. No longer tears of despair, but a scalding flood mingled with endless sorrow, relief, and at last, understanding. In the rolling waves, he could almost see Uar's gentle smile dissolving into the waters. Master. Gray felt his knees on the cold stone, facing the sea, sobbing uncontrollably. This was farewell and a solemn vow. Lion stared blankly at the ocean, then at Deliura's ashes scattered across the altar, then at Gray, weeping on the ground. The madness, ambition, and fear had all vanished from his face, leaving only a hollow emptiness, confusion, and a remorse that cut to the bone. He opened his mouth, but no sound came. At last, he simply lowered his head in defeat. Urza silently sheathed her sword, moving to Gray's side, resting a gentle hand on his trembling shoulder. Her red hair streamed in the sea breeze as her gaze settled, complex and conflicted, on the gentle ocean. Natsu scratched his head, looking from the ashes to the sea, then at Gray's grief and the silent faces all around. Gradually, something seemed to dawn on him. The anger in his eyes faded, replaced by a muddled mix of emotion and sadness. Love, you are happy too, fluttered down, landing sorrowfully on Lucy's shoulder. Lucy wiped her tears and watched the water flowing into the sea, whispering, Uar has become the ocean. Qing Xian stood quietly to the side, feeling the sea breeze brushing his face, listening to the endless rhythm of the waves. He could sense it clearly, a vast, gentle, and embracing will, like an invisible current of warmth, flowing in time with the tides, softly touching everyone on the island, reaching into the hearts of all within the temple. It was the ocean's protection, Uar's undying, eternal motherly love. Moonlight lay pale and cold, the waves sang their endless song. Within the shattered temple, only Gray's muffled sobs and the ceaseless, gentle chant of the waves remained. And in the shadowy corner of the temple, unnoticed by the others, the mysterious masked figure had slipped away at some unknown moment, leaving behind only a faint, icy ripple of magical energy. Deliura's ashes lay cold and still beneath the moon, while Uar's tears had merged with the sea's eternal waves. Yet, when Urza and the others, weary and sorrowful but with a hint of relief, helped Gray back down the mountain to the village, the cheers they had expected for the lifting of the curse did not come. The village remained shrouded in a suffocating, deathly silence. The villagers tormented by the curse still sat in front of their houses or by the roadside like soulless puppets, their eyes vacant and their bodies stiff. Moonlight spilled over them, bringing no trace of life. Instead, it lay upon them like a cold, shrouding burial cloth. What's going on? Natsu scratched his head, looking around at the unchanged scene with utter confusion. Didn't the demon turn to ashes? Ul's ice has melted into the sea. So why is the curse still here? Lucy and Happy exchanged uneasy glances, while Gray's face, pale and weak, was marked by worry and bewilderment. Urza frowned deeply, her sharp gaze sweeping across the entire village, finally coming to rest on the patch of night sky above the village. So unusually deep, it seemed to block out the starlight itself. Qing Xian did not answer right away. He released his hold on Gray and walked alone to the open space at the center of the village, slowly closing his eyes. Though he had lost his magical power and could no longer sense the world as he once did, his acute perception of the flow of energy and that instinctive awareness of anomalies remained. He stood still, rooted like an ancient tree, feeling the breath of the wind, the pulse of the earth, and that lingering, viscous, chilling residue of energy thickening in the air. After a moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the rooftops, reaching toward the moonlight sanctuary deep within the island, and then slowly traced the outline of the entire island sky. It isn't that the curse remains, Qing Xuan's voice was calm, carrying the clarity of someone who had seen through to the truth. It's that the cocoon isn't broken. All eyes turned to him. Lion's moon drip ritual wasn't just to melt the ice, Qing Xian explained, raising a hand toward the sky. In order to gather and direct the vast power of moonlight, he constructed a tremendous, invisible field of energy spanning the entire island. This field is like an inverted bowl, covering all within. It distorts the normal flow of energy, forcibly draws in the moonlight, and at the same time, imprisons something else. His gaze returned to the listless villagers, his expression conflicted. The so-called curse haunting the villagers is, I fear, the result of this warped energy field's long-term erosion and suppression. It acts as a giant cocoon, not only trapping the moonlight, but also trapping them. So what do we do? Lucy asked urgently. How do we break this cocoon? Qing Xian looked to Urza and Natsu. With the strength I have now, I can't shake this barrier that shrouds the island. It will take overwhelming power, enough to pierce the shell and tear open a breach. Urza instantly understood Qing Xuan's meaning, her hand moving to her sword hilt. How much power are we talking about? Enough to banish evil and sweep away the shadows. A force of purification, Qing Xian replied, his gaze settling on Natsu. And a fire strong enough to burn away all corruption and bring forth new life. In Natsu's eyes, the flames blazed anew. As long as I can save these people, I'll give you all the fire I have. Good. Urza nodded, her red hair whipping in the night wind. Natsu, lend me your fire. Understood. Natsu replied without hesitation. He clenched his fists tightly, drew a deep breath, and his chest swelled with power. A torrent of fire, hotter and wilder than ever before, erupted from every pore of his body, transforming him in an instant into a figure engulfed in raging flames. Instead of letting the fire burst forth, he forced the furious energy to compress and gather, concentrating it into his fists with all his might. Requip, spear of purification, Urza called out, her voice ringing clear as magical light exploded around her. In an instant, her shining knight's armor vanished, replaced by a set of ancient, solemn, silver-white heavy armor that radiated an aura of pure holiness. No longer did she wield a sword. In her hands was a knight's lance of astonishing length. Sacred runes shimmered along the shaft, and the spear tip glimmered with a razor-sharp light, bright enough to pierce through the deepest darkness. With both hands, Urza gripped the spear of purification, the lance's point angled high toward the heavens. Natsu let out a mighty roar, unleashing the concentrated, furious fire from his fists. Like twin dragons of flame, the energy surged toward the tip of Urza's spear. Urza's entire magical power surged into the lance without reservation. The spear of purification erupted with a brilliance never seen before, a holy radiance that was anything but gentle, sharp as a blade of judgment and purification. At the spear's tip, Natsu's crimson flames and Urza's pure white light fused perfectly together. The wild fury of the fire was guided and restrained by the holy light, while the purifying power of the light was endowed by the flames with the force to burn all things away. A massive, divine lance ablaze with sacred fire took shape in the night sky. Its overwhelming presence was enough to make the very air twist and shudder. The lance's aim was true. The thinnest point of the island's energy field, the place where, according to Qing Xuan's senses, the barrier was weakest and most closely connected to the Moonlight Sanctuary. Break! Urza and Natsu roared together, their voices shaking the heavens. The holy flame-clad lance, a spear of judgment fallen to earth, tore through the darkness. With the power to destroy all before it, it crashed down upon the island's unseen energy barrier. A deep, shuddering crack resounded, like a sheet of glass struck by a colossal hammer. The sound was so heavy and grating it set everyone's teeth on edge. The entire space above the island seemed to tremble violently. Crack! Crackle! Under everyone's stunned gaze, the night sky above, once as deep and dark as ink, suddenly fractured like a shattered mirror, great blue fissures crisscrossing and spreading furiously until they covered the whole vault of heaven. With a final, resounding crash, the barrier began to fall. In the next instant, the enormous energy field that had shrouded the island shattered with a thunderous crash, like a soap bubble suddenly bursting. Countless fragments of deep blue energy rained down in a shower, like a meteor storm, only to dissolve and vanish swiftly in midair. The cocoon that had imprisoned the entire island was broken. At the very moment the energy field collapsed, Qing Xian sprang into action. He sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, and formed an ancient Daoist hand seal. He did not attempt to absorb the chaotic, surging blue fragments. Doing so would only bring disaster upon himself. Instead, he attuned himself to the most refined essence of moonlight, power released at the instant of the field's collapse, a force that had been twisted and contained for who knows how long. Now, this power surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, unrestrained and wild, struggling to return to the world. Follow the Tao. Let the energy return to its origin. Qingxian silently recited the incantation in his heart, sinking his consciousness deep into the barren spiritual field within his dantian. Using his own body as a conduit and the Daoist seal as a bridge, he guided the immense and pure moonlight essence, letting it flow slowly into him like myriad rivers merging with the sea. He did not forcefully devour the power, but instead guided it with a natural current, channeling it into his depleted meridians and dantian as though diverting a mighty river into a parched channel. The force was overwhelming. His body, deprived of spiritual energy, was like a riverbed suddenly flooded after a long drought. Qingshuan's body trembled slightly, his face drained of color in an instant, beads of sweat breaking out on his brow. Yet he remained focused, steadfastly practicing the most basic energy-guiding technique of Mount Longhu, carefully sorting and refining the foreign energy. His damaged meridians throbbed with sharp pain, while his barren dantian greedily soaked up the nourishing essence like dry soil drinking in long-awaited rain. Even as Qingxian poured all his effort into channeling the moonlight essence and healing himself, the shockwave from the shattered energy field swept across the entire village. Ugh, my head hurts. Who am I? The villagers, who had been dull and lifeless moments before, suddenly convulsed violently. A wild light burst in their once empty eyes, pain, confusion, and then overwhelming terror. Countless fragmented memories surged into their minds like a deluge, threatening to drown them. Dark, scaly patterns began to emerge uncontrollably beneath their skin. Their fingernails grew sharp and curved. Low, agonized growls escaped their lips, unconscious and full of torment. Some villagers even had twisted horns writhing beneath the skin of their foreheads, struggling to break free. Demons? Were they demons all along? Lucy gasped in horror, clapping her hand over her mouth and stumbling backward. Happy, terrified, darted behind Natsu. The villagers managed embarrassed, sheepish smiles. Well, it seems we really are demons, after all. At that moment, a few staggering figures appeared at the entrance of the village. It was Leon, along with Toby, Sherry, and Yuka, supporting each other as they walked. All of them bore wounds, their energy nearly spent. Leon's face was even paler than the moonlight, his eyes filled with endless regret and confusion. With a heavy thud, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the cold ground. He bowed his head so deeply that his forehead nearly touched the earth. I'm sorry. His voice was hoarse and broken, thick with bone-deep remorse and pain. We were all deceived by that masked man and blinded by our own hatred and obsessions. He lifted his head, tears mingling with the grime on his face as he looked at the shocked Urza, Natsu, Lucy, Gray, and Qingxian, who sat cross-legged in the distance. We are all survivors of Deliora's rampage. From different villages destroyed by that monster. The masked man found us, told us that only by gathering the drops of the moon to melt the ice could we truly kill Deliora and avenge our loved ones. We believed him, and so committed these unforgivable crimes, using these demons twisted by our own hands. His voice choked with emotion, and he could say no more. Toby, Sherry, and Yuka also bowed their heads in silence, their faces racked with pain and guilt. The truth washed over the island's shore like a cold tide. The moon drip plan had ended in ruins, leaving behind nothing but a shattered temple, weeping demons, remorseful survivors, and at the center, Qingxian, sitting cross-legged as he strove to guide the essence of moonlight and restore himself. The moonlight was icy and serene, casting its glow on every face, some in pain, some lost, some mournful. Urza pushed open the guild's doors with force. The setting sun shone on her and on Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, who followed behind with their heads hung low. Qingxian brought up the rear, his brow slightly furrowed, fingers unconsciously tracing invisible patterns at his core, feeling the gentle, cool spiritual energy from the drops of the moon gradually replenish his channels. Master, Urza's voice cut through the bustle. The rule-breaking squad is back. We await punishment. The guild fell instantly silent. But behind the bar, the high-backed chair, symbolizing the master's seat, was empty. Mira Jane smiled as she polished a glass. The master was called away by the council for an emergency meeting. Didn't say when he'd return. Phew. Natsu and Gray let out a huge sigh of relief at the same time, the gloom on their faces vanishing. We're saved. Natsu grinned broadly. What luck. Gray put his hands on his hips, utterly forgetting he was shirtless. Idiot. Put on some clothes. Lucy shrieked, squeezing her eyes shut. It was only then that Gray realized, scrambling awkwardly for his shirt. Qingxian shook his head with a wry smile, finally relaxing a little. Lucy opened her eyes, pressing for answers. Urza, what's the punishment? Is it cleaning the toilets? Or something even scarier? Her voice trembled. Mira dear. A syrupy, sweet voice chimed in. Lucy turned at the sound. Loki leaned against a pillar, winking and smiling at her. Yet the moment he caught sight of Lucy's face, his grin froze, shifting instantly to terror. Emergency. Code red. Loki blurted incoherently, spinning on his heel to flee. Bang. He collided straight into Urza. What's got you in such a panic? Urza eyed him sharply. Nothing. Nothing at all. Sweat broke out on Loki's forehead as he tried to slip past her. Hey, Loki. Natsu protested, rushing over to grab him. But just then, his gaze caught on a strange request slip tucked in the corner of the mission board. It looked ancient, like weathered leather, covered in twisted symbols and emanating a faint, peculiar magical pulse. Huh, what's this? Natsu peered at it curiously, pointing at the mess of squiggles. So weird. Can anyone even read this? Should I give a shot? He craned his neck, squinting at the writing. Natsu, don't touch anything. Urza warned. But Natsu had already, by sheer instinct, blurted out what he thought the symbols might sound like. Hashtag a percent and yuan percent. For a split second, the air seemed to freeze. A deep hum resonated. Suddenly, every symbol on the request slip burst into blinding, multicolored light. The radiance swelled like a gigantic soap bubble, instantly engulfing Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Loki, and even Qingxian, who was standing nearby. The dazzling flash faded, and the guild hall returned to normal. But the group was left in stunned silence, faces etched with shock and a jarring sense of displacement that reached to their very souls. Qingxian looked down and saw a pair of hands encased in icy silver gauntlets. Heavy armor weighed on him. Powerful magic surged within, but the spiritual energy he had just gathered was utterly gone. Even the magic of this new body remained inaccessible. What? A cool, feminine voice burst out of his Urza's lips, astonished. He looked up toward where he had just been standing. There, Qingxian stood staring at her own hands, Urza's expression of shock painted across his face. Her, Urza's soul, had snapped up to look at Qingxian in Urza's body, her eyes wide with disbelief. Such vast power dormant. But I can't move it. Not a single trace. She could see the immense potential in Qingxuan's meridians, like an abyss, but it was as if locked away, utterly out of reach. Hey, Loki, what the heck is going on? Natsu's voice rang out, but it was coming from Loki's body. Natsu, now inhabiting Loki's body, flexed his arms and puffed out his cheeks, trying to breathe fire, but only a few weak, golden sparks drifted from his fingertips before fizzling out. Where's my fire? What happened to my fire? Natsu, in Loki's body, stared at his own fingers, bewildered. Inside, he felt only unfamiliar, gentle starlight magic, completely at odds with himself. So hot. Get it off, came a piercing scream in Lucy's voice. Lucy was yanking off her jacket in a frenzy, buttons popping and flying everywhere. Gray, stop it. That's my body. Gray's voice howled in despair. Gray's body was desperately trying to keep Lucy from stripping, his face twisted between fury and utter mortification. He, Gray's soul, felt as if he were standing at the edge of a volcano. His once effortless ability to conjure ice utterly vanished, replaced by only the faintest trace of celestial spirit magic within this body. You exhibitionistic pervert. Stop it. Lucy, in Gray's body, was frantically slapping her own hands while shouting furiously at her original body. But so hot. Lucy, or rather, Gray's soul, retorted with absolute conviction. The scene had descended into utter chaos. Urza, in Qingxuan's body, was still reeling, unable to draw upon any of the power hidden within Qingxuan's form. Qingxian, in Urza's body, stood stiffly, wanting to lift a hand and draw a sigil, but the heavy iron gauntlets felt unbearably clumsy. How am I supposed to draw with these metal shells? He muttered under his breath, full of frustration. Natsu, in Loki's body, was staring blankly at his fingertips, which were glowing with golden light. Meanwhile, Gray, in Lucy's body, and Lucy, in Gray's body, were in the midst of a shrieking, furious strip-off, their screams echoing through the hall. The rest of the guild stared in stunned silence. Levi, Urza, in Xuan's body, called out in a clear, masculine voice that cut through the chaos. Quick, look at that request sheet. What kind of magic is this? Jolted by the mention of her name, Levi snapped to attention. She adjusted her glasses, squeezed through the crowd to the notice board, carefully avoided the glowing request form, and stooped down for a closer look. It's not ancient script, looks like a mutated celestial spirit, sacramental text, transposition, chaos, a composite. The core is the displaced kiss of Calamanis, a lost celestial spirit curse rune. She rattled off her rapid analysis. Levi, hurry up and undo this. I'm going to melt. Gray, in Lucy's body, howled in desperation. Yeah, I want my fire back. Natsu, in Loke's body, jumped up and down, equally frantic. Suppressing her questions, Levi nodded vigorously and focused all her attention on deciphering the solution. Found it. The reverse nodes. She looked up, pointing to two tiny ink dots on the parchment. You all need to use the magic of your current bodies and inject it here. At the same time, but in reverse. Everyone she named froze mid-motion. Xian, in Urza's body, nodded, struggling to summon a wisp of magic at his fingertip, directing it at the first point. Backwards, right? Natsu, in Loke's body, concentrated on the starlit magic, awkwardly twisting it in the opposite direction. A faint golden shimmer drifted toward the second dot. Hurry! Lucy, in Gray's body, channeled Gray's ice magic, sending a blast of cold in reverse. Oh, this is so annoying. Gray, in Lucy's body, gritted his teeth against the heat, coaxing a trace of celestial spirit magic from Lucy's body. A gentle glow shot forth. Loke's body, under Natsu's soul, also released a stream of starlight. But Urza, in Xuan's body, couldn't draw out even a single spark of magic. For streams of reverse-flowing magic all touched the ink dots at once. A sharp, grating screech split the air. The runes flared with dazzling color, violently twisting and pulsing. Hold on, don't stop injecting. Levi screamed, pressing her hands down on the parchment to keep it under control. Xian, in Urza's body, gritted his teeth and forced more power through. Natsu, in Loke's body, turned red with the effort. Gray, in Lucy's body, and Lucy, in Gray's body, threw everything they had into the spell. Bang! The shimmering light abruptly contracted and vanished. The runes on the commission slip completely disappeared, leaving behind a blank piece of parchment. An invisible force yanked every soul back with tremendous might. Xian was wrenched out of Urza's heavy, iron shell. Familiar sensations, his own meridians tingling with a faint sting, returned, and his weakened spirit energy fluttered back to him like a weary bird finding its nest. He staggered but managed to steady himself, glanced down at his blue robe, and let out a silent sigh of relief. His fingertips twitched, a thread of silver lightning flickered and then faded. Weak as it was, the power was his once more. Urza, too, regained control. The strength of her armored body surged back. She clenched her fist. There was a soft click of metal. As she lifted her gaze to Xian, she recalled with piercing clarity the moment her soul left her body. That terrifying, star-filled power, as vast as a sleeping galaxy, so close and yet utterly out of reach. We're back. Ah. Natsu shouted gleefully, and with a whoosh, familiar flames danced in his palm. My fire's back. He brandished it, elated. We're safe. Lucy hugged herself tightly, on the verge of tears. Gray, as if granted amnesty, wasted no time whipping off his shirt and tossing it over his shoulder. Much better, he exhaled deeply. Loki's soul slipped quietly back into place, leaving his face momentarily pale. He stole a quick, searching glance at Lucy, then hurried away. The guild was still reeling from the aftershocks. Urza's sharp eyes swept over the group, finally settling on Xian, who stood with eyes closed, searching inward. Her voice rang out, cold and commanding. Silence. The hubbub ceased at once. Punishment postponed, not cancelled. Urza's gaze circled over Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Xian. Until Master returns, all violators will clean the guild, double the usual. That includes the ceiling. Her eyes flicked upward to the lofty, dust-caked wooden rafters. What? Natsu and Gray's wails threatened to bring the roof down. Lucy groaned in despair. Xian slowly opened his eyes and calmly gazed at the ceiling, then let his eyes fall to his palm. There, a livelier thread of silver lightning darted and danced between his fingers. After the absurdity of a displaced soul, this frail yet controllable power felt like the dust of exile was finally brushed away. His lips curved in a wry, self-deprecating smile. Weakness? It was merely another trial on the path of cultivation. At least, he still held his rune pen. Once again, They were on the road home from mission. Urza, Lucy, Natsu, and Qing Xian walked together down the streets of Magnolia. The atmosphere felt strained and strange. Passers-by glanced their way, especially at Urza, with sidelong looks and whispered among themselves, eyes full of complicated emotions and pointed fingers. "What's going on?" Lucy asked anxiously. "Something feels off." Who cares?" Natsu replied, hands stuffed in his pockets, feigning indifference. Urza frowned and quickened her pace. Qing Xian followed in silence, spirit energy circulating weakly within him. At last, a trickle of spiritual power he could call upon, though now it was just a matter of gathering strength. He keenly sensed an oppressive tension in the air. As they neared the Fairy Tale Guild, the sight that greeted them made all four freeze in their tracks, eyes wide with shock. Several enormous, icy black metal pillars were thrust through the familiar spired wooden structure of the guild hall, standing out in stark, shocking contrast. They looked like grotesque, monstrous nails driven deep into the guild's walls and even piercing through the roof, leaving gaping, horrifying holes. The whole guild seemed crucified, displayed on a pillar of shame. "What is?" Lucy covered her mouth, her voice trembling. "Bastard!" Natsu erupted in a furious roar, his hair practically standing on end like an enraged lion's mane. He was the first to charge toward the guild doors. "Someone dared lay hands on our guild?" Qing Xuan's eyes narrowed, a nearly imperceptible silver spark flickering at his fingertips as he followed close behind. They burst through the doors, bracing for chaos or a battle, but the expected scene didn't appear. Inside the guild hall, the atmosphere was strangely calm. Those massive metal pillars cut through the space, completely out of place. Yet most members remained in their seats, drinking, chatting, the usual rowdy din undisturbed. Master Makarov stood at the bar, holding a glass, his expression eerily calm. Mira Jane wiped the counter with a gentle smile, as if those pillars were nothing more than recent renovations. "Master, Urza, you're back," someone greeted them. What's going on?" Natsu stormed up to Makarov, pointing furiously at the pillar running through the hall. "Who did this? How can you all just sit here and drink? We should fight back." Gray stood up too, his face dark as a storm. "Old man, how can you stand for this?" Makarov merely took a slow sip of his drink, his voice low and heavy. "Everyone calm down. Calm down. The guild's been turned into a pincushion." Natsu bellowed. "Master!" Urza stepped forward, her voice tight with suppressed anger. "What happened?" Mira Jane set down her cloth, her gentle smile tinged with a trace of bitterness. "It was Phantom Lord. They attacked last night when the guild was empty. They wrecked the place and drove in those pillars, then just left. Why didn't we retaliate?" Lucy cried out, stunned and furious. "There are rules between guilds. We can't just go to war," Makarov replied, setting his glass down, his voice weary but carrying a weight that brooked no argument. "The council would intervene. It could bring disaster on the whole guild. Sometimes it's better to avoid trouble when you can." He turned away, his small frame seeming shrunken and defeated. "This is insane." Natsu trembled with rage, slamming his fist against a pillar with a heavy thud. To just swallow this humiliation. His chest heaved, but he knew he couldn't defy the master's decision. Urza clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms, her eyes locked on those cold, iron pillars. Gray gritted his teeth, unable to stop the chill spreading from his body. Qing Xian silently walked over to an iron pillar, reaching out to touch the cold metal with his finger. A faint thread of spiritual energy slipped inside, trying to sense any lingering presence. His eyes were deep and searching. A stifling calm hung over the entire guild, heavy and oppressive. The only sound that stood out was Natsu's harsh, ragged breathing. The next morning, the suffocating atmosphere was shattered by a piercing scream. "Something terrible's happened. It's Levi and the others." Someone burst into the guild, face ashen with fear. Everyone's hearts tightened at once. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the guild, heading straight for the park, not far away. The sight that greeted them nearly froze the blood in their veins. Levi, Jet, and Droy were bound tightly with thick iron chains, hanging high from a statue in the park. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they remained unconscious. But what was most outrageous, the soft fabric over Levi's stomach had been torn apart, and on her pale skin was burned a huge, hideous mark. The emblem of Phantom Lord. "Levi!" Mira Jane screamed, tears streaming down her face in an instant. "Bastards!" Natsu's fury exploded, utterly overwhelming his reason. He roared, ready to charge forward. "Phantom!" A glint of icy rage shot from Gray's eyes. "Stop!" A voice, low and grave as the bottom of the sea, rang out. Makarov stepped forward, one slow step at a time, coming to a halt beneath the statue. He looked up at the children, their battered bodies suspended above him. His short frame trembled ever so slightly. An invisible, suffocating wave of magical power began to surge unchecked from him, thickening the air until it felt like it might freeze. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at the wooden cane that had been his companion for so many years. The veins bulged on his aged hand. The tavern was destroyed. His voice was as calm and still as the hush before a storm, every word striking with the weight of a mountain. That could be endured. He looked up, and in his clouded, elderly eyes, a volcanic pain and fury built and trembled on the verge of eruption. But, crack! A sharp snap rang out. The sturdy wooden cane was crushed to splinters in his grasp, sawdust scattering to the ground. No parent. Makarov's voice suddenly rose, thundering like a bolt from stormy sky. A terrifying surge of magical power erupted, swirling the clouds above. No parent could stand by and watch their own children bleed and do nothing. His small form radiated a towering presence that seemed to reach the heavens. His furious roar echoed through all of Magnolia. This means war. Yeah. The fury that had been bottled up all day burst into a raging inferno. Every member of Fairy Tail, like beasts unleashed, roared with thunderous anger. In a heartbeat, Urza donned her battle armor. Natsu's entire body ignited with flames. Gray's breath spilled frost into the air. Sparks of lightning danced between Qingxuan's fingers. Together, they became a flood of righteous wrath, surging madly toward the headquarters of Phantom Lord. Iron hooves shattered the peace of the streets, and the flames of vengeance burned fiercely in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Lucy, still unaware of the upheaval that had struck the guild, was walking alone down another quiet street, preoccupied with a personal errand. At some point, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, its fine droplets carrying a chill. It's raining. Lucy glanced up at the overcast sky and quickened her pace. She didn't notice that the raindrops falling around her seemed denser here than elsewhere, with a strangely viscous feel. A faint trace of melancholy drifted through the air, barely perceptible yet lingering. Suddenly, the curtain of rain ahead began to twist and swirl in an unnatural way, gathering together. The transparent droplets rapidly coalesced into a vague, female silhouette, like a figure sculpted from flowing water. The shape quickly grew more defined, becoming solid and clear. A young woman with long, wavy blue hair and a melancholic aura appeared before Lucy. She wore a deep blue dress and held a delicate umbrella, her gaze hollow and sorrowful, as if she carried endless rain within her eyes. "Found you, patter, patter." The girl, Juvia Loxer, looked at Lucy with empty eyes. Her voice echoed with the cold, damp rhythm of raindrops tapping against a window pane. Lucy was instantly on guard. "Who are you?" Before she could finish, the heavy strands of rain around her seemed to come alive, winding swiftly around her arms and legs, cold, sticky, and impossibly strong. "Ah!" Lucy cried out, her body instantly wrapped tight by the rain, unable to move an inch. Juvia watched Lucy's struggle with an impassive face, her melancholy eyes betraying no emotion. "Juvia has come to take you away." A surge of fury swept through the streets of Magnolia, rushing headlong toward the iron fortress of Phantom Lord. Makarov charged to the front, his small frame radiating a terrifying magical pressure, every step making the ground tremble beneath him. "Fairy Tail, charge!" Urza commanded, her silver armor glinting coldly. "Yeah," the others roared, smashing open Phantom Lord's massive iron gates. Inside, Phantom's wizards were ready and waiting. But in the face of such wrath, they crumbled like dry leaves in a storm. Urza's swords sliced through spells, Natsu's fists sent enemies flying, Gray's icy blades froze a path ahead, and Lope's fingers sparked with arcs of electricity, stunning anyone who dared approach. Phantom's grunts fell like grass before the scythe, their defenses collapsing in chaos. "Jose, get out here!" Makarov bellowed, his voice thundering through the hall as he charged into the heart of the guild, searching for Phantom's master. Urza and the others pressed forward, sweeping aside any resistance with unstoppable force. Suddenly, a strange and overwhelming wave of invisible power surged outward from the depths of the guild. Moments later, a dull, thunderous crash rang out, followed by Makarov's pained gasp. Everyone's hearts clenched with dread. Makarov's short, stout figure suddenly staggered backwards out of the depths of the corridor, his face etched with shock and weakness unlike anything they had ever seen before. The immense, ocean-like surge of magic that always surrounded him had vanished without a trace, as if his strength had been drained away in an instant. "Master!" Urza cried out in alarm and despair. Old man, Natsu and Gray also froze in horror, their battle coming to an abrupt halt. A tall man stepped out of the shadows, clad in a voluminous robe, his face wrapped in bandages, tears streaming down beneath them. This was Arya, the sky of the four elements. Residual traces of magic flickered in his hand as he spoke, his tone chillingly amused. Haha, the magic of a wizard saint truly is heavy. Arya, you bastard. What have you done to the master? Urza's sword pointed straight at him, her voice trembling with rage. I've only put him to rest for a while, Arya replied, his voice echoing hollowly. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation was turned upside down. With their strongest member defeated, Fairy Tail now stood completely exposed to the threat of Jose Porla, master of Phantom Lord and himself a wizard saint, a terrifying force in his own right. Jose's figure slowly emerged from above, looking down with a sneer of absolute confidence. Urza's pupils contracted. In that instant, she saw the hopelessness of the predicament. She spun around and, her voice thick with pain and resolve, shouted to her companions, "Retreat! Everyone fall back! Now!" "What? Retreat!" Natsu roared, flames of anger flickering and dancing in protest. Urza, Gray echoed in disbelief. Qingxuan's sharp gaze swept over the powerless master and the predatory stares of Jose and Arya. Light and shadow flashed in his eyes as spiritual energy surged within him. He moved to step forward, determined to fight even if only a sliver of his strength remained. Qingxian, in a sudden motion, Urza hurled herself toward him, clutching his arm tightly with all her strength to hold him back. Her voice, raw with vulnerability and pleading, her red eyes locked desperately on his. "Listen to me. Without the master, we can't face another wizard saint like Jose. Please, let's go." She was nearly screaming, forcing him back, refusing to let go. Qingxian froze, looking into Urza's eyes, seeing the depth of her pain and the determination behind it. He glanced at their fallen master, swaying and powerless, then up at Jose's cold gaze from the high platform. The electric sparks at Qingxuan's fingertips sputtered out in frustration. Jaw clenched, he allowed Urza to pull him away, joining the rest of the team as, battered and unwilling, they fled the Phantom Lord's Guild in disorder. On the way back, a heavy silence hung in the air. The sting of defeat and worry for their master weighed on every heart. "Where's Lucy?" Natsu suddenly stopped, looking around, only now realizing the blonde girl was missing. "Lucy? Didn't she come out with us?" Gray blurted in confusion. Urza's expression changed in an instant. "Oh no, she might have fallen behind." Qingxuan's eyes sharpened. Swiftly, he pulled a blank yellow talisman and a slender cinnabar pen from his robes. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood mix into the cinnabar. With swift, flowing strokes, he drew a complex, tracking sigil on the talisman. The moment it was completed, a faint spiritual light shimmered across its surface. "Track," Qingxian commanded in a low voice, pressing the talisman against Natsu's back. In an instant, the talisman dissolved into a barely perceptible red glow, merging with Natsu's body and pointing, ever so faintly, in a certain direction. "Follow where it leads. Hurry." "Got it." Natsu's gaze sharpened, and he shouted a happy. "Aye, sir." Happy instantly spread his wings. "Lucy's counting on you," Urza called anxiously. "Don't worry." Natsu didn't hesitate for a second. Guided by the talisman's magic, he shot forward with Happy like an arrow loosed from a bow. Qingxian watched them disappear into the distance, his brow furrowed with worry. A powerful sense of unease gnawed at his heart. The attack from Phantom Lord was far from over. A greater storm was brewing. He had to recover his strength, and quickly. "Urza, I need to retreat and recover," Qingxian said gravely, turning and striding quickly toward the small, makeshift hut he'd built behind the guild. Every second counted. He had to gather his spiritual power without delay. Phantom Lord Guild, high-security prison cell. Lucy was chained to the wall with cold iron, drenched and shivering, terror-stricken as she stared at the man before her, the Phantom Lord Guild master, Jose Porla. "The young lady of the Hartfilia family," Jose said with a false, oily smile. "Your esteemed father paid me handsomely to return you safe and sound." "Father!" Lucy's eyes widened, then immediately flashed with anger. "Don't even think about it. I'll never go back with you." "That's not up to you," Jose replied, stepping closer, his gaze turning icy. "And while I'm at it, getting rid of those meddlesome fairy tale brats will fulfill another of Mr. Hartfilia's wishes." As Jose turned his back on her, strolling to the window to admire his victory, a wild idea exploded in Lucy's mind. She summoned every ounce of strength she had, lifting her only free leg and, targeting Jose's unsuspecting lower back, kicked with all her might. A strangled, high-pitched cry of agony tore from his lips. Jose doubled over in pain, his face turning an ugly shade of purple as he clutched himself and collapsed to his knees. Lucy seized the opening. Using the last of her energy, she broke free from the chains and staggered toward the enormous window. She glanced back at Jose, curled up in pain, her eyes blazing with determination. Fairy tale is not something to be cast aside. With a defiant shout, she threw herself forward, leaping fearlessly from the high window as Jose, enraged and shocked, could only watch in disbelief. His body plummeted rapidly, the wind howling fiercely past his ears. "Lucy!" came a familiar roar, growing louder by the second. A blazing figure streaked across the sky, like a meteor. Happy clutched Natsu, diving down with pinpoint precision. In the split second before Lucy hit the ground, a pair of strong, powerful arms caught her and pulled her safely into a tight embrace. Natsu, Happy. Lucy, having narrowly escaped disaster, burst into tears. Lucy, you nearly scared us to death." Happy patted his chest, his voice trembling with relief. "Hold on tight." Natsu wrapped his arms around Lucy, flames surging from his body as he carried her swiftly away from danger. "We're going home." High above, at the window, Jose clutched his aching body, his face twisted in a furious, ashen scowl. Watching the retreating trail of fire, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Fairy tale, you've truly enraged me now." Defeat and humiliation hung over the members of Fairy Tale as they retreated to the guild. Makarov, his magic completely drained by Aria's void area, Absolute, was left desperately weakened and rushed to Polyushka for emergency treatment. Urza, forcing herself to stay upright, continued directing the retreat, her voice taut with strain. The oppressive atmosphere weighed on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Qingxian said nothing, walking straight to the simple little hut he'd built behind the guild. He closed the wooden door firmly behind him, shutting out the chaos of the outside world. The interior was sparse, just a straw mat on the floor. Cross-legged, he quickly pulled out several yellow talismans he'd prepared in advance. With a whisper of spiritual force at his fingertips, the talismans shot to the four corners of the hut, rooting themselves firmly and forming a simple yet effective spirit-gathering array in an instant. As the array activated, the air inside the hut seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Then, invisible currents of spiritual energy began to gather, drawn in as if by an unseen vortex. Qingxian closed his eyes, focusing all his will on his cultivation technique. Within him, the faint traces of spiritual power, like a parched riverbed receiving gentle rain, greedily absorbed the converging energy, growing, circulating, slowly but steadily. Beneath his skin, a faint silvery glow pulsed with his breath, his injuries already healed. Now he needed only to recover his strength. Time slipped by in silence. Qingxian was wholly immersed in the subtle sensation of his growing power. Suddenly, an indescribable, heart-stopping surge of magical pressure, like a mountain of solid iron, descended without warning. The whole of Magnolia seemed to tremble under its weight. Qingshuan's little hut shook violently, dust raining down from the beams. Qingshuan's eyes snapped open, a silver flash flickering within them. Instantly, he dashed out of the hut. The sight that greeted him made his pupils contract in shock. An enormous fortress of steel pipes and spinning gears, the true form of the Phantom Lord's Guild, was crawling over the edge of town like a moving mountain, roaring with deafening thunder as it slowly advanced toward the Fairy Tale Guild's location. A colossal shadow fell over half of Magnolia. "Ghost! Jose!" Urza's voice rang out, cold and resolute. She was clad in her strongest suit of armor, standing at the very front of the guild, facing the steel behemoth head-on. Natsu, gray, and the others stood ready at her side, their faces more grave than ever before. The iron fortress came to a halt in front of Fairy Tale's guild hall. Atop the high platform, Jose's figure was clearly visible. He looked down upon the guild and its members below, his voice amplified by magic, so it thundered across the land. "Fairy Tale, hand over Lucy Heartfilia. This is your final warning. In your dreams." Natsu was the first to roar in defiance. "Don't even think about it." Gray's tone was icy. "Never," Urza declared, her words sharp and unyielding. Jose's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "Fools. In that case, prepare to be destroyed." Behind him, the massive metal mechanisms atop the fortress began to whir and grind, filling the air with a menacing mechanical din. A gaping, colossal cannon barrel slowly rotated and aligned itself, its diameter astonishing. Within, a terrifying energy gathered, crackling with a light that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. Magic convergence cannon, Jupiter, fire. A deafening blast erupted. A beam of magic, so massive and devastating it defied description, tore through the sky, its sheer force enough to shatter mountains, hurtling straight toward Fairy Tail's guild with annihilating might. Wherever it passed, even space itself seemed to warp. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Urza shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. But she herself did not retreat a single step. In the face of this apocalyptic strike, there was not a hint of fear in Urza's eyes, only the unyielding resolve to protect her guild and her friends. Her armor blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. She poured every last drop of her magical power into her arms and the massive shield before her, holding nothing back. "Requip, adamantine armor." Blinding golden light burst forth. Urza became a radiant goddess of war, her giant shield raised high, charging forward without hesitation to meet the oncoming pillar of destruction. A thunderous collision shattered the air. The torrent of destructive energy slammed into Urza's shield with relentless force, the blinding light swallowing everything in its path. Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and the others screamed her name, their voices raw with desperation. The shockwave swept out in all directions, shaking the very foundations of the guild, sending debris crashing down everywhere. At last, the light faded. Urza was left kneeling on one knee. The supposedly indestructible adamantine armor was now covered in spiderweb cracks, fracturing and splintering, pieces falling away. Her massive shield had been utterly reduced to dust. Blood spilled uncontrollably from her lips, staining the ground at her feet. She wavered, unable to hold herself up any longer, and collapsed heavily to the earth. "Urza!" The others rushed to her side in a frenzy. From the doorway, Qing Xian stood witness to it all, seeing every detail with perfect clarity. He watched as Urza faced the pillar of annihilation alone, saw her armor shatter, saw her cough up blood and collapse. A surge of unprecedented, bone-chilling fury instantly shattered Qing Xuan's reason. "How dare you hurt Urza like this?" Qing Xuan's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, veins bulging on his forehead. He whirled around and dashed back into the cabin, not even bothering to close the door behind him. He rushed to the center of the spirit-gathering array, sat cross-legged without a moment's hesitation. With fingers poised like a sword, he stabbed fiercely at his own chest. A hot, life-rich spurt of vital blood was forced out, spraying onto the core talisman of the spirit-gathering array like an arrow of crimson. A deafening hum erupted. The entire array suddenly blazed with a blinding, blood-red light. The gentle spiritual energy that once flowed now grew wild and violent, surging into Qing Xuan's body like a flood breaking a dam. It poured in at a speed far beyond what his meridians could bear. Agonizing pain tore through every channel in his body, as if countless steel needles were stabbing him from the inside out. The raging energy he forcefully absorbed was about to make him explode. Silver light danced madly beneath his skin, growing wildly unstable, even leaking out in erratic flashes. But Qing Xian paid no heed. The pain only spurred him on, leaving nothing in his eyes but burning obsession and unquenchable fury. Faster, even faster. Power. He needed power. Power strong enough to protect his comrades. Power fierce enough to tear his enemies apart. Just then, atop the iron fortress, Jose's cold, mocking voice rang out again, heavy as a funeral bell. "Jupiter's next charge, only 15 minutes left. What will you use to stop it next time?" Despair, cold as an icy tide, instantly washed over the Fairy Tail members who had just lifted Urza from the ground. 15 minutes. Urza lay gravely wounded. The master had lost his magic. The next Jupiter blast would be the countdown to their destruction. Even as Qing Xuan's body was ravaged by berserk energy and torn meridians, he heard this death sentence with chilling clarity. Clenching his teeth, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and madness blazed even brighter in his eyes as he recklessly drove the wildly accelerating, nearly out-of-control vortex of power. The shadow of the iron fortress hung over the Fairy Tail Guild like the cloak of the Grim Reaper, a heavy, suffocating presence. Jose's icy voice slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, resounding once more. "Last chance. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia. Otherwise, when Jupiter falls again, you and this pathetic guild will be reduced to dust." His only answer was the furious, indignant roar of the guild members. "Bullshit. Don't even think about it. Lucy is one of us." Supported by Gray and Lucy, Urza struggled to lift her head. Though her face was streaked with blood, There was not a trace of doubt in her eyes, only a fierce, unyielding flame that would never break. She fixed her gaze on Jose high above, and with every ounce of strength in her body, she screamed, each word crashing down like iron. "If you want me to betray my companions, then I'd rather die." Her resolute cry pierced through the thunderous roar of the iron fortress, ringing out clear and true, reaching even the violently shaking cabin at the back of the guild. Inside that small room, spiritual energy raged like a hurricane. The spirit-gathering array, stained crimson with blood, blazed with a blinding red light. Uncontrolled, wild power surged like a flood gone mad, battering against Qingxuan's veins with relentless force. The pain of being torn apart made his whole body convulse. Silver light flickered erratically beneath his skin, and tiny beads of blood began to ooze from his pores. Urza's cry, "I'd rather die," seared into the deepest part of his soul, branding him like a red-hot iron. Urza, Qingxuan's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched so hard they ground together, and blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. Instead of easing off, he pushed himself even harder, frantically driving his cultivation technique, as if wringing out the last drops of strength while dangling over a cliff. His meridians groaned in protest, stretched to their absolute limit, threatening to snap at any moment. Faster. He had to be faster. Fools courting death. Jose's fury finally exploded, his elegant facade shattering to reveal nothing but malice. Phantom Legion. Crush them for me. A blaring horn cut through the noise. From beneath the iron fortress, countless ghostly soldiers, cold and translucent, poured out like a tide. Immune to physical attacks, they brandished ethereal weapons, howling as they charged at the fairy tale mages. To battle, Gray roared, a wave of frost erupting from him, freezing a group of ghosts in an instant. But more phantoms surged through the ice, undeterred. Fire dragons roar. Natsu unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, vaporizing the nearest ghosts, but fire did little to harm incorporeal spirits. Elfman bellowed, unleashing his beast soul, smashing ghosts aside with brute strength, yet unable to stop them from reforming. The other members fought desperately, magical lights flickering among the ghostly tide, but they were quickly forced onto the defensive, locked in a bitter struggle. Natsu, Happy swooped anxiously to his side. Natsu glanced at his comrades, fighting desperately at the guild's front line, then looked up at the fortress's summit, where the enormous cannon mouth was once again gathering destructive power. Determination flashed in his eyes. "Happy, get me up there. We have to destroy that blasted cannon." Happy grabbed Natsu by the collar, and, summoning all his strength, soared toward the fortress's summit and the gaping maw of the Jupiter cannon. "Wait, I'm coming too." Gray, seeing this, conjured a path of ice and raced after them without hesitation. A real man never backs down. Elfman shouted, forcing his way through the phantoms and charging toward the fortress. "Lucy!" Mira Jane's voice rang out through the chaos. In a flash, she rushed to Lucy's side, her eyes sharp and resolute. "Come with me." Without a word, she grabbed the grieving Lucy and swiftly pulled her away from the front lines, ducking behind a half-collapsed wall in the guild that still stood relatively intact. "Mira Jane?" Lucy asked, bewildered. Mira Jane looked at her, and the gentle smile on her face was replaced by a resolve Lucy had never seen before. "Lucy, listen to me. Jose's after you. You have to get out of here." "No, I want to fight with everyone." Lucy refused at once. "You can't. If you stay, everyone will be distracted, and it's far too dangerous." Mira Jane's tone was unyielding. "Trust me." Even before she finished speaking, a soft glow began to radiate from Mira Jane's body. As the light faded, standing before Lucy was another Lucy. Identical golden hair, the same face, the same clothes. "Mira Jane, what are you doing?" The real Lucy instantly understood and was stricken with horror. "Don't ask. Go now. Read us." Mira Jane, in Lucy's form, shouted to read us, who was not far away, using his drawing magic to fend off the phantoms. Ritas immediately grasped Mira Jane's intention. He swept his brush through the air, magic flared. In the blink of an eye, a vivid, lifelike carriage conjured from magic appeared behind the ruined wall, drawn by two magnificent horses that neighed urgently. "Miss Lucy, hurry, get in." Ritas leapt onto the carriage and reached out his hand. "Mira Jane, don't." Tears welled up in the real Lucy's eyes. "Live? For everyone's sake." Mira Jane, as Lucy, pushed the real Lucy forcefully toward the carriage. At the same time, she gathered a faint trace of magic at her fingertips and gently tapped the back of Lucy's neck. Lucy's vision swam, darkness closing in as her consciousness faded, and she collapsed limply inside the carriage. "Go." barked Mira Jane in Lucy's voice. Without hesitation, Ritas swept his brush, commanding, "Faster." The magical carriage shot off like an arrow loose from a bow, carrying the unconscious Lucy away from the chaos, a streak of light racing toward the outskirts of town. Mira Jane, in Lucy's form, watched the carriage vanish into the distance, drew a deep breath, and adopted Lucy's signature expression, a mix of panic and determination. She smoothed her skirt, then turned resolutely, plunging back into the fray. She made sure to stand in a conspicuous spot, mimicking Lucy's voice as she shouted, "Everyone, watch out for the phantoms." Inside the iron fortress, beneath the Jupiter cannon, Happy carried Natsu. Gray climbed up with an ice ladder. Elfman relied on sheer strength. The three broke through the outer defenses almost simultaneously, charging into the enormous barrel of the Jupiter cannon. The space inside was vast and labyrinthine, filled with icy metal pipes and the constant hum of magical energy coursing through conduits. Deep within the cannon barrel, an enormous, awe-inspiring purple magic crystal pulsed like a beating heart. It radiated a chilling, sinister energy, storing up terrifying power for the next devastating blast. "That's the one." Natsu pointed at the magic crystal, the fire in his eyes flaring brighter. "Destroy it." "Let's do it," Gray said, his voice cold as ice forming in the air. "Be a man. Smash it to pieces." Elfman clenched his fist, his determination unwavering. Just as the three were about to charge forward, a lazy voice, tinged with mockery, drifted through the air. My, looks like a few little mice have wandered in." From a shadowy end of the corridor, a man stepped out. He wore a loose kimono, his hair styled in an odd topknot, and a long sword hung at his waist. An amused smile played on his lips as he toyed with a flickering ball of fire in his hand. "I am Totemaru of the Element 4, Master of Fire from Phantom Lord," he announced, his gaze settling on Natsu. "So, you're the dragon slayer who plays with fire? Perfect. Let's see whose flames burn hotter, yours or my fire magic." With a flick of Totemaru's finger, the fireball swelled and twisted, transforming into a snarling fire serpent. It lunged at the trio, the air rippling with its searing heat. "Fire." A flicker of surprise crossed Natsu's face, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce, burning resolve. "Just what I wanted. Fire dragons, roar." A torrent of blazing orange dragon fire erupted from his mouth, crashing headlong into the oncoming fire serpent. A thunderous explosion shook the air as the two torrents of flame collided, fire and sparks bursting in all directions. The cannon's interior trembled from the sheer force of their clash. "Oh, now, this is interesting," Totemaru remarked, raising an eyebrow. Though his smile didn't fade, his eyes grew sharper, more focused. With another snap of his fingers, flames swirled around him, shifting shape into blades and beasts. But fire isn't just for breathing out, you know. In the heart of the Iron Giant, where the fate of the guild would be decided, a fierce and spectacular duel of fire erupted. At the small house behind the guild, Qingxuan's body shook violently, silver light pulsing erratically beneath his skin like an electrical storm gone wild. Each flicker brought searing, pain, and the faint sound of something tearing within him. A silent warning that his spiritual veins were buckling under the flood of raw power. Blood trickled from his nose and lips, staining his robe crimson, but behind his tightly shut eyes burned a desperate madness and an unyielding resolve to protect. Almost there, just a little more. He screamed inwardly, enduring agony that threatened to tear him apart as he squeezed out every last drop of strength. Visions flashed before him. Urza's fallen form, his comrades' furious battle cries, Jose's cold, merciless threats. All of it fed the fire blazing in the depths of his soul. Even if his meridians were to shatter, he would seize, before the next Jupiter round fell, the power to turn the tide of battle. Deep within the barrel of the Jupiter, a raging, blistering clash burned like the fires of hell. "Fire dragons, wing attack!" Natsu roared, unfurling his blazing wings, and with a surge of wild force, he lunged straight at Rabbit Maru. Rabbit Maru's lips curled in a mocking smile. With a casual flick of his fingers, he uttered "scatter." Whoosh! The fiery wings Natsu had conjured unraveled as if undone by an invisible hand, dissolving in a storm of embers that faded into the air, not leaving so much as a mark on Rabbit Maru. Natsu's offensive was effortlessly neutralized, and he stumbled back to the ground. "It's useless, little dragon slayer." Rabbit Maru played with the flames, dancing at his fingertips. The fire twisted and flowed, obedient and tame, like a loyal pet. "Your flames are nothing but the wild discharge of brute energy. But I am a master of fire." He pointed at Natsu, and in a flash, a whip of fire, as agile and sinuous as a serpent, lashed out from his hand. Crack! Natsu twisted aside, just in time. The fiery whip grazed his cheek and struck the icy metal wall, leaving a charred scorch mark. The heat radiating from it stung his skin. Damn it! Natsu spat out another blast of dragon fire, determined to break through by force. But Rabbit Maru merely guided the attack with a subtle motion. Natsu's flames, like streams flowing toward the sea, were diverted and swirled around. Rabbit Maru, growing ever stronger until they formed a spinning wall of fire, sheltering both himself and a massive magic crystal behind him. Do you see now? Your fire will only become my shield, my spear. Rabbit Maru's voice rang out with utter command. Approach the magic crystal? Pure fantasy. Driven back by his own out-of-control flames, Natsu gritted his teeth, sweat mingling with the dust of battle as it slid down his brow. For the first time, his fire met an opponent who could utterly suppress it. The power he'd always taken pride in had become his own shackle. Elsewhere in the fortress, another corridor, Elfman's giant fist crashed down with ferocious force, only to be blocked with ease by a tall, thin, bespectacled man radiating a cold, sinister aura, soul of the four elements, the earth. Impressive strength, but in the end, it's just brute force. Soul pushed up his glasses, the lenses flashing coldly. Soul of Earth, remember the name. This is where you fall. With a twitch of his finger, the floor softened and rose up, transforming into massive hands of mud that reached for Elfman. A man's strength is not yours to judge. Elfman bellowed, breaking free of the muddy grip and launching another furious assault. But each of his attacks was precisely blocked or neutralized by Soul's masterful control over earth and stone. Gray, don't worry about me. Go help Natsu. Elfman shouted as he grappled with his foe. Leave this guy to me. Gray glanced over at Natsu, locked in a desperate struggle, then back at the strange, menacing enemy before him. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Hold on." He spun around and dashed down the corridor toward where Natsu was fighting. Try to run? Soul sneered, but made no move to chase Gray. Instead, his cold, predatory gaze fixed fully on Elfman. Fine by me. I'll take care of you first, you fractured soul. Fractured? Elfman froze, caught off guard. That's right. A strange, chilling gleam flashed in Soul's eyes as he moved. Sudden and silent as a specter, he was instantly upon Elfman. His hand, icy and serpent-like, struck Elfman's forehead with lightning speed. Memory probe, fracture unveiled. A jarring wave of magic, cold and invasive, stabbed straight into Elfman's mind. Long-buried fragments. Memories he'd locked away in the deepest corners of his heart, the ones he'd dreaded most, were suddenly torn open like a festering wound, raw and impossible to ignore. The Beast King's soul spiraling out of control, that wild, raging power. Lysana's face, frozen with terror and despair. An irreversible blow. Blood. The pain of losing her forever. AR. Elfman howled in agony, the pain crashing through him like a sledgehammer. His massive frame convulsed, his strength collapsing all at once. Clutching his head, he sank to his knees, undone by the tidal wave of regret, guilt, and fear he'd tried so hard to bury behind a mask of manliness. Now it all came flooding out, overwhelming him in an instant. Soul had pierced straight through to the most fragile, fatal wound in Elfman's soul. Lysana, Lysana, Elfman whispered brokenly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Soul stood over him, a cruel and satisfied smile twisting his lips, as if savoring the misery of his prey. Gray burst into another corridor. He hadn't gone far before a heavy, suffocating sense of melancholy and dampness washed over him. Asterisk, asterisk. Raindrops, impossibly fine and sticky, materialized out of thin air, gathering quickly. There, as if born from the rain itself, stood a girl with long blue curls, Juvia Loxer. She blocked Gray's path, silent and unmoving. Her hollow gaze fixed on Gray, carrying a complexity that was nearly impossible to read. Move! Gray snapped, worry for Natsu tightening his voice. In an instant, cold gathered in his palm, and he hurled several razor-sharp ice blades at her. But as the ice neared Juvia, it melted away against the invisible barrier of dense rain swirling around her, vanishing completely, like snowflakes dissolving into a warm pond. It's useless. Juvia's words fell like raindrops, echoing with a chilling, damp resonance. Juvia's body is water itself. Ordinary ice can't harm Juvia in the slightest. She raised her hand, and in an instant, the falling rain around her gathered into several whips of water, spinning at high speed. With a fierce, slicing sound, they lashed out at Gray. Gray's pupils contracted. He quickly conjured a shield of ice to block the attack. Thud! The water whips struck the ice shield with tremendous force, sending a numbing shock through Gray's arm and leaving cracks snaking across the shield. Forced to retreat, Gray's eyes grew grave. This woman's magic, water, completely countered his ice. Why? He demanded, dodging the relentless barrage of water lashes while searching desperately for an opening. His voice was sharp and accusing. Why did you join Phantom Lord? Why do this? Juvia's movements faltered, if only for a heartbeat. In the depths of her hollow gaze, a shadow flickered. Something darker. And was that sorrow? Her assault slowed, her voice dropping to a murmur, heavy with anguish. Juvia is a rain woman, cursed. No matter where I go, I bring only clouds and misfortune. People hate me, fear me, drive me away. Her words carried a heartbreakingly lonely note. Only Phantom, only Master Jose accepted someone like Juvia, gave me a place to belong. She looked at Gray. Her eyes grew even more conflicted. So for Master, Juvia must eliminate you. Before her words had faded, her attack surged in intensity. The water whips poured down like a torrential storm, driven by unwavering resolve, threatening to drown Gray completely. Caught beneath the onslaught of her water magic, Gray could barely keep up. Every wave of cold he conjured was extinguished and swept away by the deluge. His ice magic, here, in the domain ruled by the Rain Woman, was sapped of its strength. The battle had turned against him, and he was on the defensive. Behind the Fairy Tale Guild, in a small cabin. Inside the cramped cabin, the air had thickened to the point of feeling liquid. A wild whirlpool of spiritual energy shrieked with piercing intensity. At the heart of the spirit-gathering array, talismans saturated in essence blood shone with a blinding, blood-red light. Qingxian sat cross-legged in the center, his body like a vessel on the verge of bursting. Beneath his skin, runaway silver spiritual energy rampaged like 1,000 berserk serpents of lightning, surging and crashing in wild chaos. His meridians echoed with a sickening sound of tearing. Each violent surge of spirit power sent agony deep into his bones, as if countless tiny blades were slicing him apart from within. Blood trickled ceaselessly from his mouth and nose, leaking even from the corners of his eyes and his ears, staining him a ghastly crimson. Clinging to the last shreds of consciousness, he endured, his soul like a small boat tossed about on a raging sea. In the depths of his mind, the battle outside played out with vivid clarity. Natsu was being toyed with by Rabbitmaru, his flames spiraling out of control, unable to get close to the magic crystal. Time was slipping away, second by second. Elfman had been crushed by Soul's psychic assault, brought to his knees in despair, robbed of the will to fight. Gray was being completely suppressed by Juvia's rain magic, his ice blades melting away, locked in a desperate struggle. In front of the guild, his comrades were still locked in a bloody struggle amidst the ghostly tide. Urza lay, gravely wounded, unconscious, while Jose's twisted grin hung in the air like a harbinger of doom. Overhead, the devastating light at the muzzle of the Jupiter cannon blazed ever brighter, its charge nearly complete. 15 minutes, it's almost up. Qingxuan's thoughts flickered between agonizing pain and the wild surges of magic, his mind both clouded and lucid. He could hear the deep, ominous hum that swelled as the immense magical crystal gathered power, a sound like the ticking of a death clock. A suffocating sense of despair seeped into the heart of every fairy tale member, cold and toxic as venom. Urza, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Lucy, one name after another drifted through Qingxuan's blood-soaked consciousness, finally stalling on the image of Urza's shattered armor, her body falling in a crimson haze. Urawa, a roar, raw with agony and fury, erupted from the small cabin, a scream pressed to its very limits. He would risk everything, even if his veins burst, and he was left a broken shell. With eyes blazing crimson, Qingxian summoned the last and most dangerous secret art, burning the wild, untamed core of magic force he had yet to fully master, as if igniting a powder keg. A deep, resonant shock rattled the entire cabin, threatening to tear it apart. In an instant, the raging vortex of energy collapsed inward, exploding upward through the roof as an unstable pillar of silver light, streaking straight for the heavens. A terrifying wave of power, far beyond his current limits and heavy with the promise of destruction, began to stir, like an ancient beast awakening from a long slumber. Natsu's breathing was rough and ragged, every gasp scraping his throat, sweat and dust streaking his face with grime. Once more, he unleashed the roar of the fire dragon, a torrent of blazing dragon fire pouring forth. Pointless. With a mocking laugh, Totemaru traced a languid circle in the air with his fingertip. The furious dragon fire seemed to be caught by an invisible leash. It curled obediently in front of Totemaru, then condensed and sharpened into an even fiercer, hotter spear of flame. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it straight at Natsu, faster, deadlier than before. Boom! Natsu tumbled desperately aside as the flaming spear exploded behind him, the searing blast hurling him across the chamber. He slammed into the cold steel wall, a bitter taste rising in his throat. Do you see now? Your power is nothing but a toy in my hands. Totemaru toyed with a flickering sprite of fire at his fingertips, his gaze drifting past Natsu to the massive magical crystal pulsing with destructive energy. Time's almost up. The next shot from Jupiter will wipe your pathetic guild from existence, right from here. Fortress passageway. Elfman's massive form was curled into itself, trembling violently. Soul's icy fingers remained pressed against his forehead, as if they were leeches draining him, relentlessly flooding his mind with shards of his darkest and most painful memories. Lysana's terrified face, the power spiraling out of control, and the blood that could never be undone. No, Lysana, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Elfman's roar broke down into agonized sobs, his massive fists pounding the ground in helpless despair. The mask of manly bravado was torn away, leaving nothing but overwhelming regret and utter collapse. A cruelly satisfied smile twisted across Soul's face, as though he were admiring a masterpiece of his own making. Another passageway. Under a barrage of water whips, Gray dodged desperately, his movements haggard and frantic. Each time he summoned an ice shield, the whirling torrents of water shredded and melted it before it could fully form. The ever-present vapor pressed down on his chilling magic, slowing him with every passing second. It's useless to resist. Juvia's voice was hollow, but the wave she wielded grew only more fierce. For the sake of being accepted by the master, Juvia must eliminate all obstacles. With a roar, a massive water cyclone surged up from the ground, crashing toward Gray with unstoppable force. Gritting his teeth, Gray poured every ounce of magic he had into his hands and slammed them to the floor. Ice make, ice spring. A giant pillar of ice burst from the earth, meeting the oncoming water tornado head-on. A violent, hissing clash erupted as ice and water collided. The ice pillar was quickly devoured and shattered by the raging currents. Gray was hurled backward by the tremendous impact, his back slamming into the metal wall. Blood spattered from his lips as the ice spring shattered instantly. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, staring at Juvia, who stood untouched, shrouded in swirling mist. His eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Outside the ruined guild hall, Arya of the Sky appeared silently behind the Phantom Legion, the bandages over his face revealing only a sinister smile. Slowly, he raised both hands, and an invisible, chilling wave of energy began to ripple through the air. This is bad. It's Arya. Stop him now. Panic erupted among the crowd. If even one of them was struck by Null Zone, absolute, their magic would be stripped away, leaving them defenseless, lambs to the slaughter. Yet the ghostly soldiers surged forward like a relentless tide, pinning down anyone who tried to break through. Supported by Mira Jane, disguised as Lucy, and Kana, Urza caught sight of Arya's actions. Bloodied, but unbroken, her face blazed with fierce determination. She tore herself free from their arms, stumbling as she tried to stand, her body swaying from wounds and blood loss. Urza, don't move, Mira Jane cried anxiously. No, I can't. Urza's voice was frail but resolute as iron. She struggled to muster even a trickle of magic, desperate to stop that fatal spell. But the pain and emptiness inside her threatened to swallow her whole. Her vision flickering as darkness crept in, she was on the verge of collapsing once more. At the very moment when Fairy Tail's entire guild was teetering on the edge of utter disaster, with Arya's hands about to come together and unleash that terrifying magic that would strip away all their power, and as the Jupiter cannon above their heads gathered its annihilating brilliance to the peak, a thunderous explosion shook the air. The shabby little shed behind the guild was suddenly blasted apart from within, as if some immense force had erupted inside. Splinters and rubble flew in all directions, and a blood-soaked figure strode out through the wreckage. It was Qin Xian. His azure robe was nearly drenched in blood, and his skin was covered in countless fine cracks, like a porcelain vase shattered and forcibly pieced back together, with fresh blood seeping from every fissure. He gasped for breath, each inhalation thick with a metallic tang of blood and the searing pain of torn organs. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. But his eyes, a pair of eyes, burned with a terrifying brilliance, like thunder blazing from the deepest abyss, locked unerringly on the iron fortress and Arya in the sky above. Urza, Qin Xian's voice was hoarse, yet it carried an uncanny power that pierced through the chaos of battle, ringing clear in Urza's struggling ears. "Leave the rest to me." Before the words had fully faded, his blood-stained right hand shot upward. Fingers curled like claws, he raked them savagely across his own chest. A wet, slicing sound split the air. A wound, deep enough to expose bone, opened across his chest. But what poured out was not just blood. A strand of purest silver spiritual light, condensed to its utmost, mingled with the essence of his heart's blood, was wrenched forcibly from within his body. "Zhanxia, return to me." Qin Xian's shout rang out like a divine decree from the highest heavens. A powerful resonance filled the air. The silver light, laced with his blood and primal spiritual force, swelled in an instant, gathering, stretching, solidifying in his palm. A sword appeared, ancient, slender, its length entwined with intricate silver lightning patterns. It was unmistakable, his soul-bound Dao sword, Zhanxia. The instant the blade appeared, the world itself seemed to change. The sky, once shadowed by the iron fortress, now churned with roiling, apocalyptic clouds, dark and thick with destructive force, gathering wildly without warning. Within the clouds, a deep, terrifying rumble echoed, like the bellow of some ancient beast. Golden bolts of lightning writhed and converged, and a palpable, awe-inspiring power descended over all of Magnolia, pressing down as if the will of the heavens itself had materialized. What is that?" Everyone was stunned by this sudden, cataclysmic phenomenon. Even Natsu, Gray, Rabitmaru, Juvia, and Sol, still locked in fierce combat, stopped instinctively and stared up at the sky in shock. Jose stood atop the fortress balcony, his cruel smile frozen for the first time, replaced by a look of bewilderment and dread. Qin Xian's right hand gripped Zhanxia's hilt, the sword's tip aimed straight at the heavens. His entire body trembled violently under the strain of such immense power, blood streaming from every orifice, but in his eyes there was only an all-consuming, reckless resolve. "Sever evil as my shield, invoke the Tao as my moat." He chanted in a low voice, each word resonating with the heavens and earth, making the storm clouds above churn even more violently. "All realms and myriad phenomena, heed my command." On the blade, silver lightning patterns erupted in a dazzling brilliance, echoing the golden thunderbolts cascading from the sky. "Heaven and earth without bounds, let the cosmos lend me its power." A final, most radiant burst of silver spiritual light flared from around Qin Xian, like the last blaze of life burning at its brightest. Ninefold sovereign thunder, drawn forth by the sword. His final words crashed out, thunderous and explosive. Gripping the severer of evil with both hands, he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength, bringing the blade down with a mighty strike toward the massive iron fortress, toward the Jupiter cannon about to fire, toward Arya, who stood ready to drain all magic, toward all their ghostly foes. A cataclysmic crash shook the world. A golden thunderbolt, so vast and awe-inspiring that words could never capture its majesty, descended like a divine sword of judgment. It tore through the raging clouds, ripped open the very fabric of space, and surged unerringly toward the point of Qin Xian's blade. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Wherever the golden lightning passed, Arya of the Void bore its brunt. The strange smile on his face was instantly replaced by utter terror. The newly gathered void domain, and wavered and vanished like a fragile soap bubble. He didn't even have time to scream. His body was reduced to ashes by the pure, heavenly wrath of the thunder. The lightning, relentless as a golden flood, pierced straight through the massive steel fortress in an instant. Inside, Rabitmaru the Flame Controller, Sol the Memory Reader, and Juvia, who had become living rain, didn't even have time to react. The aftershock of celestial thunder swept them up without mercy. Rabitmaru's flames were snuffed out and vaporized in a heartbeat. Sol's earthen shield crumbled like wet paper. Juvia's watery form was ionized and torn apart by the savage power of the lightning. None of the three could even cry out before they were struck down, paralyzed by the searing golden light. On the fortress's outer shell, a colossal, blinding golden scar was left where the thunderbolts had pierced from the top all the way down to the very foundation. Metal split and evaporated as if it were melting butter. Deep within, the Jupiter cannon and its massive core of purple magic crystal didn't last even a second under the absolute destructive force of the golden thunder. They shattered explosively, fragile as glass. scattering into a glittering cloud of violet dust. The apocalyptic energy gathering inside came to an abrupt, silent halt. A deep, rolling rumble followed, the thunder's aftershocks and the fortress's destruction crashing over the battlefield like a belated tidal wave. The earth groaned, the air itself seemed to burn. The blinding golden light left everyone momentarily sightless. When the light and the deafening roar at last faded away, only deathly silence remained. An absolute, deathly silence fell over the battlefield. The members of Fairy Tail stood, dumbfounded, staring ahead. The massive steel fortress, as if cleaved by a divine blade, was split by a gaping, golden sword mark that tore straight through its core. At the edges, the metal still glowed with molten red. Atop the fortress, the symbol of destruction, the Jupiter cannon and its magic crystal, had vanished without a trace. Aria of the sky had been reduced to nothing but dust in the wind. Deep within the fortress, the presence of Rabbit Maru, Soul, and Juvia had faded to the faintest whisper, nearly extinguished. The Phantom Legion, battered by the aftershocks of the thunder, had long since been swept away, gone without a trace. Did we do it? Someone asked, their voice trembling. The magic crystal destroyed. Deep inside the cannon's remains, Natsu stared at the spot where the magic crystal once lay. Now, just a vast, empty hole filled with drifting purple powder, his face a mix of shock and elation. Qing Xian, gray, bracing himself against the wall, struggled to his feet. He looked toward the guild, gaze fixed on the blood-soaked, sword-bearing figure swaying on the brink of collapse, utterly speechless with awe. Elfman, shaken from his stupor by the divine thunder, looked around in bewilderment. Urza, forcing herself upright, gazed at that lone, godlike figure, one who seemed ready to fall at any moment, yet radiated an unearthly power, her eyes wide with indescribable astonishment. On the high platform, Jose Porla's expression froze completely, shifting from suspicion and doubt to sheer terror and disbelief. He stared at the fortress, at that massive, golden scar that radiated destruction, at the vanished Jupiter cannon and magic crystal, at the obliterated Aria, and for the first time as one of the 10 wizard saints, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. "Why, you bastard!" Jose's furious roar finally broke, tinged with frantic madness and a note of barely concealed fear. All his careful traps, his pride, the mighty magic cannon and his 4 elements, had been utterly destroyed by a nameless, seemingly dying man, with a single swing of his sword. Qing Xian still held the posture of his strike, but his body shook violently, like a candle guttering in the wind. The lightning along the blade of demon banishment faded, and the storm clouds overhead slowly dissolved. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shreds of his own organs. Darkness flooded his vision, and he toppled forward, stiff as a board. In the final instant before his consciousness faded, he caught a blurred glimpse of Urza, racing toward him with reckless abandon. The echoes of thunder still sizzled in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of molten steel. Qing Xuan's body, like a puppet with its strings cut, pitched forward without resistance. Qing Xian, Urza, ignoring her own grievous wounds, bit back the pain and lunged, catching him with all her remaining strength just before he could hit the cold, unforgiving ground. His body, hot and heavy with the scent of blood, collapsed into her arms, so light it sent a shiver through her heart. She lowered her head and looked at the person in her arms. His face was as pale as paper, with dried blood beneath his tightly shut eyes, and his skin was covered in fine cracks, as if he were a porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. That ancient, unadorned sword for banishing evil now lay beside his hand, dull and lifeless, its weight pressing heavily down. "Hang in there." Irusa's voice trembled, though she herself did not notice it, as she tried to prop him up against the battered wall nearby. "Ugh." Cough, cough. Qing Xian spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, struggling to open his eyes a sliver. His gaze was unfocused, but when he saw Irusa's worried face, his blood-stained lips seemed to try to form a faint smile. Just then, a suffocating surge of dark, cold, and viscous magic, so oppressive it felt like the tide of the abyss, erupted violently from the high platform of the Iron Fortress, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Jose Porla hovered in the sky above. All trace of disguise and mockery had vanished from his face, leaving only pure, twisted rage and murderous intent. That overwhelming force of darkness pressed down on everyone like a storm of solid lead, weighing not just on their hearts, but on their very bodies. Thud, thud. The members of Fairy Tail, whether it was Natsu, Gray, Elfman, exhausted from fierce battle, or those who had been desperately holding the line at the guild's front, could not withstand the crushing pressure of a Saint Ten wizard unleashing his full might. It was as if a giant, invisible hand had slammed them to their knees, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Even breathing became a struggle. Their very bones seemed to groan under the unbearable strain. A pack of damn insects. Jose's voice slashed through the air like a frozen gale from the underworld, every word laced with venomous hatred. You destroyed my magic cannon. You killed my 4 elements. Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive. Mid-level of the fortress, at a broken ledge. Juvia had been grievously wounded by the aftershock of the 9 Imperial Thunder, her body tossed like a rag doll and landing here. She struggled to rise, but Jose's terrifying aura crashed down like a mountain, pinning her in place. Already weakened, Juvia was slammed to the ground by this sudden, crushing force, her body sliding uncontrollably toward the broken edge. Below her yawned an abyss, filled with jagged shards of twisted steel. Master, why, for the first time, Juvia's hollow eyes showed clear confusion and pain. She had fought for Jose, yet now his indiscriminate magic was pushing her toward death along with everyone else. Staring at the menacing spikes below, the last glimmer in her eyes faded, leaving only the darkness of resignation and despair. As I thought, wherever Juvia goes, misfortune follows. She gave up struggling, letting herself slip toward the abyss. Hey, Rain Woman! A voice, breathless and urgent, called out to her. At the very instant Juvia was about to slip over the edge, a cold, yet incredibly strong hand seized her wrist in a sudden, desperate grip. Gray! He too was forced to one knee by Jose's overwhelming pressure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, no one knew when he had managed to crawl to the very edge, clinging desperately to the falling Juvia. You? Juvia looked up in shock, staring at the ice mage who, only moments ago, had been suppressed by her in the heat of battle. His face contorted with pain, but his grip on her wrist was unwavering, as solid as steel. Cut the chatter. Hold on. Gray gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against Jose's crushing force and the searing pain of his wounds. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he tried to pull her back up. It was a purely instinctive act. He didn't even have time to consider whose side she was on. In front of the guild's ruin hall, Urza stood beneath the massive weight of Jose's pressure, her body trembling ever so slightly, but her gaze was sharp and unyielding, as if forged in fire. With utmost care, she propped the gravely wounded and unconscious Qin Xian against a relatively undamaged stretch of wall, making sure he wouldn't slip. She straightened up, drawing a deep breath, suppressing the churning of her blood and the agony racking her body. In her eyes, there was only one target left, Jose Porla. Urza, don't go. Mira Jane, still in Lucy's form, cried out anxiously. The master has fallen. Now, it's my turn to defend the guild. Urza's voice rang with the force of a blade, unwavering and resolute, as she strode forward without so much as a backward glance. Each step she took pressed against the suffocating pressure, but her resolve never faltered. Just as she was about to charge ahead, a cold, blood-stained hand grasped her wrist. Lightly, yet with unmistakable strength. Urza froze, whipping around in shock. Qin Xian, slumped against the wall, had opened his eyes at some point. Though his gaze was unfocused, there was a startling lucidity and concern within it. He looked at Urza, and though his voice was hoarse and faint, every word reached her ears with piercing clarity. You can't beat him. He struggled for breath, each word a battle. Don't throw your life away. Meeting Qing Xuan's bloodshot, worry-filled eyes, Urza felt as if something had struck her heart with brutal force. Yet the flames in her own eyes didn't flicker. They only burned brighter. She didn't wrench her hand free. Instead, with her other hand, she gently yet firmly brushed aside his bloodied fingers. I will not die. Urza's voice was low, powerful, and carried a promise that brooked no denial. She gazed into Qing Xuan's eyes, as if etching those words into his very soul. Qin Xian stared, transfixed, at her unyielding profile, feeling the unbreakable will she conveyed with a single touch. In the span of a heartbeat, fierce turmoil flashed in his gaze before it was replaced by a tragic, almost heroic resolve. Suddenly, mustering the last ounce of his strength, he pushed the dim, battered blade of the demon-slaying sword toward Urza, with all the gravity of a solemn oath. Then, take it with you. Qin Xian's voice was faint but deeply earnest, each word squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Let my sword fight by your side. Irusa's gaze fell upon the ancient longsword. Its blade was dim and unadorned, yet still faintly radiated the supreme majesty that had just summoned thunder from the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, She bent down and seized the hilt of Jean Xie. The sword felt icy and heavy in her grasp. A subtle, barely perceptible hum seemed to echo from the blade, as if it were responding to her touch. A strange yet gentle warmth quietly flowed from the hilt into Irusa's exhausted body, instantly invigorating her spirit. She did not know that this sword, Qing Xian's life-bound Dao sword, carried his very foundation and soul. While the sword stood, so did he. If it perished, so would he. All she understood was that this was the trust and strength entrusted to her by a companion. Requip, celestial wheel armor. Irusa called out in a low, commanding voice. A flash of light swept over her, and in an instant, she was clad head to toe in gleaming, silver-white battle armor. With Jean Xie in hand, she leveled the blade at Jose Porra high above, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. "Ha!" With a fierce cry, Irusa sprang forward, her body shooting forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging fearlessly toward the fortress platform despite the suffocating darkness that Jose exuded. In her grasp, the sword Jean Xie glimmered with a faint, pure light. Just as she reached the top of the platform and faced Jose head-on, a sudden change erupted. A resonant hum burst forth. The blade of Jean Xie exploded with a brilliance far more dazzling and pure than before, radiating a cleansing light. The glow was gentle, not blinding, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of righteousness, a force that swept away the evil around, like the very first light of dawn breaking through the night. A harsh, sizzling sound tore through the battlefield as the oppressive, icy darkness that blanketed everything met the sword's radiance. Like snow beneath the midday sun, the darkness hissed and evaporated, rapidly thinning and retreating. The others, who moments before had been crushed and paralyzed by the suffocating weight, suddenly felt the burden lifted from their bodies. What? For the first time, the murderous frenzy froze on Jose's face, replaced by shock. He stared fixedly at the long sword in Irusa's hand, its mysterious radiance reflected in his widened eyes. This sword, it can actually dispel my dark aura. His gaze grew grave as he seemed to reassess the sword's power and threat. What a weapon! Such righteous force within. No wonder it could summon the thunder. If that man had wielded it at full strength just now. A flicker of fear flashed in Jose's eyes, but it was quickly buried under a deeper, colder malice. But unfortunately, it's you holding the sword. Looking down from above at Irusa, charging forward, Jose's face twisted again into disdain. Irusa Chocolatto, Fairy Queen? Humph, with just the sword, you're still unworthy of being my opponent. He raised his hand, and a dense surge of dark magic began to gather once more. This time, even more concentrated, even more terrifying than before. On the other side of the fortress's middle level, Natsu had just crawled out from the ruins of the shattered magic crystal, ready to charge down and help, when his eyes suddenly caught movement in the shadows of the lower corridor. A figure was carrying a blonde girl, moving swiftly toward the platform where Jose stood. Farther away, in the direction away from the guild, Ritas had already collapsed among the ruins, gravely wounded. It was Gajeel, and slung over his shoulder was the unconscious Lucy. Lucy! Natsu's eyes widened in rage. You bastard! What did you do to her? Gajeel seemed to hear Natsu's furious shout. He paused, turned with Lucy over his shoulder, and flashed a trademark metallic grin. Oh, the little fire dragon? Quite the nose you've got. He gave the unconscious Lucy a mocking pat. This Lucy? Umph. Mira Jane's transformation magic is impressive, but it can't fool me. The real Miss Lucy. I've already invited her back. She's the key to completing the Master's mission. He shook Lucy triumphantly. Now, once I hand her over to the boss, the job's done. As for you lot, get ready to be crushed by the Master. With that, he ignored Natsu and took off at a run, speeding toward the high platform with Lucy in tow. Put Lucy down. Gajeel! Natsu's fury ignited, blazing through his entire body. He no longer cared about his injuries. Dragon-slaying magic roared wildly inside him. Fire dragons, wing attack. Flames burst from his back like wings, and Natsu shot forward like a blazing meteor, his wrath set to burn everything in his path as he gave chase after Gajeel. Inside the iron fortress, the shriek of clashing metal and the roar of anger echoed through the halls. Fire dragons, iron fist. Natsu bellowed, his burning fist crashing toward Gajeel with unstoppable force. A deafening crash exploded, as if a giant hammer had struck solid steel. Gajeel grinned wickedly, lifting just one arm covered in pitch-black iron scales to block Natsu's furious blow with ease. Flames struck the iron scales and scattered, but not even a single scorch mark was left behind. Oomph! Weak fire, Gajeel snorted in contempt. With a sudden flex of his ironclad fist, he sent a powerful shockwave back at Natsu. With a brutal impact, a force far beyond Natsu's limits slammed into him. Pain shot through Natsu's arm. It felt as if he'd been struck by a rampaging rhinoceros. He screamed, flung backward, and crashed hard into the cold metal wall, leaving a human-shaped dent behind. He slid to the ground in disarray, a bitter taste rising his throat before he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What's wrong, little salamander? Where's your fire? Where's your roar? Is that all you've got?" Gajeel advanced step by step, Lucy slung unconsciously over his shoulder. With each heavy step, his iron boots thudded against the floor, sending a chill of dread through the air. As he walked, the metal pipes and walls around him seemed to come alive, writhing and separating into fine streams of iron sand. Like a swarm of bees returning to their hive, the iron automatically clung to his body, making his already imposing frame appear even more monstrous and colossal. The magical pressure radiating from him intensified with every moment. Damn it, Natsu struggled to get up, but the shock for the previous blow left every bone in his body crying out in pain. What filled him with even more despair was that, inside this steel fortress, there was nothing but cold metal, no trace of fire to be found. The Dragon Slayer magic inside him felt like water from a dried-up well, draining fast, with nothing to replenish it. The longer he fought, the weaker he became. Every attack he landed on Gajeel was as useless as striking an anvil with a wooden stick, utterly futile. Gajeel, on the other hand, casually tore a strip of metal from a nearby pipe and shoved it into his mouth as if he were eating a biscuit, crunching down with relish, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. With each swallow, the iron scales on his body gleamed brighter, his muscles swelled even larger, and his strength visibly surged. "Iron Dragon's Club," Gajeel sneered, and in an instant his arm transformed into a massive black iron rod bristling with spikes. With a shrill whoosh, he swung it mercilessly at Natsu, who was only halfway to his feet. Natsu's eyes went wide. He threw himself sideways with all his might. A deafening crash erupted as the iron club smashed into the spot where he'd just been. The hard floor shattered and caved in as if it were nothing but soft clay. A violent shockwave, laced with metal shards, blasted Natsu through the air once again, peppering him with countless fresh wounds. "Ha ha! Do you see now? This is the true power of a dragon slayer." Gajeel's laughter echoed like a cat toying with a helpless mouse. "As long as there's iron, I'm invincible. But you're just a fish out of water, waiting for me to crush you." He ripped off an even bigger hunk of metal and devoured it, the pressure radiating from him becoming even more suffocating. With Lucy still slung over his shoulder, Gajeel strode toward the now defenseless Natsu, his massive iron fist raised high, ready to deliver the final blow. In front of the ruined guild hall, Qing Xian slumped against the cold, broken wall, his body as battered as a torn sandbag. Every shallow breath dragged a searing pain through his entire being, his vision swimming with darkness as he hovered on the edge of unconsciousness. Above, on the high platform, Urza's sword clashed with Jose's magic in a storm of power, each surge of energy battering his fragile senses like crashing waves. Suddenly, a surge of intense, familiar anger and despair stabbed into his cloudy mind like icy needles. It was Natsu. Though gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Qing Xian, having faced life and death alongside Natsu, coupled with his Daoist sensitivity to energies honed on Mount Longhu, suddenly saw the desperate scene within the fortress. Natsu was being battered like a rag doll by Gajeel, his flames flickering weakly, his magic drained, teetering at the edge of oblivion. And Gajeel, towering above, was holding Lucy aloft, his iron fist of destruction poised to strike. Natsu. Qing Xian's blood-stained lips moved soundlessly, and deep within his unfocused eyes, a faint, nearly obsessive glimmer of light struggled to ignite. He could not fall. Not yet, at least not now. With every ounce of the strength he had left, Qing Xian lifted his trembling right index finger, slick with his own blood. At his fingertip, a wisp of silver spiritual energy, so faint it was nearly snuffed out, stubbornly gathered like a candle resisting the wind. No talisman, no vermillioning. He used the void itself as his paper, his own lifeblood as the ink, his fractured soul as the guide. With agonizing effort, his fingertip traced in the air before him. Each movement racked his body with violent spasms, blood welling up in his mouth with every stroke. A complex, profound golden sigil began to take shape in the air, faltering, incomplete, yet unmistakably there. At the heart of the sigil, a spark of his pure Daoist yang flame flickered, drawn from the core of his being. "Go!" Qing Xian let out a guttural, dying cry from his throat, and with the last gasp of his will, thrust his finger toward Natsu inside the fortress. A resonant hum rang out. The golden sigil, forged of blood and dwindling spiritual power, transformed in an instant into a slender beam of golden light. Like a meteor streaking across space, it ignored the fortress's thick defenses and appeared before Natsu in a heartbeat. Natsu, locked in despair as Gajil's iron fist bore down with lethal force, was suddenly dazzled by a flash of golden light. Before him appeared a fist-sized orb of golden flame, radiating a warmth and purity beyond words, a light as if drawn from the dawn of creation itself. The flame danced, steady and restrained, suffused with an aura not of mortal fire, but something almost sacred. And this presence, Natsu knew it instantly. This is Qing Xian's. In that moment, Natsu recognized the trace of Qing Xian's power woven into the fire. Where there had been despair, wild joy blazed in his eyes. Gajil's iron fist was already descending, death howling in its wake. But in Natsu's eyes, a light exploded, brighter than ever before. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and, like a traveler finding water in a desert, cried out from the depths of his soul, "Thank you for the meal." In a rush, the golden flame, as if alive, leapt straight into Natsu's mouth. Boom! A surge of unimaginable, pure, and boundless power erupted within Natsu, as though a dormant volcano had suddenly awakened inside him. That was no ordinary flame, but a trace of power drawn from the primordial essence of Daoist pure yang, true flame. In an instant, every pore on Natsu's body erupted with blinding golden fire. No longer the familiar orange-red, but a pure, searing gold, as if it could cleanse all impurities. His previously depleted magic surged forth like a dam bursting, filling him to the brim and even pushing past his own limits. Aart! Natsu threw his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the air. Within that roar, one could faintly sense the majesty of a dragon's cry. He snapped his head up, locking eyes with Gajil, who was now so close, his cruel grin frozen in utter shock. Natsu's fist, wreathed in golden flame, shot forward with unstoppable force. It carried the brilliance to purify all things and the will to incinerate the world, meeting Gajil's massive iron fist head-on. No tricks, just raw power. Fire Dragon's iron fist. This time, there was no orange-red, only the blazing glory of golden fire. Clank! The impact rang out, no longer the clash of metal, but a sound like a colossal temple bell being struck, deep, reverberating, and awe-inspiring. A visible shockwave of golden light blasted outward, and everywhere it passed, the sturdy metal walls twisted, deformed, and caved in as if they were butter melting under a blowtorch. What? Gajil's sneer shattered, replaced by utter terror. He felt an overwhelming, sacred force surge through his iron fist, rampaging up his arm and into his body with unstoppable might. Crack! 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 The iron dragon scales he prided himself on, supposedly indestructible, now shattered beneath the Daoist pure yang, true flame with the sound of brittle shells breaking. The pitch-black scales on his arm turned red-hot, softened, and split apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gah! Gajil screamed in agony. His iron fist and the entire arm twisted and warped under the blast of golden flame, the scales flaking away to reveal charred flesh beneath. The devastating force, scorching and irresistible, slammed into his chest. Boom! Gajil's massive frame was hurled backward like a boulder from a catapult, flying even faster than he'd come. Blood sprayed from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air. He crashed through several layers of thick metal partitions before, finally coming to rest amid a heap of twisted pipes, his iron scales shattered, his body blackened and smoking, completely unconscious. Lucy, whom he'd been carrying, was gently caught by a soft force and landed safely a short distance away. As the golden flames gradually subsided, Natsu stood tall, still wreathed in a faint golden aura, like a true king of fire. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented, pure, and mighty power coursing through his body. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked toward the ruins of the guild, and a wide grin broke across his face. "Thank you, Qing Xian," in front of the guild ruins. After unleashing that final burst of golden, talismanic fire, pouring out the last of his willpower, the last glimmer of light in Qing Xuan's eyes faded away completely. His body went slack, consciousness slipping from him as he fell into a deep, unyielding coma. Yet, at the corner of his blood-stained lips, there seemed to linger a faint, almost imperceptible smile of relief. On the high platform, Urza, locked in fierce combat with Jose, felt a sudden unease, as if sensing something. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Qing Xuan's body collapsing at last, and her heart tightened sharply. But before her, Jose's violent dark magic surged toward her once more. To lose focus in the middle of a fight? Courting death. Jose sneered, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Urza's eyes flashed with cold determination. The sword of Demon Bane gleamed with renewed brilliance as she forced herself to suppress her worry, stepping forward to face the all-consuming darkness head-on. On the high platform, the air was thick, almost sticky like congealed blood. Urza gripped Demon Bane, its blade aglow with ethereal light, struggling to hold back the raging tide of dark magic unleashed by Jose Porla. Each impact sent agony shooting up her arms, threatening to tear her muscles apart. The skin between her thumb and forefinger split open, blood trickling down the hilt of her sword. Jose's laughter echoed like the shrill cry of a night owl, full of absolute control and cruel delight. Struggle all you want. Scream all you like, Urza Scarlet. This is the fate of those who dare challenge the 10 saints. At his fingertips, a sphere of darkness gathered, so deep it seemed to devour any trace of light, radiating an aura of utter destruction as it locked onto the faltering Urza. With this next strike, you and that eyesore of a sword will be reduced to dust together. Urza fell to one knee, barely supporting herself with Demon Bane. Her silver armor was cracked all over, blood staining the metal at her feet. She gazed at the orb of destruction descending upon her, then, with effort, glanced back, her eyes sweeping over Qing Xian, gravely wounded and unconscious in the ruins below, over her companions, still struggling desperately under the weight of Jose's oppressive power, and finally fixing on Jose's twisted face. A surge of resolve, cold as fire, ignited within her heart. In that instant, Urza's eyes grew impossibly calm, like the ominous stillness before a storm. She tightened her grip on Demon Bane, preparing to launch a final, self-sacrificing charge with the sword that bore the hopes and trust of her comrades. Perhaps she could seize a fleeting sliver of hope, buy her friends the barest chance at survival. At that critical moment, "Stop, Jose!" A voice rang out, old yet rumbling with fury like a volcanic eruption, exploding across the platform and shattering the suffocating tension in an instant. A small but radiant figure, wreathed in golden light, crashed down in front of Urza like a falling meteor. The solid ground crumpled beneath the impact. Makarov Dreyer, the master of fairy tale. Though small in stature, he now stood as an unshakable pillar supporting the heavens, his entire being radiating a warm and boundless golden light. That brilliance, like the first rays of the rising sun, instantly swept away all the darkness and oppressive force that Jose had unleashed. Urza, gravely wounded, suddenly felt her body lighten, the suffocating pressure vanishing without a trace. "Master!" In that instant, Urza's eyes shone with disbelief, joy, and renewed hope. She gazed at the familiar, dependable figure standing protectively before her. At last, her taut nerves loosened just a little, though she still gripped her sword tightly in her hand. Old man! Down below, Natsu, Gray, and the others, pinned by the crushing force, looked up at once, their faces alight with surprise and delight. "The master is back. That's amazing!" Jose's wild grin froze on his face, replaced by utter shock and a flicker of barely concealed fear. "Makarov, your magic. How is this possible?" Makarov paid no mind to Jose's questions. He turned slowly, his wrinkled face set with a gravity and sorrow deeper than ever before. His gaze fell first on Urza's blood-stained face, then on the dim yet extraordinary blade she held. He could sense the faintest thread of Qing Xuan's life force intertwined with that sword. He looked out over the ruins below, at Qing Xian lying unconscious at his battered companions, and finally up at the flag of Phantom Lord, still flying high above the fortress, a symbol of their dominion. A maelstrom of complicated emotions surged in his eyes, only to resolve into a profound, molten anger and an unwavering resolve to protect. Suddenly, he whirled to face Jose directly. His small frame seemed to burst forth with a presence that reached the very sky. Slowly, he raised his right hand, palm upward. Golden magic gathered in his grasp, swirling and condensing with a tangible, sacred power that radiated majesty and awe. "My thanks to all of you, my children." Makarov's voice rolled across the battlefield, deep and resonant, filled with an indescribable pride and tenderness. "You have done so well. Take pride in being members of Fairy Tale." As his words faded, The golden light in his palm blazed brighter than ever. In an instant, an enormous, intricate magic circle, woven entirely from pure light, spread out beneath his feet, covering the entire platform. The glowing runes shimmered, emanating a divine power that seemed to judge all injustice. Jose! Makarov's voice suddenly rose, ringing out with the force of divine judgment, unyielding and absolute. By the laws of fairy tales judgment, I'll give you to the count of 3 kneel. 3. Makarov's voice echoed like a mighty bell, striking the heart of everyone present. On Jose's face, shock gave way to absolute fury and humiliation. Dark magic surged wildly all around him as he struggled desperately against the holy light's oppression. His facial muscles contorted in fury. Damn it! You want me to kneel? You want the top guild in the kingdom to bow? Don't make me laugh. In terms of strength, I'm your equal. No, when it comes to ruthlessness, I surpass you. It's you fools who should be on your knees, not me. 2. Makarov's gaze showed not a hint of hesitation, only the chilling resolve of judgment. Beneath him, the magic circle flared with an even fiercer brilliance. The dark magic surrounding Jose began to dissolve like ice, under a blazing sun, hissing as it vanished. Even his towering figure started to tremble involuntarily beneath that sacred pressure. Fine cracks started to appear on the metal platform beneath his feet. Damn it! Break for me! Jose howled in frustration, forcing every ounce of dark magic to its limit, struggling to snap the invisible shackles binding him. 1. The final number rang out. Makarov's eyes blazed with golden light. Fairy law, activate! A thunderous roar shook the air. It was a radiance beyond words, vast and sacred, erupting from the magic circle in Makarov's palm, bursting forth like the very first light at the dawn of creation. This light was not a force of destruction, but a gentle, unwavering tide that swept across the entire battlefield, embracing every corner with warmth and resolve. Within this light pulsed an unfathomable will, judgment. Wherever the light touched, every member bearing the fairy tale guild mark, be it the standing Natsu, Gray, and Urza, or the unconscious Qingxian amid the ruins, or Lucy being lifted to safety, their wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Exhaustion vanished, and their depleted magic surged back like a fresh spring, filling them in an instant. Urza felt her heavy injuries and fatigue melt away, her strength returning in full. Qingxian, lost in unconsciousness, felt the blue-green mark on his arm grow warm in the light, the jagged cracks on his skin swiftly closing. Inside the wild, damaged channels of his magic were soothed and mended by that sacred, gentle force. His depleted core, parched and barren, began to recover, slowly but surely, like rain falling on drought-stricken earth. The furrow in his brow eased as the divine light caressed him. But for those deemed enemies, especially Jose Porla, it was as if an invisible hammer struck him with merciless force. The darkness around him dissipated instantly, vanishing like snow in boiling water. An irresistible power, judgment itself from the depths of the soul, slammed into his very will and magical core. Ar! Jose's scream tore through the air, raw and inhuman. His mighty, holy magic, so formidable before, now seemed as fragile as paper beneath that sacred light of judgment. His tall and imposing figure seemed as if all the bones had been pulled from his body. He trembled violently, his knees finally buckling under the crushing weight of a judgment that bore down on his very soul. With a heavy thud, before countless watching eyes, beneath the awe-inspiring might of fairy law, Jose Porla, the once overbearing master of the Phantom Lord, crashed to his knees on the metal platform as if he were a wild dog with a broken spine. Hunched over, palms pressed against the ground, his entire body convulsed and shook uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with utter terror, confusion, and a humiliation beyond belief. He was defeated, completely and utterly defeated, brought down by Makarov, the good-natured fool he had once looked down upon, vanquished by the unyielding spirit of fairy tale. Slowly, the radiant light faded. A heavy silence blanketed the battlefield. Only the image of Jose kneeling in disgrace remained, standing in stark contrast against the rejuvenated glow that now surrounded every member of fairy tale. Meanwhile, deep in the forests outside Magnolia, in front of poor Lysica's little cottage, the eccentric healer bent to gather apples that had been shaken from the trees by the earlier surge of terrifying magical energy. Abruptly, she straightened and looked toward the city of Magnolia. Her eyes brimmed with shock and complex emotions. She could distinctly sense the familiar magical signature woven into that holy light that swept across the land. Makarov! Poor Lysica murmured to herself, and then a surge of anger twisted her features. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the apple she just picked back to the ground. You big fool. If you're so keen to die, then go ahead. She understood all too well what it meant to cast fairy law, a super magic that demanded the caster wager both their life and memories. As she vented her anxious fury, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying countless scraps of torn cloth. Poor Lysica frowned, glancing over to see fragments of banners, each emblazoned with the Phantom Lord insignia, drifting down like autumn leaves to blanket the clearing before her cottage. All at once, she whipped her head around, eyes drawn to the base of an ancient tree at the forest's edge. There, without her noticing, someone had appeared. His face was hidden beneath a scarf and head wrap, revealing only a pair of steady, contemplative eyes. Across his back, several enormous and unusual staffs were strapped in an X, and he leaned silently against the tree, as if he were part of the forest itself. Mystigan. Poor Lysica's eyes widened in realization. So that's it. I always thought Makarov's magic had recovered far too quickly. It was you. You gathered his magic and returned it to him, didn't you? Mystigan said nothing, his gaze fixed on Magnolia, where the light of fairy law was slowly fading. The war will be over soon. His deep voice carried through the trees like the wind itself, resolute and sure. Poor Lysica gazed at the scattered fragments of Phantom Lord's banners strewn across the ground. Then, she looked at the silent, enigmatic man before her. A flicker of realization and profound shock crossed her eyes. Just one man? Wiped out all of Phantom Lord's branches single-handedly. Mest's figure began to blur in the gentle breeze, dissolving quietly like a wisp of mist. All that remained were the shattered banners, lying silent on the ground, each a wordless testament to a legendary deed. At the center of the battlefield, Makarov's small frame wavered slightly after casting fairy law. His face was pale, yet he stood tall and unyielding. He looked first at Jose, who knelt before him like a beaten stray, then at the children below, bathed in glowing light, their wounds healed, hope rekindled in their eyes. A smile of immeasurable relief and pride spread across Makarov's face. The smoke of battle faded slowly, dissipating into the sacred light and the humiliation of the defeated. The remains of the iron fortress sprawled across the shattered streets, like the bones of some colossal beast, still and silent, bearing witness to the fierce struggle just ended. In a corner of the ruined fortress, Natsu and Gajeel lay side by side among twisted shards of metal, both battered and exhausted. The golden flames that once danced across Natsu's body had long since faded, but his eyes were still bright. Gasping for breath, he turned his head to glance at the silent iron dragon beside him. Hey, Tin Head, Natsu rasped, his voice rough around the edges. Who taught you Dragon Slayer magic? The question about dragons, always lingering at the back of his mind, now burned stronger than ever. Gajeel snorted, turning away with obvious reluctance, but he still answered in a low voice, the Iron Dragon, Metallicana. Natsu's eyes flew wide open, and he shot halfway upright. Metallicana, the Iron Dragon. I knew it. You were taught by a dragon, too. He slapped the metal beneath him in excitement. My fire came from Igneel, the Fire Dragon King, Igneel. A flash of surprise crossed Gajeel's eyes. He turned to look at Natsu. Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. He frowned. Metallicana is a dragon, too. For a moment, the two locked eyes. An unspoken question, buried deep in both their hearts for years, surfaced at once. That guy, Natsu's voice dropped to a murmur. He disappeared on July 7th, 777, didn't he? Gajeel's body stiffened noticeably. He nodded slowly, his gaze clouded and uncertain. Yeah, that day he was just gone. The same date, the same mysterious vanishing. Both dragon slayer wizards, both dragons, vanished as if from the face of the earth. The heavy weight of that unsolved mystery pressed on them both, filling the ruins around them with a wordless sense of confusion. In front of the ruined guild hall, the jubilant air of victory slowly settled into something quieter. Everyone stared at the former site of their guild, now little more than rubble and dust. In their eyes was the relief of having survived, but also a sorrow that could not be concealed, the pain of seeing their home destroyed. Lucy stood amidst the wreckage, head bowed, her long golden hair falling forward to hide her face. Though her body had been healed by the magic of the fairy's law, guilt clung to her heart like tangled vines. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, the guild wouldn't have. Soft, broken whimpers slipped from her tightly pressed lips, and her shoulders trembled faintly. Lucy, a gentle voice called out to her. Levy stepped to her side, taking Lucy's cold hand in her own. This isn't your fault. The root of all this is Jose's ambition. You're a victim in all of this. But Lucy. Master Makarov's small figure made its way over. His voice, though aged, had a power that soothed the heart. He lifted his gaze to the ruins that had witnessed countless joys and sorrows, and spoke slowly. Whether it's happiness or sadness, I can't say it's always shared completely, but in some measure, it can be. That's what it means to be a guild. His eyes swept across the faces gathered around. Urza, Mirajane, Kana, the newly awakened mystic in Wakaba, Macau. Everyone was watching her. One person's happiness is happiness for all. Makarov's voice was firm and warm. One person's anger is anger for all. Gray chimed in, arms folded. And Mirajane smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. One person's tears are tears for everyone. Makarov looked at Lucy, her head still bowed. So, Lucy, there's no need to carry this guilt alone. Lift your head and feel the warmth your friends are sending you. Their companions said nothing more, but their eyes were filled with silent support, acceptance, and kindness. A gentle current of warmth that surrounded Lucy completely. Lucy's trembling grew more intense. Slowly, with immense difficulty, she lifted her head. Tears had already blurred her vision. Through that shimmering veil, she saw the open concern and encouragement shining in her friend's eyes. Hold your head up. Natsu's lively voice rang out, brimming with energy and certainty. You're a member of Fairy Tail too. That line was both the final weight that broke her restraint and the gentle push that opened the locked door to her heart. Lucy could no longer hold back. The guilt, fear, grievance, and the overwhelming wave of emotion that had built up inside her burst forth like a flood, washing away her last defenses. She threw herself into Levy's arms, the closest friend to her, like a lost child who had at last found her way home, and broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Her crying was raw and heart-rending, but with it came a sense of release, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. Levy held her tightly, gently patting her back in comfort. Urza let out a gentle sigh, her eyes soft with understanding. Qing Xian leaned against an uncleaned log nearby, his face still a bit pale, but as he watched Lucy sobbing, even the tight line of his lips relaxed ever so slightly. At that moment, the sound of heavy, orderly footsteps drew closer from afar. A squad of soldiers clad in silver-white armor, their presence grim and forbidding, marched in with long spears at the ready. They surrounded the area, escorting several officials in the stern uniforms of the Magic Council. At the head of the group, the captain's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Makarov Dreyer, guild master of Fairy Tail, the captain called out, his voice icy. By order of the Magic Council, we are here to thoroughly investigate the grave conflict that has taken place with the Phantom Lord Guild. All involved are to remain here for the time being. Makarov nodded calmly, his expression steady. We will cooperate fully with the council's investigation. The following week was dull and oppressive for everyone in Fairy Tail. Council officials interrogated every detail, verifying casualties, assessing the damages. Guild members were temporarily confined to a makeshift encampment, unable to move about freely. It was not until a week later that the council officials finally sorted all the case files. The preliminary inquiry is complete. The council will notify you of the final verdict in a few days, an official announced without a trace of emotion, before withdrawing with the knights. With the restrictions lifted, an urgent desire to rebuild their home surged within everyone. There was no time for rest. They immediately threw themselves into the work of restoring the guild. Rubble was cleared away, new foundations were plotted out, and once more the lively clang of hammers and shouts filled the ruins with renewed life. Amid the busy construction, a few small incidents played out. Master Gray, please have this. Juvia had somehow appeared at Gray's side, her cheeks tinged pink, both hands holding out a beautifully decorated lunchbox, her voice so sweet it could melt sugar. In her eyes, little pink hearts sparkled, and in her mind she was lost in a daydream. Gray accepting her lunch with deep affection, just the two of them beneath a cherry blossom tree, lost in a romantic drama of their own. Gray, startled by her sudden enthusiasm, shivered as a chill almost escaped his control. He looked at the lunchbox as if it were a ticking bomb, backing away repeatedly. Hey, Rain Woman, stay away from me. Juvia's fantasy was instantly shattered by Gray's rejection. Crestfallen, she melted into mist and vanished, leaving Gray behind, wiping imaginary cold sweat from his brow, still shaken by the ordeal. Elsewhere, Leo, wore a grave expression as he approached Urza and Natsu, who were moving timber. Urza, Natsu, Loke said, his voice low and filled with a rare determination. Could I ask you both for a favor? Please help me give this. He opened his palm, where several golden, celestial spirit keys lay quietly, to Lucy. His eyes were full of turmoil. laced with reluctance and an indescribable pain. Loke, what's this? Urza frowned. This is the key she dropped when Gajeel took her. I picked it up. Why don't you just give it to her yourself? Natsu was puzzled as well. Loke didn't answer. Instead, he cast a lingering, deep glance toward where Lucy was, pressed the key into Urza's hand, and then turned away resolutely. His figure quickly disappeared into the dust swirling over the reconstruction site, leaving Urza and Natsu staring at each other, an uneasy feeling rising in their hearts. Something's not right with that guy, Loke, Natsu muttered under his breath. Yeah. Urza clenched the key in her hand, her brow furrowed tightly. She turned to look at the spot where Lucy had been helping to clear the rubble, only to find it empty. Where's Lucy? She asked Mira Jane, who was nearby. Mira Jane looked momentarily surprised. She was just helping move some broken beams. I think she said she wanted a moment alone. Qingxian walked over as well. The spiritual energy within him, nourished by fairy law, had stabilized somewhat, though his face still bore the pallor of someone recently recovered from a serious illness. Her aura, she's left the temporary shelter, heading west out of town. As a Daoist, his sensitivity to such energies far surpassed that of ordinary people. West. Urza's mind raced. Could it be her home? The Heartfilia mansion was just west of town. This isn't good. Natsu sprang to his feet. That lousy father of hers. If Lucy goes back alone, she's bound to get hurt. Let's go. Urza decided instantly, glancing at Qingxian. Your health. It's fine. Qingxian shook his head calmly, eyes resolute. The three of them immediately set aside their work and hurried toward the Heartfilia estate on the west side of town. The Heartfilia mansion. Inside the opulent reception hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. A massive crystal chandelier cast a cold, harsh light. Even the expensive Persian carpet couldn't soften the hostility hanging between father and daughter. Lucy had changed into an elegant gown, her golden hair swept up, and wore a calmness that bordered on tragic as she stood before her father, Jude Heartfilia. Jude sat upright in a large mahogany chair, a cigar clasped between his fingers, wreathed in smoke. He looked Lucy over with thinly veiled contempt, as if appraising a lost possession finally returned. So, you're finally done with those childish guild games? Looks like a little hardship did you some good. He exhaled a smoke ring, his tone cold and patronizing. I've arranged a marriage for you, a noble of the highest standing in Fiore. Prepare yourself. The wedding will take place soon. Being born into this family is your greatest fortune. Lucy listened quietly, her face utterly unreadable. She did not raise her head until her father finished speaking. Then, slowly, she looked up, meeting Jude's calculating and cold gaze directly. Father, her voice was clear and steady, carrying a strength it had never held before. Please don't misunderstand. I have come back to tell you about my resolve. Jude's brow furrowed. It was wrong of me to run away without saying a word. That was no different from running from my problems. Lucy drew in a deep breath, her eyes unwavering and full of determination. So this time, I want to tell you what I truly think before I leave again. True happiness is not something decided by others. Her voice suddenly rose, slicing through the air with the resolve to shatter every chain. True happiness is something you fight for yourself. I want to walk my own path. Please, don't make decisions about my marriage on your own. And another thing. Lucy's hand shot upward, pointing directly at Jude. Her slender finger, in that moment, was as sharp as a drawn sword. Do not ever lay a hand on Fairy Tale again. Before she finished, her hand seized the front of her lavish gown and, with a forceful rip, tore it apart. The expensive silk shredded like fragile paper. Beneath, she revealed the simple clothes she always wore, the ones that symbolized the spirit of Fairy Tale. If you dare threaten the guild again, Lucy's voice was as cold as ice, yet burning with fire, then I, and everyone in the guild, will stand against you. She gazed at her father's shocked, contorted face and spoke each word with resounding clarity. I no longer want to be the lucky Heartfilia family's Lucy. I want to go where Lucy is truly accepted as a comrade. Fairy Tale. With those words, Lucy didn't spare her father another glance. She straightened her back, the ruined dress draped over her like a warrior's banner, and strode out of that cold, oppressive mansion with the bold steps of someone returning victorious from battle. Outside, the golden glow of sunset flooded the courtyard. Lucy had barely descended the steps when she saw three familiar figures hurrying toward her. Urza, Natsu, and Gray. Worry and urgency were written all over their faces. It was clear they had come searching for her. Seeing Lucy step out safely, her dress torn but her expression free and determined as if a great burden had finally been lifted, the three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lucy, Natsu was the first to rush over, circling around her anxiously. Are you okay? Did that jerk of a dad do anything to you? Urza stepped forward as well, her sharp gaze taking in the torn dress before meeting Lucy's bright eyes. A knowing, approving smile appeared on her face. So, you've made your decision. Qing Xian stood a step behind, watching as the light rekindled in Lucy's eyes and witnessing the genuine resolve that blossomed from within her. He nodded slightly, and a faint, relieved smile appeared on his pale face. Lucy looked at the three companions who had come rushing to her side, seeing the undisguised care and support shining in their eyes. The last shadow in her heart was swept away by the warmth of their presence. A surge of warmth flooded her chest, making her nose tingle with emotion, but her face broke into a smile brighter than the setting sun. Yes, I'm back. Lucy nodded vigorously, her voice thick with tears, yet radiant with joy. She stepped forward, looping her arm through Urza's, gave Natsu's shoulder a pat, glanced at Qing Xian, and finally turned her gaze toward the ruins of the guild in the center of town, where rebuilding had already begun. Her eyes were filled with a sense of belonging. Mom, she whispered in her heart, speaking softly to the memory of her mother, now blurred by time, but forever warm, her face aglow with happiness. I feel that I can't live without everyone anymore. She watched her friends, laughing and teasing each other as they walked home, saw Urza bat away Natsu's hand as he tried to ruffle her hair, noticed Qing Xian following quietly at her side, and heard the distant, cheerful shouts of their companions from the construction site. The golden sunset stretched their shadows long across the ground, because Lucy's smile bloomed like a sunflower, radiant with the force of life. Fairy Tale has already become a part of who I am. Though the guild had yet to be rebuilt, the road home was clear. Wherever her heart belonged, that was her true home. The laughter of her friends was the most beautiful music for rebuilding their home. The council's verdict was finally delivered, falling like a stone into a pond, stirring waves within Fairy Tale, but also bringing a sense of resolution and relief. After deliberation by the council, the Phantom Lord Guild is hereby dissolved. Jose Porla is stripped of the title and privileges of one of the 10 wizard saints. He is permanently barred from reforming or joining any wizard guild. Makarov finished reading the council's decree. A look of true relief passed over his stern features. Though the road to rebuilding the guild would be long and difficult, the greatest threat and the stain on their name had finally been washed away. Beneath the makeshift wooden shelter that now served as their temporary guild hall, Lucy absent-mindedly sorted through the request forms. After hesitating for a moment, she sidled up to Mira Jane, who was polishing glasses behind the bar. Mira Jane, have you seen Loki around? Lucy asked in a small voice. Mira Jane looked up, a mischievous smile lighting up her gentle face. Oh, has Lucy-chan fallen into Loki's clutches too? He does have quite the reputation as a heartbreaker, you know. Of course not. Lucy's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands in a panic. I just heard he helped me get my keys back. I just want to thank him, that's all. She took out the recovered golden celestial spirit keys. Oh, is that so? Mira Jane nodded knowingly, her smile still tinged with playful teasing. Well then, if I see him, I'll pass along your message. Then, with a curious tilt of her head, she asked, by the way, didn't your spirits scold you? Losing your keys like that. The blush drained from Lucy's cheeks in an instant, replaced by a pallor that was equal parts terror and embarrassment. In her mind, she saw Aquaya's stunningly beautiful, furious face, brandishing a massive water jug. Or was it a whip? This isn't even about scolding anymore. Lucy's voice was trembling, and she instinctively clutched at a certain part of herself. Wanting to get you some eyes for your sore backside? Gray suddenly appeared, wearing an expression that said, I get it. Or maybe, what happens if we heat it up instead? Came a mischievous male voice, unexpectedly joining in. Lucy nearly jumped out of her seat, spinning around to see Natsu had sidled up out of nowhere, arms folded, grinning wickedly at where she held her hands. Happy stood beside him, watching on with eager curiosity. Gray, Natsu, when did you get here? Lucy sputtered, her voice a mixture of shame and anger. Right when you said backside, Natsu replied, looking completely innocent. I did not. Lucy howled in frustration. Sure you did. Gray and Natsu chimed in unison. You two idiots. Knock it off already. Lucy's furious shout echoed across the bar. Just then, an icy, explosive voice cut through the commotion like a cold wind, instantly freezing everyone in place. Say that again, if you dare. Everyone turned to look. Urza stood not far away, her face dark as a thundercloud, her eyes burning with a cold, unyielding fire, locked straight ahead. Facing her stood a tall man with spiky blonde hair and a fur-collared coat, Laxus Dreyer, his hands in his pockets, radiating contempt. A faint but menacing aura of lightning crackled around him. This guild doesn't need weaklings. Laxus's voice was laced with undisguised scorn as his gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Urza. What a disgrace, getting beaten up by those phantom goons. You almost let them level our headquarters. The warmth vanished from Mirajane's face, replaced by a cold fury. That's enough, Laxus. Master said he won't hold you accountable for not fighting. And that's final. Laxus let out a derisive snort, his lips curving into a mocking smile. Of course. It's none of my business anyway. He paused, his tone growing even more arrogant. Honestly, if I'd been there, things wouldn't have turned out so disgracefully, would they? Laxus, Urza's anger flared in an instant. She took a forceful step forward, her hand already gripping the hilt of her sword. But Natsu was even faster. You bastard! Roaring like an enraged fire dragon, Natsu lunged forward in a blazing streak, his fist wreathed in searing flames as he aimed a furious blow at Laxus's face. Whoosh! Natsu's fist passed straight through Laxus's body. No, it passed through a golden afterimage of lightning that Laxus had left behind. Laxus's real form appeared several meters away, as if he'd teleported, untouched by even a single ember. Humph! Laxus looked at Natsu, who stumbled and stared in shock after striking nothing but air, with a gaze that was cold and dismissive, as if regarding a helpless insect. If you can't even touch the hem of my coat, you have no right to remain in this guild. His icy eyes swept across the hall, heavy with the judgment of someone sitting high above. When I take over this guild, every weakling here will be thrown out. With that, lightning crackled violently around him, and he transformed into a blinding bolt of golden electricity, vanishing in an instant. All that remained was the sharp crackle of static in the air and a suffocating sense of oppression. What kind of person is he? Lucy gasped, both furious and shocked, pointing toward where Laxus had disappeared. How could he possibly take over the guild? Mirajane let out a helpless sigh, her expression complicated. It's not impossible. After all, he's the master's own grandson. What? Lucy's jaw nearly hit the floor. The master's grandson? The surrounding guild members wore equally troubled and anxious faces. No one questioned Laxus's strength, but his ideals clashed completely with the spirit of fairy tale. The heavy mood was broken by Urza. Let's not dwell on this. By the way, Natsu. Natsu was still fuming over missing his punch. Want to go on a job together? Urza asked, glancing over at Qingxian and Lucy. Of course, Qingxian and Lucy, you're coming too. At that moment, Qingxian was sitting cross-legged beside an uncleared broken beam, his eyes closed in meditation. His face was still pale, the lingering look of someone just recovering from illness. Though the magic restored by fairy law within him was stable, it felt like a dried-up riverbed. Only a trickle remained. Hearing Urza's invitation, he gave a slight nod in agreement. Huh, me too. Lucy sounded surprised. It was only then that Urza seemed to realize something. She tilted her head, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Come to think of it, ever since the Iron Forest incident, we've been going on jobs together, haven't we? Did you only just realize this? Urza the big sister? Exactly. Every time there's a major mission, it's always the four of you. You're practically the official team at this point. The guild members on the sidelines couldn't help but chime in, each adding their playful complaints. Urza nodded, as if finally confirming some long-held truth. Crossing her arms, she announced in a clear, commanding voice. If that's the case, then let's make it official. The Urza team. Oh, the strongest team is born. Kana, hugging a barrel of ale, was the first to cheer. That's right. Fairy Tale's ultimate squad. Urza, Natsu, Qingxian, and Lucy. Everyone laughed and joined in. The dark cloud Laxus had brought with him now scattered by this sudden declaration of camaraderie. Lucy gazed at Urza's determined face, at Natsu pumping his fist in excitement, and at Qingxuan's calm, supportive nod. Warmth and a sense of belonging welled up in her heart, sweeping away her lingering embarrassment. Yes, I'll do my best. Lucy nodded vigorously, her face breaking into a radiant smile. A few days later, backstage at a small-town theater. What? A stage play? Lucy's voice shot up several octaves as she stared at the request slip in her hand, her face full of disbelief. On the slip, it was written in bold letters, seeking a team of wizards to assist with a grand fantasy romance play, The Forest Princess and the Dragon-Slaying Hero. Requirements: skilled in stunt work, quick on their feet, generous pay. Natsu, on the other hand, was full of enthusiasm, shadowboxing at the air. A dragon-slaying hero? That sounds awesome. Do I get to fight dragons? Leave it to me. Urza had already changed into an elaborate, if slightly over-the-top, set of knight's armor, which she insisted was the standard for any dragon slaying hero, and was adjusting the angle of her sword in the mirror with a grave expression. A performance is a battle, too. We have to give it our all. Qing Xian stood in the corner, frowning slightly at the rough script he'd been given, which read, Mysterious Oriental Daoist. His role was that of a reclusive sage who helps the main characters with magical talismans. Talismans! He glanced at the props department's offering, a pile of yellow slips covered in wobbly, childish scribbles. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Still, as he felt his spiritual energy slowly recovering inside him, he thought that perhaps a peaceful mission like this was its own kind of training. Yet the upcoming rehearsals could only be described as a disaster. Lucy, the forest princess's line is, "Oh, my brave hero, you've driven away the shadows from my heart like the sun." Not, "Hey, you big oaf over there. You just stepped on my dress." The director waved the script furiously, clearly at his wit's end. "But director, he really did step on it." Lucy, dressed up as the forest princess, protested, pointing accusingly at Natsu, who was lumbering around in a clumsy monster costume. "Roar! I am the evil. What was my beast again? The lines are way too long. I can't remember them." Natsu flung off his monster headpiece, visibly annoyed. "It's Gloom, the greedy behemoth of the shadow swamp." The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Urza, playing the dragon slayer, gripped her prop sword, lunged with perfect form, and drove the tip of her blade straight into the rear end of Gloom. That is, Natsu's monster costume. Yow! Natsu clutched his backside and leapt up, yelping, "Urza, did you have to stab for real? Evil must be thoroughly vanquished," Urza declared, radiating righteous determination. "Mr. Qing Xian, it's your cue. Use your magical talisman to freeze the monster." The director sounded as if he'd spotted a savior. Expressionless, Qing Xian stepped forward as the script demanded, holding the prop yellow talisman, scribbled with indecipherable symbols, between his fingers. He began chanting under his breath. In reality, it was a calming mantra from Longhu Mountain, then flicked the talisman toward Natsu, the beast. The talisman fluttered lazily through the air, made it barely half a meter, and fell flat on the ground. An awkward silence filled the entire backstage. Qing Xian stared silently at the fallen talisman, then glanced at his own fingers. Channel spiritual energy for this farce? The gentle trickle inside him flatly refused. "Cut!" The director's anguished yell echoed backstage. "Props, get our exorcist a sticker with real grip. I needed to stick to the monster's backside, got it?" Chaos erupted backstage. Lucy, watching the mayhem, pressed her palm to her forehead and let out a long, weary sigh. The very first mission of the so-called strongest squad, and it's a stage play that's turning out like this. She was already deeply worried for the actual performance to come, and deeply sympathetic toward anyone who'd bought a ticket. Meanwhile, Qing Xian, standing quietly in the corner, bent down to pick up the utterly powerless prop talisman. His fingertips traced the rough paper absent-mindedly. Feeling the slow, meager flow of spiritual energy within, and gazing at this scene, so absurd, yet so alive, his usually cold, distant eyes seemed to flicker, just for a moment, with the faintest hint of a wry smile. So subtle, even he didn't notice. The path of cultivation in this strange world was, indeed, anything but ordinary. After a successful monster hunting mission, Urza's team set off for home. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the mood was light and relaxed. "Ah, it's Loki." Lucy, sharp-eyed, spotted a familiar figure slouching against the wall at the crossroads ahead, looking utterly bored. Her eyes lit up. She immediately quickened her pace. "Loki, wait up." But just as Lucy drew near, ready to thank him for helping her retrieve her key, Loki reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He snapped upright in a flash. He didn't even look at Lucy's face. All he registered was a glimpse of golden hair and the sense of someone approaching. Instantly, all the color drained from his face, leaving only sheer panic. "Whoa, Lucy!" Loki let out a strangled cry, as if he'd just seen a ghost, and without a second thought, spun around and bolted away at top speed. He ran so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had vanished around the corner. Lucy froze on the spot, her outstretched hand still hanging in midair, her face a picture of shock and hurt. Natsu and Happy burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs without a shred of mercy. "Lucy, what on earth did you do to Loki? He's absolutely terrified of you." I didn't do anything," Lucy protested, her voice brimming with both frustration and grievance. Only Qing Xian, who was a few steps behind, watched the direction where Loki had disappeared, his brow furrowed slightly, his eyes thoughtful. On the way back, they passed by a famous hot spring resort. At Urza's suggestion, which was really more of an order that relaxation helps with combat recovery, the group decided to take a short break. Shrouded in warm steam, the hot spring washed away their fatigue. Yet relaxation quickly spiraled into chaos, as Urza launched a full-scale, terrifying pillow fight that swept through the entire inn. By the time Lucy finally survived the feather-strewn battlefield, battered with bruises from the relentless pillow blows and drained to her core, she stumbled out of the inn. Night had already fallen. The little town was peaceful and serene under the evening sky. Lucy wandered alone down the quiet streets, hoping to calm her nerves, still rattled from Urza and Natsu's antics. But that peace did not last long. Two disreputable-looking wizards blocked her path, their words flippant and their eyes full of ill intent. "Hey there, little lady. Out by yourself so late? Feeling lonely? How about some company with your big brothers here?" Lucy's expression darkened, her hand instinctively moving to the celestial spirit keys at her waist. "Hey, scum, over there." A cold, magnetic voice suddenly cut through the night. From the shadows, Loki stepped forward. His usual playful smirk was gone, replaced by an icy gaze sharp as a blade. "Loki," Lucy gasped in surprise. Finally found you two." Loki's eyes locked onto the two thugs. They were exactly the targets he'd been searching for. Without another word, he moved like lightning, his fists and feet slicing through the air with deadly precision. Before the two wizards even realized what was happening, they were knocked out cold, sprawled on the ground in an instant. Thank you, Loki." Lucy let out a relieved breath, her gratitude sincere. Loki turned back to her, his roguish grin returning as though the chill from moments before had simply been a mirage. "No need to mention it. But Lucy, you really shouldn't be out alone at night. It's dangerous, you know." "Well, to thank you, how about I treat you to dinner?" Lucy offered, hoping to use the opportunity to unravel the mystery of why he seemed so afraid of her. Loki hesitated for a moment, but in the end, nodded in agreement. A quiet corner of a restaurant. Lucy watched as Loki sat across from her, eating his meal with deliberate calm, and at last, she couldn't hold back her question. "Loki, have you ever been hurt by a celestial spirit mage?" The hand holding Loki's fork paused, so briefly it was almost unnoticeable. "Why are you so afraid of me? Is it just because I'm a celestial spirit mage too?" Lucy pressed on. Loki fell silent for a few seconds, and the smile he wore so often now seemed a bit forced. "It's nothing." Seeing the look on his face, Lucy understood. She set her utensils down gently. "Never mind. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. We've all got things we'd rather not remember." A gentle smile appeared on Loki's lips. "If I ever hurt you before, even by accident, I'm sorry. You'd be better off forgetting about me." "But, Lucy, you really are a kind person," Loki said, his tone lightening a bit. Honestly, that sounded just like a breakup line between lovers. "Hey, who's breaking up with you?" Lucy exploded, her earlier gentle mood vanishing in an instant. Dinner over, Lucy stood up, getting ready to leave. "Lucy," Loki suddenly called after her. Lucy turned around. Loki stood, took a few quick steps to close the distance between them, and before Lucy could grasp what was happening, he threw his arms around her, holding her tight and close. What are you doing?" Lucy froze in place, her cheeks burning bright red. Loki buried his face against her neck, his voice low and heavy with a sorrow and exhaustion that words could barely express. "My life, it's almost at its end." What?" Lucy's heart seized with panic, all thoughts of Jess swept away and replaced by shock and worry. "Loki, what's going on? Tell me." Suddenly, Loki let her go, and that infuriatingly smug grin was back on his face. "So, Lucy, did your heart just race? That's a classic trick for winning over a girl, you know." "Loki!" Lucy's furious shout rang through the restaurant. In a fit of anger, she stomped hard on Loki's foot, then stormed out without looking back, leaving him clutching his throbbing foot and staring. After her retreating figure as it melted into the night, the smile slowly faded from his face, replaced by a deep and complicated sadness, and the lingering sorrow of a silent farewell. A few days later, Lucy had just come out of the public bath, her hair still dripping wet, when she ran into Loki at the entrance. He seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. "Lucy," Loki walked up to her, his expression uncharacteristically serious and apologetic. "About last time, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." Looking at him, Lucy realized most of her anger had already faded. Just don't do it again, or I'll summon Aquarius on you." Loki only smiled, saying nothing more. The two walked side by side along the road back to the inn. Overhead, a brilliant shooting star glided soundlessly across the night sky, trailing a long, shimmering tail of light. "Ah, a shooting star. It's so beautiful," Lucy exclaimed with delight, pointing to the sky. "I wonder what a shooting star becomes when it falls to Earth." Loki stopped in his tracks, lifting his gaze toward the place where the meteor had faded from sight. His eyes grew unfathomably deep, and his voice softened to a sigh. Lucy, do you understand the sorrow of a star that can never return to the sky? Lucy was taken aback, turning to him with a puzzled look. But suddenly, Loki winked at her and flashed his trademark, mischievous grin. So how was that? Wasn't this brooding, passionate line even more devastating than my last hug? It's a brand new way to win you over. Loki. Lucy snapped back to her senses, stamping her foot in frustration. Almost fell for it again. You jerk. Watching Lucy storm off in a huff, Loki's smile softened into something painfully sincere, tinged with bitterness and longing. Talking with you has truly made me happy. Goodbye, Lucy. Lucy hurried back to her own room, but something about Loki's final words and the look in his eyes continued to unsettle her. She took out her celestial keys and summoned Crux, the Southern Cross spirit. Grandpa Crux, do you know anything about Loki? He seems to be awfully afraid of celestial spirit mages. Before her appeared a celestial spirit in the shape of a cross, dozing like an old man. Awakened by Lucy's question, he replied, earnestly, this is private information, but I can tell you that the celestial spirit mage connected to Lord Loki is named Karen. Lucy tried summoning other spirits to ask, but the answers she received were vague, if not clueless. Just as her confusion reached its peak, a knock sounded at the door. Standing outside was Qing Xian. He still looked a little pale, but his eyes were clear. Lucy, Qing Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried a note of gravity. Loki has left the guild. What? Lucy felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, leaping to her feet. Why? He was just outside a moment ago. Qing Xian met Lucy's stunned gaze and continued slowly. I came to you specifically to share something I've discovered. I sensed his energy. It's unusual. It doesn't belong here in our realm. It's pure stellar power, just like your celestial spirits. After a pause, he added, and after the last soul-swapping incident, Natsu also mentioned that something felt off about Loki's body. Lucy's pupils contracted in shock. In an instant, all the clues snapped together in her mind. Loki's inexplicable fear of celestial spirit mages. That unexplainable aura, like starlight, that always seemed to surround him. The sorrow of a star that can never return to the sky. Qing Xuan's senses and Natsu's intuition. A celestial spirit. He's a celestial spirit. The realization struck Lucy like a bolt of lightning. Desperate for answers, Lucy rushed out, determined to find Loki and get to the bottom of the truth. Qing Xian quickly grabbed her arm before Lucy could ask anything. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, let his spiritual energy flow to his fingertips, and began to chant an intricate incantation under his breath. After a short while, he pressed his fingers together like a blade and traced a peculiar talisman in the air, shimmering with specks of starlight. He handed the talisman to Lucy. This celestial constellation talisman might be able to help you. Lucy didn't say anything more. She nodded gratefully and dashed out the door. Night had fallen deep and dark, with moonlight illuminating the narrow path winding into the mountains and woods. At last, she stopped beside a secluded waterfall. The roar of cascading water filled the air, and in the moonlight, a small gravestone stood quietly on a clearing by the falls. In front of the gravestone sat a familiar figure, his back facing her, leaning against the stone. Golden hair, now dulled by the silver light of the moon. It was Loki. Lucy walked toward him, step by step, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Her gaze fell on the gravestone. By the pale moonlight, she could just make out the weathered inscription, Karen Lilica. That's Karen's grave, isn't it? Lucy's voice trembled ever so slightly. Loki's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned around, shock and disbelief etched across his face. Lucy, looking into Loki's stunned eyes, Lucy felt a deep sadness and a dawning understanding. Celestial spirit mage, Karen. She was your celestial spirit master, wasn't she? She drew a long, steady breath and spoke each word with clarity. Celestial spirit Loki. No, I should say, Leo of the Lion's Palace. Silence fell. Only the relentless roar of the waterfall remained, as if lamenting a long-buried tragedy. The shock faded from Loki's face, replaced by a long, weary, and bittersweet sigh. He rested against the cold gravestone, gazing up at the night sky, his lips curling into a wry, melancholy smile. So you found out after all? Lucy. His voice had lost all its usual playfulness, leaving only exhaustion and a sense of resignation. I'm a celestial spirit mage, and Qing Xian noticed something was wrong too. Lucy stepped forward, her voice tinged with urgency. But I should have realized it sooner. The contract between a celestial spirit and its master is supposed to end when the master dies. Until a new master appears, the spirit is forced back to the celestial spirit world. But you've stayed in the human world all this time. There must be a special reason, right? Her voice broke, almost a sob. Just as humans can't survive in the celestial spirit world, spirits can't remain in the human world for long. This world will drain your life away, little by little, until there's nothing left. How long have you been here, Loki? Loki managed a faint smile, one that looked almost ghostly in the moonlight. 3 years, and my strength, it's nearly gone. 3 years. Lucy was utterly horrified. She rushed forward, her voice trembling. Please tell me why. I'll open the gate to the celestial spirit world for you. I'll send you back. No need. Loki's reply was soft, but there was a quiet firmness in his tone. I don't need to go back. He lifted his gaze to Lucy, his eyes filled with deep guilt and the resolve of someone who had exiled himself. Because I broke the most fundamental taboo between a celestial spirit and its master. His voice grew lower, each word heavy with unbearable weight. As a result, I was banished from the celestial spirit world forever. He raised his hand, gently caressing the cold gravestone, as if his fingers were tracing the contours of an unbearable past. This is my sin. I am willing to accept the consequences. Moonlight spilled over him, cloaking him in a silver glow that only deepened his loneliness. He closed his eyes, finally voicing the truth that had weighed on his heart for 3 long years. I am a spirit who betrayed. I killed my celestial spirit master, Karen. As his words faded, it was as if the last withered leaf had finally fallen. The roar of the waterfall continued, but it could no longer mask the deathly silence that blanketed the graveyard, nor the suffocating sorrow that seeped into every corner. Lucy stood frozen, staring at the celestial spirit who, bathed in moonlight and leaning against the gravestone, seemed to have become one with his despair. Silent tears slid down her cheeks. With the moon and the gravestone as witnesses, the story of Leo, the lion, finally revealed its most heartbreaking chapter. The shackles of betrayal and the curse of eternal exile, like invisible gravestones, had long since buried him. Cold moonlight, the relentless thunder of the waterfall, the silent gravestone. Loki, Leo, rested against the icy stone. The words, I killed my celestial spirit master, Karen, echoed like a final judgment, crushing him completely. His form grew even fainter, small flecks of starlight flickering like candles about to be snuffed out by the wind, escaping his control. The presence of death spread quietly through this secluded corner that belonged only to him and Karen. Memories of Leo and Karen flashed by in fragments. Karen's cruel abuse of other celestial spirits, especially her merciless whipping of Ares, his pleas for Karen to release Ares from her contract, only to be refused. And at last, his desperate choice, to stop answering Karen's summons and force himself to remain in the human world, all to protect Ares and his other friends. It was this defiance of celestial law, his refusal to return, that left Karen, deprived of her strongest spirit, unable to control her magic, leading to her tragic death during a mission. All of it, born from Karen's cruelty and Leo's rebellion. No, there has to be a way. Lucy's voice broke with tears, but her resolve was unyielding. Now, tears still glistened in Lucy's eyes, but her gaze was as sharp as a blade. The contract ended long ago. You shouldn't be trapped here, suffering eternal punishment. The celestial spirit world is where you truly belong. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the talisman that Qin Xian had given her. Asterisk, asterisk, the celestial constellation talisman, asterisk, asterisk. Under the moonlight, it looked like nothing more than ordinary paper, but Lucy could feel the extraordinary power within it, a force that resonated with the stars themselves. She pushed aside all thoughts of celestial spirit keys. Only one idea consumed her. She had to send him back. Lucy dashed to Loki's side. As he stared at her in astonishment, she wrapped her arms around his fading body, holding him tightly with every ounce of her strength. Lucy, what are you doing? Loki, Leo, cried out in terror, trying to break free, but he was far too weak to push her away. Open the gate to the celestial spirit world. Lucy ignored his desperate struggle and screamed with all her might. She poured every drop of her celestial spirit magic into her hands, which were pressed firmly against Loki. At the same time, she focused all her willpower on the celestial constellation talisman in her palm. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. At the very instant Lucy's magic surged, the celestial constellation talisman in her hand erupted with a brilliance unlike anything she had seen before. No longer a faint guiding light, it became a torrent of pure, dazzling starlight. That starlight carried a mysterious force, as if it were a bridge spanning the divide between the human world and the celestial spirit realm. It merged with Lucy's own celestial magic, resonating and rising together in a transcendent harmony. With a wrenching sound, space itself was torn open. A golden pillar of light, vast and awe-inspiring beyond words, shot upward. Not from the keyhole, but from the very spot where Lucy clung to Loki. In the blink of an eye, the pillar pierced the heavens, linking the earth with the endless starry sky of the celestial spirit world. A breathtaking scene unfolded. Around this magnificent column connecting two worlds, the air shimmered and rippled like water. One after another, colossal figures began to appear, each formed from pure starlight and radiating the aura of a different constellation. They emerged slowly, like loyal guardians, encircling Lucy and Loki at the pillar's heart. Aquarius stood with her urn, her gaze icy and stern. Taurus hefted his massive axe, silent and steadfast as a mountain. Cancer, Kaisa, brandished his mighty claws. Virgo folded her hands gracefully, her posture elegant. Sagittarius drew his bow, an arrow poised to fly. Canis Minor, Nicola, leapt about playfully. Horologium ticked and talked with precise determination. Lyra plucked her silent strings. Crux blazed forth in a radiant cross. Selim saw it, spread his wings, ready to soar. Each and every luminous figure represented a celestial spirit Lucy had formed a contract with. They had not been summoned in the usual way at this moment, but instead appeared of their own accord, compelled by the overwhelming force that forcibly bridged the source of the celestial spirit realm, power far beyond a normal summoning, to defend the will of their contractor. This awe-inspiring sight, with celestial spirits encircling, was like a star chart descending upon the mortal world. The vast aura of the celestial spirit realm surged forth like a comforting tide, sweeping through the graveyard shrouded in sorrow. Lucy's body convulsed violently. Forcing open the gate beyond her contract had triggered a backlash from the immense energies of the celestial spirit realm. Her magic was drained in an instant, blood trickling from the corner of her lips, yet she clung even tighter to Loki's arm, refusing to let go for even a moment. Lucy, stop. You'll die if you keep this up. You're already beginning to merge with the spirits. If you go any further, you'll vanish right along with us. Loki, felt Lucy's life force fading rapidly, his voice breaking with terror as he shouted. Now! Lucy cried out, her voice hoarse yet piercing through the pull of space, enduring unbearable pain and the crushing pressure of the spirits. You will not die. I won't let you die. If I can't protect my friends, then what's the point of magic at all? Please stop. Don't make me bear more guilt. Leo howled in despair. What guilt? If these are the laws of the celestial spirit realm, then let me be the one to change them. Open the gate of the Lion Palace. Her eyes blazed with unyielding resolve. At that very moment, the golden pillar of light that bridged the heavens and earth began to shift. The space at its summit was slowly drawn open, as if by an invisible giant hand pulling back a cosmic curtain. From the farthest reaches of the starry sky, an indescribably immense and majestic figure began to emerge at the top of the pillar. Its form was woven from flowing rivers of starlight, crowned with a diadem of stars, cloaked in a mantle spun from cosmic dust, and bearing in its grasp a scepter symbolizing balance and judgment. A single glance from this being seemed to pierce through time and space, unraveling all threads of fate and causality. Before its supreme might, even the other celestial spirits appeared insignificant and insubstantial. The celestial spirit king had descended. Who dares to forcibly shake the laws of the celestial spirit realm? The king's voice echoed with the resonance of countless stars, vast and cold, reverberating directly within the souls of Lucy and Leo. Lucy could hardly breathe under the crushing pressure, yet her grip on Leo never wavered. With great effort, she lifted her head to face the supreme being, summoning every last ounce of strength to cry out. Your Majesty, the celestial spirit king, Leo of the Lion Palace. He needs to return to the spirit realm. He is no criminal. He only acted to protect his friends. The king's gaze swept over the two clinging to each other, over the smoldering ashes of the celestial zodiac talisman in Lucy's arms, its last powers fading away, and finally came to rest upon Leo. That gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of time itself. It witnessed Colin's cruelty, saw Ares' scars, felt Leo's rage and choices, and beheld the torment and self-exile he had endured for 3 long years among mortals. Leo of the Lion's Palace. The celestial king's voice still resounded with grandeur, yet beneath it ran a faint, barely perceptible ripple. You have broken the contract, lingered in the human world, and cause your mistress, Colin Lilica, to perish from depleted magic. This is a grave transgression. Among all the rules, this is the one that cannot be changed for any human girl. Leo closed his eyes. All I want is atonement. Lucy, let me fade away. This isn't a sin. Caring for your friends does not make you a sinner. Lucy gazed at the kneeling Leo. If you vanish now, it's not just you who will suffer. You'll leave pain behind for me, for Ares, and for everyone here who cares about you. That's not atonement at all. Look at us, my friends who stand before you now. We all feel the same way. Lucy turned to the Celestial King. If you're also a celestial spirit, then surely you can understand how Leo and Ares feel. The Celestial King paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Lucy and Leo, and to the spirits who had appeared at Lucy's side. To be spoken to thus by a human girl. Perhaps this rule truly is in error. The Celestial King thundered, his voice ringing like a great bell as he delivered his final judgment. Leo, who sinned for the sake of his comrade Ares, and the girl who wished to save him. He lifted his scepter slightly and pointed it at Leo. In honor of this beautiful bond, I shall make an exception, Leo. I grant you permission to return to the celestial spirit world. You are pardoned. Give thanks to the stars that have guided you. Still, if atonement is what you truly seek, then I command you, live on and become strength for your friend. She's a friend worth that much, is she not? Then protect her with your life. With the Celestial King's solemn decree, the sensation of decay that had coiled around Leo, Loke, vanished in an instant. The primordial power of the celestial spirit world began to restore his withered life force. A pillar of light, stretching between heaven and earth, erupted with a gentle yet mighty pull. Lucy, Loke, Leo, was lifted by the light against his will, his eyes locking onto the golden-haired girl who had nearly broken herself to save him. In that gaze flickered a storm of emotions, shock, gratitude, guilt, all flowing together into one wordless cry. Thank you. As his voice faded, his form was completely enveloped by the pillar of light, which then drew back, carrying him through the gateway to the celestial spirit world until he vanished from sight. The towering figure of the Celestial King slowly faded into the dazzling starry river, while the shadowy images of Lucy's spirits, their task complete, dissolved into countless points of starlight. A thunderous boom echoed, marking the close of this chapter. The pillar of light vanished completely, and the space returned to tranquility, as if the awe-inspiring spectacle that shook the stars moments ago had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Only the faint trace of astral energy lingering in the air, the blood at the corner of Lucy's lips, and the talisman now reduced to ashes in her arms bore witness to all that had just transpired. Lucy, suddenly bereft of strength, slumped backward, collapsing heavily onto the cold grass. She gazed up at the boundless night sky, silent tears tracing down her cheeks, yet a faint, relieved smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Now, Loki have gone home, she murmured, closing her eyes in exhaustion. Her body and spirit, utterly spent, could no longer endure, and she slipped into a deep and dreamless unconsciousness. Moonlight spilled gently across her pale face, as if soothing this courageous celestial spirit mage. The waterfall thundered on, but within the graveyard, the air of despair and sorrow seemed to have been quietly dispelled, redeemed by that starlight which had bridged two worlds. The shackles of betrayal were broken. The exiled, wandering soul had at last found peace. And so, the name of Lucy Hartfilia, along with the mysterious power of the Daoist talisman, might have left the faintest ripple within the astral rivers of the spirit realm. With dawn, sunlight, carrying the clamor of the reconstruction site, spilled onto the temporary cabins of Fairy Tale. Lucy's complexion was still pale, but her spirits had improved greatly. She found Qing Xian in a relatively quiet corner, meditating to restore his magical energy, surrounded by Natsu, Gray, Urza, and the others. Qing Xian, I truly can't thank you enough, Lucy said earnestly, showing him the piece of talisman paper, now mostly reduced to ash, save for a few charred marks, which he had carefully collected. If it hadn't been for this talisman last night, I never could have forced open the gate to the spirit realm, let alone summoned the Celestial Spirit King. It gave me the crucial guidance and power I needed, she said, her eyes full of gratitude and lingering fear. Qing Xian slowly finished his practice, opened his eyes, and glanced at the little pile of ash in Lucy's hand, nodding slightly. His face was still somewhat pale, but his aura was much steadier than yesterday. The talisman was merely a catalyst to touch the spirit realm's core and summon the Spirit King. That was a miracle wrought by your own will and celestial magic. His voice was calm, yet in his gaze was a hint of genuine approval. The mysterious resonance he had sensed last night as the talisman burned and clashed with the laws of the spirit realm, had given him insights of his own. Lucy went on to recount the events of the previous night. Loki's, Leo's, past, Karen's abuse, the true reason for his lingering in the human world, and how, under the Spirit King's judgment, he was finally able to return to the spirit realm. She told them everything, without omission. Everyone listened in rapt silence, feeling a complex mix of sympathy for Leo's ordeal and relief at Lucy's courage and the story's bittersweet resolution. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Urza's eyes. She seemed to resonate deeply with the idea of rebelling to protect one's friends. That bastard Karen got what she deserved. Natsu grumbled, still indignant. The Celestial Spirit King sounds incredible, happy mused, picturing the scene in his mind. Just then, a beautifully crafted golden boss card was gently placed on the wooden table before Lucy by an invisible hand, clearly delivered by a celestial spirit. The card displayed a picture of a luxurious resort and read, Akane Resort VIP Pass. Below, in smaller print, were the words, a small token of thanks, Loki. Wow, a resort. Natsu and Happy's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with excitement. This looks wonderful. Lucy broke into a smile, her days of exhaustion and tension finally finding release. Well, since we got tickets, what are we waiting for? A clear, commanding voice rang out, leaving no room for argument. Everyone turned and instantly froze in shock. Urza stood before them, somehow having already changed into an eye-catching floral sundress, paired with an oversized, wide-brimmed straw hat and sunglasses. She wore sandals, radiating pure summer vibes. But the most astonishing sight was behind her. A gigantic suitcase, as large as a small hill, stood quietly in place. It was stuffed to the brim with swimsuits, sunscreen, beach toys, and even the outlines of several folding beach chairs. Ierza. That luggage. Lucy stared in disbelief. Of course, you must be thoroughly prepared for a vacation. Urza adjusted her sunglasses, stating it as the most obvious thing in the world. Time to go. Next stop, Akane Resort. With effortless strength, she hoisted the massive suitcase and pointed decisively toward the door. Beneath Urza's queenly vacation directive, the mightiest team, plus Gray and Happy, had no choice but to obey. Brimming with anticipation for their luxurious getaway, and a healthy dose of awe for Urza's luggage, they set off on their journey to Akane. Akane Resort. Sunshine, sandy beaches, crystal seas, and endless blue skies. The resort was alive with laughter and joy. Natsu and Happy screamed with delight as they raced down a towering waterslide, splashing into the pool and sending water flying everywhere. Gray, looking thoroughly disgruntled, found himself surrounded by a group of girls in bikinis, all snapping photos with him. This guy's stripping habit is a real disaster in a place like this, Lucy muttered, pressing a hand to her forehead. Qingxian, meanwhile, chose a lounge chair in the shade of a tree, sitting quietly in meditation. He let the sea breeze and dappled sunlight wash over him, drawing in the faint energy of nature to slowly nourish his injured foundation. The insights he'd gained the previous night had deepened his understanding of stars and spirits, and it seemed to help his spiritual energy recover just a bit faster. Lucy, dressed in an adorable swimsuit, simply enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. Urza had changed into a sultry leopard print bikini, donned her sunglasses, and was now stretched comfortably on a sun lounger by the beach. Warm sunlight poured over her. The sea breeze played gently around her, and the air was filled with the happy clamor of vacationers. It should have been the pinnacle of relaxation. Yet, just as her mind began to drift, and she was on the verge of falling asleep. Hurry up. Move those rocks over there. No slacking. The mage needs more magic crystals. Move it, or you'll go hungry tonight. Harsh shouts, the heavy drag of shackles across stone, the sharp crack of a whip on flesh. A cacophony of agony and chaos suddenly flooded her mind. The sunlit beach before her eyes warped and faded in an instant, replaced by damp, shadowy stone walls. Cold iron chains bound her wrists and ankles, and heavy rocks pressed upon her small, trembling shoulders. Countless thin, ragged figures shuffled like the walking dead, herded by the whip as they struggled to carry massive stones. A towering, dark spire loomed in the distance beneath a sky perpetually shrouded in gloom. The Tower of Paradise. With a strangled cry, Urza jolted awake, springing upright from her lounge chair. Her sunglasses slipped off, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with terror, pain, and disbelief. She gasped for air, her back instantly drenched in cold sweat, her heart pounding so fiercely it felt ready to burst from her chest. That nightmare she thought long buried, hidden deep within her soul, had torn through its disguise in a moment of weakness, dragging her straight back to the hellish childhood she could never bear to recall. Urza, are you all right? Lucy happened by with an iced drink just in time to catch Urza's ashen face and haunted eyes, giving her a shock. It's nothing. Urza forced down the storm of emotion, hurriedly slipped her sunglasses back on to hide the vulnerability in her gaze. Just a bad dream, that's all. She took the drink Lucy offered. The coldness steadied her a little, yet her fingertips remained icy. To steer the mood elsewhere, Lucy suggested they try the card games in the resort's recreation hall. Urza nodded in agreement. Maybe keeping busy would help banish those chilling memories. Inside the game hall, Lucy, Urza, and Natsu, dragged along, much against his will, gathered around a card table draped in green velvet. The dealer, dressed in a waistcoat and immaculate white gloves, shuffled and cut the deck with smooth, practiced hands before dealing the cards to each of them. Urza picked up her cards absent-mindedly, barely glancing at the dealer's face. But in that fleeting glance, her whole body seized up, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. It was a face so familiar, it made her very soul tremble. Though the innocence of youth had faded from his face, replaced by maturity and a hint of deliberate remoteness, those brows, those features, especially the faint scar at the corner of his left eye, the very one she had watched for him with her own eyes. Hugh. It was Hugh, the very brother who, alongside her, had been enslaved in the Tower of Paradise, the one who had clung to her in the darkness as they shivered, supporting each other through their fear. The companion she once believed she would never see again. The card slipped silently from Urza's hand, falling onto the velvet tabletop. Behind her sunglasses, her pupils shrank to pinpoints. The shock was so immense, so unbelievable, that she was struck utterly speechless. She even forgot to breathe. It was as if the world's sounds had vanished, and all that remained was the furious drumming of her own heart, pounding in her ears. Urza, Lucy's voice cut through the silence, tinged with concern as she noticed the change in her friend. Natsu, too, looked over, confusion etched on his face. Just then, the light around the table seemed to dim. Several figures appeared, soundless as phantoms, materializing around the table and blocking every escape. A woman with feline grace, Miliana. A square-jawed man with the air of a mafia boss, Wally. A brooding man, his chin shielded by a slab of iron, Simon. Their gazes were icy and venomous, locking unerringly onto Urza. There was no joy of reunion on their faces, only seething resentment and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Urza! Hugh's voice was cold as steel. He no longer resembled the humble dealer she'd seen. He stood tall, his eyes sharp as blades. Long time no see, dear sister. Before he finished speaking, Miliana's wrist flicked, and several tough magical ropes shot out like living serpents, instantly coiling around the unsuspecting Lucy. Lucy barely managed a startled cry before she was bound tightly, her mouth gagged, helpless as a trussed-up parcel. Lucy! Natsu roared, trying to rush forward. With a heavy thud, Wally's massive fist, charged with force, crashed into Natsu's stomach. Natsu grunted in pain, collapsing to the floor like a shrimp, where Wally pinned him with ease. Simon stepped silently between Qing Xian and the chaos. Though Qing Xian made no move, his gaze remained icy, and faint spiritual energy stirred quietly within him. Lucy! Natsu! Urza leapt to her feet, desperate to rescue them, but Hugh's cold voice struck her like a hammer to the heart. Don't move, Urza! Not unless you want your friends to be hurt right now. Urza froze. She looked at Lucy, struggling against her bonds, at Natsu, pinned beneath Wally's boot, at Qing Xian, blocked by Simon, and, finally, at these former siblings with whom she had once clung to life. A storm of pain and confusion raged within her, tearing at her very soul. Come with us, Urza! Miliana's voice dripped with venom. Go where you belong. The Tower of Heaven is still waiting for its sacrifice. Under the cold, menacing stares from Hugh and the others, with Lucy and Natsu trapped and unable to help, Urza's clenched fists slowly relaxed. She gazed at Hugh's face, so familiar, yet now so alien, her eyes brimming with pain, turmoil, and deep confusion. In the end, she did not resist. Rough hands shoved her forward. Miliana and Wally herded her away from the game hall, steering her toward the resort's private dock. Lucy, bound by Miliana's magical ropes, was dragged along, while Natsu was slung over Wally's shoulder. Qing Xian walked silently, flanked by Simon. Together, they approached a black speedboat at the shore, its ominous presence impossible to ignore. Those left behind, cowed by threats, dared not intervene and could only watch from the water's edge. The engine roared to life, and the speedboat shot forward like an arrow, cutting through the blue sea, carrying Urza swiftly away from the mainland into the open ocean. Lucy, however, was tossed mercilessly into the water. Inside the boat, Urza was kept under close watch, isolated from the others. She leaned against the cold metal side, the sea breeze tugging at her windswept bangs, yet could not dispel the heavy gloom pressing down on her heart. Before her were the guarded, icy faces of Hugh and the others, but Urza's gaze seemed to drift through them, drawn back to that place shrouded in darkness and despair, the Tower of Heaven. Fragments of memory surged over her like an unstoppable tide. Cold iron shackles, the crushing weight of stone, overseers' whips, merciless and unyielding. Hugh, Miliana, Wally, Simon, so many young faces etched with fear and numbness. In the darkness, bodies huddled together for warmth. The faint comfort of sharing the crumbs of moldy bread, hidden away in secret. And above all, one figure, the only light in that abyss, shining like a solitary star. Jalal, the silver-haired boy with the gentle smile. The one who, when everyone else had surrendered to despair, told her, "There's a world out there filled with true freedom and sunshine." The one who taught her what hope meant. He was the one who gave her the courage and strength to survive that living hell. Jalal. Urza mouthed the name in silence. Her fingertips dug deep into her palm, sending a sharp jolt of pain. Yet it was nothing compared to the raging storm within her heart. Why had Hugh and the others changed so much? Why were they taking her back to the Tower of Heaven? Where's Jalal now? What was truly happening here? The speedboat carved a long, white trail across the waves, carrying with it a cargo of questions, pain, and a looming sense of dread, racing toward the cursed tower where so many dark memories slept, the Tower of Heaven. The joys of a sunlit vacation now seemed like a distant dream, while the icy grip of reality dragged them deeper into a suffocating whirlpool of darkness. The cold cabin shuddered gently as the speedboat raced across the waves. Urza leaned against the frigid metal wall, the sea breeze streaming through the narrow porthole, doing nothing to dispel the heavy gloom and piercing confusion weighing on her heart. Before her, she saw the faces of Shu, Miliana, and Wally, each etched with resentment. Yet her gaze strayed past them, drawn inexorably back to that cursed land, the Tower of Paradise. Memories surged, crashing over her like an endless tide. Beneath a brooding sky loomed an enormous, grotesque black stone tower, as if it sought to pierce the very heavens, the Tower of Paradise. The tower's walls were crowded with rough scaffolding, and countless ragged, emaciated figures swarmed over it like ants. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, the tang of blood, and the pervasive scent of despair. A young Urza, her short, tangled cherry-red hair matted with grime, wore a threadbare burlap shift over her frail body. Heavy shackles had rubbed her wrists and ankles raw and bloody. She moved with numb resignation, dragging a stone nearly as large as herself, each step a monumental struggle. Cold rain, mingling with sweat, stung her eyes as it ran down her face. "Hurry up! Quit dawdling!" The overseer's whip cracked through the air with a vicious snap. Instinctively, Urza flinched, a fresh, burning welt opening across her back. She clenched her teeth, making no sound, but a fierce, unyielding light burned in her eyes. Just then, a small, dirty hand, yet warm, gently slipped into her icy fingers. Urza looked up and met a pair of clear blue eyes. They belonged to a boy about her age. His blue hair stood out vividly against the gloom, and his face was set in a gentle yet resolute smile. "Jalal, don't be afraid." Urza, his voice was soft, yet in the darkness it was like a slender ray of light. "Look over there." He quietly pointed toward the distant edge of the sea, where a faint golden glow shimmered on the horizon. "That's the sun, the real sun of the world outside. Out there, there's true freedom and the warmth of light. One day, we'll leave this place." Jalal's words were like a seed, taking root in the barren soil of Urza's despairing heart. Hope, a word that once felt like an impossible luxury, suddenly took on a faint, trembling outline. By Jalal's side were other children, struggling in the same darkness. Shu *, slightly younger. He always trailed silently behind Urza, his eyes wide and startled like a frightened fawn, a distinct scar etched at the corner of his left eye. Miliana *, her wild, short golden hair framed a face with a cat-like mix of mischief and feral energy. She moved with restless agility, like a wayward kitten, always on the verge of darting away. Wally was short and stocky, his body sturdy as a boulder, with a face square and chiseled as if carved from rock. His eyes were fierce and sharp, making him look like a miniature gangster's enforcer. Simon, the oldest among them, was quiet and reserved. His chin was wrapped in a rough cloth and a piece of rusty metal, leaving only a pair of deep, wary eyes exposed. These children relied on one another in the pitiless world of slavery, sharing stolen scraps of moldy bread and huddling together for warmth on freezing nights. Jalal was their invisible leader, and the hope he spoke of was their only comfort. Yet, hope often walked hand in hand with greater danger. A meticulously planned escape was about to begin. The children took advantage of a brief shift change among the overseers. Led by Jalal, they tried to slip through the forest riddled with traps and guards, heading for the distant sea. Urza ran at the very front, her heart pounding with longing for freedom. But their attempt failed. A shrill alarm shattered the night. The torches of their pursuers flared behind them, closing in like vengeful spirits from a nightmare. "Scatter!" Jalal ordered, his voice sharp and decisive. In the chaos, Urza found herself cornered at the edge of a cliff by a squad of vicious overseers. A cold blade pressed against her throat, and Death's shadow fell over her in an instant. "Urza!" Jalal's cry rang out from not far away, full of anguish and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he doubled back, desperate to save her. "Seize him!" The overseer leader barked, a cruel grin twisting his lips. Several spells of binding magic shot through the air. For the sake of saving Urza, Jalal hesitated for a split second, just enough for chains of magic to wrap him up tight. He was dragged away roughly, and his last glance back at Urza was filled with worry and steely resolve. "Jalal!" Urza screamed, her voice raw and torn, but she could only watch helplessly as he was hauled back into the depths of that dark, monstrous tower. As the ringleader and decoy of the escape, Urza became the object of their most brutal torment. She was hung in a freezing torture chamber, and whips soaked in brine lashed her tender skin again and again like venomous snakes. The agony drove her to the brink of unconsciousness, only for icy water to shock her awake. The overseer's cruel laughter and foul insults clung to her like a plague, impossible to shake off. But no amount of pain could compare to the despair and guilt of seeing Jalal captured because of her. This pain and rage boiled within her, seething like molten lava at the core of her being. When the torture finally ended, Urza, bloodied and battered, was tossed back into the dank, shadowy cell like a piece of refuse. Hugh, Miliana, Wally, and Simon gathered around her, staring at the ugly wounds crisscrossing her body, their eyes wide with terror and brimming with tears. "Urza, big sis." Hugh's voice trembled with the threat of tears. They've locked Jalal in the black cell," Miliana stammered, her cat-like eyes dulled and lifeless. "No one who's gone in there has ever come out alive." Wally's voice was heavy, his square face etched with despair. "The Black Prison, the most terrifying place in the Tower of Paradise. Jalal, in order to save her, had been thrown into that dreadful place." This news struck Urza like the final straw, crushing every last ounce of fear in her heart. In that instant, her agony and fury ignited into a blazing inferno. She jerked her head up, blood-streaked face lifted, and in her crimson eyes burned a ferocity like a wounded lioness, fierce and unyielding, a light never seen before. We can't go on like this." Urza's voice was hoarse, yet it cut through the air with a power that made every heart tremble. "Jalal traded his freedom for me. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain, and we can't let anyone else die in a place like this." She struggled to her feet, ignoring the searing pain racking her body, her gaze sweeping over the terrified faces of every child. "Look at us. Look at this tower. It's built on our blood, our tears, and the bones of those who died before us. Why should those bastards above us have that right?" Suddenly, she tore the ragged sleeve from her arm, revealing flesh battered and scarred, yet brimming with strength. "We have to fight back, not just to escape, but to shatter these damned chains, to drag those monsters who rule over us down into hell where they belong." Urza's roar crashed through the air like thunder, shaking every soul grown numb from oppression. In that hopeless cell, for the very first time, a fire called rebellion was sparked. "But they have magic." Simon's voice was laced with fear, his jaw hidden behind a metal plate, trembling, but in his eyes a spark of hope flickered to life. "Magic!" Urza scoffed, picking up a sharp stone from the ground. "Then smash them with stones. Bite with your teeth. Fight with everything we have. If one of us falls, 10 more will take their place. There are more of us than there are of them." Her eyes finally settled on an old man sitting silently in the corner. It was Grandpa Rob, an old craftsman who'd been taken just like them, always quietly caring for the children. Now, his weathered face was filled with shock and a glimmer of resolve. The fire of rebellion spread like wildfire. Under Urza's lead, all the enslaved people, young and old, men and women, unleashed the rage that had been bottled up for so long. They grabbed anything they could find: stones, wooden sticks, iron nails, even their own teeth. Anything that could become a weapon, like a dam breaking. They surged toward the guards and overseers. The battle erupted at once. Shouts of rage, anguished screams, the crackling of magic, and the smash of stones all clashed together. In the cramped corridors and on the work site, chaos reigned. A bloody battlefield born in an instant. The oppressed hurled themselves at the ruling order, fighting with their very lives and blood. Urza charged at the front. Her small body erupted with astonishing strength, swinging a stone with all the fury of a vengeful spirit. One of the overseers raised his magic staff, aiming it at her with a cruel grin as he began to chant a spell. "Urza, look out!" called an old, anxious voice. It was Grandpa Rob. He lunged forward, using his stooped body to shield Urza from harm. A scorching beam of magical energy struck Grandpa Rob squarely in the back. His body convulsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Grandpa Rob!" Urza's eyes widened in anguish, her scream tearing through the chaos. The old man slowly collapsed. The fabric on his back burned away to reveal a deep blue emblem branded into his skin, shaped like the wings of a fairy. Fairy tale? Urza stared at the emblem she had never seen before, her heart shaken to the core. But there was no time to think. Grandpa Rob had used his life to shield her from that deadly blow. Bastard! Grief and rage exploded within Urza, pushing her to the brink. Like someone possessed, she charged forward. The stone came crashing down, smashing the spell-casting overseer's head. Blood and gore spattered across her. Grandpa Rob's sacrifice was the spark that finally ignited the powder keg. All the rebels' fury consumed their fear, burning it away completely. One after another, they threw themselves at the guards, breaking through the defensive line with sheer determination and flesh-and-blood courage. The overseers began to flee. At last, the scales of victory tipped toward those who had been enslaved. The battle was over. The ground was littered with wreckage and bodies, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Supporting one another, the rebels looked upon the land they had reclaimed with their own blood, a land now called freedom, faces drawn with exhaustion and a disbelief that bordered on ecstasy. Urza had no time for celebration. Only one thought burned in her mind: Jalal. Stumbling, she rushed toward the tower's depths, to that dreaded place known as the Black Cell. At last, they smashed through the heavy iron doors of the Black Cell. Jalal! Urza burst inside, unable to wait another moment. But the sight that greeted her was like plunging into an icy abyss. Jalal was indeed there. He stood at the center of the cell, his back turned to her. His blue hair was unchanged, but everything else about him had transformed beyond recognition. He was no longer the gentle, hopeful boy she remembered. Instead, he radiated a chilling darkness, an aura as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. At his feet lay several bodies dressed in the robes of the magical cult, guards of the Black Cell, slain. Jalal! Urza's voice trembled with disbelief and fear. Jalal slowly turned around, and when Urza saw his face, her heart nearly stopped. The once clear, sky-blue eye she knew had become a dark violet, deep as the blackest night. There was no gentleness left, no hope, only a chilling, heart-thumping sense of madness, as if all light could be consumed by the cold darkness that remained. A cruel, twisted smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "Alusa!" Jalal's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a rasp like metal scraping on metal. "You're just in time. Jalal, what's happened to you?" Alusa took a step back with every word, seized by overwhelming terror. The man before her was Jalal in appearance, but he was now a stranger, unfamiliar and terrifying. "What's happened?" Jalal let out a deep, unsettling laugh that echoed through the Black Cell, sending a shiver down the spine. "I've never felt better. Never in my life." He spread his arms, as if embracing the darkness itself. "Understand now. Freedom outside? Nothing but empty lies. Only power, absolute power, can create a true paradise." Suddenly, he pointed to the corpses of the magic cult members scattered on the ground, then to the towering spire that pierced the sky. "These insects in this tower, they will all become the foundation of my strength. I will complete the Tower of Paradise. I'll forge a world of perfection, a world that belongs to me alone." "You're insane, Jalal!" Alusa cried out, her voice cracking. "This isn't you. Please wake up." "Insane." The smile vanished from Jalal's face, replaced by a chill of murderous intent. "Alusa, leave this island right now." His words struck like shards of ice. "Never come back. If you do," each syllable was a death sentence, "I will kill every last one of them." His words landed like a hammer, beating mercilessly upon Elusa's heart. She stared at the Jalal before her, a man she no longer recognized, his eyes cold and murderous. Pain and despair overwhelmed her, nearly suffocating her. In the end, beneath Jalal's chilling gaze and the bewildered eyes of her companions, Elusa, for the sake of Hugh and the others, could only swallow her pride and leave the black cell alone, leaving behind that tower they had just freed with their blood, only to see it shrouded once more in a deeper, darker shadow. Her memory froze on the image of a small boat leaving the island. Alone at the stern, Elusa knelt, icy rain mingling with her tears, washing over her face. She fixed her gaze on the receding, monolithic black tower, a monument of despair, her fingernails digging into the wooden boards until blood seeped from her hands. Jalal's cold, dark violet eyes were seared into her soul, a nightmare she could never escape. Betrayal, despair, farewell, forever. Jalal. In the cabin of the present, Elusa murmured his name without realizing it, her knuckles white as she clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably. That blood-stained memory, dragged to the surface, was like the sharpest blade, tearing open wounds that had long since scarred over. Council of Magic, domed assembly hall. A solemn and oppressive atmosphere hung over the vast, circular conference table. The crystal chandelier cast a cold, unwavering light, illuminating the grave expressions on every counselor's face. A formless tension filled the air, thick and heavy. A man stood before the central projection screen, tall and straight, his features so handsome they bordered on perfection. His short, ice-blue hair was immaculately styled, and his crisp counselor's uniform only heightened his commanding presence. He was none other than Zikrain, one of the 10 Holy Grand Magi and a senior member of the council. Pointing to the projected image of a towering, ominous black spire that seemed to pierce the heavens, Zikrain spoke in a voice both clear and cool, yet every word landed like a hammer blow on the hearts of those present. Fellow counselors, the evidence is irrefutable. This is the forbidden system secretly constructed by the black magic cult, the Skull Society, whom we eradicated together over a decade ago. It is known as the Ars System, the revived system. It was not completely destroyed. There remains one last tower, and it is fully operational. The projected image shifted, revealing the tower's intricate internal magic circles and its gigantic core of magical crystal, pulsing with a sinister, heart-stopping energy. What? Their system, that forbidden magic that revives the dead at the cost of immense life force. There's still one of them left, and it's complete? A wave of shock rippled through the chamber, astonishment and disbelief etched on every face. Zikrain's fingers slid across the screen, halting the image on a blurred but unmistakable profile, a figure with ice-blue hair and a mysterious dark red mark clear beneath his right eye. And the one who orchestrated all of this, who completed this wicked tower, Zikrain's voice cooled, almost imperceptibly, is none other than Jalal. Jalal? An elderly counselor gasped. Counselor Zikrain, if I'm not mistaken, he's my brother. Zikrain answered evenly, his face betraying no emotion, as if stating a fact that concerned someone else entirely. Yes, Jalal, he is my twin brother. He acknowledged the connection without hesitation. This is far too dangerous. We must destroy it at once, another counselor urged anxiously. And how do we destroy it? Zikrain countered, his gaze sweeping the room. The Ars system itself is a powerful nexus of magical energy, a fortress protected against all conventional attacks. If Jalal were to activate it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He lifted his hand, and the image on the screen instantly changed. Now a vast and intricate magic circle shimmered into view, so large it stretched across the entire kingdom of Fiori, its core focus fixed precisely on the Tower of Paradise. I propose, Zikrain's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, brooking no argument, that we deploy the Council's ultimate strategic weapon, the satellite magic array, Aetherion. Only its transcendent, space-shattering magic can annihilate that wicked tower, and with it, Jalal inside, wiping them from the face of this world once and for all. Aetherion, have you lost your mind, Zikrain? That's the Council's ultimate deterrent. Its power could obliterate an entire nation in an instant. The devastation it brings is even more dangerous than the Ars system itself. If we activate it, the resulting energy surge will sweep across the continent. The consequences would be unimaginable. The council chamber erupted. A chorus of horror and protest filled the air. To unleash Aetherion was as reckless as detonating an apocalyptic bomb on one's own doorstep. It is precisely because of its overwhelming might and precise control that it is the best option to destroy the R system. Seagrain's tone remained cold, almost chilling in its ruthless logic. Conventional means cannot guarantee total destruction of the core. If the R system is activated, the price will be nothing less than catastrophe for the entire continent. Between two evils, we must choose the lesser. Ether ion is the only option that can snuff it out before it awakens. A targeted strike, minimizing collateral damage. His gaze swept across the chamber, taking in the fierce debate and palpable dread etched on every face. He pressed his point once more. This is the only way to stop Jalal and the R system. Now, let us proceed to a vote. A deathly silence fell over the hall. The pressure was so intense, it seemed to freeze the very air. I support Counselor Seagrain's proposal. A cool, clear woman's voice broke the silence. The speaker was a female counselor, striking in her refined black kimono, her bearing icy and regal. Without a hint of emotion, she pressed a button to cast her vote in favor. With the first vote cast, it was as if a floodgate had opened. I second the motion. There is no other choice. I agree. In favor. One by one, several more counselors, weighed down by the gravity of the moment, pressed their buttons in support. The voices of dissent were gradually drowned out. At last, the proposal passed by the narrowest of margins. Seagrain looked at the results, and deep within his icy blue eyes, a flicker of inscrutable, shadowy light passed. The Tower of Paradise, deep within the dungeons. Beads of water glistened on the cold stone walls, the air thick with the stench of decay and rust. Urza hung shackled to the wall in heavy, enchanted manacles, her head bowed, long cherry-red hair veiling her face. Footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. Sho entered, his expression no longer simply one of resentment, but twisted by a feverish blend of zealotry and rage. Do you see that tower, Urza? Hugh's voice was thick with barely contained excitement as he spread his arms wide, as if embracing the dark structure before them. It will be finished soon. The true paradise will be under our control. Urza slowly lifted her head, her crimson eyes peering through stray locks of hair at him, filled with deep pain and confusion. When you ran away and left us all those years ago, did you ever wonder how we managed to survive? Hugh's tone suddenly turned sharp, laced with bitterness as he stepped closer, his eyes burning with the fury of betrayal. It was Jalal. He found us. He gave us strength. He gave us purpose. He gave us hope to crawl out of the dust and become something greater. The R system. It's the crystallization of Jalal's genius. Hugh's voice brimmed with fanaticism. It will grant us ultimate power. We'll no longer be slaves at the mercy of others. We'll become masters of a new world. And you, he pointed at Urza, his face twisted in undisguised contempt. You betrayed us. You abandoned your comrades in their darkest hour. You're not worthy of paradise. The only place for you is as a sacrifice to paradise. Betrayal? Abandonment? Urza's voice dropped, trembling with barely restrained rage. Hugh's words stabbed into the deepest wounds of her heart, like poisoned daggers. She had left alone back, then to protect them from being killed by Jalal. All the pain and sacrifice she endured, now twisted and trampled underfoot. Looking at Hugh's face, warped by hatred and fanaticism, and hearing his feverish adoration of Jalal, the last lingering warmth Urza held for her old companions was finally extinguished. A cold, searing fury erupted within her, like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. That's enough. Her shout split the air like a thunderclap. Urza snapped her head up, her crimson eyes blazing with a fire that could consume everything in its path. A dazzling light burst forth in an instant. The heavy magical shackles binding her shattered, crumbling away under the force of her unleashed power. As the light faded, Urza stood clad in sleek, resilient silver armor. She gripped her long sword tightly, a fearsome aura radiating from her, pressing down on the room like a suffocating storm. The fanaticism vanished from Hugh's face, replaced by sheer terror. He didn't even have time to react. In a blur, Urza appeared right before him, her sword's hilt crashing down on the back of his neck with unrelenting force. With a dull thud, Hugh collapsed like a lifeless ragdoll, not even able to utter a sound before sinking into unconsciousness. Urza didn't spare him a glance. Sword in hand, her crimson eyes locked onto the dark exit of the dungeon, as if she could pierce through stone and shadow to confront the true mastermind behind it all. What on earth happened to make you all like this? Her voice was as cold as a blade, seething with boundless fury. Jalal, it was all you're doing. Her furious roar echoed through the dungeon. Without another moment's hesitation, Urza became a streak of silver lightning, breaking free from the prison and racing with unwavering resolve toward the highest tower, toward Jalal's location. The sea around Aquiline raged with wild waves. Icy seawater flooded her mouth and nose as Lucy struggled in her unconsciousness. Just as her awareness was about to slip into the abyss, a gentle yet unyielding current cradled her body, keeping her from sinking deeper. "Miss Lucy! Miss Lucy! Wake up!" Anxious voices called out by her ear. Lucy forced her eyes open. Through her blurry vision, she saw a worried, tear-streaked face framed by long blue hair. It was Juvia. "Juvia?" Lucy asked weakly. "Thank goodness. You're awake." Juvia breathed a sigh of relief, guiding Lucy toward the shore with her water magic. I followed Lord Grey to the resort, and saw you thrown into the sea by those villains." Meanwhile, near the resort's private dock, Qingxian, Natsu, and Grey were desperately searching for a boat. Natsu stamped his feet in frustration. "Damn it! All the boats have been taken. Where do they take Urza and Lucy?" "Calm down, Natsu." Grey was just as anxious, but managed to keep his composure. "Qingxian, can you sense where Urza is?" Qingxian closed his eyes, focusing deeply as a faint silver light flickered at his fingertips. Though his power hadn't fully recovered, his Daoist training kept his senses keen. He strained to track Urza's unique, powerful aura, and caught a lingering trace of space magic. Southeast, far out at sea, there's a surge of magical power in Urza's presence. Qingxuan's eyes snapped open as he pointed toward the open water. "There!" At that moment, Juvia, controlling the water, guided the weakened Lucy up to the dock. "Lucy!" Natsu and Grey rushed over at once. "Why are the Phantom Lord people here, too?" Natsu wondered aloud. I'm okay." Lucy coughed out a mouthful of seawater, her voice urgent. "Juvia saved me. And Urza, they took her to a place called the Tower of Paradise. It's out at sea to the southeast." "I knew it." Qingxuan's eyes grew sharp. "The Tower of Paradise." Grey frowned, as if the name tugged at an old memory. "Doesn't matter what tower it is. If they dare lay a finger on Urza or Lucy, I'll blow it to pieces." Natsu roared. "Hurry, let's find a boat." "No need," came a voice, still dripping with seawater. Juvia stood atop the water, mist swirling all around her. She looked at Grey, her gaze both shy and resolute. "Juvia can take everyone across. As long as we're on the sea, Juvia can control the currents, faster than any boat." Grey paused, caught off guard by the seriousness in Juvia's eyes. After a moment, he nodded. "All right, we're counting on you, Juvia." Hearts sparkled in Juvia's eyes, and her mind began to drift into fantasy. "Lord Grey is relying on me. This must be a sign he wants to marry me." Happy soared into the air. "We can't waste any time," Qingxian said in a deep, urgent voice. Juvia snapped back to reality, lifting her hands as magic surged through her. Beneath her feet, the ocean churned and gathered, instantly shaping itself into a speedboat made entirely of pure, shimmering water. The boat's sleek form glowed with a gentle blue radiance. Lucy, Natsu, Grey, and Happy quickly climbed aboard the watercraft. Qingxian was the last to step onto the stern. He glanced at the surging sea and the unknown darkness looming in the distance. Power crackled at his fingertips as he traced a glowing talisman in the air, gently pressing it to the bow. Water-repelling talisman, swift. The charm merged with the stream, and the entire boat surged forward, slicing through the waves with newfound speed and stability, shooting ahead like an arrow loose from a bow. "Hold on tight," Juvia called from the prow, guiding the vessel with her control over the water. Like a blue whale of the deep, the watercraft tore through the crashing waves, racing southeast, toward the hidden tower shrouded in endless darkness and Urza's curse, the Tower of Paradise. Meanwhile, in the council's chamber, so cold it could freeze the soul itself, the air hung heavy, as if weighed down by solid lead. Around the massive ring-shaped bench sat the 10 counselors, wielders of Fiori highest authority in magical judgment. Yet now, it was as if an invisible hand gripped their throats, leaving every breath strained and rasping. Standing in the center of the chamber spotlight was Seagrain, his blue hair flowing, his face so pure it seemed untouched by the world, a true member of the 10 wizard saints. His voice wasn't loud, but each word was like a needle tipped with frost, piercing straight into the taut nerves of every counselor. "Gentlemen, allow me to emphasize once more," he said, tilting his chin slightly, pale blue eyes sweeping over their anxious faces. "The Tower of Paradise, what they are constructing, is none other than the ancient forbidden black magic, the Ars system, and its ultimate aim is not some fanciful paradise, but He paused just long enough for the dreadful words to settle and swell in the silence. To resurrect the black mage who brought endless disaster. Zeref. Zeref. The name struck the chamber like a boulder dropped into a still pond, sending a wave of gasps and murmurs rippling through the suffocating silence. Several elderly counselors recoiled sharply, slamming into the cold backs of their chairs. Their faces blanched in an instant, turning as pale as parchment. That forbidden name, a name that existed only in the oldest, darkest tomes of magic, a name that stood for the ultimate terror in the magical world. Beads of cold sweat traced down Chairman Crawford's temple, dripping onto the back of his hand, which clutched his staff so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Impossible. The R system. That's just a legend. One counselor rasped in protest, but his trembling voice betrayed his fear. A legend. A fleeting, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of Seagrain's lips, vanishing so quickly no one could catch it. Then what about the cursed song of Iron Forest, where the demon Deliora revived beneath the ritual of lunar drip? Were these disasters looming so near to us? Have you all forgotten? They too are demons born from the Book of Zeref. Just their release alone has brought devastation beyond imagining. His voice rose suddenly, weighted with a sorrowful gravity that seemed to mourn for the world itself. Consider this. If Zeref himself were to be resurrected, it would not merely be disaster. It would be the end of the entire magical world. Behind him, a massive magic screen flared silently to life, shifting from scene to scene. The Iron Forest, left a wasteland by the cursed song. The horrific ruins that remained on Galena Island after Deliora's rampage. Those frozen images of death and destruction struck each counselor's senses and reason with silent, unyielding force. Silence. A suffocating, deathly silence shrouded the grand council hall. Chairman Crawford swallowed with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing as his parched voice finally broke the stillness. Counselor Seagrain, what you say is indeed horrifying, but the existence of the R system, the threat of Zeref, where's the evidence? We need something more concrete. Evidence. Seagrain tilted his head slightly, his gaze as sharp and invisible as a blade, piercing straight toward Yajima, who sat quietly in the corner, his brow furrowed like a knot of iron. Counselor Yajima, once a member of Fairy Tale and among the most senior of our magical council, your understanding of the Book of Zeref runs deeper than anyone's here. Tell us, if the R system is allowed to reach completion, what will happen? All eyes, desperate and clinging to a faint hope, turned to Yajima in that instant. The old man, stooped with age, now bore an unimaginable weight upon his shoulders. His snowy eyebrows knotted together, and the muscles on his deeply lined face twitched ever so slightly. He opened his mouth, but in the end only managed to nod, slowly, heavily, as if the simple gesture drained the last of his strength. That single nod shattered the council's final sliver of hesitation. Then, Jickline's voice returned to that icy, unyielding calm. I formally propose we deploy the Ether Ion before the R system is completed and Zeref is resurrected. We must erase it, along with the entire Tower of Heaven, from the face of this world. For Fiori, for the survival of the entire magical realm. Seconded. Chairman Crawford's voice rang out almost instantly, shrill and cracking with urgency. Seconded. 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 One after another, the cries of seconded rose, sharp, frantic, and laced with fear. On the massive circular magical voting device, dazzling red lights representing the decision to fire the Ether Ion lit up in rapid succession, like a chain of death signals being ignited. Soon, the crimson glow merged into a single, unbroken ring, casting the entire cold council chamber in a hellish, blood-red light. Yajima closed his eyes. His fists, resting on his knees, tightened so hard that his knuckles cracked and veins bulged. That searing red light burned into his vision like a branding iron. In the end, he could say nothing. Deep within the Tower of Heaven, the cold, rough stone walls shut out the sunlight, and with it, the doom that was about to descend. The corridors were thick with the scent of damp mold and an invisible, crushing weight. At last, Qing Xian and the others encountered Urza, moving through the passage. Urza stood with her back to them, refusing to answer their anxious questions. Her scarlet hair, even under the dim light, had lost some of its luster. Her voice was low, but each word struck clear and heavy, landing on the hearts of Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Juvia, and Qing Xian. This tower is called Paradise, but in truth, it is a cradle of calamity. Urza did not turn around, her fingers brushing lightly over the deep-set magical runes in the cold stone wall. Its true name is the R system. An ancient, forbidden magic sealed away for its utter evil. Its sole purpose. She drew a deep breath and turned, her mismatched eyes blazing with resolve and agony. Is to resurrect the black mage Zirif. Zirif, Lucy gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, eyes instantly flooded with terror. That name, straight from the most terrifying chapter in their textbooks. Impossible. Natsu roared, slamming his fist into the stone wall beside him, sparks bursting forth. A monster like that only exists in legends. Legends? Urza cut him off, her voice laced with a chilling force. The lullaby of Eisenwald, Deliora from a moon drip ritual. You all witnessed those disasters with your own eyes. And what were they? They're demons from the Book of Zirif. Just released, and look at the chaos they caused. Her gaze swept across every shocked face, finally settling on Qing Xian. He seemed to process the news faster than the others. His brows were knit tighter than ever, and his fingers unconsciously twisted the edge of his sleeve. If Zirif himself truly returns, that would spell the end of the world. Urza's voice was resolute, heavy with an irrefutable gravity. And to stop all this, we must stop. Jalal, destroy the core of the R system. This is our only chance. Her words pounded in everyone's hearts like the beat of war drums. Stop, Jalal. Destroy the core. A voice, dripping with venom and sharp as a blade, suddenly erupted from the shadowy corner of the corridor. Urza, spare us your pitifully saintly facade. Hugh, the boy who commanded cards, burst from the darkness like a wounded beast unleashed. His eyes blazed red, glaring at Urza with a rage so intense his body shook uncontrollably. When you left us behind and ran off alone all those years ago, why didn't you say these things then? Now you invent these sensational lies just to win the sympathy of your new friends, to mask your own selfishness and betrayal. Zirif? The end of the world? It's all an excuse. You're just trying to cover for your own cowardice and treachery. His furious outcry echoed through the narrow corridor, filled with the raw, searing pain and despair of someone betrayed by family. Ew. Urza's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her lips moved, her eyes brimming with anguish, but for the moment, no words came. Natsu's fists clenched so tightly they almost crackled. Gray's gaze turned icy cold. Lucy looked at Urza with deep concern, and Juvia instinctively moved closer to Gray. Qingshuan's eyes, however, passed over the agitated Hugh, sharply probing deeper into the shadows beyond. Hugh, that's enough. A deep, thunderous voice, riddled with concealed pain and fury, rumbled from the shadows behind Hugh. A burly figure stepped forward, Simon, usually silent and stoic. Now every rugged line on his face was pulled taut, and his long-restrained eyes burned with a fire never seen before as he locked eyes with Hugh's stunned, bewildered face. Urza did not lie. Simon's voice wasn't loud, but struck Hugh's heart like a heavy hammer. And she did not betray us. Simon, you. Hugh stared in disbelief at the brother he'd grown up with. Because Simon's voice trembled, weighed down by the crushing burden of memory. He pointed at Urza, though his gaze never left Hugh. Because that day, I saw it. In that dark corner, I saw with my own eyes what Jalal did to Urza. The corridor fell utterly silent, broken only by Simon's heavy breathing and the sudden, erratic thudding of Hugh's heart. He used magic to control Urza. Simon nearly shouted, each word torn from him with blood and tears. He forced her to leave, using the vilest of means. That wasn't escaping, it was a sacrifice. She did it to protect us. All of us fools blinded by his lies. She took on all the blame and pain alone, just so we could survive, and left this hell behind. His massive fist slammed into the stone wall nearby, sending shards of rock tumbling to the ground. Hugh staggered back as though struck by an invisible sledgehammer, his face draining of color. All of his anger and accusations froze and shattered in an instant, leaving behind only a gaping emptiness and utter disbelief. He looked into Urza's eyes and saw a sorrow that could not be faked. He saw the burning rage and regret in Simon's gaze. His body trembled violently, as if the very ground beneath his feet was crumbling away. No, it can't be. Jalal. Hugh's voice was broken, his eyes staring blankly ahead, lost in a despair so deep he seemed to drift. Urza moved. She offered no defense. Instead, she strode forward, and before Hugh could collapse completely, opened her arms and held the trembling, shattered boy tightly to her chest. Her embrace was unwavering and warm, a harbor shielded from the storm. It's all over now, Hugh. Urza's voice sounded in his ear, low and gentle, carrying the calm of someone who had weathered many storms, though a trace of tremor lingered. It's all over. Now let's stop him together. Hugh's rigid form shook violently in Urza's arms, and at last a suppressed, animal-like whimper escaped from deep within his throat. Suddenly, he flung his arms around Urza, clutching desperately at the armor on her back, as if it were the only thing keeping him afloat. Tears burst forth, soaking the scarlet armor on her shoulder. The faith that had sustained him for so long had been utterly shattered. The passageway fell silent, broken only by Hugh's muffled sobs. Natsu turned away, rubbing his stinging nose fiercely. Gray, wordless, took off his shirt, only to hurriedly put it back on at Juvia's blushing, whispered reminder. Lucy's eyes brimmed with tears. Juvia looked worriedly at both Gray and Urza. Qingxian watched the scene in silence. A Taoist heart was meant to be clear as still water, yet now even his spirit was troubled by swirling emotions. The bonds of this strange world were heavy and fierce. He quietly steadied his breathing, feeling the sluggish flow of spiritual energy within him, like a stream choked with silt. At the core of his being, where once the power of thunder surged like a river, now only a few faint sparks of silver remained. The thunder arts of Longhu Mountain were famed for banishing evil and destroying demons. Even with his strength depleted and his talismans worn, a true Taoist resolve could not be broken. He took a deep breath, forcing down the sluggish discomfort that lingered in his veins, and fixed his gaze on the unknown darkness at the end of the corridor. Urza gently patted Hugh's back, soothing him until his trembling slowly subsided. She released her embrace, steadying him by the shoulders so he could stand firm. Hugh lowered his head, tear tracks still glistening on his cheeks. The chaos and frenzy in his eyes had faded, leaving behind only deep exhaustion and the hollow look of someone who had just faced a brutal truth. Hugh. Urza's voice regained its familiar calm and strength. I need you to do something for me. Hugh looked up, lost and uncertain. Go to the top of the tower. Urza pointed upward along the corridor. Find the others, Wally, Miliana, all of them. Tell them the truth. Tell them the real face behind Jalal. Then get them out of this tower, as quickly as you can. This place, it won't be safe for much longer. Hugh's body shuddered. He looked at Urza, then at the silent but resolute Simon by her side, and finally glanced at Natsu and the rest. At last he nodded heavily, his voice hoarse. I understand. Urza. He gave Urza one last, lingering look, then turned away and, with determined but faltering steps, rushed toward the staircase leading to the upper levels, his figure swiftly swallowed by the darkness. All right. Urza turned to the remaining companions, now utterly resolute. There's no time to waste. The path to the tower's central control room is just ahead. Jalal is waiting there. Follow me, she called out, her voice sharp and commanding. She charged forward, her crimson ponytail trailing behind her like a line drawn in unwavering resolve. Qingxian brought up the rear. He looked up, his gaze cutting through the shifting silhouettes of his companions ahead, locking onto the swirling core of darkness at the end of the corridor. There, a fallen genius, a mad conspiracy, and a magic power strong enough to destroy an island were converging. High in the Tower of Paradise, in a room furnished like a noble's study, utterly at odds with the rough, icy stone walls below, Jalal lounged in a high-backed chair, a phantom chessboard conjured by magic floating before him. The pieces moved in silence beneath his fingertips, glimmering with a ghostly light. Hugh, Simon, he murmured, his tone unreadable, detached as if orchestrating the entire game. So, they chose betrayal after all. Miliana and Wally. Perhaps their turn to rebel isn't far off. A chess piece symbolizing Hugh was gently tipped over by his finger. A barely audible chuckle escaped him. This is how the game should be. Nothing is duller than a one-sided contest. He lifted his eyes, as if piercing through layer upon layer of the tower's walls, seeing Urza and the others racing through the corridors below. It's time to let our guests stretch their limbs a bit. With a tap at the edge of the chessboard, an invisible wave of magical energy rippled outward. On another, slightly more spacious platform within the tower, Hugh, Simon, Miliana, and Wally had just regrouped. With great difficulty, Hugh relayed what Urza had said and repeated Simon's testimony. The shock and turmoil on Miliana's face, the petite girl, and Wally, the tall, silent man, were palpable. Urza's sacrifice and Jalal's betrayal struck them like a heavy blow to the heart. So, Sister Urza, Miliana's voice trembled, thick with tears, while he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. We have to get out of here, Hugh urged desperately. She said this place is going to... A tremendous crash shook the air. A massive shadow plummeted from above, landing hard on the edge of the platform with a violent gust, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. The newcomer was unnaturally tall, clad in heavy, feather-like armor that left only the lower half of his face exposed. On his back, a pair of enormous steel wings gleamed. This was Owl. Leave. Owl's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Lord Jalal never gave permission for this game to end. His sharp gaze swept across the four of them, radiating the palpable pressure of a predator sizing up its prey. Owl! Simon instantly took a defensive stance, shielding the others behind him. Tisish, what a pain, Natsu muttered, his fists bursting into flame as a wild grin spread across his face. Just what I needed to warm up. Natsu, don't rush in. Urza snapped, but it was already too late. Owl's intent was unmistakably clear. With a sudden, violent beat of his steel wings, his massive body dove with a speed that defied his size, heading straight for Natsu. The enormous steel talons slashed through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming right at him. Fire dragons! Natsu roared, swinging his fist to meet the attack head-on. But Owl's steel claws didn't crash against him. Instead, at the very last instant, they snapped open and seized Natsu in a crushing grip. The force of the impact drove the breath from Natsu in a muffled groan. Natsu! Lucy screamed in alarm. This is bad. Gray immediately conjured an ice spear and hurled it at Owl. Owl's huge steel wings beat again, whipping up a savage gale that scattered the ice spear with ease and forced Gray, Lucy, and Juvia back several steps. Still gripping the struggling, fire-spewing Natsu as if he were nothing more than a chick, Owl caught an updraft and soared upwards, vanishing in an instant through the passageway to the tower's higher levels. Natsu! Lucy called after him, her voice raw with worry. You bastard! Give Natsu back! Gray roared, ready to charge after them. Don't go after him, Gray. Urza's voice was sharp as steel. It's a trap. He's trying to split us up. Even as she spoke, a shrill, wild guitar riff tore through the air from another direction, followed by a boisterous, theatrical laugh. Exactly. How can we let this party die down? We need music. Let's set this place on fire with some real passion. A man swaggered into view. Leather pants, a flamboyant mohawk, his body decked out in metal accessories, Vidaldistaka. Carrying an enormous electric guitar, he leapt out from the side passage like a cannonball and landed squarely in front of Gray, Lucy, and Juvia, blocking any chance they had of pursuing Natsu. His fingers tore wildly across the strings, producing a deafening, mind-shattering cacophony that seemed to reverberate through their very souls. Come on, let's rock. Let me hear the screams of your souls. Soul of rock, burning spirit. The bizarre sound waves surged outward like a tangible tide. Juvia, caught in the brunt of the assault, suddenly froze. Her aquamarine eyes lost focus in an instant, replaced by a feverish, crimson glow. Juvia, Gray immediately sensed something was wrong. Gray-sama, Juvia's voice had become twisted and frantic, her face contorted into a wild grin. What amazing music! My body, I can't stop moving. In a flash, her form dissolved into rushing water, but the currents writhed and twisted in utter frenzy. Lucy, watch out! Realizing Juvia was under control, Gray instantly raised a thick wall of ice in front of Lucy. Crash! Juvia's watery whip slammed into the ice barrier with explosive force, sending shards flying everywhere. The sheer power behind it was far beyond anything she displayed before. Juvia, snap out of it! Lucy tried desperately to call her back, but her plea was met only by even fiercer attacks. Streams of water transformed into razor-sharp blades, hacking wildly at both the ice wall and the ground around them. It's useless, little lady. Vidaldistaka shrieked with mad laughter, his fingers still dancing furiously across the guitar. Once your soul is set ablaze by my rock spirit, it won't stop until it's burned out. Ha ha ha. Gray, you'd better protect your little girlfriend. Gray's face was grim, sweat beading on his brow as he desperately conjured ice shields to block Juvia's relentless assault, all while bracing himself against the maddening magic of Vidaldis's music. Lucy fumbled to summon her celestial spirits, but the invasive music clouded her mind. Her keys slipped precariously from her trembling fingers. Damn it! Gray gritted his teeth, barely managing to hold the line as each ice wall was shattered by Juvia's whipping torrents, only to be rebuilt again and again. Urza glanced at Gray, Lucy, and Juvia, now ensnared in the chaos, then toward the passage where Sho had disappeared, before finally fixing her gaze on Hugh, Simon, Miliana, and Wally. Time was running out. The ether ion could strike at any moment. Hugh, Simon, Wally, Miliana. Urza made her decision in an instant, her words tumbling out in a rapid-fire command. You go after Natsu. You must get him out of there. As for Gray, Lucy, and Juvia, do whatever you can to help. Free Juvia from control. That's the priority. I'm going with Mystigan. We have to stop Jalal now. There's no time. Understood. Simon nodded fiercely, determination blazing in his eyes. Urza, be careful, Miliana called out, her voice trembling on the edge of tears. Wally fell silent, squaring his shoulders as he faced the maniacally grinning Vidaldistaka. Shio cast Alusa a complicated look, then finally nodded firmly. Leave it to us. Qing Xian. Alusa turned toward the Daoist who had been silently watching the battle unfold. Qing Xian gave a slight nod, wasting no words. In a blur, he moved to catch up with Alusa, who had already swapped back in her lightweight combat gear and shot off toward the core control room like an arrow loose from a string. Though his movements did not appear fast, his footwork was uncanny, each step mysterious and precise. With just a few swift motions, he closed the distance to Alusa. Neither looked back. They left behind the chaotic, furious battle and the shouts of their companions, racing up the narrow, spiraling corridor toward the top of the tower, toward the very heart of the place, where the most intense and ominous magical energy pulsed. The air grew thick with magical pressure, as if they were wading through viscous liquid. Even breathing became a struggle. Qing Xian remained silent. As he sped along, he focused inward. Within his dantian, faint sparks of lightning flickered more violently under the crushing external magic, as though warning him of danger. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the aching, sluggish pain in his meridians, a result of both the relentless pace and the suffocating pressure, pouring all his mental focus into the path ahead. After the battle with the ghostly warriors, his strength was even more depleted. At the end of the corridor, the outline of a massive metal door came into view, etched with intricate magical runes and shimmering with a dark, eerie light. Beyond that door lay the core of everything, the place where the final battle would unfold. Alusa tightened her grip on her sword, an icy fire burning in her mismatched eyes. The door was right before them. Meanwhile, Vidard's eagle's frenzied rock music battered Gray and Lucy with the force of a physical shockwave, pounding their ears and minds without mercy. Under his control, Juvia had become nothing but a raging weapon of water. Her attacks were wild and unpredictable, yet each strike with her water whip carried enough force to shatter the ice shields. Juvia, wake up! Gray gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up. His ice-make magic faltered under the onslaught of magical noise, and every fresh ice wall he raised was instantly smashed apart by the violent torrent. He had to defend himself, yet take care not to harm Juvia. Lucy was driven back again and again. Each time she tried to summon a celestial spirit key, the blaring music in Juvia's relentless, close-range attacks forced her to stop, leaving her flustered and desperate. Gray, we can't keep this up, she shouted anxiously. Ha! Struggle all you want. Burn away in the flames of my rock and roll. Vidard's eagle cackled, his fingers raking across the guitar strings with a screech that grated on the soul. Do you see it now? This is the power of love set ablaze. How hot, how wild, under the catalyst of my rocking spirit. Miss Juvia's love for little Gray has transformed into a tide of pure destruction. Ha! Love. Lucy froze for a split second. Vidard's eagle's twisted taunt struck through the chaos like a bolt of lightning. She remembered the way Juvia usually gazed at Gray, her eyes filled with infatuation and clumsy longing. She remembered how Juvia would throw herself in front of Gray without hesitation, shielding him from harm. That wasn't destruction. It was her protective instinct, twisted out of shape. Wait, Juvia! Lucy shouted toward the heart of the raging torrent, heedless of her own safety. Listen to me. The thing you love isn't destruction. This isn't how you truly want to protect Gray. What you really want is to stand by his side, to fight with him, not to hurt him. For a fleeting instant, the frenzied water stilled. Within the swirling core, Juvia's blurred face seemed to flicker with a hint of struggle, the wild red light in her eyes wavering ever so slightly. There's an opening. Lucy's eyes flashed with resolve. Seizing this split-second chance, her fingers darted to her waist, reaching for the most familiar golden key. Open. Gate of Aquarius. A massive whirlpool of water erupted out of thin air. The tempestuous mermaid Queen Aquarius arrived in a crashing wave, brandishing her giant urn and bringing with her a surging tide that shook the entire battlefield. Her arrival instantly stirred all the water elements nearby. So noisy. Which idiot is making all this racket? Aquarius's furious roar drowned out even the rock music spell, her glare, sweeping over the still cackling Vidaldis tea and the swirling chaos of water around them. And what's with this mess? Quiet now. With a mighty swing, Aquarius slammed her enormous urn into the ground. Thunder boomed. An unstoppable surge of water, 100 times more powerful than anything Juvia could summon, burst from Aquarius, radiating absolute authority over water. The raging tidal wave lashed out like the whip of a sea god, sweeping across the platform in an instant. Juvia's manipulated currents, faced with this overwhelming force, were like streams meeting the ocean, overpowered, absorbed, and forcibly calmed in the blink of an eye. Juvia gave a short, startled cry as she was forced out of her watery form, collapsing to the ground, the feverish red glow in her eyes extinguished, leaving only confusion and weakness behind. Vidal's T.S. manic laughter was cut off abruptly. His vaunted rock magic was utterly drowned out by Aquarius's tidal onslaught, his voice snuffed out like the shriek of a clown swallowed by a tsunami. In an instant, all his power was rendered useless. He himself was swept up by the colossal wave, sent flying like a rag doll to crash hard against a distant stone wall. His electric guitar was wrenched from his hands and smashed to pieces. Juvia. Gray rushed to her side and helped her up. Juvia looked weakly at Gray, then at Lucy and Aquarius, her face pale with lingering fear and shame. I'm so sorry, Gray, Miss Lucy. It's all right now. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes shining with gratitude as she turned to Aquarius. Thank you, Aquarius. Call me for this kind of nonsense again, and I'll drown the lot of you. With a dismissive snort, Aquia turned into a stream of water and vanished. The crisis was over. Natsu's predicament, the cage in the sky. Meanwhile, high up in the tower, inside a peculiar chamber shaped like a giant steel birdcage. After being captured and brought here by Owl, Natsu was immediately thrown into a desperate struggle. Owl's strength was formidable, and those steel wings granted him incredible speed and agility. But what was even more troublesome was his bizarre magic. Devour magic, food chain, fire dragon's roar. Natsu unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon fire with all his might. Owl's massive steel wings snapped together, forming a shield that easily blocked the flames. The next instant, he opened his mouth wide, and a powerful suction drew the air with force. Devour magic, food chain. Natsu felt an irresistible force pulling at him. His body dragged helplessly toward Owl's gaping maw. He could even catch the metallic tang wafting from inside Owl's mouth. Damn it, let me go, Natsu roared, struggling as flames burst violently around him. But he couldn't break free from that strange, overwhelming pull. In another moment, he'd be swallowed whole. Not on our watch. A furious shout echoed from the entrance to the cage. Sho, Simon, Wally, and Miliana had finally arrived. Card magic bind. Sho reacted first, flinging cards that transformed into magical chains, instantly wrapping around Owl's neck and arms, forcefully breaking his devour spell. Wally, Simon called out. Wally's massive fist, encased in rocky magic, crashed into Owl's back like a battering ram. With a heavy thud, Owl's enormous body staggered forward. Miliana, the threads. Simon commanded again. On it, Godsklau. Miliana snapped out sticky magic threads, which latched precisely onto the joints of Owl's steel wings, trying to pin him down. Well done. Natsu seized the chance, breaking free from the suction and landing on the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. Now it's my turn, you overgrown bird. He kicked off the floor in a burst of flames, charging at the briefly restrained Owl. Owl shrieked in fury, his steel wings shuddering violently. A surge of wind pressure shattered Sho's magic chains and snapped Miliana's threads. But that moment of distraction was all Natsu needed. He seized the fleeting opportunity, his burning fist smashing into the mask on Owl's face. Iron Dragon's steel fist. Natsu bellowed, mimicking the move he'd seen from Gajeel, compressing all his fiery power into a single, devastating blow. Boom! Owl's mask cracked under the strain, and his massive body was hurled backward by the impact, slamming hard against the bars of the steel cage, left momentarily immobilized. Huff! Huff! Natsu panted, catching his breath as he turned to his friends who had rushed to his side. Thanks, everyone. It's not over yet. Simon kept a wary eye on the fallen owl. Hurry, break this cage, and go help Sister Urza. Hugh shouted urgently. At once, everyone joined forces, pounding away at the bars of the iron birdcage. The spiral passageway leading to the core control room was anything but smooth. Just as Urza and Qing Xian were only a few dozen meters from the shadowy door, a figure appeared silently, blocking the narrow corridor. Long cherry-colored hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, and her spotless white kimono stood out starkly in the dim light. The woman stood tall and straight, like a bamboo stalk, a crimson blade hanging at her waist, blood-red and menacing. She simply stood there, yet a sword aura so sharp it felt like it could cut to the bone spread out from her, slicing the very air within the corridor into invisible pieces. One of the three crows, the no-moon-style swordwoman, Iju. Urza halted abruptly, her pupils contracting. She instantly recognized the pure, razor-sharp sense of danger radiating from the woman, the fierce edge of a master swordswoman. Without hesitation, Urza summoned her power. Requip, adamantine armor. In a flash, heavy metal armor encased her from head to toe, a massive shield raised protectively in front of her. This was her strongest armor for defense. Those who block my path are cut down. Iju's voice was icy cold, utterly devoid of emotion. She didn't even bother drawing her blade. With a barely perceptible motion, her right thumb nudged the guard of her sword. A clear, resonant note rang out, a blade's chilling song. Urza saw it in a split second. A thin silver line, nearly too quick and subtle for the eye to catch, flickered through the air. Fast, so fast it defied perception. Instinctively, she threw her giant shield up with all her might. A sharp, nerve-jangling sound tore through the corridor, like silk rending in the silent air. Urza stared in shock at her prized adamantine shield and the thick breastplate and pauldrons that protected her, each now sliced. Open in a single, clean, impossibly smooth line, as though the sharpest blade in the world had passed through them like soft cheese. The edge of the cut was glass-smooth, free from any twist or warping of metal. Worse still, a strange numbness surged instantly through the gap in her sundered armor, creeping like ice along the nerves of her shield arm. GNH, Urza grunted, pain flashing across her face. In an instant, her left arm went numb. The massive shield fell from her grasp, crashing to the ground with a thunderous clang. If not for her armor and shield absorbing most of the blow, her arm's nerves might have been severed completely. What? Qingshuan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He could clearly see that this was no mere physical strike. It was something far stranger, a cut that worked on the level of energy itself, even slicing into the spirit, the very nerves. This woman's swordsmanship had brushed the edge of true law. Requip, heavenly wheel armor. Urza reacted with lightning speed, abandoning her cumbersome adamantine armor in an instant. In a flash, she donned her sleek black armor, renowned for its swiftness and slashing power, and gripped her twin swords, the swords of cycles. Like a shadow, streaking across the battlefield, she launched herself straight at Ikagura. Her twin blades whirled, painting the air with a flurry of razor-sharp arcs as she tried to match speed with speed. No moon-style, multiple blade flashes. Ikagura still didn't draw her sword. She simply nudged the guard with her right thumb, letting a sliver of cold steel catch the light. A flurry of metallic rings filled the air. Silvery threads, even swifter and finer than before, appeared from thin air. Unlike before, they didn't follow a straight path. Instead, they twisted and darted in the cramped space as if they were alive, moving with uncanny agility. Urza's twin swords, swift as a gale, were sliced clean through by these blade flashes that seemed to transcend space itself, cut as easily as tofu. The break was smooth, the cut effortless. In the blink of an eye, Urza was left clutching only the hilts of her swords. The shattered blades clattered to the ground in a metallic cascade. Impossible. Urza's eyes filled with disbelief. Her swords, her armor, so easily shattered before the opponent's blade. Ikagura moved. A white blur, her form flickered as if she'd teleported, suddenly appearing at Urza's side. Her crimson blade was finally drawn in full. A flash of the blade, both beautiful and deadly, arced silently upward. No moon-style, Yasha slash. Too fast, too precise. Urza barely managed to twist aside. The blade's edge brushed past the tip of her nose, the chill of its power biting into her skin. Worse still, a surge of numbing energy followed the blade's passage, attacking her nerves and leaving her sword arm rigid and unresponsive. Qingxian, buy me a moment. Urza retreated several steps, putting distance between herself and the foe, her voice low and urgent as she called to Qingxian. She needed time to think, a new strategy. The opponent's sword ignored all defenses, cleaving through both matter and nerves themselves. This was beyond reason. Qingxian was already poised for action. The instant Ikagura unleashed the Yasha slash, he moved, no talismans, relying on nothing but his own strength. Command! With a terse cry, Qingxian pressed his left hand's fingers together like a sword, ignoring the agony that tore through his meridians as he forcibly drew the last dregs of thunder essence from his core. A crackle of electricity burst forth at his fingertip, not to attack, but to trace rapidly through the air in front of him. Spiritual energy poured from him in torrents. His face paled visibly, veins bulging at his temple, cold sweat soaking his brow. In the air before him, a rune of pure lightning, complex and arcane, took shape with agonizing slowness, the seal of law-breaking thunder. This seal was not for attack, but to shatter evil arts and disrupt unnatural energies, to scramble the very laws of power. It was the only talisman he could barely muster in his exhausted state, the one that carried the lowest cost for him. Just as a Kagura's blade finished its arc and she prepared to strike again, Qing Xian thrust his sword-formed fingers forward with sudden force. Go! That flickering, unstable silver lightning seal, as if it might shatter at any moment, transformed into a faint spark of electricity. But instead of striking toward Banju, it shot with perfect precision into the remains of Urza's Sword of Cycles, which now was nothing more than a bare hilt clutched tightly in her hand. A deep, resonant hum erupted as the battered hilt trembled violently. The lingering magic power in the hilt fused instantly with the lightning seal, which brimmed with the force to break through spells. A weak yet piercingly sharp aura, tinged with the power to dispel falsehoods and illusions, radiated from the sword hilt. For the first time, a nearly imperceptible ripple appeared in Banju's otherwise cool and serene eyes. She seemed to sense that strange, new power surging from the hilt, subtly disrupting and resisting the rules of the no-moon style. That's enough. Urza's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In a heartbeat, she understood Qing Xuan's intent. Not to boost her attack, but to grant her weapon a trace of anti-magic power, enough to interfere, if only briefly, with her opponent's bizarre, defense-ignoring rules. Requip, raiment of clarity. With a shimmer of magical light, every piece of armor on Urza's body vanished in an instant. In its place appeared a pure white garment, thin and simple, offering almost no protection at all. She abandoned all defense, pouring the entirety of her magic, unrestrained and torrential as a dam bursting, into that battered sword hilt now fused with the anti-magic lightning seal. A blinding explosion of light burst from the broken hilt. From it surged a massive blade of pure energy, forged from intensely compressed magic shot through with crackling silver lightning, extending suddenly from the hilt. The blade itself was immaterial, yet it radiated a terrifying sharpness that seemed able to cut through anything. Space itself rippled and warped around its edge. Demon Blade, Crimson Sakura, slash. Gripping the giant energy blade with both hands, she swung down with all her might, as if wielding a blade of light to split the heavens and the earth, aiming straight for Banju. Speed, power, and will all soared to their peak. There was no retreat in this strike, only victory or defeat. At last, a look of grave seriousness appeared in Banju's eyes. She could feel the power contained within the enormous sword of energy, and the strange lightning aura that subtly countered the no-moon style meant that she could no longer simply sever such a blow with ease. No-moon style, Garuda Flame. For the first time, Banju called out the name of her technique. Her crimson long blade blurred into a blazing illusion. Where the blade swept, it wasn't fire but a surge of sword pressure, so intensely compressed it could incinerate anything in its path. It was as if the legendary Garuda, the divine bird, had descended with a world-ending flame, rushing to meet the magic-infused giant blade Urza had poured her all into. A deafening crash erupted at the very center where these two overwhelming forces collided. A blinding surge of light instantly swallowed the entire corridor. Chaotic torrents of energy raged like a hurricane out of control, tearing at the stone walls with savage force. Debris came raining down in a relentless deluge. As the brilliance faded somewhat, Urza was left kneeling on one knee, gasping desperately for breath. Her robes of tranquility had been shredded by the blast, revealing bloodied skin beneath the torn fabric. The mighty energy sword in her hand had vanished, leaving only the dull, lifeless hilt behind. Just a few paces ahead, the sparrow yet stood. But her immaculate white kimono now bore a gaping, charred slash, running from her left shoulder to her right abdomen. A wound so deep that bone was laid bare. Silver arcs of electricity still danced along the edges of the wound. It was these residual sparks that had interrupted the no-moon style from taking hold instantly, allowing Urza's strike to break through at last. With a metallic clang, the crimson long blade slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, a clear fracture marking its blade. The sparrow coughed, a spatter of blood staining her lips, and her cherry-colored hair hung disheveled around her face. She looked at Urza, then cast her eyes toward Qing Xian, who stood in the distance, pale as a ghost and barely able to keep his feet. A flicker of complexity flashed in her cool gaze, then faded away into acceptance. A sword that severs, fate itself, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Her body swayed, and at last her strength failed her. She slowly collapsed backward, consciousness slipping away. In the corridor, there was nothing but Urza's ragged breathing and Xingxuan's muffled coughs. Fine dust sifted down in a steady hush. Bracing herself on the shattered hilt, Urza pushed to her feet with effort and looked over at Xingxian. He was slumped against the wall, blood staining the corner of his mouth. The backlash from forcibly channeling his spiritual energy tore through his meridians like wildfire, yet his eyes remained calm and steady. "Can you still walk?" Urza's voice was hoarse. Xingxian drew a deep breath, suppressing the churning blood and searing pain within him. He wiped the blood from his mouth and gave a resolute nod. Ahead, the giant metal doors marked with shadowy runes now stood just within reach. The waves of sinister magic seeping from the gap between the doors surged more fiercely than ever before. Without another word, the two of them, battered and weary, dragged themselves step by step toward the battlefield that awaited them. Elsewhere, as the order to fire the Magitech spirit weapon was given, the massive circular council chamber was bathed in a blinding crimson glow. Magical runes marking the countdown pulsed coldly along the central pillar of light, each tick resounding with the urgency of a beating clock. The counselors' faces twisted in panic, their reason drowned by overwhelming fear. In the shadows at the edge of the chamber, Zikrian's look of saintly compassion had vanished. He stared at the blood-red countdown, his lips curling upward uncontrollably, forming a smile twisted with fanaticism and fulfillment. 8 years, 8 long years of planning had finally brought him to this last decisive moment. "Magnificent!" At last, he whispered, his voice trembling with irrepressible excitement. Standing not far from him, Altair, disguised as a clerk of the council, also let a cold, satisfied smile slip beneath her hood. Their plan was finally about to succeed. Yet this fleeting surge of ecstasy did not escape a pair of sharp, watchful eyes. Sitting silently in his own seat, Yajima's brow was knit tightly, furrowed as if by iron. The immense pressure and guilt made him fidget in his chair. As he instinctively glanced around the hall, he happened to catch the fleeting, fanatical expression on Seagrain's face, a look utterly out of place for a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, as well as Altair's equally suspicious, conspiratorial grin that hinted at a secret victory. Yajima's heart dropped like a stone. A powerful sense of foreboding seized him in an instant. Something was wrong. Seagrain's reaction was all wrong. That was not the expression of someone worried for the fate of the world. A true saint should look nothing like that. It was more like anticipation. And that clerk, was there some silent understanding between them? Yajima's fist clenched tight on his knee, his knuckles audibly cracking. He fixed his gaze on Seagrain's face, which had already returned to its mask of saintly compassion, but suspicion and wariness now burned in Yajima's weary old eyes as never before. A conspiracy. There had to be a conspiracy behind this. But the countdown had already begun, and Aetherion was about to be fired. What should he do? A cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Inside the Tower of Heaven, the cold, metallic doors loomed before them, with waves of sinister magic energy pulsing through the cracks, assaulting Urza and Xingxuan's weary bodies like a tangible tide. Urza forced herself to straighten up, ready to push past this final barrier. Just then, the tower's omnipresent magic broadcast system burst to life. Jalal's voice filled the corridor, mocking, confident, and in complete control, echoing clearly through every corner of the tower. "My dear Urza, and your companion from Fairy Tale, congratulations on making it this far, cutting through every obstacle. But I must unfortunately inform you, and all you pitiful stragglers still struggling inside this tower." Jalal deliberately paused, toying with his victims like a cat with a mouse. "The Magic Council of Fiori has just passed a special resolution. In the name of saving the world, they have decided to unleash the ultimate weapon, Aetherion, and their target is none other than this very Tower of Heaven." "What?" Urza felt as though struck by lightning, her face turning ashen white in an instant. She couldn't comprehend why Jalal would do such a thing. Under an attack of such overwhelming force, not a single person could survive, including himself. Gerard's voice continued over the speakers, tinged with a cruel delight. "There are less than 10 minutes left before the Aetherion descends. That cataclysmic surge of energy will utterly purge this tower, and everything alive within. Of course, that includes all of you. How ironic, isn't it? The salvation everyone pinned their hopes on has become your death sentence instead. Hugh, Miliana, Wally, Simon, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Juvia." Urza shouted hoarsely down the deserted corridor, her voice driven by unprecedented desperation and urgency. "Did you hear me? Get out of this tower. Right now. Immediately. Head to the shore and find a boat. There's no time, go. She had no way of knowing exactly where they were, and could only hope her broadcasted plea would reach their ears. Gerard's laughter over the speakers grew, even more triumphant. Escape? In 10 minutes. Where do you think you can run? Savor this. Final taste of despair. Urza, if you still care for your so-called friends, then start praying for a miracle. But as for now, suddenly, his broadcast voice turned cold as ice, brimming with murderous intent. Let's settle the matter between us first. The door is open for you. With that, the broadcast cut off abruptly. A deathly silence filled the corridor. Only the invisible, mounting pressure of the ether ion loomed nearer and nearer, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Urza's body trembled, not from fear, but from a potent mix of fury and helplessness. She whipped around to face Qing Xian, her eyes burning with irrevocable resolve. Qing Xian, you heard that. The ether ion is almost here. There's no time. Hugh and the others will get everyone out but Gerard. He must be stopped. That's my responsibility alone. You go. Hurry to shore and join them. With your abilities, you should make it in time. Her tone was firm and brooked no argument. She had already steeled herself for sacrifice, prepared to perish alongside Gerard before the ether ion could strike. Qing Xian leaned against the cold wall, his face still pale from the backlash of his spiritual power, a trace of blood yet to be wiped from the corner of his mouth. He listened to the broadcast, felt the gathering storm of energy, the force strong enough to obliterate the island. Yet his gaze remained remarkably calm. Slowly, he straightened himself. His depleted channels screamed with pain, his core empty, and only a few faint sparks of lightning flickered like guttering candles in the wind. My strength is spent, my talisman's exhausted, Qing Xian said. His voice was low and hoarse, yet it reached Urza with perfect clarity. Even so, as one of the Daoist order, when faced with evil and catastrophe, it is my duty to stand in the way. Though my power may be lacking, I will press on without hesitation. He looked toward the heavy metal door, exuding an ominous aura, his gaze calm and resolute. I'll go with you. There were no grand declarations, only the simplest truth and the firmest choice. He rejected the path to survival and chose instead to face death at Urza's side. Urza gazed into Qing Xuan's eyes, so tranquil, yet filled with an unshakable will. The storm of despair and determination within her seemed to be infused with a strange new strength. She opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing to dissuade him. Instead, she nodded emphatically, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes. All right. They hesitated no longer. Together, they reached out and pushed with all their strength against the heavy metal door, the symbol of their final battleground. Outer perimeter of the Tower of Paradise. Hugh, Miliana, and Wally, dragging their weary and battered bodies, finally found Gray, Lucy, and Juvia, who had just broken free from control, among the rocky outcrops by the seashore. The group reunited, all covered in wounds and breathing unsteadily. Hurry, Jalal's broadcast, Hugh shouted anxiously. Ether ion. The council is going to destroy the tower. Less than 10 minutes. We have to get out now. What? Ether ion? Gray and the others turned pale in an instant. Lucy was so frightened she could barely stay on her feet. A boat. There's a boat over there. Wally pointed to a small vessel tied behind some nearby rocks. There was no time for words. Supporting each other, they stumbled and rushed desperately toward the boat. Fear and the instinct to survive drove them on. Yet in the chaos of boarding, two people quietly came to a halt. Natsu suddenly spun around, his gaze fixed on the tower's soaring peak, shrouded in ominous magic. In his eyes blazed a fierce, unyielding determination. Are you kidding me? Urza's still inside. I'm not running away, he growled under his breath. A large hand rested on Natsu's shoulder. It was Simon, the silent man whose face mirrored Natsu's own resolve. Simon didn't look at Natsu. His eyes were locked on the tower's summit, his voice low and unwavering. Take Lucy and the others. Get everyone out safely. Hugh, I'm counting on you. He spoke to Hugh, who was straining to push the boat into the water. Hugh whipped around, seeing that Simon and Natsu hadn't followed. In an instant, he understood their intent, his expression twisting in alarm. Simon, Natsu, you, go. Simon barked the single word, brooking no argument. Natsu grinned, flashing his sharp canines. Get Lucy and the others out of here. We're going after Urza and that rogue guy. And while we're at it, let's send that bastard Jalal flying. Without another glance at Hugh's desperate calls, he turned and dashed headlong toward the tower. Simon cast a deep, lingering look at Hugh and the rest of their companions, a gaze that carried too much, entrustment, farewell, and an unyielding resolve. Without another word, his broad figure followed Natsu, charging back into the great tower that was about to face utter destruction. He vanished swiftly among the jagged rocks and looming shadows at the tower's base. "Simon, Natsu," Lucy cried out, her voice trembling with tears. "Idiots. Both of you are idiots." Gray stomped his foot in frustration, but the boat had already launched, carrying them away from the shore. Powerless, he could only watch as his two friends disappeared in the direction of the tower. Juvia looked at Gray, worry etched across her face. Miliana buried her face in her hands and wept. Hugh clenched his teeth so hard it hurt, eyes fixed on the tower growing ever more distant. At last, all he could do was row with desperate strength, guiding the boat filled with the wounded and despairing toward the unknown sea. The Tower of Paradise loomed like a silent behemoth beneath the sky, growing heavier by the moment. High atop the tower, the doors to the core control room stood open. Urza and Seagrain stepped inside. Outside the tower, Natsu and Simon were racing against the clock, making their final charge toward the summit. Above them, the destructive light of Aetherion was already beginning to gather. The heavy metal doors closed behind them, sealing away all sounds from the outside world. The core control room at the tower's peak was eerily vast, the entire floor inscribed with gigantic magic circles that glowed with a foreboding, shadowy light. Jalal sat with his back to the entrance, occupying the only high-backed chair in the center, as if he had been waiting there for an age. "Jalal!" Urza's furious roar tore through the silence like a thunderclap. Without a moment's hesitation, she became a living tempest, crossing the distance in a flash, hurling herself at the unprepared Jalal with all her fury and resolve, slamming him hard to the ground. The cold edge of her sword, a fragment left from their previous battle, pressed mercilessly against his throat. "It's over." Urza's voice shook with emotion. "The R system isn't finished. I know it needs immense magic power. Even if you gathered every wizard on the continent, it wouldn't be enough. Your plan is already in ruins." Jalal, pinned to the floor, showed no trace of panic. Instead, a strange calm, almost mocking, spread across his face. He ignored the blade at his neck, his empty gaze fixed on the swirling glow of the magic circle above, lips moving to utter chilling words. 5, 4. He was counting down, the arrival of Aetherion growing ever closer. "Answer me." Urza's sword pressed even harder, nearly breaking the skin. "Your dream is shattered. I couldn't save you before, and it changed you so much. But today, right here, we'll go down together." There was a deathly resolve in her eyes, the kind that would rather see everything destroyed than surrender. Jalal's gaze finally settled on Urza's face. The once bright eyes were now clouded over with a hopeless, inhuman indifference. Mutuelle destruction. He twisted his lips into a warped smile. "It's useless. Urza, no one can save me. No one can save." His voice suddenly dropped, turning hoarse and low, as if another soul had taken hold. "I have long since been possessed by Zerif's spirit." "What?" Urza's pupils contracted sharply, and the sword pressed to his throat wavered ever so slightly. "Zerif's spirit?" The shocking words struck her like a thunderbolt. Her mind reeled. 3, 2, 1. Jalal coldly spat out the final number. A deafening cataclysm exploded, a roar beyond description. It didn't come from within the tower. It was as if the entire sky itself was collapsing. Even through thick tower walls and magical barriers, a wave of annihilating energy, powerful enough to chill the soul, swept through the control room in an instant. A searing, blinding light pierced down from the pinnacle of the tower, flooding the entire space with a brilliance brighter than day. It was the Council's ultimate weapon, the Aetherion. It had arrived. Urza jerked her head up, eyes fixed on the source of the radiance. That torrent of world-ending energy, like the judgment of gods, came crashing down onto the Tower of Heaven. Despair, cold, absolute despair, engulfed her in a single heartbeat. "It's over. Everything is over." She hadn't managed to stop Jalal, nor had she saved anyone. The sword she had pressed to Jalal's throat slipped from her grasp, falling limply. Slowly, Urza straightened, turning her back to Jalal as she faced the annihilating light. Her voice was weary, hollow, stripped of hope. "It seems I won't have to do anything after all." She turned away, refusing to look at Jalal lying on the ground, and with heavy, dragging steps, moved toward Qin Xian, who had been standing silently in the shadows by the door. His face was still pale. The moment Aetherion descended, the crushing pressure struck his already exhausted meridians like a hammer blow. A bitter taste rose in his throat, but he forced it down. Leaning against the wall, he used all his strength just to stay upright. Urza came to a halt in front of him. The fairy queen who had always appeared so strong now seemed more fragile and slight than ever. her silhouette small and vulnerable in the light of destruction. Her head hung low, vivid red hair dulled, her shoulders trembling faintly. "I'm sorry." Urza's voice was barely above a whisper, thick with a sorrow that could not be put into words, each syllable heavy with guilt. "Qingxian, I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop it. Because of me, you're suffering. Because of me, everyone is—" Tears finally broke through her last line of defense, streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the cold ground below. This was the first time she had shown such complete vulnerability and helplessness in front of her companions. Qingxian watched her quietly. A Taoist mind seeks clarity, but at this moment, even his heart was stirred by the tears of this companion from another world. His spiritual energy was depleted, his meridians damaged, and he too was powerless to avert the impending destruction. Yet, as he gazed into Alusa's eyes brimming with unfathomable pain and guilt, and watched her tears fall, something deep within him was moved. Slowly, he raised his hand. The gesture was somewhat stiff, but carried a unique gentleness and resolve as his hand came to rest softly atop Alusa's bowed head. His palm, cool to the touch, brought an unexpected sense of comfort. Alusa trembled violently, then gradually lifted her head, her tear-filled gaze meeting Qingxuan's. Qingxuan's gaze was gentle, meeting her eyes full of tears. His voice was quiet, yet it cut through the thunderous roar of destruction outside. Between companions, there's no need to say, "I'm sorry," is there? Though his tone was calm, it carried the weight of camaraderie and shared understanding. Alusa was stunned. Tears welled up even more fiercely. Those words, like a warm current, instantly broke through the final dam in her heart. She bit her lip hard, nodding silently as her tears blurred her vision. In that moment, a fragile balance of despair and warmth, suddenly, everything changed. The pillar of magic energy, powerful enough to destroy the entire island, was about to engulf the top of Paradise Tower when, without warning, the enormous magic array covering the tower erupted with an unprecedented, shadowy light. A massive vortex of magic formed at the tower's peak, like a greedy maw, forcibly drawing in, swallowing, and absorbing the cataclysmic surge of energy. Instead of exploding outward, the destructive light was pulled inward, flooding madly into the very core of Paradise Tower, as if countless rivers were pouring into the sea. The tower shook violently, groaning under the strain. Its stone exterior began to crack and crumble, revealing ever more complex and sinister magical structures within. An overwhelming, suffocating power gathered, compressed, and transformed inside the tower. A peal of wild, triumphant laughter erupted. Jalal suddenly sat up, his laughter echoing like thunder, filled with madness and the thrill of control. He threw his arms wide, basking in the torrent of magic that now surged through the tower, his body slowly lifting into the air. "It worked. At last it's done." Jalal's voice rang out, distinct even over the chaos. "The R system is complete." His body began to glow, its form twisting and shifting within the raging currents of magic. Alusa and Qingxian stared in shock at this spectacle, their very understanding of reality turned upside down. "What? How is this possible?" Urza cried out, her voice trembling with shock. Qingxuan's pupils shrank. The lingering lightning within him blazed out frantic warnings. In that instant, he understood. Jalal's true aim had never been to power the R system with his own magic. He had always intended to exploit the Council's fear, forcing them to deliver this cataclysmic energy with their own hands, making it the final sacrifice. What a masterstroke, using another's blade to kill. What a world-shaking deception. The Council, on the enormous magical screen. The terrifying scene was clear. Not only was the Tower of Paradise unscathed, but it was now ravenously devouring the Etherean's power, transforming before their very eyes like a living beast. The entire council chamber was plunged into a deathly silence, only to erupt a moment later with frantic screams and chaos. This can't be. The ether ion, it's being absorbed. The R system has been completed. The councilors' faces drained of color, as overwhelming terror and the absurdity of it all crashed over them. Councilor Seagrain, what is the meaning of this? Chairman Crawford lost all composure, shouting hoarsely towards Seagrain's seat. But what met their eyes was Seagrain's face, twisted with the same feverish grin. What truly shattered them was the sight of Seagrain's body turning transparent and insubstantial at the very moment the ether ion was fully absorbed. A low, chilling laugh escaped Seagrain, echoing Jalal's laughter from within the tower. His form began to dissolve like mist. "Thank you, everyone, for delivering the final key to awaken the R system. This despair, I'll gladly accept it." Before the last word faded, his figure vanished completely from the council's circle, as if he had never existed. Thought projection? Yajima leapt to his feet, his old face twisted in horror and sudden, furious understanding. At last he saw the truth. Seagrain was nothing but an avatar created by Jalal, a masterstroke, an infiltrator at the council's highest level, orchestrating the Etherean's launch with his own hand, a plot of staggering audacity. The entire council plunged into utter collapse and chaos. Tower of Paradise, Core. In the control room at the summit, the maelstrom of magic gradually subsided. Suspended at the center of the magic circle was no longer the blue-haired youth, but a figure who had merged the features of both Jalal and Seagrain, an overwhelming presence that seemed to suffocate the very air. Reeds of tangible magical energy swirled around him, as if he were a descending god, or perhaps a demon, his face contorted in a chilling, all-controlling smile. Now, the fused Jalal, or perhaps something even more powerful, fixed his blade-sharp gaze on Urza below. Now it's time to welcome the true paradise. Urza, my dearest companion, your body shall become the perfect vessel for reviving the Black Wizard, Zerif. He raised his hand and pointed directly at her. Buzz! A massive, intricate magic circle composed entirely of pure magical energy burst into life at Urza's feet in an instant. Countless dark purple chains of magic shot out from the array like venomous serpents, winding themselves tightly around Urza's limbs and body in the blink of an eye. Ancient runes were etched along the length of each chain, radiating formidable powers of restraint and sacrifice. Urza felt an overwhelming force seize her, chains locking her motionless before she could resist. The intense magic gnawed at her will, draining even the strength to struggle from her body with alarming speed. Jalal, stop! Jalal paid no heed to her desperate struggle. His icy gaze shifted to Qin Xian, who was slumped against the wall, his face as pale as paper. And as for you, troublesome insect. With a subtle movement of his finger, another surge of powerful magic locked onto Qin Xian, poised to utterly crush him. At that perilous moment, boom! The heavy metal doors of the control room exploded inward, torn apart by a surge of wild, scorching power. Twisted shards of metal sprayed in every direction. A figure, ablaze with furious flames, burst through the opening like a cannonball. His orange-red hair bristled upright, his body wreathed in searing dragon fire, and his eyes burned with a battle-lust fierce enough to reduce every enemy to ash. Jalal! Natsu's roar thundered through the chamber, saturated with all-consuming rage. Give Urza back to us! His blazing fist, driven by an unyielding will to destroy, shot straight toward Jalal, who hovered at the heart of the magic array. Thus, the final battle began, its curtain drawn by the Dragon Slayer's wrath, amidst the miracle wrought by Aetherion and the depth of despair. Natsu's furious roar was like a powder keg igniting, his fist blazing with dragon's flame as it crashed toward the floating Jalal. The roar of fire erupted, carrying the fury to obliterate everything. Foolish, Jalal remarked coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. He didn't even trouble himself to move. With a casual flick, he raised a single finger. Buzz! An invisible barrier of magic, heavy with a terrifying gravity, materialized before him in an instant. Boom! Natsu's flaming fist slammed into the shield, unleashing a thunderous, bone-rattling crash. But the dragon's fire, hot enough to melt steel and shatter stone, was stopped cold by that thin, gleaming barrier. Worse still, a tremendous backlash surged up Natsu's arm, an unstoppable force hammering him in return. Gah! It was as if he'd been struck by a giant's blow. Natsu was hurled back like a broken kite, crashing into the cold metal wall with a heavy, resounding thud that left the wall dented deep. His flames sputtered out at once, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Natsu! Urza cried out in pain, trapped within the magic chains. Overestimating yourself. Jalal's gaze didn't linger on Natsu for even a second. With icy indifference, his eyes shifted toward the corner. At the very instant Natsu charged in, Qin Xian, stumbling and battered, rushed to Urza's side where she was bound in chains. Without uttering a word, he seized Urza's shoulders, ignoring the searing pain as the enchanted shackles burned his hands. With all the strength he could muster, he hoisted her onto his back. The crushing weight of the magical chains bore down on his already injured body, and his knees buckled beneath him, creaking in protest. Go! Qin Xian squeezed the word through clenched teeth. Carrying Urza on his back, he spun around and staggered desperately toward the gap blasted open in the massive metal doors by Natsu. Every step was a struggle, and bloodied footprints marked the path he left behind. Trying to escape? A cold, mocking glint flashed in Jalal's eyes. He paid Xingxuan's efforts no mind, as though watching two helpless ants struggling against fate. His attention shifted back to Natsu, who was hauling himself from the dented wall, roaring with renewed fury as he charged once more. Fire dragons! Claw! Natsu, heedless of his wounds, unleashed another blazing attack, his unyielding spirit burning bright. Jalal didn't even bother to turn. With a casual flick of his wrist, a surge of condensed magical force, heavy and real as a war hammer, slammed straight into Natsu. Natsu spat blood and was hurled backwards, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, but for a moment, his battered body refused to obey. Annoying. Only now did Jalal turn, his gaze falling on Qing Xian and Urza, who were just about to make it through the breach. With elegant composure, he raised his hand, a blinding white light gathering at his fingertip. Flash. A razor-thin beam of light, moving faster than the eye could follow, shot forth in an instant. It struck Qingxuan's back with unerring accuracy. A guttural cry escaped Qing Xian as a force of pure destruction tore through him. His vision went black, and it felt as if his very organs had been wrenched out of place. He could hold on no longer. Together with Urza on his back, he was blasted away like a rag doll, crashing hard onto the icy floor of the corridor beyond the doors. Blood pooled rapidly beneath him. Qing Xian. Urza hit the ground, and, seeing Qing Xian unconscious beside her, felt her heart twist in agony. Bound by the enchanted chains, she couldn't move. Her only outlet was a cry of utter despair. Jalal's figure appeared at the doorway, ghost-like and remorseless. He didn't spare a glance at Qing Xian sprawled senseless on the ground, nor at Urza's anguished face. His gaze burned instead toward the center of the control room, where no one knew when a colossal, deep purple magic crystal had begun to float, radiating an intense, pulsing power. This crystal was the very core of the Ars system, condensed from the purest magic power of the ether ion. The time has come, Urza. Jalal's voice rang out, brimming with a feverish, ceremonial fervor. He raised his hand in a sweeping gesture, and the magical chains binding Urza instantly tightened, dragging her inexorably toward the massive magic crystal. Let me go. Jalal. Urza struggled with all her might, but it was all in vain. Your body possesses a strength on par with the 10 wizard saints. You are the perfect vessel to contain Lord Zerif's power. A wild, fanatical gleam flickered in Jalal's eyes. Enter this crystal, crafted by the union of the Ars system and the power of magical spirits. Your flesh will be broken down, your soul purified, and then, through the supreme reconstruction of magic, the great black mage Zerif will return to this world in your body. This is your destiny, Urza. Become a sacrifice that will open the door to a new world. Dragged by the relentless magical chains, Urza's body was pulled closer and closer to the giant crystal, its ominous force growing ever stronger. On the crystal's surface, eerie glimmers swirled, like the gaping maw of a beast waiting to devour its prey. Despair washed over her like a frigid tide, submerging her completely. She ceased her struggles, closed her eyes, and braced herself for the final dissolution. Just as Urza's body was about to touch the surface of the magic crystal, a sudden change erupted. A sharp, splitting crack pierced the air. The magical chains wrapped around her erupted with a screeching sound, shattering abruptly. The ancient, mysterious runes etched along the chains fizzled and dulled, their glow vanishing as if ice had been plunged into boiling oil, turning gray and fragile in an instant. What? Jalal's face, twisted only moments before with fanaticism, froze in shock and disbelief. Urza's eyes shot open. The force that had bound her was gone. She had no time to think. Her survival instinct and will to fight exploded within her in a heartbeat. Her right hand, long pinned to her side by the chains, instantly grasped a newly equipped short sword. The blade flashed in the air, channeling all of Urza's power and fury. Like a thunderclap, she slashed at Jalal, who stood just within reach. A spray of blood burst forth. Jalal, completely unprepared for the abrupt reversal, was struck squarely in the chest by Urza's full-force blow. The tremendous impact sent him flying across the room, crashing down onto the magic circle at the center of the control room. A deep, bone-revealing wound slashed across his chest. Ugh! Jalal coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to lift his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. My binding spell. How could you? Urza dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, still shaken by the close call. Instinctively, she glanced toward Qing Xian, who lay unconscious just outside the passage. It was him. In that brief moment, as she was carried away, bound by chains, she could distinctly sense a faint yet unyielding power, one that seemed to break through all falsehoods, slowly seeping along the chains. Though weak, it was tenacious, painstakingly yet precisely deciphering and destroying the core nodes of the binding spell. It was this last-ditch effort, in her final moments before being consumed by the magic crystal, that bought her a precious chance to strike back. Yet the price of his counterattack. Urza's gaze fell upon Qing Xian, her heart bleeding with pain. Jalal clutched his blood-soaked wound, slowly pushing himself up from the ground. All traces of humanity had vanished from his eyes, leaving only pure, twisted rage and a burning desire for destruction. Very well, Urza, you've pushed me to the limit. No longer floating, his feet planted firmly atop the magic circle below. Raising both arms high, palms facing each other, an immense, suffocating magical energy surged wildly, coalescing into a massive, deep black sphere between his hands, a ball of darkness so profound it seemed capable of devouring all light. Within the orb, destructive lightning churned, radiating a dreadful gravitational pull, distorting even the very light in the air around it. Celestial magic. Jalal's voice was like a chill from the depths of the underworld, cold enough to pierce the bones. Asterisk, asterisk, abyssal paradise. Asterisk, asterisk. A deafening impact tore through the air. That enormous sphere of darkness, radiating the terror of total annihilation and an overwhelming gravitational field, hurtled toward Urza like a falling black sun. She, who had only just managed to stand, her magic all but spent, unable even to dodge. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to rip apart. Urza's pupils shrank in terror as her body was dragged down by the immense pull, sinking as if in a quicksand. Escape was impossible. She could only watch, despairing, as the shadow of destruction swelled rapidly before her eyes. Urza! A heart-wrenching roar echoed from the tunnel's mouth. A massive figure, charged with desperate resolve, shot into the fray like a cannonball. It was Simon. Following the thunderous sounds of battle, he had finally arrived at the ultimate battlefield. He saw the sphere of obliterating darkness, saw Urza, isolated and defenseless, moments from being consumed. Not a moment's hesitation. Simon unleashed the fastest speed of his life, and in Urza's horrified gaze, flung his arms wide, standing before her like an unbreakable shield, unwavering and resolute. With his broad back, he faced the oncoming abyssal paradise head-on, just as Grandpa Rob had once stood before her so many years ago. No! Urza's scream tore through the air, raw and shattering. A colossal impact crashed out. The dark sphere struck Simon's back with full force. There was no explosion, only a silent erasure. Simon's body, like dust thrown into a black hole, was instantly devoured, broken down, and reduced to nothingness by the terrifying darkness and gravity of the dark paradise the moment he touched it. He didn't even have time to cry out in agony. Only his final, silent cry seemed to echo in Urza's ears. Urza, live on! The sphere swallowed Simon without slowing, continuing its crushing advance toward Urza, though its force seemed to waver for a brief instant. Simon! Simon! Urza stared blankly at the spot where Simon had vanished, her mind a total blank. A wave of overwhelming grief and despair crashed over her, shattering her spirit. The short sword slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground. All strength drained from her body, and she collapsed, her gaze empty, her will to fight utterly lost. The world around her faded to gray, drained of all color. Simon, Natsu, who had just struggled to his feet, witnessed the horrific scene with his own eyes and let out a heart-wrenching, bestial wail. Rage, fiercer than anything he had ever known, a fury hot enough to consume all reason, exploded within him like a volcano. He clawed at the ground and yanked free a shard of dark purple magic crystal, formed from the R-System core that had absorbed the power of the magic spirits. Though small, the fragment pulsed with such intense, eerie magical energy that it sent chills down the spine. Jalal! Natsu's roar rattled the entire control room, his eyes blazing with nothing but frenzied hatred and a burning desire for destruction. Before the shocked eyes of everyone around him, he suddenly bent down, seized the shard of deep violet magic crystal, and, without hesitation, forced it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a heavy gulp. The magic crystal fragment went down hard. And then, an indescribable, wild surge of bizarre magic erupted from Natsu's body, as if a volcano suppressed for eons had suddenly burst forth. This was not the power of Dragon Slayer fire. It was something even more primal, more chaotic, a dreadful force brimming with destruction and foreboding. Deep purple flames of magic shot skyward, surrounding Natsu in a blazing aura. The ground beneath his feet instantly shattered and caved in, while a storm of furious energy spread outward from where he stood. Natsu slowly raised his head, his eyes now entirely consumed by the wild, violet light. No trace of reason left, only pure, unrestrained madness bent on annihilation. He fixed his gaze on Jalal, who now wore a look of shock and uncertainty, and a low, beastly snarl rumbled from Natsu's throat. A guttural roar tore from him. The fusion of the R-System core shard, saturated with magic spirit power, and the body of Dragon Slayer had unleashed a terrifying mutation that no one could have foreseen. And as sacrifice and rage surged and collided, the scales of the final battle tipped violently once more. A deep purple, violent magic surged from Natsu's body like boiling magma. Beneath his skin, dark, inhuman scales began to emerge, subtle but menacing. The tips of his fingers sharpened into claws, and every breath he drew came with a scorching wave of heat and the unmistakable scent of destruction. Dragon-like traits flickered across his form, an ominous transformation triggered by consuming the core fragments of the R-System. His roar tore through the air, no longer anything human, filled only with the raw, unrestrained urge to annihilate. His eyes, once crimson but now stained a deep violet by magic, locked unwaveringly onto Jalal. In a flash, his body became a blur of purple-black energy, slicing through the air and appearing right before Jalal in an instant. His fist, wreathed in eerie violet flames, crashed forth with the power to obliterate everything in its path. Bang! Crash! Smash! Jalal's prized magical barrier shattered like brittle glass under the onslaught of this wild, untamed strength. He tried to strike back with celestial magic, but Natsu's fists, wrapped in chaotic magical energy, smashed through every spell with brute force. With every collision, Jalal felt as if he'd been struck by a battering ram. His whole body shuddered as blood sprayed from his lips again and again. Impossible. This power. For the first time, terror and disbelief flickered in Jalal's eyes. He couldn't comprehend how a human body could possibly contain and unleash such wild, terrifying energy. Once more, Natsu's punch sent Jalal flying, slamming him into the edge of the control room's towering dome before he barely managed to steady himself. Looking down, he saw Natsu advancing, roaring like a demon god, relentless and unstoppable. For the first time, the shadow of death crept over his heart. No, he couldn't fail. He was the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. Jalal's scream rang with fury and defiance, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes burning with the last embers of madness. I will create a world of true freedom with Lord Zeref. No one can stop me. With a desperate surge, he thrust his hands to the heavens, pouring every last drop of his magic into one final spell, heedless of his wounds. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. At the tower's summit, the immense magic circle formed by the R-System core erupted in blinding light, brighter than ever before. Outside, the clear sky darkened in an instant as a colossal magic array formed above the island, vast enough to blot out the heavens. At its center, a sphere of pure destruction, like a miniature falling star, took shape, radiating a pressure so overwhelming it made the world itself tremble. Celestial magic, stardust collapse. Jalal's voice, filled with the resolve to destroy all, thundered through the clouds. That enormous sphere, like a judge's gavel, turned slowly in the sky, locking onto the tiny tower of paradise below, and the raging figure at its peak. Roar! Confronted with this world-ending strike, the berserk Natsu showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he unleashed an even more ferocious roar, wild and unrestrained. He drove his legs forcefully against the ground, which exploded beneath him with a thunderous crash. In the blink of an eye, his body became a violet-black meteor, soaring defiantly skyward with unstoppable resolve, a will powerful enough to shatter the stars. He charged straight toward the colossal meteoric sphere above the heavens, toward Jalal, who hovered beneath the blazing orb, with a fury that would not be denied. A man bound by the dead. Amidst the roaring wind as he drew near, Natsu's hoarse shout briefly drowned out the tumult of magic. His words, carrying a force that seemed to pierce the very soul, struck deep into the heart of Jalal's madness. We'll never find true freedom. Free yourself, Jalal. That furious roar rang out like a great bell, dropping into the stormy lake of Jalal's mind. a mind beset by Zerif's undead influence and clouded by ambition, like a mighty stone breaking the surface. The wild flames in Jelal's eyes flickered violently. For an instant, the shadow of a blue-haired boy, his true self, writhed in pain deep within his soul. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, a deafening detonation, Natsu's fist, burning with all his strength, all his fury, all the bonds that sustained him, became a spear that pierced the heavens and earth. He drove it, without reservation, straight into Jelal's chest. At the very same instant, his blow drove through the heart of the nearly completed Starfall core. An explosion beyond words erupted. Light devoured everything in a heartbeat. The shock wave, vast as a tidal wave, swept through the control room atop the tower. Metal twisted, stone walls crumbled. When the light finally faded, Jalal, like a bird with broken wings, plummeted from the sky and crashed violently into the shattered remains of the magic circle below, falling into utter unconsciousness. The terrifying Starfall magic array above the heavens, its core destroyed, vanished silently in the blink of an eye, like a mirror shattering into 1,000 shards. And Natsu, after unleashing that earth-shaking blow, felt the raging violet flames around him recede like a retreating tide, the draconic features quickly fading from his body. He tumbled from midair, hitting the ground hard. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging beneath his skin as he let out a soul-rending cry of agony. The monstrous magic power within him, brought on by the shards of the magic crystal, far beyond what his body could withstand, now, with no target left to vent upon, began rampaging wildly inside his fragile form. He was like a human time bomb, on the brink of exploding at any moment. Natsu, Urza, fighting to suppress the wrenching grief of losing Simon, struggled desperately to rush to his side. "Stay back," Natsu bellowed in torment. Even the unconscious waves of savage magic spilling from his body hurled Urza back with brutal force as she tried to come near. At that moment, a faint cough echoed from the entrance to the hall. Qin Xian braced himself against the crumbling wall and struggled to his feet. His face was as pale as paper, blood constantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. The spot on his back where he'd been struck by the flash was charred black, and inside his body, his meridians felt as if they'd been slashed by countless blades. His spiritual power was utterly depleted. He could barely stand without collapsing. Yet in those deep, penetrating eyes, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Natsu, who writhed in agony, and upon the entire control room and beyond, where, since losing Jalal's control and absorbing the power of the magic spirit, the immense magical energy had grown wildly unstable. It now surged and trembled like a volcano on the verge of eruption, radiating a destructive force that threatened to consume everything. Cough, cough. Qin Xian's voice was weak, yet eerily clear, carrying a calmness born from seeing through to the heart of things. The magic inside him is linked to the entire Tower of Paradise. No, to all the magic spirit energy absorbed by the R system. He can't hold it back any longer. With great effort, he raised his hand and pointed at the walls around them, where magical runes flashed madly, teetering on the brink of collapse. The moment his body gives out, this entire tower will be reduced to dust. Urza was struck as if by lightning. She looked at Natsu, racked with pain, then at the teetering magic tower, ready to destroy all in its fall. Once more, an overwhelming sense of despair crashed over her. Was it truly necessary to sacrifice Simon, and then lose Natsu as well, just to bring everything to an end? Suddenly, Jalal's earlier words flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. Enter that magic crystal, fully merge with the R system, be dismantled by the magic, become one with the Tower of Paradise. Mirje. Control? A wild, reckless thought seized Urza's mind in an instant. Sacrifice herself, enter the magic crystal, seize control of this power, save Natsu, and save everyone. Qin Xian. Urza suddenly turned, her gaze locking on the Daoist who could barely stand, her voice carrying a calm, so cold it bordered on cruelty. Take Natsu and get out of here. Without another glance at anyone, she turned resolutely away, dragging her battered and weary body step by step toward the massive, deep violet magic crystal that still hovered at the center of the control room, radiating a sinister aura. Her retreating figure was filled with a tragic, irreversible resolve. Qin Xian watched as Urza moved toward the magic crystal, then glanced at Natsu, who writhed on the ground, on the verge of exploding at any moment. His gaze swept over the collapsing magic tower. There was no fear on his face, only a serenity that bordered on transcendence. He looked down at his blood-stained fingertips. A faint, nearly inaudible chuckle escaped his lips. In the instant before Urza could touch the magic crystal, Qing Xian made his move. Summoning the last of his strength, he bit down hard on his forefinger. Blood welled forth. Ignoring the searing pain and the body pushed to its absolute limit, he used his finger as a brush, his blood as ink, and the remnants of his spirit as a guide, swiftly tracing symbols in the air. A blood-red rune of extreme complexity, shimmering faintly with spatial fluctuations, the Shift Talisman, slowly took shape at his fingertip, forged with tremendous effort. This was no ordinary Daoist art, but a forbidden technique, burning his very life essence to forcefully manipulate the laws of space. Go! Qing Xian uttered in a low, urgent voice, and with a blood-stained finger, he pointed fiercely at Urza and Natsu lying on the ground. A faint, resonant hum filled the air. Two thin streaks of blood-red light instantly shot into Urza and Natsu's bodies. Urza's hand was already pressed against the icy surface of the magic crystal. She could feel its overwhelming pull beginning to drag her in, at this perilous, hair's-breadth moment. What? Urza suddenly felt a strange, irresistible force of space wrap her and the prone Natsu in an instant. Startled, she turned to look back at Qing Xian standing at the entrance of the corridor. Qing Xian was gazing at her, wearing a gentle and serene smile, a look she had never seen on his face before. In that smile, there was acceptance of this foreign world and a deep fondness for this fleeting journey together. I was once a man of quiet cultivation. The Tao teaches detachment, to follow nature. Qing Xuan's voice was soft, yet carried with uncanny clarity to Urza's ears. But in the days I spent with all of you, his smile deepened, his eyes clear and warm. I found that a life with companions is, in its own way, a path of cultivation. His gaze lingered on Urza's eyes, wide with shock and fear, as if he wished to etch this final image into his soul. Farewell, Urza, forever. The moment those words fell, a swift, tearing sound, like the air parting. Urza and the writhing, pain-stricken Natsu vanished from the spot, leaving not a trace behind. Watching the last of them disappear, Qing Xuan's smile faded. Step by step, he walked slowly into the magic crystal, his fingers forming seals, his lips murmuring quietly. Human paths are endless. The immortal way is shrouded in mist. The way of ghosts is full of joy. When life's gate, at sea level, Urza, Natsu, Lucy screamed, her voice raw with anguish, as the small boat pitched violently on the waves. Gray clung desperately to the gunwale, his knuckles bone white. Juvia, Miliana, Wally Hugh, every single one of them stared in despair at the towering, cloud-piercing Tower of Paradise, its lights blazing wildly, a monstrous beacon signaling doom. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared out of thin air, right at the center of the boat. It was Urza and the unconscious Natsu. Urza, Natsu, cries of shock and joy erupted as everyone rushed to their side. But Urza abruptly shoved aside the helping hands, staggering toward the edge of the boat, her gaze locked on the tower. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, terror, and overwhelming grief. Qing Xuan's last gentle smile, and those final words, farewell, Urza, seared in her heart like a brand of red-hot iron. Qing Xian, no. Urza's voice trembled, thick with despair. At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted. At the summit of the Tower of Paradise, an indescribable brilliance burst forth, pure to the extreme, dazzling beyond words. Yet this radiance was not the light of explosive destruction. Instead, it was as if the force had been purified, sublimated, transforming all the raging magic within an instant into something calm and controlled. The enormous Tower of Paradise, built of stone and magic, began to change before their eyes. Starting from the very top, it was swiftly transformed into an immense, crystal-clear structure, shimmering with gentle yet overwhelming magical power, a colossal magic crystal. It all happened in the span of just a few breaths. A deep, resonant rumble echoed as the transformation completed. The magical crystal tower now stood tall upon the surging sea, radiant and tranquil, its magical light worlds apart from the ominous evil that had come before. And then, as everyone aboard the ship stared in stunned silence, the newly forged, miraculous tower of magic crystal, along with the one who had sacrificed himself inside, began to slowly sink beneath the waves. There was no cataclysm, no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent, solemn descent. The magic crystal tower sank faster and faster, until finally the towering spire vanished completely beneath the churning sea, leaving behind a vast whirlpool that quickly faded as the water stilled. The sea's surface returned to its calm. It was as if the towering edifice, the mad conspiracy, and that mysterious maid from another world had never existed at all. On the ship, there was only a deathly hush. The only sounds were the waves lapping against the hull, and Urza's desperate, heart-wrenching sobs, stifled yet piercing. Natsu, still unconscious, furrowed his brow, but slowly the tension in his strained, trembling body began to ease. No one noticed what happened next. Deep beneath the surface, where the magic crystal tower had vanished into the cold, endless sea, a faint orb of light, black and white, flickering like a candle in a storm, drifted in the darkness. It seemed to enclose a mysterious core, stubbornly resisting the relentless assault of the sea and the crushing pressure. Just as the glow was about to disappear forever, an impossibly weak voice echoed out from the very heart of the light, ancient, resolute, carrying the final trace of an unconquerable will. Though it passed through leagues of water, no one heard it. Heaven and earth abide. The Tao endures ever brighter. As the words faded, the black and white light flickered one last time, then surrendered to the darkness, dissolving into the endless deep with no further sign or sound. Above, the small boat rose and fell with the waves, bearing its survivors, their grief, and the mysteries left behind, toward an uncertain horizon. The beach at the resort had lost its former bustle. Now, only the monotonous rhythm of the waves against the shore remained, echoing like a series of heavy, unspoken sighs. The members of Fairy Tail, along with Miliana, Wally, and Hugh, sat in silence around the campfire. The flickering flames cast their glow on every weary, sorrowful, and bewildered face. Urza had changed out of her battered armor into a simple, plain dress. Her crimson hair, tousled by the sea breeze, seemed to have lost some of its luster. With as much composure as she could summon, she recounted all that had transpired atop the tower. Jalal's madness, Simon's sacrifice, Natsu's frenzy, and finally, Sho's choice in sacrifice. Every word she spoke landed like a heavy stone in the hearts of those listening. Sho! Lucy covered her mouth, tears rolling silently down her cheeks. He used himself. Gray turned his face away, his clenched fists trembling ever so slightly. Juvia leaned close to Gray, her eyes brimming with tears. Natsu sat with his head bowed, his orange hair falling over his eyes. His whole body was tense, as if he were still struggling with the lingering pain of spent magic and the crushing weight of guilt. Miliana sobbed quietly. Wally hung his head in silence, while Hugh's hands dug tightly into the sand. A suffocating grief, thick as fog, settled over them all. They had lost Simon, and they had lost Sho, the quiet one in the tattered robe who always lent a hand at the crucial moment. The victory at the Tower of Paradise felt unbearably heavy and bitter. Urza looked around at her grieving companions, took a deep breath, and forced herself to stand tall. There was still deep pain in her eyes, but a steely resolve began to take shape within them. Don't let Sho and Simon's wishes be in vain. Though her voice was soft, it broke the oppressive silence. He chose to stay behind so that we could make it back alive, so that we could keep moving forward. Her gaze passed over Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Juvia, before coming to rest on Miliana, Wally, and Hugh. It's natural to grieve, but to wallow in it would be the greatest betrayal of his sacrifice. She paused, turning her attention to Miliana, Wally, and Hugh, her tone becoming solemn and sincere. Miliana, Wally, Hugh, would you like to join Fairy Tail? This could be your new home. The three of them looked up at once, surprise, confusion, and a trace of uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Home. That word was both familiar and foreign to those who had struggled up from the darkness of the Tower of Paradise. Miliana glanced at Wally and Hugh, then shyly shook her head. Thank you, Urza, but we'd like to think about it a little longer. Wally nodded silently. Hugh pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Urza did not press them, merely nodded gently. Understand. Whatever you decide, always remember, you are free. She stood up. Come on, let's go back and get some rest. It was late at night, and all was quiet. Most of the lights in the resort had gone out, leaving only the sound of the waves rolling in from the sea. Beneath the moonlight, Miliana, Wally, and Hugh were working together to push a small boat into the water, clearly preparing to slip away unnoticed. You all! Urza's voice rang out in the stillness of the night. The three froze in place, their movements halted, and turned around with a hint of panic. Miliana kept her head down, nervously twisting the edge of her clothes between her fingers. Urza, I am sorry. It's not that there's anything wrong with Fairy Tail. Hugh broke in urgently, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. It's just, we just don't want to be a burden to anyone anymore. We don't want to live our lives for someone else, and we don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for us again. Wally lifted his head, meeting Urza's gaze. His voice was low but resolute. Urza, you're strong, and so is everyone in Fairy Tail. But we want real freedom. We don't want to be protected by anyone or depend on anyone. We want to make our own way in this world, to find a life that truly belongs to us. The sea breeze tugged at their hair and clothes, while the moonlight reflected in their eyes, revealing a newfound determination, a mixture of confusion and courage at the dawn of their journey. Urza watched them silently, taking in these three children who had crawled out of hell and were finally ready to search for their own path. The complexity in her gaze gradually faded, replaced by deep relief and understanding. I understand. Urza's voice softened, imbued with the warmth and encouragement of an older sister. Go on. With such strong resolve, there's nothing you can't accomplish. She paused, and in an instant, a surge of magical energy erupted. Her requip magic activated. In a flash, her body was clad in magnificent, gleaming knight's armor. Urza gripped her sword in her right hand and held her shield in her left, standing like the most loyal of guardians. Facing her friends about to set sail, she proclaimed in a ringing voice that echoed across the quiet beach, filled with the unwavering faith and strength of their guild. As you depart from the three great laws of Fairy Tail, remember the first. Never, for as long as you live, reveal any information harmful to Fairy Tail to outsiders. Wait, but we never actually joined the guild. Hugh interjected, startled. But Urza paid him no mind. Second, never approach former clients on your own to seek personal gain. And the third, and most important, of all, Urza's voice rose, ringing with a force that seemed to pierce their very souls. Her eyes filled with tears, overflowing and streaming down her cheeks, falling upon the cold surface of her armor. ***, never, ever treat your own life lightly. And never, for as long as you live, forget your beloved friends. Ever. ***. This ironclad rule bears the weight of countless sacrifices, carries Simon's trust, and holds Qing Xuan's final farewell. Miliana, Wally, and Hugh watched Urza, who, though tears streamed down her face, stood tall and proud as she declared the Fairy Tail code on their behalf. In that moment, the last traces of confusion in their hearts were swept away, leaving only deep emotion and newfound strength. They nodded resolutely, their own tears blurring their vision. The Fairy Tail special farewell gathering is now concluded. Urza's voice, thick with emotion, nonetheless rang out clear and powerful. Urza! Miliana cried as she rushed forward and threw her arms around her in a tight embrace. Wally and Hugh each gave Urza a deep, respectful bow. Just then, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Juvia appeared on the beach as well. They didn't say a word. Instead, they stood quietly, understanding and supportive smiles on their faces, silently seeing off their friends who were about to set sail. Under the moonlight, the small boat carrying Miliana, Wally, and Hugh slowly drifted away from shore, heading toward an unknown future filled with hope. On the beach, the members of Fairy Tail stood in silence for a long time, not moving until the little boat vanished into the endless sea. In Magnolia, a fine, cold rain fell from the sky, silent as a mourner's tears. The atmosphere in the Fairy Tail Guild was heavier than ever before. Master Makarov stood in the center of the guild hall, his expression grave. Every member wore dark clothing as they gathered in silence. Makarov said nothing more. He simply raised his hand in a heavy gesture. Without a word, everyone followed him through the quiet streets to the cemetery behind the guild. There, amid the rain, stood a brand-new gravestone. Only two simple characters were carved into its surface. Qingxian. Below the name, two small emblems were engraved side by side. On the left, the familiar Fairy Tail Guild crest, symbolizing camaraderie and freedom. On the right, a simple yet mysterious image, the Taiji Yin-Yang symbol. It was the same mark that adorned the hilt of Qing Xuan's Zhanxie sword. No one in the guild knew its true meaning, but all understood it as his personal emblem. Before the gravestone, several bouquets of pure white flowers had already been placed. What surprised everyone even more was the presence of several dignified figures standing quietly to the side, members of the Magic Council, including Chairman Crawford and the solemn-faced Yajima. Makarov stepped up to the gravestone, rain soaking his graying hair and beard. He looked at the name and the unfamiliar Taiji symbol, his voice low and hoarse, thick with grief. Today we gather here to bid farewell to a member of our guild, a true hero, Qingxian. He gave his precious life to protect this world and the companions he held dear. He, a mere mortal, faced forbidden darkness head-on. With unwavering faith, he guarded the light of his companions. His sacrifice shattered a world-ending conspiracy and saved countless lives. Fairy Tail will forever remember his courage, his virtue, and his selfless sacrifice. Makarov's voice echoed through the rain, filled with heartfelt sorrow. Lucy, Mira Jane, and the others could not hold back their quiet sobs. Natsu clenched his teeth so tightly it hurt, and rain mixed with tears streamed down his face. Chairman Crawford of the council stepped forward, bowed deeply to the gravestone, then turned to the crowd. His voice was solemn, tinged with a barely noticeable note of guilt. In light of Lord Qingxuan's indelible and decisive contribution in preventing Xerus' resurrection and foiling the R system plot, as well as the unparalleled courage and spirit of sacrifice he displayed, the Magic Council has unanimously decided to posthumously award Lord Qingxian the title of Saint Wizard of the Ten. This title shall be eternally inscribed upon the Council's 10 seats. The empty seat will stand as an everlasting memorial to him. Saint Wizard of the Ten, one of the highest honors in the world of magic. To grant it to someone who had already fallen, this was something the Council had never done before. It was their deepest expression of respect, and their heaviest admission of regret. Yajima gazed at the gravestone, his clouded eyes full of complex emotion, which finally dissolved into a heavy sigh. The memorial ended in the gentle, unending rain. The council members departed in silence. One by one, the guild members left as well, leaving space for those who needed it most. In the end, only Urza remained. She stood in the cold rain, water streaming down her vivid red hair, soaking her through. Her head was bowed, her eyes fixed on the gravestone where the name Qingxian was etched next to the symbol of the Taiji. Her clenched fists hung at her sides, nails already digging deep into her palms. Blood mingled with rain, dripping from her fingers onto the cold, wet earth, blooming into a small, startling patch of dark red. She stood there, motionless, like a statue frozen by sorrow. The rain whispered on, and time seemed to lose all meaning. Only her tightly clenched, bleeding fists told of the immense pain and guilt within her heart, anguish too deep for words. No one knew how much time had passed before Urza finally moved. She slowly unclenched her fists, and the wounds, raw and bloody, stung sharply as the rain washed over them. She cast one last, lingering look at the gravestone, then turned and staggered away from the grave. She made her way to the small, simple hut behind the guild, built together with her companions in memory of Qingxian. The door, damaged during the chaos, hung loosely on its hinges. Urza gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, almost bare, with nothing left but the memories it held. There was only an old rug spread across the floor and, hanging on a wall, directly facing the doorway, a single calligraphy scroll. The writing on the scroll was done in a script none of them had ever seen before. Ancient, elegant, each stroke swirling with power and grace, forceful enough to seem as if it had pierced right through the paper. No one in the entire guild, not even the well-traveled Makarov, could recognize the character. Only Urza knew. Qingxian had once told her. This was the character for Dao, the Way. Urza stepped up to the calligraphy. There was no light in the room, except for the dim, grayish glow of rain filtering in from outside the window. She gazed at that mysterious character, as if through it she could see the figure always so calm, steady as still water, yet unfailingly reliable in times of crisis. Between companions, there's no need for apologies. Qingxuan's gentle voice seemed to echo by her ear once again. To live with companions, that too is a form of cultivation along the way, that final gentle smile. A great tide of grief surged up within her, threatening to overwhelm her completely. Urza could no longer hold back. With a trembling hand, still stained with blood, not yet dry, she reached out, full of endless longing and sorrow, and ever so gently, ever so softly, caressed the character for Dao on the wall. The moment her blood-stained palm touched that ancient script, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, the character for Dao burst forth with a radiant, yet gentle and pure, mysterious light. The glow was not blinding. Instead, it enveloped the room with a sense of vastness, acceptance, and unfathomable depth. The brilliance flickered, then vanished as quickly as it came. Startled, Urza drew back her hand and stared. Before her eyes, at the very center of the scroll where the character for Dao had been written, the ink appeared to come alive, slowly flowing, gathering, coalescing. At last, it transformed into a sword suspended in midair, forged entirely from pure light. The sword's form was ancient and keen. On one side of its blade, sun, moon, and stars seemed to flow in an eternal dance. On the other, the veins of mountains and rivers were etched with exquisite detail. At the end of its hilt was a tiny Taiji symbol, swirling with the energies of yin and yang. It was Qing Xuan's life-bound artifact, Zhanxia, the demon-slaying sword. Yet at this moment, it was not a physical weapon, but more like a will sealed within the calligraphy, a spiritual mark left upon the world, a blade of intent, quietly hovering there, radiating the energies of protection and banishment of evil, as if answering Urza's call of blood and her deep, aching longing. Urza stared in a daze at the sword of light floating within the painting, forgetting the pain in her palm, forgetting the tears on her face. The cold sound of rain faded into the distance. In the little house, only her racing heartbeat remained, and that silently floating sword, exuding its familiar presence. Qing Xian, what else have you left behind? Several days later. Urza, Natsu, you're back. Mira Jane greeted them with a radiant smile. We just finished a job, and it really was... But in the next instant, Natsu's reply was abruptly cut off, as if someone had seized him by the throat. His gaze landed, stunned, on a tall figure by the bar, Gajeel Red Fox, once the most formidable member of Phantom Lord, now chugging down liquor as though he owned the place. Gee Gajeel, Lucy's voice trembled with disbelief. What's that guy doing here? Natsu's anger flared in an instant, his fists igniting with fire. Silence, Natsu. A calm, authoritative voice rang out. Master Makarov stood atop the bar, his small frame radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Gajeel and Juvia Loxer. As of today, both of them are officially joining Fairy Tail. What? Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and most of the guild members cried out in shock. Gajeel set down his mug, letting out a grunt with an unreadable meaning. Juvia will do her best to fit in. Juvia stammered, her cheeks flushed as she fidgeted nervously. This is a joke, right? That guy. Natsu couldn't accept it. His flames blazed higher as he charged straight at Gajeel. Get out of here. Think I'm scared of you, Fire Dragon? Gajeel shot back, unfazed. His arm instantly transformed into iron, ready to meet Natsu head-on. A thunderous clash rang out as fire collided with iron at the heart of the guild, sparks flying in all directions. The two erupted into a wild brawl, fists flying without rhyme or reason, venting their frustrations and knocking over a few tables and chairs in the process. Gray frowned, watching warily, while Lucy anxiously tried to intervene but couldn't find an opening. That's enough. Idiots! Makarov's furious roar echoed through the hall, laced with magical power that shook the entire guild. An invisible force yanked Natsu and Gajeel apart, forcing them to stumble back, though their eyes still locked in mutual fury, both of them panting heavily. Gajeel spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto the floor, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before settling on a group of tense figures in the corner. Levy, Jet, and Droy. The ferocity on his face softened a little. He pushed aside a chair and strode directly toward them. Seeing him approach, the three unconsciously took a step back, fear and wariness written all over their faces. Gajeel stopped in front of them, falling silent for a few seconds. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly bent at the waist and bowed deeply. Levy McGarden, and you too as well. His voice was low and steady, carrying a weight it had never had before. Back when I was with Phantom Lord, I did terrible things to you. I'm sorry. The unexpected apology left Levy and her friends utterly speechless, and a hush fell over the entire guild. Levy looked at Gajeel's bowed head, emotions swirling in her eyes. At last, she nodded gently, while Jet and Droy managed faint, relieved smiles. And just as the tense air began to ease, boom! The guild's heavy front doors, along with the surrounding walls, were blasted open by a wild surge of golden lightning, leaving a gaping hole in their wake. Amid the swirling dust and debris, a tall figure strode in, his shoulders draped in a fur-collared coat. His short golden hair stood on end, crackling with dazzling, electric sparks that danced around him. An overwhelming aura of power instantly filled the entire hall. "Oh, Laxus," someone called out in frightened disbelief. Laxus Dreyer, the grandson of Master Makarov, and one of the guild's most formidable S-class wizards. A cold, arrogant smile curled on his lips as his golden eyes swept across the room, finally settling on Gajeel, who had just pushed himself to his feet. "Well, isn't this touching, Iron Dragon?" Laxus's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Since when did Fairy Tail become a refuge for trash? Even someone like you can't just waltz in?" He said this while striding toward the bar, as if he owned the place, ignoring everyone else. "What did you say?" Gajeel's forehead veins bulged as his arms began to harden into steel once more. But just as he was about to lunge forward, he caught sight of Levy and her friends, fear still lingering on their faces. The promise to join the guild, the apology he'd just made. Gajeel fought to swallow his rage, the metallic sheen on his arms slowly fading, though his glare at Laxus never wavered. Laxus, noticing Gajil's restraint, only smirked, his mockery deepening. He reached the bar, ignoring everyone present, and casually grabbed a bottle of liquor. Laxus, you little punk, why are you back? And you dare destroy the guild's front door. Makarov stood atop the bar, shouting furiously at his grandson. Beneath his anger, however, was a barely concealed note of pain. Laxus tipped back the bottle and took a swig before slowly turning, looking down at his small-statured grandfather with nothing but disdain gleaming in his golden eyes. Old man, I'm just here to give you a heads up. You're too weak. This guild needs real strength to lead it. It's time you stepped aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Makarov was shaking with fury, his beard quivering. Nonsense. Laxus let out a chilling laugh as lightning flared fiercely around him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Gajil as if he'd teleported. Bang, 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 bang. So fast, far too fast. Gajil had no time to react, barely halfway through hardening his skin. Laxus's fists, crackling with terrifying electric energy, hammered into Gajil's chest, stomach, and face like golden meteors. Each blow landed with a sickening crunch and a blinding flash of lightning. Gajil's towering frame was sent flying like a battered sack, smashing through several layers of tables, chairs, and walls before. Crashing hard against a distant wall. The impact left a human-shaped dent in the stone, with debris trickling down to the floor. He collapsed limply, completely unconscious, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A deathly silence fell over the entire guild. Everyone was stunned into immobility by Laxus's overwhelming might and mercilessness. Lucy covered her mouth in shock. Gray and Urza's faces were ashen, while Natsu's flames flickered with anger. Yet even he was so taken aback by the sudden burst of power that he momentarily forgot to act. Did you see that, old man? Laxus shook out his fist as if brushing off a bit of dust, his icy gaze sweeping over the speechless crowd before settling on Makarov, whose face was grim with fury. These are the family you speak of? A bunch of worthless weaklings. A guild like this doesn't deserve to exist. I'll take it over and rebuild it from the ground up. His words rang out like a cold proclamation, heralding the coming storm. Several days later, the long-awaited Harvest Festival, a celebration of joy and plenty, finally arrived. The town of Magnolia was decked out in lights and streamers, brimming with festive cheer. Fairy Tales Guild Hall was livelier than ever, newly decorated and with long tables piled high with food and drink. For a rare moment, the members set aside their training and missions, reveling in the warmth of togetherness. Urza donned an elegant blue gown, a dainty silver sword pendant glinting at her neck. Lucy wore a beautiful dress as well, while Mira Jane, Kana, Levy, and the other women shone with radiant charm, adding a splash of color to the festivities. Laughter and music filled the air as everyone drank, sang, and danced, the joyful noise nearly raising the roof. Natsu and Happy were locked in an eating contest, Gray and Kana battled it out in a drinking match, and even Wakaba and Mikao had temporarily set aside their pipes to join in the merriment. Watching this scene of harmony and happiness, Master Makarov smiled, truly content. But this happiness was destined to be fleeting. Just as the celebration reached its peak, a strange distortion rippled through the air atop the central stage, where a grand harvest display stood. Without warning, 4 figures appeared, Laxus and his loyal bodyguards, the Thunder God tribe, Free Justine, Big Slow, and Evergreen. The festive clamor was sliced apart as if by a blade, the atmosphere freezing in an instant. All eyes turned, stunned, to the 4 uninvited guests, a sense of foreboding creeping into every heart. Laxus, what do you think you're doing? Makarov's voice thundered across the hall. Laxus stood with his hands in his pockets, golden eyes sweeping disdainfully over the astonished crowd. His face wore that same cold, infuriating arrogance. I told you, old man. Today marks the change of era for Fairy Tale. He tilted his head slightly and gave a signal to Evergreen beside him. Let's begin, Evergreen. As you wish, Lord Laxus. Evergreen stepped forward with a playful smile, removing her signature glasses. Instantly, her strange eyes burst forth with a blinding light. Petrifying eyes, Gray shouted in alarm. The beam of light swept through the crowd, tangible and unstoppable. Every female member touched by that light found her expression frozen in an instant. Their bodies began to turn to ash-gray stone, spreading rapidly from where the light made contact. Lucy. Natsu stared in horror as Lucy, still wearing a look of surprise, was transformed into a stone statue in the blink of an eye. Urza. Gray could only watch as Urza, not far away, didn't even have time to change her armor before she was caught in the light and turned to stone, a faint glimmer flashing over the necklace at her throat as if in protest. Mira, Kana, Levi, Juvia, one after another, every female member in the guild, even Mira Jane behind the bar, fell victim to Evergreen's petrification magic. They became cold, lifeless statues, each frozen in their final, startled pose. In the great hall, only the panicked shouts and ragged breaths of the men remained. Damn you, Laxus! Natsu's fury erupted, fire blazing around him as he charged at the platform, heedless of anything else. Change them back. Bring Lucy and the others back. Out of my way, Fire Dragon, Big Slow sneered, flicking his fingers. In an instant, several giant festival decorations on the platform sprang to life, twisting into monstrous forms. With guttural roars, they lunged at Natsu, blocking his path with brute force. Freed, Big Slow, Laxus commanded coldly. At once, Freed and Big Slow responded in unison. Freed swept his magic staff through the air, sending out countless runes glowing with eerie light. The magical scripts slithered like living creatures over walls, floors, and ceiling, merging into a vast and intricate magic circle that enveloped the hall. Big Slow, meanwhile, directed more animated puppets to intercept and drive back every male guild member who tried to fight their way forward. Dark Ekriture, Formula. Freed finished the final stroke, and the entire magic array thrummed with a somber glow, casting its net over all of Fairy Tail. A powerful force of restraint settled over the hall. The barrier is complete, Freed announced with chilling detachment. From this moment on, the whole of Magnolia is our battlefield, the arena for the Fairy Tail Civil War. The rules are simple. For the next 3 hours, you men who remain will challenge us, the Thunder God Tribe, and Lord Laxus himself. Laxus took a step forward, gazing down at the furious crowd below, their anger forcibly subdued for the moment. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Slowly, he raised his hand. Golden lightning crackled in his palm, gathering into a dangerous orb of light. His voice was cold as ice, cutting clearly into everyone's ears. Here are the rules. 3 hours, starting now. If before time runs out, you pathetic lot can't defeat even one of us. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the rows of petrified statues, his tone laced with a chilling promise of destruction. Then I'll grind these statues one by one into dust. At last, his frosty gaze settled on Makarov, whose face had gone deathly pale, his entire body shaking violently with fury and terror. This guild, Laxus declared, his voice like a final judgment, will be taken over by me, Laxus Dreyer. And you, old man. His words struck like a verdict. Get off the master's seat now. Makarov looked at those statues, each one a woman representing the future of their guild, and saw the madness for destruction burning in Laxus's eyes. A tidal wave of helpless anger and grief threatened to drown him. He opened his mouth, but only a hoarse, broken cry escaped his throat. Laxus. The 3-hour countdown starts now. Laxus's merciless proclamation was like a spark thrown into a barrel of oil, igniting the entire guild in an instant. The male members surged forward like floodwaters breaking a dam, roaring as they charged toward the shattered doors. Their only thought was to find Laxus and his Thunder God Tribe, to put an end to this absurd civil war, and to save their friends who have been turned to stone. Let's go. Take down Laxus. Bring Lucy and the others back. Standing atop the bar, Master Makarov watched his guildmates, their hearts burning with fury and resolve. Though overwhelmed by grief, a flicker of hope sparked within him. Go. Find them. End this farce, he shouted, his small frame radiating magical power as he prepared to join the fight himself. But just as he rushed to the front, about to cross the guild's threshold, a low, vibrating hum filled the air. A transparent barrier, pulsing with dark magic, appeared out of nowhere. Caught off guard, Makarov slammed hard into the wall, a heavy groan escaping him as the force sent him sprawling back, crashing to the ground. What? The people behind him halted in shock. Something's blocking us. Makarov reached out, pressing his hand against the invisible barrier. It was cold and implacably strong. It's Freed's rune magic, he realized instantly, his face turning ashen. This enchantment covers the whole town, and there's a special restriction on the guild. He saw words shimmering on the surface of the spell and read aloud. Anyone who's been petrified, and anyone over 80, cannot leave the guild. No sooner had he finished speaking than the remaining members of the guild shot toward the door like cannonballs. Master, please wait here in the guild for our news. Thud! A heavy, muffled crash echoed through the hall. Makarov's short figure slammed hard against the invisible wall. The powerful recoil sent him flying back, landing awkwardly in the middle of the guild hall. Damn it! Makarov clutched his aching side, a mix of shock and fury on his face. He was truly trapped because of his age. "Old man, why don't you just sit here and watch the show?" Laxus's mocking voice seemed to linger in the air, even though he and the Thunder God tribe had already vanished without a trace. Bastard! Natsu's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. He couldn't care less about any wall. "Laxus, just you wait for me," he roared, his voice shaking the very walls, as he charged toward the exit. A deafening boom thundered through the guild. Natsu's entire body smacked flat against the invisible barrier, arms and legs splayed out, then slowly slid down to the floor. A bright, swollen bump stood out on his forehead, and his flames had flickered out. "Ow, ow, ow." Natsu clutched his forehead, baring his teeth in pain and staring in disbelief. What the heck is this wall made of?" Happy fluttered over, wings buzzing, his feline face full of shock and confusion. He reached out a tiny paw and tentatively poked it through the transparent wall, then glanced at Natsu sitting on the floor, rubbing his head. Finally, his gaze shifted to Master Makarov, who was similarly trapped. An absurd idea popped into his head, and he blurted it out. "Natsu, does this mean Natsu is 80 years old too?" Huh? Happy was startled by his own thought. "Idiot, I'm only 18. Natsu jumped up in indignation, shouting at Happy, then turned to glare fiercely at the wall. "Damn it, again, I refuse to believe I can't break through." Just as Natsu was about to launch another attack, a deep, simmering voice sounded behind him, tinged with barely contained fury. "Step aside, salamander." It was Gajeel. No one knew when he had regained consciousness from Laxus's earlier blow. He struggled to his feet, bruised and bloodied, with a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gajeel's eyes burned with a cold, savage rage that outstripped even Natsu's flames. He fixed his gaze on the invisible wall, as if it were Laxus himself. "Laxus, I'll tear you apart with my own hands," he growled, charging for the exit as well. But the outcome was no different for Natsu's. With a grunt, Gajeel was blasted backward by the overwhelming force, sent flying and crashing heavily onto the ground once more. The transparent barrier remained utterly unmoved. Not even the faintest ripple disturbed its surface. "Cough!" Gajeel spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, fixing his gaze on the wall with eyes wide in shock and fear. He had been stopped as well. "Gajeel, you too." Makarov stared at Gajeel, who had also been repelled, and the shock and confusion in his heart deepened. Natsu and Gajeel, two young wizards with terrifying destructive power, had both been deemed unable to leave. What exactly was the rule behind this spell's judgment? Was it because they were dragon slayers? But the spell had never specified that dragon slayers cannot leave. Could Happy's ridiculous guess actually be true? That was impossible. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Natsu pounded the wall in a fury, his fists making no difference whatsoever. Gajeel struggled to his feet as well, his expression so dark it was as if a storm cloud hung over him. A crushing sense of helplessness and growing anger consumed them both. They had all this power, yet were trapped in this tiny space, forced to watch their comrades fighting outside, helpless to do anything as Lucy, Urza, and the others were turned into cold, lifeless statues. In the town, while those trapped inside the guild were seething with anxiety and rage, the transparent spell wall at the guild's entrance began to shimmer with an eerie glow. The runic writing left by Freed flickered coldly, each word appearing like the grim proclamation of a reaper. Fairy Tale, Civil War. Remaining participants, 34. Current duel, *. Wakaba versus Macau. As these words appeared, elsewhere in the town, Wakaba and Macau, two old friends and smoking buddies, stood painfully opposed, forced to face off. A binding magic circle glowed at their feet, sealing their fates. "Old friend," Macau's voice was thick with bitterness. "We have no choice." Wakaba bit down on his pipe, his eyes clouded with struggle. "For Mira and the others. Forgive me." Fire, smoke. Their magic clashed, unwillingly, in the empty street. The spell wall's writing shifted, cold and relentless. Elfman versus Evergreen. Gray versus Bixlow. Asteriski, altsag lucky, asteriski. With every new pairing, two more comrades were forced into a brutal, unwilling battle somewhere in the town. Each broadcast brought with it the merciless drop in the number on the wall. Remaining participants, 33, 31, 29, 27, ***. Inside the guild, those trapped listened in anguish to the distant sounds of battle, their hearts twisting as the numbers fell and the list of forced matchups scrolled on, names of friends now pitted against each other. Master Makarov clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, his eyes fixed on the rows of cold, stone statues. The weight of grief and helplessness threatened to crush him entirely. Natsu and Gajeel were beside themselves with rage, their eyes wide with fury as they unleashed useless roars against the unyielding walls. In the midst of this suffocating despair, the massive magical display embedded in the guild wall flickered, its cold numbers shifting. Remaining participants, 26. But then, almost in the very next heartbeat, the number abruptly jumped upward. Remaining participants, 27. What? Makarov, Natsu, Gajeel, and every trap member snapped their heads up, staring in utter disbelief at that number. 27? The number of participants had been steadily dropping, so how could it suddenly increase? Unless a new contestant had forcibly entered the rules of the spell? A glimmer of hope, mingled with shock, flashed in their eyes as they all turned toward the row of cold, silent female statues. A faint, crisp crack broke the silence, so subtle, yet piercingly clear in the deathly quiet hall. The sound came from the armored statue, Urza Scarlet herself. On the surface of the statue, right at the neck, a thin fissure appeared in the pale stone. A slender silver sword began to emerge, shimmering faintly. In an instant, the crack spread, snaking across the stone like a living thing, growing wider and more numerous by the second. A subtle yet extraordinary wave of energy pulsed out from deep within the statue, stubbornly pushing against its prison. With a sharp snap, the petrified layer over the statue's eyes shattered and fell away. Urza's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, flew open. In their depths burned an unyielding fighting spirit and a cold, searing fury. Somehow, the petrification spell that bound her had been broken. Urza flexed her newly freed wrist, the faint sound of bones settling into place, echoing quietly. She glanced down at the tiny sword hanging from her necklace, the very sword forged in tint she had acquired in the Qingxian chamber, now resting over her heart. Who would have thought? Even with you gone, you're still helping me, Urza murmured softly. Ignoring the shards of stone and dust clinging to her, her gaze swept over the stunned faces around her like a blade, finally settling on the number 27 displayed on the wall. Slowly, a knowing smile curved across Urza's lips. She let out a low, steady chuckle. Looks like I'm not the only one who's awake. Her eyes seemed to pierce beyond the guild walls, reaching toward the heart of the distant town. As she added, I didn't expect even you would rush back to join the battle. Meanwhile, far from the bustle of the guild, on the quiet outskirts of the town, dusk draped the streets in a hazy veil. A lone figure moved unhurriedly, making their way down the dusky avenue. He was completely wrapped in a voluminous, deep blue hooded cloak. The brim of his hood was pulled so low that it concealed his face entirely. But what truly drew the eye was what he carried on his back. A staggering number of staffs, each unique in style, crisscrossed behind him like the fantail of a peacock. Those staffs, silent as a forest at dusk, swayed gently with each measured step he took, occasionally catching the fading light and glimmering with a subtle magical sheen. As he passed a certain spot, intricate runes of Fried's magic circle appeared quietly beneath his feet, a sign that he, too, had become bound by the rules of this fairy tale civil war. Beneath the hood, the figure shifted ever so slightly, unnoticed by those around him. Then, with steady strides, he gradually melted into the deepening twilight. One of fairy tale's mightiest S-class wizards, shrouded in mystery, ****Mystigan****, had returned. Inside the guild hall, the knowing curve at the corner of Urza's lips had yet to fade, while the flames of battle already burned fiercely in her eyes. There's no time to explain. Urza shot a glance at Natsu and Gajeel, who were still struggling to break through the barrier at the entrance. You two stay here. Urza, where are you going? Natsu called out anxiously. To find a caster, Evergreen. Urza's gaze was icy. Only the one who cast the spell can undo it. The fastest way to lift the petrification is to defeat her. Before her words had even faded, magic surged around her. Requip, armor of Heaven's Wheel. In a flash of light, radiant armor and battle skirt enveloped her. With a burst of speed, she unfurled the wings of her armor and soared toward the town, vanishing into the twilight. Urza darted through the tangled streets, and the skirmishes forced upon her, unwavering in her mission, to hunt down Evergreen, one of the Thunder God tribe. At last, on the edge of a broad square, Urza spotted her target. Evergreen stood atop a high ledge, a playful smile on her lips as she admired her freshly petrified masterpiece, Elfman. Found you, Urza's voice rang out, cool and clear, a declaration in itself. She sprang into the air, her weapon shining with light, slicing through the wind like a hunting falcon swooping down on its prey. Urza, Evergreen's smile froze in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. She hastily snatched off her glasses. Petrifying eyes. A blinding light erupted, shooting straight at the rapidly approaching Urza. The same trick won't work on me. Urza's voice rang with authority. Twisting her body in an incredible mid-air maneuver, she narrowly dodged the full force of the petrifying beam. The light grazed her flying hair, instantly turning a few fiery red strands to ashen stone. But Urza's momentum never faltered. Requip, black wing armor. Even as she descended, Urza switched armors once more. A suit of pitch-black, thorn-studded armor, heavy as a meteorite, came crashing down with immense force right where Urba Grain stood. A thunderous boom shook the ground, sending shards of stone flying and clouds of dust swirling through the air. Although Urba Grain dodged just in time, the blast wave from the explosion still hurled her away, and she landed hard, battered and disheveled. Terrified, she stared at the dark figure slowly rising within the haze. Those icy eyes, visible through the visor, locked onto her with chilling intent. It's over, Urba Grain. Urza's voice resonated through the armor, carrying the finality of a verdict. In her hand appeared a massive black blade, the black feather sword. Urba Grain struggled to resist, desperately trying to unleash her petrifying gaze once more. But this time, Urza neither dodged nor bothered to defend. She simply channeled her vast magical power into the black feather sword, causing the blade to erupt in a deep, obsidian glow. Banish evil, reveal justice. Slash. A jet-black arc of sword energy, refined to perfection, tore through the air with deadly precision, striking straight at Urba Grain. Wherever the sword energy swept, the hastily conjured magical shield around Urba Grain shattered like fragile paper. She didn't even have time to scream. The blade was already at her shoulder. Dispel the magic, Urza commanded, her voice thunderous. All right, I'll undo it right away. Urba Grain replied in a panic, terrified that Urza might strike her down in anger. In an instant, an unseen wave pulsed out from her, rippling across the entire town of Magnolia. Inside the guild hall, rows of cold, stony female statues began to glow with a gentle light. The grayish stone, like melting ice and snow, swiftly receded, revealing living flesh and clothing underneath. Lucy blinked, her senses returning. Mira Jane stared at her hands in bewilderment. Levi, Juvia, Kana, every member who had been petrified returned to normal in that very moment. It worked. Everyone's back. Inside the guild, Natsu, Gajil, and Makarov, who had been trapped, shouted with joy. The air of despair vanished in an instant. Hall of Divine Wrath. Yet, this moment of triumph lasted less than 10 seconds. Urza, a roar, filled with boundless fury and raging magical power, crashed down from the skies above Magnolia like a peal of divine thunder. The source of that voice was none other than Laxus Dreyer, standing atop the town's highest point, the Great Clock Tower. Gone was the arrogant sneer from his face. In its place was pure, unbridled rage at being utterly defied. His blonde hair stood on end, charged by surging magic. Golden eyes blazed with destructive fire. The game he had so meticulously devised, the feeling of control he relished. Urza had shattered it all. You ignorant ants! How dare you ruin my fun? Laxus's voice was contorted with rage. Very well. Excellent. Since you're so eager to play on such a grand scale, then let all of Magnolia pay the price for your foolishness. He flung his arms wide, and golden lightning erupted from within him like a rampaging dragon, surging straight into the heavens. Awaken, Thunder Palace! A deafening rumble tore through the air. In an instant, the sky changed color. Countless enormous orbs, forged entirely from pure golden lightning, appeared without warning above Magnolia, hanging in the air like the eyes of demons. They were so dense they blotted out the sun, casting the town in shadow. Each lightning orb radiated waves of devastating energy, golden arcs crackling and shrieking wildly across their surfaces, bathing the entire city in a harsh, dreadful gold. The crushing force of Laxus's magic pressed down as if it had substance, making every person below, whether member of Fairy Tale or ordinary townsperson, feel a suffocating terror. What is that? Lucy, only just recovered, looked up at the sky, her face as pale as a sheet. Thunder Palace. Urza, her armor dismissed, stood in the plaza staring up at the apocalyptic sight, her expression grave. A legendary, ultimate magic said to be able to destroy an entire city. Laxus, have you lost your mind? Laxus stood atop the clock tower, lightning spheres swirling around him, and let out a peal of manic laughter. Do you see this, old man? And all you worthless fools? This is the price for defying me. When the 3-hour countdown ends, these orbs will all descend. Magnolia will be reduced to ashes, along with every bit of trash inside it. This is my harvest festival gift to Fairy Tale. Ha 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 ha. Desperate struggle and the light of guardianship. Laxus's laughter told like a death knell, striking fear into every heart. If you want to save them, then announce your resignation right here and now. Hand the title of Guild Master over to me. His words echoed back to the guild through the magic spell. We have to stop him. Biska Milan, the gun-wielding mage, her determination blazing in her eyes, spoke up just as she regained her strength. She swiftly raised her custom magic rifle, the 10 Commandments, and took aim at the nearest golden lightning orb hovering low in the sky. These things, they must have a core. If I can shatter it. Biska locked on her target and pulled the trigger. Magic rifle, holy stone shot. A beam of concentrated magical energy shot forth like a meteor, streaking toward the orb. But just as the blast was about to strike the lightning orb's core, a vicious burst of golden electricity exploded across the orb's surface. The beam of light didn't just fail to pierce through. It was instantly reflected by a terrifying surge of thunder, rebounding with even greater speed and power. What? Biska's pupils contracted in shock. A sharp, golden bolt of lightning, like a spear, shot back and pierced straight through Biska's shoulder. Blood sprayed through the air as the tremendous impact hurled her body violently away. Her shoulder was charred black, blood soaking her clothes. She was gravely wounded and lost consciousness. Damn it! Makarov glared at the sky, where countless spheres of lightning hovered, his eyes blazing with fury. This scene shattered everyone's last shred of hope. The thunder spheres of the Hall of Divine Thunder could not be destroyed by any external force. The power of their rebound was enough to kill. Evacuate. We must move all residents out immediately. Lucy snapped out of her fear and shouted shrilly. Get everyone to safety before the lightning falls. She knew there was only one thing they could do now. Minimize the casualties as much as possible. Without hesitation, Lucy spun around and sprinted toward the residential district. Juvia, Levy, and the others quickly came to their senses and began organizing the evacuation. All across the town, voices rang out. Shouts, cries, the sounds of panic swelling everywhere. Lucy hurried down an empty alley, her heart pounding wildly, desperate to find more residents. But just as she was about to burst out of the alley, there you are, Lucy Hartfilia. A chilling voice echoed ahead of her. Bixlow, with his signature, eerie puppets in tow, he blocked the alleyway like a phantom. A mocking, predator smile curled his lips, as though he were a cat toying with a cornered mouse. Master Laxus gave us special instructions about you. Don't even think about running. He twitched his fingers, and his puppets instantly turned savage, lunging at Lucy. Lucy's face went deathly pale. Instinctively, she tried to summon her celestial spirit keys, but fear slowed her movements by a heartbeat. The puppet's razor-sharp claws were already slashing toward her face. At that desperate, hair's-breadth moment, harming a lady is an unforgivable crime. Bixlow. A warm yet resolute voice rang out at Lucy's side. At the same instant, a brilliant golden starbeam shot down from the heavens like a sword and struck the attacking puppet with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous blast, the puppet was blown to pieces. Bixlow's grin froze in place, and he stared up in bewilderment. Standing before Lucy was a tall, strikingly handsome man with golden hair, dressed in a pristine white suit, a true knight in shining armor. He adjusted his glasses, which caught the glint of starlight, and offered a charming yet razor-sharp smile. Lo! Lucy gasped, her voice trembling with a mix of astonishment and delight. Sorry I'm late, Lucy. Loki turned his head and offered Lucy a reassuring smile. From here on, leave everything to me. He then faced Bixlow, who was caught between shock and suspicion. The smile faded from Loki's face, replaced by a leonine dignity. Your opponent is me. In the narrow alley, the remnants of starlight and shattered dolls still lingered in the air. Loki, Leo, stood protectively in front of Lucy. His blonde hair fluttered slightly, stirred by the surge of magic. Behind his glasses, his gaze was razor-sharp, locked on Bixlow. These tricks that toy with people's hearts in now, Bixlow. Oomph. Loki, I knew there was something off about you. Don't get cocky. Bixlow, both startled and enraged, snapped his fingers in a flurry. More bizarre dolls emerged from the shadows, shrieking as they lunged for Loki. Lucy, get back. Loki barked. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, both fists gathering brilliant starlight. Radiance of the Lion King. He shot into the swarm of dolls like a golden meteor, his fists unleashed in a torrent of starlit blows. Each punch struck home, shattering a doll's core with pinpoint precision. Explosions echoed in rapid succession. Big Slow tried to command his dolls to swarm Loki, but Loki was faster, his movements sharper and more decisive. He saw through the opening in the split second when Big Slow's real body had to focus to control the dolls. "There's your weakness." A glint of insight flashed in Loki's eyes. He surged forward, breaking through the encirclement in an instant. His fist, blazing with starfire, crashed straight into Big Slow's unguarded abdomen. Big Slow's eyes bulged, his body doubled over in agony, and the searing pain tore away his control over the dolls. Loki showed no mercy. A heavy uppercut followed, smashing into Big Slow's jaw with punishing force. With a thunderous impact, Big Slow was lifted off his feet, his body arcing through the air before crashing down hard onto a distant pile of garbage. He lay there, utterly unconscious, while his strange dolls crumbled, dissolving into trails of magic. We did it. Lucy let out a relieved breath, her face lighting up with joy. "Hurry, Lucy. Help evacuate the townsfolk." Loki dropped his fighting stance, regaining his usual composure. "I'll handle things here." Lucy nodded gratefully and immediately turned to run toward the residential area. Elsewhere, in a secluded corner of town, Kana and Juvia advanced cautiously, searching for any sign of Freed. Suddenly, intricate magical patterns flared up beneath their feet. "Oh no!" Kana's expression changed instantly. "It's a spell trap." Juvia cried out. The magic circle burst into brilliant light, and an invisible force seized them, holding them fast where they stood. Freed, wand in hand, emerged from shadows with the silence of a wraith, a hint of cold detachment on his face. "Kana Alberona." Juvia Loxer. "The rules of the spell are simple. The two of you must fight each other first. Only the victor will earn the right to challenge me." He pointed his wand at them, his voice cold and commanding. "Begin. Isn't this battle for the sake of dispelling the crisis?" A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You've got to be kidding." Kana glared furiously at Freed. "There's no way I'm fighting a friend." "A friend?" "Kana, I'd actually prefer for you to win. After all, Juvia is still one of Phantom's people," Freed replied, his tone icy and detached. Juvia doesn't want to fight Miss Kana either." Juvia shook her head desperately, struggling to break free from the grip of the spell. "You don't have a choice." Freed's voice was utterly emotionless. "The spell has been activated. Either you fight, or you both die here." With a flick of his wand, the restraining force surged, compelling them into fighting stances. Their magic flared uncontrollably, drawn forth by the spell's command. Kana gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with turmoil. Juvia saw the pain in Kana's face, then glanced up at the sky, where countless golden orbs of lightning hung, each crackling with an aura of destruction. A thought took shape in her mind, clear and resolute. "Miss Kana," Juvia's voice suddenly grew calm, carrying a note of unwavering determination. "Defeat Freed. Save everyone. I'm counting on you." "Juvia, what are you?" A sense of dread seized Kana, but Juvia didn't answer. In an instant, her body liquefied, transforming into a surging torrent of water. Yet this torrent didn't rush toward Kana, nor did it strike at Freed. With unstoppable force, like an arrow shot from a bow, it hurtled straight for the nearest low-hanging golden lightning sphere. "No!" Juvia stopped. Kana's eyes widened in horror as she screamed, her voice raw with panic. "Foolish," Freed muttered, his brow furrowing. A thunder's crack split the air. Water and lightning collided with explosive force. Blinding gold and wild blue magic burst outward in a tremendous shockwave. The furious power of the lightning bit back savagely, golden serpents of electricity devouring the rushing water in an instant. A strangled, pain-racked cry, cut short by the electric surge, echoed across the battlefield. As the light faded, Juvia's body reformed, collapsing to the ground in human shape. "Juvia!" Kana's anguished scream tore through the silence, her devastation instantly igniting into blazing fury. She spun around, her bloodshot eyes locking onto Freed. Magic erupted from her like a volcano. "Freed! Pointless rage," Freed replied coldly, raising his wand. "Dark écriture, pain." Invisible runes of cursed magic twined around Kana in an instant. Agony crashed over her like a tidal wave, halting her charge and draining the color from her face. Dark script, weak. Without pause, Freed unleashed a second curse. Kana felt all her strength draining away, her magic sluggish and unresponsive. Pathetic. Freed's figure flickered like a wraith, suddenly appearing at Kana's side. His wand whistled through the air and struck her hard in the stomach. Kana coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body flung backwards like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to rise, but the tip of Freed's cold wand was already pressed against her throat. "It's over," Freed pronounced, his voice like a final verdict. "Let Kana go." A savage roar, thunderous and primal, split the air. It was Mira Jane, now awake, having found the fallen elfman. Together they had arrived, just in time to witness Freed's assault on Kana, and nearby, Juvia lay motionless on the ground. A hulking figure, radiating wild fury, charged forward. Elfman, now possessed by the soul of the Beast King. Beast King's sledgehammer. Elfman's massive fist tore through the air with raw power, swinging straight for Freed. Freed's brow furrowed slightly as he vanished backward in a blur, narrowly evading the devastating blow. "Elfman, you've already lost to Evergreen. You're not permitted to fight anymore." Freed's tone was calm as he raised his wand again. Dark script, fear. Sinister runes invaded Elfman's mind in an instant. A torrent of horrifying visions exploded before his eyes. Not even the might of the Beast King could fully shield him from a curse that struck directly at his spirit. Elfman's body went rigid, terror etched across his face, his massive frame beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Full of openings. Freed's form vanished and reappeared behind Elfman. Dark script, gravity. A crushing force slammed down upon Elfman. Already paralyzed by fear, he stood no chance. With a tremendous crash, he was pinned to the ground so hard that the earth itself cracked beneath him. Elfman, Kana watched in despair as her only rescuer was defeated in the blink of an eye. Freed strode over to the immobilized Elfman, looking down at him with icy detachment. "Brute strength without resolve. The both of you are nothing but failures." His words were like frozen daggers, piercing straight through the pride of Kana and Elfman. "Don't you dare insult my friends." Elfman forced out the words through clenched teeth, struggling in vain under the twin curses of terror and crushing weight. Trash will always be trash. Freed lifted his foot, poised to deliver the final blow to Elfman. "Stop, Freed. Elfman can't fight anymore." Mira Jane shouted anxiously from behind. But Freed paid her no heed. Dark écriture, pain. Watching Elfman writhe in agony, Freed prepared for a final, merciless blow. Dark écriture, demise. Demise. At the sound of that word, Mira Jane froze, her mind suddenly flooded with memories of her sister Lysana's death. Freed's movements came to an abrupt halt. An overwhelming surge of magic, cold and savage as the abyss itself, seized him without warning, chilling him to the core. Horrified, he turned around. There stood Mira Jane Strauss, the gentle and kind woman he remembered, but now, he had no idea when she had moved so close. Her head was bowed, silver hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, and all around her, thick black magic coiled into a suffocating mist. The haze churned and writhed as if alive, radiating an aura of evil and annihilation that pressed against the soul. Slowly, she raised her head. Those emerald eyes, once always alight with warmth, now glimmered with the coldness of eternal ice. Deep inside them burned a savage fire, intent on destruction. Her lips curled, not in the familiar gentle smile, but in a twisted, mad grin seething with murderous intent, enough to send shivers down the spine. "Demomirafane." For the first time, Freed's voice trembled, the primal fear of a lesser being faced with absolute dominance. He recognized her now, the legendary, most fearsome mage of fairy tale. Mira Jane did not reply. She simply fixed Freed with those icy, demonic eyes, her dark magic swirling like a volcanic storm, its rumble low and ominous. The air itself seemed to freeze. The crushing pressure left Freed gasping for breath. Only then did he realize his threat of demise had awakened the slumbering demon. The demon of fairy tale had arrived. A killing intent so real it seemed to freeze the very air enveloped the hall. Mira Jane Strauss. No, at this moment she was Demon Mira Jane, was wreathed in churning black magic, the embodiment of the abyss itself. Her emerald gaze locked onto Freed, burning now not with warmth, but with pure, soul-shaking destruction. "Just now, whom did you say you'd kill?" Demon Mira Jane's voice was low, echoing, inhuman in its resonance. Freed Justine was seized by terror unlike anything he had ever known, a primal fear in the face of overwhelming power. Yet, forcing down his dread, he whipped his staff in a desperate arc. Dark écriture, despair. Dark écriture, death. The strongest curses he could muster blazed with sinister blacklight, and hurtled toward Mira Jane. However, the cursed runes that had instantly incapacitated Elfman and Kana vanished without a trace the moment they touched the swirling black magic around. Demon Mira. It was as if they'd been swallowed up by an endless sea, without even the faintest ripple, utterly obliterated by that pure, demonic power. What? For the first time, Fried's eyes widened in shock, all composure drained from his face. Demon Mira's figure vanished from where she stood. In the very next instant, a claw, covered in black scales, its nails as sharp as blades, appeared before Fried, slicing through the air with a shriek that sounded as if it tore the very fabric of space. With a sickening crunch, Fried's magic staff, the source of his spell casting, was crushed to dust in that demonic grip as easily as if it were rotten wood. The force of the blow struck Fried square in the chest, slamming into him with such violence that he couldn't help but utter a muffled groan. His body was sent hurtling backwards, completely out of control. Demon Mira did not pause for even a heartbeat. She pressed her palm forward, and an invisible, unstoppable wave of terrifying magical power surged forth, overtaking Fried midair like a colossal, unseen hammer and smashing into him with brutal force. With a thunderous crash, Fried's body hit the ground at even greater speed, slamming into the earth with bone-jarring impact. The ground erupted in a shower of debris, dust billowing everywhere. Fried lay at the bottom of the crater, racked with pain, his bones feeling as if they'd been shattered. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled in vain to move. Demon Mira's figure appeared at the edge of the crater, as if she'd teleported there. She gazed down at Fried from above, her eyes cold and merciless. In those demonic eyes, there was no trace of pity, only the pure will to destroy. Slowly, she raised her claw, black, destructive energy gathering at its tip, aiming directly at the helpless Fried at the pit's bottom. If this attack landed, there could be no hope of survival. And just as this moment of finality arrived, the black magic surrounding Mira Jane receded as quickly as the tide, her razor-sharp claws softening into slender, pale human hands. The wild, manic smile and demonic markings faded from her face, her emerald eyes clearing once more, though now they brimmed with sorrowful tears. She leapt lightly down into the pit, not to deliver the final blow, but instead to sit gently atop the motionless, defeated Fried. Exhaling softly, Mira Jane's voice returned to its usual gentle tone, tinged with exhaustion and helplessness. This kind of fight, it's so pointless, isn't it? Fried stared up at Mira Jane, now back to her original self, his eyes burning with humiliation and frustration. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Is this your victory speech, Mira Jane? Finish it. Give me the final blow. Do it." He would rather die than accept this so-called mercy. But Mira Jane did not finish him off. Instead, she rose from where she sat atop him. Looking down, tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "We're comrades, Fried. Members of the same guild. We've laughed together, argued together, walked so many roads side by side. Enough with the noise." Fried burst out, his voice raw with pain, as if Mira had struck the most fragile part of his soul. He twisted his head away from her gaze, struggling to escape, and shouted hoarsely, "Laxus is my only companion. Only him. You're not truly alone, are you, Fried?" Mira's voice remained gentle, but there was a profound strength in her words that pierced straight to the heart. "You must have realized it long ago." She crouched down, ignoring Fried's resistance, and gently but firmly took hold of his uninjured hand. Fried's body went rigid in an instant. To rely on just one person for everything. "I don't think that's enough." Mira held his hand, letting him feel the warmth and reality of her touch. Tears fell onto their joined hands. "There's so many people around you. People are always connected to each other, no matter the time or place." She drew his hand closer, letting him see it clearly. "See? All you have to do is reach out. It's always been this close." Her gaze softened as she looked into Fried's eyes, which were now trembling with the force of his inner turmoil. "It's when you realize how lonely you are that you learn to be gentle. You felt that, Fried. You just don't want to admit it." Sunlight finally broke through the gloom caused by thunderous magic in the sky, spilling across the ravaged battlefield. It shone on Mira's tear-streaked face and on Fried, whose tears now surged uncontrollably, unable to be held back any longer. Things like this, Fried suddenly shielded his face with his arm. His muffled sobs spilled out, heavy with sorrow, regret, and the loneliness he had carried for so long. "Things like this. I never wanted to do." He was talking about casting the spell, forcing his comrades to turn on each other. Mira's tears flowed even more freely, but a warm, radiant smile appeared on her face. She nodded with all her strength. "I know, Fried. I truly do." Her words, like sunlight, chased away the last of the shadows. "So, next year, let's enjoy the harvest festival together, all right?" High above, the massive, ominous rune circle flickered coldly in the sky, recording the outcome with unfeeling precision. Fairy Tale Civil War. Current match, Free Justine versus Mira Jane Strauss. Result, both unable to continue fighting. With a final flash of light, the spell quietly dissolved. Far away, at the edge of shattered rooftop in town, Natsu Dragneel and Gajeel Red Fox stood together. Both unable to continue, Natsu murmured, repeating the spell's verdict. Umph. Gajeel snorted, though there was less hostility in his eyes than before. In the distance, the shadow beneath Mistigan's hood shifted slightly, but he remained silent. The three of them, as if drawn by the same thought, lifted their eyes. Their gazes passed over the golden thunderballs of destruction, settling on the highest point in town, the top of the great clock tower. There, a golden figure flickered in and out of the thunderous light, radiating a wild, chilling magic that made hearts tremble. In the sky, the arcane scoreboard flickered once more as the number of remaining participants changed. Remaining 2. The cold, unfeeling letters seemed to herald the approach of the final battle. Fairy Tale Civil War. Remaining matchups. Laxus Dreyer versus... Natsu clenched his flame-wreathed fist. Gajeel's arm gleamed with a steely sheen, and the tip of one of Mistigan's staffs began to glow faintly behind him. The last one, Natsu's voice, burning with fighting spirit, shattered the silence. Only Laxus remains, Gajeel added, eyes blazing with the fire of revenge. Just him. Mistigan's deep voice brought a finality to the moment. The ultimate showdown was about to begin. Freed's defeat signaled the complete collapse of the Thunder God tribe. On the icy scoreboard in the sky, the count of remaining participants finally froze at 2. Every gaze in Magnolia Town, whether it was the Fairy Tale members who had just escaped the heat of battle or the townsfolk evacuating in panic, was drawn, as if by instinct, to the highest point in the town, the top of the great clock tower, now crowned with golden spheres of lightning, like a doomsday throne. A silent figure appeared below the clock tower, carrying several staffs of varied shapes across his back. Mistigan lifted his head, his eyes piercing the distance from beneath his hood, fixing on that lone golden figure atop the tower. Laxus, Mistigan's low, steady voice cut through the clamor with an almost unnatural calm. Enough. This farce has to end. At the top of the tower, Laxus slowly turned, his golden eyes looking down on Mistigan with a familiar sneer curling at his lips. So the masked man finally dares to show himself? The mysterious S-class stranger. Lightning crackled and snapped around him. What is it? Here, to lecture me? Or are you planning to stop me? If the lightning palace falls, the consequences will be unthinkable. There's still time to stop this. Mistigan's voice was still composed. Stop. Laxus burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke. Ha ha. What do you know? This rotten guild. These weaklings, they're not worthy to be called Fairy Tale. Only my power can make it reborn. I'll make it the strongest guild. Anyone who stands in my way, no matter who they are. He suddenly raised his hand, while golden lightning gathering in his palm, aimed straight at Mistigan below, will disappear. It seems words are useless now. Mistigan's voice turned cold, and just as Laxus was about to unleash his attack, Mistigan's figure blurred in an instant. Illusion magic, multiple afterimages. In an instant, several phantoms of Mistigan appeared at various heights along the clock tower, all surging toward the summit. Mea Politrex. Laxus scoffed, and golden lightning thrashed like a frenzy of serpents, shattering every illusion in a flash. Yet, at the very moment the afterimages vanished, the real Mistigan materialized at Laxus's flank, a staff in hand blazing with a complex magical array. Slumber magic, quintuple magic circle, divine Kagura. 5 enormous magic circles, each nested within the next, unfolded at Laxus's feet and above his head in the blink of an eye. A gentle yet overwhelming wave of magic surged forth, like a hypnotic symphony, trying to wrench Laxus's consciousness away by force. Oomph. This level of magic. Laxus's eyes flared with golden light, and a torrent of wild magical power erupted from him. A deafening crash rang out. A golden pillar of lightning, like a cataclysmic flood, smashed through the layered magic circles in an instant. The terrifying shockwave sent Mistigan hurtling through the air. Clash of illusions and lightning. The battle blazed white-hot in a heartbeat. Mistigan's form flickered rapidly among the clock tower's columns, spires, and platforms, moving like a phantom. With every appearance, a different staff gleamed, each casting a new spell. Binding vines, forceful shockwaves, mind-bending illusions, and chilling blasts of ice that froze the very air. He was a mobile arsenal of magic, weaving intricate spells in masterful combinations, ever searching for a crack in Laxus's defenses. Laxus, in contrast, stood at the tower's peak like a thunder god incarnate. His speed, strength, and magical power had reached terrifying heights. Golden lightning seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes forming raging lances hurled with deadly precision, sometimes spreading as sweeping nets of electricity, and at times exploding outward in devastating storms centered on his own body. Mystigan's artful spell work, for all its finesse, could only delay the inevitable. Sheer force and speed from Laxus tore through the magic, shredding and erasing it in moments. The tower's summit rang with the thunder of lightning and the explosive crashes of clashing magic. Stone fragments flew. The lightning's glare lit up the night. The two figures darted and collided, their attacks and defenses shifting so rapidly it blurred the eye. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The battle was at a stalemate. Unexpected visitors and hidden faces. Just as the fierce duel reached its peak, with both men too focused to notice anything else, two more presences surged up from below, radiating powerful intent. Laxus, Natsu Dragneel's roar echoed like a dragon's, his entire body wreathed in blazing fire as he smashed straight through the wall blocking his path, vaulting onto the platform at the tower's summit. Close behind, Urza followed, moving with the grace of a Valkyrie, her sword drawn as she leapt onto the platform. Her gaze locked on Laxus. The arrival of Natsu and Urza caused both fighters, locked in fierce battle, to hesitate for the briefest of moments. Urza, Natsu. Mystigan was clearly taken aback, having never expected them to break through the obstacles and get here so quickly. TCH, more meddlesome pests. Laxus's eyes flashed with a surge of fury at the interruption. But even this split-second distraction was a fatal flaw when facing an opponent of Laxus's caliber. Now's my chance. A predatory gleam flashed in Laxus's eyes as he instantly seized upon the small opening Mystigan revealed in his astonishment. A bolt of lightning shot viciously toward Mystigan's face. It was a strike that was swift, ruthless, and precise. Its purpose was not to kill, but to utterly destroy the hood and mask that had kept Mystigan's face concealed. Mystigan's pupils contracted. In that desperate instant, he managed only to cross several staves before him and activate a protective spell. A deafening crash echoed as lightning clashed violently with the magical shield. The shield cracked like fragile glass, then shattered with a thunderous boom. The rampaging lightning did not abate, crashing down on Mystigan's staves and upper body with brutal force. A muffled cry escaped Mystigan as he was hurled backward, slamming hard into the wall of the clock tower. The hood that had hidden his face, along with the mask covering the lower half, was instantly scorched and torn to ash by the wild surge of electricity. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a deathly silence descended upon the top of the clock tower. Natsu and Urza stared wide-eyed in utter shock at Mystigan, now leaning against the wall, his face fully revealed at last. That face, sharp, defined, carrying a trace of exhaustion and coldness, was unmistakable to them. Gilad! Natsu gasped, his voice thick with disbelief and confusion. Urza's breath caught. The sword in her hand trembled, her eyes filled with a storm of emotion, shock, uncertainty, and a deeply buried pain. Slowly, Mystigan lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, revealing a face that was almost identical to Jalal. But his eyes held none of Jalal's madness or obsession, only a profound calm and a quiet sense of distance. No. Mystigan's voice was low and steady as he rejected Natsu's outcry. I am not Jalal. He offered no further explanation. His gaze swept past the stunned Natsu and Urza, finally settling on Laxus, who now wore a smug, triumphant grin at having exposed Mystigan's secret. Laxus, he's yours, Mystigan said quietly to Urza and Natsu. He lingered no longer. In a ripple of spatial distortion, his figure grew hazy, blending into the very air itself, vanishing without a sound. All that remained were the shattered fragments of his mask and a heart full of unresolved questions. With Mystigan's departure, the tension in the air tightened once again. Urza drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging in her heart. Her gaze locked once more on Laxus. At this moment, saving the town was all that mattered. Laxus, this ends now. Urza's voice rang out sharply, her magical energy surging around her. Requip, armor of the Thunder Emperor. A brilliant light flashed. Heavy armor enveloped Urza from head to toe, its deep violet surface streaked with golden lightning patterns. Her shoulder plates flared out like the wings of thunder itself. A long spear, crackling with golden arcs, materialized in her grasp. This armor was built to nearly nullify lightning attacks, crafted specifically to face Laxus. Oh, you'd fight lightning with lightning? Urza, you're far too naive. Laxus let out a wild laugh, his body transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he hurled a devastating thunder punch straight at Urza. A clash rang out, sharp and metallic, as the Thunder Emperor's spear collided with the iron fist of lightning. The screech of metal striking metal cut through the air, while furious bolts of lightning snaked and exploded in all directions. The entire top of the clock tower was transformed into a raging sea of thunder. Urza staggered back half a step from the sheer force of the blow, but her armor absorbed the impact and the lightning perfectly. Her eyes narrowed as she swept her war hammer around in a powerful counterattack. The battle exploded in a flurry of strikes. The Thunder Emperor's spear and the lightning fist clashed again and again, each collision erupting in thunderous booms and blinding flashes. Thanks to the properties of her armor and her masterful combat skills, Urza held her own against Laxus, blow for blow. Lightning erupted wildly between them, tearing the top of the clock tower apart and leaving chaos in its wake. Damn it, Urza, let me at him. I want to knock him flying myself. Natsu watched from the sidelines, burning with impatience, his body wreathed in blazing flames, desperate to rush in and join the fight. But the two combatants moved with such speed, and the lightning raged so fiercely, that Natsu found himself unable to intervene. After an especially fierce exchange, Urza and Laxus broke apart for a brief moment. Urza panted lightly, several scorch marks now marring the surface of her Thunder Emperor's armor. She glanced at Natsu, who was almost losing control of his flames and his impatience. Then up at the sky where the looming thunder orbs of the Hall of Thunder hung like the sword of Damocles. Time was running out. A flicker of resolve flashed in Urza's eyes. Suddenly, she dismissed the Thunder Emperor's spear and released the summoning of the Thunder Emperor's armor, reverting to her regular attire. Urza, both Natsu and Laxus froze in surprise. Ignoring Laxus, Urza turned and walked straight over to Natsu. She reached out and gave Natsu's shoulder a firm slap, her eyes brimming with trust and determination. Natsu, Laxus, I'm leaving him to you. Huh? Natsu was caught off guard for a moment. I believe in you. Urza's voice was resolute and unwavering. Go defeat him. Use your flames. With that, she no longer spared a glance at Natsu or Laxus. Leaping forward, she hurled herself from the very top of the clock tower. Her goal was crystal clear, to intercept the thunder orbs of the Thunder Palace that could rain down destruction on the town at any moment. Urza! Natsu watched her disappear beneath the tower, then whipped around, locking eyes with the blond man across from him, his body wreathed in crackling, destructive lightning. An overwhelming battle spirit, hotter and fiercer than ever before, erupted within Natsu's chest like a volcano. A trembling laugh, born of excitement and rage, spilled out as his shoulders shook. The sound built and built, swelling into a roar that echoed through the air. Ha ha! At last! I've finally waited for this moment. Laxus! He jerked his head up, crimson eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to consume everything. He fixed his gaze on Laxus, unleashing the full force of his magic power. Intense Dragon Slayer flames shot skyward, warping the very air around them with their heat. Let's settle this, Laxus. I'll burn you to ashes with my fire. Meanwhile, Urza's figure plummeted from the clock tower's summit like a shooting star, landing squarely in the open plaza at the center of town. She looked up at the sky, now blanketed by countless golden thunder orbs, the Thunder Palace, each one radiating a palpable aura of destruction. The countdown was mercilessly ticking away. I have to stop them. Urza's eyes were steely with resolve as she unleashed her magic without holding anything back. Requip, Armadura Fairy, Heaven's Wheel. A brilliant golden light enveloped her in an instant. When the light faded, Urza stood clad in ornate, dazzling silver armor, two massive pairs of steel wings, each formed from a multitude of razor-sharp blades, hovering behind her. Every feather was a glinting sword, cold and deadly. With a commanding shout, Urza spread her steel wings wide. They whirled into motion. Countless swords broke free from her wings, streaking into the sky as golden comets. Each sword locked on with perfect precision, its tip aimed straight at the heart of a thunder orb. But there were simply too many thunder orbs. No matter how many swords Urza summoned, she couldn't cover them all. Many of the thunder orbs still hovered, exposed and unchallenged. Not enough. There still aren't enough. Urza gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her brow as she poured every ounce of strength into controlling her storm of swords. Yet the overwhelming numbers pressed in, a wave of helplessness crashing over her. And now, there were only mere seconds left. At that very moment, a breathless voice sounded at her side. "Yeah, Urza, I finally found you." Urza turned her head and saw it was William Lacko. He was bent over, hands on his knees, clearly having sprinted all the way here. "William, what are you?" "No time to explain." William cut her off, pressing both hands to his temples as magical energy surged. Telepathy magic, all-channel broadcast. Instantly, his voice was projected by magic directly into the minds of every conscious and battle-ready member of Fairy Tail, still scattered throughout the town. "All comrades who can still fight, do you hear me? It's William. Urza needs help. There are too many thunder orbs from the Thunder Palace. Her swords can't cover them all. Right now, focus on the closest orb above your head that Urza's swords haven't targeted. Listen for my countdown. We'll attack together. This is our only chance. For Magnolia. For our home." William's words worked like a shot of courage, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the scattered guild members all over the town. "Heard you. Understood. Leave it to us." Gray, Lucy, Alzak, Levy's team, the revived Juvia and Kana, Elfman, and even Makarov, held hostage by the Thunder Palace. Everyone still able to move looked up, eyes locking onto the golden, deathly thunder orb hovering above them, one that Urza's silver blade had not yet marked. They began to muster their last reserves of strength, each preparing their own magic. 3. William's voice echoed magically in every heart. 2, 1, attack! Boom! 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 At the very instant the countdown reached 0, above all of Magnolia, an explosion of light and sound erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth like never before. Countless golden swords under Urza's command streaked through the sky with pinpoint precision, piercing straight into the core of their targeted thunder orbs. Simultaneously, every corner of the town blazed with a unique glow of different magics. Makarov's gigantic fists, Gray's ice-make lances, Lucy's summoned spirit of Sagittarius unleashing his arrows, Mira Jane transformed again, launching her devil's whirlwind, Levy's script magic, Kana hurling her card magic, Elfman's Beast King roaring bomb, Juvia's torrents of water, Alzak's gunfire, even Happy, darting through the air at top speed, crashed headlong into a thunder orb. Attack after attack, fueled by a fierce resolve to protect their home, soared upward in a defiant meteor shower, streaking from the ground to smash into the thunder orbs that Urza's swords couldn't reach. A thunderous roar shook the sky, rolling across Magnolia, an overwhelming crescendo of hope and defiance. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted in rapid succession. One after another, golden spheres of lightning burst violently in the sky. The wild, raging power of thunder, no longer contained, scattered into countless golden serpents of electricity, darting and dissolving in the air. The blinding light illuminated all of Magnolia Town, turning night into day. As the brilliance gradually faded and the thunderous roar slowly subsided, the sky returned to its dusky twilight. Those densely packed golden spheres, symbols of utter destruction, vanished without a trace. We did it. The lightning spheres are gone. We really did it. From every corner of the town came a deafening chorus of cheers and tears, a raucous celebration of survival. At last, the threat of Thunder Palace, through the united strength of Fairy Tail, had been completely shattered. But at that very moment, Thunder Palace's retaliatory strike finally arrived. All those who had destroyed the spheres were struck down by ferocious bolts of lightning. As for Urza, who had single-handedly destroyed so many spheres, her own thunderous punishment had yet to fall. Above her, a small storm cloud gathered, golden lightning flickering within its depths. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of golden lightning crashed down from the heavens, as though the gods themselves had decreed her trial. Facing this force beyond human resistance, Urza gently closed her eyes, accepting her fate with calm resolve. Just as the lightning was about to strike her, the small sword at her chest shone once more with a silvery light. In a flash, the tremendous force of the lightning was absorbed in its entirety, leaving Urza completely unharmed. Across the town, Fairy Tail's members, charred on the outside and battered within, lay twitching on the ground, leaving only Urza standing, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at the small sword upon her chest. Far away, in the depths of an unknown sea, a ball of flickering black and white light trembled suddenly. Moments later, calm returned. While Urza and her friends were triumphing over Thunder Palace, a desperate, one-sided battle was raging inside the ancient church beneath the great clock tower. A heavy crash resounded as Natsu Dragneel was once again blasted away by a torrent of golden lightning, his body slamming into a stone pillar and leaving web-like cracks in its surface. His entire body was scorched, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the flames that usually surrounded him flickered weakly. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead. "Is that all you've got, Fire Dragon?" Laxus strolled forward with a casual arrogance, his body wreathed in destructive golden lightning. His face, twisted with a mocking, cat-and-mouse sneer, dripping with utter contempt. "How disappointing. Your flames aren't even enough to warm me up." "Shut up, Laxus." Natsu gritted his teeth, defiance blazing in his eyes as he forced himself upright. "I'm not done yet." The fire dragons. He tried to summon his flames once more, but in the blink of an eye, Laxus vanished. Too slow. An icy voice whispered right beside Natsu's ear. Laxus's lightning-charged kick struck Natsu's waist like a battle axe, landing with brutal force. With a gut-wrenching gasp, Natsu coughed up blood again, his body sent flying like a rag doll. He crashed through the church pews, sliding all the way to the center of the sanctuary. "Natsu!" A low, furious voice thundered from the church entrance. Gajeel had finally arrived. He saw the battered state Natsu was in, and the flames of vengeance roared in his eyes. "Laxus, I'm here for payback." Even the beaten-down iron dragons come to throw his life away. Laxus shot Gajeel a dismissive glance. "Fine, saves me the trouble of hunting you all down one by one. Come at me, you worthless fools. Don't you dare look down on me. Iron Dragon's Club." Gajeel roared, his arm transforming in an instant into a massive iron staff that tore through the air with a piercing screech, smashing down toward Laxus. Fire dragons roar. Natsu, forcing himself to his feet, unleashed another blazing breath of fire. Steel and flame. Two mighty attacks surged toward Laxus from opposite sides. "Child's play," Laxus scoffed, unmoving, not even attempting to dodge. He simply lifted both hands, palms open, each facing the incoming iron club and the torrent of flames. A savage surge of golden lightning erupted from his palms. Like twin, furious dragons, the bolts devoured Gajeel's Iron Dragon's club and Natsu's Fire Dragon's roar in an instant. "What?" Gajeel stared in horror as his iron arm shrieked and scorched beneath the lightning's assault. Natsu's fire was snuffed out just as easily, completely obliterated by the golden thunder. Thunder dragons. Roar. Laxus drew a deep breath, his chest swelling before he threw his head back and unleashed his power. A deafening blast tore through the air. A pillar of golden lightning, thicker and wilder than anything before, surged forth like a flood meant to end the world. In a flash, it swallowed Natsu and Gajeel, who had just attacked and had no chance to escape. Their screams rang out, cut short as the devastating thunder consumed them whole. The force hurled them across the church, smashing through several stone columns before they finally collapsed in the deepest shadows of the ruined sanctuary, their bodies scorched and smoking like burnt remnants. As consciousness faded, a question echoed in their minds. "Laxus is a dragon slayer too?" The church hung thick with the acrid stench of burning and swirling dust. Laxus slowly lowered his hands, gazing coldly at the two unconscious figures lying amidst the distant rubble. His face showed no emotion, only a chilling indifference. This tiresome farce should come to an end. Laxus's voice echoed through the vast, empty church. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other. Between them, a gigantic, golden magic circle began to form, spinning and weaving itself together. It radiated an aura that was both sacred and destructive, complex beyond imagination. A torrent of immense magical power surged out of Laxus, like a tsunami bursting forth from within him, pouring into the magic circle. The magic energy in the entire church, no, the whole town of Magnolia, began to tremble violently. The very sky seemed to darken. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if judgment itself had descended, swept over everything. "The light that pierces all things," Laxus chanted in a low, resonant voice, each syllable causing the world's magic to resonate in answer. "The eye that sees through all. Come together, guide the radiance of the fairies." Fairy law. With the utterance of those final words, the massive golden magic circle erupted with a brilliance 1,000 times more dazzling than the sun. Laxus's cold, unyielding face was lit up, making him appear almost divine. The brilliant light illuminated the lifeless bodies of Natsu and Gajeel lying amidst the ruins. The legendary spell of the Fairy Tale Guild, Fairy Law, said to possess absolute judgment, had been unleashed by the traitor Laxus Dreyer, without mercy. Its target was clear. Every member of Fairy Tail whom he now considered his enemy. The enormous golden magic circle hovered beneath the church dome, exuding an aura so holy and destructive it made the soul tremble. Laxus, like a god-wielding judgment, delivered his cold verdict. Fairy law. The magic circle burst forth with a light billions of times brighter than the sun. A pure flood of light swept through the church in an instant, piercing its walls and washing over all of Magnolia like divine retribution. Indiscriminate and unstoppable. Wherever the light reached, all color seemed to vanish, and time itself stood still. With a cruel, expectant smile, Laxus awaited the conclusion of his judgment, ready to see those Fairy Tail members he called enemies erased in that holy brilliance. The light endured for a few seconds. Then, like the tide, swiftly receding, it vanished. Inside the church, dust drifted slowly down, caught in shafts of sunlight, streaming through shattered windows. Outside, the town was silent, save for the wind moaning through the ruins. The smile froze on Laxus's face, his expression twisting into stunned disbelief. He looked around, his gaze sweeping past the still unconscious forms of Natsu and Gajeel in the rubble, then darted to the windows. There were no screams, no vanishing figures, none of the destruction he had imagined. The members of Fairy Tail, the residents of Magnolia, everyone was unharmed. This can't be. Laxus's voice trembled, a quiver he himself didn't notice. He stared down at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. Fairy law, why didn't it work? Why didn't it wipe them out? Fairy law, this ultimate spell only activates when a caster truly perceives the target as an enemy in their heart, erasing them completely. Now, the outcome struck Laxus like a stinging slap, echoing in his mind. Deep down, he had never truly seen his Fairy Tail comrades as enemies to be destroyed. No, I don't believe it. There must be some mistake. This harsh truth shattered the last remnants of Laxus's pride and facade. He refused to admit it, refused to accept it. Fury surged up, swallowing what was left of his reason. It's all your fault. You made me weak. He hurled every ounce of anger and fear at the two unconscious figures lying in the rubble. Especially at Natsu, that stubborn cockroach who kept challenging him, refusing to stay down. Thunder Dragon's spear. Golden lightning crackled, raging and wild, gathering into a massive, destructive trident. With Laxus's frenzied roar, it tore through the air, hurtling straight at the unconscious Natsu. This blow carried all his desperation, all his murderous intent. The thunderous spear was about to pierce Natsu through. Natsu! A hoarse, furious cry rang out from nearby. It was Gajeel. Despite his battered, unconscious state, the instinct to protect his comrades wrenched him back to awareness. He saw the deadly lightning spear streaking toward the defenseless Natsu. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the last of his strength, driving his steel-hardened arm into the earth. In an instant, his arm transformed into a thick iron pillar, rising tall and unyielding, planted squarely between the spear and Natsu. A deafening crash filled the air as the thunderous spear slammed into the iron pillar. Blinding arcs of electricity engulfed the metal, the force shaking Gajeel's steel arm, scorching it with blackened burns. He grunted in pain, muscles quivering under the onslaught. But he held firm. With his body and his steel, he forged a final barrier between Natsu and destruction. The iron pillar, like a mighty lightning rod, drew the devastating current down into the ground. Gajeel! In that moment, as the thunder was channeled away, a faint yet blazing voice rose behind Gajeel. Natsu had opened his eyes. He saw the ironclad back shielding him, enduring the storm of lightning. He saw the burns and cracks spreading across Gajeel's transformed arm. A surge of indescribable strength erupted within Natsu. Anger, gratitude, and absolute trust in his comrade, all blending together and rising like a volcano in his soul. That was not magic, but a force even more primal and pure, the vitality and willpower of life itself. Laxus! Natsu roared, his voice blasting through the sky, shaking the clouds above. The flames engulfing him were no longer crimson, but blazed with a molten, incandescent white, flowing like lava. He sprang up from the ruins with a sudden surge, and with every step he took, the stone slabs beneath his feet melted under the searing heat. He ignored the limits of his body and the pain racking his flesh. His eyes saw nothing now but that golden enemy before him. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Natsu's figure became a blazing streak of white-hot light, surging forward with a will to burn all to ashes. In a flash, he closed the distance to Laxus, whose movement had faltered for an instant thanks to Gajeel's interference. A heavy fist, wreathed in blinding white flames, crashed hard into Laxus's stunned face. A thunderous blow resounded. Laxus staggered backward, reeling under the force of a punch brimming with endless fury and indomitable will, pain flickering across his features for the first time. Fire dragons. Wing attack. Natsu pressed on without pause. His arms spread wide, and the brilliant flames transformed into massive dragon wings, sweeping through the air with a force that seemed to tear the very space apart, lashing at Laxus with devastating impact. Fire dragons. Claw. Natsu's body spun, his leg blazing with white-hot fire as it slashed out like a warrior's axe. Fire dragons. Sword horn. Lowering his head, Natsu gathered the hottest flames at his forehead, and like a blazing meteor, he rammed straight into Laxus's chest. A relentless flurry of Dragon Slayer magic rained down like a storm with no respite, each strike infused with Natsu's unyielding spirit and the strength bestowed by his companions. Caught off guard by this sudden and overwhelming eruption of power, Laxus's golden thunder defenses were torn apart layer by layer by the incandescent flames, his body battered and pummeled as if he were nothing more than a sandbag. Blood spilled from Laxus's lips, his eyes wide in disbelief, and for a brief moment, uncertainty. The final blow. Natsu roared again, his body spinning faster and faster. The white-hot flames spiraled with his motion, converging into a colossal vortex of fire, like a crimson lotus blooming in the inferno. Dragon Slayer's secret art. The scorching heat was so intense it seemed to ignite the very air. The entire cathedral twisted and melted in the blazing maelstrom. Crimson Lotus. Exploding Flameblade. Natsu's spinning form, wrapped in the all-consuming crimson firestorm, became the wildest, most destructive drill of flames the world had ever seen, crashing down upon Laxus just as he regained his footing, his defenses in tatters. An earth-shattering explosion erupted at the heart of the cathedral. For a brief moment, blinding white fire and wild lightning clashed in a final, furious battle, until the flames devoured the thunder completely. A terrifying shockwave tore the last remnants of walls and the soaring dome from the cathedral, sending them flying. A pillar of blinding fire shot into the sky, dyeing the night over Magnolia Town a bloody, ominous red. As the flames gradually faded and the smoke began to settle, in the center of the church's ruins, all that remained was a vast, charred crater. Natsu knelt by the edge of the pit, steam rising from his body like a warrior who had spent his last ounce of strength. His breathing was ragged and heavy. At the bottom of the crater, Laxus Dreyer lay on his back. His golden hair had lost its luster. His once luxurious fur-collared coat was now tattered and scorched, and the lightning that had always surrounded him had completely faded away. His eyes stared blankly up at the starry sky visible through the fire-gutted dome of the church. All that was left on his face was utter defeat and bewilderment. A few days later, in the infirmary of Fairy Tales Guild, sunlight poured through the window, spilling across the hospital bed. Master Makarov sat at the bedside. His small frame looked tired, but his gaze was complicated as he looked at Laxus, who stood before the bed wrapped in bandages as well. The room was silent. Laxus hung his head low, golden bangs shadowing his eyes. "Now, do you understand, Laxus?" Makarov finally broke the silence. His voice was low and grave, stripped of its usual bluster, leaving only a heavy calm. "A guild. It's a place where comrades gather, where work is found. For kids with nowhere else to go, it's a home." He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce the walls, as if he could see the rowdy figures in the guild hall. "It doesn't belong to you. A guild is built on everyone's trust and compassion, and that's a bond stronger than anything else." Makarov's eyes focused on Laxus again, now filled with pain. "You betrayed compassion and put your comrades' lives in danger. That's something that can never be forgiven." Laxus was silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke, his voice so calm it was almost devoid of feeling. "I know. I just wanted to make it stronger." In these words lay the awkward and stubborn intention behind all his twisted actions. "You really are a clumsy one, aren't you?" Makarov's voice trembled almost imperceptibly with a hint of sorrow and resignation. He let out a deep sigh. "Try to relax a little, Laxus. If you do, maybe you'll see things you've never seen before, hear words you've never heard. Life might just become a little happier, you know." He looked at his grandson, his eyes filled with the hope of an elder and a quiet plea. "For me, seeing you grow is the reason I keep going." Makarov's voice faltered, grief and resolve mingling in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned away from Laxus, his shoulders trembling, silent tears slipping down his aged cheeks. Gathering all his strength, he delivered his final judgment. "But, Laxus, because you hurt your comrades, you were expelled from the guild." Laxus's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He gazed at his grandfather's trembling back, silent and motionless. After a few seconds, he slowly, ever so slightly, moved his lips. In a voice so low only he could hear, he whispered, "Grandpa." He said nothing more. Turning around, he walked out of the hospital room, his steps heavy, and left the fairy tale guild behind. That night, the town of Magnolia held a grand celebration, marking the continuation of the Harvest Festival, and even more so, the rebirth of fairy tale from the shadow of civil strife. The streets blazed with lights, alive with the clamor of jubilant voices. The members of Fairy Tale donned their festive attire, waving torches, beating drums and gongs, singing and dancing through the streets, their laughter and songs ringing out into the night sky. A towering bonfire burned in the heart of the square, casting its glow over every face. Faces that had survived hardship, now radiant with joy. Natsu, Gray, Urza, Lucy, Happy, Mira Jane, Elfman, Kana, Levy. Everyone was laughing to their heart's content, savoring this hard-won peace and reunion. In the shadowed corner of a street, far from the raucous festivities, a tall figure stood silently. Laxus, dressed now in plain, dark clothes, showed none of his former arrogance or coldness. Instead, there was a complex calm about him, perhaps even a faint trace of relief, barely perceptible. He silently watched the exuberant parade in the distance, watched the faces of his comrades, those he once dismissed as weaklings, now lit with genuine smiles. The corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, forming a barely visible curve, a silent blessing. It was time to go. Laxus took one last look at the leaping bonfire and the jubilant crowd, then turned, ready to vanish into deeper darkness. But the moment he turned around, a strange sensation swept over him, stopping him in his tracks. He spun back, startled. There, in the middle of the street, the lively parade had come to a halt. No one knew quite when it happened. All the members of Fairy Tale, Natsu, Gray, Urza, Lucy, Mira Jane, Elfman, Kana, Levy Lion, Alzak, Wakaba, Macau Jet Droid Juvia, everyone, young and old, no matter their wounds, all turned to face the shadowed corner where he stood. Their faces no longer wore laughter. Instead, they bore an air of solemnity and a silent farewell. Then, before Laxus's astonished eyes, every single member of Fairy Tale raised their right hand high in perfect unison. Their thumbs and index fingers extended, the other three fingers curled, a gesture forming a clear, unmistakable 8 in the glow of the streetlights. In that instant, the gesture pierced straight through all of Laxus's defenses. Dusty memories surged in like the tide. It was a far-off childhood, when he looked up at his always busy grandfather, complaining with a sense of grievance. Grandfather Makarov crouched down, clumsily making that hand gesture with his large hands, and smiled as he said, "Laxus, look, this gesture. In the future, even if Grandpa is busy and can't always be by your side, whenever you see me or anyone in the guild make this gesture, it means we're watching over you. We're always watching over you." Without warning, tears welled up in Laxus's eyes and streamed fiercely down his rugged cheeks. He stared in a daze at the sea of hands raised like a forest along the street, at the familiar faces silently conveying their feelings. Even though he had been exiled, even though they could no longer meet, they were still watching over him. This bond had never truly been broken. Laxus gazed intently at the scene, as if he wanted to etch it into his heart forever. At last, he raised his hand, brushed the tears forcefully from his face, and, facing the lights and the crowd, slowly and resolutely lifted his right hand, making that same 8 symbol with his fingers. Then, with sudden resolve, he turned on his heel and strode into the darkness, never once looking back. Yet his departing figure seemed less burdened than before, carrying instead a trace of newfound strength. On the street, countless hands remained raised high, and under the glow of the bonfire, they shone like a scattering of stars, lighting the path for the one who walked away, and illuminating the unbreakable bonds of Fairy Tale, which would never be extinguished. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, the atmosphere was somber. A massive magical map hovered in midair, clearly marking the territories of every known dark guild in the Kingdom of Fiori and its surrounding regions. 3 symbols stood out like looming shadows, entrenched in the map's heart, radiating an ominous presence. The Balam Alliance. "Look here." Urza Scarlet pointed to the map, her voice grave. The Balam Alliance consists of Oration Cease, Tartaros, and Grimoire Heart, the 3 most powerful dark guilds. They're the absolute rulers of the underworld right now. Each one commands numerous subordinate dark guilds, operating from the shadows. Everyone's eyes followed her finger, taking in the names of the dark guilds that served under the 3 giants. Lucy Hartfilia's gaze landed on one particular name. Her pupils contracted ever so slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Eisenwald? Aren't they the ones who tried to attack the Guild Alliance conference using the lullaby spell? Urza nodded, confirming Lucy's discovery. That's right. Iron Forest is indeed one of the guilds directly under the 6 demon generals. This revelation made the atmosphere in the hall grow even heavier. They had already witnessed Iron Forest's strength, and yet it was only a pawn under the 6 demon generals' command. Just how terrifying must the 6 demon generals themselves be? At that moment, a small figure appeared at the bar. This 6 demon generals, Master Makarov's voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. We'll be the ones to handle them. What? We're going to take on the 6 demon generals by ourselves? Master, isn't that way too dangerous? The guild hall erupted into chaos, voices of shock and disbelief rising one after another. Natsu clenched his fists eagerly, Gray's brow furrowed in concern, and Lucy's face turned pale with fear. Amid the commotion, Mira Jane Strauss approached Makarov carrying a tray, her usual gentle smile on her face. As if she hadn't heard the explosive announcement, she greeted him naturally. Welcome back, Master. How did the meeting go? Thud, thud. Several people actually fell over at Mira Jane's ill-timed question. Lucy held her forehead, looking utterly defeated. Miss Mira, that's not the point right now. The point is we're supposed to fight those terrifying 6 demon generals. Urza promptly brought the discussion back on track, stepping forward to press. Master, what's this about taking on the 6 demon generals? If it's just our guild, I'm afraid. Makarov stroked his beard and explained gravely, we're not going in alone. According to the intelligence from today's council meeting, the 6 demon generals have been unusually active lately. Their threat level has risen sharply, and we must act quickly. However, the enemy is far too powerful. If Fairy Tail were to face them alone, not only would our chances of victory be slim, but we might also provoke a frenzied backlash from the other 2 major powers of the Baum Alliance. The consequences would be unimaginable. He looked around at everyone before announcing the final decision. That's why, after deliberation at the Guild Council, we'll be forming a joint assault force. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and Kate Shelter. Each of the 4 official guilds will select their best members. Together, we will take on the 6 demon generals. A joint force? Lucy was once again astonished. She counted on her fingers, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, Kate Shelter, plus us, for guilds joining together. She recalled the map, showing only 6 names, her voice trembling with disbelief and dread. Weren't there only 6 people on the other side? Why we need to send so many to deal with them? Who on earth are these 6 demon generals? Lucy's question echoed the silent thoughts of most members in the guild. A heavy sense of pressure, mingled with the fear of these powerful, unknown enemies, quietly spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, far from the noise of the city, at the edge of an ancient forest, dusk was falling, and a damp mist lingered between the trees. A lone figure stood silently at the forest's edge, cloaked in dark robes. Most striking of all was the purple serpent coiled around his head, its tongue flicking out, and his cold, snake-like golden eyes. One of the 6 demon generals, Cobra. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to a sound beyond the reach of ordinary ears. A dangerous smile slowly curled at the corner of his lips. I can hear it. Cobra's raspy, low voice slithered through the trees like a venomous whisper, the sound of light falling from the sky. His words seemed to herald an approaching storm. Several days later, at a designated meeting point in the mountains, a relatively open spot surrounded by peaks, Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy, the elite vanguard team sent by Fairy Tail, were the first to arrive. They surveyed the area with caution, keeping a close watch as they awaited the arrival of their allied guilds. Soon, the sky shimmered with a strange magical wave, and an intense, unmistakable scent of perfume drifted through the air. Look, what's that? Happy cried out, pointing to the heavens. Descending from the clouds, a magnificent blue carriage, more like a mobile palace, floated down, drawn by 4 winged white stallions. The air was filled with lively, if not slightly over the top, music and dazzling, sparkling effects. The carriage door swung open, and 3 men, each with their own striking and memorable style, made their entrance with a mix of elegance, and perhaps a touch of theatrical flair. The first, a handsome young man with noble manners and the air of a gentleman, introduced himself in a warm, courteous tone. A pleasure to meet you. I am Hibiki Lates. Next came a dark-skinned, well-dressed man, every bit as refined. Renakitsuki, he said simply. The last was a fair-skinned, golden-haired boy with a polite, almost princely bow. I am Iftearum. I look forward to working with you. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A short man with a head of brilliant, sun-bright orange hair, his features as finely sculpted as a statue's. Dressed in a dazzling suit, he struck a pose he clearly thought exuded irresistible charm. Thank you all for your patience. Representing the shining light of Blue Pegasus, I am Ichiya Vandalay, Kotobuki. Arriving in a swirl of love and fragrance, behold my grand entrance. As he spoke, magical rose petals seemed to drift around him, adding to the theatrics. Wow, Lucy was left speechless by such an extravagant entrance. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, especially when she took in Ichiya's sparkling appearance and the overwhelming scent of perfume. Still as flamboyant as ever, Urza muttered, pressing her hand to her forehead. Natsu scowled. Hey, you guys are way too slow. And what's with that smell? It's suffocating. Just as Lucy was feeling a little dizzy from Blue Pegasus's dramatic arrival, footsteps echoed from another direction. Looks like we're not the last ones here, came a cool, clear voice. 3 people approached. Leading them was a young man with long blue hair, a cold, sharp aura, and strikingly handsome features. It was none other than Lion Vastia, the ice-make wizard who had appeared during the Galena Island incident. Behind him followed a man built like a mountain, towering and broad, and a beautiful woman with pink hair dressed in alluring clothes. Lamia Scale. Lion Vastia. Lion introduced himself simply, his gaze sweeping over Urza and Gray as he nodded in greeting. The giant behind him boomed, I am Juranikis. The pink-haired woman smiled as well. Nice to see you again, everyone from Fairy Tail. She was Sherry Blendy, the magic user from the Galena Island incident. You joined Lamia Scale? Lucy was taken aback. At last, the sound of hurried, light footsteps approached. A very young girl came running in. Her deep blue hair fell past her shoulders, her clothes were plain, and her eyes were clear yet tinged with shyness. Just as she was about to introduce herself, she stumbled on a pebble and fell to the ground. She quickly scrambled up, speaking softly. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm Winnie Marvel from Kate Shelter. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Huh, just a little girl? Lucy looked at Wendy, her surprise mingling with concern. Are they really sending such a small child to fight the dangerous Oration Cease? At last, the members of the 4 great guilds' united force against the 6 demon generals had all gathered in one place. The members of the allied forces gathered at the rendezvous point in the mountains, but the atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness. After all, the Kate Shelter Guild had sent only a single, very young girl. Wendy timidly crouched on the ground, apologizing in a soft voice. I'm sorry for being late. My name is Winnie Marvel, from Kate Shelter. Huh, just a little girl? Lucy watched as Wendy scrambled to her feet, her face etched with concern and disbelief. How could someone so young possibly be part of a dangerous mission against something like the Oration Cease? She's not alone, you know. A woman's voice, tinged with a hint of pride, rang out. A pure white cat, with a shape remarkably similar to Happy's, but with an air of elegance, or perhaps haughtiness, strode up beside Wendy and then fluttered onto her shoulder. I am Charles, Wendy's partner. A white cat. So cute. Happy's eyes instantly turned to hearts as he flapped his wings, eager to get closer. My name's Happy. Let's be friends. Why would I want to be friends with a silly cat like you? Stay away from me. Charles turned her back on Happy with obvious disdain, pointedly presenting her rear in his direction. Uffed. Lucy couldn't help but comment as she watched Happy freeze in place, completely rejected. Wow, Happy, that's a pretty spectacular shutdown. After a round of introductions, the atmosphere began to ease and everyone grew a little more comfortable. Just then, a short figure came running back from the direction of the restroom. It was Ichiya of the Blue Pegasus. Men, sorry to keep you waiting. Ichiya struck his signature dazzling pose as the air filled once again with that overpowering scent of cologne. Now let me, the ambassador of love and fragrance, share some crucial information. He cleared his throat. According to reliable intel, the Oration Cease's target lies directly north of our position, in the heart of that ancient forest known as the Was Forest. Long ago, people sealed away an extremely powerful and dangerous magic there. Its name is Nirvana. Nirvana? The name was unfamiliar to everyone, sparking confusion. Man, the details are scarce, Ichiya continued, his brow furrowed with worry. But what we do know is that it's an ancient, forbidden magic, so destructive that it was deemed necessary to seal it away. The Oration Cease have been making bold moves, risking exposure, all for one clear reason. They intend to break the seal on Nirvana and claim it for themselves. If they succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable. He swept his gaze over the assembled mages, his tone grave. That's why our mission is clear. Stop them at all costs. We must defeat the Oration Cease and crush their ambitions. With a sudden shift in the conversation, Ichiya pulled out a communicator shaped like a perfume bottle, his face lighting up with confidence. To achieve our goal, Blue Pegasus has prepared a formidable aerial fortress for us, the magical assault ship Christine. Please follow me. We'll board Christine together and fly straight to the 6 Demon General stronghold, striking with the force of thunder and wiping them out in one fell swoop. This plan, relying on advanced equipment for a surprise attack, sounded quite feasible. Man, that's right. With the power of love and fragrance, plus Christine's thunderous strike, we'll annihilate the 6 demon generals in one go. As Ichiya struck a dazzling, finishing pose, the heavy scent of perfume seemed to almost materialize in the air. But before he could even finish his words, I'm fired up. Natsu dragged Neil, unable to hold back any longer, erupted in blazing flames. With a roar that shook the earth, he shouted, "Here I come. I'm gonna pound you all into the sky." Completely ignoring the airship plan, he shot off like a burning meteor to the north, straight toward the Waz forest. Natsu, wait up. Gray's expression changed as he dashed after him. You idiot. Wait for us. Lucy and Urza hurried to follow. Keep up with Fairy Tail. Without hesitation, Lion led Sherry in pursuit, plunging into the woods. Blue Pegasus's Hibiki, Rin, and Eve, together with the girl they'd surrounded protectively, Wendy, quickly followed suit. Only Ichiya and Jura, who brought up the rear, remained where they were for the moment. Such impatient kids, Ichiya shrugged helplessly as he watched everyone charge off in an instant. Then he turned to Jura. We should hurry too, huh? Before he could finish, his pupils narrowed sharply, and he jerked his head skyward. At that very moment, as most of the Allied forces had just reached the edge of the dense Waz forest, a deafening explosion shattered the forest calm. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see the airborne fortress they'd pinned their hopes on. The magnificent, massive magical assault ship Christine, engulfed in flames, transforming into a raging fireball above them. Countless fragments rained down from the sky like a fiery storm. Christine? Hibiki gasped in disbelief, his face drained of color. It's been destroyed? Ren gripped his weapon tightly. How could this be? Ivan stumbled back in terror. Welcome, members of the Allied forces. It seems your airship wasn't quite up to the task. A voice, magnetic and laced with mockery, echoed through the clearing. 6 figures appeared out of nowhere in the forest ahead, blocking their path like specters. It was the 6 demon generals, all of them assembled. At the forefront stood a man clad in a white, fur-collared coat, gripping a skull-topped cane, their leader, Brain. At his side was Cobra, the venomous snake mage, a sinister glint in his eyes and a coiled purple serpent draped over his shoulders. Close by, the treasure hunter Hatai, his face square and eyes filled with greed, hugged a stack of books to his chest. Then there was Racer, with his spiky yellow hair styled like a rooster's comb, glasses perched on his nose, a sharp and elongated nose beneath them, and matching yellow eyebrows. Standing tall and curvaceous, with heterochromatic eyes, was Angel, the celestial spirit mage. And at the very back, seated cross-legged atop a floating magic carpet, deep in slumber, was Midnight. The 6 demon generals. Urza drew her sword in an instant, slipping into a battle stance. The rest followed suit, tension crackling through the air and plunging the atmosphere to freezing point. Natsu, go! Happy shouted. Just what I wanted. Natsu roared back, flames bursting from his body as he launched himself at the 6 demon generals like a shot from a cannon. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He aimed straight for Brain, who stood at the front. Ice Make, Nulsi. Gray refused to be outdone, instantly conjuring a barrage of massive ice spears that shot toward the enemy, right on Natsu's heels. Too slow, came a mocking, lilting voice. In a blur, Racer vanished from sight, moving as if he'd teleported. The next instant, he appeared directly in front of the charging Natsu and Gray. What? Natsu and Gray's pupils contracted in shock. They hadn't even seen him move. Thud! Thud! With 2 heavy, muffled blows, Racer's fists moved so fast they left afterimages, slamming hard into Natsu and Gray's stomachs. It was as if they'd been struck by a speeding train. Their eyes bulged, blood spurted from their mouths, and they were hurled backward even faster than they'd attacked, crashing to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. Natsu! Gray! 2 voices cried out in unison. It was Lucy and someone who looked exactly like her. A copy Lucy had appeared at Lucy's side, identical in every way. What? Another me? Lucy stared in horror at her doppelganger. Taking advantage of her shock, the copy Lucy snatched the whip from her waist and lashed out with it. Miss Lucy! Hibiki and Rin rushed to help. Your opponent is me. Racer's figure flickered and reappeared before them like a ghost. His speed magic pushed to its utmost limit. Thud, thud, thud. Several blunt, heavy impacts rang out. Racer's fists, too fast for the eye to follow, struck Hibiki, Run, and Eve with ruthless precision. The Blue Pegasus trio didn't even have time to cast a spell before they were knocked out like puppets with cut strings, crumpling to the ground, unconscious. On the other side, Lion and Sherry tried to break through to Angel and rescue Lucy. Oh, Earth, turn to Meyer. Throughout it all, Hatai had remained silent, but now he gently waved the book in his hand. In an instant, the ground beneath Leon and Sherry softened and collapsed, transforming into a bottomless, sticky mire. Caught completely off guard, the two of them sank waist-deep in a flash. The more they struggled, the faster they were pulled down. All the troublesome pests have finally been cleared away, came Cobra's cold, chilling voice. He strode forward, heading toward the only opponent left standing in the arena, the one exuding a formidable aura. Urza, now it's your turn, Queen of Fairies. Let me hear it, the sound of your despairing heartbeat. Urza's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Not a trace of fear showed on her face. Enough talk. Requip black wing armor. In a heartbeat, heavy black thorned armor enveloped her entire body. Gripping a massive sword, she became a whirlwind of darkness, charging at Cobra with a force that seemed to tear through the very air. Left shoulder drops by 3 degrees, right foot pushing off, sword swing angled 15 degrees higher. Cobra stood his ground, not moving an inch. He merely tilted his head, as if listening intently, a mocking smile playing at his lips. The purple serpent coiled around him, hissed menacingly. Just as Urza's greatsword was about to strike, Cobra slipped aside with uncanny ease, dodging by a hair's breadth, as though he'd predicted her every move. At the same moment, he lashed out with lightning speed, his hand crackling with poisonous magic as he struck a vulnerable joint in Urza's armor with perfect precision. A heavy thud rang out. Urza felt a surge of force crash into her, throwing her attack rhythm into chaos. Requip flight armor. Urza reacted instantly, switching armors in a blink. Metallic wings unfurled from her back as she soared into the air, aiming to launch an aerial assault. Wing beat frequency. Shift in air currents dive angle locked. Cobra was still just listening, and the moment Urza dove toward him, he preemptively shifted position, evading with the same uncanny foresight. Her blade brushed past his clothes, missing by a fraction. Cobra's counterattack struck with the suddenness of a venomous snake. His claw, pulsating with deadly magic, slashed viciously at the base of Urza's wings. A harsh, grating sound tore through the air. Urza barely managed to parry with her sword, but one of her wings was still sliced open. It's useless, Urza, Cobra taunted, standing his ground like a cat toying with its prey. I can hear everything. Your muscles, your bones, even the flow of your magic. Every move you make, every intention behind your attacks. It's all as clear as day to my ears. Every action you take is already within my expectations. A chill crept into Urza's heart as she finally understood how he was able to dodge her assaults so effortlessly. This ability was nothing short of cheating. Damn it! Urza gritted her teeth and switched armors yet again. Requip, clear heart clothing. She abandoned defense entirely, seeking only the highest speed and agility. She became a blur, launching a storm of rapid strikes from every angle, her sword flashing in a dazzling net of light, threatening to engulf Cobra completely. So naive, Cobra's face twisted with an even deeper sneer. He moved as if dancing on the edge of a blade, his body twisting and weaving with barely perceptible, astonishingly subtle movements. Every swift strike from Urza's sword missed its mark entirely. Each dodge was executed with unnerving precision. I can hear it, your anxiety, your openings. A cold gleam flashed in Cobra's eyes. In the split second when Urza's attack failed, leaving her strength spent and unable to recover, the purple serpent shot forth like an arrow loose from a bow, its speed far beyond imagination. Urza's pupils contracted in shock. She had no time to parry with her sword. A sickening crunch. The purple serpent's venomous fangs sank viciously into the side of Urza's neck. Ah! Urza let out a sharp cry of pain. Her body went rigid in an instant. A chilling, paralyzing poison surged through her veins, biting deep with icy agony. The bitten area darkened rapidly, turning a ghastly shade of black and purple, as the sinister mark of the poison seemed to crawl along her neck and shoulder like something alive. A wave of dizziness and weakness crashed over her, threatening to pull her under. Her sword slipped from her grasp with a metallic clang, clattering to the ground. She staggered, then dropped to one knee, desperately trying to prop herself up with her hand. But even her arm was swiftly overtaken by the spreading numbness of the poison. leaving it limp and powerless. With great effort, she lifted her head and met Cobra's gaze. His face was twisted in a cruel smile, her vision swimming and spinning before her eyes. The blood of the fairy queen. Cobra licked his lips, savoring the moment. Despair has never tasted more intoxicating. Urza! Lucy's desperate cry rang out, but they were powerless to intervene, forced to watch in horror. In just a single exchange, faced with the flawless coordination and overwhelming magic of the Eurasian seas, the main force of the allied forces, for guilds united, had been all but annihilated. Urza Scarlet, the fairy queen, was now poisoned and teetering on the brink of death. Despair hung over the edge of the Waz forest like an impenetrable shroud. At the center of it all, their leader, Brain, surveyed the fallen members of the Light Alliance with a cold, commanding smile. Slowly, he raised his skull-topped staff, the tip pulsing with a swirling vortex of ominous, dark purple magic. The game ends here. Let eternal darkness be your requiem. Brain's voice was as cold as a death sentence. The deep green sphere of magic radiated waves of annihilating power. If unleashed, it would surely obliterate everyone present, leaving nothing but ashes behind. And in that split second, with doom about to fall, the Sky Maiden, Brain's gaze suddenly cut through the crowd, fixing unerringly on Wendy, who was cowering behind a rock, trembling in fear. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes, as if he'd stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. So effortless, he murmured triumphantly. Brian's wand spun sharply, suddenly pointing at Wendy. A green chain of magical energy shot out like a venomous serpent, instantly coiling around the terrified Wendy. Wendy! Carla cried out in alarm. Happy, who was closest to Wendy, instinctively lunged forward to grab her, only to be caught by the same magical chain. Got you. Brian's lips curled into a cold smile as he flicked his wand. Wendy and Happy were yanked off the ground by a surge of powerful magic, pulled straight toward Brian. In the blink of an eye, they landed in his grasp. Without pause, Brian leveled his wand once more at the group, and an even stronger wave of magic burst forth. Not so fast. A deep, commanding roar thundered through the air. A massive wall of stone erupted from the earth like a fortress, rising up to shield everyone from Brian's attack. It was Juraniki's, arriving just in time. His imposing figure stood firm in front of the stone wall, glaring fiercely at Brian. Mr. Jura, Leon and the others, seeing Jura appear, felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. And me, the true embodiment of love and fragrance. Ichiya's voice rang out as he planted himself beside Jura. Though small in stature, his spirit was fierce. You filthy shadows of darkness, don't even think of harming our radiant blossoms. As it turned out, the real Ichiya had arrived in the nick of time. He had dispelled Angel's hypnotic perfume, awakening Jura, and together they managed to break free and come to the rescue. Jura and Ichiya too, Brian eyed the two standing before him, his brow tightening. Their strength was not to be underestimated, especially Jura's. He glanced at the injured allies now shielded by Jura and Ichiya, as well as the battle-ready Leon, Sherry, and the others. So be it. Brian seemed to change his mind, lowering the magic he had been preparing. My goal is already mostly achieved. As for the rest, I'll leave them to those useless pawns to toy with. We're leaving. Without further hesitation, Brian seized Wendy and Happy. His figure, along with the other 5 mages, melted into the shadows, vanishing in an instant into the dense forest. Damn it, they got away. Natsu struggled to his feet, pounding the ground in frustration. Wendy, Happy, Lucy stared anxiously after them, her heart pounding with worry. Urza's in bad shape. Gray's voice was more desperate than ever before. Only then did everyone realize the poison mark on Urza's neck had spread to her collarbone. Her face was ashen, her breathing shallow. She had slipped into a deep coma, her life force rapidly fading away. Miss Urza. Jura and Ichiya's faces turned grave. This poison, ordinary antidotes, are completely useless. Shara landed next to Urza, checking her wounds, her little face full of worry. Only Wendy's sky magic, healing can truly purge such a deep, bone-penetrating toxin. If we wait any longer. Outsavildi. What? The shock hit everyone hard. Their only hope, Wendy, had just been taken by the enemy. At that very moment, a flash of silvery white light burst across Urza's chest. The gentle glow stopped the spreading of the deep purple poison. What is this? It's actually suppressing the toxin. Charles frowned. But at least this buys us a little more time. We have to find Wendy now, Natsu shouted. But the Waz forest is so vast, and the enemy could be anywhere, Lion said, his brow furrowed. We'll split up, Jura decided swiftly. We'll search separately to cover more ground, but keep an eye out for each other. Natsu, Gray, you two team up with that white cat, Charles. She's most sensitive to Wendy's scent. Deal? Sherry, you're with me. Ichiya of Blue Pegasus, Hibiki, Eve, you three form a team. Lucy and Hibiki, stay here with Urza. And Hibiki, please use your magic to gather as much information about the forest as possible and support us. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. It was the most logical plan for now. Let's move. Without wasting a second, Natsu and Gray followed Charles and charged into the dense woods in one direction. Jura led Lion and Sherry down another path. Ichiya, Hibiki, and Eve quickly picked a third route and set off. However, barely had they begun, when Ichiya, far too confident in his sense of smell and direction, ended up, rather spectacularly, losing both Hibiki and Eve. Man, back at the starting point, only Lucy and Hibiki remained, watching over the unconscious Urza. The little sword at Urza's chest continued to give off a warm glow, easing some of the tension from her tightly furrowed brow. Somewhere, in the depths of an unknown sea, around a sphere of black and white energy, golden lightning crackled in every direction. It was like the retaliatory thunder of the Hall of Divine Roar during the Harvest Festival. With every flicker of electric light, the sphere's vibrations grew even more intense. Suddenly, from the stillness of the seabed, a voice was heard. Urza! Meanwhile, Hibiki, please. We're counting on you. Lucy said anxiously. Leave it to me. Hibiki sat cross-legged, pressing his hands to his temples as a surge of powerful magic radiated from him. Archive magic, information gathering and analysis. His consciousness spread outward like an invisible web, reaching into the complex environment of the Waz forest, searching for traces of the Eurasian cease and any sign of Wendy. Deep in the forest, Natsu and Gray followed Charles as she darted ahead at full speed. Charles, are you sure Wendy's this way? Gray called out. There's no mistake. Wendy's presence, it's faint, but she's definitely just up ahead. Charles replied with certainty, though a trace of hesitation crossed her face. After a moment's thought, she finally decided to speak up. Natsu, there's something Wendy has always wanted to ask you. Ask me. Natsu glanced back in confusion as he ran. Charles nodded. Yes, Wendy, like you, is a dragon slayer. She's the Sky Dragon Slayer. What? Both Natsu and Gray stopped dead in their tracks, shock written all over their faces. A Sky Dragon Slayer. Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief. So what does she eat? Oxygen. Charles rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated by Natsu's question. She looked at Natsu seriously. Wendy grew up at Kate's shelter, raised by Master Robal. She always thought she was one of the last dragon slayers in the world, until she heard about you. A big reason she joined this mission was to meet you, to ask about dragon slayers and about dragons. Charles' voice grew a little complicated. She wants to know if there are others out there, if there's any hope of finding her own dragon, Grandini, who raised her. Natsu was stunned. He hadn't realized that the timid-looking girl carried hopes and a past so similar to his own. Just then, a sudden rustling swept through the undergrowth. In an instant, the air was split by the sound of footsteps and movement. Figures burst from the shadows all around, swiftly surrounding the three of them. The attackers wore the emblems of various dark guilds, their faces twisted into greedy, menacing grins, and there were many of them. Well, look what we've got. A couple of lost little lights. It's the salamander and the ice guy from Fairy Tale. And that white cat. Grab them. They're from the dark guilds under the Eurasian cease. Gray's expression turned grim as he snapped into a battle stance. Troublesome bunch, Natsu muttered, his fists igniting with flame. But perfect. I could use a warm-up. Similar scenes were unfolding along the paths of the other two teams. Jura, Lion, and Sherry were also ambushed by another group of Dark Guild mages, the air filled with the shouts and clash of battle. Meanwhile, Midnight, lost and separated, had the worst luck of all. He blundered straight into the largest force of Dark Guild members and found himself locked in a fierce fight. The entire Waz forest had transformed in an instant into a massive trap, a deadly hunting ground for the Alliance of Light. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, in a secret chamber hidden among the trees, Wendy and Happy, bound by chains of magic, had been brought here as prisoners. At the center of the room stood a crystal coffin, radiating an ominous, chilling aura. Brian, the leader, stood beside the coffin, looking down at the terrified Wendy. His voice was sharp and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Sky Maiden, use your healing magic, he ordered, gesturing toward the sealed crystal coffin. Heal the person inside. Trembling, Wendy followed the direction of Brian's finger. Through the hazy lid of the crystal coffin, she could just make out a figure lying within, a young man with dark hair, though his features were blurred and indistinct. Heal him. Wendy's voice quivered with fear and confusion. Who is he? Why should I? You don't need to know why. Brian's tone was icy, threaded with menace. Do as I say, or else. His eyes flicked to Happy, who was being choked by the chains, writhing in pain. You and your cat will pay the price. Wendy watched helplessly as Happy struggled in agony, then glanced back at the mysterious crystal coffin. A crushing wave of fear and helplessness threatened to overwhelm her. Left with no other choice, she stretched out her trembling hands, pressing her palm against the frigid surface of the crystal lid. Soft blue sky magic began to gather at her fingertips, slowly flowing into the coffin. Elsewhere in the dense woods of Waz Forest, the groups that had been ambushed by the dark guilds found the attacks did not last long. These were little more than ragtag minor dark guilds, mere nuisances, incapable of halting their advance. All except for one. Man. Ichiyo was dragged off by ropes, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Back in the ancient, stifling chamber deep within the sea of trees, the tension was thick in the air. Wendy's small hands trembled as she pressed her palm to the icy crystal lid. Gentle sky magic, pale blue and pure, streamed steadily from her hand into the coffin. Her eyes squeezed shut as tears slid down her cheeks. The crushing fear and pressure nearly broke her, but the sight of Happy, bound, struggling, and gasping for breath, gave her the strength to carry on. Wendy, stop! Don't heal that guy! Happy shouted desperately, writhing against the chains. He's a bad guy. He's everyone's enemy. He's Jalal, the one behind the Tower of Heaven. Jalal. Wendy's movements faltered, a flicker of confusion and emotion shining in her eyes. Through the misted crystal, the sleeping face inside became just a bit clearer. She recognized him. That's right. It's him. The evil Jalal. Happy's tail thumped the floor in panic. Stop right now. But, to Happy's shock, Wendy did not stop. Instead, she poured even more magic into the coffin, her determination only growing. Her voice trembled with sobs, yet it rang out with surprising clarity. No. Happy. Jalal. He's my savior. What? Happy was utterly stunned. When I was very young, homeless, on the brink of starvation, Wendy's tears flowed even more fiercely. It was Jalal who took me and gave me food and shelter. Even though it was for a short time, he truly saved my life. Her magical energy grew steadier and stronger. That's why I have to save him. Wendy, Happy gazed at Wendy's sorrowful but resolute profile, at a loss for words. The pale blue light intensified, gradually filling the entire crystal coffin. Inside the coffin, the man with deep blue hair and strikingly handsome features, Jalal, slowly regained color in his formerly ashen face. His chest began to rise and fall with faint, fragile breaths. It worked. Brian stood to the side, his eyes gleaming with excitement behind his sunglasses. As expected of the Sky Maiden, a powerful hum reverberated through the air. The coffin shuddered violently. An overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from within Jalal, bursting out like a tempest. With a thunderous crack, the magic chains binding the coffin snapped in an instant. The heavy lid was hurled aside by an invisible force. Jalal Fernandez slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as deep and mysterious as the starry night sky, now clouded with the confusion of awakening and a faint, chilling coldness. In the silent depths of the ocean floor, sensing something unseen, the black and white sphere began to tremble with even greater intensity. Yin and yang energies swirled faster, colliding and mingling as if at the dawn of creation. Around them, countless golden bolts of lightning leapt and danced in wild abandon, filling the abyss with a ceaseless, ominous drone. It was as though some ancient, unspeakable power seal within was about to break free. Within the sphere of light, the gaunt silhouette of a Daoist priest clad in tattered blue robes came into view. No one knew how many ages had passed, but at last his tightly shut eyes quivered, then snapped open. His gaze, forged from endless ages and sealed resolve, pierced the darkness like blades of light. Almost simultaneously, his lips moved in silence. A wordless incantation rolled through the ocean of his consciousness with the weight of distant thunder. Break! The instant the sacred word was uttered, the entire sphere of energy shattered from within in utter silence. A wild torrent of energy, writhing with countless golden serpents of lightning, exploded outward in all directions, unstoppable and fierce. Against the raging currents and blinding flashes, the figure in Daoist robes surged upward, defying the chaos. With a mighty crash, the boundless waters split as the priest burst forth from the depths. The crisp, salty sea wind rushed to greet him. The long-lost sensation flooded his lungs. It was Qing Xian. At this moment, his meridians were healed, and his spirit energy surged within him, full and vibrant once more. It seemed that the Tower of Paradise, transformed by elven sorcery, had granted him quite a substantial reward. He raised his right hand, his slender fingers calculating swiftly in midair. Wherever his fingertips danced, faint and twisted afterimages lingered, as though he were plucking the invisible strings of fate itself. In the very next instant, his fingers froze abruptly. From the depths of his bloodline and soul, a distant and primordial call at last was firmly caught, a sound that was no ordinary noise, but a formless, unmistakable sword song, surging through his veins like a tidal wave of blood, thundering within him. I've sensed it. With that, Qing Xuan's mind stirred. At the center of his brow, a point of blinding, unseeable radiance suddenly flared, then tore into a rift of light that seemed to split the very fabric of space. From that rift, an ancient longsword shot forth like lightning, landing steadily in his hand. It was none other than Zhanxia. Now fully restored, he could finally wield his Dao sword as he wished. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the tip of his foot lightly against the crest of a surging wave. His figure shot into the sky like an arc of black lightning, the chilling edge of Zhanxia gleaming at his side, hurtling straight toward the heavens. Where his sword light passed, the heavy clouds above were ruthlessly cleaved open, leaving a vast, straight rift that lingered, refusing to close. His target, the Vat's sea of trees. Jalal, Wendy's voice trembled with a note of hope and excitement as she watched Jalal awaken. Yeah, Galil. Happy gaped in terror, his eyes wide with shock. At that moment, Jalal, a furious roar exploded at the chamber's entrance. Natsu, his whole body blazing with roaring flames, stormed in like an avenging dragon, Gray and Carla close behind, finally breaking through every obstacle to arrive. The instant Natsu spotted the just-awakened Jalal, the searing memories of the Tower of Paradise crashed over him. Urza's tears, Qing Xuan's sacrifice. All those emotions ignited into a firestorm of wrath. I'll kill you, Natsu roared, wild and bestial. Magic surged from his body unchecked, his fist wreathed in destructive flames, and he swung a devastating blow at the still-dazed Jalal. Yet, faced with Natsu's furious assault, Jalal merely lifted his gaze, a flicker of impatience glinting in his violet eyes. He hadn't even fully risen from his coffin. With a casual wave of his hand, a wave of crushing magical power exploded forth, an invisible giant's hammer colliding brutally with Natsu as he charged. A deafening shockwave shook the chamber. Natsu's flames were scattered in an instant. He didn't even have time to cry out before he was blasted back, hitting the stone wall with bone-crushing force. The wall split and crumbled. Natsu was driven into the rubble, losing consciousness as his flames went out completely. Natsu! Gray and Carla cried out in horror, their voices trembling with fear. Love! Happy was just as stunned. Your magical power is as astonishing as ever, Jalal. Brain stepped forward, a master smile spreading across his face. Welcome back. Now let's talk about. But Jalal's gaze swept over Brain, cold and dismissive, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. He didn't even bother to respond. Instead, Jalal simply raised his hand. A sudden burst of invisible magic surged forth, slamming into Brain. Caught completely off guard, Brain let out a muffled grunt as he was hurled across the room, crashing violently against the far wall. You! Brain's shock quickly turned to fury. Jalal spared no one a glance. In that moment, it was as if everyone in the room was utterly insignificant to him. He slowly rose to his feet, ignoring everyone else, and strode straight out of the chamber, his figure disappearing into the dim corridor beyond. The chamber was left in chaos. Natsu! Natsu! Wake up! Gray and Carla hurried to Natsu's side, dragging him out from beneath the rubble. Natsu was unconscious, badly wounded. Wendy! Hurry! Use your healing magic! Carla shouted at Wendy, who was still frozen in shock. Ah, yes! Wendy snapped out of her daze, shaken by Jalal's departure, and rushed to Natsu's side. She pressed her small hands to his wounds, and a gentle blue glow of healing magic began to shine. Happy, we need to get out of here. Take Wendy to Urza. Carla urgently called to Happy, who had just broken free from his chains. I got it. Happy nodded at once. Happy carefully lifted the barely conscious Natsu, while Carla led Wendy. Let's go. Gray stayed behind to cover their retreat, as Happy and Carla carried Natsu and Wendy quickly fleeing the mysterious chamber and heading toward where Urza and Lucy were waiting. A short while later, cough, cough, Brain struggled to his feet amid the rubble, his hair disheveled and confusion clouding his eyes. I didn't expect waking him up. Was that my mistake? He replayed the memory of Jalal's icy stare, the merciless attack, and a storm of dread and disbelief raged within him. But he shouldn't have held such deep hostility toward me before. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, and his eyes went wide with shock. Did he overhear our conversation about nirvana while he was asleep? A terrifying thought took shape in his mind, twisting his face with horror. Jalal, could he be planning to claim nirvana for himself? The idea coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, biting deep with poisonous dread. You won't get your way. Brian suddenly jerked his head up and let out a hysterical roar toward the vaulted ceiling of the secret chamber. His voice brimming with powerful magic pierced through stone and forest alike. Cobra, do you hear me? Jalal has escaped. Go after him. Wherever he goes, that's where nirvana will be. Elsewhere in the forest, a figure lounged casually against an ancient tree. It was Cobra, the serpent handler. A long, purple snake coiled around him, hissing softly. Suddenly, a wicked grin curled at the corner of his lips. Okay, I hear you, boss, Cobra murmured, as if listening to invisible voices wafting through the air. And I can also hear Jalal's footsteps. A predatory gleam flashed in his vertical, violet pupils. In an instant, his figure melted into the shifting shadows of the trees and darted away with startling speed. Meanwhile, Happy clutched the unconscious Natsu, and Wendy carried Carla. The four of them swiftly fled from the chamber where Jalal had been imprisoned. Gray stayed behind to cover their retreat, his eyes sweeping the dense forest entrance with sharp vigilance. Move it, Gray urged in a low, urgent voice. But just as Happy and the others slipped from sight. Too slow, you know. A teasing, mocking voice drifted close to Gray's ear. His pupils shrank in alarm, cold power instinctively surging through him as he spun around in an instant. Lisa's figure was already right in front of him. What seemed to be a casual punch, in Gray's perception, struck as fast as lightning. The thin ice shield he conjured in haste shattered at the blow. Thud! A heavy fist crashed into Gray's chest. With a gasp, Gray spewed blood and was sent flying, smashing through tree trunks before he managed to drop to one knee, breathless from the searing pain. Ugh, damn it! Gray gritted his teeth against the agony, planting his hands on the ground. Ice Make, Hammer Soldier! A massive ice hammer crashed down from above. I told you. Too slow, Lisa's form vanished, leaving the hammer to strike nothing but earth. The next moment, he reappeared at Gray's side, delivering a sharp kick. Thud! Gray tumbled away. He tried to summon another ice blade, but Lisa flickered in with ghostly speed and crushed it with ease. Pointless, Ice Boy. Lisa spread his arms wide, invisible waves of magical power rippling from him. My magic perception distortion field isn't about speed. His tone was dripping with mockery. It warps everyone's sense of speed around me. You see me moving like lightning, but I'm just walking at a normal pace. Your actions, to me, are as slow as snails. That's why your attacks will always fall short. Gray's mind reeled in shock. No wonder his magic couldn't form in time, and his attacks always met with fists, distorting perception, far more terrifying than mere speed. Refusing to yield, Gray unleashed a surge of magic, sending ice spikes in a wide, sweeping attack. You never learn, do you? Lisa shook his head, weaving effortlessly through the forest of ice, sidestepping every strike with flawless precision. In a blink, he was standing before Gray once more, fist raised to strike again. Bang! Greg was forced back once again, his arms numb as the chill dispersed. Defeat seemed inevitable. Ice Creation, White Tiger! A sharp, commanding cry rang out alongside an icy wind. A massive tiger made of frost roared and lunged at Lisa. Earth Golem, Titan Fist. A colossal fist of stone burst from the ground, swinging at Lisa from the other side. Leon Bastia and Sherry Blenny arrived just in time. Lisa frowned slightly, her figure flickering like a phantom as she effortlessly dodged both the tiger's pounce and the stone fist. TSH, so many pests. Gray, are you all right? Leon helped Gray to his feet, eyes locked on Lisa. She could distort our sense of speed. Gray said urgently. Distort perception? Leon and Sherry's expressions turned grim. The three of them stood back to back, bracing themselves for what was to come. Leon conjured a shield of ice crystals. Sherry summoned her stone golem, and Gray formed razor-sharp blades of ice to disrupt their foe. But within Lisa's domain of warped perception, their defenses were riddled with flaws, their movements sluggish. Lisa toyed with them as a cat toys with mice, slipping through their defensive circle with ease. Each strike landed precisely on their weakest points. Ice shields shattered, golems toppled, blades of ice missed their mark. The three found themselves battered and bruised, caught in a desperate struggle, unable to land a blow or even mount a proper defense against Lisa. Meanwhile, Lucy guarded the unconscious Urza, while Hibiki sat cross-legged, eyes closed, pouring all his focus into analyzing the forest of trees data. "I found you, little mice," a chilling yet melodious female voice sounded. Lucy and Hibiki snapped their heads up in alarm. Angel stood on a branch above, angelic in appearance. Her pure white bob cut was accented by a blue ribbon and a halo of pale gold. She wore long white gloves that gleamed in the light. "Angel." Lucy jumped to her feet, clutching her keys protectively. The 6 demon generals. Hibiki abandoned his analysis, standing with grave determination. "It's time to finish this." Angel toyed with a key, her tone icy. "Open the gate." 2 magic circles blazed to life. "Open, gate of the ram." "Ares." "Open, gate of the sculptor." "Selim." Ares appeared, holding Selim, which had transformed into a gleaming beam rifle. "Attack." Angel commanded without mercy. "Igriegajis." Ares trembled as she raised the weapon. "Lucy, watch out." Hibiki warned urgently. "Open, gate of the lion." "Lao." Lucy called out. Leo materialized, his golden hair shining brilliantly. "The enemy is..." The instant he saw Ares, he froze in shock. Ares. El. Lord Leo." Ares's hand shook, pain and confusion flickering in her eyes. "Lao, stop her." Lucy cried out desperately. Leo's arm trembled. He couldn't bring himself to strike his former little sister. "Ares, I..." Standing apart, Hibiki watched the scene unfold between Leo and Ares, his gaze troubled. These were all celestial spirits, once contracted to his ex-girlfriend, Karen. "Ha ha ha. Useless bonds." Angel laughed loudly. "Celestial spirits are just tools. Leo, can't bring yourself to fight? Then be shattered." Ares attack. I am Soda." Ares squeezed her eyes shut and fired her gun. "Now, defend yourself." Lucy screamed, but Leo still stood frozen in place. Gritting her teeth, Lucy withdrew her key. "Return, Leo." A magic circle pulsed, and Leo was summoned back, narrowly dodging the attack. Switching out." Angel sneered. "Ares, come back." Her lips curled in disdain. "Now open. Gate of the Scorpion." Scorpio. With a rustle, the broom-haired Scorpio appeared. "Chill, Lady Angel. Chill. Attack her." Angel pointed at Lucy. "Chill. Understood. Chill." Scorpio leveled his gun. "Open. Gate of Aquarius." Aquarius. Lucy summoned once more. A pillar of water shot skyward as Aquarius emerged. "Lucy, you idiot. What do you want me to?" Scorpio. Her face froze, a blush blooming across her cheeks. "Aquarius?" Scorpio was stunned. "Aquarius. Water attack." Lucy commanded. What kind of joke is this?" Aquarius whipped her head away, cheeks red as she shrieked. "Why would I attack that stupid broomhead? I'm leaving." Ignoring Lucy's order, she dissolved into water and vanished. "Aquarius?" Lucy was dumbfounded. "Ha ha. Meaningless relationships are your weakness." Angel crowed in triumph. Scorpio attack. "Chill." "Yes. Chill." Scorpio took aim at Lucy. "Open. Gate of Taurus." Taurus. In desperation, Lucy summoned the giant axe-wielding bull. "Moo. Miss Lucy, leave the enemy to me." "Moo." Taurus swung his massive axe down on Scorpio. "Sculptor, take care of it." Angel ordered coldly. Selim sprang into motion. He transformed into a blade, moving with eerie precision and speed, slipping through the battlefield like the wind. He skillfully countered brute force with finesse. His long blade traced a strange arc, deftly parrying Taurus's powerful axe strike, and left several gashes deep enough to expose bone on Taurus's massive body. "Moo!" Taurus bellowed in pain, his movements faltering. Selim seized the opening, his blade flashing like a venomous snake, stabbing toward Taurus's vital spot. "Taurus, return!" Lucy cried out in horror, recalling him just as the attack was about to land. Taurus vanished in the nick of time. Pathetic. Angel smiled with scorn. "Let's end this." Celestial Spirit Gate, double opening. She raised 2 keys high. "Open. Gate of Gemini." Gemini. The magic circle blazed. Suddenly, a perfect double of Lucy Heartfilia appeared, her mirror image. "Copy her," Angel ordered. The duplicate Lucy's face was blank, her body shimmering with magical power. In an instant, she became indistinguishable from the real Lucy, holding the cold, razor-sharp chisel imbued with Salus's power. The Gemini copy aimed it straight at the real Lucy. "Lucy!" Hibiki cried out in horror. But the shock from Karen's death left him frozen in pain, unable to offer any real support. It's over, celestial spirit mage. Angel pronounced the sentence of death. The copied Lucy, wielding the sculptor's chisel, just like the original, advanced step by step toward her true self. The chisel caught the light with a deadly gleam, radiating lethal intent. Yet, just as the copy was about to strike, her movements came to an abrupt halt. In her eyes, those amber eyes identical to Lucy's, a violent tremor suddenly flickered. She had read the memories and emotions of the real Lucy. Countless scenes surged into the consciousness of the copied Lucy in an instant. Lucy, risking everything and forcing open the gate to save Leo, even when it meant facing the celestial spirit king himself. Lucy, when confronted with the tragic clash between Leo and Ares, choosing to recall Leo and abandon the fight, even if it meant putting herself in peril. The sincerity in Lucy's voice every time she summoned her spirits. The courage and self-sacrifice Lucy showed to protect her celestial friends. I can't do it. The copy began to tremble uncontrollably, and the sculptor's chisel slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. Tears burst forth, unstoppable, streaming down the copy's cheeks that mirrored Lucy's own. Lucy, she truly loves us spirits from the bottom of her heart. She's never treated us as mere tools. What were you doing, Gemini? Angel was both shocked and furious at the sight of the weeping, disarmed copy. Kill her now. That's an order. I can't, the copy sobbed, gazing at the real Lucy, her voice choked with emotion. A Lucy like this. I just can't do it. The powerful wave of love and respect that Lucy held for her spirits had completely shaken the copy's resolve, leaving her unable to carry out Angel's cold-blooded command. Useless, worthless spirit. Angel exploded with rage, her face contorted in anger. Then I'll destroy you both together. She suddenly raised her hand, gathering a surge of tremendous magical power, intent on erasing both Lucy and the traitorous Gemini in one blow. Lucy looked at the crying copy, then at the furious Angel, her heart a storm of emotions. But now, she had to protect herself, shield the unconscious Urza, and above all defend this spirit copy, moved by the love within her own heart. Inside the fairy tale guild hall, the once lively atmosphere was now heavy with tension. Master Makarov sat at the bar, brow furrowed deeply as he studied a magical communication scroll that had just been rushed in from the council. Mira Jane was polishing glasses, glancing over at him with concern. Is it new information about the oration cease, Master? Mira Jane asked quietly. Makarov nodded, pushing the scroll toward Mira Jane. Information about their leader, Brain, is limited, but extremely important. The council suspects that this fellow probably once worked for the Bureau of Magical Development, and not at a low level either. But exactly who he was remains to be investigated. He raised his glass and took a deep drink, the pale bristles of his mustache catching the traces of wine. What's even more troubling, the intel suggests he once had some kind of involvement with a forbidden Ars system. Ars system? You mean the one at the Tower of Paradise? Mira Jane's hand paused in its cleaning. That's right. Makarov set down his glass, his fingers unconsciously tapping the counter with a heavy, muffled thud. Brain, what is that man really trying to do with his magic? Sensing the weight pressing down on the guild master, Mira Jane's gentle smile blossomed once more. Master, you don't need to worry so much. Natsu and the others are there, and Urza, too. Not to mention so many reliable companions. They'll stop the oration cease and return safely. We have to believe in them. Looking at that smile, Makarov's furrowed brow eased just a little, and he let out a long sigh. Let's hope so. Deep within the forest, in a hidden chamber, the leader, Brain, stood by the shattered crystal coffin, his face so dark it seemed to drip with gloom. Miscalculated. I really miscalculated, he muttered bitterly, frustration heavy in his voice. I never thought I'd reach the point where I'd have to awaken that one. With a sudden punch, he struck the stone wall beside him, sending small rocks tumbling to the floor. Midnight. Brain forced down his rage, his voice reverberating through the empty chamber. In the corner of the chamber, a figure who had sat quietly atop a floating carpet, seemingly deep in slumber, slowly opened his eyes. He was a young man with striking black and white hair, delicate features, and pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. The carpet beneath him shimmered faintly. You're awake. Brain fixed his gaze on him, his tone brooking no refusal. Go. Hunt down those meddling mages from the Light Guild. Leave none behind. Before night truly falls, I want them all gone. Midnight's eyes remained calm, as if he were merely listening to a trivial request. He gave a small, indifferent nod. As you wish, father. The carpet lifted him soundlessly, bearing him away like a ghost drifting toward the exit. And just as Midnight was about to leave the chamber, a deep, resonating hum filled the air. Without warning, a colossal, impossibly pure pillar of light shot skyward from the very heart of the forest. It pierced the chamber's dome in an instant, tearing through the thick canopy and surging straight into the clouds. That radiance was blinding, almost holy in its brilliance, yet it carried an ancient, chilling sense of destruction that set the heart pounding. For a moment, the entire Waz forest was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Even the underground chamber was suddenly and utterly illuminated by this unexpected burst of light. Brian and Midnight were both drawn to this strange phenomenon, snapping their heads up to look in the direction of the radiant pillar. What is that? Brian's face was filled with shock. Nirvana. Even Midnight's usually indifferent eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Brian stared at the pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, the shock on his face quickly morphing into wild joy and greed. The seal is broken. The seal on Nirvana has finally been lifted. He burst into maniacal laughter. Jalal, you really found it. But in the end, it will be mine. It will belong to the Oration Cease. He swung around sharply to face Midnight, who hovered by the doorway, his voice hoarse with excitement. Midnight, don't let anyone get close to it. I'll go find Cobra first. Midnight's gaze slipped away from the pillar of light, returning to its usual calm, deep as a still lake. He gave a slight nod, and the flying carpet beneath him flashed with light, accelerating in an instant and vanishing down the corridor as if merging with the brilliance. Brian watched Midnight's departure, then turned once more toward the pillar that continued to bathe the world in its glow, his face a tangled mix of excitement, greed, and a hint of wariness. Jalal, you think you can keep Nirvana for yourself? Dream on. That power belongs to me. No one is going to take it away, he growled under his breath, his figure swiftly melting into the shadows, darting off in pursuit of the light. On the outskirts of the radiant explosion, the fierce battle raged on. Juraniki's of Lamia scale stood like an unmovable boulder, the ground before him scarred by massive cracks and jagged spikes, as if overturned by a giant plow. His opponent was Hatai, the treasure hunter of the Oration Cease. Hatai was in an almost frenzied state. He brandished his skull-topped staff, commanding waves of rock as if they were crashing seas, smashing them toward Jura, his voice ringing out in feverish laughter. Do you see it, Jura? That light, the brilliance of Nirvana. How dazzling. How rich it smells. Don't you agree? His strange laughter grated against the backdrop of the shining pillar. Money, money, endless money. Hotai's eyes blazed, his face twisted with the purest greed. Once we have Nirvana, we'll possess all the riches in the world. We'll be the wealthiest people alive. Isn't that right? He unleashed another wild barrage, sending colossal fists of stone, some even shaped like coins, crashing down on Jura's sturdy defense. Jura held his ground, steady and unwavering, though his brow furrowed deeply. Hotai's obsession with money, coupled with his manic energy, made him a troublesome adversary. But just as Hatai shrieked, "Money, money, soon we'll be rich. Isn't that right? Isn't that right?" The next second, Heat AI's wild laughter froze on his face in an instant. The book he had been holding aloft was suspended in midair, his entire being as if someone had pressed pause on him. In the next moment, the feverish intensity on his face ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an expression of utter agony and bewilderment. Ugh! Heat AI suddenly let out a piercing wail, clutching his head desperately with both hands, his body shaking violently. Money, money, money. He repeated the word over and over, his voice filled with pain and emptiness, as if the very sound of it was searing his soul. Jura was caught off guard by this abrupt transformation and halted his attack, eyeing Heat AI warily. Then, as suddenly as it began, Heat AI's anguished cries fell silent. He slowly lowered his hand from his head and looked up. All traces of pain and madness had vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of unprecedented gentleness, almost saintly, and sorrow. Tears streamed down from his eyes like broken beads, flowing without end. No, I don't need money at all. Heat AI's voice grew gentle, filled with profound exhaustion and sorrow, utterly different from the fanaticism of before. His eyes brimming with tears, he looked at Jura. I've done everything I could to search for my lost little brother. I thought, if only I had enough money, I could find him. I could give him the best life. His voice broke with a sob. But I was wrong. I was completely, utterly wrong. Money can't buy family. It can't buy love. His emotions, having found an outlet, surged even more intensely. The tears flowed all the more fiercely. Oh, love, the world is filled with love. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Love, how wonderful, how sweet, words brimming with compassion. While Jura was left utterly bewildered, staring in disbelief, Heat AI suddenly rushed forward, arms outstretched, and wrapped them around Jura's smooth, bald head. His tears splattered onto Jura's gleaming scalp. That's enough, Mr. Jura. Let's not fight anymore. Heat AI clung tightly to Jura's head, his voice gentle yet determined, charged with a missionary zeal. Let's go together to stop our old comrades' reckless actions. Let's tell everyone about the wonder of love, the power of love. Let's fill the world with love. As he spoke, he patted Jura vigorously on the back, or rather, the shoulder, since Jura was so tall. Jura, this seasoned, battle-hardened wizard, who moments ago was locked in a fierce fight, now found himself enveloped in the tight embrace of a sixth demon general who was weeping and shouting about love onto his bald head. Feeling the warmth of those tears atop his scalp, Jura's mind went completely blank, plunged into an unprecedented, overwhelming confusion and helplessness. The entire atmosphere of the battlefield turned eerily strange in the wake of this dramatic reversal. Angel raised her light gun, transformed from her sculpted tool, channeling tremendous magical power, and aimed it straight at the two Lucis before her. At this critical moment, Lucy, catch this. Hibiki pressed both hands to his temples, and a sphere of pure white light, composed entirely of vast magical knowledge, appeared. He forcibly extracted the very core of his archive, magic. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, yet his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He thrust the sphere of light forward toward the nearby Lucy. The orb shot into Lucy's body in a flash. A torrent of boundless knowledge and magical energy surged within her. A move perfectly tailored to her appeared instantly in her mind. Lucy felt her consciousness connect with the very stars and galaxies of the universe. She pointed skyward, her voice echoing like a cosmic resonance. Uranometria, history of the star map. She was instantly shrouded in the vast magic of the stars, while enormous magic circles above and below her radiated with the brilliance of a newborn cosmos. As the immense energy gathered, the circles shone with blinding light. The torrent of a destructive galaxy was about to be unleashed. A desperate, dying struggle. Angel sneered at this ultimate counterattack. Far from being afraid, her lips curled into a vicious, poisonous smile. She looked at the pale-faced Hibiki, and, like a serpent flicking its tongue, she spat out her venomous words. Oh yes, Hibiki. Haven't you always wanted to know how Karen died? Let me tell you, that foolish woman was killed by Leo of the Lion. Leo, he's the one to blame for Karen's death. While what? Hibiki was struck as if by lightning. His head snapped up, and a dark fire flashed in his eyes. A surge of murderous intent erupted within him without warning. Angel's words, like the cruelest of curses, utterly shattered his composure. Leo killed Karen. Aya. Hibiki let out a guttural, beast-like roar, filled with utter despair and fury. Hatred and darkness swallowed him whole in an instant. The magic swirling around him turned as black as ink, twisting and writhing violently. Just as Lucy's Uranometria was about to be unleashed, the fallen Hibiki appeared behind Lucy in a blur, moving almost as if he had teleported. His hand, shrouded in pitch-black magic, seized Lucy's throat like an iron vice, brimming with relentless hatred and a desire for destruction. He clamped down, merciless and unyielding. Lucy's spell-casting and magical focus were abruptly cut short. The dazzling light of Uranometria flickered and vanished in an instant, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The backlash from the interrupted magic made Lucy cry out in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as her body fell limply to the ground. Lucy, the doppelganger Lucy, screamed in terror. Ha ha! Well done, sound Letus. Let the darkness swallow you whole. Angel burst out in triumphant laughter, her hands gathering a beam of magical energy once more, aiming it squarely at the fallen Lucy and the frenzied sound. Now, go to hell together with your so-called bond. The beam, pulsing with destructive power, shot out like a streak of doom. Meanwhile, on the forest path leading toward Urza's location, Natsu and Wendy, led by Happy and Carla, were soaring anxiously through the winding woods. Suddenly, a figure appeared without a sound, materializing in midair right before them, blocking their way. With short hair of black and white, a handsome, impassive face, and a softly glowing flying carpet beneath him. It was none other than Midnight, one of the Eurasian Cease. Obstacles. Midnight's voice was flat and emotionless, as if stating a simple fact. Out of my way, Natsu roared, his body igniting in a furious blaze. Don't block us. Fire dragons, roar. A torrent of searing flames rushed toward Midnight with a thunderous force. But facing this destructive blast, Midnight merely lifted a hand calmly. In front of him, the air rippled in strange, visible waves, like a stone dropped into a pond. Distort. Boom! The moment the fire blast touched those rippling waves, it veered upward at an impossible angle, as if refracted by a supernatural force. It scorched a wide swath of treetops above Natsu, reducing them to ash, yet Midnight himself remained untouched, not even a hair singed. What? Both Natsu and Winnie stared in shock. What? The flames bounced off. Happy exclaimed in disbelief. Refusing to back down, Natsu leapt from Happy's grasp, hurtling toward Midnight like a cannonball. Fire dragons, iron fist. Distort. Midnight raised his hand once more. Suddenly, Natsu crashed into something invisible, but unyieldingly solid. No, not a wall. He felt his path forcibly bent, twisted away from its course. His body was jerked at a bizarre right angle and sent flying into the dense woods, smashing through several trees before coming to a hard stop. Natsu, when he cried out in alarm. Groaning, Natsu struggled out of the wreckage, his anger flaring. Damn it! What the hell is this magic? My magic is called space distortion, Midnight replied with cold detachment. I can twist, fold, and refract the space around me however I wish. Your attacks, your movements, even you yourself, none of it can reach me. As if to prove his point, Midnight casually flicked a finger toward Natsu. Ugh! Natsu suddenly felt a tight constriction around his body. Glancing down, he saw his flame-patterned vest writhing and twisting as if it were alive. The collar suddenly tightened upward, clamping hard around his neck. The sleeves wound themselves fiercely around his arms. Ugh! Natsu instantly found it hard to breathe. His face flushed a deep red as he struggled desperately. But under Midnight's twisted space magic, the fabric had become as unyielding as steel. Natsu, when he tried to rush forward to help. Don't move. Midnight glanced at Wendy, flexing his fingers slightly. Suddenly, the ground beneath Wendy's feet rippled and warped like rolling waves, throwing her off balance and sending her crashing to the ground. Her little green dress began to contract and twist unnaturally around her as well. Stop. Let Natsu and Wendy go. Happy and Carla lunged at Midnight in anger. Distort. Midnight didn't even bother looking at them. He simply flicked his hand. Instantly, Happy and Carla slammed into an invisible wall of force, rebounding violently and tumbling into the grass far away. HNGH, damn it, Natsu was nearly suffocated by his own clothes, and his flames flickered weakly from lack of air. Wendy, too, was immobilized by the warped space, unable to move a muscle. The two of them were trapped in a predicament unlike any they'd ever faced. Before the unpredictable power of Midnight's space magic, the abilities of the Dragon Slayers seemed almost laughable. At the very heart of the sea of trees, where a colossal pillar of light pierced the heavens and earth. Here, a vast ancient plaza sprawled out, its center dominated by an immense magical device, radiating endless brilliance, and so intricately constructed it defied imagination. This was the sealed source of the forbidden magic, Nirvana itself. Jalal stood at the core control zone of Nirvana, his hands pressed against a complex array of runic symbols, pouring a torrent of magical energy into it. And behind him, not far away, stood Cobra, quietly watching as Jalal broke the seal on Nirvana. His eyes were vacant, as if all memory had faded, leaving only instinct to guide him. At last, the leader Brain arrived. Jalal! Brain's voice rang out sharply. Stop at once. Nirvana belongs to the Eurasian Cease. But Jalal gave no sign of hearing. He continued channeling power into the array. Beneath his feet, a sinister, intricate magic circle glowed with ominous crimson light, spreading rapidly across the ground. The pattern was so twisted and elaborate that Brain, with all his experience from the Magic Bureau, felt his pupils contract in shock. That's the autonomous destruction array, Brain cried out in disbelief. Damn it, he's trying to take Nirvana down with him. Heard you loud and clear, Cobra murmured, licking his lips. He's burning through his magic fast. His mind's almost gone, just an empty shell now. Stop him, now, Brain barked. If the array completed its cycle, not only would Nirvana be destroyed, but the entire area would be blown sky high. With a surge of venomous magic, Cobra shot toward Jalal like a bolt of lightning. However, just as Cobra's attack was about to land, the autonomous collapse magic circle beneath Jalal suddenly flared with a blinding red light. A powerful repulsive force erupted in an instant, forcefully hurling Cobra away. Cobra staggered backward, barely keeping his balance. It's useless. Once the autonomous collapse array is activated, any outside interference will only accelerate its breakdown. Brian stared intently at the rapidly spreading red magic array. But how naive you are, Jalal. Do you know who created this defensive array, which comes straight out of the Bureau of Magic Standard Handbook? A twisted and arrogant grin spread across Brian's face. He lunged to the edge of the magic circle, his hands moving with lightning speed, blurring as he struck several key magical nodes with absolute precision. Every motion was exact and efficient, radiating a supreme confidence and intimate knowledge of the array structure. He didn't even bother with the complex procedures for proper deactivation. Instead, he unleashed a nearly violent, yet exquisitely skillful reversal, forcing the flow of magic backward and disrupting the core operation of the array. Reverse now, Brian roared, his hands surging with overwhelming magical power. A harsh, metallic grinding filled the air as the spreading autonomous collapse array stuttered and flickered, the red light pulsing wildly and erratically. The spreading lines of energy froze in their tracks. In the next instant, the magic lines forming the array seemed to lose their very foundation, fading, crumbling, and dissolving away in a matter of seconds. With knowledge and technique beyond comprehension, Brian had forcibly dismantled the autonomous collapse magic circle. Jalal coughed up a mouthful of blood, the violent interruption of the array after pushing his limits, inflicting devastating harm, his magic utterly drained. The last trace of light vanished from his eyes, and he crumpled forward, completely spent. Worthless. Cobra sneeled, instantly appearing beside Jalal, as fallen form. His fist, wreathed in deadly poison, crashed down on Jalal's back with ruthless force. With a sickening thud, Jalal's body was sent flying like a rag doll, landing hard amidst the rubble in the distance, motionless, unconscious at last. One less nuisance to deal with. Brian didn't spare a glance at the unconscious Jalal. All his attention was now fixed on the Nirvana device, its restraints gone, its light stabilizing and beginning to pulse violently. A look of near-maniacal fervor lit his face. Now, at last, Brian spread his arms wide, as if welcoming a miracle, and strode toward the core console of Nirvana. He pressed both hands against it, pouring all his immense magical power into the device without reservation. Awaken, forbidden city of magic. Show the world your power to change everything. Activate Nirvana. A deafening rumble shook the air as a surge of magical energy erupted, far more terrifying than anything unleashed before. The massive pillar of light suddenly contracted, then transformed into 7 even broader, deeper columns of jet-black radiance, each pulsing with the intertwined aura of destruction and rebirth. They shot straight into the sky. The entire sea of gas trees shook violently. The earth cracked open. Ancient ruins, rumbling with deafening force, surged from the ground. An enormous floating city, forged entirely from pure magical energy and twisted into a bizarre, otherworldly structure, slowly tore through the earth's crust. Rising from an endless flood of magical brilliance, it ascended to blot out the sky. The forbidden magical metropolis, Nirvana, was finally awakened by Brian's hand. Its shadow, like a harbinger of the world's end, swept across the entire tree sea. Dense miasma and warped magical energy spread through the ancient forest. The decisive battle between the allied army and the Dark Guild, Oration Cease, had reached its boiling point. Every battlefield teetered on the edge of catastrophe. Gray, Lion, and Sherry versus Lisa. Lisa's uncanny speed domain dragged their attacks as if they were mired in quicksand. Each move slowed to a crawl, while she darted among them like a phantom. Each of her strikes was precise and deadly. Gray's ice magic shattered before it could take form. Lion's spells failed to lock onto her, and Sherry's earth puppets lumbered clumsily behind. All three were battered, breathing hard, completely on the defensive. Lucy and Hibiki versus Angel. Things were even worse on Lucy's side. Bewitched by Angel and overwhelmed by Nirvana's influence, Hibiki's eyes burned crimson as he seized Lucy's throat in an iron grip, lifting her off the ground. Lucy's face flushed purple as she struggled in vain, her celestial keys scattering across the floor. Before them, Angel smiled cruelly, a massive spear of light, crafted from the sculpted form of a celestial spirit, gleaming with deadly frost in her hand. The muzzle was fixed unwaveringly on the helpless Lucy and the enthralled Hibiki. Not far away, Urza lay collapsed on the ground, her face ashen, her breath barely a whisper. Natsu and Wendy versus Midnight. Natsu and Wendy fared no better. Midnight's distortion, magic surged forth, twisting invisible forces around them. Even their clothes and skin began to spiral and contort unnaturally. The fierce pain and suffocating pressure forced pain gasped from their lips. Wendy, slight as she was, nearly wound into a ball from the force. Natsu's fire, warped by the twisted space, lost all control, and Wendy's sky magic refused to take form. My clothes, my bones, everything's about to snap. Natsu roared, but could not break free from the invisible shackles. Despair seeped through the tree sea. The power and strangeness of the Eurasian seas far exceeded anything they had imagined. Just as fate teetered in the balance, in that razor-thin moment between life and death. High above the gas tree sea, where the heavy miasma and magic had shrouded the darkened sky, a sudden, indescribable blade of energy ripped the heavens apart. A figure appeared, standing atop an ancient, unadorned longsword. One side of the blade shimmered with the sun, moon, and stars. The other was etched with mountains, rivers, and valleys. At the sword's hilt, a Taiji diagram slowly revolved, radiating a profound Daoist aura. This was none other than Qing Xian's life-bound artifact, Evil Slayer. Qing Xian stood upon the sword, his Daoist robe snapping in the wind. His face was calm and resolute, surging with spiritual power far surpassing anything from before. His divine sense swept across the chaotic battlefield below, vast as the tide. Urza, unconscious from deadly poison, was protected by a miniature sword, manifestation of his sword intent, preserving the last vestige of purity within her body. Lucy's life hung by a thread. Gray and his two companions teetered on the brink of disaster. Natsu and Wendy writhed in agony. Every crisis was laid bare before his eyes. With a cold snort, charged with murderous intent, Qing Xian pressed his right hand together, fingers forming a sword. Spiritual light burst from his fingertips, and, disregarding distance, he sketched swiftly through the air. Intricate, arcane silver runes instantly took shape, coalescing into a streak of light that pierced the heavens. A deafening rumble echoed above, as if a massive stone had plunged into a still lake. The sky, once shrouded in miasma, now churned with thick, roiling clouds. Lightning danced wildly within the clouds, roaring with thunderous fury. A terrifying, celestial pressure descended upon the entire vast tree sea, as if heaven itself had come to judge. Let the wind of the east stir, the wood awaken. Let fire temper and water condense. Let heaven and earth reverse, and thunder be unleashed. Qing Xian, standing atop Evil Slayer beneath the thunderclouds, intoned words as clear and commanding as an imperial decree from the ninth heaven. As his final word rang out, his hands flashed through a series of seals, thumb pressing the nail of the index finger concealed in his palm, the secret Daoist thunder-summoning technique, the celestial thunder finger, in the position of the tiger seal. Descent. Crack, crack, crack. 3 bolts of silver thunder, thick as water barrels and dazzlingly bright, lashed down from the sky like whips of heavenly punishment. Each strike radiated supreme authority, meant to purify evil and judge sin, and each found its target on 3 separate battlefields with unerring precision. Their speed defied all common notions of magic. The first thunderbolt, domain breaker, target Lisa. Lisa's proud domain of speed was utterly meaningless before the heavenly thunder. This was not a contest of physical speed, but a direct crushing of the laws themselves. Heaven's thunder ignored the slowed sense of time within her domain, striking with absolute speed and force, piercing straight through and slamming into Lisa as she tried to dodge. She barely had time to let out a short, agonized scream before her body was engulfed by the wild power of thunder, charred and smoking, collapsing in a twitching heap like a ragged sack, consciousness lost forever. The sluggish field trapping Gray and his friends vanished in an instant. Gray, Lion, and Sherry stared in stunned disbelief at their defeated enemy and the dissipating clouds above. The shock of survival left their minds blank and numb. The second thunderbolt, Spear of Justice. Target, Angel. Angel was grinning wickedly, just about to pull the trigger of her ray gun, when a devastating bolt of lightning appeared right before her eyes. Startled and desperate to defend herself, she watched in horror as her prized weapon, the ray gun, came, shrieked in agony under the wrath of the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck both her weapon and the arm that held it with unerring precision. Ah! Angel's scream split the air as her ray gun shattered in an instant. The blast hurled her through the air. She crashed through several massive trees, her body left charred and twitching, her fate uncertain. At that very moment, the thunder infused with Daoist incantations and the power to purify evil reverberated like a great temple bell, crashing deep into Xiang's mind as he strangled Lucy by the throat. Ugh! Xiang's entire body convulsed. For a fleeting moment, his blood-red eyes flickered with fierce struggle and a flash of clarity. The influence of nirvana wavered, loosened abruptly by the thunder's righteous and purifying force. His grip on Lucy's neck loosened involuntarily. Lucy collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat as she coughed violently, greedily gulping down air. Dizzy with terror, she glanced toward Xiang, who now lay beside her, eyes clouded with pain and confusion. The third thunderbolt. The struggle of the trapped beast. Target Midnight. For the first time, a grave look appeared on Midnight's face as he faced the lightning's onslaught. He shouted, "Distort." Invisible spatial power instantly formed a twisted barrier before him. Crash! The first bolt of heavenly lightning, caught in the warped space, was forcibly deflected, striking a distant patch of earth and blasting a charred crater into the ground. Oomph! What a petty try. Midnight's lips curled with disdain, but before he could finish, crash! 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 The clouds above seemed to have been enraged. More lightning, denser and wilder than before, rained down in a relentless storm, each bolt fiercer than the last, weaving a net of destruction that engulfed Midnight's entire area. Midnight's distortion, magic surged to its limits. His hands moved in a blur, shadows trailing every motion as he bent and twisted the space around him, barely deflecting or redirecting the bolts as they struck. But the lightning came too fast, too many at once. Sweat beaded on his brow as the pace of spatial distortion began to lag behind the relentless barrage. Damn it! Midnight gritted his teeth, shrinking the area of distortion as the pressure mounted sharply. Above the clouds, Qingshuan's gaze flashed like lightning itself, locking onto Midnight as he struggled within the storm. The way of space. Just a minor trick. With a cold snort, Qingxian pressed the tips of his left hand's fingers together. At his fingertip, pure spiritual light condensed into a miniature sword, barely an inch long, its intent fierce though its brilliance was restrained. Go! With a flick of his finger, Qingxian sent the tiny sword flying. Silent as a shadow but swifter than lightning, the sword ignored all distance, appearing instantaneously before the twisted space barrier that Midnight desperately maintained. A sharp, sizzling sound cut through the chaos. A faint, barely audible sound, like a sharp blade slicing through thin paper, echoed through the air. The lightsaber struck with pinpoint accuracy, at the weakest, most vital node of the distorted space. The resilient spatial barrier, pierced like a soap bubble, collapsed in an instant. What? Midnight's pupils contracted sharply, his face draining of all color and shock. The moment the barrier vanished, the violent thunderbolts that had been momentarily held back, now strengthened and raging, found their outlet like silver dragons breaking free from their cage, desperate to unleash their fury. A deafening rumble exploded across the sky. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning, now unimpeded, surged forth with all their pent-up, destructive power. Like a celestial river flooding its banks, they instantly engulfed the horrified Midnight in a torrent of annihilation. The blinding radiance of the lightning lingered for several heartbeats before slowly fading away. In its place was a vast, charred crater so deep that its bottom could not be seen, with only a thin wisp of smoke curling upward. Midnight had vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. The sudden upheaval in the heavens and the appearance of three, or rather, countless, precisely targeted, terrifying bolts of lightning had instantly turned the tide of battle. All across the sea of trees, the surviving members of the Alliance, as well as Bryant and Cobra in the distance, stared up in shock. At the dispersing thunderclouds and the lone figure standing atop a divine sword, robes billowing, poised upon the cloud's edge. Though the distance made it impossible to see the figure's face, the overwhelming might and the aura of natural law were seared into everyone's memory. What kind of magic is that? Such terrifying lightning, even stronger than Lax's thunder. Is that reinforcements? Who is it? I've never seen a wizard like this before. Could it be a god? The members of Fairy Tail were even more bewildered and uncertain. The sheer power of that lightning brought to their minds the guild's strongest thunder dragon slayer, Laxus. Is it Laxus? Gray, clutching his injured arm, stared up at the sky in disbelief. He's here. Laxus. Lucy, just having recovered from suffocation, looked dazedly toward where the storm clouds were fading. But there was one exception. Having just been freed from the pain of his twisted clothes, Natsu vigorously shook his head, still tingling from the residual static. The lightning hadn't struck him directly, but the electric field at such close range had set his hair on end. He suddenly sniffed the air, like a hunting hound, trying desperately to catch the faintest trace of a scent lingering amid the thunder and poison miasma. That scent, the sharpness of burnt flesh, the tang of ozone, the smell of scorched wood, and, impossibly, an all-too-familiar note, one he thought he'd never sense again, carrying hints of sandalwood and thunderfire. Natsu's eyes widened in shock, his face awash in disbelief. He jerked his head up, staring fixedly at the figure in the clouds, and cried out, "This scent, it's Qing Xian. How is that possible?" His voice trembled with astonishment. Qing Xian, the very same Qing Xian who had sacrificed himself to save them, merged with the demon tower, sunk into the depths of the sea, whose death had been witnessed by everyone in the guild and mourned with a funeral. How could his scent possibly appear here? "Natsu, what did you just say?" Winnie asked weakly, her voice barely audible. Happy and Carla flew over as well, both looking bewildered. "Natsu, did you say Qing Xian? But wasn't he already?" "No, it's him. I couldn't possibly mistake his scent," Natsu shouted, his voice trembling with a whirlwind of confusion and a hope so wild it bordered on absurdity. "This isn't the time to talk about this." Natsu shook his head violently, forcing down the storm raging in his heart. "Urza's still waiting for us. Happy, Carla, get us to Lucy, quick." Knowing the urgency, Happy and Carla immediately grabbed hold of Natsu and Wendy. "I understood." With a swift beat of their wings, the two exceeds launched into the air, carrying Natsu and Wendy at full speed toward where Lucy and the unconscious Urza were waiting. Just before he left, Natsu cast one final, lingering look at the sky where Qing Xian's figure had vanished. His eyes were a torrent of complex emotions, shock, doubt, disbelief, and a fragile hope, so faint he barely dared to acknowledge it. Far above the clouds, Qing Xian withdrew his gaze from Natsu's direction. He'd clearly heard Natsu's outburst, and the barest hint of a smile played at the corner of his lips. Standing atop his demon-slaying sword, Qing Xian had just rescued his friends with a burst of lightning and was poised to propel himself deeper into the heart of the forest, straight toward the core of the magical city, Nirvana, which had begun to activate, radiating ominous energy. His mind reached out like a net, instantly locking onto the wild, formidable magic of Brain, and another presence faint yet hauntingly familiar. Jalal. Qing Xian's brow furrowed slightly. The aura was weak, chaotic, tainted by dark corruption, but at its core, there was no mistaking that it belonged to Jalal. He was here too, and from the feel of it, he was in bad shape. But before Qing Xian could dwell further, sudden disaster struck. It didn't come from the battlefield below, but from directly above him, high in the heavens. A thunderous roar split the sky. Without warning, a tribulation cloud, far more powerful and oppressive than any thundercloud Qing Xian had ever summoned, began to gather furiously above his head. Its weight was suffocating, its power primal and cataclysmic. The clouds churned, ink-black and tumultuous. No longer did silver bolts flicker within. Instead, deep violet lightning, nearly black, coalesced into a monstrous force that writhed like dragons. The air was thick with the scent of destruction, a crushing presence that locked onto Qing Xian with the force of iron chains. The golden core, tribulation. Qing Xian's pupils contracted sharply as realization struck. Back on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he'd been struck down by heavenly lightning and thrown into this world. All because he'd failed to break through to the golden core stage. Now, as he cultivated in the depths of the sea, not only did he heal his old wounds, but the vast and pure magic spirit energy he absorbed became the catalyst for a breakthrough. In one leap, he shattered his old shackles, returning to his peak, and even surpassing it. At last, the long-delayed golden core, heavenly tribulation, was triggered. The moment he unleashed his full power and released his aura, the will of this world sensed him, and the tribulation crashed down with a thunderous roar. Trouble. Qing Xian cursed under his breath. The power of the golden core tribulation was incomparable, far beyond the thunder raging in the battlefield below the sea of trees. Although he had fully recovered, and with his immense magic as a foundation, he did not fear this tribulation. If he were to face it here, the cataclysmic thunder's aftershocks would tear through the entire vast tree sea, endangering his companions locked in fierce battle below. He could not allow Urza and the others to be caught in the crossfire. His mind raced, and Qing Xian made his decision in a heartbeat. He looked down, his gaze piercing the dense canopy, locking precisely onto Urza, who had just been healed by Wendy and was slowly regaining consciousness. Urza, I entrust Jianxie to you for now. Let it protect you. Let clear your path. With 2 fingers pressed together, Qing Xian pointed toward the Jianxie sword at his feet. The sword let out a clear, ringing cry, transforming without hesitation into a streak of light. It shot away from beneath Qing Xian like a meteor, slicing through the poisonous mists of the tree sea, streaking straight for where Urza lay. At the same time, Qing Xian's hands moved swiftly through the air, tracing arcane patterns. His fingers became his brush, his spirit energy, the ink. In an instant, a mysterious sigil imbued with the power of wind and thunder, the divine wind talisman, took shape and was slapped onto his own body. Swift, the talisman flared, and Qing Xian's body blurred into a streak of azure light. No longer relying on his flying sword, he shot away at breakneck speed, empowered by the spell, toward a barren, desolate mountain range on the outer edge of the tree sea. Far, far from the Nirvana core and his companions. His speed was so great that he left a long, trailing ribbon of blue light across the sky. Above him, the terrifying black-violet clouds of tribulation clung to him like a shadow, rolling and roaring, never letting him escape their gaze. Wherever they passed, the world grew dim, and all fell silent. Cough, cough, cough. Urza's lashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Wendy's breath of the goddess washed over her like a cool spring, purging the deadly poison from her body and bringing her back to long-lost clarity. The first thing she saw were the worried faces of Natsu, Wendy, Lucy, Happy, and Carla gathered around her. Urza, you're awake, Lucy cried out in delight. How are you feeling? Wendy asked, concern clear in her voice. Natsu grinned, just about to say something. A shrill, whistling sound tore through the air from above. With a flash, an ancient longsword, wrapped in a fierce, unstoppable aura, plunged down from the sky like a falling star, slicing the air with a piercing shriek. It drove itself into the ground less than half a foot from Urza's side, precise to the inch. The sword plunged deep into the earth, leaving only its hilt and a small section of the blade exposed to the air, still emitting a low, resonant hum. Wah! Wendy shrieked in fright, her face turning pale as a sheet, nearly jumping out of her skin. Lucy, too, recoiled in shock. Happy and Carla instantly fluffed up, alarmed. Are we under attack? Only Natsu, staring at the sword and the familiar little taiji symbol at the end of the hilt, froze for a moment. Then a huge, unrestrained grin of delight broke across his face. He slapped his thigh with excitement. Ah, I knew it. It's really him. Qing Xian. Urza, too, was jolted wide awake by this sudden attack. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at the long sword embedded in the ground beside her. When her eyes fell on the ancient blade, with its flowing patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the unique yin-yang symbol at the hilt's end, her breath caught in her throat. Jianxie. It was Qing Xuan's Jianxie sword. A wave of overwhelming disbelief and an indescribable thrill seized her all at once. For a moment, she thought she must be hallucinating from the aftermath of the poison, or perhaps she was already dead? So, I really am dead, Urza murmured to herself, a glimmer of sorrow and bittersweet resignation flickering in her eyes. She reached out, as if to touch this illusion. I never thought I'd see you again, even in another world. Just as her fingertips were about to brush the cold hilt, a gentle, silvery light suddenly burst forth from beneath her collar, where the tiny sword pendant, condensed from Qing Xuan's sword intent, always hung close to her heart. In a flash, the light slipped free of its chain like a swallow returning to its nest, transforming into a slender silver streak that shot straight into the Jianxie's sword embedded in the ground. The blade shuddered sharply. It rang out in a tone far clearer and more joyful than before, as if welcoming an old friend after a long parting. A familiar surge of righteous sword intent, brimming with protection and a drive to banish evil, spread gently from the blade, enveloping Urza in a comforting tide. Urza! Urza! Natsu's booming voice, along with Lucy's anxious call, finally pulled Urza back from the depths of her shock. Urza snapped back to herself, her fingertips now truly touching the cold, solid hilt of the Jianxie sword. That sensation, that powerful sword aura, there was no mistaking it for an illusion. She jerked her head up and looked at the excited Natsu. Natsu, what's going on? Her voice trembled with emotion, betraying a hope and confusion so intense it surprised even her. It's Qing Xian. He's still alive, Natsu shouted, pointing to where the thunderclouds were receding in the sky. That lightning that saved me just now, he sent it. I caught his scent. I'm sure of it. He was up there in the sky just a moment ago, And this sword, he's the one who sent it down. What? Lucy covered her mouth, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Tears of joy. Just now it was Qing Xian. He saved us. He saved me and Hibiki. Urza was struck as if by lightning. She snapped her head up to look in the direction Natsu was pointing. There, only the lingering terror of the tribulation clouds remained, and a streak of azure light, swiftly vanishing into the distant sky, pursued relentlessly by black-violet lightning. Though his face was obscured, that wind-riding figure, that fearless momentum facing the heavenly tribulation. It was truly him. He wasn't dead. He was still alive. A great wave of joy crashed through Urza's heart, sweeping away the grief and guilt that had weighed her down, leaving her nearly breathless. But in the next instant, as she saw those relentless, destructive clouds chasing after him, a surge of worry seized her heart once more. Qing Xian, Urza whispered, her hand gripping the hilt of her demon-slaying sword trembling slightly. She could feel the sword pulsing with Qing Xian's will, a presence that reassured her, that urged her forward. Urza! Natsu's anxious voice rang out again. He pointed to the depths of the forest, where a pillar of golden light soared into the sky, its twisted magic growing ever stronger. That thing called Nirvana just activated. That bastard brain is making his move. We have to stop him. Urza drew a deep breath, forcing down the emotions raging inside her. Worry would do no good. She believed in Qing Xian. She believed he could endure the heavenly tribulation. And now, her companions needed her. The world needed them to prevent an even greater catastrophe. With a fierce motion, she pulled the demon-slaying sword from ground. The familiar weight and keen edge of the blade, along with the protective wool that linked her to it, surged throughout her body in an instant. It felt as if that steadfast, reliable Daoist stood right behind her. In a heartbeat, Urza's eyes sharpened to a blade's edge. The Queen of Fairies had returned in all her glory. She leveled the sword ahead, its tip aimed at the ominous golden glow radiating from Nirvana's core. Her voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, brimming with unshakable faith and strength. Let's go. We're going to destroy Nirvana. At Nirvana's core, the black markings on Brain's face faded, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, two streaks growing dim. The air still carried the scorched tang of lightning. Midnight, his form flickering with residual sparks, slowly took shape again, his face ghostly pale. The usual languor in his expression had been replaced by a rare, taut tension. Father, he gasped, his voice trembling with the shock of survival. The man in the sky, just now, was incredibly dangerous. Brain's eyes swept the empty sky with a piercing gaze, his brow furrowed slightly. An unfamiliar magic, and certainly powerful. He paused as if sensing something. But he's gone. He won't interfere with us. The markings on his face rippled faintly as he spoke. Suddenly, Cobra whipped his head around, his gaze fixed on the shadowy entrance of the valley. I heard something. Someone's coming. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer, carrying the urgency and grit of long travel. Natsu charged to the front, his fiery hair bouncing with each stride. At his side strode Urza, clad in formidable armor, windy with worry etched on her face, Lucy clutching her celestial spirit keys tightly, and Hibiki, his expression a complex tangle of emotions. From another direction, Jura arrived on the scene as well. Yet, as everyone's eyes fell upon the tall figure beside Jura, Hatai, a jolt of shock instantly replaced their fighting spirit. Hatai! Lucy cried out, her voice shaking with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been their enemy, and now he stood shoulder to shoulder with Jura? A knowing, icy smile curled at the corner of Brain's mouth, shattering the brief silence. Ah, this is the power of Nirvana. This ancient supermagic can completely invert the light and darkness within a person's heart. When emotions are pushed to their limits, the scales of the soul tip in an instant. His cold voice echoed around them. To the limits, Hibiki murmured, as if struck by lightning. The heart-piercing pain from when Kana had fallen surged up once more. In that moment of darkness, he'd been consumed, and had almost turned his blade on Lucy. Jura, too, understood. Hatai must have been utterly overwhelmed by his greed for money, leaving his reason defenseless before Nirvana's magic, which twisted and ensnared him. Huh, who cares if it's dark or light? Let's just knock him out. Natsu's furious shout shattered the tension, rekindling the fire of battle in an instant. He launched himself forward with explosive force, shooting toward Cobra like an arrow loosed from its bow. Fire Dragon's claw, his blazing foot swept through the spot where Cobra had just stood, scorching the ground and sending up a burst of charred earth. But Cobra's figure had already slipped aside in a ghostly blur. The violet serpent on his shoulder emitted a piercing hiss, and the scales on his back split open. In a flash, two wings, thin as cicada's wings, glowing with a poisonous purple-black sheen, sprang out and unfurled. Cobra grinned wickedly as his venomous wings cut through the air with a sharp, slicing sound, boosting his speed dramatically. He became a deadly purple blur, closing in on Natsu with a speed impossible to track. The razor-sharp edge of his toxic wings slashed down on Natsu's hastily upraised arms. Natsu grunted as the tremendous impact sent him flying, crashing into a distant rock wall like a cannonball, shards of stone scattering in every direction. Natsu! Lucy and Winnie cried out in unison. Without hesitation, Lucy brandished a celestial spirit key. Open! Gate of Taurus, Taurus! With a mighty roar, the celestial spirit Taurus, wielding his massive axe, charged at the swift purple shadow. Winnie drew a deep breath and quickly formed a series of hand signs before her chest. Support magic. Arms of steel. Magic circles flared on Taurus's arms, and in an instant, his strength grew even heavier and more formidable. Cobra's ears twitched ever so slightly, a mocking smile of total control playing on his lips. To the right, the heavy footsteps, the axe slicing through the air, and ahead, the angry heartbeat of the Fire Kid, dragging himself up. It's too noisy. With a sudden beat of his venomous wings, he narrowly slipped through the gap in Talos' massive axe. The edge of his wings grazed the axe's surface, leaving a sizzling, corrosive scar in their wake. His purpose remained unwavering, to once again lunge at Natsu, who was just now pulling himself out of the rubble, blood at the corner of his mouth. At the same moment, Midnight made his move. He stepped forward with a seemingly casual ease, but the air around him rippled like the surface of water. He placed himself in front of Hatai, Urza, Jura, and Hibiki, his gaze calm as it swept across them. No passage through here. Hotai's massive frame stepped ahead, shielding Urza and Jura, his voice deep and resolute. Leave this one to me. Only love can bring us redemption. Hatai, Jura began, but the words caught in his throat. Suit yourself. Midnight shrugged indifferently. With a subtle twitch of his fingers, the space before him began to twist and fold in utter silence. Rock concerto. Hatai roared, clenching his fists and slamming them into the ground. The solid earth responded, softening and rising up, transforming into two enormous rock fists spinning at high speed. With the force to crush anything in their path, they came at Midnight from both sides. Yet the lazy curve of Midnight's mouth didn't falter in the slightest. He extended his forefinger, pointing lightly at the air. A strange vibration filled the air. Those two wild, massive stone fists, less than a meter from Midnight, seemed to smash into an invisible, warped barrier. The hard rock that formed the giant fists let out a gut-wrenching groan, instantly warping and collapsing as though it were wax melting under intense heat. The shapes twisted, stretched, and finally tore apart, disintegrating into a bizarre heap of misshapen rubble and sludge that clattered to the ground, harmless. Too soft. Midnight's voice was utterly flat, as if critiquing a shoddy product. He pointed again, this time aiming straight at Hatai himself. Hotai's pupils contracted. Magic surged violently through his body. His skin instantly hardened, shining with a metallic luster as he braced himself to withstand this strange, distorting force with his strongest defense. But as the invisible power enveloped him, the hardening magic he prided himself on shattered and dissolved like fragile glass. His massive frame suddenly arched, as if seized and crushed by a giant invisible hand. The sound of bones snapping out of place was unmistakable, and blood burst from his mouth, his nose, and the cracks in his hardened skin. He couldn't even cry out in pain. His mountain-like body collapsed with a thunderous crash, consciousness fading completely, coming to rest beside the twisted rubble he had created. The battle erupted in an instant. From the moment Hatai made his move to the moment he fell, it all happened within the span of a few heartbeats. Mr. Hatai, Jura cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Midnight's gaze had already shifted toward the three who remained, Urza, Jura, and Hibiki, whose face had turned pale as he desperately activated his archive. Magic to analyze the situation. The nuisance has been dealt with, Midnight stated, his tone as calm as if commenting on the weather. Now it's your turn. Urza stepped forward, cold flames blazing in her eyes as she switched armors in a flash. A surge of scorching magic burst forth. Her entire figure was enveloped by the Crimson Emperor of flame armor. With a resounding crash, she drove her sword, Demon Blade, into the ground, flames swirling around her. I'll be your opponent, Midnight. With a guttural shout, Jura slammed both palms into the earth. Iron rock pillars. Several massive stone pillars, shimmering with a metallic sheen, erupted from the ground, twisting like giant serpents as they coiled toward Midnight, trying to confine his movements. Sweat beaded on Hibiki's forehead as the shimmering screen of Archive Magic World rapidly before him. Countless characters and energy traces flickering across its surface. Distortion point. Spatial node flow of magic. I've got it. Miss Urza, Mr. Jura. His distortion core is at 3 o'clock, just ahead to the left, where the spatial folds are thickest. Strike there. For the first time, Midnight's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face that Hibiki could decipher part of his power's workings. As the iron rock pillars closed in to ensnare him, and Urza's blazing sword strike followed like a firestorm, Midnight raised his hand with unhurried composure. Distort. A low, resonant hum filled the air again. Centered on his fingertips, a massive distortion field several meters wide materialized in an instant. The sturdy, metallic stone pillars, upon entering the field, immediately collapsed, softening and stretching like melted wax, twisting into limp, noodle-like shapes, utterly stripped of their threat. Urza's sword, capable of cleaving mountains, plunged into the distortion field, but the wild flames around its blade were seized and violently wrenched apart by invisible hands, torn and scattered. The magical metal of her armor groaned under the unbearable strain, twisting and warping bizarrely as the space itself distorted around her. The searing heat, enough to reduce anything to ash, was ripped, scattered, and snuffed out within the folds of warped space. Urza felt an overwhelming force surge through her armor, threatening to twist both her and her gear into a mangled knot. With a pained gasp, she made a split-second decision and immediately dispelled the Emperor of Flame armor. Using the recoil, she sprang backward, her bare feet scraping shallow tracks into the earth before she finally managed to regain her footing. Her arm throbbed with a tearing pain. The Emperor of Flame armor, completely ineffective. She hadn't even managed to get close. Midnight's field of distortion slowly contracted as he stood at the center, utterly unharmed. He caught the flash of shock in Urza's eyes and saw the grave expression on Jura's face. His tone was laced with a bored mockery. No matter how many forms your armor takes, it can never change its fundamental nature. His gaze swept over to where Natsu and the others were locked in a fierce battle with Cobra, then landed on Hibiki, who was furiously analyzing the situation. And that kid collecting intel, he's far too slow. Your struggling ends here. Slowly, he raised both hands, spreading his fingers wide, aiming directly at Urza, Jura, and Hibiki. A spatial distortion, far more terrifying than anything before, began to gather and compress in his palms. The air around them vibrated at a piercing frequency, sending chills down their spines, while the light in front of him twisted and shattered in bizarre ways. Everything in their field of view fractured, as though reflected in countless broken shards of glass, presenting a chaotic, surreal scene. A massive, churning vortex, chaotic and radiating destruction, began to take shape like a greedy maw of space itself, poised to swallow, crush, and erase everything before it into nothingness. With a furious roar, Jura slammed his palms onto the ground once more. More pillars of iron-hard rock burst from the earth, striving to form a protective barrier. Urza's mind raced. The Flame Empress armor was useless. Any armor focused on physical defense would suffer the same fate. Defensive armors? In the face of warped space, even the sturdiest forms would be unraveled. Hibiki's intelligence flashed through her mind. Twisted core, the densest point of spatial distortion. Destroy the node. At the same time, she recalled something Natsu had told her. How Qing Xian had pierced the spatial shield with a single, targeted sword thrust. Destroy the node, destruction. It required a kind of power, one that ignored physical form, acted directly upon space itself, even disrupted its very structure. A name sliced through the haze of her thoughts like lightning, abruptly illuminating her mind. Requip. Urza's clear, commanding voice pierced the shrieking distortion of space. There was no roar of flames, no crackle of ice, no thunderous clang of metal. Only a peculiar sound, a sharp, crackling explosion, as if countless tiny arcs of electricity ignited at once. A deep violet aura of magical energy instantly wrapped around Urza's body. A powerful electromagnetic field surged outward from her, ionizing the dust in the air into a faint blue glow, while small stones on the ground defied gravity, slowly rising to orbit around her. Her hair lifted and fluttered in the intense static. The armor of the Thunder Emperor. Urza tightened her grip on the Zama blade. The sword blazed with a blinding white light, crackling with a fierce, destructive energy. She could sense with perfect clarity that, under the interference of the powerful electromagnetic field generated by the Emperor of Thunder's armor, the structure of the surrounding space had become dangerously unstable. The invisible folds of space, struck by the raging electromagnetic pulses, rippled violently like the surface of a pond disturbed by a thrown stone. Now's the moment. The destructive, twisted vortex in Midnight's hand had already swollen to its limit, on the verge of bursting forth. Thunder Emperor's banishment, shattering roar. Urza gripped the lightning banishment sword tightly with both hands, aiming its tip at the distorted core point indicated by Hibiki. Unbridled thunderous magic was compressed to its absolute limit, then, with a thunderous surge, erupted along the blade. It wasn't a mere lightning bolt, but a highly focused torrent of electromagnetic pulses, powerful enough to tear through the very fabric of space. With a piercing shriek that seemed to split the air and a searing heat capable of incinerating all, it disregarded the constraints of distance, crossing the space between Urza and Midnight in an instant, slamming directly into the core of the twisted vortex. A crackling, explosive blast tore through the air. It was an unearthly cacophony, not the rumble of an explosion, but the terrifying shriek of space itself being forcibly rent apart, energies colliding and annihilating in a frenzy. Dazzling violet-white lightning clashed and writhed against the chaotic, invisible force field, tearing and biting at each other. The blinding light swallowed Midnight's figure, swallowed the deadly vortex. An overwhelming tempest of destructive energy swept outward, forcing Jura and Hibiki to stagger back, shielding their eyes against the glare. Midnight was struck again by a merciless electric surge. The aftershocks of the Emperor of Thunder's armor still sizzled and leapt through the air, while Midnight's chaotic spatial vortex was ripped apart and utterly vanquished by the wild electromagnetic storm. The eternal mask of indolence on his face finally shattered, replaced by utter disbelief. His body convulsed violently in the storm that could rend space itself, deep violet currents crackling and exploding across him. In the end, like a marionette whose strings were cut, he crumpled silently to the ground, consciousness fading away completely. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The deep violet markings on Brain's face rippled violently, as if being scrubbed away with a rough eraser. Two more faded into obscurity, leaving only the last two, which coiled around his forehead with a sinister glow. Midnight. Brain's gaze swept over his fallen subordinate, his eyes darkening for a moment before he refocused on Urza, Jura, and Hibiki. The air froze. A crushing magical pressure, heavy as a mountain, bore down on the three. Meanwhile, the other battlefield was locked in a tense and uncanny standoff. To the left. Dodge! Cobra called out, his voice laced with a mocking sneer, as he sidestepped with ease. A blazing fist whistled past the hem of his coat and smashed into empty ground, scorching the earth. Fire dragons, roar! Natsu drew in a deep breath, his chest swelling as the fiery breath of a dragon surged, ready to erupt. A roar? The target is 3 meters ahead, to my left. Cobra's voice rang out almost in perfect sync with Natsu's thoughts. He had already leapt away in advance, so Natsu's furious dragon breath merely melted the spot where Cobra had just been standing, turning the earth into bubbling lava. Damn it, what is with this guy? Natsu landed, gasping for air, sweat mixed with dust dripping from his forehead. Every attack he planned, every adjustment of his breathing, even the slightest twitch of his muscles before a move, Cobra anticipated it all. It was as if Natsu were standing naked before him, every secret laid bare. Natsu is thinking, what is with this guy? Cobra sneered, repeating Natsu's thoughts aloud. The poisonous wings of a snake flickered beneath his feet as he darted around Natsu at dizzying speed, like a phantom. Happy is thinking, go Natsu. Use an even stronger move. Happy, Lucy called, worry etched on her face as she watched the tense, circling blue cat. Winnie's face was pale. She pressed her hands together in a spell, pure magic radiating from her to envelop Natsu. Enhancement, agility. A light blue glow flowed into Natsu, and his speed surged in an instant. With a blur, he lunged at Cobra once more. An enhancement spell? Up your speed. Cobra's ears twitched, but his mocking smile didn't waver. Useless. Your every move rings out in my ears, as clear as a bell. Once again, he slipped past Natsu's claws by a hair's breadth. The edge of his serpent's poisonous wings nicked Natsu's sleeve, the fabric instantly blackening and crumbling from the venom. Arg! Natsu roared, fury igniting uncontrollably from every pore. a ring of fire erupting around him, desperate to force Cobra back. Anger, frustration, trying to push me away with your flames. Cobra's voice clung to Natsu's mind, exposing each thought with an unshakable precision. Even as the fire burst forth, Cobra had already retreated, untouched, his snake-like eyes fixed on Natsu, who was panting in the heart of the flames, watching with the satisfaction of someone observing a beast's futile struggle inside its cage. Natsu, clear your mind, Lucy shouted urgently, her celestial spirit key flashing gold in her hand. Open, gate of Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Summoned by her call, the celestial spirit of the archer appeared, golden bow drawn to its fullest. A magical arrow, forged from pure, blazing white fire, streaked toward Natsu with a piercing whistle. Almost by instinct, Natsu opened his mouth and caught the arrow mid-flight, clamping down with perfect precision. The flames exploded in his mouth, surging through him like a shot of pure adrenaline. Instantly, the weariness in his body vanished, his strength visibly restored, and the fire swirling around him burned brighter and wilder than ever. He ate the fire and is already putting that power to use. Ah, you've regained your strength by eating fire. Cobra watched as Natsu, invigorated after devouring the flames, showed no concern at all. Instead, a more vicious smile crept across his face. Beneath him, the enormous purple, flying serpent suddenly opened its jaws wide. A thick, foul-smelling, eerily gleaming purple-black poisonous mist gushed forth like a breached dam, engulfing him in an instant. Standing at the heart of the swirling poison, Cobra inhaled deeply, his face twisted in a sickly expression of satisfaction. The deadly purple-black fog seemed to have found its home, wildly pouring into his nose and mouth, merging with the core of his magic power. It's useless, Fire Dragon. Cobra's voice filtered through the toxic fog. His right hand spread open, palm up, as the surging poison gathered and compressed itself into a living, writhing sphere of purple-black energy. Did you think you're the only one who could devour the elements? His eyes flickered with a chilling light through the haze. I'm a dragon slayer too, poison dragon slayer. Just like Laxus, a dragon lacrima is fused inside me. I am the new generation of dragon slayer. With a sudden clench of his right hand, that mass of deadly energy was instantly absorbed into his body. His entire right arm became sheathed in a layer of purple-black, venomous scales, glimmering like a serpent's hide and radiating a suffocating wave of terrifying magic. Before his words had even faded, Cobra's figure left a purple-black afterimage in the air. His speed had reached its peak. One moment, he was at the center of the toxic fog. The next, that venom-scaled right hand, like the fangs of a poisonous serpent, broke through Natsu's hastily raised fire defense and clamped down viciously on his throat. Cold, slick, and powerfully corrosive sensations invaded Natsu's skin in a heartbeat. With a crushing force, Natsu's feet left the ground. The agony of suffocation and the searing pain of his magic being corroded struck all at once. Gah! Natsu's flames were brutally suppressed by the poisonous magic, and he let out a raw, tortured cry. It's over, Fire Dragon. Cobra leaned in close, the vertical pupils of his snake-like eyes filled with nothing but icy killing intent. His venomous claws tightened mercilessly around Natsu's throat as the toxic magic slithered like a living thing, seeking to burrow into his veins. Go to the other world and find your dragon, he pronounced, his voice the toll of a death knell. A chill of despair seized Natsu's heart in an instant. For a fleeting moment, the blurry silhouette of Igneel flickered in the depths of his mind, only to be swept away by a tidal wave of rage and unwillingness. His dragon? Where was his dragon? He hadn't found him yet. How could he possibly fall here? Find my dragon. Natsu's eyes were streaked with blood-red veins. His voice was crushed and hoarse as his throat was pinned shut, but deep within his soul, the power that belonged to a dragon blazed to life in his darkest moment. It wasn't fire. It was something deeper, more primal, a roar so ancient and fierce it could make the world tremble. Damn you! It was no longer the roar of a fire dragon, but a pure, desperate, thunderous bellow of a dragon, one born from boundless fury and relentless unwillingness to yield. The sound wave no longer spread in a fan shape. Instead, it erupted outward from Natsu like an invisible, destructive war hammer, smashing fiercely in all directions. A deep, pulsing hum filled the air. The very atmosphere twisted and trembled violently, visible to the naked eye. Cobra, standing closest, had his cruel smile freeze in an instant, then contort in agony. His ears, capable of hearing the voice of all things, were forced to endure this terrifying sonic blast at point-blank range, an attack beyond all limits. A muffled, sickening crack was lost beneath the tidal wave of sound. Thin trails of bloodshot from Cobra's ears in an instant. The color drained from his face. A tidal wave of pain and indescribable vertigo crashed through his mind. His grip around Natsu's throat slackened all at once, the poisonous sheen on his claws fading rapidly. His eyes rolled back, and as though his bones had been removed, his body collapsed backward in a rigid heap, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, consciousness utterly lost. The aftershock of the roar swept outward. Farther away, Lucy, Wendy, and Happy were forced to clutch their ears, faces twisted in pain. For a brief instant, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent in the wake of that furious bellow. Huff, huff, Natsu dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. Dark, purple-black fingerprints marked his throat where the poison claws had gripped him, his skin slowly corroded by venom, burning with searing pain. Yet he remained standing, unyielding flames burning in his eyes. At that very moment, a second, even more powerful surge erupted, a magical force far greater, older, and more chaotic than anything Brian had unleashed before. It exploded without warning from the very heart of Nirvana's core. The enormous magic circle beneath their feet blazed to its brightest, blinding light lancing through the air like 1,000 swords. The entire floating fortress, Nirvana, began to shake violently. Massive stone structures groaned under the strain, countless shards raining down in a storm. What? Urza snapped her head up, the lightning on her Thunder Emperor armor crackling explosively under the sudden onslaught of this terrifying magic. This magic, it's Nirvana itself. Jura's face darkened in shock, his earth magic sensing the heart of chaos swelling below them like a pounding heart. At that moment, another black mark on Brian's face extinguished completely. Useless, in the end, nothing but trash. Brian's voice was cold, utterly devoid of warmth. He slowly raised his withered right hand. The jet-black staff, Chant's song, its top crowned with a snarling skull, leveled in silence at his remaining opponents. Urza knelt on one knee not far away, the radiant Emperor armor's glow already dimmed. Every breath tugged at her exhausted body, forcing the armor to counter Midnight's twisted magic had wrung out the last of her strength. Jura's tall frame stood protectively before her, his rock-like, resolute face beaded with sweat. His labored, heavy breathing betrayed the strain he was under. Against Brain's relentless assault, even Jura's full strength left him pushed back, step by step. The stone beneath his feet crumbled, devoured by the seeping darkness of Brain's magic. Iron rock wall, Jura roared, slamming his palms onto the ground. Several massive walls, gleaming with a metallic sheen, erupted from the earth in an attempt to block the onslaught. Corridor of darkness. With a flick of his wand, Brain summoned forth a tide of inky darkness, thick and viscous, pouring from the hollow eyes of the skull-shaped tip. The shadows crept out like living things, swallowing light, and Jura's solid walls, without effort. The rock barriers dissolved noiselessly, as if plunged into powerful acid, vanishing without a trace, not even a single shard left behind. The darkness pressed on, twisting into enormous, writhing tentacles that lashed out at Jura with a sickening pull. A thunderous impact. One tentacle struck Jura with brutal force. His stone-hardened body thudded against the ground, sent hurtling backward until he slammed into a distant cliff. Chunks of rock tumbled down around him. He struggled to rise, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. "It's over," Brain intoned, his voice tolling like a funeral bell. He raised his wand again, and at its tip coalesced a sphere of darkness, so profound it seemed poised to swallow souls. The aura of destruction locked onto Jura and Urza, both nearly spent. As fountain, a sharp, familiar cry split the still, suffocating air. Two figures shot onto the battlefield like a sudden gale. Gray slammed his hands to the ground, unleashing a surge of piercing cold. A furious geyser of jagged icicles erupted beneath Brain's feet, stabbing upward with a freezing intent to halt everything in its path. At the same time, Lion appeared at Brain's flank, his hands moving in rapid signs. Ice Demon Mirror. Giant, glassy mirrors of ice materialized out of nowhere, reflecting Brain's form in their flawless surfaces. Caught off guard by the dual ice assault, Brain's brow furrowed in irritation. Forced to break his focus on Jura, he thrust his wand downward, driving the seething dark sphere straight into Gray's pillars of ice. A violent hiss, the crackle of darkness and ice colliding. The icicles melted and shattered under the corrosive touch of darkness, their destruction shrieking through the air. But Gray's intervention had bought Jura a precious moment to catch his breath. "Mr. Jura," Lion called out. "Right." Gritting his teeth through the pain, Jura gathered his magic once more, slamming his palms to the ground. Iron rock pillars, stranglehold. This time, he did not aim for Brain himself, but for the reflections cast within the ice demon mirrors. A massive pillar of iron rock ignored the boundaries of space and burst forth from within the smooth ice mirror with a thunderous force, striking directly and precisely at Brian's reflection inside the glass. What? Brian was completely caught off guard. The very instant his image in the mirror was hit, a powerful shockwave struck his actual body as well. This was the reflective property of Lion's ice demon mirror. Brian staggered, his gathered magic faltering for a split second. "Now's my chance. Ice make, ice hammer." Gray seized this fleeting opportunity, clapping his hands together fiercely in front of his chest. Magic surged wildly. In an instant, a gigantic hammer of pure, frigid ice formed above his head, radiating a biting cold and descending with the force to shatter mountains, aiming straight at the unsteady Brian. Oomph. Child's play. A glint of frost flashed in Brian's eyes as he pointed his chanting staff skyward. Dark Devour, from the mouth of the skull. Atop his staff, a torrent of even denser darkness poured forth, like the maw of a deep abyss, intent on swallowing the colossal ice hammer whole. But just as the darkness was about to engulf the hammer, "It's not over yet." Lion's voice roared through the air. "Ice demon mirror, multiple refractions." His hands shifted through a rapid series of seals, and the surrounding ice mirrors split and multiplied in an instant, forming countless reflective surfaces around Brian. The moment Gray's giant ice hammer touched the first mirror, it didn't get swallowed by the darkness. Instead, it vanished with an uncanny twist, only to erupt a heartbeat later from several other mirrors behind, above, and beside Brian all at once. Though the power of each hammer was divided, their sheer number more than compensated, weaving a deadly net of icy sledgehammers closing in from every direction. "Jura," Gray shouted in concert. "Power of the earth, become one with me." Jura poured every ounce of his magical power into the ground beneath his feet. His body seemed to merge with the stone itself, his skin glowing with a deep, earthen hue. Like a cannonball released from its barrel, Jura launched himself forward, carrying the unstoppable force to crush anything in his path. Taking advantage of Brian being trapped within the icy net and his magic scattered, Jura slammed into Brian's back with devastating force. Crash! Crack! Ice hammers struck Brian's hastily raised shield of darkness from all sides, their impacts resounding in a frenzy of explosive shattering. And Jura's full-powered charge, as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain, proved to be the final straw. Brian's dark shield groaned under the strain, fractures spreading across it like a web until it shattered with a resounding crash. Blood spurted from Brian's lips as his body convulsed, and, like a stringless kite, he was sent flying through the air. His chanting staff slipped from his grasp, landing with a distant clang. He crashed to the ground, struggled feebly, and then fell completely still. A low, ominous hum lingered in the aftermath. However, before anyone could catch their breath, the massive magic circle beneath their feet, the very core of Nirvana, suddenly erupted with a blinding light unlike anything seen before. The entire floating magical city shook violently, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. Enormous stone structures groaned with a sound that set everyone's teeth on edge. Countless cracks, spreading as fragments of rock, rained down from above. A chaotic and overwhelming surge of magical energy exploded outward from the core, rolling forth like a tangible tide, charged with a will so twisted it threatened to overturn light and darkness themselves. "This is bad. Nirvana is about to fully activate." Xiang's face went deathly pale, the magical screen from his ancient tome flickering madly before him as it attempted to decipher the terrifying structure of the magic circle beneath their feet. 7. We have to destroy all 7 core nodes at the same time to stop it. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Despair descended upon the exhausted group in an instant. 7 core nodes? Right now, they could barely even stand upright. There's no need for that. A calm voice, tinged with an odd, weary fatigue, suddenly pierced through the suffocating silence of despair. Everyone's eyes snapped toward the source of the voice, the pile of rubble that had been blasted apart by Cobra's venomous winged dragon. Loose stones slid and tumbled to the ground, revealing a figure with blue hair, clutching his forehead and staggering as he tried to stand. It was Jelal. His eyes brimmed with confusion and pain, as if he had just awakened from a long and harrowing nightmare. His gaze struggled to settle on Urza. Jelal. Urza's pupils contracted sharply. The Thunder Emperor's armor was long gone. Now her face was etched only with shock and a tangle of emotions she could not put into words. She had heard Natsu say that Jelal was still alive, but even so, she could hardly accept it. Jalal's gaze fixed on Urza, his brow furrowed, as if he were enduring a splitting headache. His voice trembled with confusion and a barely perceptible hint of fear. Urza, that name, it's the only thing I remember. Who are you? Who am I? Urza's body went rigid in an instant. Her knuckles turned white from gripping her sword so tightly. She looked at the person before her, so familiar, yet now a stranger. He was once her dearest companion, but also the betrayer who had cast her into hell with his own hands. Old wounds surged back like a tide. The shadow of the Tower of Heaven, the fallen bodies of her friends. Her voice was low and hoarse, every word striking the ground like a cold, heavy stone. Urza was once your friend. And you, Jelal, you betrayed us. You infiltrated the Magic Council, deceived everyone. You built the R system, the Tower of Heaven, to resurrect Zerif, and you killed my companions. Betrayal? Gong, Panions? Jelal was struck as if by lightning. His body trembled violently, and he clutched his head with both hands, as though trying to dig out the chaotic, blood-soaked, and sinful fragments of memory from his mind. More, dear. Why? Why would I do such a thing? A cry of agony burst from his throat. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, mingling with the dust on his face as they slid down. It was a pure, incomprehensible torment, one born from being tortured by the weight of his own sins. After a brief moment of collapse, Jelal suddenly lifted his head. In his eyes burned a resolute determination, bordering on obsession. He no longer looked at anyone else. His gaze fixed on the core of Nirvana at his feet, where the magic circle gleamed ever brighter and the tremors grew more intense. While I slept, I heard, Nirvana, he murmured, half explaining, half convincing himself. To obtain it is dangerous, extremely dangerous. It must be destroyed. Slowly, he raised both hands. His movements were stiff, yet filled with a resolve that brooked no argument. Familiar, intricate, and ancient patterns of a magic circle began to emerge in the palms of his hands. Golden arcs of magical energy flickered and gathered, weaving together like threads of lightning. The self-destruction magic circle, this dangerous magic, must be destroyed. Jalal's voice was eerily calm, as if he were simply stating a foregone conclusion. And I, guilty beyond redemption, let it collapse with me. The golden magic circle expanded rapidly, engulfing both himself and the core of Nirvana beneath his feet. The light surged forth with the pure will of self-destruction, firmly devouring the chaotic magic of Nirvana that raged all around. Jelal! Urza stepped forward instinctively. In the golden glow, a light that heralded the end, she saw Jalal's face, contorted in pain, yet filled with serenity. The memories of the Tower of Heaven, the agony of betrayal, the sacrifices of comrades, and now the final atonement of this amnesiac, all collided fiercely within her chest, nearly stealing her breath away. She wanted to stop him, to question him, to seize hold of something, yet in the end, 1,000 words dissolved into a single heavy sigh. Her clenched fists slowly relaxed, and every ounce of struggle faded into silence. She could only stand there, watching the gold light blaze even brighter, and whispered 3 words, soft as a sigh. Farewell, forever. The golden self-destruction magic circle shone with blinding intensity, a vortex consuming itself, drawing Jalal's figure and the raging torrent of magic at Nirvana's core into its depths. The wave of destruction swept outward like a storm. In a corner unnoticed by everyone, the last black mark snaking across Brian's fallen face, like a venomous serpent, flickered a few times as though it were a dying wick, before finally extinguishing and vanishing without a trace. As the final mark faded from Brian's face, strange ripples of green energy began to seep from his entire body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. It turned out that Brian had used a living link to connect himself and the other 5 members of the 6 demon generals, forming 6 interconnected seals to suppress his alternate personality, Null. When all 6 were defeated, the seals would be undone, and the true leader of the 6 demon generals, Null, would emerge. With blood-red eyes, Null swept his gaze across everyone struggling against the shockwave, looking at them as if they were nothing more than bothersome ants. With a casual flick of his gaunt finger in Jalal's direction, A viscous stream of jet-black magic cracked through the air like a whip, tearing apart the intricate self-regulating collapse spell formation Jalal had constructed in an instant. Then, from his palm, a whip of emerald magic lashed out. Each strike landed with chilling precision, felling every single person present. Without so much as a glance at his fallen opponents, Null turned away and strode into the pulsing darkness, his figure dissolving into the shadows at the heart of Nirvana's violently trembling core. He needed to seize control of the entire magic city. Cough, cough. Urza, leaning heavily on her sword, fought to rise to her feet, her body weighed down as if filled with lead by the invading darkness. Gray and Lion's dwindling magic flickered, unsteady as candle flames in the wind. Jura, half kneeling, bore fissures across his stone-hardened skin. Lucy's celestial keys lay scattered at her side. Despair pressed down, heavier even in Brian's darkness. Urza, everyone! An anxious cry came slicing through the air. Natsu, Lucy, and when he had finally made it back to the core. The sight of their battered comrades and the devastation around them made Natsu's flames burst forth in a sudden, fierce eruption. Wendy, Happy cried out in alarm. Wendy's face was deathly pale, but her eyes shone with unwavering resolve. She rushed to Urza's side, pressing her hands to Urza's chest. Heal, she called, and a pure, azure light surged forth, warm as spring water, flooding Urza's body and banishing the creeping darkness. Without hesitation, Wendy turned to Jura, Gray, Lion, and Lucy in turn, her small figure darting across the battlefield, igniting points of healing light, like tiny sparks of hope flickering amidst the ruins of despair. Wendy, thank you. Urza managed a breath at last, steadied by the healing light, and forced herself upright. Hibiki struggled to sit up as well, his ancient tome's magical screen unfurling before him, countless convoluted glyphs and diagrams spinning in frantic disarray. His voice, strained and hoarse with urgency, rang out. Listen, Brian must have entered the core. Nirvana's complete activation is only moments away. The only way to stop it is to destroy all 7 magical core nodes located at the 7 pillars of the magical city. Simultaneously, all 7. Absolute synchronicity is required. If even one node remains, Nirvana will repair itself and fully activate. He pressed his hands together, forming a complex seal, and a magic circle woven from countless tiny runes lit up at his brow. I'll use ancient text to pinpoint every core, and with telepathic magic, I'll transmit my voice directly into your minds, so we can coordinate our attack. But the core locations are far apart. No one can support the others. Most importantly, his voice carried a trace of bitterness. Zero will definitely be stationed at one of the nodes. Whoever faces him, you'll have to rely on your own strength. And also, he glanced around at the group, just barely able to move after Wendy's healing. Urza, Gray, Jura, Lucy, Natsu, Wendy, and Jalal, who had only just risen from the rubble, his eyes still hollow and full of pain. Right now, there are only 7 of us. Wendy doesn't have the combat ability to directly destroy a core. We're one person short. The atmosphere froze once again. 7 people for 7 pillars, yet one missing. Wendy bit her lip, her small hands clenching the edge of her dress. Man, how could you possibly save the world without me? The one who brings you the fragrance of love and hope. An extravagant, unmistakably familiar voice rang out, accompanied by a blast of strong perfume and a sparkling, theatrical entrance. Everyone turned in astonishment. There stood Ichiya, striking his trademark pose. His hair gleamed with oil, and though his clothes bore the marks of battle, he stood invigorated and confident at the entrance. Run and Ivan found me. They're clearing out the annoying grunts outside, so I could get here first. Looks like I've arrived at the moment when you need a little fragrance most. Mr. Ichiya, Lucy cried out in delight. Just in time, Master Ichiya. Hibiki's eyes flashed as he immediately pointed at the enormous 3-dimensional map of the magical city hovering above the core area. 7 flashing points of dangerous red light, like the hearts of great beasts, marked different locations throughout the city. Each was connected to the central core by a massive pillar of magical energy. He spoke rapidly. The 7 core locations: Serpent's Head Pillar, Scorpion's Tail Pillar, Left Foot Pillar, Right Foot Pillar, Spine Pillar, Left Wing Pillar, and Right Wing Pillar. The teams are as follows. Natsu, you'll take the Serpent's Head Pillar. Gray, the Scorpion's Tail Pillar is yours. Urza, Left Foot Pillar. Jura, Right Foot Pillar. Ichiya, Spine Pillar. Jalal. Hibiki looked at the silent figure, his tone complicated. You and Wendy, take the Right Wing Pillar. The Left Wing Pillar. Lucy, that's your responsibility. I'll remain on the outskirts, doing everything I can to maintain the positioning of the ancient tome and keep our telepathic link stable. When the moment comes, my command will go straight into your minds. Move out. There was no time for hesitation. The 7 teams shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, racing toward the red glowing locations they had each locked onto. The city's shaking grew more and more violent. Massive rocky structures broke apart and crashed down, while wild currents of chaotic magic howled and swept through the streets. Wendy pushed herself to keep pace with Jalal, heading toward the right-wing pillar at the city's edge. A gigantic beam of light supported one corner of the city, and beneath it stretched a boundless, dense sea of forest. At the base of the light pillar lay the core node, a magic crystal that pulsed continually, radiating an aura of inverted light and darkness. Wendy, Jalal stopped abruptly, his back to her. His voice still carried that hollow, lost tone, but now there was a strange gentleness woven into it. He didn't turn, his gaze seeming to pierce through the forest below and out toward the distant, rolling mountains. Even though I don't remember you, my body, my instincts, tell me this, inside you, there's a power still sleeping, waiting to awaken. He turned, his head slightly. His pale face was void of expression, but deep in those dark blue eyes, a faint spark of light seemed to flicker. Trust it, not for destruction, but for protection. To protect everything you hold dear. As long as you believe, your power will be able to shatter this core. Wendy was stunned, gazing at Jalal's silhouette, strange, yet radiating a certain warmth that felt almost familiar. An unexplainable courage welled up inside her. She nodded firmly. Yes, I'll do it. Jalal seemed to murmur a quiet then, without warning, his figure dissolved into a faint golden glimmer, vanishing in an instant like a sudden teleportation, his voice lingering on the wind. I'm heading to where help is needed. Mr. Jalal. Wendy reached out, but her hand closed on nothing but empty air. She stared at the massive, pulsing core crystal before her, feeling the city beneath her feet tremble with impending destruction. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her small hand to her chest. Jalal's words echoed in her heart. To protect everything she cherished, to trust in her own strength. A thunderous roar. Far away on the horizon, the highest peak at the edge of the endless forest was swallowed by an immense, black thundercloud that blotted out the sun and sky. That was the tribulation cloud, drawn there by Qing Xian, a storm churning with deep violet lightning, crackling with the power to annihilate. The world's magic seemed to be whipped into a frenzy by some colossal, invisible hand, forming a vast vortex plainly visible to the naked eye, pouring down upon the mountain summit. Atop that peak, Qing Xian sat cross-legged, his entire body surrounded by an aura of jade-green spiritual energy, brighter, vaster, and more solid than ever before. Within him, the golden core that had become dazzlingly brilliant after absorbing elven magic power now emitted a strained, resonant hum, as if buckling under the pressure. On the surface of the core, fine cracks spread out like a spider's web. The golden core tribulation, at last, it had arrived. The first bolt of deep violet lightning, thick as a water barrel, descended with a sky-rending roar, striking down mercilessly. Qing Xian did not dodge or flinch. He did not even open his eyes. The spiritual energy within him, surging to its absolute limit, mingled with the foreign magic he had painstakingly refined over this period, power marked by the essence of another world. Together, they formed an unbreakable, jade-green vortex around his golden core. The tribulation lightning crashed into the vortex, erupting in a blinding flash. The furious power of the thunderstorm was torn apart, devoured, and refined by the swirling energies. Instead of widening, the cracks on the golden core seemed to shrink, and under the tempering of the lightning, a pure golden light began to shine through. The second bolt, the third, each tribulation bolt grew more savage than the last. Purple-black serpents of electricity writhed wildly among the clouds, turning the entire sky into an apocalyptic scene. The mountain's rocky peaks crumbled to dust under the aftershocks of the thunder. Yet beneath Qing Xian, the spirit-gathering array whirled madly, forcefully drawing in the wild energies and magic from the world, replenishing the vortex's consumption. He was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how ferociously the tribulation thunder crashed upon him, the jade-green vortex of spiritual energy remained unyielding, spinning ceaselessly, converting the force of destruction into the purest energy and pouring it into the golden core that teetered on the edge of shattering. The fourth bolt, the fifth, when the sixth and final bolt came crashing down, thicker than all before and nearly pure black, charged with the power to end worlds. Qing Xian's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Azure light burst from his gaze, blazing like twin lamps in the night. "Break!" His clear cry rang out, resonant and commanding, like the roar of a dragon. The cracked golden core inside him exploded with a thunderous crash. Yet this was not destruction, but rebirth. Endless golden radiance and jade-green spiritual energy fused with the refined power of the tribulation lightning and that otherworldly, pure magic surged together at the heart of the explosion, condensing and compressing in a frenzy. From within the blinding light, a hazy image began to take shape, a newborn infant, suffused with boundless life and the profound aura of the Tao. The nascent soul was born. But then, a sudden change erupted. At the very instant the nascent soul took form, the spiritual energy and magic within Qing Xian, which had always been distinct and separate, now, under the harmonizing influence of the pure life force of the newborn soul, resonated as never before. The nascent soul hungrily absorbed every surrounding energy, not only the spiritual power brought by the tribulation, but also the vast, chaotic surges of magic released from the nirvana core. All of it, as if finding its true home, surged toward the mountain and poured into Qing Xian's body. A deafening, earth-shaking roar, an aura tenfold, 100-fold more powerful than the ordinary nascent soul stage, surged from Qing Xian, rising without the slightest restraint, straight toward the heavens. The storm clouds of tribulation swirling above his head were forcefully scattered by this new, terrifying aura, a power fused with the magic of another world. The sky cleared to an unblemished blue, and behind him, a colossal azure sun, formed entirely of pure energy, slowly rose in a ghostly silhouette. Nascent soul to spirit ascension, a single step to the summit. Qing Xian stood up slowly, feeling the ceaseless, harmonious flow of this newfound power within him. No longer did he need to rely on laborious spirit-gathering arrays to convert mana. Now, it coursed through him as naturally as breathing, as effortless as moving his own limbs. It had become a true part of his essence. At last, the torment of being unable to absorb spiritual energy was over. His gaze, deep as an abyss, pierced through the barriers of space and landed upon the distant, violently trembling magical metropolis that radiated an aura of chaos. Nirvana. "It's time. I must go and help my companions." Natsu dashed through the corridor leading to the heart of the city. A cold, piercing voice stabbed straight into Natsu's mind like icy needles. "Natsu, the serpent's head pillar, Wu, is there. Only you still have the strength to stop him. Defeat him. Wait for my telepathic command." This was no plea. It was a merciless decree. The instant Natsu set foot in the serpent's head pillar, his flames were wholly devoured by darkness, thick and inky as tar. A massive crystal of magical power throbbed like a heart, radiating a chaotic energy that twisted light and shadow. And before that crystal, Wu hovered in silence, his blood-red eyes as fathomless as the abyss, staring impassively at the fire dragon who had intruded. "Insect." Wu's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, his skeletal fingers lifting with casual indifference. "No incantation." No gathering of energy. Pure, all-consuming darkness surged forth like a living thing, instantly transforming into countless vast tendrils of shadow. With a shriek that tore through the very air, they swept down upon Natsu from every direction. "Fire dragon, roar!" Natsu unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon breath, hurling it at the shadowy tentacles. But it was like a stone vanishing into the sea, only a faint ripple before the flames were utterly consumed. The shadow tendrils pressed on without pause, lashing brutally across Natsu's crossed arms as he tried to block them. A thunderous impact. Natsu was struck as if by a battering ram. His body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing hard against the icy stone wall. Chunks of rock tumbled down around him. His flames flickered dimly. The searing pain in his arms was nothing compared to the chilling weakness left by the encroaching dark magic. "Damn you!" Natsu struggled to his feet, flames surging again, a defiant fury blazing in his eyes as he charged at Wu. Iron Fist. Wu didn't even move. He simply flicked his fingers. In an instant, the ground beneath Natsu became a viscous swamp of darkness, its powerful pull dragging him down with a violent force. At the same time, a massive hammer of darkness formed above, crashing down with crushing weight. A resounding crash. Natsu was slammed straight into the shadowy mire, only half his burning head left exposed. Every desperate struggle only let the icy darkness seep deeper into his body. In the face of absolute darkness, flames flicker as feebly as a candle in the wind. "Give up, insect." Your struggle is meaningless. Wu hovered above Natsu, his blood-red eyes gazing down with the cold detachment of a god regarding a mere ant. Slowly, he lifted his hand, palm aimed at Natsu's head. Deep, shadowy energy began to gather in his grasp, the aura of destruction locking onto the fire dragon below, who was utterly unable to move. This strike would be enough to annihilate everything. Natsu, a hoarse cry shattered the silence as a staggering golden figure burst into the heart of the darkness. Jalal. His face was as pale as death, blood trickling endlessly from the corner of his mouth. He teetered on the edge of collapse, clearly at the limits of his strength. Yet his eyes never left the ball of destructive energy forming in Wu's palm. He didn't falter, not for a moment. Oh, another little insect. Wu's gaze swept over Jalal with icy disdain, and the gathering of darkness in his hand did not cease. Jalal spared not a glance for Natsu. Instead, he pressed both hands hard against his chest, his face draining of all color as though his very life was being ripped away. Then a brilliant, utterly pure golden light exploded from within him. It was not fire, but magic, pure, radiant light. This radiance exuded divinity and warmth, forcing back the viscous darkness and opening a pocket of light in the pitch-black realm. Natsu, eat this. Jalal's voice was ragged with agony. With trembling effort, he pushed forward, sending that orb of pure, golden magic, blazing like a miniature sun, hurtling toward Natsu, trapped in the mire of darkness. Light, flame. Natsu's pupils shrank in shock. He could feel the immense, untainted power within that light, along with Jalal's resolute determination, burning away his own life to deliver it. No hositashkin. Natsu threw his head back and bit down hard on the incoming orb of golden light. A searing sensation, like molten steel pouring down his throat. Unimaginable pain tore through him in an instant. This wasn't just burning. It was the agony of soul-deep conflict, as light and darkness clashed at their very roots within him. Every vein in Natsu's body bulged, magma-like beneath his skin. Crimson dragon scales flashed across his flesh, only to peel away and regrow under the onslaught of light's power. His eyes blazed, filled with golden light and crimson flame, and he unleashed a beastly roar of pure pain. Arf! A total explosion. Violent dragon magic, fused with the purest light, erupted from Natsu, surging outward in a storm of power that could tear through even the deepest dark. Golden flames and crimson dragon fire intertwined, weaving into an unprecedented storm of destruction capable of rending the night itself. The mire of darkness that bound him was instantly vaporized and torn apart. Natsu's body surged upward, transformed into a living colossus of molten energy, radiating searing heat and a holy power that banished all shadows as he shot toward the heavens. What? For the first time ever, Wu's eternally indifferent face showed a clear expression of shock. Fire dragons, wing attack. Natsu, his dragon wings blazing with golden and crimson flames, swept them forward with all his might. This was no longer a mere physical blow, but a tempest of energy, a fusion of light and fire that tore through space itself. The raging force crashed against Wu's hastily conjured shield of darkness. A thunderous explosion erupted, louder than ever before. The dark barrier trembled violently. In an instant, its surface was covered with a web of cracks. For the first time, the immense impact shook Wu's body, forcing him to slide back several meters. Insect! How dare you? Wu's voice carried a trace of offended anger, his blood-red eyes locking onto Natsu, as an even greater surge of dark magic began to rise. At the same time, a precise countdown, echoing like the death knell of the Grim Reaper, resounded in everyone's mind in perfect unison. 6. Open, Gate of Taurus. Lucy held her celestial spirit key aloft, and the summoned Minotaur, wielding a giant axe, aimed directly at the core. 5. At the pillar of the right foot, Jura stood as immovable as a mountain. His arms, transformed to solid rock, suddenly swelled, armor of iron stone gleaming with metallic light encasing them, channeling enough power to shatter mountains, all focused on the pulsing core crystal. 4. At the pillar of the scorpion's tail, Gray pressed both hands firmly against the cold stone wall. Piercing frost swept forth his ice-make magic driven to its utmost. Countless razor-sharp ice spikes erupted and tangled around the core crystal like a forest of thorns. 3. At the pillar of the left foot, Urza's demon-slaying sword rang out with a pure, resonant hum, its blade wrapped in swirling, razor-sharp magical energy, the tip poised at the core crystal's most vulnerable point. 2. At the pillar of the spine, Ichiya's expression was uncharacteristically grave. Several bottles of perfume burst in his hands, a rainbow of smoke instantly. Merging with his body, his muscles bulged, magic boiling over. He let out a low roar, gathering all his strength into a fist aimed right at the core. 1. At the pillar of the right wing, when he drew a deep breath, pure wind magic surged within her small body, the currents around her groaning with anticipation. She thought of Natsu, her friends, and Jelal's words. To protect, her gaze sharpened with resolve, and she opened her lips. Sky dragons, roar. An immense, pure, and divinely purifying tornado roared towards the core crystal. Beyond the pillar of the left wing, Hibiki kept his eyes tightly shut, the luminous screen of ancient script flickering wildly. His entire mind was focused on maintaining the connection of the 7 telepathic links, ensuring perfect synchronization. 0. Break! 7 furious voices, crossing the boundaries of space, rang out in the exact same instant. Boom! 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 7 deafening explosions erupted at once, like 7 bolts of thunder crashing down simultaneously upon the 7 pillars of the magical city of Nirvana. Urza, wielding her demon-slaying sword, tore through the crystal with a brilliant flash. Jura's mighty fist of iron and stone shattered a keynote. Grey Lion's forest of ice spikes froze and burst apart in a brilliant display. Ichiya's fragrant power detonated with overwhelming force. Wendy's divine roar cleansed the very core. Lucy's celestial spirit of Taurus cleaved through every obstacle in their path. And then, the serpent's head pillar. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Natsu, wreathed in golden and crimson flames, transformed himself into a blazing meteor, tearing through the sky with unyielding resolve and blistering speed, aiming straight for Zero with the power to burn everything to ash. At the moment of impact, all of his flames compressed and focused into his right fist, forming a colossal sword of fire entwined with holy radiance and the destructive flames of a dragon. Unknown fire style, Crimson Lotus Phoenix Blade. Zero's dark shield, faced with the Dragon Slayer's secret art fused with flames of light, shattered apart with an earth-shaking crash. Natsu's burning fist, together with Zero's withered form, plummeted like a falling star, smashing ruthlessly into the core crystal of the serpent's head pillar. A thunderous explosion followed, a final, wild detonation. Under the twin impact of Zero's body and Natsu's ultimate attack, the core crystal shattered completely, like fragile glass. A tremor like a deep, resonant hum quivered through the air. Then, in an instant, all movement ceased within Nirvana. The 7 massive pillars of magical energy supporting the city flickered out as if their power source had been cut off. The overwhelming magical force that had blanketed the city, with its perverse inversion of light and darkness, receded rapidly like the tide, fading into stillness. The colossal mobile city finally ground to a halt, hanging suspended above the forest sea like the carcass of a dead giant, plunged into utter silence. Yet that silence lasted barely a heartbeat. Damn! An icy, venomous voice seethed out from the swirling smoke and debris of the serpent's head pillar. From the shattered ruins, Zero slowly rose to his feet. His black robes were in tatters, revealing an even more emaciated form beneath, his blood-red eyes locking onto Natsu. Not far away, battered, but still burning with determination. You have destroyed everything. Zero's voice was cold as the winds of the underworld. He slowly raised both hands, forming a strange gesture before his chest, as if embracing emptiness, or perhaps drawing the outline of an invisible yin-yang. Then, let us all return to nothingness together. Genesis Void. A low, thrumming vibration filled the air. Centered on Zero, a gigantic sphere of pure, absolute darkness expanded in an instant. This was no mere attack, it was a domain, a realm of nothingness that threatened to consume all within its reach. Inside the sphere, countless twisted, wailing black specters, each filled with endless resentment, surged forth like a tidal wave. Though lacking tangible form, they radiated a soul-freezing cold and the terrifying power to erase existence itself, engulfing Natsu in an instant, just as he finished his explosive attack and stood drained of almost all his magic. Natsu managed only a short, pained cry before his body was seized and smothered by the icy black phantoms. Like flesh-eating parasites, these ghosts frantically tore at him, devouring his flames, his magic, even his very life force. A tide of cold and emptiness swept over him, drowning his senses, while the strength in his body was rapidly siphoned away. Natsu, far off in the distance, Urza, Windy, and the others, having just finished their own battle, felt the surge of this dreadful energy. But the terrifying pull of that domain of nothingness kept them from even approaching. A twisted, satisfied smile spread across Wu's face as he watched Natsu, now completely swallowed by darkness and his flames fully snuffed out, like an artist admiring their most perfect creation. At the very brink, as Natsu's consciousness was about to be dragged into the eternal abyss of nothingness, with even the last glimmer of fire on the verge of being extinguished, a sharp, crystalline sword note rang out, so pure and piercing it seemed capable of severing every shackle in existence, tearing through the sky in a sudden, resounding echo. It was not magic, but the manifestation of sheer, concentrated will and power. A colossal sword of radiant blue energy, blazing like the midday sun and formed purely of spiritual force, descended from the heavens with the force of divine judgment, ignoring all barriers of distance and space. With a searing hiss, like a red-hot blade slicing through hardened wax, the sword light cleaved through the domain of nothingness and those myriad, wailing black ghosts, in the presence of this dazzling blue radiance, melted away like frost beneath the morning sun, vanishing in an instant. A massive rift, burning with blue flames, was forcibly torn through the darkness. The blade's momentum did not falter, barely missing Natsu as it crashed into the ruins of the serpent head columns behind Wu, carving a bottomless scar whose edges gleamed smooth as glass and still crackled faintly with strands of blue lightning. Much of the raging darkness was dispelled in a breath, and Natsu's body tumbled from midair, caught just in time by Happy, who rushed up to save him. His whole body was cold, strange black marks of corruption lingering on his skin, but his chest still rose and fell faintly. That last spark of life, sheltered by the blue sword's glow, had not been completely extinguished. As the dust slowly settled, a lone figure could be seen, floating quietly above the ruined serpent head columns, though no one had noticed his arrival. Qin Xian remained dressed in his familiar, somewhat worn blue Daoist robes. No aura of wild magic surged around him, only a faint blue glow circling his form, as if that sword stroke which had just cleaved through the underworld and torn apart the domain of darkness was nothing more than a casual flick to brush away a speck of dust. He lowered his gaze slightly, sweeping over the crowd below whose faces were still haunted by fear and disbelief. At last his eyes settled on Wu, who was struggling to rise from the ruins, his blood-red pupils burning with suspicion and fury. Qin Xian spoke, his voice calm and soft, yet each word rang out clearly for all to hear. Such filth can only be cleansed by the Azure Edge. The sword intent of Azure Thunder tore through the nether domain conjured by Genesis, Wu, shattering not only the darkness but also President Wu's ambition to devour all things. Amid the swirling dust atop the ruined serpent's head pillar, Qin Xian hovered in the air. His azure robes fluttered gently in the lingering chaos of unleashed energies. His gaze swept with cool detachment over Natsu, caught by Happy, his condition unknown between life and death, and then to the distant, battered companions, their faces etched with shock. At last, his eyes fixed upon the lone figure rising slowly at the heart of the rubble. President Wu's emaciated frame heaved with ragged breaths, his blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Xian. No longer indifferent, his stare burned with the fury of a beast wounded by something he had dismissed as insignificant, mixed with a trace of disbelief. Thick, shadowy magic coiled around him, surging and contracting in restless waves, like the labored breaths of a wounded animal. Elusa. Qing Xuan's voice rang out, light but commanding. Instantly understanding, Elusa did not hesitate. She hurled the demon-slaying sword high into the air with all her might. Qin Xian raised his hand. An invisible force drew the ancient blade along a graceful arc, and it landed precisely, obediently, in his slender grasp. A resonant chime rang from his sword. With two fingers pressed together, Qin Xian gently brushed from the guard to the tip, as if wiping away dust. Where his fingertips passed, fine strands of bluish-white lightning, like awakened spirit serpents, twined themselves around the cold steel, crackling faintly with an intensity that sent chills down the spine. This was no ordinary lightning, but Azure Thunder, the pure, masculine force of Daoist tradition, embodying ultimate yang and righteousness, a natural nemesis to all things evil and unclean. President Wu's crimson pupils narrowed. Instinct, sharp as a wild animal's, warned him of an unprecedented threat. With a sudden swipe of his withered claws, he roared, Dark torrent. Viscous, inky magic burst forth like a breached river of the underworld, roaring toward Qing Xian with the silence of death and the intent to obliterate all before it. Qing Xian moved. He did not dash, but descended as if strolling from the clouds. With a single step, his figure vanished like a phantom, leaving behind only a faint azure afterimage in the sky. His speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye. A piercing sound split the air. The demon-slaying sword, wrapped in bluish-white lightning, sliced a dazzling rift straight through the dark torrent. Where the blade pointed, the thick darkness frothed and melted as if it had met its ultimate nemesis. Qing Xuan's form flickered within the surging darkness, each appearance marked by a flash of azure thunder, a sword light as swift and fleeting as a startled swan. Each strike landed with uncanny precision at the weakest, most sluggish nodes of the dark magic's flow. Wherever the sword light passed, the darkness crumbled, unleashing an eerie, wailing shriek. This was Qing Xuan's first true battle since regaining, and even surpassing, his former strength. His opponent was also one of the supreme dark magi of this world, a figure on par with the 10 great saints of magic. There was no doubt that Daoist true energy restrained the forces of dark magic. Yet the president's unfathomable reserves of wild, unpredictable mana, coupled with an endless array of sinister arcane arts, still pressed heavily upon Qing Xian. Qing Xian's swordsmanship was exquisite, his azure thunder both pure and fierce. But faced with the president's seemingly inexhaustible, ever-shifting tidal wave of darkness, countless shadowy tendrils, arrows of curses, and gaping maws of oblivion, he found himself more often defending, evading, and searching for that razor-thin opening to strike back. The battle ground into a stalemate. Though Qing Xian held the advantage, pressing the president relentlessly, he could not deliver a decisive blow. Coffin of darkness. Driven to fury by his failure to break through, the president clapped his hands together with explosive force. In an instant, immense walls of pure dark magic erupted from the ground, boxing Qing Xian in at the center like a prison, the walls closing in with terrifying speed. Across their surfaces, countless tormented faces twisted and wailed in eternal agony, radiating a chill that seemed to freeze the very soul. Yet within this cage of despair, Qing Xian's expression remained as calm and serene as still water. Just as the black walls were about to converge and crush him utterly, a brilliant azure light blazed in his eyes. His left hand, fingers extended in a sword gesture, slashed through the air before him, drawing forth a stream of blue spiritual energy so dense it seemed solid. In a heartbeat, he inscribed a mysterious sigil, pulsing with the power to bind heaven and earth. Still, one word, thunderous and resonant, rang out with the weight of a temple bell. The stasis talisman was complete. A deep, vibrating hum filled the air. Suddenly, an invisible force, woven from the very laws of the world, descended to bind all within its grasp. The president, pouring his all into his magic, froze mid-spell. In his blood-red eyes, wrath dissolved instantly into shock and terror. His body was suspended, trapped like an insect sealed in amber, even the surging tides of dark magic pausing for a single, breathless instant. 1 second, just a single second of paralysis. But for Qing Xian, it was more than enough. Command! With a clear shout, Qing Xian released his slaying evil sword from his grip. It did not fall. Instead, it transformed into a dazzling arc of intertwined azure and white, hovering before him like a streak of lightning across the sky. The sword shuddered violently, emitting a clear, ringing cry like the song of a dragon. All the boundless power of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage poured into the blade without reservation. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In a flash, the slaying evil sword multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became thousands upon thousands. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with sword shadows, each wreathed in blue lightning, their razor-sharp auras slicing the very air with a sizzling fury. Go! Qing Xian pointed forward. In that instant, every azure thunder sword, like a meteor storm unleashed by a god, roared forth with a shrieking force, raining down on the stunned, immobilized president. Thunderous crashes filled the air as the sword rain fell in an unrelenting torrent. Each arc of sword light carried the sharpness to rend gold and stone, and the purifying force of azure thunder to cleanse all evil. The layers of shadowy barriers that President Wu hastily raised were pierced and torn apart in an instant, as fragile as paper. The sword's brilliance mercilessly pierced through his body, sending up thick clouds of viscous black blood mist. His withered form convulsed violently and shattered under the raging sword energy and the pounding blue lightning. In his blood-red eyes, rage and terror ultimately faded into an empty, lifeless void. When the final sword shadow faded away, and the true form of the demon-slaying sword returned to Qingxuan's hand in a flash of light, all that remained at the heart of the ruins was a ravaged, charred corpse, riddled with holes, utterly lifeless. The chief of the 6 demon generals, President Wu, had fallen. At the center of Nirvana Square, after a brief moment of deathly silence, a complex tumult rose, survivors grappling with relief and disbelief. Wendy was pouring all her energy into healing the gravely wounded Natsu and Jalal, her gentle, pale blue light soothing their wounds. Gray, Lucy, and the others surrounded them, their faces marked by exhaustion and pain, but also by the joy of victory and concern for their friends. Urza leaned on her sword, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on the unconscious Jalal in the distance, her expression a tangled web of emotions. Yet this hard-won moment of respite did not last long. Without warning, complex, intricate magic runes began to glow with a cold blue light all along the plaza's edge. In the blink of an eye, the runes connected to form a vast, three-dimensional barrier that enveloped the entire square. The barrier's walls shone with the purity of crystal, yet radiated an aura of unbreakable power. What? Gray's eyes widened as he tried to summon ice, only to find his magic suppressed by some invisible force, locked deep within him and unable to respond. The others felt the same, as if they had stumbled into an invisible mire. Top, top, top. Distinct footsteps echoed from outside the barrier. A middle-aged man, straight-backed and imposing in a uniform of the newly reformed Magic Council, strode slowly into the enclosure, flanked by a squad of fully armed mage soldiers. His sharp gaze swept over those within the barrier, and at last came to rest on Qingxian. Placing his right hand over his chest, the man bowed slightly to Qingxian with practiced precision and respect. Captain Lahar, Special Detention Force of the Council. It is an honor to meet Lord Qingxian. Your heroic deeds at the Tower of Heaven have long preceded you. Your valor earned you the title of one of the 10 saints. Meeting you today, your reputation is truly well-deserved. Qingxian blinked in surprise. When did he become one of the 10 saints, standing equal with the council president? Before he could ask, Lahar straightened up, his voice resuming its official, icy detachment. This is my duty. I ask for your understanding. This anti-magic ring is the council's latest achievement, far superior to ordinary magic circles. It can suppress all unauthorized magic within the barrier. Please remain calm and do not act rashly. His gaze shifted to Jalal, who was still unconscious and being treated by Wendy. Lahar's tone was unyielding. By order of the council's highest warrant, S-class criminal Jalal must be immediately taken into custody. Hand him over to us. You got to be kidding. Natsu struggled to get up, but Lucy held him down with all her strength. He roared in fury. Jalal, he just helped us, and he doesn't remember anything. The council's orders are absolute. Jalal's crimes are grave. The Tower of Heaven, infiltrating the council, plotting to resurrect Zerif. Any one of these is enough for the death penalty. Amnesia is no excuse for pardon. Lahar stood firm, and the mage soldiers behind him raised their magic weapons in unison. Energy glimmered at the muzzles, and in an instant, the air bristled with tension. Gray stepped in front of the furious Natsu, his eyes locked onto Lahar. Are you really going to start a fight here? Lucy gripped her celestial keys tightly, while Jura, Ichiya, and the others stood tense, ready for anything. Qingxian didn't look at Lahar. Instead, his eyes turned to Urza. His gaze was calm, but the message was unmistakable. If you refuse, this so-called anti-magic ring can be shattered in an instant. Urza's body trembled ever so slightly. She looked at the unconscious Jalal, the nightmare of the Tower of Heaven, the blood of her comrades, the agony of betrayal. All these memories clashed and tore through her mind. Natsu's furious roar, Gray's challenge, the cold muzzles of the council's soldiers. The crushing pressure nearly suffocated her. At last, she drew a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil inside. Her eyes regained the resolute strength of the Fairy Queen. Slowly, she raised her hand, halting her agitated companions. Enough. Everyone stop. Urza's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that rang clear across the square. She looked at Lahar, each word squeezed out with immense weight. We won't stand in the way of the council's duties. Jalal, take him with you. Urza. Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Gray's brows knitted together. When he covered her mouth with her hands, Urza no longer looked at her friends. Her gaze passed over Lahar, landing on Jalal, who was being roughly lifted by the soldiers. Lahar seemed rather satisfied with Urza's sense of propriety, giving a slight nod. A wise decision. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers immediately escorted the unconscious Jalal away. As Jalal's figure faded beyond the barrier, Lahar once again bowed slightly to Qing Xian. Our duty is done. Sorry for the disturbance. Dispel the formation and withdraw. In an instant, the icy blue glow of the barrier vanished, and the soldiers of the council retreated as swiftly as a receding tide, leaving the square shrouded in a suffocating silence, the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingering in the air. Qing Xian looked at Urza, then at the others whose faces were clouded with frustration. Something flickered across his own heart as well, yet all that escaped him was a quiet sigh. The cat's shelter. Crimson rays of sunset streamed through the window lattice, casting long, solitary bars of light across the floor. Wendy held Charles' paw tightly, her small body trembling with excitement. They had finally returned home. She could hardly wait to tell Master and all her friends about their thrilling ordeal, to share the joy of Nirvana's destruction. Master, everyone, we're back. Nirvana has been. Wendy's clear, lively voice rang out, but froze the moment she stepped into the guild hall. Empty. The hall was deserted. No familiar basid, no welcoming smiles. Only the wind, whistling through holes in the ruined roof, stirring a few dried leaves. A few crooked wooden tables, a handful of broken chairs, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust. It felt as if this place had been abandoned for decades, perhaps even centuries. How can this be? The color drained from Wendy's face. She clung to Charles' paw, eyes wide and lost as she swept her gaze around. Charles' own eyes were wide with disbelief. The rest of the Allied forces followed in behind, only to be struck silent by the desolation and ruin that greeted them. This was nothing like the guild they remembered. Humble, yes, but always brimming with life. Wendy, a gentle, aged voice, weighed down by exhaustion, drifted from the very depths of the hall. Everyone turned toward the sound. At the far end, upon the battered chair that marked the guildmaster's seat, a figure slowly took shape. It was not flesh and blood, but a silhouette formed from countless faint golden motes of light, fleeting, translucent, exuding an air both ancient and sorrowful. It was none other than the master of the cat's shelter, Robinlu. Master! Wendy cried out in delight, starting forward, but Urza gently pressed a hand to her shoulder, holding her back. Robinlu's spectral face broke into a profoundly bitter smile. His gaze swept over the astonished assembly, finally coming to rest on Wendy, full of affection and deep, abiding guilt. Wendy, my child, and our guest from afar, he said, his voice carrying like a whine through the ages. The time has come for you to learn the truth. In the hush that followed, Robinlu's words unfurled like an ancient chronicle, telling the weighty tale of 4 centuries gone by. The Nurbit race, when they created Nirvana, it was with the hope of ending war and bringing peace. However, when the magic that reversed good and evil spiraled out of control, darkness consumed the hearts of the people, and what was once a symbol of peace turned into a hellish battlefield of fratricide. In the end, of the entire Nurbit tribe, only he remained, carrying the weight of endless regret and responsibility. As a lingering spirit, he roamed these abandoned homelands, using the last of his strength to seal away Nirvana, awaiting the day when a true hero would come to end it for good. For centuries, I kept watch over the seal, and over these ruins, all alone. Robinlu's voice drifted like a wisp of smoke. Until that day, a young man appeared before me, holding her tiny hand. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, reaching toward the distant past. He said to me, "Please take care of this child." And that's how you came to be by my side, Wendy. Wendy's body began to tremble uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes in an instant. For you, Wendy. Robinlu's voice was filled with both tenderness and determination. With the remnants of my longing and magic, I created the cat's shelter. The companions in the guild, they are all born. From my thoughts, phantoms with independent personalities. I wove memories for them, gave them distinct natures, just so you, my child, could grow up in a home, could have friends, could feel warmth. The truth thundered in everyone's hearts, exploding with shocking clarity. Everyone was struck dumb. All those passionate, boisterous members of the cat's shelter, those who laughed, played, and bickered with Wendy, had really been illusions all along. Was it all a long and gentle dream, woven with care by this lonely spirit who guarded the ruins for 4 centuries, simply to give an orphan girl a home? Wendy stood as if struck by lightning, her small frame swaying, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. She remembered the guild master's gentle smile, the clumsy concern of her companions, the raucous days spent completing missions together. So, all the warmth that had carried her through a lonely childhood, had it all been nothing but a fleeting illusion? Was it a dream that could vanish at any moment, built by the old guild master who gave everything for her sake? No, it can't be, when he shook her head, sobbing so hard she could barely speak. Carla hugged her tightly, her own tiny body trembling. Deep down, her special abilities had long hinted at the truth, but she had never dared to say it aloud. Now that Nirvana has been destroyed by your hands, my wish is fulfilled. Robin Liu's spectral form grew ever more transparent, motes of light drifting away like fireflies into the night. Wendy, you've grown up. You now have true companions, real friends you can rely on, right by your side. His gaze was full of loving kindness as he looked at Wendy. You no longer need me, the false guild master, nor this guild of illusions. Grandpa Master, no, everyone is still waiting for me to come back, Wendy cried out, stumbling forward as she tried desperately to reach the fading apparition. But her hand passed straight through Robin Liu's body, grasping nothing but a scattering of light. Robin Liu's face was peaceful, as if released from all burdens. He gave Wendy one last, deep look. Then his figure dissolved completely into a swirl of warm yet sorrowful golden motes, whirling and rising like countless tiny stars in the glow of sunset, until at last they vanished into the air, leaving not a trace behind. As he disappeared, the entire Cat Shelter Guild Hall began to collapse in utter silence, like a sandcastle rapidly eroded by the tides of time. The walls peeled away, beams crumbled, and the tables and chairs, the vessels of old memories, turned to drifting ash. In just a few short breaths, the home that had sheltered Wendy's childhood was reduced to a larger, lifeless ruin, with only shattered walls left to moan in the wind. Aya! Wendy fell to her knees on the icy rubble, her cries finally bursting forth, desperate and raw. Her small body curled in on itself, as though she could pour out all her sorrow with this single, heart-wrenching wail. Charles threw herself down beside her, sobbing openly. The setting sun stretched their shadows long and thin across the devastated ruins, making them seem so tiny, so utterly alone. Urza stepped forward in silence and knelt beside Wendy, saying nothing. She simply wrapped her strong arms around the child who had lost everything, holding her tight. Her embrace was steady and warm, an unshakable harbor in a storm. Wendy, Urza's voice was low and gentle, cutting through the storm of grief. The cat shelter may be gone, but home isn't lost. Come with us to Magnolia. From today, Fairy Tale will be your new family. There are loud fools, loyal friends, more trouble than you can count. But above all, there is a flame and a bond that will never go out. We are your family now. Wendy lifted her tear-stained face, gazing into Urza's eyes, so resolute, so kind. She looked around at Natsu, Gray, Lucy, happy, even Mystigan, who stood quietly a little way off. In those eyes, she found no empty pity, only genuine acceptance and the promise of protection. Though sorrow still surged in her chest, a new warmth, something called hope, began to take root amidst the desolation. She buried her tearful face deep in Urza's embrace and nodded, a muffled but determined sound escaping her lips. Far from the noise of the crowd and the sorrow of the ruins, Urza sat alone at the edge of a cliff. The evening breeze, tinged with a chill, swept through her fiery red hair. She hugged her knees close, burying her face deep in the crook of her arms. The strength and decisiveness of the fairy queen from earlier in the day had vanished. Now, she was simply a young woman, crushed beneath the weight of painful memories. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Jalal, not the madman who, within the Tower of Paradise, had raved about offering her as a sacrifice, nor the pale prisoner dragged away by council soldiers. Instead, she thought of the boy from long ago, who, in the endless darkness of the tower, had shone into her desperate life like a ray of light. He was the one who taught her never to give up, who gave her the courage to resist. That evening, the sunset was unlike any she'd ever known, a crimson glow that stained the entire sky. It was the color of Urza's hair, warm and passionate. As long as you looked up, you'd see a breathtaking, boundless sky. As long as you looked up. But Urza did not lift her head. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and her stifled sobs echoed with sharp clarity at the silent edge of the cliff. Warm tears slipped silently down her cheeks, falling onto the cold stone and leaving dark stains where they landed. The nightmares of the tower, the sight of her friends falling, the heart-rending pain of betrayal, the council's cold, iron chains. All the emotions she'd forced down now surged up like a broken dam, threatening to drown her completely. When he stood a short distance away, half hidden in the shadow of a tree, watching Urza's lonely, trembling figure with deep concern. She wanted desperately to go over and comfort her, but she didn't dare disturb her grief. Just then, a figure slipped silently past Wendy. It was Qing Xian. Without glancing at Wendy, Qing Xian walked straight to Urza's side and quietly sat down beside her. He asked no questions, offered no words of comfort, and didn't make a single unnecessary sound. He simply sat there in silence, as steady and unmoving as a stone on the cliff's edge, gazing out at the distant setting sun. Urza's sobbing did not cease, yet her body seemed to sense his presence. That silent companionship formed an invisible barrier, holding back some of the cold and loneliness. Time flowed by in the hush, broken only by the wind and Urza's muffled weeping. Night fell completely. The sky was strewn with stars, sparkling like scattered diamonds across a deep velvet blue. No one knew how much time passed before Urza's sobs gradually faded, finally giving way to calm. She kept her head bowed, but the tension had left her body. After a while, she slowly, almost imperceptibly, rested her head, ever so lightly, against Qing Xuan's shoulder. It was a gentle touch, tentative, carrying a hint of vulnerability almost too subtle to notice. Qing Xian seemed to stiffen for a moment, but he didn't move or speak. The warmth on his shoulder was not blazing, but carried a strange, quiet strength that brought a sense of peace. At last, Urza lifted her head. Her tear-streaked cheeks glimmered softly beneath the starlight, and strands of crimson hair danced in the night breeze. She gazed up at the vast, boundless sky above, the dazzling river of stars reflected in her moist eyes, as if all her sorrow had been washed away. For a long moment, she turned her head slightly to look at the silent man in green beside her. Her voice, hoarse from crying yet remarkably clear, broke the silence. "Thank you." She paused, her gaze lingering on his calm profile, as if seeking reassurance, or perhaps letting go of a heavy burden. Her words were light as a sigh. "You've come back. I'm so glad." The starlight said nothing, wrapping the two silent figures on the cliff in gentle radiance, merging their outlines into the tranquil night that lingered after calamity. From the distant ruins, Wendy watched this scene, gently tightening her grasp on Charles' hand. A smile bloomed through her tears, a smile of pure relief. A new bond, quiet and unseen, began to blossom beneath the stars. The air in Magnolia was tinged with the familiar scent of smoke and a faint trace of malt ale. When the iconic giant wooden doors of Fairy Tales Guild swung open, a wave of noise and brilliant light instantly swept over everyone. The smoke of Nirvana, the sorrow of Kate's shelter, the coldness of the council. It all seemed to be shut out beyond those doors. "We're back." Natsu was the first to charge in, shouting with all his might, his voice nearly shaking the roof. "Whoa, Natsu, Urza, Gray, Lucy." The guild erupted into deafening cheers and whistles, the clink of clashing mugs ringing out in a joyful chorus. Friends rushed forward, clapping the returned comrades on the back, eager to hear tales of their harrowing adventures. Yet as everyone's eyes moved past Natsu, Urza, and the others, falling upon the last figure to enter, dressed in blue and walking slowly, time seemed to freeze. The uproar was sliced away as if by a sharp blade. Silence crashed down in an instant. A glass slipped from a member's hand, shattering on the floor with a sharp, jarring crack that echoed in the hush. A ghost. It was unclear who screamed first, but terror spread like a plague. Faces turned ashen, people stumbled backward on instinct. Some nearly drew their weapons. The man in blue, Jalal, who had perished in the Tower of Heaven, who had been hailed as a legend among the 10 saints, was now standing alive at the very threshold. Hey, you bunch of dummies." Natsu stood with his hands on his hips, shouting in mock annoyance, though his face wore a triumphant grin, like a prankster who'd just succeeded. "Look closely. He's alive. Qing Xian here is tough as nails. He never really died. He fell into the sea, and someone fished him out. Now he's one of Fairy Tale's strongest secret weapons. He's not dead. He's really alive. The 10 wizard saints. There are 2 in our guild now." Shock, disbelief, and wild joy flickered one after another across the faces of the guild members. It wasn't until Qing Xian gave a faint nod, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle, genuine smile, and that familiar, elusive aura, tinged with an air of Eastern mystery, silently spread through the hall, that the last traces of doubt finally melted away. "Qing Xian, this is amazing. Welcome back." A wave of ecstatic cheers erupted at once. The entire guild was like a cauldron brought to a rolling boil. Macau, Wakaba, and the other old hands rushed up in a surge of emotion, patting Qing Xian on the shoulder, though he deftly absorbed most of their enthusiasm without flinching. while the younger members gathered a little farther away, chattering excitedly among themselves. The joy of reunion after disaster sent the guild's spirits soaring to their peak. Ahem! Master Makarov hopped onto the bar, rapping his glass sharply to call for attention. The face that so often showed traces of drink or anger now radiated genuine pride and authority. All right, settle down. Today is not just the great day when this rascal Qing Xian made it back safe and sound. His booming voice filled the hall, his gentle gaze resting on Wendy, who was half hiding shyly behind Urza, and on Carla, hovering beside her. We're also here to give a warm welcome to our newest members of Fairy Tail, Winnie Marvel and her companion, Carla. From today on, this will be your home. As thunderous applause and shouts of "Welcome to Fairy Tail" rang throughout the hall, Makarov personally pressed the fiery Fairy Tail Guild emblem onto Wendy and Carla. Wendy felt the gentle heat blooming on her arm, looking at the sea of honest, welcoming smiles before her. Tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time, they were tears of comfort and happiness. Even Carla, for once, refrained from any sarcastic remarks. She just gave a soft humph, though her little face showed a rare trace of relief. "Oh, by the way," Mira Jane called out as she polished a glass behind the bar, her voice carrying a mischievous lilt that reached more than a few ears. "The president's been making sure Qingxuan's little cabin is kept just as it was. Especially Urza. Whenever she has a chance, she's in there cleaning every nook and cranny. You wouldn't find a single fallen leaf inside." Whoosh! Urza's face turned as red as her favorite strawberry shortcake, the blush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. "Mira, what nonsense are you talking about?" she stammered in protest, her eyes darting around in panic, doing everything she could to avoid looking at Qing Xian beside her. "I was just noticing that the room was gathering dust from being empty. I just happened to clean it up, that's all." "Oh, is that so?" Mira Jane drew out her words with a teasing smile, her gaze playfully flickering between Urza and Qing Xian. Qing Xian turned his head, watching Urza's embarrassed yet stubbornly composed expression. In his deep eyes, her crimson cheeks were reflected with perfect clarity. He didn't say a word, but the curve of his lips deepened silently, like warm sunlight after the first snow melts, open, pure, and utterly joyful. That smile only made Urza blush even harder, her face nearly steaming from the heat. "Ha ha! All right," boomed Makarov, his laughter filling the air as he raised his enormous mug, just in time to shift the topic, and save Urza from spontaneous combustion. "To Qingxuan's return, to the arrival of new friends, to the undying flames of our fairy tale. Let's start the banquet." Yeah, cheers erupted, soaring up to the rafters once more. Tankards were raised high, golden ale foamed and sparkled under the lights. Music burst forth, and once again, lively noise reigned supreme in the guild. Yet just as the wave of joy swelled to its peak, the heavy guild doors were suddenly flung open with a crash by a breathless, panicked member. "Something's wrong, master," the man gasped, face pale as chalk, his trembling finger pointing out the door. Ye Dutch. Gildarts he's back." "What?" It was like a bucket of icy water splashed into a pot of boiling oil. One moment, the guild was shaking with laughter and noise. The next, a terrified silence fell, heavy and absolute. Every smile froze on the spot, replaced instantly by wide-eyed fear and frantic scrambling. "Quick, hide the booze. Move the tables. Get them to the wall. The windows. Reinforce the windows. Out of the way. Clear the path. Against the wall. Move it. Pandemonium broke out in an instant. Tables and chairs were shoved to the walls with astonishing speed, barrels of ale whisked behind the bar by a dozen scrambling hands. Every guild member pressed themselves flat against the wall like startled rabbits, forming a wide, perfectly clear path straight from the entrance through the heart of the hall. Their practice, precision, and flawless coordination made it clear they'd drilled for this many times before. Only Natsu showed no fear at all. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with excitement, fists clenched so tightly you could hear his knuckles crack. "Gildarts, he's finally back." A low, thunderous rumble, like the tremor of the earth itself, began to grow, drawing nearer with every second. Immediately after, a thunderous crash shattered the air outside the guild, buildings collapsing and breaking apart with a force that sent chills down the spine. Magnolia, the beautiful port city, was now the stage for an extraordinary spectacle. Every house, wall, and even the small hills that stood in the path of Gildart's planned route were smashed and crumbled as if flattened by an invisible, monstrous bulldozer, silently and effortlessly clearing the way. A straight, rugged avenue of rubble and debris was bulldozing its way from the city's edge directly toward the grand doors of the Fairy Tale Guild, utterly unstoppable. The Guild Arts mode had been activated. The entire city was making way for this man's absent-minded stroll. Moments later, a towering, broad-shouldered figure appeared in the swirling dust at the wide-open entrance of the guild. He wore simple leather armor and trousers, a dark cloak draped over his shoulders. Beneath his tousled brown hair was a weathered, steadfast face, touched with a bit of confusion, yet unmistakably strong. This was none other than the true, strongest S-class mage of Fairy Tale, the legendary wizard who had just returned from attempting the 100-year quest left untouched for decades. Guild Arts Clive. He scratched his head, glancing at the guild members lined up neatly against the walls like soldiers on parade, and at the broad, empty path cleared for him down the hall. A sheepish grin spread across his face. "Hey everyone, I'm back. Still as enthusiastic as ever, I see. Welcome back, Guild Arts." Makarov stood on the bar, letting out a sigh of resignation, though his eyes were filled with pride. Guild Arts strolled in casually, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling near the bar. "Hey, Mira, you're looking more beautiful than ever. And Urza, your figure's even better. Kana, sweetheart, how's your drinking these days?" He greeted everyone without a hint of reserve, his eyes curiously shifting to Lucy and Wendy. "Oh, new faces? How about a drink with a mature, reliable old man like me? Lovely ladies?" Mira Jane maintained her perfect smile. "You haven't changed a bit, Mr. Guild Arts." Urza, on the other hand, remained expressionless, ignoring his teasing entirely. Kana, holding her glass, watched Guild Arts from afar with a complicated look in her eyes. She threw back a large gulp of her drink without saying a word. Lucy and Wendy, flustered by his straightforward approach, blushed bright red and fidgeted awkwardly. "Hey, Guild Arts!" Natsu, already unable to contain himself, burst forth, his fighting spirit blazing. Flames erupted around him as he shot toward Guild Arts like a cannonball. "Let's fight. Show me whether you or Qing Xian is stronger." Guild Arts didn't even look back. He simply raised his left hand and gave a casual wave behind him. A deep hum resonated. A shockwave, invisible yet brimming with terrifying crushing power, exploded outward in an instant. A deafening boom echoed through the hall. Natsu's figure charged forward, only to crash into an invisible wall of sorrow. Man and flame alike were hurled back with violent force, smashing through the thick walls of the guild. The impact left behind a gaping, human-shaped hole, and he vanished into the far end of the street, his anguished roar echoing into the night sky. "Damn it!" Guild Arts, as if he'd merely swatted away a pesky fly, withdrew his hand and turned to look at Makarov, his smile undisturbed. "Master, the 100-year quest ended in failure." His tone was so light, it was as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. Makarov seemed unsurprised. He simply nodded. "It's good to have you back. Take some rest for now." "All right," Guild Arts responded and turned to head toward his room at the back of the guild. As he passed the large hole Natsu had left in the wall, Guild Arts paused for a moment. Without looking back, he tossed out a line, his voice laced with a subtle trace of amusement. "Oh, and Natsu, when you wake up, drop by my place. I brought you a rather interesting gift." With that, his tall figure melted into the shadows of the corridor. The guild hall was left in chaos. The people pressed against the walls finally let out a collective sigh of relief, still trembling as they began to tidy up the aftermath. Kana stared long after Guild Arts retreating back, her hand holding the wine glass, unmoving for a long while. Guild Arts' room carried a faint scent of machine oil and old parchment. A few yellowed maps hung on the walls, while curious minerals and mechanical parts lay scattered across the table. When Natsu entered, Guild Arts was tightening a screw on his left prosthetic leg with a tool. "Well, you little rascal, back on your feet already?" Guild Arts didn't bother looking up, his voice rough and familiar with laughter. "Looks like I went too easy on you just now." Natsu rubbed his chest, which still throbbed with a dull ache, and let out a defiant grunt. But his attention was quickly drawn to the cold metallic sheen of Guild Arts' prosthetic limb. The intricate construction and the metal replacing flesh spoke silently of harsh realities. Guild Arts set down his tool, grabbed the flask beside him, and took a long swig before finally raising his head to study Natsu. "Hey." Flicker of wistfulness passed through his eyes. "Well, it's been years, but you shot up a fair bit. Starting to look like a man." He patted the chair beside him. "See, where's little Lisanna? She used to cling to you like a shadow. Didn't see her around this time. Feels a bit strange, honestly." Natsu's entire body went rigid. The blood that had burned hot with battle and the news of dragons seemed to freeze over all at once. He kept his head down, his fingers unconsciously picking at a splinter on the edge of the chair. His throat felt blocked, and it took a while before a dry, hoarse voice finally escaped. Lisana, Shishi's gone. The air in the room suddenly froze. The smile vanished from Gildart's face, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He set down the wine jug, and the heavy sound of his metal prosthetic echoed dully against the floor. Dead? What happened? Natsu didn't lift his head. His voice was low and heavy as he slowly recounted a memory long buried, a tale soaked in blood and despair. Elfman's soul, lost to the beast within, Lysana's desperate, unheeding cries, the tragedy that struck in that fateful moment. Along with Mira Jane, her gentle exterior forever masking a spirit shattered and submerged. To wake Elfman, she was, by his own hands. Natsu's voice was barely more than a whisper. Mira could only watch, powerless. She's never been the same since. Gildarts fell silent. It was a long time before he finally let out a deep, weighted sigh. His large hand reached out, awkwardly ruffling Natsu's fiery hair in a rough gesture of comfort. Sorry, kid. I had no idea. No wonder Mira seemed so different just now. His calloused fingers could feel the slight tremor running through Natsu. Natsu suddenly sniffed, jerking away from Gildart's hand and rising to his feet. He forced out a grin, trying to summon his usual carefree bravado. I'm Fina. It's all in the past. Hey, Gildarts, you said you saw a dragon earlier? Where was it? Was it Igneel? Gildart's gaze grew complicated as he watched Natsu's desperate attempt to change the subject. He didn't press further. Instead, he followed Natsu's lead, his expression growing grave once more. A dragon? Yes, I saw one. But it wasn't red. It was black. Enormous. Terrifying. Just seeing it from afar made it hard to breathe. Black. The fire in Natsu's eyes blazed anew. Where is it? It must know where Igneel is. I have to ask it. Ask it. Gildarts let out a bitter, warning laugh. Natsu, don't be foolish. That's not something you can approach. Its name is Acnologia. As he uttered the name, Gildart's voice instinctively dropped, as if invoking some forbidden word. Acnologia? So what? Natsu retorted, clenching his fists in defiance. If it's a dragon, then it has to know something. Clues. Gildarts suddenly threw open his loose outer cloak. Natsu's eyes widened in shock. Gildart's powerful torso was exposed to the chill air, but where his left arm should have been, there was only a complex, coldly gleaming mechanical limb. Even more harrowing, his left leg below the knee was also replaced by a frigid, metallic prosthesis. Through the gaps in his clothing, Natsu could see several savage, twisted scars still healing across Gildart's chest, as if they'd been torn open by the claws of some monstrous beast. That's the clue. Gildart's voice was like a shard of ice, laced with a shiver of lingering fear. Just the wind pressure from its passing, just brushing against it, was enough. In a single blow, my left arm, my left leg, and half my internal organs. I was nearly finished off in that godforsaken place. My 100-year quest failed because of it. Natsu, that's not something you or I can face. Not now. To go after it? That's suicide. Natsu stared blankly at the scars on Gildart's body, each one silently telling tales of terrifying battles, intertwined with the cold metallic gleam of mechanical limbs. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Gildarts, one of the strongest men in fairy tale, reduced to this? All that just by getting caught in the aftermath? What kind of monster is Acnologia? He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his throat felt blocked. The flames in his chest burned with frustration, but the icy grip of reality smothered them completely. Meanwhile, the noisy bustle of the guild hall seemed to have nothing to do with Gajeel. This iron-gray dragon slayer prowled the streets like a restless beast, circling again and again, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner, every passerby, even every fly that buzzed past. He shoved aside the tables and chairs blocking his way, the legs scraping harshly across the floor, and grumbled under his breath. Damn it! Where is it? Why isn't there one? He clawed at his iron-gray hair in agitation. Ah, cat. Like Happy or Carla. A cat that can fly. Why do you all have one? I'm a dragon slayer too. Where's my cat? His voice was thick with resentment and the kind of anger that comes from being left out. He darted through the alleys and avenues of Magnolia, his nose twitching like a hound, trying to sniff out even the faintest hint of a cat in the air, though he had no idea what that would even smell like, drawing startled glances for passersby. Outside the guild, in the open courtyard, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Happy was flapping his little wings with all his might, lifting a fresh, still-flopping fish up to Carla, his blue feline face beaming with a hopeful, ingratiating smile. Carla looked the freshest fish. Just for you. Carla turned away with a haughty, unimpressed expression, not even bothering to glance at Happy. Idiot. Stay away from me. I'm not interested in fish, and I'm even less interested in you. With that, she turned and strode off, leaving the guild behind. Carla. Happy's ears drooped, his whole body radiating dejection. Carla. Wendy ran after her, kneeling down in front of Carla with a worried look. Don't be like that. Happy means well. We just joined the guild. We need to get along with everyone. Her voice was gentle and coaxing, full of warmth. Xiaolulu looked at Wendy's sincere, pleading eyes, let out a little huff, and turned her head away. Though her voice was still awkward, it softened a bit. As long as you're here, I'm fine. The others, let them do as they please. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, rustling the treetops and setting the leaves whispering softly. A tall figure had appeared, standing quietly beneath the shade of a tree not far away, though neither of them had noticed when he arrived. He wore a dark, travel-worn cloak with a deep hood that hid most of his face. Beneath the cloak, several uniquely shaped magic staffs were strapped in a cross at his back, just barely visible. His presence was peculiar, part of the shadows, yet carrying a weight so tangible it couldn't be ignored. Both Wendy and Xiaolulu noticed this unexpected stranger. Wendy stood up, wary, shielding Xiaolulu behind her. Xiaolulu narrowed her cat-like eyes. The man began walking toward Wendy, slow and deliberate, each step light yet oddly rhythmic. He stopped a few paces in front of her. Wendy, a deep, raspy voice sounded, low but unmistakably familiar. That voice! Wendy was thunderstruck, her small body going rigid in an instant. Wide-eyed in disbelief, she stared into the shadow beneath the hood. That voice! There was no way she could be mistaken. Countless nights of longing, so many times she'd called out in her dreams. It was the one who had brought her to the master, the person who, in her hazy childhood memories, had always felt like a guardian spirit. From under the hood, the man seemed to sigh softly. Slowly, he raised his hand. Long fingers gripped the edge of his hood, and, bit by bit, he drew it back. At last, the lingering rays of sunset lit the face that had been hidden in shadow. Short, tousled, deep blue hair. A handsome face etched with exhaustion and marked by strange magical tattoos. Those deep blue eyes filled with a tangle of emotions, guilt and gentleness, impossible to put into words, rested on Wendy, who was too astonished even to speak. Not the Jalal taken away by the council, but another Jalal. Mistigan, it's really you? Wendy's voice trembled with disbelief, tears welling up instantly. The light of the setting sun filtered through the branches, scattering golden flecks in Wendy's tear-bright eyes. She gazed up at the tired, achingly familiar face beneath the hood, the deep blue hair, the tattoos, and those eyes, swirling with unspoken feelings. Mistigan, Wendy's voice quivered with hope and disbelief, and at last, the tears spilled over. Is it really you? Mest. No. Another Jalal. Nodded quietly, the shadow of his hood unable to hide the heaviness and regret in his eyes. I never expected you would become part of this place too. His voice was rough and low, weighed down as though he carried 1,000 burdens. I'm sorry that I never came to see you. I've always wanted to see you. When he choked out, countless words stuck in her throat, all turned into the purest, aching longing. Mest forced a bitter smile, but that bitterness was instantly swept away by a surge of pain. His tall frame suddenly trembled, and he dropped heavily to one knee, clutching his chest as he coughed violently. Dark stains seeped through his fingers. It's a shame. There's no time for a happy reunion now. He struggled to look up, his deep blue eyes locking on Wendy with a desperate urgency that could not be denied. You must leave this city right now. Immediately. Wendy was startled by his condition. Mest, what's happening to you? My mission has failed. Mest's voice flickered like a candle in the wind, breaking off in fragments. The anima has grown too enormous. I can't hold it back on my own anymore. He jerked his head up, eyes searching the sky. Soon this city will be gone. As if to confirm his hopeless prophecy, the once clear twilight sky was suddenly devoured by endless, pitch-black clouds. The heavy clouds boiled like ink, churning and surging, gathering above Magnolia into a vast, slowly spinning vortex of darkness. At the vortex's center, deep violet lightning flickered like restless serpents, slithering soundlessly within the storm, gathering strength. A suffocating pressure, indescribable, as though the very space itself was being drawn away, settled heavily on the heart of every living being. In a quiet little cabin behind the guild, Qing Xian, who had been meditating cross-legged, snapped his eyes open. A flash of shock and doubt passed through his deep gaze. He could feel it clearly. The world's surging magic was being wrenched, torn by a fearsome force, pouring up toward that enormous black vortex in the sky. The aura radiating from the vortex was not one of destruction. It was devouring the very source of all magic. What is this? Qingxuan's brow tightened. In a blink, he appeared by the window, his gaze piercing through the wooden walls, staring gravely at the gaping maw of the black vortex looming like doomsday itself. It's over. The expansion of anima can't be stopped now. Mystigan's voice was heavy with despair and exhaustion. He pressed his hands to the ground, trying to stand, but staggered and fell once. More. Destruction is now inevitable. Wendy, he looked up at the girl frozen in place, his eyes pleading. Only you. There's still time. If you run from the city now, you can still escape. Wendy watched Mystigan struggle in agony, her eyes drawn to the terrifying, light-devouring vortex swirling above. Her small body trembled with fear. But in the next moment, a feeling even stronger than fear surged within her. Responsibility. She spun around and bolted at full speed toward the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm a member of Fairy Tale now. Her voice was choked with tears, but her resolve was unshakable. I have to warn everyone. Inside the guild hall, the commotion was deafening. The long-awaited reunion had sent the atmosphere soaring to its peak. The clinking of mugs, laughter, playful arguments, and singing all mingled together, threatening to blow the roof off. Natsu had just returned from seeing guild arts, still reeling from the shock and disappointment of the news about the Black Dragon. He had dozed off alone in a corner. Cheers to Fairy Tale. One more round. Hey, Gray, where are your clothes? No one noticed the sky outside growing darker by the second. No one sensed the swelling tide of invisible magic draining away. A thunderous rumble, impossible to describe, deeper than any storm, shook the air as if the world itself cried out in pain. In an instant, every light in the guild hall went out, snuffed like candles between unseen fingers. The boisterous noise cut off, leaving only stunned silence. Then, without warning, a colossal pillar of blinding white light, a shaft so immense it defied imagination, came crashing down from the center of that black vortex overhead. It was like a sword of divine judgment, striking straight through the heart of Magnolia. There was no explosion, no sokabe. There was only disappearance. Wherever the pillar passed, the Grand Fairy Tale Guild building dissolved in utter silence, vanishing like snow and acid. Everyone inside the guild, Makarov with his raised mug, Mira Jane polishing glasses, Natsu asleep, Gray frozen in shock, Lucy with her gentle smile, Kana lost in a drunken haze, every face filled with joy, noise, or surprise was erased by that pure white light, fading like pencil sketches rubbed out, each figure turning transparent, then to blurred outlines, and finally to nothing but sparkling motes, swept hungrily skyward into the vortex above. In the span of just a few heartbeats, the bustling, vibrant guild hall, along with every living soul within, was utterly gone. All that remained was an enormous circular crater, its edges polished smooth as glass. And in the next moment, the same fate began to consume the entire city of Magnolia. Houses, streets, the harbor, the clock tower, everything was swept away by that terrifying pillar of light, vanishing silently and without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. After the blinding white light faded, the world was plunged into a deathly, suffocating darkness. Wendy knelt alone on the cold, barren wasteland, a place so empty it was almost hopeless. All around her, the ground was stripped bare, every sign of life and history erased. The evening wind swept past, stirring up fine dust in the air, whispering with a mournful sound. She stared, dazed, at the enormous, empty crater before her. This was where her new home had been, where Fairy Tale once stood. Why? Wendy's voice was hoarse and trembling, thick with confusion and fear. Why am I still here? Why haven't I disappeared too? Tears slipped quietly down her cheeks, falling onto the cold earth. Suddenly, the ground beside her bulged upward. With a burst, a flaming fist broke through the soil. Natsu burst out, his hair and face smeared with dirt, brushing dust from his head and grumbling. What's going on? Can't a guy get a good nap? Who tore down the guild? And where are we? Why is it so empty? Natsu, Wendy cried out, her voice choked with relief as if clinging to a lifeline. The guild and the whole town, everyone is gone. Huh? Natsu looked around at the endless, leveled wasteland, scratching his head in bewilderment. Wendy, did you bump your head? The guild's a huge building, and the whole town. How could it all just vanish? Where's everyone? Urza? Gray? The old man. It's true, when he was on the verge of tears. Just now, a black vortex appeared in the sky, then a huge, blinding pillar of light fell down, and then the guild and the town were just gone. Everyone was sucked away. Sucked away. Natsu's brows furrowed as if something dawned on him. Wait, is this what Gildarts was talking about? That's right, Carla said, fluttering down on her snowy wings to land beside Wendy, her feline face more serious than ever. It seems that because of the unique Dragon Slayer magic inside you, you too weren't affected. You weren't absorbed by the anima. Dragon Slayers? Natsu was stunned, but then realization struck him, and his face went ghostly pale. Wait, Carla, are you saying? Everyone in the guild, Levy the old man, Urza, Lucy, Mistigan, everyone, they're all gone? Panic and disbelief seized him completely. To be precise, Carla's voice carried a subtle but unmistakable gravity. They were absorbed by anima and transported to another world. Idolas. Idolas, Wendy murmured, as if recalling something important. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. That's right. When I was little, following Jalal, or rather, Mistigan, he used to mention the word anima all the time. He said it was a gateway connecting worlds. Carla nodded. Yes, the anima is a superdimensional magic channel that connects this world, Earthland, to Idolas. She paused, her gaze lingering on Wendy, her eyes complicated. As for why we're unharmed. Natsu, Wendy, a blue figure came flying from the distance, voice trembling with tears. It was Happy. The whole town has really disappeared. Everyone's gone. Wah. Happy threw himself into Natsu's arms, sobbing. Carla watched Happy's bewildered tears, then looked to Wendy. Taking a deep breath, she revealed the harsh truth. Because both this tomcat and we aren't from this world. We come from Idolas. Wah what? Wendy and Natsu exclaimed in unison. Happy's crying stopped abruptly. He looked up, lost and wide-eyed. Carla? What are you talking about? Carla ignored Happy's confusion and continued. Our world, Idolas, magic there's running dry. Her voice grew heavy. Magic isn't infinite in Idolas. It's a resource that can be exhausted. In order to save their world from the brink of magical depletion, the kingdom began a plan 6 years ago to forcibly absorb magic from your world, Earthland, using the superdimensional spell Anima. Absorb magic? Natsu clenched his fists. But the plan didn't go as they hoped. Carla's gaze drifted toward where Magnolia had vanished, her expression conflicted. Because someone has been sabotaging Anima, shutting down its magical nodes all over. After hearing about Mistigan from Wendy, I believe the person secretly working against Anima was him all along. Happy listened in stunned silence, his blue feline face twisted in confusion and guilt. Then, the disappearance of the guild and the town. It was because of Anima. Does that mean it's our fault? Our world's plan is what hurt everyone. Carla was silent for a moment, her paws curling in tightly. Indirectly, yes. But, suddenly, her tone sharpened, a mix of resolve and uncertainty. The mission we were given wasn't just to carry out Anima. Yet, why is it that she turned to Happy. You don't remember anything? Happy shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know. I can't remember anything at all. Carla turned away, refusing to look at Happy any longer. After a brief silence, Natsu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with a fire fiercer than ever before. A fire so intense it swept away all previous fear and sorrow. He grinned, flashing his trademark, battle-ready smile. Now that we've figured out, what are we waiting for? Everyone's been sucked into that place. Idolas, was it? Let's go and bring them back. Natsu. Wendy looked at him, worry clouding her face. Carla spoke up calmly. Idolas is a world where magic is scarce, and we don't even know if we'll be able to return once we cross over. For wizards like you, it could be extremely dangerous. Dangerous? Natsu's grin only widened, his confidence undiminished as he pounded his chest with a heavy thud. So, what? What's the point of staying here in a world without my friends? His gaze swept over Wendy and Happy. Apart from finding Igneel, my friends are everything to me. Now that they're in trouble, I don't care if it's Idolas or anywhere else. Even if it's hell itself, I'll drag every last one of them back with me. He turned to Carla and Happy. You two can take us there, right? Carla looked into Natsu's eyes, seeing the unmistakable determination burning within them, then glanced at Wendy, whose worried expression revealed resolve just as strong. At last, Carla gave a firm nod. If we fly through the vortex, we should be able to reach the source of Anima. Hold on tight. Natsu, we have to save everyone. Happy wiped away his tears and nodded vigorously. Yeah. Wendy balled her fists, bracing herself with all her might. Carla unfurled her snowy wings and grabbed hold of Wendy. Happy beat his wings with all his strength, gripping Natsu from behind. Let's go. With a flash of blue and white, the two small figures carrying the dragon slayers shot into the sky, like birds swimming upstream against a raging current. Undaunted and determined, they dived straight toward the heart of the massive, black vortex still spinning ominously above, its terrifying pull filling the air. Just as their figures were about to vanish into the swirling darkness, a silent, blue figure appeared on the barren, lifeless land below. Qing Xian stood on the edge of a great pit, his azure robes flapping wildly in the vortex-driven wind. He looked up at the black hole that had swallowed an entire city and countless lives, his eyes filled with a gravity he had never known before, and perhaps a hint of relief. That was close. If I hadn't sensed it in time and forcibly reversed the flow of magic within me, transforming it into protective spiritual energy to block Anima's pull. He felt the pure, alien force circulating in his body, so different from the world around him, and thought back to that split second when the pillar of light had descended from the sky. With the keen mastery over energy unique to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he instantly severed his connection to external magic. Throughout the process of transformation, he managed to maintain the integrity of his energy form, only recovering once he had converted all the magic within him into Daoist true essence. Because of this, he clearly heard the final conversation between Natsu and the others below. Idolos, a parallel world where magic has run dry. Are we about to cross over into another world again? Qing Xian murmured softly, his gaze following the 2 points of light, Natsu and Wendy, vanishing into the swirling vortex. Faces flashed through his mind, Urza's visage, and the lively, boisterous figures of his guildmates. Companions, he turned the word over gently in his mind. In this world, he had found a home, noisy, yes, but warm and filled with belonging. He could almost feel the lingering warmth where Urza had rested on his shoulder. A world without companions, truly. There's nothing left to hold me here. Qing Xuan's lips curved into a faint yet resolute smile. He hesitated no longer. With 2 fingers pointed like a blade, he traced a swift arc through the air. In an instant, a talisman shimmered into existence, glowing with profound azure light, the divine wind traversal talisman. Crack! He slapped the talisman onto his chest, and the blue light immediately fused into his body. The very next moment, Qing Xian soared skyward. Like a streak of blue tearing through the night, he surged forward with unwavering momentum, hurtling after Natsu and Wendy toward that all-consuming black vortex. As they crossed through the chaotic anima vortex, Natsu and Wendy tumbled amidst the violent spatial rift. When consciousness returned, they found themselves beneath a gray, hazy sky, surrounded by buildings of unfamiliar style. Happy and Carla hovered in the air, wings beating as they warily surveyed this suffocatingly magic-depleted world. Idolos. Love, this place feels so strange, Happy mumbled. The magic. I can hardly sense any at all. When he hugged herself anxiously, guided by faded memories of the guild's general location, the 2 children and their feline companions wound their way through the maze of tangled alleyways. At last, in a secluded corner, they caught sight of a familiar symbol, the mark of fairy tale. Yet the moment they pushed open the door, a wave of raucous heat crashed over them, and the scene inside left Natsu and Wendy utterly stunned. The guild was still bustling, the din as lively as ever, but while the faces were familiar, their personalities were utterly changed. Mira, Wendy exclaimed with delight, spotting the pink-haired figure behind the bar, her gentle smile unchanged as she polished a glass. But in the next instant, Wendy's gaze froze. A tall, poised blue-haired young woman stood at Myra's side, hands on her hips, barking orders at a group hauling barrels. That face and those features, there was no mistaking it. It was Wendy all grown up. Hurry up. Can't you even handle this little bit of stuff? Big Wendy's voice rang out, crisp and commanding, leaving no room for argument. She was a far cry from the timid Wendy of Aslant. Her presence was powerful and unmistakable. But what truly struck Natsu like a bolt from the blue was something else. Lee-sana. Natsu's voice was dry and hoarse, almost as if he couldn't trust his own eyes. The girl who, in his memories, should have been lost forever, was now standing before him, alive and smiling. Hey there. Fresh faces, huh? Striding confidently toward them was a figure dressed in black leather, a strapless top, shorts, and tall boots reaching above the knee. Her orange hair was pulled back into a sharp ponytail, and her eyes were as piercing as blades, lips curled in a rebellious smirk. It was Lucy, but definitely not the Lucy Hartfilia they knew. This was Lucy Ashley, Idola's notorious Scary Lucy. Natsu. Lucy Ashley raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Natsu and Wendy. I'm the acting master here. Did that Mystigan guy bring you in? Mystigan. Natsu was still reeling from seeing Lee-sana alive, unable to process everything at once. Big Wendy stepped in to explain, her tone calm and efficient, far more mature than her years. He's the one who told us you'd arrived. Wait. Natsu shook his head hard, forcing himself to snap out of his daze. He looked around urgently. Where's Urza? What about the old man? Master Makarov? Weren't they with you? The moment those names left his lips, it was as if a chill swept through the entire guild hall. The lively chatter died instantly, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Every smile and trace of ease on the members' faces vanished in an instant, replaced by deep fear and grave concern. Even Lucy Ashley, who only moments before radiated confidence, now wore a dark, stormy expression. Urza! Lucy Ashley's voice was icy, each word deliberate and heavy. She's not here. She's in the royal capital, captain of the Idolos Kingdom's 2nd Magic Warfare Division. People call her the Fairy Hunter. She's our guild's greatest enemy. Fairy Hunter? Wendy gasped in disbelief, unable to reconcile the image of the Urza she remembered, her beloved protector, with such a blood-soaked title. Why? Why is the kingdom hunting down the guild? Why are they targeting us? Isn't it obvious, kid? Big Wendy crossed her arms, her tone tinged with sarcasm, but beneath it lay undeniable weight. The king has ordered the dissolution of every wizard guild in Idolos. All magic is to be confiscated. Now, in the whole of Idolos, the only guild still daring to stand tall and resist is us, Fairy Tale. She looked around at the faces in the guild, some angry, some resolute, others gripped by fear, and declared in a voice as sharp and unyielding as steel, in the eyes of the kingdom, that means we are a dark guild. A dark guild. Natsu repeated the words, rolling them over on his tongue. His fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. What kind of joke is this? Urza, she's the enemy of Fairy Tale now. Suddenly, the shrill wail of an alarm tore through the heavy silence of the guild, as if a monstrous beast had erupted into a furious roar. A guild member stumbled in, face ghostly pale. This is bad. The radars picked up the kingdom's magic gunships, and leading them it's Urza Nightwalker. She's found us. Fairy Hunt. Panic spread like wildfire. Lucy Ashley reacted instantly, shouting, Levy! Understood, replied a calm, blue-haired girl with glasses who was already stationed next to a large device bristling with intricate crystals and glowing runes. Her fingers danced across the control panel, and the magical circuits flared to life in an instant. Everyone get ready. Spatial transfer magic circle, activate. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Dazzling white light erupted from beneath the entire Fairy Tale guild hall. Giant runes spun rapidly across the floor as a surge of spatial magic enveloped the building. Natsu and Wendy felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, a wave of dizzying vertigo washing over them. Outside the windows, the world twisted, stretched, and blurred in a whirl of light and motion, until everything was consumed by a blinding white flash. A few heartbeats later, the brightness faded. The guild hall had settled once more, but the view outside the windows was no longer the shadowy alley they'd just left. Instead, they found themselves in an unfamiliar industrial wasteland, crowded with massive gears and abandoned pipes. Did it work? When he asked, her voice still trembling. We're safe for now. Lucy Ashley exhaled in relief, though her brow remained furrowed. But with the kingdom's search capabilities, we can't hide here for long. Hey, Lucy. Natsu stormed up to her, fire blazing in his eyes. Take us to the capital. I'm going to find Urza, knock some sense into her, and bring everyone back. You reckless fireball. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lucy Ashley grabbed Natsu by the collar, her eyes fierce. Do you even know what the capital is like right now? It's a dragon's den, a fortress crawling with the kingdom's army. And don't forget that monster of a fairy hunter. If you charge him with just a few of you, it'll be suicide. I don't care. Natsu shot her a defiant glare. Urza is my friend, and the others, Gray, Lucy, the old man. They've all been dragged here, too. I have to find them. Sister Lucy. Big Wendy glanced at the unwavering resolve in Natsu's eyes, then at Lucy Ashley, whose expression flickered between uncertainty and determination. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. Maybe they really could turn things around? Mystigan went out of his way to send this message. Lucy Ashley fell silent. Her gaze swept over Natsu, Wendy, and the equally anxious Happy and Charles standing by their side. At last, she let out an exasperated sigh, releasing her grip on Natsu's collar. Turning sharply, she strode behind the bar, rummaged for a while, and finally pulled out a scroll along with several unusual metal coins that shimmered faintly. Take these, she said gruffly, shoving the items into Natsu's hands. This is a map to the royal capital's underground black market, and these are cloaking coins. They'll temporarily scramble. Low-grade magic detectors. That's as much as I can do for you. Once you walk out this door, whether you live or die, it's all up to your luck. Don't expect the guild to risk its neck for you anymore. Her words were as tough as ever, but the map and coins spoke of real, tangible help. In this world, it turned out, people like Natsu and his friends, those born with innate magic, did not exist. Here, everyone relied on tools embedded with magic crystals to wield any spell. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsu snatched up the map and coins. Thanks, Lucy. Wendy, happy Charles, let's go. Guided by the map and shielded by the cloaking coins, the four of them slipped cautiously through the tangled ruins and hidden passageways of Idolos. A suffocating tension filled the air. Above them, Kingdom Patrol ships prowled the skies, their searchlights sweeping the ground like predatory eyes. The severe magic drought made it hard for both Natsu and Wendy to summon their Dragon Slayer powers. Turn right up ahead, past that abandoned purification plant. That's the entrance to the black market perimeter, Wendy murmured, matching the map to their path. Just then, the screech of metal and heavy footsteps echoed from the corner ahead. Unregistered magic detected. Suspected illegal mages. Halt and submit to royal inspection. A squad of kingdom soldiers blocked their way, clad in silver-gray armor and brandishing exotic magic rifles. The captain at the front raised a scanner, which blared an urgent alarm, pointing straight at Natsu and Wendy. "Oh no, we've been found," cried Happy in alarm. "Did the cloaking coins stop working?" Wendy went pale. "Whatever. Fire dragon." Natsu barely began to roar and move when the soldiers' cold barrels swung up, magical energy flaring at the tips, ready to fire in an instant. "This way. Hurry." A low, urgently familiar female voice called from a narrow alley cluttered with discarded magic machinery nearby. Natsu and Wendy turned around in shock. Deep within the alley, a blonde figure was waving at them anxiously. She wore clothes in the Idola style, her face smudged with dust, but with those chestnut eyes and that urgent expression, there was no way they could mistake her. "Lucy!" Natsu and Wendy cried out at once, voices trembling with disbelief. It was their companion from Earthland, Lucy Heartfilia. The icy barrels of magic guns locked onto Natsu and Wendy, and the destructive energy gathering deep within the chambers stung their eyes. With a furious roar, Natsu reacted on pure fighting instinct, rolling to the side just in time. A blazing beam of light grazed his back and exploded against a rusted pipe behind him, sending a shower of scalding metal shards into the air. Fire dragons. Roar. As soon as Natsu hit the ground, his chest swelled on instinct, and he opened his mouth to unleash his flames. But the searing blaze he'd expected never came. Only a weak puff of black smoke, tinged with the stench of sulfur, sputtered from his throat. In an instant, the sparse magic of Idolos dissolved it into nothing. Ugh! Natsu doubled over, coughing from the magical backlash, shock and frustration written all over his face. In this world where magic was all but depleted, his Dragon Slayer power was like an engine run dry. "Natsu," Wendy gasped, reaching for her own magic, but only a faint breeze flickered at her fingertips, nowhere near enough to form a spell. "Target confirmed. Illegal wizards. Eliminate on the spot," the squad captain barked coldly. Even more gun barrels swung toward them, each one humming as deadly magic gathered once again. At that perilous moment, "Open. Gate of the Scorpion. Scorpio." A clear, commanding voice cut through the tense silence. The blonde girl, Lucy Heartfilia from Earthland, thrust a golden key into the air. A dazzling gold magic circle spun open before her. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Sand whipped into a frenzy. A humanoid spirit, its body made entirely of swirling sand with a massive, menacing scorpion tail raised overhead, burst onto the scene. It was the celestial spirit of Scorpio, Scorpius. "Sandstorm." Lucy's voice rang with unyielding authority. Scorpio's tail lashed forward. In an instant, a raging tornado of sand erupted from the ground. With a howl that drowned out all else, like a colossal, rampaging beast of yellow, the sandstorm swallowed the entire squad of royal soldiers in a heartbeat. Vision was lost in a haze of gold. The soldiers' panicked shouts and the crackling of magic guns were all but smothered by the thunderous roar of the storm. Grit, sharp as a hail of bullets, battered their armor, blinded their eyes, and sent them stumbling in every direction. "Now, this way quickly." Lucy seized the precious moment of chaos, spinning around and darting into the narrow alley overflowing with abandoned magic machinery. Natsu and Wendy reacted instantly, grabbing Happy and Charles as they hurried after Lucy, plunging headlong into the swirling sand and looming shadows of machinery. Behind them, soldiers' angry shouts and the lingering force of the sandstorm still echoed in the air. They darted through the labyrinth of the abandoned factory district, twisting and turning until, certain they had shaken off their pursuers, they finally stopped beneath the shadow of a massive gear, catching their breath in this relatively hidden spot. "Lucy, thank goodness you're okay," Wendy exclaimed, grabbing Lucy's hand in excitement. Lucy, you nearly scared me to death," Happy cried, leaping into Lucy's arms. "That was really a close call, just now," Natsu said, still shaken, as he shook out his hand, feeling the emptiness of his magic power. "This rotten place. I can't use my flames at all. And by the way, Lucy, why are you here? I thought only dragon slayers weren't transformed." Lucy wiped the sweat from her brow, giving a wry smile. "It was my celestial spirit from the clock gate, Horologium. He sensed the change in the space outside and came out on his own to protect me." She looked at Natsu and Wendy. "Then Mystigan found me and brought me here to help you all." "Oh, right. He gave me a pill to take. That's why I can still use magic." Just then, an ear-splitting, comically raucous engine roar approached, growing louder by the second. A rugged, smoke-spewing, and seemingly ready to fall apart magic-powered tricycle skidded to a stop in front of their hiding place beneath the gear, handled with surprising skill. "Whoa, that was awesome!" yelled the driver, his excitement unrestrained. He jumped off the trike, revealing a face almost identical to Natsu's, with the same wild, fiery red hair. "Why, you're the ones the boss lady mentioned, Natsu and Wendy from Aslant, right? The Idolos version of Natsu. Let's call him Idolos Natsu," asked nervously, unable to meet Natsu's sharp gaze. "Boss lady, Lucy Ashley, sent me to pick you up and get you to the capital." "Boss lady?" Natsu arched an eyebrow, eyeing this look-alike with a much meeker air, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. "Hey, you. Aren't you afraid of vehicles? And why are you so timid?" Sorry, Idolos Natsu shrank back in fright. "But why should I be afraid of vehicles? I'm the best racer in the guild. It's just at the capital, it's really scary. The kingdom's soldiers are everywhere, and that whole fairy hunter thing." "Enough rambling." Natsu cut him off impatiently. "Get us in the trike. Take us to the capital." He was the first to clamber aboard the rickety-looking magic tricycle, and promptly got motion sickness on the spot. Lucy, Wendy, Happy, and Charles could only sigh and clamber in as well, the cramped cargo bed packed to the brim with their group. Inez climbed nervously into the driver's seat, restarted the engine, and the tricycle let out a pained groan, belching black smoke as it sped along the bumpy gravel road of the abandoned factory district, heading swiftly toward the royal capital. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of Idolos, on a strictly guarded platform far from the bustling streets, and close to the core of the city's magical power furnace, Qin Xian stood quietly. His blue robe fluttered gently in the breeze emanating from the magic furnace core. In his hand, a seeking talisman drawn with pure spiritual energy glowed with a soft azure light, the cinnabar markings on its surface flickering uncertainly, pointing toward a certain direction in the sky. Following the guidance of the talisman, Qin Xian slowly raised his gaze, which finally came to rest on a region above the royal capital, shrouded by an overwhelming field of magical energy. There, suspended in the air, was a mountain beyond the power of words to describe. It was not made of rock, but formed from countless massive, translucent hexagonal crystals, each radiating magical brilliance of every hue. These crystals were stacked and melded together in a way that defied the very laws of physics, layer upon layer, tightly fused as one. This entire crystalline mountain was impossibly vast, hovering silently several hundred meters above the ground, like a cold and uncanny star looming over the royal capital. Magic flowed slowly within the crystals, emanating an energy so intense it made one's heart race. Urza, Gray, Kana, Makarov, Elfman, all the fairy tale companions devoured by anima, as well as the thousands of innocent citizens of Magnolia, their lives and magical energy, had all been transformed into a part of this crystalline mountain of energy that powered the core of the royal capital's magic furnace. Qin Xian's fingertips pressed down ever so slightly, making the azure light of the seeking talisman flare up, striving to penetrate the mighty magical barrier and sense the faint soul signatures of his guildmates within. But the light of the talisman struck an invisible wall of size. It flickered violently for a moment, then dimmed and faded, scattering into motes of dust. Qin Xian gazed at the floating, icy mountain, suffused with the presence of his comrades. He dared not attempt to attack or destroy it, for that would only harm the soul seal within. Instead, he slowly sat cross-legged at the edge of the platform, deemed an absolute forbidden zone by the kingdom's army, facing the enormous crystalline mountain. Qing Xian closed his eyes. No turbulent energy radiated from him, just a faint, yet unbreakably resilient, azure aura that slowly flowed outward, rippling like water to envelop an area several meters around him. A surging divine consciousness, at the level of a nascent soul cultivator, stretched out like an invisible web, silently covering the entire area. Any living being or magical fluctuation that dared approach would be sensed by him in an instant. He was like an ancient stone statue, unmoved by time, or a peerless sword kept sheathed, its edge hidden but ever present. Silent guardianship, at this moment, holds more power than any earth-shattering proclamation. No passage here, no matter who tries to come through. Qing Xian has no idea that, right now, a grand trophy exhibition is taking place at the very heart of the capital's bustling central plaza. A colossal hexagonal crystal, the size of a small house and shimmering with dazzling blue-violet magical light, floats at the center of the stage, suspended by a special magical field. Crowds surge and swirl, pointing and whispering in awe or fear at this magic crystal, a symbol of the kingdom's triumph and the end of the era for magi. At the very front of the crammed throng, a figure stands out, scribbling fervently in his notebook. He wears a round bowler hat, a reporter's vest, and thick-rimmed glasses. This is Gajil from Daoist, the star reporter of the Royal Capital Daily. What he records are the kingdom's achievements, but also the suffering of his kin from another world. That cold, gleaming crystal seems to freeze something deep in his eyes as well, an emotion stirring within him, one he has yet to recognize. Meanwhile, the magical tricycle screeches to a halt at the entrance of a hidden tunnel on the outskirts of the royal capital. And as nearly tumbles out of the driver's seat, his face deathly pale as he leans against the cargo bed, retching uncontrollably. "We're here. Is this the place?" he manages weakly, pointing toward a shadowy entrance to the underground, half shrouded by vines. Finally. I'd rather fight 100 battles than ride in that thing again." Wendy, Lucy, Happy, and Charles also climb out one after another. Charles gazes at the tunnel entrance, a puzzled look on her feline face, though the sense of guidance she's been feeling becomes unmistakably clear as they draw near. "From the fragments of my memory, this is a safe entrance. It leads straight into the heart of the capital." Bidding a quick farewell to the still-shaken Inaz, who only wishes to put this place far behind him, the three young wizards and two exceeds carefully part the tangled vines and step into the cold, damp tunnel. The air is thick with the smell of earth and rust, with only a few dimly glowing magic stones embedded in the walls casting a faint light. They press forward along the winding path, their footsteps echoing through the silence. But that silence lasts less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, the steady, synchronized thud of heavy metal boots rings out from around the corner ahead. Not good. Lucy immediately tenses, her hand flying instinctively to the celestial keys at her waist. But it's too late. A blinding beam of searchlight bursts around the bend, slicing through the darkness and trapping Natsu and the others in its glare. The intense light forces them to shield their eyes. At once, squads of kingdom soldiers in silver-gray heavy armor surge forth like a wave of cold steel, brandishing strange magical rifles as they swiftly seal off the passage, their weapons trained unerringly on the group. At the very front of the soldiers' ranks stood a figure, as imposing as a glacier, radiating a suffocating aura of authority. Her deep crimson hair was pulled into a crisp, high ponytail, and her sharply chiseled features were half concealed beneath a silver metal mask. She wore the standard deep blue, silver-trimmed Magitech armor of the Daoist Kingdom military, her pauldrons broad and heavy with hard, cold lines, and strapped across her back were several long spears, each unique in design and pulsing with dangerous magical energy. This was none other than the infamous fairy hunter, Urza Nightwalker. Her gaze was as sharp and tangible as an icicle, and it fell first upon Carla and Happy. Then, she dropped to one knee. "Honor Transcenders, I greet you. Thank you for completing your mission," Nightwalker said. "You have successfully led the targets to the designated location. Well done." "Mission?" Carla was struck as if by lightning, her small body seizing up with shock. "What mission?" I was just following my memories." Happy was even more bewildered. Mission? Carla? What's going on?" Nightwalker had no intention of answering them. Their questions seemed to her no more than pointless noise. She raised her right hand, armored in metal, and a complex golden magic circle flared in her palm. "Your purpose here is fulfilled. Now, return to Sky Island and report to Her Majesty the Queen. Teleport." "No, wait," Carla cried out in panic, trying to leap forward, while Happy frantically beat his wings in distress. A resonant, magical hum filled the air. Twin pillars of golden light shot down from above, piercing the ceiling of the tunnel and enveloping Carla and Happy with perfect precision. In a blinding flash, the two exceeds vanished without a trace, leaving Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy staring in utter disbelief. "Carla! Happy!" Wendy screamed, her voice cracking. "You bastard! Where did you send them?" Natsu's eyes blazed with fury as he roared and tried to lunge forward, but the soldiers' cold spears pressed against him from both sides, forcing him still. Nightwalker's icy violet eyes swept over the now captive Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy, as if she were regarding helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. "Take them away. Throw them into the sighing egg prison. Prepare for the magic extraction process." Her command was as terse as it was merciless. Heavy shackles clamped onto their wrists and ankles. Cold collars that suppressed their magic snapped around their necks. Resistance was futile. In this world of scarce magic, Natsu's flames would not ignite, Wendy's wind was powerless, and Lucy's keys were wrenched from her grasp. Rough hands dragged the three of them toward the darkness of their prison. High above, Sky Island floated in an endless sea of clouds, the realm of the Transcenders. As the golden light faded, Carla and Happy crashed onto the cold, smooth floor, gleaming like white jade. Dazzling sunlight filled their vision, forcing them to shield their eyes. "Welcome back, Envoy Shuru and Happy." A voice sounded, slick with a hint of cunning. Shuru shook her head and looked up, finally seeing who was speaking, a golden cat dressed in an ornate little tuxedo, wearing a monocle, sporting a pair of tiny mustaches, and carrying itself with an expression and posture almost identical to Ichiyo from the night before. He stood before them with a flourish, graceful, or perhaps just putting on airs. "Who are you?" Happy asked warily. "I am Nitwo," the golden cat replied, bowing slightly in imitation of Ichiyo's movements. "By order of Her Majesty Queen Shagget, I am here to welcome back two heroes who have fulfilled the grand plan." "Comprends? What plan?" Shiruru sprang to her feet, her voice trembling with the anger of betrayal. "What was that mission the fairy hunter talked about? Why do I remember that secret passage?" Nitwo adjusted his monocle, a cryptic smile playing across his feline features. "That, of course, is the virtual mission memory implanted by Her Majesty for the final stage of the Human Domination Project. 6 years ago, the Queen secretly dispatched 100 elite Exceed to the world of Earthland. Your mission was to infiltrate, blend in, and at the critical moment, steer your targets toward their destruction. De destruction." Happy's eyes widened in shock. "Precisely." Nitwo's gaze shifted to Shiruru, assessing her. "Shiruru, the virtual mission you were given was this: to eliminate the Dragon Slayer," Wendy marveled. "Eliminate? Wendy?" The word struck Shiruru like a thunderclap. Her small body trembled violently. "No, I could never." In theory, all Exceed implanted with mission memories will be subconsciously compelled to fulfill their objectives, Nitwo said, spreading his paws. But then something interesting happened. In Earthland, that world brimming with the power of souls, certain Exceed, like you, Shiruru, and even this rather clueless tomcat here, he spared a glance at Happy. Your soul seemed to give rise to unforeseen possibilities. Instead of carrying out your lethal assignments, you formed bonds with your targets. Nitwo's tone held a touch of mockery and confusion. This was a serious deviation from a plan. So Her Majesty had to remotely alter your final orders. Elimination was changed to capture. The target, Dragon Slayer Wendy, was to be brought back alive to Idolas, led into a preset trap. That secret passage you entered just now? Your memories were the perfect guide. Shiruru was utterly stunned. Those hazy fragments of memory that had led her to the hidden tunnel. They'd been implanted trap instructions all along, and she, without knowing a thing, had personally delivered Wendy and all the companions who trusted her straight into the jaws of the fairy hunters. A tidal wave of guilt and pain crashed over her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Happy was at a complete loss. Then what about me? What was my mission? Urza shrugged. Your mission log is a mess, Tomcat. Maybe your soul is just too simple. Idola's power surge must have scrambled your memory module. But it doesn't matter now. Her Majesty only cares about the outcome. And you've all succeeded. You captured a Dragon Slayer mage. That's a major accomplishment. Idola's royal capital, Central Square. Gajil, Idola's, hefted a massive magical camera, its lens fixed on the exhibition stage where a giant lacrima glowed with a cold, blue-violet light. His commentary rang out, bold and passionate, lavishing praise on the kingdom's victory and the supposed end of the era of wizards, drawing most of the guards' attention. This lacrima, formed from the transmuted bodies of illegal mages, stands as undeniable proof of the kingdom's cleansing power. Let us thank the captain of the 2nd Magic War Division, fairy hunter Urza Nightwalker, for her. But before he could finish his sentence, a figure, clad in iron gray, shot through the crowd like a rampaging cannonball, barreling toward the stage at breakneck speed. It was Gajeel from Earthland, Iron Dragon's sword. As he charged, Gajeel's right arm was instantly sheathed in cold, steel scales, transforming into a spiked iron blade. He swung it down with crushing force and unwavering resolve, slamming it against the massive lacrima. Crack! The shattering sound tore through the square, a dreadful, piercing wail. The lacrima, which seemed unbreakable, splintered in an instant under Gajeel's full-powered blow, spiderweb cracks racing across its surface. Then, amid the terrified screams of the crowd, the crystal exploded with a thunderous crash. A hailstorm of blue-violet shards burst outward, scattering like icy rain. From the radiant core of the shattered crystal, 2 figures stumbled and fell heavily onto the frigid stage floor. One had a mane of scarlet hair, clad in armor, her eyes dazed and weakened, just freed from captivity. It was Urza Scarlet. The other, with short black hair and a bare torso, his skin marred by traces of magical corrosion, was just as weakened. It was Gray Fullbuster. Urza, Gray! Seeing his friends break free, Gajeel's face split in a wild grin, and he charged forward without hesitation. Enemy attack. Protect the artifact. No, capture them. Piercing alarms and the furious shouts of officers erupted across the square. The kingdom's well-trained soldiers reacted with astonishing speed. Almost the very next second after Gajeel shattered the crystal, a thunderous clamor of pounding footsteps and clashing metal erupted from all directions. In an instant, a surge of silver-gray armored troops swept in like a flood of steel, sealing off the exhibition platform from every side. Cold Magitech rifles, bristling like a dense forest, aimed unerringly at the 2 figures in the center. Among the soldiers, several officers radiating powerful auras, clearly elites from the Magic Combat Battalion, stepped forward from the crowd. Their magical force locked onto Urza and Gray, who had only just escaped but were now so drained that even standing was a struggle. Ha! Gajeel! Urza struggled to rise, only to find her magical power utterly depleted. She didn't even have the strength left to grip her sword. Gray was in even worse shape. His mana was exhausted, and the lingering effects of the magic crystal's corruption left him barely conscious, teetering on the edge of collapse. Damn it! Gajeel couldn't break through to reach them. Iron Dragon scales armored his body, and defiance burned in his eyes, but as he faced the forest of gun barrels and the overwhelming pressure closing in, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He was outnumbered and outmatched. The chill of imminent death, tangible as iron shackles, tightened mercilessly around the 3, snuffing out the fragile hope they had just glimpsed. High above the royal capital, on the forbidden platform of the floating crystalline mountain, Qin Xian, cross-legged in meditation, suddenly shuddered, like an ancient monolith struck by a tremor. His tightly shut eyes flew open. A sharp teal light blazed in the depths of his pupils, flashing like a bolt of lightning in a midnight storm. Just now, in that very instant, a trace of aura, so faint it was almost gone, yet so achingly familiar it seemed etched into his soul, had rippled through the heavy magical field above. The capital slipped past the mountain's energy barrier and pierced directly into his spiritual awareness like a stone dropped into still water. Urza! It was Urza's aura. Weak, a mere flicker in the wind, but that unique soul signature. He could never mistake it. The location, the central plaza of the capital. Qin Xian hesitated not for a moment. A ringing sword cry, clear and sharp as if rending the heavens, split the sky. The ancient demon bane sword materialized at his side, its blade vibrating, wreathed in teal and white lightning that surged like an awakened dragon. With 2 fingers poised like a sword, Qin Xian traced a mysterious teal talisman in the air before him, the divine movement sigil. The sigil transformed into a stream of light, merging into the demon bane's sword. Fly! A low command. Qin Xian stepped forward, his form landing steadily atop the swelling teal sword light. The sword's radiance soared skyward, a teal comet ripping through the darkness, shrieking through the air at supersonic speed, streaking straight toward the central plaza. Wherever it passed, the clouds above were violently parted by invisible sword force, carving a straight, empty corridor through the sky. The mountain sentries? The capital's no-fly decree? At this moment, standing between Qin Xian and that looming presence was nothing but the sword's point, determined to cut down all that stood in its path. Behind them, The cold metal prison door slammed shut with a heavy finality, sealing off the last sliver of light from the outside world. Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy were shoved roughly into a cramped cell, thick with the stench of mold and rusted iron. Their wrists and ankles were clamped with heavy magic-suppressing shackles, and cold metal collars pressed against their skin, relentlessly draining what little magic they had left. Weakness and dizziness overtook them in waves. Despair seeped in, as cold and relentless as the tide, gradually flooding the narrow cell. Charles, happy when he hugged her knees, curling up in the corner. Silent tears slid down her cheeks. Damn it! Natsu slammed his fist into the icy wall, but all he got in return was a sharp jolt of pain through his knuckles and the rattling clatter of chains. That fake Urza! Just wait till I get out of here. Lucy leaned silently against the wall, her face ghostly pale. Her celestial spirit keys had been confiscated, her magic suppressed. In this unfamiliar world, she felt more powerless than ever. Just then, strange magical runes suddenly flared to life on the cell walls. A powerful suction force swept through the room, as if countless invisible needles pierced their bodies, ravenously draining the last drops of their magic. Blinding pain crashed over them in an instant. Ar! Natsu's agonized roar echoed through the cell, veins bulging and twisting beneath his skin as his magic was ripped away. Wendy could only curl tighter in her corner, her face drained of color, too racked with pain to even make a sound. Lucy felt her magic being siphoned away, like floodgates thrown open, and her consciousness began to fade. This is extraction. Lucy forced out the words, terror tightening its grip around her heart. They were being drained of magic, alive, to become nothing more than cold, lifeless crystals powering the capital. Sky Island, corridors of a palace bathed in pure white. Apprehend them. Seize those two traitors. The palace guards, white-furred cats in gleaming armor, surged forward like a breaking wave, weapons flashing coldly in the light. Charles and Happy darted desperately between the elaborate columns, the thunder of pursuit echoing behind them. Charles, what do we do? Happy flapped his wings, voice trembling on the verge of tears. I don't know, but we have to escape. We have to save Wendy. We have to save everyone. Charles' eyes burned with a fierce resolve, anger at being betrayed, and worry for her friends drowning out her fear. She would not become a pawn in the Queen's icy schemes. Blinded by panic, they dashed into a dead end. Before them rose a high, slick wall, no way out. The soldiers' heavy boots pounded ever closer. Just as despair threatened to swallow them, an unremarkable wooden door nearby creaked open. A mother cat, wearing a floral kerchief, beckoned frantically from within. Quickly, this way, get inside now. Xiao Lulu and Happy didn't have time to think. They dove straight in. The door shut swiftly behind them, sealing off the chaos outside. Beyond the door was a small storeroom, crammed with odds and ends and filled with the fresh scent of hay. A blue tomcat, who looked honest and gentle, stood anxiously by the door, ears perked to catch any sound from outside. Thank you. Thank you so much, Happy stammered, still shaken. No need to thank us, child. The mother cat in the floral kerchief gently stroked Happy's head with her paw. We just couldn't stand by and watch. Her Majesty's plan, it's far too cruel. Whether exceeds or humans, life is precious all the same. The tomcat spoke up, his voice deep and earnest. That's right. My wife and I spent our whole lives growing flowers on this sky island. All we want is to live in peace. This talk of ruling over humans, it's terrifying just to think of it. So as not to arouse suspicion, the tomcat took Happy out to work the land. The shouts and curses from outside didn't draw the search team's attention. After all, it was only two hard-working exceeds tending the fields. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu helped the mother cat prepare food inside. The tranquil, gentle moments made her feel, if only for a while, that they weren't fugitives at all. There were no grand declarations, just the quiet companionship and steadfast protection of those who stand by one another. This simple, unwavering kindness was like a spark in the darkness, slowly igniting courage in their hearts. After the work was done, the four exceed cats shared a midday meal and gathered by the door. Xiao Lulu and Happy exchanged a glance. Their snowy wings burst forth in a brilliance brighter than ever before. Once again, they appeared on their backs. With a powerful beat, whoosh. Uncle, Auntie, thank you for your help. You've helped me see things more clearly, Xiao Lulu said, bowing slightly in midair. Love, even though Uncle is strict, I still feel so warm inside, Happy chimed in. Take care, both of you, the mother cat called, watching them ascend. You still got a lot to learn. Remember, it's time to take responsibility. The tomcat barked at Happy, still gruff. Let's go, Xia Lulu nodded, her wings sweeping down with force. Love. Happy followed close behind. Their two figures, like streaks of pure light breaking free of all bonds, soared toward the royal capital of Daoist. Undaunted, unstoppable. With faith as their wings and their hearts set on their goal, they flew homeward bound. Finding angels? No, this was soaring of the heart. Watching the two young cats disappear into the sky, the mother cat couldn't hold back her tears. There's no doubt, he's the one we sent away all those years ago. The blue tomcat, too, seemed to drop his gruff facade, finally letting out the phrase he'd been holding back, love. Daoist's royal capital, Central Plaza. A forest of cold magic rifles was trained on 3 isolated figures, leaving them nowhere to turn. Gajeel, clad head to toe in iron dragon scales, could hardly hide his despair in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Drop your weapons. This is your final warning, barked the lead officer of the Magic Corps, his voice sharp as steel. The magical lance in his hands was crackling with energy, power surging to its utmost peak. In that hair-trigger moment, freeze! A voice, cold and calm, yet brimming with supreme authority, rang out like thunder from the heavens, erupting in everyone's mind with a force that brooked no resistance. A low, resonant hum reverberated. An invisible, intangible power, vast and unfathomable as the abyss, descended in an instant. Centered on the display stage in the middle of the square, time itself seemed to grind to a halt within 100 yards. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on reality. Every soldier with a raised weapon, every officer in mid-shout, even the magic-powered gunships circling overhead and the distant citizens fleeing in terror, all of them, every motion, every expression, even the magic surging within their bodies, were frozen utterly in that single heartbeat. It was as if they had been cast into an age of absolute frost, transformed into lifelike sculptures, caught forever in that instant. The raucous square was plunged into a chilling, absolute stillness so complete it made the skin crawl. Only Gajeel, Urza, and Gray in the center of the square, along with the figure hovering in the air, remained free to move. Qingxian stood upon the demon-slaying sword, his azure robes billowing as he hovered above the square. His right hand extended, fingers poised in a mystical gesture, swirling with enigmatic blue runes, the very source of the binding talisman that had stilled the world. What are you standing there for? Move! Qingxuan's voice snapped Gajeel out of his stunned daze. Thanks. Gajeel reacted instantly, growling low as he dashed forward. With a hand on each of his nearly unconscious companions, Urza and Gray, he heaved them up. The iron dragon scales on his legs gleamed, bursting. With ferocious power, like an unstoppable steel juggernaut, he barreled through the frozen ranks of soldiers, toppling them like statues, as he charged for a narrow alleyway at the edge of the square, desperate to escape. Qingxuan's gaze swept over the immobilized army, and only after confirming that Gajeel and his friends had vanished into the depths of the alley did he relax his sword hand. The invisible force enveloping the square receded like the tide. Time surged back to life. The soldiers stumbled as motion returned to their limbs, the officers' shouts died in their throats, and the engines of the magic gunships roared anew. But their quarry had already vanished without a trace. All that remained were shards of crystal littering the ground, and comrades toppled in the chaos. The square dissolved into a maelstrom of disbelief, fury, and confusion. Qingxian tarried no longer. The demon-slaying sword flashed into a streak of blue light, following the path of Gajeel's escape. At the city's edge, deep within an abandoned Magitech factory, Gajeel gently laid Urza and Gray atop a pile of relatively clean burlap sacks. Though both were still feeble, freed now from there magic-suppressing collars, and given a little water during the frantic ride in Gajeel's Magitech buggy, their consciousness was finally returning. Ahem, Gajeel, where are you? Urza struggled to sit up, her gaze shifting from Gajeel to Qingxian, who had just landed lightly nearby. Her eyes were filled with confusion and a flood of relief at having survived. Gray managed to open his eyes, looked at the two of them, and gave a weak nod. It was that guy, Mistigan. Gajeel wiped the sweat and dust from his face, then pulled a small metal vial from his pocket. He gave it a shake, and the crisp clatter of pills inside could be heard. I didn't get sucked away by that creepy thing. Mistigan found me. He gave me this, said if I took it, I could temporarily recover my magic power, and also, Gajeel continued. He said that the magic of dragon slayers is special. It can restore those who've been turned into magic crystals. Mistigan, Urza murmured. So that's why I came looking. Gajeel pointed at himself. And I just happened to run into this guy over here. The reporter who looks just like me, a real ironclad type. He curled his lip. He may be a reporter, but he doesn't seem too happy. with how the kingdom is handling things either. We hit it off right away. He caused a distraction in the square to draw attention and stir things up, while I looked for a chance to smash the crystal and rescue everyone. But I didn't expect. Frustrated, he punched the iron frame next to him. That huge chunk of crystal only freed you two. The others must still be somewhere else. The others, Qing Xuan's voice cut in, drawing the attention of all three. He turned to Gajeel. I've already found the guild members and the townspeople who were turned into energy crystal mountains. They're right above the royal capital. He stated the location plainly and directly. Natsu, Wendy, Lucy, and the others should have entered this world too, but their whereabouts are unknown. What? Natsu and the others weren't transformed. Urza was startled. The crystal mountains are in the sky. Gray tried to stand, straining, then we'll split up, Qing Xian said decisively. Gajeel, you come with me to the area where the crystal mountains are. We'll need your Dragon Slayer power to break the crystals and rescue our friends. He then turned his gaze to Urza and Gray. You two go search for Natsu and the others. It's likely the kingdom's army has already captured them. All right, we'll split up, Urza agreed. Both she and Gray swallowed the pills Gajeel handed them. Qing Xian said nothing more, flicking his fingers through the air in swift, precise movements. A soft, glowing blue talisman appeared out of thin air. A tracing charm. The charm split into two slender streams of light, shooting into Urza's and Gray's foreheads. This charm will guide you to Natsu's presence, Qing Xian explained. Just as Urza was about to set off, Qing Xian spoke again. Wait. Urza turned back in confusion. Qing Xian pressed his fingers together like a sword. At his fingertips, a brilliant, star-like point of blue light began to form. Pure sword intent condensed into a single, dazzling spark. The light danced and stretched above his hand, until it finally transformed into a delicate, crystal-clear pendant shaped like a tiny silver sword. He took a slender cord from his robe and threaded it through the pendant. Qing Xian stepped forward and, with a natural motion, gently fastened the sword-shaped pendant around Urza's slender, pale neck. The cool touch of the pendant sent a shiver through Urza's body. The pendant settled right where her necklace had been missing an ornament. A space left empty ever since her previous pendant had been consumed by the slaying evil sword during the 6 demon generals incident. The old one was taken by the slaying evil sword. Qing Xian's voice remained calm, but there was a subtle softness in his tone that wasn't there before. Your necklace looked incomplete. It was missing something. Here, take this. Urza looked down at the little sword pendant resting on her chest, its faint silver light pulsing as if it were alive. Beneath her cold armor, her heart began to race uncontrollably. A rush of heat bloomed across her cheeks, coloring the tips of her ears a deep red. She instinctively reached up to touch the pendant, but her fingers stopped halfway. She lifted her gaze and met Qing Xian's gentle eyes. Flustered by the warmth in his look, she quickly glanced away and nodded almost imperceptibly, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Thank you. She said nothing more. Suddenly, she turned on her heel, her crimson hair slicing a graceful arc through the air, a motion that helped hide the blush spreading over her face. Gray, let's go. Oh, Gray snapped out of the subtle tension that had filled the room. He looked at Qing Xian, then at Urza's swiftly retreating figure, and hurried after her. In the abandoned factory, only Qing Xian and Gajeel remained. Gajeel crossed his arms, his iron-gray eyebrows arching as he made a low, ambiguous sound of approval. Qing Xian shot him a blank look. Come on, let's go take down that eyesore of a crystal mountain. Just what I was hoping for. Gajeel grinned, baring his sharp teeth, eyes blazing with a wild, battle-hungry light. I've been itching to smash something for ages. With that, Qing Xian stepped onto the slaying evil sword, its azure arc slicing through the air, while Gajeel stood behind him. Their goal was clear. The massive mountain of energy, suspended above the royal capital, formed from the life force of friends and innocents alike. The closer they drew, the heavier and more suffocating the aura became, a mix of despair and overwhelming magic that pressed down on them like a physical weight. Just as they were about to break through the crystal mountain's invisible magical barrier. Halt, intruders! You shall not pass! A deep, thunderous roar exploded from the summit of the crystal mountain, shaking the sky like a drum of war. A massive black shadow crashed down onto the void platform before Qing Xian and Gajeel, landing like a cannonball. The platform groaned under the tremendous weight, straining to hold together. It was a cat, but by no means the petite kind like Happy or Carla. This creature was built like a full-grown black panther, its muscles knotted and powerful beneath a coat of sleek, deep gray fur. Its limbs were thick and strong, with claws and fangs as sharp as blades. What truly commanded attention was its imposing face, a broad jaw, lips pressed into a hard line, and a pair of cold, amber vertical pupils that fixed on the intruders with chilling intensity. A formidable aura radiated from its entire being, far surpassing that of an ordinary exceed. The doujinshi sword sang softly, blue lightning darting along its edge, eager to be drawn at a moment's notice. I don't care what kind of cat you are. Anything in my way gets smashed. Gajeel licked his lips with excitement, a wild battle lust sparking instantly in his eyes. He'd been stifling his rage for too long. In an instant, iron dragon scales armored his whole body. He clenched his fists, the sound of metal grinding ringing out sharply. This one's mine. Qing Xian, don't interfere. Before the words had even faded, Gajeel shot forward like an arrow released from string. Iron dragons. Roar. A raging torrent of steel and shrieking metal shards surged forth, hurtling toward Lily like a storm of annihilation. Lily's amber eyes narrowed. Despite his massive build, he moved with astonishing agility that defied his size. He twisted aside with a sudden motion, his broad forepaw enveloped in a concentrated glow of magical energy, swinging down like a hammer to strike the roaring tide of metal from the side. A thunderous crash erupted. Shards of steel and waves of magic exploded in all directions as the platform quaked beneath the force. Lily was driven back several steps by the impact, leaving deep gouges in the stone beneath his claws. Gajeel's roar was abruptly broken, but a wider, more exhilarated grin spread across his face. That's the stuff. Again, Iron Dragon's club. In a flash, Gajeel's arms transformed into massive metal rods, whipping through the air with a shrill whistle as he unleashed a relentless barrage on Lily like a violent storm. Lily gave a low growl, no longer dodging. Instead, he gathered his immense magical power and charged headlong to meet the attack. Clang, 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 clang. The furious clamor of iron against iron echoed like a blacksmith's forge, sparks flying everywhere. Lily met Gajeel's iron fists and arms head-on. With every collision, a shockwave of raw power rippled outward. For a time, they seemed to be perfectly matched, locked in fierce, unyielding combat. Qing Xian hovered on the edge of the battlefield, the doujinshi sword still sheathed, simply observing in silence. He could see more than just battle fervor in Gajeel's eyes. There was a strange interest. It was the look a hunter gives upon encountering a rare and worthy prey. Hey, big guy. Even in the heat of battle, Gajeel had the energy to shout, his voice rough with a hearty laugh. You can really fight, huh? 10,000 times better than that useless cat. Happy. So how about it? Want to run with me? Come back to Fairy Tale in a slant. There are plenty of brawls waiting for you there. Way more fun than staring at these stone mountains all day. Amid this life-or-death struggle, he had the wild idea of recruiting this powerful leopard cat back to his guild. A fleeting trace of astonishment flashed through Lily's amber, slit-pupiled eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper chill. My duty is to protect the king's treasures. Invader, you will not sway me. As the fierce battle raged on and Qing Xian tensed, ready for anything. Qing Xian, two small, anxious voices called out from the side. Turning his head, Qing Xian saw Happy and Carla flapping their wings, staring at him in shock. Their eyes darted between him, Gajeel and Lily locked in combat, and the cold, floating crystal mountain. Ew, why weren't you sucked away by anima? And you haven't turned into a lacrima? Carla asked in disbelief, her feline face twisted with confusion. Before Qing Xian could answer, disaster struck. A deep, earth-shaking hum reverberated from the heart of the royal capital. Suddenly, a monstrous chain of dark red energy, thick beyond imagination, shot out from the direction of the palace, like a demonic dragon's claw reaching up from the abyss, radiating destruction. The tip of the chain bristled with sharp barbs and intricate runes, ignoring all distance as it tore through the sky above the capital and drove itself, with brutal precision, deep into the base of the floating crystal mountain. A jarring sound cracked the air as the crystal mountain shuddered violently. Dragonlock cannon. Lily, locked in combat with Gajeel, felt her amber eyes contract sharply. The king's ETD operation has begun. He's going to use the mountain's magical power to forcibly drive this island, crashing it into the floating island of the Exceed, merging those vast magical powers in a cataclysmic collision to give the kingdom an eternal source of magic. Crash the floating island, merge the magic. Happy and Carla felt as if they'd plunged into an icy abyss. The floating island was home to countless of their kin. Innocents, like the gardener cat couple, would all be caught up in the disaster. No. Carla's scream rang out, raw and anguished. We have to stop it. We must stop it. Happy flapped his wings, frantically, desperate. The two cats met each other's eyes. In an instant, they understood. Nothing was more important than saving their people. Mr. Qingxian, Gajil, I'm counting on you. Xiao Lulu could only manage to call out before her pristine wings burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. Together with Happy, she shot into the sky like two meteors racing against the current, hurtling toward the floating island and the impending catastrophe, giving it everything she had. They had to warn them, to evacuate everyone, even if hope was hanging by a thread. Trying to ram the island? Gajil heard Lily shout, and rage instantly drowned out his thoughts of catnapping. I'll smash this damn chain of yours first. With a furious roar, he put Lily aside for the moment. Wielding his iron dragon club with tremendous force, he brought it crashing down on the dark red chain that linked Crystal Mountain to the royal palace. A deafening clang erupted, sparks flying in all directions, but the chain merely shuddered violently, runes flickering across its surface. Gajil's blow, powerful enough to split mountains, left only a faint white scratch. A tremendous backlash sent him reeling. It's useless, Lily called out. The Dragon Law Cannon is the kingdom's pinnacle of magitech. It's connected to the core of the Earth's magic, utterly unbreakable. Qingxuan's eyes sharpened, gleaming like blades. He could no longer stand by. In a flash, he appeared beside the dark red chain, drawing the demon-slaying sword. Its blade surged with blue lightning, transforming into a ribbon of azure energy that tore through the air. With a righteous force to purge all evil, he struck the chain with all his might. A searing blue and red radiance exploded, followed by a violent shockwave that swept out in all directions. The chain quaked, shrieking with a piercing metallic wail. Yet, when the light faded, the chain still held strong. At the spot where the sword struck, there was only a deep gash, about an inch, and its edges were charred black. Countless tiny runes around the wound flickered wildly, already working to mend the damage. Unbreakable, at least not in a single blow. For the first time, a deep frown creased Qingxuan's brow. Even a sword strike at the nascent soul level couldn't sever this otherworldly magitech creation. The toughness and magical intensity of this chain far exceeded all expectations. Lily stared at the alarming but still unbroken gash on the chain, shock filling her amber, slit-pupiled eyes. This man in blue, such terrifying power. Time was running short. Under the pull of the Dragon Law Cannon, Crystal Mountain had already begun to shift, inching toward the floating island. Above, Happy and Xiao Lulu were already shrinking into barely discernible specks. Qingxuan's gaze traced the dark red chain all the way to the heart of the royal capital, the towering, forbidding palace of the kingdom. The chain's origin, the core of its magic, the nerve center of control, all resided there. The source, that is the key. Gajil, Qingxian called out urgently. Stay here and find a way to free our companions. Or try to stabilize Crystal Mountain. He said nothing more, but Gajil instantly understood his intention. The inside of Crystal Mountain was filled with allies. They could not let it crash into the Sky Island. Qingxian spoke no further. The blade of Demon Severance rang out with a clear, resonant cry. Its tip swung around, pointing straight at the royal palace. In the next instant, he became a streak of azure light tearing through the sky. His speed pushed to the absolute limit. Wherever he passed, the air was compressed into visible sonic clouds. His target, the source of the Dragon Law Cannon. He was determined to cut off the root of this world-destroying chain. Meanwhile, deep beneath the capital in the Sighing Egg prison, Urza and Gray, guided by the faint pulse of the tracking rune, moved like ghosts through the cold, damp corridors, which bristled with magical traps and alarms. It's just ahead, Gray whispered, his voice low as he pointed to a massive metal door at the end of the hallway, its surface engraved with intricate sealing runes. Here, the rune signal was sharp and undeniable. The two exchanged a glance, no words needed. Gray pressed both hands to the frigid metal door. Silent cold spread outward, instantly freezing and making brittle the crucial mechanisms of the lock and hinges. Urza drew a deep breath. She channeled her partially restored magic into her sword, the tip flaring with a cold, steely light. Just as Urza poised herself, ready to burst through the door in a heartbeat, a measured, echoing footfall rang out, deliberate and metallic, each step like a grim drumbeat, coming from the corridor they had just passed. Urza and Gray whipped around. From the shadows, a tall, striking figure emerged. Her deep crimson ponytail, a silver mask half concealing her face, those icy violet eyes, the heavy, deep blue magitech armor inlaid with silver, and across her back, a crisscross of magical firearms glinting with lethal promise. It was the fairy hunter, Urza Nightwalker. Her cold gaze swept over Gray, then locked onto Urza Scarlet with all the force of an ice-cold spike. Two Urzas faced each other across the narrow corridor, their eyes clashing in midair with explosive tension. An invisible, murderous aura swept between them like a gathering storm. The fairy queen of Earthland. At last we meet. Nightwalker's voice was utterly flat, cold as machinery. Your friends are just beyond that door. Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. Gray's expression shifted. Instinctively, he moved to shield Urza. Gray. Urza's voice was preternaturally calm. Go save Natsu and the others. Leave this to me. Her gaze never wavered from Nightwalker. She slowly raised her sword, angling it toward the ground, while her left hand pressed gently against the jade-green, sword-shaped pendant at her chest. Its cool touch seemed to carry strength from afar. Gray understood instantly what Urza intended. The duel between the two Urzas was not something anyone else could interfere with. Any attempt would only plunge their companions behind the door into even greater danger. He cast Urza a deep, meaningful look. Be careful. Before the words had even faded, he sprang back, pressing both hands hard against the massive metal door frozen behind him. Ice make ice fountain. Sharp icicles suddenly erupted from the brittle, frozen lock of the door. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was blasted open in the heavy metal barrier. In an instant, Gray's figure vanished into the darkness beyond the door. Nightwalker seemed utterly unconcerned by Gray's escape. All her attention was fixed on the woman before her, the one who shared her name and similar features, yet radiated an aura that was utterly different, an entity from another world. The nuisance is gone, Nightwalker said quietly, raising her hand. Behind her, a uniquely shaped magic lance detached itself and floated into her grasp, cold and lethal. The tip shimmered with deadly energy, aimed straight at Urza Scarlet. Now let's begin, Fairy Queen. Urza tightened her grip on her sword. She sensed a faint but resolute warmth flowing from the sword-shaped pendant at her chest. She drew a deep breath, her body beneath the armor taut as a drawn bowstring. Just as I wished. Sky Island, the pure white plaza of the temple. Carla and Happy found themselves surrounded on all sides by an overwhelming force of Exceed soldiers, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. Carla cried out with all her strength, desperately trying to reveal the truth of the ETD project, to warn her people of the impending catastrophe. But her voice was drowned out by the soldiers' shouts and the elders' furious accusations. Traitor, fallen one. Her Majesty the Queen is all-powerful. Don't think we'll ever believe you. Seize them, nail them to the pillar of shame. Cold chains were flung toward them, ready to ensnare them. Carla's eyes brimmed with despair and anger, while Happy beat his wings with all his might in a futile struggle. Enough. All of you stop. A calm, weary voice rang out above the chaos. Yet it carried a commanding authority, like a bell cutting through the clamor. In an instant, all movement froze. The ring of soldiers parted like a receding tide, opening a path. A cat walked forward, slow and deliberate. Her fur was as white as Carla's, but her bearing was more regal, exuding the dignity of one long accustomed to power. Yet the most striking sight was her left wing, where a pristine white wing should have been. There was only a bare, scarred stump. Her single remaining right wing drooped low, every step heavy with pain. This was the queen of the Exceed, Shagat. Her gaze swept across the stunned soldiers and elders, finally coming to rest on Shrew, whose face was streaked with tears. In the depths of her amber eyes surged a turmoil of indescribable emotions. Guilt, sorrow, relief, and a trace of liberation. Enough. Shagat's voice was soft, yet it rang clearly in the ears of every Exceed present. The lies must end. Under countless gazes, shocked, confused, or utterly disbelieving, Shagat began to speak, slowly unveiling the dazzling deception called divinity that had overshadowed the Exceed people for centuries. She was not born a god. She was merely an ordinary Exceed, though she had been gifted from birth with one special ability, the faint power to foresee the end of life. In an era when the conflict between Idola's humans and the Exceeds was at its peak, and the Exceeds suffered relentless persecution, she and the elders of that time wove an enormous falsehood to protect their vulnerable kin. They proclaimed that the Exceeds were the gods who ruled over both Idolos and the floating islands, wielding supreme authority. They used her power to foresee death to stage miracles, layering lie upon lie until they built a fantastical kingdom of the gods, instilling such fear in humans that they no longer dared to oppress the Exceeds. For a brief period, the lies brought peace, but they also sowed the seeds of a far greater disaster. The deception, like a snowball, grew ever larger as it rolled, until it finally spun out of control. She became the exalted god, and together with the elders, sank deeper into the illusion of authority, slowly forgetting their original purpose. The lie gave rise to arrogance, oppression, and even deeper mistrust. The extreme policies of the Edo-Lost Kingdom towards magic, their insatiable hunger for magical power. All this chaos had its roots in that one lie, spun for the sake of survival. We're not gods. Shagget's voice trembled with pain and remorse, her remaining wings drooping helplessly. We're just a pitiful band of cats who wove a grand lie just to survive. All of these sins began with me. She looked at Shiruru, her eyes brimming with grief and a deep, unbreakable love. When King Faust decided to activate Anima, to cast his claws toward another world, even at the price of sacrificing the entire floating island, I knew the lie could no longer endure. Retribution had finally arrived. That so-called mission to eliminate the Dragon Slayers. It was my final selfish act, my last lie. Shaggert's voice choked with emotion. This wasn't about carrying out some grand plan. It was me, your mother, foreseeing that Sky Island would inevitably be destroyed by greed. And the only way I could think to protect you, I sent 100 children, including you, to Aceland under the guise of a mission to keep you far from this doomed world. To survive, that is all I, an inadequate mother, could do for you. Montauk, mother. Carolu was struck as if by lightning. She stared blankly at the queen on the high platform, broken-winged, weighed down by guilt, yet brimming with deep affection. The revelation hit her so hard she could barely think. So this was what lay behind those cold, implanted memories of missions. A desperate, unfathomable mother's love. Your Majesty, the people stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide. The collapse of their faith aged them in an instant. The soldiers looked at one another, and without realizing it, their weapons drooped in their hands. The lies must end. Shaggert drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing down the storm of emotion inside her. She spoke with the resolve of a martyr. My sins are mine to settle. Elders, will you come with me? For our children, for our people, shall we make one final stand? After a brief, deathly silence, several of the eldest elders rose unsteadily to their feet. In their clouded eyes, a final spark of resolve burned. We will follow your Majesty to atone for our sins. Carolu happy. Shaggert's gaze turned to them, fierce and unwavering. Take us to the Crystal Mountain. We must stop the collision, even if it costs us our lives. No Hosetashchen. Carolu and Happy understood their mothers. No, their queen's determination in an instant. White wings and blue feathers unfurled once more. They bore Shaggert and the elders, who were prepared to die, aloft, carrying the last sliver of hope straight toward the Crystal Mountain, toward the very source of destruction, at full speed. In the underground prison corridor, the battle between the two Urzas had already turned the narrow space into a scene of carnage. Nightwalker's 10 Commandments spear was like an extension of her will, shifting form with deadly unpredictability in her hands. 10 Commandments spear, sonic lance. The spear elongated and thinned in a flash, transforming into a streak of silver light that sliced the air and shot straight for Urza's throat with a piercing shriek. Requip, winged armor. Urza switched armors in a heartbeat. Her light wings propelled her away, narrowly dodging the strike, and her slender sword swept up in a swift counterattack, aiming for Nightwalker's flank. 10 Commandments spear, shield spear. The weapon instantly expanded, morphing into a massive tower shield. Clang! Urza's sword struck the shield's surface, sending sparks flying. 10 Commandments spear, explosive spear. The shield's center bulged outward, and a blazing orb of energy erupted in a sudden flash. Boom! The blast wave hurled Urza across the corridor. She crashed hard against the wall, her winged armor shattering to reveal her battered, wounded body beneath. Change armor, black feather plate. The moment she landed, Urza switched armors once again. Jet black plates enveloped her entire body, dramatically boosting her defense. In her hands, the greatsword swept down, slicing through the air with a heavy, forceful whoosh. 10 Commandments spear, gravity lance. Nightwalker pointed her long spear. In an instant, an invisible field of gravity enveloped Urza. The black feather armor groaned under the immense pressure, and Urza's movement slowed, weighed down by the crushing force. 10 Commandments spear, piercing lance. Seizing the fleeting opening, Nightwalker's spear transformed into a concentrated beam of crimson energy. It ignored the space between them and shot straight for Urza's heart. Fast, precise, and merciless, carrying the will to kill. There was nowhere to run. Urza's pupils shrank in shock as the shadow of death loomed over her. At that critical moment, the sword-shaped jade pendant at her chest erupted with a brilliance more dazzling than ever before. A surge of pure, unyielding sword intent condensed over her heart like a shield forged from her very soul. A harsh screech split the air. The crimson spear struck the barrier of sword energy with a teeth-gritting grind. The shield quivered violently, its glow flickering. Uncertainly, but it held, barely, withstanding the deadly assault. The spear's tip stopped just a hair's breadth from Urza's heart. The tremendous impact hurled Urza backward once more. The breastplate of her black feather armor shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet her life was spared. For the first time, astonishment flashed clearly in Nightwalker's cold violet eyes. She stared fixedly at the pendant on Urza's chest, which pulsed with a strange, otherworldly power. "What is that?" Urza struggled to her feet, wiped the blood from her lips, and let her fingers brush the now warm pendant at her chest. A fleeting warmth glimmered in her eyes, quickly replaced by steely resolve. She gazed at Nightwalker, her enemy, her mirror image, and yet her opposite. In Urza's heart, the will to fight burned, but alongside it surged an urge to awaken this adversary, to shatter the frozen chains of fate. "Your spear is strong," Urza said between ragged breaths, her voice clear and unwavering. "But your heart, it's bound by something. I can see it." Nightwalker's brow furrowed in confusion. Her frustration grew as victory continued to elude her. She watched as her doppelganger not only withstood her attacks, but began to turn the tide, and doubt crept into her heart. Her movements slowed, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she stamped her foot, fixing her gaze on the fairy queen before her. "It's my past that binds me, my weakness, my hesitation. Just like this hair, all I have to do is cut it off." Nightwalker's voice rang out, sharp and resolute, carrying the edge of someone ready to sever all ties. With a sudden motion, she seized her iconic fiery red ponytail. In the next instant, a chilling flash of steel sliced through the air. Nightwalker gripped her long spear tightly, and, without hesitation or regret, swung it resolutely toward the back of her own head. Her fiery red hair, like a burning waterfall, was sheared off at the roots beneath the cold edge of her blade. The scattered crimson strands drifted through the air like dying flames, swirling in the corridor thick with the stench of smoke and blood. Nightwalker stood tall and proud, her hair now cut short to her ears. The loss of her flowing locks diminished her softness, but in their place, she radiated an even sharper and more unyielding aura. Where her hair had been severed, her smooth neck and the clean line of her jaw were revealed. In that moment, her violet eyes blazed with the pure, crystalline intensity of battle. Gone was any trace of confusion or doubt. "Now let's truly begin. Queen of the Fairies, come at me with all your strength. Bring me down, if you can, or else be defeated by me." Urza gazed at the figure before her. This otherworldly being, with short hair flying, her fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. The overwhelming pressure pouring from her was almost tangible, oppressive enough to make the air itself tremble. Slowly, Urza raised her sword once more, fixing her sights on Nightwalker. "As you wish." The moment the words fell, their figures became blurs tearing through space once again, colliding with even greater ferocity and brutality than before. Sword light and spear glares intertwined, shards of armor and fragments of enchanted metal exploding in every direction. The corridor groaned and crumbled under the terrifying shockwaves of their clash. The true life-and-death struggle had only just begun, deep within the heart of the Idolas Kingdom's palace. The Dragon Lock Cannon's source control chamber, a massive device composed of countless intricate magical circuits and glittering crystals, dominated the center of the room, filling it with a deafening hum. Thick, dark red energy conduits, like monstrous serpents, connected to the apparatus. This was the very heart of the entire ETD plan. Guarding this place were the kingdom's most elite magic soldiers and several formidable magic squad captains. They patrolled vigilantly, determined to ensure that nothing could threaten the core of this world-ending weapon. A thunderous crash. The heavy alloy gates, strong enough to withstand the blows of a battering ram, were ripped apart from the outside by a force beyond description, bursting inward as if made of paper. Twisted shards of metal shot into the room like cannonballs, instantly pinning several unsuspecting soldiers to the walls. Through the swirling smoke and debris, a figure in green robes strode calmly inside. Qing Xian. The demon-slaying sword floated at his side, its blade wrapped in blue-white lightning that danced and flickered like a living thing, emitting a low, menacing hum. There was no overwhelming aura radiating from him, only a terrifying sword intent, deep and still as an abyss, spreading silently, yet suffocatingly through the control room, as if the very air had become his domain. An intruder. Kill him! The lead magic captain was the first to react, roaring a command. The soldiers, panic-stricken, raised their enchanted weapons, unleashing a storm of deadly energy blasts at the green-clad figure in the doorway. Qing Xian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. The demon-slaying sword let out a clear, resonant ring, its blade quivering ever so slightly. A razor-sharp, azure arc of sword energy, barely a foot wide, yet seeming powerful enough to cleave space itself, swept silently through the air. Wherever it passed, every incoming energy beam was snuffed out, dissolving noiselessly like frost beneath the blazing sun. The sword arc pressed on, slicing past the bodies of the soldiers in the front ranks. There was a faint hiss. No screams, no blood spattering. The Magitech armor on those soldiers split instantly in two, as if sliced by the finest laser, each cut gleaming smooth as a mirror. Such was the terrifying might of a single stroke. Every soldier in Magitech's squad captain swallowed hard, nerves taut. What exquisite control must it take to destroy all their magical devices without harming a single life? Activate maximum defense. Stop him! The Magitech squad captain shouted in panic, lunging for the control panel in a desperate bid to trigger some emergency protocol. Noisy. Qing Xian's voice was cold as ice. He leveled two fingers like a sword blade, pointing from afar at the captain scrambling toward the controls. Freeze! A low, resonant hum filled the air. The captain halted mid-lunge, suspended in the air as if trapped in invisible amber, unable even to shift his gaze, his eyes wide with unspeakable terror. Qing Xian spared no further glance at the soldiers, who now cowered like sheep before the slaughter. His gaze cut through the tumult of the battlefield, locking onto the very heart of the control room, a massive, roaring core of Magitech, laced with crimson energy conduits, the source of the Dragonlock cannon. Sensing its master's intent, the demon-slaying sword gave an eager, ringing cry. Its tip turned, blue lightning crackling down the blade, aiming straight for the heart of the world-ending device. The sword's clear song echoed through the Dragonlock cannon's control chamber, its lightning-wreathed edge pointing unerringly at the thunderous core. Qing Xian's eyes were calm and resolute, his sword intent at its zenith. With a single strike, he could erase this bringer of catastrophe forever. But just as the blade was about to unleash its light, "Not so fast, stranger!" A deep, commanding roar, rolling like thunder, erupted from the depths of the control room. Accompanied by the crash of heavy metal, a gigantic figure tore through space, appearing before the Dragonlock cannon's core as if by teleportation. It was an armor beyond description, terrifying to behold. Its entire form was a dark, golden hue, the design as jagged and menacing as the bones of some ancient beast, towering nearly 3 meters tall. The armor's surface shimmered like liquid metal, while countless arcane runes flickered in and out of existence, pulsing as if alive. The helmet was shaped like a dragon's head, covering the entire face save for 2 blood-red, glowing eyes. From its back stretched several thick, mechanical limbs, each one like the tail of a dragon, and at every tip, an orb of devastating, compressed energy pulsed with destructive power. The most unsettling thing was the aura it exuded, heavy, ancient, and laced with a strange fluctuation that seemed capable of devouring all forms of magic. King Faust of Idolas. He descended, piloting the kingdom's ultimate weapon, the Dragoon Knight armor. With a thunderous clang, the dazzling blue lightning of the demon-slaying sword came crashing down, striking hard against the dark gold arm guards crossed over the chest of the Dragoon Knight armor. A deafening, monstrous crash erupted. Blinding blue-gold light burst forth like a miniature sun, and the raging shockwaves swept through the control room, flinging the remaining Magitech devices and soldiers like scraps of paper, tearing them apart. As the brilliance faded, Qing Xuan's pupils narrowed. The blade of the demon-slaying sword was completely halted by those dark gold arm guards. Blue lightning danced wildly across the sword's edge, gnawing at the surface of the armor with a harsh, crackling hiss. Yet, all it left behind were scorched black marks, unable to break through even an inch. The material of that armor contained some mysterious substance, capable of greatly weakening or even absorbing energy attacks. Not even the pure yang blue lightning or the sword intent of a Daoist master could pierce it instantly. Oomph! Energy from another world. Faust's muffled voice rumbled out from beneath the Dragoon Knight's helmet, tinged with a hint of surprise. Impressive, but before my Dragoon Knight armor, infused with anti-magic stardust, it's far from enough. This is the ultimate defense, severing all magic. He flexed his arms, and an overwhelming, unstoppable force exploded outward. With a thunderous impact, Qing Xian, sword in hand, was forcibly driven back several steps, leaving deep dents in the alloy floor beneath his feet. Protect His Majesty. Activate the binding field. The surviving Magi warrior captains, regaining their composure, immediately ordered the soldiers to activate the control room's defense systems. Thick energy chains shot out from ceiling and floor like giant serpents, coiling toward Qing Xian. At the same time, mechanical arms rose from the Dragoon Knight's back, rapidly charging up orbs of destructive energy. Qing Xuan's eyes sharpened. The demon-slaying sword traced an arc before him, its blade light blooming like a lotus flower. Break! The energy chains shattered inch by inch the moment they touched the azure sword lotus. But the Dragoon Knight's deadly orbs, brimming with terrifying energy, were already upon him. At that desperate moment, the fire dragons roar. A familiar, furious shout burst from the blasted control room doors. A torrent of scorching dragon breath surged in like a flood of molten lava, smashing into the Dragoon Knight's charging mechanical arms from behind. A tremendous explosion sent the Dragoon Knight reeling, the energy orbs detonating harmlessly against its armor. Though it caused no real harm, it successfully disrupted the rhythm of its assault. Natsu, Qing Xuan's eyes flashed. At the doorway, Natsu stood wreathed in blazing flames, while Gray pressed his hands to the ground, sending frost racing across the floor to freeze and disrupt their enemies. Lucy and Winnie followed closely behind. No sooner had Gray rescued them than he quickly shared the pills Gajeel had given him. Qing Xian, we're here to help. Natsu called out with a wide grin, fire dancing across his fists. Leave this hunk of metal to us. Gray's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone be careful. His armor is strange. Qing Xian warned. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. Faust spat, his voice brimming with contempt. The scarlet eyelights of his dragon knight armor locked onto the new arrivals. Perfect. I'll turn all your otherworldly magic into the cornerstone of my kingdom. Dragon Knight Shockwave. The Dragon Knight flung his arms wide, and the armor at his chest split open to reveal a massive energy cannon. A devastating torrent of dark golden energy erupted like a breached dam, roaring toward Natsu and the others at the entrance. Now's our chance, Gray shouted. Ice make, spears of frost. Several enormous spears of ice burst up through the frozen floor, thrusting hard at the joints of the Dragon Knight armor. Natsu, blazing like a shooting star, dodged the torrent of energy and slammed his flaming fist into the armor's leg. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Lucy swept out a key. Open. Gate of Taurus. With a thunderous roar, the celestial spirit Taurus, wielding his giant axe, charged into the fray. Instantly, the pressure on Qing Xian eased. No longer locked in direct combat with the Dragon Knight armor, he darted through the chaos like a wraith. His demon-slaying sword transformed into a web of 1,000 azure threads, slicing with uncanny precision at the soldiers and magic warriors trying to operate the Dragon Lock Cannon. Where the sword light passed, magical armor and weapons were sliced apart as easily as if they were made of soft cheese. Yet not a single life was taken. The terrified soldiers simply collapsed, utterly drained of the will to fight. Inside the control room, chaos erupted into a full-blown melee. Qing Xian cleaned out the stragglers. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Wendy unleashed their powers together, surrounding the seemingly invincible Dragon Knight armor. Though they could not break its defenses for the moment, they managed to pin it down, leaving Faust unable to interfere elsewhere. Meanwhile, on the Crystal Mountain battlefield, Gajeel's Iron Dragon Club clashed once more with Lily's massive claws, ringing out a metallic crash that seemed to shake the very earth. The two remained locked in a fierce, evenly matched struggle. Hey, big guy, Gajeel shouted, panting as he forced Lily back with a punch. He pointed to the distant Sky Island, where more and more exceeds, glowing like fireflies, were flying desperately toward Crystal Mountain. Look at your own kin. They're risking everything. They'd give their lives to stop the collision. Are you really going to keep fighting me here? Still want to help that king who'd burn you all for kindling? Lily's amber, vertical pupils quivered violently. It, too, witnessed that tragic and heroic scene. Countless transcendents, regardless of size or strength, hurled themselves, like moths to a flame, using their fragile bodies and delicate wings to crash against and push at the colossal Crystal Mountain, fearless and unflinching before death. They strove to alter its course, to keep it from colliding with the floating island. Most striking of all was Queen Shaget, guarded by Sherilu and Habi, her remaining single wing still beating with desperate energy, and the elders beside her, aged yet burning the last embers of their lives. A hypocritical nation. Lily's voice carried a faint rasp and a tremor, almost imperceptible. A memory surfaced from long ago. Back then, all I did was protect an abandoned human baby. And for that, they branded me fallen, cast me out from their so-called divine kingdom. A place like that, such kin, they're not worth it. Not worth it. Gajeel scoffed, gesturing at the transcendents, forming a rainbow-like barrier with their bodies, holding the crystal mountain at bay with all their might. And what? About them? Are they hypocrites too? Look at that queen with the broken wing. She's fighting just as hard. Black Cat, tell me, are these transcendents not worth your protection? Lily's massive body shuddered violently, its gaze locked onto the rainbow wall ahead of the crystal mountain, a glorious, tragic barrier made from countless transcendents. It saw their small bodies trembling, falling under the immense pressure of the crystal mountain. Yet, as one fell, another rushed up to take their place. It saw Queen Shagget's solitary wing beating wildly against the roaring wind, her silent cry echoing through the chaos. In that moment, a rush of warmth, something it had never felt before, called belonging and acceptance, surged through Lily, breaking apart the icy defenses of its heart. A thunderous roar exploded from its throat, shaking the very sky. That roar was filled with resolve and rebirth. With a sudden burst, Lily turned away from Gajeel. Its powerful hind legs unleashed a terrifying force, and its massive form shot toward the crystal mountain like a cannonball. It joined the rainbow wall, pressing its body, far stronger than an ordinary transcendent, against the accelerating edge of the crystal mountain, holding it back with sheer might. That's more like it. Gajeel grinned, a flash of admiration in his eyes. He didn't linger. Turning, he set his sights on the dark red chain, still linking the crystal mountain to the royal palace, channeling a relentless stream of magic. I'll leave this side to you, he shouted to Lily and the countless transcendents, then let the iron dragon scales flow across his body. With a burst of speed, he raced along the thick, icy chain, like a train blazing down the tracks, rushing toward the palace, toward the fierce battle where he could sense Natsu and the others fighting for their lives. With the addition of Lily's formidable strength and the relentless efforts of countless transcenders sacrificing themselves one after another, the immense crystal mountain, steadily barreling toward Sky Island, actually showed the faintest, nearly imperceptible shift in its course. There was even the subtle sign that the rainbow wall, formed by countless wings and bodies, was beginning to push it back. Push! Xiaolilu screamed, her voice cracking with tears and desperate hope. Love! Habi flapped his wings with every ounce of strength he had. Queen Shagit, with only one wing left, beat it furiously, resolute tears streaming from her eyes. Hope, a fragile spark born from the flames of so many lives, struggled to take root. But then, a dreadful, familiar hum rose once more from deep within the palace. Following the dark crimson chains, a torrent of energy, far vaster and more violent than before, surged forth like an enraged dragon and crashed into the crystal mountain. A deafening rumble shook the sky. The colossal mountain, just beginning to tremble and even recede, now jolted as if injected with a wild stimulant. Its enormous momentum erupted in an instant, propelling the living rainbow wall faster and harder than ever toward Sky Island. The chains groaned under tension, their shrill wail slicing through the air like the dying cry of a wounded beast. The energy from the Dragonlock cannon surged endlessly along thick veins of metal, making the crystal island massive as a mountain shudder. Once more as it crawled relentlessly toward Sky Island's domain. Every tiny advance pulled taut the nerves of the transcenders holding on below. Their tiny bodies pressed desperately against the icy, energy-turbulent mountainside, wings fluttering feebly, their cries of despair no more. Then faint, broken sobs. Exhaustion overtook them, and as the crystal island moved forward, slowly, unstoppably, so too did hope flicker and fade. Just as the shadow of despair was about to consume everything, a sharp, thunderous crack split the suffocating air. One of the massive chains, stretching across the sky and pulsing with destructive power, suddenly exploded near the direction of the royal palace. Broken links splintered like meteors, raining down in blazing arcs, trailing fiery tails as they plummeted toward the earth. Deprived of its power source, the crystal island let out a heavy, echoing boom, and came to a complete halt in the void. At that moment, chaos erupted in the direction of the palace. Smoke billowed, mingled with the flash of magic. The delayed roar of the explosion finally reached them, unmistakably marking the site of this upheaval. "Did we do it?" One transcender looked up in a daze, hardly daring to believe the chain had truly snapped. "What's that?" Another transcender's wings trembled with excitement, pointing toward the swirling chaos above the palace, where a faint emblem could be glimpsed through the haze. It was actually the entire Idolos fairy tale guild that had been brought over, crashing straight down and shattering the dragon chain cannon. Below, on the palace square, the battle raged on in full force. Two lances tore through the air, whistling sharply as they clashed with a thunderous force. Cracks covered the cold, rigid Magitech armor worn by Nightwalker, sweat mixed with dust trailing down from her tense, tightly pressed lips. Her opponent, Urza Scarlet, moved with a flaming intensity. Her crimson hair blazed like a torch in a violent struggle, her eyes unwavering, resolute. With every exchange, Nightwalker could feel the searing power beneath her adversary's armor. Not a force meant to destroy, but to protect something she had always sneered at. "What?" Nightwalker demanded hoarsely, sweeping her lance in a wide arc in an attempt to drive Scarlet back. For the sake of those insignificant creatures from another world? For the sake of some meaningless idea of comrades? Scarlet's greatsword met the lance in perfect timing, the blade tracing a chilling arc as she pressed the attack. "Look above you, Nightwalker!" Her voice thundered through the clamor of clashing metal, a clarion call that cut straight through the chaos. "Look at those who are risking everything to move a mountain. See our guild mates storming the palace, smashing apart your precious cannon. Are they afraid to die? Why are they doing this?" Nightwalker faltered, her assault hesitating for the first time. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced up almost involuntarily. Beneath the hovering, colossal island, countless tiny figures clung to the mountainside, utterly spent, yet refusing to give in. From the swirling smoke near the palace, the fairy tale banner could be seen faintly fluttering. For the sake of others? For a dying world? These thoughts pierced her mind like searing needles, burning through the ice wall she had built around herself for so long. Scarlet did not press the attack. Instead, her sword lowered just slightly, her words growing sharper, cutting deeper than any blade. "All you know is obedience, treating life as something to be spent and discarded. But there are those in this world who will give everything for the lives of strangers. That is what fairy tale is. That is why, in another world, I chose to join the guild. For others?" Nightwalker echoed in a whisper, her fingers whitening on the shaft of her lance as she clenched it too tightly. Scarlet's words, the sight in the skies, the explosion in the palace. Countless fragments collided inside her mind with explosive force. The cold, unyielding foundation she'd relied on for so long split open at last, fractured by the burning conviction of her other self. A strange, scalding current surged suddenly into her eyes. She staggered back a step, and her Ten Commandments spear clattered to the shattered stone at her feet, sending up a few sparks. With her head bowed, her shoulders trembling faintly, she looked as though she'd finally set down a crushing burden, or perhaps as though she'd been utterly overwhelmed by an emotion she had never known. At that very moment, something extraordinary happened. The crystal island hovering above everyone's heads, the massive mountain formed from the life force of countless magic users and ordinary people, suddenly flickered without warning. In the next instant, the immense energy comprising the mountain seemed to be swept away by an invisible giant hand, vanishing in a heartbeat and leaving behind only a vast, hollow silhouette that sent shivers down the spine. With its support gone, the island itself plummeted sharply, the air it displaced roaring downward in a furious wind. Happy and Charles, who had just managed to breathe a sigh of relief when the chain shattered, now felt their hearts leap into their throats. The two exceeds stared wide-eyed, their furs standing on end, utterly shocked as they gazed at the empty expanse above. "The Crystal Mountain, it's gone. What about our friends from the guild?" Almost at the very moment the Crystal Mountain vanished, a lone figure appeared soundlessly at the edge of the plaza, close beside Urza Scarlet. He wore his signature scarf and carried his magic staff, but the mask that had always concealed his face was nowhere to be seen. "Urza!" Mistigan's voice rang out, calm yet tinged with the weariness of someone who has seen it all, clear and unwavering. "Anima has been reversed. The magic has returned to its origin. Our friends have gone home." Scarlet's tense shoulders finally relaxed as she let out a long, silent sigh. She turned to look at Mistigan, her gaze filled with conflicting emotions, before giving him a faint, understanding nod. Nightwalker jerked her head up, tear tracks still fresh on her cheeks, staring in shock towards the source of the voice. The moment her eyes landed on that now unmasked face, she froze as if struck by lightning. That face, the same one she'd seen only in the oldest portraits deep within the royal palace. Her lips trembled as she gasped out, Prince Jalal? The name dropped into the plaza like a stone into a still pond, sending silent ripples through everyone present. Even Scarlet glanced over in surprise. Mistigan, or rather, Prince Jalal of Idolos, met Nightwalker's gaze with quiet resolve. There was no royal arrogance in his expression, only a profound, almost sorrowful fatigue. "It's me, Captain Nightwalker," he said, his voice low but carrying clearly across the plaza's hush. "Remember this. What the kingdom needs is not fear or plunder." He paused, casting his eyes over the barren land, drained of magic. Even without magic, as long as hope and the will to change remain in our hearts, we can still shape a better world with our own hands. "Your Highness," Nightwalker murmured, her body buckling of its own accord, almost sinking to one knee in reverence. The shock of her true identity, the collapse of her beliefs, the prince's words pointing toward a new path, everything tangled together, leaving her mind in utter turmoil. Deep within the palace, atop the highest terrace, a crystal orb shattered on the ground, its razor-sharp fragments reflecting the king's face, twisted into a mask of grotesque fury. He saw, with chilling clarity, everything unfolding in the plaza below. The chains snapping, the dragonlaw cannon destroyed, the mountain of magical crystals vanishing, and that rebellious son he believed long dead, now standing there, shaking the very foundations of his authority with mere words. What stung even more was that Nightwalker, the sharpest sword at his disposal, was wavering as well. "Useless. All of you are useless." The king's voice growled from deep in his throat, more beast than man, his murky eyes now blazing with uncontrollable rage and a thirst for destruction. He slammed his palm down on a control core etched with intricate runes, and the last remnants of magic within his body, alongside the dregs of energy from the kingdom's final, depleted veins of magic crystal buried deep underground, were ripped forth in a frenzy, as if he were intent on destroying himself in the process. A deep, bone-chilling hum began to vibrate from within the Dragon Knight. Its colossal metal body trembled violently. Armor plates on its surface writhed and peeled away like living things, revealing even darker, more monstrous structures beneath. New armor, pulsing with an ominous purple-black light, began to grow and spread at a pace visible to the naked eye. At every joint, the screech of grinding. Metal rang out, while the massive cannon's muzzle warped and twisted, gathering a destructive power so intense it seemed to freeze the soul itself. The machine swelled in size, its form growing ever more inhuman. The pressure it exuded was like a physical hammer, slamming down on the heart of everyone below. Even the air itself thickened and grew unbearably heavy. What kind of monster is that? The transcendents in the sky clung to each other, their teeth chattering in terror. On the plaza below, the fragile calm was instantly shattered, the atmosphere turning to ice. Chocolito gripped his sword tightly, his gaze hard as frozen steel. Nightwalker snapped out of his daze, instinctively reaching for the 10 Commandments spear on the ground, yet his fingertips trembled just barely. Gerald took a step forward, his eyes piercing through the swirling smoke and falling shards of metal, fixing unflinchingly on the shadow, grotesquely swelling atop the terrace. "Father!" Gerald's voice dropped to a low, pained murmur, burdened with sorrow, but even more so with resolve. "Your madness ends here." In a flash of dazzling magical light, Chocolito's armor shifted into a new form, the streamlined Blackwing armor enveloping him completely. Nightwalker drew a deep breath, then suddenly bent down, seizing the 10 Commandments spear from the ground. Its tip rose, steady, pointing straight at the monstrous destroyer on the terrace, now completing its final, terrible transformation. Her movements still retained the crisp efficiency of a soldier, but deep within her gaze, the layer of icy resolve had shattered, replaced by a mixture of anger and a newfound sense of awakening. "For Idolos." Jalal's voice wasn't loud, yet rang out clearly in the ears of the two warrior women. "For Fairy Tale." Chocoretto's reply was sharp and resolute, each word like a hammer strike. Nightwalker didn't shout any slogans. She simply tightened her grip on the 10 Commandments spear, her knuckles turning white. She took a heavy step forward, letting her actions speak for her. 3 figures, each bearing vastly different pasts and convictions, now stood together on the very front line, facing the storm of destruction as one. The plaza's ground groaned and cracked under the Dragon Knight's heavy, transformed steps. That immense weapon, its new armor gleaming with a sinister purple-black light, finally turned its menacing head toward the tiny challengers below, the massive energy core at its center glowing slowly to life, like the awakening of a demonic abyssal eye. The aura of destruction swept across the royal capital, cold as a rising tide, drowning everything in its path. The Dragon Knight stood atop the ruins of the palace, its reshaped armor pulsing with forbidden magic stardust, dark and violet, flowing over its surface like a living curse. Urza's greatsword slashed down onto it, but left only a fleeting white mark that vanished at once, while the jarring backlash numbed her arms. Nightwalker's 10 Commandments spear unleashed a beam of magic so fierce it seemed to tear the air apart, yet the moment it struck the armor, the eerie stardust layer silently unraveled and absorbed it, so completely that not even a ripple remained. Jalal's complex magical array met the armor with the same fate, vanishing without a trace as if it had plunged into a bottomless sea. Damn it! Gray's ice make magic froze a swath of the armor in thick crystals, only for the stardust to devour it in the next instant. This monster is feeding on our magic. Mu, Taurus, of the celestial spirits, swung his massive axe with a thunderous crash, but even that couldn't leave a scratch. No good, Lucy. This thing's tougher than anything I've faced. Elsewhere, the roars of Natsu, Gajeel, and Windy, like 3 furious dragons, crashed against the giant frame of the Dragon Knight. Scarlet flames, iron-gray winds, and emerald gusts. Energy surges strong enough to shatter mountains, could manage no more than faint bruises. Instead, each attack made the Dragon Knight's armor shine even brighter, its ominous hum growing louder and more unnerving. You gotta be kidding me. Gajeel wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his teeth clenched tight. Dragon slayers can't even bring down a fake dragon. Its defenses are too bizarre, Lucy shouted, her voice tight with worry. Amid the chaotic surge of energy, Qing Xian moved swiftly, his azure robes billowing in the wind. At his fingertips danced barely visible threads of spiritual power, and with his eyes closed, he pushed his Daoist chi sight to its absolute limit. In his vision, the massive form of the Dragon Knight was no longer a cold, lifeless machine, but a chaotic vortex composed of countless turbulent streams of energy. Wild waves of magic, the remnants of depleted mineral veins, and the all-devouring anti-magic stardust all churned together like filthy, roiling mud. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of armored seams, through the suffocating haze of stardust, and finally locked onto the very core. A single point of light, shielded by barriers of energy, throbbing violently like a beating heart. Found it! Qing Xuan's eyes snapped open, a brilliant light flaring within them. The core is in the lower left of its chest, at the deepest point, but it's wrapped in shield after shield in stardust. What do we do? Urza's voice called out. She had already retreated to Qing Xuan's side, her black feather armor now covered in delicate cracks. We need enough power to break through, something that can pierce all defenses in an instant. Qing Xian spoke rapidly, sweeping his gaze over Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy. Channel your Dragon Slayer magic into me. Understood, Wendy replied without a moment's hesitation, pressing her palms together before her chest. Knight of the Gods, Gale of the Wind, Knight of the Gods, Armor, Knight of the Gods, Steel Arm. 3 emerald magic circles flared simultaneously beneath Qing Xuan's feet, behind his back, and along his arms. Wind armor swept over his robes, and a torrent of strength and speed surged through every fiber of his being. Yeah, let's do this. Natsu's fighting spirit erupted, his fists blazing with roaring flames. Oomph. Don't hold me back, Fire Dragon. Gajeel sneered. Qing Xian drew a deep breath, spiritual energy within him surging forth like a river breaking through a dam. With fingers together, sword-like, he slashed through the air. Zhanxia, rise! The Dao sword, Zhanxia, rang out with a clear, resonant dragon's cry. Hovering before him, its blade humming as arcs of lightning flickered along its edge. Heaven's law is nature itself. Let the sword become 1,000-fold. Qing Xian shouted, forming a sword seal with his hands. The hovering Zhanxia sword blazed with light, instantly splitting into hundreds, thousands of tangible lightning sword shadows, densely filling the sky, every tip aimed at the vital points on the Dragon Knight's chest and abdomen. Each sword image was wreathed in fine purple lightning, radiating a fierce, terrifying energy that seemed to rip the very air apart. From thought to reality, heaven's design dispels evil. Qing Xian thrust his sword hand forward. Sword arts break. With the forceful word break, the legion of lightning sword shadows instantly fused together. Every scattered sword image, like rivers returning to the sea, converged in a single, blinding instant back into Zhanxia's form. In that moment, Zhanxia ceased to be a mere sword. It became pure, concentrated lightning incarnate. A beam of annihilation, brimming with the essence of 10,000 swords, wrapped in world-shattering lightning, amplified to the limit by the power of threefold sky magic. Fire dragons roar. Iron dragons roar. Almost at the very instant when lightning and sword merged into one, Natsu and Gajil's roars also reached their peak. A torrent of crimson flames and a storm of blackened steel erupted simultaneously, like two raging dragons. Instead of striking the dragoon directly, they coiled with pinpoint precision around the beam of annihilating lightning unleashed by the demon-slaying sword. Fire and steel became engines of propulsion, wildly fueling and amplifying the sword's thunderous radiance. Lightning, fire, iron, three forces, each wildly different yet equally ferocious, were woven together in a perfect, spiraling embrace under Qingxuan's exquisitely precise spiritual control. Thus was born a tricolored spiral spear of light, tearing through heaven and earth. Everywhere the spear passed, the very air groaned under the strain, leaving behind a trail of searing, twisted distortion. The spear's speed surpassed the limits of anyone's reaction. With unstoppable resolve, it struck the dragoon squarely in the chest and abdomen. A shriek of rending metal and a deafening explosion of energy erupted at once. The so-called anti-magic stardust armor, said to sever all sorcery, met the spiral spear and, like snow hurled onto a branding iron, wailed in agony. Violet-black stardust swirled madly, trying to devour the onslaught, yet was viciously torn apart and pierced through by the combined might of Daoist thunder, dragon-slaying power, and sky magic. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Thick armor was pierced again and again, as easily as if it were paper. A dazzling light erupted violently from deep inside the dragoon's chest. A gaping, terrifying hole appeared at its front, its edges streaming with molten metal. Countless severed cables, shattered magical circuits, and the remnants of a thoroughly destroyed core, all mixed with thick smoke and crackling sparks, spewed out of that ruinous wound. Ugh! The giant body of the dragoon froze mid-motion, a chain of muffled explosions rumbling from within. The violet-black glow rapidly faded, and like a beast robbed of its spine, it crashed to its knees amid the palace ruins, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The heavy armor of the cockpit warped and sprang open under the shock. From inside, a figure dressed in regal robes, but in utter disarray, scrambled out on hands and knees. It was King Faust himself. His face was smeared with ash, his crown askew, his eyes consumed by a frenzy of hysteria and terror beyond belief. "No, my dragoon, my power!" He flailed his withered arms, roaring up to the sky, then abruptly whirled to face Natsu and Gajil, who had just landed below. "You insects! How dare you ugh!" Faust's roar was abruptly cut short, when his gaze met Natsu's burning crimson eyes blazing with the fury of a dragon, and then met Gajil's cold, iron-silver slit pupils radiating pure dragon might. A surge of primal terror seized him. It was the kind of fear born deep within all living creatures, the ultimate dread reserved for those at the top of the food chain. This was not the oppressive force of magic, but something older, etched into his very blood. A raw, ancestral awe for the power of dragons. His cloudy pupils dilated to their limits. His body convulsed violently, and an unintelligible rasp escaped his throat. Eyes rolling back, he toppled backward in a rigid arc, crashing heavily onto the cold, broken stones of the ruined plaza, where he lost consciousness entirely. The square amid the palace ruins was thick with smoke, swirling dust, and the acrid scent of spent magic fading into scorched air. The remains of the Dragon Knight loomed like a colossal tombstone, still trailing black smoke, a silent proclamation of the end of an era. Jalal walked to the shadow of the Dragon Knight's immense foot and gazed out over the ravaged land. He lifted his eyes to the sky, once the site of Crystal Island, now nothing more than a thinning veil of cloud. "Lily," he called, turning to the black cat who stood silently in the ruined shadow, the strongest of all Exceed, captain of the kingdom's elite magical strike force. Lily trembled ever so slightly, lifting his head, his feline eyes clouded with turmoil. "Anima is reversing. Idola's magic is about to run dry." Jalal's voice rang out. "This disaster began with the royal family, with my own father. As prince, I must bear this final responsibility." He stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he looked Lily in the eye. "Captain Lily, as the kingdom's mightiest warrior, as the most just of all Exceed, I, Jalal, surrender myself to your judgment. The royal line must pay the price." He paused, then declared, "At the same time, as the Prince of Idolos, I proclaim, Lily the Stoic shall inherit the throne of this world. You will be the king to lead Idolos into its rebirth." "What?" Lily's eyes went wide as saucers. His fur bristled in shock. "Prince Jalal, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly?" "You can." Jalal cut him off, his tone unyielding. "You have the strength, the status of an exceed, and the trust of the people. Idolos needs new order, not a decaying royal house." "No, I refuse." Lily raised a shaking paw in protest. "I can't be your judge, and I absolutely cannot be king." He locked eyes with Jalal, as if trying to pierce through the years. Because the one who secretly carried the infant prince away, sending him to the world of aslant all those years ago, that was me. The long-buried secret crashed down like thunder. Jalal's pupils shrank in shock, his entire body freezing where he stood. Urza, Nightwalker, and every transcender and guild member within earshot wore looks of utter shock. "It was I who defied the king's orders. I was the one who sent you away. I did it so you could live, so you could escape this mad, royal family." Lily's voice trembled with emotion, carrying the weight of a burden he'd borne for over a decade. "And now you want me to judge you? To take your place? That's impossible. Jalal, Idolos needs you. You're the one who truly understands both worlds, the prince who still carries hope and dreams of change in his heart." As the two argued passionately, locked in a stalemate, a burst of wild, over-the-top laughter, so dramatic and tinged with villainous glee it shattered the heavy mood, suddenly echoed from the far end of the palace ruins. Everyone turned in astonishment. There, tied up like a bundle with thick hemp rope to a makeshift wooden stake, King Faust lay slumped over, unconscious. And beside the stake, an unmistakable figure stood, a person wearing a massive, grotesque, demon horn mask and a tattered black cloak. Hands on hips and head thrown back, the figure let loose that unmistakable, ridiculous laugh. Who else could it be but Natsu? "Oh, foolish people of Idolos," Natsu proclaimed, deliberately distorting his voice into a theatrical, mock-menacing tone. He even stood on tiptoe, trying to make himself look taller and more imposing. "Take a good look. This is what's become of your useless king. That's right. The demon king who has stolen all the magic from your world. It's me, the great salamander Dragneel." He pounded his masked chest, producing a muffled thumping sound. "From this day forward, this world belongs to Lord Salamander. Everyone, kneel before me. Ha ha ha." With that, he drew in a deep breath, tilted his head high to the sky, and roared fire dragons. Roar! A massive column of flames, clearly restrained in power, more like a gigantic firework, shot up into the dusk, bursting in a shower of dazzling sparks. This sudden, utterly absurd spectacle plunged the entire square into a strange, stunned silence. Aside from the frightened townspeople, everyone was left speechless, staring at the pink-haired boy in the ridiculous mask, desperately trying to play the Demon King, yet failing so spectacularly. "Natsu, what on earth is that idiot doing now?" Lucy covered her face, unable to watch. "Morin," muttered Gray, a twitch pulling at his lips as dark lines slid down his forehead. Happy stifled his laughter with a paw. Wendy and Charles could only stare in blank confusion. Just then, Jalal and Lily, drawn by the commotion, hurried over, only to see Natsu finish spewing flames at the sky, striking what he clearly considered a mighty, intimidating Demon King pose, proudly shaking the demon horns on his head. Through the eye holes of his mask, Natsu locked onto Jalal's figure with uncanny precision. Immediately, he started winking and making exaggerated faces, though with the mask on, no one could really tell, giving Jalal frantic signals with his eyes. The message couldn't have been clearer. "Now, it's your turn. Time for the hero to save the day." Jalal was momentarily taken aback, but as he glanced at Natsu's outlandish disguise and the king tied up beside him, he instantly grasped what this fool was up to. A fleeting smile, both helpless and full of gratitude, flashed across his lips. His gaze steeled, and in the next moment, his face transformed into an expression of stern anger. "Evil demon lord, how dare you act so brazenly, harming our king and invading our land?" Jalal strode forward, his voice ringing out powerfully, brimming with the righteous resolve of a true champion. He raised his magic staff, pointing it straight at Natsu. "In the name of Idolos, face your judgment. Magic, chains of light." Several radiant chains, forged purely from light, shot from the tip of his staff. They looked fierce and formidable, but in truth moved slowly and wrapped around Natsu with just enough force. A symbolic gesture more than anything. Curse you, wizard!" Natsu bellowed in exaggerated agony, his body convulsing as if jolted by lightning, hamming up his performance to the extreme. My magic, but I'll be back, just you wait. Even as he wailed, he threw wild hand signals toward the spot where Urza and the others were concealed. Now's our chance. Move. Lucy instantly caught on, urging them in a hurried whisper. Gray wasted no time, conjuring an ice slide in the blink of an eye. Urza grabbed the still-dazed Mystigan, while Happy and Carla scooped up Lucy and Wendy. In a flash, everyone leapt onto the slide. Gajeel spat in disdain, then followed after them. With a resounding snap, the light chains binding Natsu just happened to shatter during his struggle. He pretended to stamp his foot in furious frustration, though the ground didn't so much as tremble. Curses! You'll pay for this, mages of Idolas. With that utterly unconvincing villain's threat, he spun on his heel and bolted, heading right after his friends, disappearing around the corner of the ruins in the blink of an eye. Lily watched as this farcical drama drew to a close and glanced at the king, still unconscious and tied to the pillar. At last, his gaze settled on Jalal, who stood tall, staff in hand, the picture of a hero. Drawing a deep breath, Lily's voice rang out loud and clear, echoing across the silent square. People of Idolas, exceeds and humans alike. He soared into the air, making himself visible to all. The crisis is over. The one who defeated the evil demon lord and saved our king is none other than the true prince of Idolas, His Highness Jalal. Natwoka immediately stepped forward, standing by Jalal's side. Though her armor was battered and worn, she stood tall and proud, her voice ringing with unwavering strength. Captain of the 1st Demon War Battalion, Natwoka bearing witness. Prince Jalal is the true hope and future of Idolas. I swear my allegiance to him. She dropped to one knee, lowering her once proud head. The Exceed exchanged glances, then erupted into a thunderous cheer that seemed to shake the very air. The members of Fairy Tale from Idolas, swept up in the excitement, waved their arms with joy. Jalal stood atop the ruins, bathed in the golden glow of sunset and countless hopeful gazes. Lily perched firmly upon his shoulder. He looked in the direction where Natsu had disappeared, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions that finally settled into a silent sigh and a resolute determination. The time for farewells had finally come. On one side of the sky, the enormous rift between worlds slowly closed like a healing scar, radiating a gentle white light. The friends from Earthland began to glow, rising toward the rift to say their goodbyes to those of Idolas. See you, Mystigan, Natsu called out, waving with all his might, his face alight with a dazzling smile. Be a great king. Do your best. Happy fluttered beside him, wings beating energetically. Take care. Urza nodded to Natwoka and Mystigan, her gaze steady and warm. Gajeel was saying his own farewell to his Idolas counterpart, the journalist who had helped him so much. Lucy, Gray, and Winnie each offered their own heartfelt goodbyes. Idolas' Mira Jane and Elfman stood a little behind the crowd, but their eyes remained fixed on another figure, Idolas' Lysana. Lysana from Earthland seemed to sense something as she paused, turned, and looked back at Idolas' Mira and Elfman. Sunlight streamed through the closing rift, casting a gentle glow over her. Her figure began to blur, surrounded by a soft white light, the sign that she was about to return to her own world. Mira Jane's eyes filled with tears in an instant. With a sudden burst of emotion, she rushed forward, Elfman close behind. Together, one on each side, they grabbed Lysana's hands tightly, their own hands trembling. Lysana, Mira Jane's voice caught in her throat as tears finally spilled down her cheeks. When you get back, please take care of yourself. Her words were soft as a sigh, filled with longing and blessing, like a sister's gentle farewell to one embarking on a long journey. Elfman took a deep breath, determined not to let his tears fall. He only gripped Lysana's hand more tightly, a choked sound escaping his throat. A real man has to be strong. Lysana, so you already knew. Idolas Lysana gazed at the siblings before her, faces identical to her own sister and brother, yet their eyes held utterly different emotions. Tears welled up and blurred her vision. She nodded vigorously, unable to speak. Her only response was to squeeze their hands even tighter. The radiance around her grew ever brighter, and she felt her body growing lighter and lighter. Goodbye, Sister Mira. Brother Elfman, she finally cried out, her voice trembling with sobs. Her body transformed into shimmering motes of light, and with a gentle yet resolute motion, she slipped free from their grasp, soaring toward the shining portal that linked to a slant. A slant, Magnolia Town. The gentle glow of sunset blanketed the familiar streets, while the iconic building of the Fairy Tale Guild stood quietly at the corner, untouched, as if the recent calamity had only been a bad dream. Lysana stood before the guild's heavy doors, her heart pounding wildly within her chest. Behind the door, she could faintly hear the lively bustle. Natsu's booming voice, Gray and Elfman's bickering, Lucy's exasperated teasing, and Myra's gentle laughter. Everything was as lively as Idolos had been. Drawing a deep breath, as if mustering all the strength she had, she pushed open the door, so heavy with memories. The door creaked open. Instantly, the noise died away. The guild hall was ablaze with light. Everyone froze in place, eyes turning as one toward the entrance. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Lucy, Happy, Wendy, Charles, Kana, Levijet, Droy. On every familiar face was a warm smile, and in every gaze shone hope and heartfelt welcome. Standing at the very front was Mira Jane. She wore her familiar waitress uniform, her face alight with the gentlest, brightest smile, tears of joy sparkling in her eyes as she opened her arms to the girl at the door. Lisana, a wave of happiness, warm as the tide, surged over the girl who had finally come home. The tears she'd held back for so long burst forth, and, unable to hold them anymore, she ran, sobbing, and flung herself in her sister's loving embrace. "I'm home." Mira Jane held her long-lost sister tightly, burying her face in Lisana's hair. Her own tears fell, and her voice, as soft as a sigh, trembled with emotion. "Yes, welcome home, Lisana." The guild erupted in deafening cheers and applause. Ribbons of magic and fireworks burst across the hall in a dazzling display. The wave of welcome was so overwhelming it seemed it might lift the roof. "Welcome back, Lisana. Let's have a party." Aye. The last golden rays of sunset streamed through the guild's tall windows, bathing the reunited sisters and the joyful, bustling hall in a warm, golden light. The great doors of the guild closed slowly behind them, shutting out all disasters, farewells, and the sorrows of another world. Idolas. Qingxian gazed at the vanishing group and the space rift that gradually sealed itself. He exchanged a look with Mystigan. At the edge of the royal capital of Idolas, the rift that had torn open the heavens had disappeared completely, leaving behind only strange terrain scoured by magical tides and a vast, profound silence. Qingxian stood where he was, looking toward the direction his companions had vanished. His robe fluttered gently in the lingering breeze of residual energy, and on his face was a trace of confusion, barely discernible. Qingxian, Mystigan, no, he should now be called Prince Jalal, spoke beside him, his voice tinged with the same confusion and concern. "Why are you still here?" Qingxian withdrew his gaze and turned to Jalal, shaking his head lightly, as if some thought had just occurred to him. "It's nothing," he answered calmly. "I do not belong to this world, nor am I a mage of Aslant. Perhaps the rules of return did not recognize me as a companion." He extended a finger, from which a faint thread of spiritual energy shimmered, pointing toward a certain spot in the void. The thread quivered slightly. "I can roughly sense a node of Aslant's aura. Give me a little time, and breaking through the spatial barrier to cross over should not be difficult." A flicker of surprise passed through Jalal's eyes, followed by understanding and acceptance. "I see." He nodded, about to speak further, when another voice interrupted. "Please wait, Master Qingxian." Both Qingxian and Jalal turned toward the sound. Queen Shagat of the Exceed descended before them, her white wings gliding gracefully, with Lily and many other Exceed following close behind. Shagat's expression was solemn and earnest. "Master Qingxian," she bowed her head slightly in respect. "On behalf of all Exceed, I beg a favor of you." "Please speak, Your Majesty." Qingxian replied with a nod. "Idolas has been reborn, and Prince Jalal will usher in a new order." Shagat's voice rang clear and resolute. "In this world, where survival no longer depends on the plundering of magic, the Exceed, once a divine class, should no longer exist, nor is there a need for such a hierarchy. It would only hinder this new beginning and become a latent threat." She raised her head, eyes burning with determination as she looked at Qingxian. "We wish to follow you to Aslant. We want to search for a new homeland, where we might live in peace, simply as an ordinary race." Qingxian fell into brief contemplation. To lead so many foreign beings across the barrier between worlds would be far more challenging than going alone, but perhaps not impossible. He looked into Shagat's resolute eyes, and then at Lily and the other Exceed, all watching him with hope and anticipation. "Lily, you want to go as well?" Jalal turned to the silent black cat. Lily patted Jalal on the shoulder, his voice low and muffled. "Jalal, you're the king Idolas needs. But me, I want to see that other world. Besides, there's someone over there who's been inviting me to be his partner." He looked over at Qingxian. "Mr. Qingxian, please take me with you." Jalal gazed at Lily, then finally smiled in acceptance. "Go, Lily. Protect that world for me, and also, Give my regards to Fairy Tale. Your Majesty, Lily, everyone. Xuan's eyes swept across the gathered exceed. Crossing the barrier between worlds with me will be no easy task. There may be risks along the way. Are you all certain about this? We're ready. The exceed responded in unison, their voices brimming with hope for a new beginning. Jalal stepped back and gave a deep, respectful bow to Xian and all the exceed. Idolos will forever remember your sacrifices and choices. Xian, Lily, everyone, take care. His words of farewell echoed across the open plain, tinged with the sorrow of parting and the promise of new hope. Xian hesitated no longer. He formed a complex gesture with his hands, and spiritual power surged through him like a mighty river. A wave of invisible spatial energy radiated outward from where he stood, growing ever more intense. Sensing that distinct sword intent, he uttered a clear, commanding phrase. By the laws of heaven and earth, shatter the boundary, open. A silver doorway, more refined than any rift before, its edges shimmering with mysterious runes, slowly opened before him. Beyond the gateway, the air was filled with the scent of a completely different forest. Let's go. Xian was the first to step through the glowing door. Queen Shagat, Lily, and all the exceed, filled with longing for the future, followed without hesitation, vanishing into the silver light. When the last exceed had entered, the gateway closed silently behind them, as if it had never existed. Jalal remained alone on the empty plain, staring at the spot where the gateway had vanished. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the grass. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, then turned to walk toward the royal capital. Meanwhile, in Earthland, inside the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, the roar of celebration threatened to blow the roof right off. Magical fireworks exploded overhead in dazzling colors. The clinking of mugs, cheers, laughter, shouts, Natsu and Gray's daily bickering, all blended together. The air was thick with the scent of ale and roasted meat. A grand feast was underway, celebrating Lysana's return and the safe homecoming of everyone from their adventures in Idolos. To Fairy Tale, someone toasted. To Lysana. Aye, sir. At the bar, Master Makarov sat atop his usual perch, clutching an enormous tankard, his cheeks flushed as he watched his rowdy children below. He stroked his beard and, curious, turned to Natsu, who was busy fighting happy over a piece of meat. Hey, Natsu, tell me, what was I like over in Idolos? Was I just as wise and heroic over there? Natsu finally managed to snatch back a chunk of meat from Happy's claws. Stuffing it into his mouth, he chewed as he tried to recall, the guild master over there, he was an old man, lived in the royal palace, dressed really fancy, spoke very loudly, built a gigantic robot, and then Iron Dragon and Mystigan smashed it to pieces. I think his name was Faust or something. Although Natsu's voice wasn't the loudest in the midst of the revelry, Makarov heard every word loud and clear. Instantly, the smile froze on Makarov's face. His eyes widened in shock, and his cup slipped from his hand, clattering onto the bar with a crash as wine splashed down his front. F.A. Faust? He cried out, his beard bristling with indignation. That lunatic king. That's me in Idolos. Yeah, that's the name. Natsu slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. No wonder I kept thinking the way he talked, and got angry seemed so familiar. Huh. Completely oblivious to the guild master's face, now as dark as a storm cloud, Natsu added, Oh, and by the way, over there, Mystigan didn't even show up by name. Mystigan, huh? At last, Natsu's chewing slowed as he looked around at the lively crowd. Where's Mystigan? Did anyone see Mystigan? It was as if someone had pressed pause on the rowdy celebration. Lucy's hand, holding a glass of juice, hung frozen in midair. Gray, who was just about to put an ice cube on Elfman's head, stopped in his tracks. Myra's gentle smile faltered, frozen on her face. Urza set down the cake fork she just picked up. One by one, the smiles faded from everyone's faces, replaced by shock and confusion. Mystigan didn't come back? Lucy's voice trembled. Wasn't he with us when we ascended into the light? Urza's brows knit in worry. Happy didn't see him. Happy fluttered on in Natsu's head, looking around anxiously. This is bad. Elfman leapt to his feet. A real man doesn't lose track of his comrades. Panic swept through the hall, replacing the festive mood. Only now did they realize the companion who always stood quietly in the corner, yet was utterly dependable in moments of crisis, hadn't returned with them. Hurry, think of something. We have to get back to Idolos. Makarov jumped down from a bar, his face grim, the last traces of drunkenness gone. As everyone fell into a flurry of anxious discussion, trying to figure out how to reopen the passage to Idolos, a faint, gentle, silver-white glow began to shimmer from a small sword-shaped pendant hanging from an old-fashioned chain. nestled close to Urza's heart. The light was faint, yet it carried a strange sense of connection, piercing through space. Deep within the vast and primordial forests of Aslant, space rippled like water, and with a flash of silver, Qing Xian stepped out ahead of the others. Immediately after, Queen Shagat, Lily, and a multitude of transcendents poured out from the not-yet-closed portal in a steady stream, like spring water bursting forth. The air in the forest was fresh and brimming with vitality. Towering ancient trees, the songs of birds, and the fragrance of flowers, all stood in stark contrast to the barren and depleted lands of Idolos after its magic had faded. Qing Xian closed his eyes and focused, his powerful spiritual sense spreading out like an invisible tide, instantly covering dozens of miles in every direction. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and pointed toward the northwest of the forest. This forest is rich in spiritual energy, and few people ever set foot here. Deeper within, you'll find secluded valleys and winding streams, while hidden from prying eyes, he said to Queen Shagat. Your Majesty, you and your people may settle here, to thrive and flourish. Most creatures in this land are gentle. As long as you do not provoke them, you should be able to coexist peacefully. Feeling the vibrant life force of this land, Queen Shagat's face lit up with heartfelt joy and gratitude. She bowed deeply to Qing Xian once more. Sir Qing Xian, words cannot express my thanks. In this new homeland, the Transcendents will remember your kindness for all eternity. There's no need for such formality. Qing Xian nodded slightly. It is simply fate. His gaze shifted to Lily, who had returned to the form of an ordinary little cat on his shoulder. Lily, what about you? Will you come with me to the guild? Of course. Lily meowed, her gray cat eyes shining with anticipation. That rusty hunk of metal's always complaining about not having a cat for a partner, isn't he? This is the perfect chance to meet him. There was a hint of awkward fondness in Lily's tone as she mentioned Gajeel. A knowing smile played at the corner of Qing Xian's lips. Very well. He turned to Queen Shagat. Your Majesty, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Sir Qing Xian. Please take care. Queen Shagat and all the Transcendents watched him depart. Qing Xian said no more. With a gentle tap of his toe, he rose lightly from the ground, floating upward like a feather. Lily let out a soft mew and settled steadily on his shoulder. Man and cat became a faint azure blur, riding the wind and speeding off toward Magnolia. They flew at great speed, the lush green sea of the forest below racing past in a blur. Yet, just as they soared over a particularly dark and lifeless expanse of woods, Qing Xian suddenly halted in midair. A thick, suffocating aura of death, so potent it seemed to seep into the soul, began to rise from the depths of the forest below, winding its way into his senses like a cold, venomous serpent. What a heavy presence of death! Qing Xian's brow furrowed. This aura was so pure, so vast, that it far surpassed any ordinary undead or monster, carrying with it a sense of annihilation that bordered on the very laws of existence. The fur on Lily's body, perched on his shoulder, bristled all at once, and a low, uneasy whine escaped from her throat. Lily, wait for me here. Don't come down. Qing Xian's voice was grave. Lily nodded, spread her wings, and hovered in the air. Before Lily could respond, Qing Xian's figure bent and shot downward like an arrow, silently plunging into the heart of the lifeless forest below. The towering ancient trees formed a canopy that blocked out most of the daylight, casting the forest floor into a dim gloom. Underfoot, the layer of humus was unusually thick and spongy, yet it exuded a heavy scent of decay. Strangest of all, within 100 paces of where Qing Xian had landed, every plant was withered and charred, the air devoid of birdsong or the chirr of insects, a domain of death. And at the very center of this dead zone knelt a young man with black hair, draped in a long, dark robe. His face was pale, his whole bearing steeped in melancholy, and he writhed in anguish. He clutched his hair in both hands, his knuckles white from the strain, his body quivering with the violence of his emotions. A dense, almost tangible darkness seeped uncontrollably from within him, and wherever it passed, even the air crackled with a faint sound of corrosion. The dead trees around him, when touched by this aura, instantly disintegrated into dust. Leave! Get out of here now! Sensing someone's approach, the young man suddenly jerked his head up. His deep-set eyes brimmed with endless pain and remorse as he rasped, his voice hoarse. Come any closer, and you'll die too, swallowed up by this curse, by this deathly aura. Qing Xian stood at the edge of the death zone, quietly observing the young man, the suffocating force of the death energy shrouding him, and the fathomless pain radiating from his soul, moved even the Daoist, who had long since transcended the cycle of life and death. With a gentle sigh, his voice calm, yet carrying a curious resonance that pierced the young man's turmoil, he spoke. To be born is to die. To die is to be born. These 8 words, like the striking of a great bell at dawn or dusk, embodied the Daoist's highest understanding of the endless cycle where life and death nurture one another. The young man's body convulsed violently. For a fleeting instant, the agony in his eyes was suspended, replaced by bewilderment and the glimmer of some profound insight. He murmured, repeating the phrase, "To be born is to die. To die is to be born." It was as if he had grasped something vital. Yet just as swiftly, he seemed to descend into even deeper confusion, standing frozen in place. Even the deathly auras spilling from him seemed to pause for a brief moment. But in that instant of mental chaos, a thunderous, explosive surge, a force of death, far more terrifying than before, erupted from within the young man without warning, like a black volcano bursting forth. Waves of pitch-black energy crashed across the dead zone, sweeping all before them with a despairing intent to annihilate every trace of life, surging straight toward Qin Xian at terrifying speed. Its swiftness and ferocity far surpassed anything Qin Xian had anticipated. Not good. Qin Xian's pupils contracted sharply as the spiritual energy within him erupted to its absolute limit in an instant. His hands moved like lightning, tracing a profound taiji symbol across his chest. Yin and yang energies surged wildly, merging into a massive, rapidly spinning taiji vortex that rushed to meet the devastating tide of death bearing down. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only the fierce, hissing sound of violent corrosion, like cold water splashing into boiling oil. The pitch-black aura of death collided head-on with the spinning forces of yin and yang, each annihilating, devouring, and transforming the other. The taiji symbol trembled violently, its glow flickering uncertainly. In a heartbeat, Qin Xian's face turned deathly pale, and a trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This aura of death was so pure and domineering. It was unlike any ordinary death energy. It carried a curse woven from the very laws of the world. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xian poured every ounce of cultivation he possessed into the taiji symbol, holding nothing back. In this moment, life and death were balanced upon the spinning wheel of yin and yang. He could feel, with painful clarity, his own vast vitality draining away with the violent consumption of the yin and yang forces, like a flood bursting through a dam, forcibly siphoned off to fill the bottomless abyss of annihilating death energy. This silent struggle lasted for more than 10 harrowing breaths. At last, when the final trace of that raging, inky death aura was ground away and transformed by the spinning taiji vortex, leaving only a faint spark of new life to seep into the forest floor, the great taiji symbol flickered unsteadily, then, with a soft pop, shattered and faded away. Qin Xian staggered back several steps, finally unable to hold himself upright. With a dull thud, he collapsed cross-legged to the ground, his arms limp at his sides. His face was as white as paper, utterly drained of color. Cold sweat beaded across his brow, and his breath was as faint as the flame of a dying candle. Suppressing the deep weakness gnawing at his soul, he forced himself to circulate the scant remains of his spiritual power, struggling to stabilize his nearly shattered foundation. Meanwhile, the black-haired young man who had triggered all of this seemed to regain a measure of clarity after the eruption of deathly energy. He glanced at Qin Xian, who now sat on the ground barely clinging to life. For an instant, a subtle and indescribably complex emotion flickered deep within his eyes. He said nothing, only gazed at Qin Xian with a long, searching look as if trying to etch his image into memory. Then, he turned away. His dark figure melted into the shadows, vanishing silently into the depths of the gloomy forest. Only a whisper, barely audible, was left drifting on the wind as he departed. Naz. Lily, sensing the destructive force below had vanished, dove down in alarm, landing at Qin Xian's side. Qin Xian, are you all right? Who was that just now? What did he do to you? She cried, tugging at his sleeve with her claws. Slowly, Qin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was utterly exhausted, tinged with a hint of desolation. He managed to force a feeble smile, his voice rasping like rough sandpaper. It's all right. Lily, that person is only trapped by a power beyond his control. He didn't mean to harm me. He gazed into Lily's anxious gray eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to reveal part of the truth, lowering his voice. It's just that breath of death he carries is far too potent and pure, almost like a primordial law. I used my own breath of life as a guide, merging it into the cycle of yin and yang, barely managed to wear it down and dissolve it. But the price was... He drew a shallow breath, as though every inhalation cost him dearly. The vitality within me, spent resisting that deadly energy, is nearly depleted. Lily's cat eyes flew wide in shock, fur bristling in alarm. Depleted vitality? What does that mean? Qing Xian's eyes were eerily calm, bordering on lifeless. He slowly raised a hand, staring at his fingertips, so pale they were almost translucent. Unless I find some miraculous way to defy fate, I may have no more than a year left. A year? Lily gasped in disbelief. No, that can't be. Qing Xian, you're so strong. There must be a way, right? Lily, Qing Xian cut him off. Though his voice was weak, it held an unshakable finality. He reached out and gently pressed his hand atop Lily's furry head. The chill of his touch made Lily shudder. Promise me. Qing Xian locked eyes with Lily, speaking each word with grave clarity. You must never tell anyone in the guild about this. Especially Urza. Why? Lily could hardly comprehend, his voice thick with tears. Everyone will help you. Urza she. It's precisely because it's her that you cannot tell. Qing Xian's tone suddenly hardened, tinged with indescribable pain and determination. Life and death are fated. Forcing things only brings more suffering and heartache. I can't bear to see her, tormented by worry over me. He closed his eyes, as if summoning the last of his strength. Promise me, Lily. This is the only thing I ask of you. Staring at Qing Xian, pale as a ghost, barely clinging to life, yet still so stubborn. Lily opened his mouth, but every word of protest and comfort caught in his throat. In the end, he simply nodded, hard and heavy, a muffled whimper caught in his throat. I promise you. Only then did Qing Xian's face ease, a weary, grateful smile flickering across his features. Thank you. Help me up, would you? We should head back. They must be worried sick by now. With Lily's support, Qing Xian managed to stand, though his body still swayed unsteadily. He cast one last lingering, complicated glance in the direction where the black-haired young man had vanished, his gaze shadowed with emotion, before it faded into a sigh barely louder than a breath. One man and one cat, their steps faltering, left behind the lifeless forest. Lily transformed back into his small cat form, clinging to Qing Xuan's back as they soared through the air toward Magnolia. This time, however, their speed was much slower than before, and their silhouettes stretched long and lonely beneath the dying rays of the setting sun. Fairy Tale Guild. The raucous commotion from earlier had long since been replaced by a heavy, anxious tension. Makarov stood atop the bar counter, his small face drawn tight with worry. Urza leaned against the wall, arms crossed and brow furrowed, scanning the myriad suggestions offered by the others, and calmly rejecting them one by one. Lucy paced in circles, wringing her hands in distress. Gray, restless and irritable, formed blocks of ice only to crush them moments later. Natsu prowled around the guild like a trapped animal, muttering under his breath. Where on earth did that idiot Qing Xian go? Even the joy of their recent reunion had faded, overshadowed by anxiety. No, that's far too reckless. Urza shot down Lucy's suggestion to try locating with celestial spirit magic. Spatial barriers are not to be trifled with. If something goes wrong, you and the spirits could be caught in a spatial rift. Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait. Natsu groaned, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Master, maybe we should ask the council for help. They might have a way, Gray suggested. There's no time, Makarov replied gravely. Besides, those council members. Just as despair was about to settle in and the atmosphere grew suffocating, the guild's heavy doors creaked open with a long, low groan. All eyes snapped instantly to the entrance. Backlit by the doorway stood a familiar figure, a blue-green robe, slightly disheveled black hair, and a little black cat perched on his shoulder. Qing Xian. Lily. Qing Xuan's back. And Lily too. Happy was the first to dart over and blur. A wave of joy, warm and overwhelming, swept away all the previous anxiety in an instant. Everyone rushed forward, surrounding them in an excited flurry. Qing Xian, are you all right? Where did you run off to? You scared us half to death. Lily, how did you get here? This is fantastic. Gajeel darted over, utterly unabashed in his delight. He scooped Lily right off Qing Xuan's shoulder and hugged him tightly, rubbing his chin against the cat's plush head. Ha ha, I knew it. You were always destined to be my cat. From today on, you're officially my partner, got it? His happiness was pure and unrestrained. Yet, in his embrace, Lily neither struggled nor made a single sarcastic remark. He simply let Gajeel hold him, his small body slightly tense, eyes peering past Gajiel's shoulder, filled with worry as he gazed at Qing Xian, who now stood pale and surrounded at the center of the crowd. "Hey, Lily, what's wrong with you? Are you not happy to see me?" Gajiel had noticed something off about Lily as well. He let go of him, looking puzzled at Lily's listless demeanor. "Is it the change in environment? Not used to this place yet." It's nothing." Lily shook his head hard, trying to dispel the heavy feeling pressing on his heart and mustering up his spirit. "I just miss everyone back in Idolas, that's all." He found himself an excuse. Gajiel shot him a suspicious look, but didn't dwell on it. With a booming laugh, he thumped his chest. "Huh, a man's cat can't be this soft. Stick with me, and I'll show you what real strength is." An Iron Dragon's toughest part isn't just his fists, it's the bonds with his comrades. His declaration rang with bold, unrestrained confidence. Meanwhile, Urza squeezed her way through the crowd to stand before Qing Xian. The initial joy on her face froze the instant she saw Qing Xuan's complexion. His face was completely drained of color, so pale it was almost translucent. Even his lips had lost all trace of blood, and deep in his eyes was a weariness no one could miss, a frailty that even seemed to weaken his breath. This was not the exhaustion of a long journey or mere magical depletion. "Qing Xian," Urza's voice dropped, heavy with concern. "What's going on with your face? Are you hurt?" Her hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword at her waist. Qing Xian met her gaze, his heart tightening. He forced down the surging weakness and the hollow ache echoing from the depths of his soul, managing to put on the same gentle smile he always wore, even managing a hint of light-hearted teasing. "It's nothing. Just overdid it breaking through the realms, and then I had to herd this bunch of little ones all the way here. Just a bit drained, that's all. I'll be fine after a short rest." Casually, he shifted his gaze away, looking toward Gajiel and the others still caught up in the excitement of Lily's arrival, skillfully steering the topic elsewhere. "Lily seems to get along well with Gajiel, doesn't he? That's a good thing." Urza didn't respond, her eyes still locked on Qing Xuan's face, her brows knitting even tighter. Beneath that seemingly flawless smile, she keenly sensed a hint of strain, something he was trying desperately to hide, and something else, deeper, that was not mere exhaustion. Even the sword-shaped pendant resting on her chest seemed to pulse with the faintest cold shiver. At last, the raucous guild banquet faded away, leaving only curling streamers and the lingering scent of wine in the air. Qing Xian politely declined Gajiel's rousing suggestion to celebrate the new partnership the Iron Dragon way, and evaded Urza's increasingly probing gaze, citing the toll of breaking through the realms and the need for quiet meditation to recover. Alone now, his steps looked steady but carried a subtle, barely perceptible weakness, as he made his way to the quiet little room behind the guild hall that he called his own. The door closed softly behind him, shutting out the noise of the outside world. The cottage was modest, furnished with nothing but a bed, a table, a straw mat, and a single calligraphy scroll bearing the word Dao. As soon as the door closed, the last vestige of composure that Qing Xian had been clinging to dissolved in an instant. He staggered forward, clutching his mouth as his body doubled over violently. A fit of suppressed, wrenching coughs burst muffled and fierce through his fingers. Each cough seemed to tug mercilessly at his organs, sending waves of pain as if he were being torn apart from within. At last, a rush of warm liquid broke through his restraint. A dark, blood-tinged mist, heavy with the scent of iron, splattered across the cold wooden floor. Under the moonlight streaming through the window lattice, the sight was both stark and chilling. He could hold himself up no longer. One knee crashed to the ground, one hand bracing against the floor, the other pressed hard against his agonized chest. Beads of cold sweat gathered on his brow, and his breath came in ragged, broken gasps. "Damn it, that curse, it's already gone this far," he gritted out, his voice hoarse and strained. Not daring to delay another second, he summoned what little clarity he had left, struggling to sit cross-legged on the cold straw mat. With great effort, his hands formed the mudra of inner guarding. Fixing his gaze, breath, and mind into alignment, he forced himself into a meditative trance. The last remnants of his spiritual power crawled through exhausted meridians, striving to mend the Dao foundation on the verge of collapse from depleted vitality, and to suppress the backlash of lingering deathly energy within. Each cycle of spiritual energy felt like dull knives scraping bone, leaving him ever more drained and chilled to the marrow. Outside, in the shadows of the corridor, Irusa had not left. She leaned against the cold wall, motionless as a statue. When the door closed, her sharp senses caught the faintest trace of blood, metallic and bitter, seeping from within, and the muffled, agonized coughing that even the door could not conceal. Her heart plummeted, clenched tight by an icy grip. Her hand, resting on the hilt at her waist, had whitened at the knuckles from how tightly she held it. She was a breath away from bursting through the door. But in the end, she simply closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath to force down the urge. That guy, if he chose to hide it, he must have his reasons. If she barged in now, what would it accomplish, other than humiliating him further and making him waste precious strength to cover up? With a sharp turn, she strode away, her steps silent but carrying a fierce, determined air toward the guild hall. Inside, the hall was as lively as ever. Gajeel, looking smug, cradled a black lily in kitten form and boasted to Natsu, Wendy, and the others nearby. See this? This is my cat. Fire Dragon. Wendy, have your cats come spar with Lily. You're so full of yourself. Happy, get in there. Natsu roared. I think I've already lost. Honestly, Happy muttered helplessly from the side. At that very moment, Urza appeared like a flash of chilling sword light, slicing through the crowd in an instant. She ignored Gajeel's boasting, her purpose unwavering. Without hesitation, she strode straight up to him and, before anyone could react, plucked the black kitten Lily right out of Gajeel's arms. Hey, Urza, what do you think you're doing? That's my cat. Gajeel froze for a second, then protested indignantly. Urza's gaze was like tempered ice, urgent and formidable, sweeping coldly over Gajeel. The weight of that look caught Gajeel mid-sentence. The rest of his words stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, but when he saw the gravity in Urza's eyes, so far from jest, he reluctantly dropped his hand and muttered, "What's your problem?" Urza paid him no further mind. Gripping Lily firmly, she strode with determined steps to a quiet corner at the back of the guild, where old supplies were stacked. It was far from the noise. Only the moonlight poured in from a high window. She set Lily atop a battered wooden crate and crouched down, bringing her eyes level with Lily's anxious gray ones. Without any preamble, Urza spoke, her voice low and urgent. Tell me, Lily, what happened on the way back? What's going on with Qing Xian? Where is he hurt? Her words seemed to slice through all pretense. Not a single word withheld, understand? Lily's small body visibly trembled. He saw the worry, the anxiety, and the unwavering resolve in Urza's gaze, and remembered Qing Xuan's desperate plea in the forest and that cruel pronouncement, 1 year. The conflict within Lily was tearing him apart. I promised Qing Xian. Lily's voice faltered, his claws nervously clutching the edge of the crate. He made you keep it from me? Urza's voice grew even heavier, with a faint, unspoken pain. Because he was afraid I'd worry? Lily nodded with difficulty, his blue eyes brimming with tears. He said he couldn't bear to see you so worried about him. He made me promise never to tell you. Urza's breath caught sharply. A torrent of pain, anger, and helplessness surged to her eyes, but she forced it down with all her strength. Her hand, resting on her knee, clenched so tight her nails nearly dug into her palm. But he's dying. Lily finally broke down, his voice cracking with anguish. That madman in the forest, the black aura coming out of him was terrifying. To dispel it, Qing Xian, he used his own life force to fight it off. He said he only has a year left. A year. Those two words were like the sharpest ice, driving straight through the shell of composure Urza had tried so hard to maintain. Her body trembled almost imperceptibly, and in an instant, all color drained from her face, leaving her as pale as Qing Xian. The sword-shaped pendant in her chest seemed to sense the violent surge of her emotions, sending a sharp, stabbing pain through her, accompanied by a chilling wail of anguish. A wild, uncontrollable urge swept over her in that moment. Go to him, right now. Find him this instant. Do whatever it takes. Even if she had to tie him up, she would drag him to get treatment. She shot to her feet, about to dash out from her hiding place. Alusa, a calm, steady voice called out, just in time. Master Makarov had somehow appeared silently at the entrance to the storeroom, his wrinkled face illuminated by the moonlight. He had clearly overheard Lily's final desperate cry. Alusa froze mid-motion, whipping around to look at Makarov, her eyes filled with urgency, pain, and a desperate plea for help. Master, I know. Makarov raised a hand, stopping her before she could finish. He stepped into the corner, coming to stand before Alusa. His gaze swept over Lily, still writhing in agony, before settling on Alusa's anxious face. His voice was low, wise, and full of gravity. Since Qing Xian is so determined not to worry you, willing even to pay such a heavy price just to keep you in the dark, what would you accomplish by rushing to him right now? Wouldn't that only force him to hide his pain even deeper, draining what little strength he has left? What would really change? Alusa's lips pressed into a thin, colorless line, her body trembling ever so slightly under the weight of repressed emotion. The master's words poured over her like a bucket of cold water, dousing her impulsive anger, but making the pain of her helplessness feel all the more raw. But he only has a year. Ilusa's voice shook with a tremor even she hadn't noticed. A year is not necessarily a death sentence. Makarov's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. Our fairy tale's sacred ground, Tenru Island, holds the guild's oldest and most powerful magic. According to legend, a source exists there, linking life itself to magic. Perhaps, there, we might find a chance to extend his life. A spark of hope instantly lit up in Ilusa's eyes. Tenru Island? That's right. Makarov nodded, his tone turning resolute. Since he doesn't want anyone to know, then we'll create a legitimate reason, one that will make it impossible for him not to go to Tenru Island. And we'll do it out in the open. He turned to Ilusa, revealing his plan. It's time for the guild's S-Class Mage promotion trial. I'll make the announcement immediately. It will be held in 1 week. The location, Tenru Island. In that moment, Ilusa understood exactly what the master intended. Under the guise of the trial, Qing Xian would be taken to Tenru Island as one of the examiners. That way, he couldn't refuse, and no one would have any reason to suspect the truth. I understand, Master. Urza took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult of emotions swirling inside her. I'll give my all. Good girl. Makarov nodded approvingly. Come on, it's time to find something meaningful for those restless youngsters to do. The guild hall was as lively as ever. With a single leap, Makarov landed steadily atop the highest point of the bar counter. He cleared his throat, and his magically amplified voice instantly drowned out the noise. Quiet. Everyone, listen to the old man's announcement. In an instant, the bustling hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward the guild master. The fairy tale S-Class Mage promotion exam. Makarov's voice boomed. 1 week from now, it officially begins. The location, our sacred ground, Tenru Island. A wave of excitement swept through the hall. S-Class exam. It's finally happening. Love it. Thunderous cheers and animated chatter erupted at once. Makarov raised his hand to calm the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the bright, determined faces below as he announced the final list. This time, 8 mages have qualified for the promotion exam. Natsu Dragneil, Grey Fullbuster, Juvia Loxer, Elfman Strauss, Kana Alberona, Friedjustine, Levi McGarden, Mest Grieder. Each name called brought a surge of energy to its owner. Levi, in particular, gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment, clearly never expecting to hear her own name. Here are the rules. Makarov continued. You 8 have 1 week to choose a partner. 2 mages per team, forming 4 pairs. And your opponents. He paused intentionally, his eyes shifting to a few figures standing beside the bar. Urza stepped forward, her crimson hair blazing, her armor gleaming with resolve. Mira Jane, wearing her gentle smile, moved to stand by Urza's side. Finally, a tall, muscular figure clad in a ragged cloak pushed open the guild doors and strode in, a booming laugh echoing through the hall. Ha ha ha, looks like I've come back at just the right time. It was Gildarts. We'll be these 3. Makarov pointed to Urza, Mira Jane, and Gildarts. Our current S-Class mages. Urza Scarlet, Mira Jane Strauss, Gildarts Clive, and, though a new member, Qing Xian, who has already proven himself at S-Class strength. A collective gasp filled the hall. Challenging S-Class mages? And one of them is even among the 10 wizard saints. The content of the trial is survival and confrontation on Sirius Island. Makarov's voice carried a hint of harshness. You must either find the hidden targets on the island, or defeat your examiners. The time limit is 3 days. Those who succeed will earn the qualification and glory of an S-Class mage. A thunderous roar erupted. That's amazing. This is going to set me on fire. A true trial of manhood. The fierce fighting spirit and cheers were so intense, it seemed they might blow the guild's roof right off. Everyone was swept up in the excitement for the impending, intense selection. Only in the shadows of a corner, Urza's gaze pierced through the noisy crowd, fixed on the tightly closed door of Qing Xuan's cabin. Deep within her eyes was a heavy worry she could not shake. Sirius Island was her last hope. Meanwhile, cradled once again in Gajil's arms, Lily also looked toward that same direction in concern. His small body curled up, and he let out a silent sigh. The 7 days of preparation slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the port of Magnolia, a sturdy wooden ship unfurled a sail emblazoned with a fairy tale insignia, waiting patiently in the morning light. On the deck, the 8 teams set to participate in the S-Class trial, along with Master Makarov, had already assembled. The sea breeze, tinged with salt and moisture, brushed across faces filled with anticipation, solemnity, and barely contained excitement. Lucy stood at the rail, watching the familiar coastline fade into the distance. Yet her thoughts lingered on the secret Kana had confided during a visit to Lucy's apartment the night before. Lucy, there's something I want to tell you. Kana sat cross-legged on the carpet in Lucy's room, hugging her signature barrel of liquor. Her eyes, however, were unusually clear, carrying a seriousness Lucy had never seen before. It's about why I want so badly to become S-Class. Lucy set down her book, curiosity lighting up her face as she sat up straight. Isn't it because S-Class is the highest honor in the guild? It is, but that's not all. Kana took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rough grain of the barrel. Her voice dropped lower. Guildarts, he's my father. What? Lucy nearly leapt to her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. Guildarts, the strongest candidate. Chill. Kana hurriedly gestured for her to keep her voice down. No one in the guild knows about this. Her expression grew complicated and somber. After my mother and Guildarts separated, she raised me on her own. Later, my mother passed away. I was still young then, but I remember her telling me that my father was in fairy tale, that he was a remarkable mage. So, I found the guild by myself. Lucy's heart twisted with empathy. She could only imagine the hardships a little girl must have faced searching for her father alone. I joined the guild because I wanted to wait for Guildarts to come back. But he was always away, taking on those most dangerous, longest missions. There were hardly a few times in a year when I could even see him. There was a trace of bitterness and long-suppressed grievance in Kana's voice. Every time he returned, I wanted to run up and call him Dad, but seeing him so travel-worn, always with that aura of exhaustion and strength, laughing and chatting with everyone else, I just shrank back. The longer I hesitated, the harder it became to say anything. It felt like once I'd missed that very first chance, I could never find the right moment again. She tipped her head back and took a deep drink, as if to drown the surge of emotion. Kana. Lucy looked at her, her heart aching with sympathy. That's why. Kana slammed the barrel down, her eyes blazing with fierce determination as she stared straight at Lucy. I want to become an S-Class wizard. I want to be strong enough to stand before him, strong enough to make him truly see me. Then, the moment I gain the title of S-Class, I'll tell him, openly and proudly, Dad, I am your daughter. Her voice trembled, but her resolve was unmistakable. Lucy, I need your strength. Team up with me. Help me. Let's reach S-Class together. Will you? Lucy was deeply moved, shaken by Kana's determination and the yearning she'd hidden so long. Without hesitation, she reached out and gripped Kana's hand tightly. Tears of emotion sparkled in her eyes, mingled with the same unwavering resolve. Of course, Kana. We'll go together. We'll make sure you tell Mr. Guildarts yourself. The cry of a seagull pulled Lucy back from her memories. She glanced at Kana beside her, who was also gazing out at the sea. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. No words were needed. Ahem. Master Makarov stepped to the prow of the ship, clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention. He unrolled a parchment bearing a rough map of Tenru Island. Listen up, everyone. Here are the rules for the trial. Makarov's voice boomed out, rising above the wind and the waves. Once you land, the 8 teams will each randomly choose one of 4 different routes to move forward. He pointed to 4 winding paths marked on the map. Each route leads to the heart of Tenru Island, the resting place of our guild's first master, Mavis Vermilion. All eyes instantly locked onto the tiny tombstone symbol at the center of the map. On your way, Makarov's gaze swept over the young challengers, his tone taking on a stern warning. You may encounter examiners who are already waiting on the island. Urza, Mystigan, Mirajane, or Guildarts. Defeat them, or successfully evade their interception, in order to proceed. And also, he paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. You may also encounter competitors from other teams. The rules allow battles to take place on the island. Defeating your rivals is just another way to clear the obstacles on your path to the finish line. In the end, no matter which route you choose, as long as you're the first to reach the tomb of the first guild master, Mavis, you will be the winner of this trial, and earn the title of S-Class Mage. Makarov rolled up the parchment, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Is that clear to everyone? Understood. The response thundered across the deck, unified and brimming with fighting spirit. Excellent. Makarov swept his arm dramatically, pointing toward the distant island shrouded in morning mist, its silhouette sprawling like a gigantic beast at rest. The fairy tale S-Class Mage promotion trial begins now. A chorus of wild cheers erupted in answer. At the guild master's command, Natsu, already raring to go, erupted into flames. Happy, let's move. Aye, sir. Happy sprang up, his tiny black body unfurling snowy white wings. He gripped the back of Natsu's shirt with pinpoint accuracy and, with a powerful flap, whoosh, the man and cat shot off like a rocket, blazing a trail of fire as they became the first to race towards Sirius Island. They were so fast that a crisp white streak lingered in the sky behind them. "Humph, don't think you'll get a head start." Freed snorted, his hands flashing in a quick series of seals before his chest. Dark Ekriture, wings. Instantly, ominous black flames coalesced behind him, taking the form of enormous demonic wings. With a single, powerful stroke, he took off, silent and swift as a bat melding into the shadows, rapidly closing the gap. His partner, Big Slow, grinned as he lifted off his trademark star-shaped eye patch, revealing his bizarre eye. 5 tiny puppets, each carved with a twisted smile, burst from his pocket and began to orbit around him. "Figure magic, take over," he chanted, twisting his body in an odd, almost comical dance. The puppets stretched and linked together, forming a flexible wooden serpent that wound around his waist and limbs, lifting him into the air. With a peculiar, wobbly balance, he floated off toward the island, surprisingly fast. That jerk Freed. Gray watched as Natsu and Freed's teams vanished into the distance. He was about to make his move when he suddenly noticed a faint, rune-etched black membrane encasing the ship. "It's Freed's enchantment." Levy adjusted her glasses, immediately recognizing the spell. "He set up a barrier to keep the rest of us from following right away." "Damn it, that sneaky bastard." Gajeel crossed his arms, spitting in annoyance. Parlor tricks." A glint of keen intelligence flashed in Levy's eyes. She strode to the bow, magic surging at her fingertips as she swiftly traced glowing runes in the air. Spell rewrite, target restriction cancel. Her magic, as precise as an invisible chisel, sliced straight into the black barrier, instantly altering several key runes. With a resonant hum, the black membrane flickered, then burst apart like a soap bubble, gone in a heartbeat. "Well done, Shorty." Gajeel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasting no time, Gajeel and Levy leapt overboard and plunged into the sea. At that moment, Elfman's partner, Evergreen, adjusted her glasses, a confident smile curling on her lips. "Fried's tricks aren't exclusive to Levy," she declared. She too stepped to the bow and traced her own set of runes with deft, magical strokes. Spell analysis, backflow. Evergreen chose a much more forceful approach, forcing the flow of magic within the spell to reverse and overload, causing it to collapse in an instant. The result was the same, but her method radiated the bold, commanding style of the Thunder God tribe. With the barrier dispelled, the rest of the team sprang into action. "Wendy, hold on tight." Mest's voice called out. "Yes," Wendy replied, just as Mest placed a firm hand on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from the deck as if erased by an invisible hand. Not even the faintest ripple of magic left behind. "They disappeared?" Lucy gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Teleportation magic?" Kana frowned, her brow furrowing. "Looks like Mest's been hiding some serious skills." Gray moved to the ship's rail and gazed out at the deep blue sea. Beside him stood Leo, the celestial spirit of Leo. "Ready, Leo?" "Always, partner." Leo flashed a dazzling smile and waved stylishly at Lucy on the ship. "Sorry, Lucy, can't help you this time. I made a promise with Gray last year. But don't worry, I'm opening the gate on my own, so your magic won't be drained." "When did you two get so chummy?" Lucy couldn't help but complain, finding the buddy-buddy vibe between Gray and Leo a touch out of place. "Ice make magic. Ice floor." Gray pressed both hands to the railing, and a surge of icy magic exploded outward. Brilliant blue ice blanketed the sea, spreading, thickening, and freezing at breathtaking speed. In mere moments, a wide, smooth, and rock-solid road of ice stretched all the way toward Tenru Island's distant shore. "Let's go." Gray and Leo exchanged a grin and stepped onto the ice. With the grace of figure skaters, they glided toward the island, their movements smooth and stylish, cutting a dazzling path across the frozen expanse. "Miss Lysana, let's go too." In an instant, Juvia's body liquefied, transforming into a clear stream of water that shot toward the sea like an arrow loose from a bow, swift and unstoppable. "Leave it to me." Lysana activated her takeover magic, calling out, "Animal soul, fishman." Scales like those of a fish quickly covered her legs, transforming them into a graceful tail. She leapt into the water, gliding after the stream that was Juvia, darting through the waves with all the agility of a nimble fish. "And now, it's just us, Lucy," Kana said, turning to Lucy with unwavering determination in her eyes. "Right." Lucy drew a deep breath, slipped off her jacket to reveal the swimsuit underneath. "We might not look as cool as they do, but let's give it our all. With 2 splashes, Lucy and Kana plunged into the water, their arms churning the waves with earnest effort as they swam toward Tenru Island in the most ordinary, human way. Deep within Tenru Island, in a tranquil clearing surrounded by ancient woods, moss crept over a small stone grave, its weathered surface encircled by towering, time-worn trees. The simple, unadorned headstone bore the name of Mavis Vermilion, the first master of fairy tale. A subtle, old and pure magical energy lingered in the air, tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if time itself flowed more slowly in this sacred place. Urza and Qingxian stood side by side before the grave. Urza had donned her familiar armor, while Qingxian remained in his flowing blue robes. In the dappled forest light, his face appeared paler than usual, but his gaze was clear and focused, as though attuned to every nuance of the surrounding world. Qingxian, Urza began, her voice deliberately calm. By the rules, you will be the final gatekeeper of the trial. Whichever team manages to reach this place will need your approval before they can truly claim to have completed the test. This was a line she'd worked out in advance with Makarov, a convenient excuse that allowed Qingxian to remain at the heart of the island, where the magical energy was at its most concentrated. Qingxuan's eyes drifted from the tombstone to Urza, and a gentle, knowing smile appeared on his lips. Understood, Urza. I'll wait here. He paused, letting his gaze sweep once more over the ancient trees and the humble grave, his expression touched by awe. This place truly is extraordinary. The purity of magic, the ancient presence in the air, the sense of vitality, and the very laws of the world. There's something here beyond words. To meditate and attune myself here, to sense the flow of nature. Perhaps it will greatly aid my cultivation. He spoke the real reason he wished to remain, the one Urza most hoped to hear. A faint relief loosened Urza's heart, yet as she looked at Qingxuan's pale face, worry still twined around her like stubborn vines. She forced down the swirl of emotions and nodded. Good. You make the most of this place. I'll head to my position now. She dared not linger any longer, fearing her eyes might betray the anxiety she felt inside. Turning away, she strode deeper into the dense forest. After a dozen steps, she couldn't resist the urge any longer. Shielded by the trees, she stole a quick glance back. There, she saw Qingxian already seated cross-legged atop the smooth stone before Mavis's grave. His hands were held in a ritual gesture, eyelids lowered, and a faint, almost imperceptible blue aura shimmered around him, as if he truly had sunk into profound meditation and spiritual attunement. His slight figure, framed by the towering ancient trees and the silent gravestone, looked more solitary than ever. Beneath her armor, Urza's fist clenched tight, her nails digging painfully into her palm. She whipped her head forward, eyes flashing sharp as drawn swords, and strode off into the forest with long, resolute strides. She intended to deal swiftly with the challengers along her own path, and then station herself close by his side. In the azure sky above, 2 small figures beat their wings determinedly, flying towards Sirius Island. Charles, are you sure it's okay for us to tag along like this without permission? Lily asked as he flew, his black fur ruffling in the wind. We can't worry about that now. Charles replied, her tone tense. That mess, there's definitely something off about him. The more I think about it, the more wrong it feels. You mentioned before, he claimed to be Mystigan's apprentice? A thoughtful light flickered in Lily's eyes. Exactly. That's how he got close to Wendy. He said Mystigan had helped him, so Wendy agreed to be his partner. Absurd. Lily's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Mystigan, Prince Jalal. I'm more familiar with his character than anyone. He went out of his way to avoid contact with anyone from Earthland, to prevent disturbing the balance of the worlds. There's no way Prince Jalal would ever take on a disciple. Lily's analysis was sharp and to the point, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Charles' expression grew even more troubled. Exactly. So he was lying. He must have an ulterior motive for getting close to Wendy. Wendy is so naive. If he tricks her or uses her for something dangerous. No, we have to find Wendy as soon as possible. Right? Lily, sensing the gravity of the situation, beat his wings even harder. Let's pick up the pace. Sirius Island is just ahead. Sirius Island, the sacred ground that guarded the guild's oldest secrets, waited silently for the challengers to arrive, as well as for the life-or-death countdown hidden beneath the trial. A damp, primal forest enveloped those who landed on the island to face the challenge. Towering ancient trees stretched their branches to blot out the sky, letting only dappled specks of sunlight touch the moss and leaf-strewn earth below. In this ancient land, the fierce competition of the S-Class trial was quietly beginning. Lucy and Kana moved cautiously along a faint path, worn by those who had come before them. Lucy gripped the golden key of Taurus tightly in her hand, while Kana stayed alert, her fingers resting on the belt at her waist. The silence around them was almost terrifying, broken only by the soft crackle of twigs beneath their feet and the sound of their own breathing. "It just feels too quiet," Lucy whispered uneasily. Kana was about to reply when, all of a sudden, the light ahead dimmed sharply. Two figures slipped out from behind a thick tree trunk like phantoms, blocking their way forward. It was Freed and Big Slow. Freed drew the sword at his waist, his face expressionless. Big Slow tilted his head, his face half hidden beneath a star-shaped eye patch, a sly, ambiguous smile tugging at his lips. 5 puppets hovered silently at his side, circling in the air and making a faint, woody, scraping sound. "Dark Ecrature, bind." Freed wasted no words. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a jet-black rune of magical energy, launching it straight at Lucy. The rune twisted and writhed through the air, transforming into a chain of darkness. Radiating an aura of absolute restraint, it shot toward its target. "Lucy, look out." Kana reacted instantly, leaping in front of Lucy and slapping both hands on her card pouch. Card summon, the shield, a gigantic tarot card, gleaming with metallic light, materialized before her in a flash. Clang! The black chain struck the shimmering tarot shield with a resounding metallic crash, echoing like clashing steel. The shield's image trembled violently. Kana grunted, driven back a step by the forceful impact, her boots carving twin furrows in the layer of dead leaves beneath her feet. "It's not over yet, Big Slow." Freed barked coldly. "Roger that." Star chart. Puppet's Rhapsody. Big Slow cackled, his hands conducting wildly like a maestro. The 5 spinning puppets suddenly accelerated, slicing through the air with a piercing rush as they swooped in from tricky angles to strike at both Lucy and Kana. Blades snapped out from their joints, glinting cold and sharp. "Taurus!" Lucy called out in desperation. "Moo! Miss Lucy!" Taurus the celestial spirit burst forth in a blaze of golden light, swinging his massive battle axe in a wide arc to intercept the incoming puppets. But the puppets were agile, twisting nimbly in midair to evade Taurus's heavy swings, then darting forward at their prey. The cold flash of blades was about to reach Lucy and Kana. At that very instant, both Freed and Big Slow faltered, just for a fraction of a second, but enough to change everything. Freed's sword arm hung, suspended in mid-swing. The hesitation so slight it was almost invisible. Big Slow's fingers, too, slowed down, as though caught and tugged by invisible threads, his motions lagging for half a beat. This brief opening was like a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness for Kana and Lucy. "Now's the time." Card summon, the Chariot. Kana's eyes flashed with determination as she slapped the card down without hesitation. A tarot card depicting a charging chariot flared to life in front of her, its phantom image radiating a powerful shockwave that erupted outward from her position. Boom! The 2 puppets at the front were blasted away by the sudden force, hurtling into distant tree trunks with a splintering crash. The rest of the attacking puppets faltered, their assault momentarily stalled. "Halos! Now!" Lucy seized the opportunity and shouted. "Moo! Take this, Giant's axe!" Talos roared, swinging his massive battle axe with the force to cleave mountains, bringing it down in a mighty arc toward the sluggish Big Slow. Big Slow seemed to fumble in a panic, clumsily maneuvering his puppets into a hasty defense. 3 puppets barely managed to pile together, forming a fragile barrier. Crack! The battle axe crashed down, splinters flying as the makeshift shield shattered under the blow. With a strangled cry, Big Slow was sent flying by the lingering force of the impact, landing in a heap on a thick bed of fallen leaves. "Fried!" Lucy immediately shifted her focus, pointing at Fried, who still seemed hesitant. "Dark script, weak." Fried, as if only just coming to his senses, hastily scrawled defensive runes in the air before him. But Kana's next attack was already upon him. Card summon, the sword. A blade of pure magical energy shot forth, slicing through the hastily conjured weak barrier like lightning. Slash! The sword light grazed Fried's shoulder, carving a clean line through his uniform and scattering a few shreds of fabric. Fried grunted, stumbling backward until he struck the trunk of a tree behind him. Clutching his shoulder, he looked from the advancing Lucy and Kana to Big Slow, who was still struggling to his feet. But there was no anger or frustration on Fried's face. Instead, he seemed almost relieved, a complex tangle of emotions flickering in his eyes. "That's enough." Fried's voice was calm as he raised his hand, signaling for a ceasefire. "We concede." Lucy and Kana both froze, staring at him in disbelief. Though they'd managed to turn the tide just now, their opponents clearly still had the strength to continue, especially Fried, whose power was far from spent. Big Slow brushed the leaves from his clothes and called back his battered puppets, his tone casual as he shrugged. Yeah, we're no match for you. Lucy and Kana, you two make quite the team. His words were laced with obvious insincerity. Fried's gaze swept across Lucy and Kana's faces, finally settling on Kana. Deep within his eyes, there seemed to be the faintest glimmer of apology and relief, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. He offered no explanation, only said quietly, "Keep following this road. I wish you good luck." With that, he turned away, striding into the depths of the forest without a trace of hesitation. Big Slow let out a peculiar laugh and followed suit, leaving Lucy and Kana staring at each other in utter bewilderment. Did they just give up? Lucy felt as if she were dreaming. Kana gazed in the direction where Fried had disappeared, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she understood something unspoken. During the guild civil conflict caused by Laxus, Fried had once dealt a harsh blow to Kana, and Big Slow had attacked Lucy as well. Perhaps this was their way of repaying that old debt. Kana kept her thoughts to herself. Instead, she patted Lucy's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Saving our strength is always a good thing. Let's get moving while we can. Meanwhile, in a deeper, darker part of Tenru Island's forest, the air felt as heavy as molten lead. Natsu stood ablaze with roaring flames, his eyes locked with ferocity on the figure ahead, Gildarts Clive. Gildarts stood there casually, not even assuming a fighting stance, yet the sheer force of his presence made the air itself thick and oppressive. At his feet, grass and undergrowth silently disintegrated into the finest dust, as if dissolved by an invisible power. Here I come, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu roared, gathering all his flames into his right fist and launching himself like a cannonball straight at Gildarts, unstoppable and determined. Against this blow, fierce enough to melt metal and shatter stone, Gildarts didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply lifted his right hand, fingers spread, and made a gentle, grasping motion in Natsu's direction. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no violent clash of magic. Instead, Natsu's wild charge came to an abrupt halt several meters away from Gildarts, as if he'd slammed into an invisible wall. Then, under Happy's horrified gaze, Natsu's body, along with the flames engulfing him, began to shatter in the strangest way. He wasn't smashed apart, but rather, as if he were a puzzle coming undone, he split into countless tiny, burning miniature Natsus, each no bigger than a fingernail. Hundreds, even thousands, of these little Natsus drifted through the air like dandelion seeds caught on the wind, each one still aglow with embers. An eerie and astonishing sight. Natsu! Happy screamed, his voice cracking with panic. So this is crush magic. One of the floating mini Natsus managed to speak, his words thick with disbelief. Gildarts gazed calmly at the countless fragments of Natsu drifting through the air, his voice deep and carrying an undeniable authority. Give up, kid. The S-Class is not a realm you can reach right now. Go back. His words landed like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of every tiny Natsu with crushing force. Within the multitude of tiny consciousnesses, waves of fear, helplessness, and despair surged like a rising tide. Give up? Admit defeat just like that? Return to the guild. Go back to being the Natsu who's always protected, never able to reach higher peaks? The thought crept in, spreading like poisonous vines. Give up. Countless small voices overlapped, filled with uncertainty and doubt. And yet, just as that collective will was on the verge of collapse. Are you kidding me? A furious roar burst forth, not from single one, but from countless tiny wills erupting together. The sound surged into an indomitable torrent, sweeping away every trace of weakness in an instant. I am Natsu Dragneel. To become S-Class. To become stronger. To protect my friends. How can I fall here? In that moment, the eyes of every blazing little Natsu shone even brighter, flames burning hotter than ever. They no longer scattered, but, as if drawn together by an invisible force of will, they gathered madly, recklessly, and charged straight toward Gildarts at the center, like moths drawn to flame, like an unstoppable torrent of defiance. At last, a flicker of genuine surprise flashed across Gildarts' calm eyes. He watched as those tiny yet fiercely determined sparks crashed against the crush barrier around him, fearless, relentless, like a furious swarm of bees. Each collision brought only a feeble impact, but the unyielding, never-give-up spirit behind them surged like a tangible wave, each one stronger than the last, battering at his mind. What a troublesome brat, Gildarts muttered under his breath, though beneath his words lay a trace of barely concealed helplessness and admiration. He lowered his raised right hand, and the invisible barrier enveloping him vanished in an instant. With the force field gone, the countless frenzied little Natsus, as if losing their target, were drawn by some overwhelming will, rushing together like 100 rivers returning to the sea, rapidly fusing and reforming. In a flash of light, Natsu's whole figure reappeared, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. Sweat mixed with steaming heat trickled down his forehead, but in those crimson eyes, the fire of indomitable resolve still burned bright as ever, locked unwaveringly on Gildarts. Gildarts looked into Natsu's eyes. No fear, no hesitation, only a pure, burning desire to grow stronger and the unshakable resolve to protect. He was silent for a moment. Then, at last, the faintest trace of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Humph." Gildarts turned his broad back to Natsu and waved his hand dismissively. "You pass. Now get out of here. Don't get in my way." His tone remained gruff, but the meaning behind his words left Natsu and Happy momentarily stunned. I passed." Natsu could hardly believe it. For real." Happy soared up with delight. "What? You want me to feed you a fist instead?" Gildarts didn't bother to turn around, his voice edged with impatience. "Oh, thank you, Uncle Gildarts." Natsu was instantly re-energized, leaping up and pumping his fists in excitement. "Happy, let's go." Off to the next spot." Happy grabbed onto Natsu, and the boy and the cat, still giddy with the thrill of survival, vanished down the woodland path in a heartbeat. Gildarts stood rooted to the spot until Natsu's figure had completely disappeared. Only then did he slowly turn around. He gazed into the distance where Natsu had gone, his eyes thoughtful, and murmured to himself, "That willpower, maybe it really could surpass mine. The future of fairy tale. I'll leave it in your hands." His imposing figure gradually melted into the shadows of the dense forest. On Tenru Island, near the coast where the land spread wider, the air was thick with mist and the scent of the sea. Juvia's body had liquefied completely, transforming into a raging torrent. With an angry shriek, she surged at Urza like a colossal waterspout. "Water slicer." Urza stood her ground, unmoving. The armor she wore was no ordinary suit, but a magnificent battle armor that shimmered with deep blue, its design echoing both mermaid and sea god, the armor of the Sea King. Waves of light shimmered across its surface, radiating the majesty of one who commands all waters. As Juvia's wild torrent bore down on her, Urza simply raised her massive trident with calm composure. "Silence." Her cool, commanding voice fell, and the tip of the trident glowed with a soft blue light. The raging waters, fierce enough to rend stone, touched the blue light and instantly stilled, as gentle as lambs. The furious current lost all its force, quietly swirling around the trident before falling harmlessly to the ground, no more than a shallow puddle. "What?" Juvia, her body reforming into human shape, stared in shock and disbelief. "My water was calmed." "Juvia, watch out." Lysana's voice rang out, urgent. She had already activated her take over magic. Animal soul, cheetah. Her legs were now sleek and muscular, covered in feline markings. With a burst of speed like lightning, she lunged at Urza from the side, razor-sharp claws slashing straight for Urza's waist. Urza didn't even turn around. The fin-like pauldrons of her Sea King armor twitched ever so slightly, as if coming alive. A powerful current materialized out of thin air by her side, moving like a nimble tentacle, and in an instant, it coiled tightly around Lysana's swiftly moving legs. "Ah!" Lysana cried out in surprise, her body forcibly suspended in midair by the binding current, completely unable to move. "Waterbind." Urza's voice remained as calm and steady as ever. "Damn it, let Lysana go." Seeing this, Juvia transformed into water once more, surging forward in an attempt to strike at Urza from below. "It's useless." With a slight twist of her wrist, Urza tapped the ground with her trident. Domain of water. Centered on her, a clear membrane of water instantly spread across the ground in a radius of 10 meters. The moment Juvia's water form touched this film, she felt her own control over the water elements abruptly and utterly seized by a force even more powerful and primal. Her liquid form wavered, its structure on the verge of collapse, as if the domain could assimilate and absorb her at any moment. "In here, I alone command the water." Urza's gaze swept over the bound Lysana and the struggling Juvia, her S-Class mage's authority. "Unmistakable. Your teamwork and courage are worthy of praise. But as you are now, you're still not ready to challenge an S-Class." As her words fell, Urza thrust her trident upward with sudden force. "Sea King's Surge." The water swirling around her condensed in an instant, forming the phantom of a colossal, roaring deep-sea beast. It lunged forward with unstoppable power, crashing ruthlessly into Juvia and the trapped Lysana. There was a thunderous crash as water and shock waves exploded outward. Juvia's watery form was completely shattered, forcing her back into human shape. She hit the ground hard, drenched from head to toe, and slipped into unconsciousness. Lysana, too, was blasted away by the forceful current, slamming into a tree and sliding to the ground, equally unconscious. The domain of water gradually faded, leaving only puddles scattered across the chaotic ground and the bodies of the two fallen girls. Urza stowed away her Sea King trident, and with a flash of light, her armor shifted back into her usual attire. She looked at the two collapsed figures, her eyes showing no disdain, only an earnest hope for their growth, tempered by her strictness. Turning away, she vanished into the depths of the forest. In the damp heart of the woods, a relatively open glade had become a temporary battlefield. The air still carried the lingering pulse of magic from the earlier clash, mingling with the crisp scent of grass and leaves. Gray stood side by side with Leo, Loke, the celestial spirit of Leo, both sporting relaxed smiles, as if they were here not for the grueling S-class trial, but simply to enjoy a friendly spar. Their opponents stood across from them, the petite sky dragon slayer Wendy and her mysterious partner who claimed to be Mystigan's disciple, Meskrider. The battle was one-sided from the very start. Ice make magic, Ice geyser. Gray pressed both hands to the ground, and several razor-sharp ice pillars burst from the earth, radiating a bone-chilling cold as they shot toward Mest. Celestial Spirit Light Ray. Lion, with a graceful lift of his hand, unleashed golden beams of light that shot forth like arrows, targeting Wendy and forcing her to dodge again and again. Mest's figure darted through the forest of ice pillars like a phantom, his speed astonishing, clearly marking him as no ordinary opponent. He tried to use his teleportation magic to get close to Gray or Lion for a sudden strike. Spatial leap. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished, reappearing behind Gray with a fingertip glowing with razor-sharp spatial magic. Too slow. Gray, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, didn't even turn around. He casually flung his left hand backward. Ice make shield. Instantly, a solid wall of ice materialized, absorbing Mest's surprise attack. After his clash with Six Demon General Racer, Gray had become a master at countering these swift assaults. At the same time, Gray clenched his right fist. Ice make prison. Chains of ice snapped into existence, entangling Mest's arms and legs. Wendy, Mest called out urgently. Yes. Enhancement. Dragon Force. Wendy responded without hesitation. A gentle emerald aura enveloped Mest, striving to boost his strength to break free from the icy bonds. Support magic? Not bad teamwork. Lion's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, but his movements were even quicker. Brilliance. Of the Lion King. In a flash, he transformed into a dazzling golden comet, crashing into the bound Mest with overwhelming force. Wham! Even with Wendy's boost, Mest could not withstand Lion's star-powered attack. The ice chains shattered, but Mest was sent hurtling through the air. He crashed into a small tree, snapping it, and tumbled to the ground, momentarily unable to get up. Mr. Mest, Wendy cried out in alarm. Now it's just you left, little Wendy. Gray turned toward her, a seemingly kind smile on his face that only made Wendy feel more uneasy. Leisurely, he pulled a small, oil paper-wrapped bundle from his pocket and began to unwrap it with exaggerated slowness right in front of Wendy. A pungent, mouth-watering sourness immediately filled the air, so intense it made your gums ache and saliva rush uncontrollably. It was an intensely pickled, salt-frosted, dark brown preserved plum. Gray picked up a plump plum and, under Wendy's horrified gaze, popped it into his mouth without hesitation, chewing with determination. His jaw muscles tensed at once, his brows knotted tight, as if he were enduring some great agony. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, making a loud, unmistakable swallowing sound. Oh, so sour. Gray's voice twisted into a strange pitch, his face contorted in agony as he looked at Wendy. Wendy, do you want to try one too? It's guaranteed to wake you up in an instant. The effect is absolutely unbeatable. He made a dramatic gesture, as if about to hand her one of the sour plums. Wendy recoiled at the sight of Gray's pain-stricken expression and the sharp, mouth-puckering sourness in the air that sent shivers down her spine. Her little face scrunched up so tightly it was as if the sour plum had already found its way into her own mouth. She instinctively clapped her hands over her mouth and backed away, eyes wide with genuine terror. And no, just looking at it, it already feels so sour. I think my teeth are about to fall out. Please take it away. Huh? Really don't want to try? This is Gray's very own, super concentrated, extra-strength sour plum. Leo had somehow slipped into the scene, wearing the same devilish grin as Gray. Without anyone noticing, he too had a packet of those same sour plums. Under Wendy's increasingly horrified gaze, Leo performed an act that completely shattered her nerves. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and in one dramatic move, dumped the entire pack, at least a dozen sour plums, straight in. MMPH. Leo's handsome face twisted wildly, his cheeks bulging as if stuffed with two giant walnuts. His eyes went wide as saucers, and the muffled groans in his throat sounded so desperate he seemed on the verge of ascending to another plane of existence. His heroic last stand chewing, paired with the agonized crunching from Gray at his side, amounted to an all-out assault on Wendy's taste buds and her willpower alike. Huck! I surrender. I give up. Wendy utterly lost it, covering her eyes and crying out as she shook her head like a rattled maraca. It's too much. The sour plums are too much. I admit defeat. Please, stop your sour plum attack. All her fighting spirit evaporated. She wanted nothing more than to escape these two terrifying sour plum demons. Gray and Leo exchanged glances, then burst out laughing in perfect unison. The masks of agony they'd worn just moments ago vanished in an instant. Gray quickly spat out the pit from his mouth, while Leo somehow managed to swallow his entire mouthful, though his face still twitched involuntarily. All done, Gray said, dusting off his hands. Well played, Wendy, Leo said, regaining his usual poise as he offered a courteous bow to the still-shaken girl. Elsewhere, in a patch of forest near the stream, another battle was drawing to a close. Rock take over, Giant's arm! Elfman roared, his arm swelling into a massive pillar of stone as he smashed it down toward the figure radiating a terrifying aura at the center of the clearing. The transformed Mira Jane, who had embraced her Satan's soul. At this moment, Mira Jane's white hair flew wild. Her skin had taken on a dark purple hue, devil's horns jutted from her head, and enormous demonic wings unfurled behind her. A sinister, violet-black magic swirled around her, making her appear every inch a witch risen from the abyss. Facing Elfman's full-powered strike, Mira Jane simply raised her demon's hand, covered in glistening scales, as if it were nothing at all. With a heavy thud, Elfman's massive rock fist, powerful enough to split mountains, was caught in Mira Jane's single, unyielding grip. The tremendous impact didn't even force her to take a single step back. A wicked smirk curled at the corner of Mira Jane's lips as her fingers tightened ever so slightly. A sharp crack echoed out. In an instant, Elfman's stone arm was riddled with fractures before exploding into a shower of rubble. Shards flew everywhere as Elfman was sent hurtling backward with a pained cry. Fairy machine light cannon. Evergreen seized the moment, launching her attack from the flank. A dazzling beam of magical energy tore through the air, streaking toward Mira Jane. Mira Jane didn't even bother to turn around. With a swift motion, the demon wings on her back snapped forward, forming a shield. A deafening blast resounded. The magical beam slammed into the resilient demon wings, erupting in a blinding flash, yet failed to shake Mira Jane in the slightest. With a beat of her wings, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, rebounding the force and sending Evergreen sprawling to the ground. Too weak, Elfman. Evergreen. Mira Jane's voice was low and resonant, tinged with a demonic transformation. Against absolute power, your teamwork is meaningless. She strode slowly toward the two, who struggled to rise, each step radiating an almost suffocating pressure. First stage, assembly point, a small clearing in the forest. Master Makarov sat atop a large stone, surrounded by several others. Lucy, Kana, Gajeel, Levy, and, having just arrived, Gray and Lion. Hey, Lucy, Kana, you made it too. Gray called out, a note of surprise in his voice. Yeah, we got lucky, Lucy replied with a bright smile. Lucy and Kana actually beat Freed and Big Slow. Happy chimed in proudly from his side. What? Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. Freed and Big Slow? You two defeated them. He knew all too well how strong those two were. He'd experienced Big Slow's power firsthand during the Guild Civil War. Just then, Natsu and Happy burst energetically into the clearing. Hey everyone, I passed Gildart's trial. Natsu declared triumphantly, nose in the air with pride. Natsu was amazing. Happy echoed, equally pleased. What? Gray was stunned all over again, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. You passed Gildart's trial? That monster Gildart's? Are you all right? He looked Natsu over, finding that aside for some torn clothes, Natsu seemed mostly unscathed. Oomph. Of course. I'm going to be an S-class wizard after all, Natsu said, hands on his hips, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Makarov glanced at the people as they arrived one after another and cleared his throat. It seems almost everyone is here. Let me announce the results of the first round. The team of Lucy and Kana defeated the team of Freed and Bixlow. Congratulations, you've passed. Gray's face was still frozen in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what he just heard. The team of Natsu and Happy passed Gildart's trial. They're through as well. Gray's shock only deepened. Did Gildarts really go easy on them? The team of Gajeel and Levy had good luck. They didn't encounter any examiner and advanced directly. Gajeel crossed his arms with a low grunt, while Levy adjusted her glasses with a small, satisfied motion. The team of Gray and Lion defeated the team of Mest and Windy, also through. As for the ones left, Makarov turned his gaze toward the entrance of the clearing. That should be Elfman and Evergreen. Even as he spoke, two battered figures, both bruised and tattered, supporting each other, limping and gasping for breath, stumbled into the clearing. It was indeed Elfman and Evergreen. A real man has arrived, Elfman declared, trying to sound strong. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted. Evergreen panted, barely able to stand. Makarov looked at the two of them, their appearance disheveled, yet carrying a glimmer of triumph, and his small eyes widened in astonishment. Elfman? Evergreen? Did you pass Mirajane's trial? His tone was thick with disbelief. Why, yes, master. Elfman puffed out his chest, which only made his wounds ache, and he grimaced through the pain. We defeated my sister. What? This time, it was Makarov and everyone present who were stunned. They had defeated Mirajane in her Satan soul form. She was one of the strongest among the S-class mages. How did you manage that? Makarov pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Evergreen pushed up her shattered glasses, her cheeks tinged with red, and stammered out an explanation. Well, we just caught Mirajane at a small moment of vulnerability. Yes, a weakness. It was clear she didn't want to go into detail. Makarov caught their evasive glances, and thinking of Mirajane's personality, he could more or less guess what had happened. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He coughed to suppress the urge to comment, then announced in a clear, ringing voice, very well. The team of Elfman and Evergreen has passed Mirajane's trial. With that, all participants who advanced through the first round have now assembled. He rose to his feet and pointed deeper into the island, where the forest grew denser and exuded an ancient, mysterious aura. The next stage, your target is the very heart of Tenru Island, the resting place of our first master, Mavis Vermilion. Makarov's voice grew solemn. There, the final examiner, Blue Pegasus Master, Blue Note Stinger, awaits you. Overcome his trial, and you will earn the title of S-Class Mage. Qing Xian, Natsu's eyes instantly blazed like burning fire, and he pumped his fists in excitement. This is awesome. Finally, I get the chance to have a proper fight with him. That guy is either always sickly or pulling a disappearing act. I've never found the right moment. This time, I'll make sure he experiences the full force of my flames. Hearing Natsu's words brimming with fighting spirit and watching his eager, impatient demeanor, Makarov let out a silent sigh deep in his heart. Almost unconsciously, his eyes drifted toward the center of the island, a shadow of deep worry flickering across his gaze before he carefully masked it once again. Go on, head toward your final objective, Makarov commanded, waving his arm with sudden vigor. Yeah, the young mages erupted with a surge of enthusiasm, their battle cries ringing out as they shot forward like arrows from a bow, racing each other down the forest trail that led to the island's heart. A new round of rivalry and challenge was about to unfold in that ancient, sacred land. At the center of Tenru Island, a temporary campsite nestled among towering ancient trees. The campfire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow. Suspended above the flames, an iron pot simmered with a rich, bubbling broth, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Urza, wearing a floral apron that seemed comically out of place on her, gently stirred the pot with a ladle, her movements careful and precise. Beside her, Mirajane had returned to her usual gentle and charming self. Resting her chin in her hands, she watched Urza's rare display of domesticity with a bright, amused smile. Speaking of which, Mira, Urza asked casually as she stirred the soup, how did you end up losing to Elfman's team? With your abilities, they shouldn't have stood a chance. At this, Mirajane gave a helpless yet sly little smile. Well, it's because Evergreen told me she's going to marry Elfman. Urza gasped, nearly dropping the ladle into the pot. She spun around, eyes wide as saucers, her cheeks flushing a vivid red in an instant. And Mary? Wait, hold on. When did this happen? More importantly, since when did they get that close? I had no idea at all. Her voice quivered with a trace of genuine panic and shock. Seeing Urza flustered and determined to get to the bottom of things, Mira Jane couldn't help but chuckle behind her hand. Oh, Urza, calm down. I think that was just Evergreen's tactic to throw me off my game, don't you think? Looks like I still have a lot to learn if I let myself get rattled so easily. A tactic? Urza managed to calm herself slightly, though her brows remained furrowed. Are you sure it was just a tactic? I don't think so. Mira Jane tilted her head thoughtfully. Elfman's as dense as a block of wood, and Evergreen is always so prickly. But then again, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Lisanna, what do you think? Lisanna, who was sitting on another rock nearby and sipping hot water, looked up at the mention of her name, a gentle smile blooming on her face. Well, I actually think Elfman and Miss Evergreen might be a good match. Miss Evergreen may sound a bit sharp sometimes, but deep down, she really does care about my brother. A good match. Urza's brow furrowed even deeper, as if she were struggling to process this possibility. Meanwhile, Juvia, who had been sitting beside Lisanna, had started acting strangely ever since the word marriage was mentioned. Her cheeks blushed as red as a ripe tomato, so much so that it seemed they might start dripping with color. Her long blue hair floated softly around her, and pastel pink bubbles of steam seemed to rise around her in a dreamy haze. She pressed her hands tightly against her face, her body trembling ever so slightly, and began to mutter deliriously, as if speaking in a trance. Marriage. Lord Grey and Juvia, wearing a pure white wedding dress, exchanging rings, everyone at Fairy Tale giving their blessings, and then, having 3 children. Oh no. She seemed to have spiraled into an inescapable daydream, completely lost in her own little world. Lisanna watched Juvia's antics and gave a helpless chuckle. Juvia-chan is off in her fantasy world again. Mira Jane couldn't help but laugh either. Urza looked at the chaotic scene before her and could only shake her head in resignation. She picked up a clean bowl and carefully ladled it full of steaming, fragrant soup. Oh, Mira Jane's sharp eyes caught her movement, and a knowing smile played on her lips. Urza, are you planning to personally deliver a bowl of soup to a certain someone? She drew out the word someone playfully. Who would have thought? Even our fairy queen has such a gentle, caring side. Urza's hand froze mid-motion. In that instant, her pale cheeks flushed a brilliant red, the color rushing all the way to the tips of her ears, as though Mira Jane had hit a very sensitive nerve. In no way. Urza spun around as if her tail had been stepped on, her voice shooting up in pitch, flustered and trying desperately to sound composed, her words tumbling out at lightning speed. I was just noticing he's been meditating over there all this time, and hasn't come over. If the soup gets cold, it won't taste good. Wasting food is shameful. Yes, that's it. It's not like I'm bringing it just for him. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until her last words were barely more than a whisper. After finishing her words, she bolted from the camp, clutching the bowl of soup as if fleeing from Mila Jane's teasing, and perhaps also from the embarrassment threatening to explode inside her. Not once did she look back as she hurried toward Mavis's grave, her retreating figure radiating a prideful air, as if declaring, nothing suspicious here, yet utterly betraying herself. Mila Jane and Lisanna exchanged glances as they watched her make her hasty escape, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. A light-hearted atmosphere, tinged with a hint of sweet, rosy warmth, filled the air. At least for a moment, the tension of the trial was forgotten. Only Juvia remained lost in her own world, caught up in the dreamy strains of Juvia and Grey's wedding march, utterly unable to snap out of it. Meanwhile, Urza, still gripping the steaming, fragrant soup, all but fled to the edge of the tranquil clearing where Mavis's grave lay. She finally stopped, drawing in several deep breaths, trying to calm the lingering heat in her cheeks and the racing of her heart, which still beat fast as a drum. Tidying her slightly mussed hair and smoothing her apron, blushing even harder when she realized she was still wearing it, she did her best to put on her usual mask of composure. Only then did she approach the massive slab of bluish stone, bowl in hand. Upon that stone, Qin Xian remained seated cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by a faint blue aura so delicate it seemed to blend with the morning mist drifting through the woods. His eyes were closed, and in the dim light, his face looked even paler than usual. His breathing was slow and steady, as if he were truly lost in the deepest state of cultivation, utterly shut off from the outside world. Urza stepped softly, hardly daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. She drew close to the stone and stood quietly, watching him. The face that so often wore a gentle smile now lay in a state of almost translucent serenity, touched by a subtle, indescribable fragility. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the bowl. Only the gentle warmth radiating from its surface managed to dispel some of the chill and heaviness weighing on her heart. She stood there in silence, who knows for how long, until at last Qing Xuan's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. A trace of enlightenment still lingered in that clear gaze, as if he'd just glimpsed the laws of heaven and earth. But when he saw Urza and the bowl of steaming soup in her hands, a gentle, genuine smile immediately lit up his face. Urza, Qing Xuan's voice was a touch hoarse for meditation, but extraordinarily soft. What brings you here? Under his gaze, Urza grew flustered and quickly thrust the bowl toward him, forcing her voice to sound steady and calm. You've been out here meditating for a while and haven't come back to camp. Mila made some soup, and I didn't want it to get cold, so I brought you a bowl. She instinctively avoided words like specially or by hand. Qing Xian's gaze fell upon the thick, fragrant soup in the bowl, its warmth carrying the comforting aroma of food. He then looked up at Alusa, whose face betrayed a trace of nervousness beneath her forced composure. The amusement in his eyes deepened. He chose not to call attention to her anxiety. Instead, he reached out with both hands and received the bowl with great care. Thank you, he said softly, his tone filled with genuine gratitude. Then, under Alusa's somewhat anxious watch, he lowered his head and began to drink the soup in small, deliberate sips, as if savoring every drop with utmost seriousness. The warm broth slid down his throat, as if washing away some of the cold and fatigue that had settled deep within him. In no time, the bowl was empty. Qing Xian set the bowl down, exhaling softly. A look of gentle satisfaction spread across his face. It's delicious. The soup is cooked just right, and all the flavors blend perfectly together. I feel as if warmth has returned to my whole body. He looked at Alusa, his eyes clear and earnest. Please thank Mira for me. Hearing his praise, especially the words, it's delicious, Alusa finally felt the tension she'd been holding inside melt away. She couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief, a subtle, proud smile blooming on her lips, though she might not even have noticed it herself. In that fleeting moment, her expression softened, like the first thaw of snow and ice, stunningly beautiful in its tenderness. I'm glad you liked it, Alusa replied, her voice unconsciously gentler. I'll let Mira know. She picked up the empty bowl, feeling that her task had been completed. Staying any longer, she feared she would be overwhelmed again by those eyes of his, which seemed to see right through her. You go on with your meditation. I'll head back now. With that, she turned and walked briskly away from the quiet clearing, bowl in hand, just as she had come. But this time, her steps were lighter, her departing figure far less flustered, carrying a newfound ease. Qing Xian watched her vanish into the woods. The smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a deep, complicated expression. He looked down at his hands. It felt as if the warmth of the bowl still lingered at his fingertips, but inside, the emptiness and the ever-present shadow of death clung to him more clearly than ever. He let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes once more, trying to sink back into that mysterious state of insight, searching for a sliver of hope amid the darkness. Meanwhile, in another dense forest near a stream on Sirius Island, Elfman and Evergreen leaned on each other for support, making their way down a narrow path with great difficulty. They had just survived a fierce battle, though it was won more by cunning than by strength, and their injuries still slowed their steps. A real man needs to recharge his strength. Elfman panted as he walked. Shut up. Save your breath for walking. Evergreen shot back, annoyance in her voice as she adjusted her crooked glasses. At that very moment, the shadows of the forest ahead flickered, and a young man with black hair, dressed in a dark robe and exuding a melancholic air, stood quietly in the middle of the path, his back facing them. His figure seemed to merge with the ancient forest, yet there was an unmistakable sense of isolation and a deeply unsettling aura about him. Who's there? Elfman immediately tensed, shielding Evergreen behind him and assuming a fighting stance. Evergreen was just as quick to react, magic gathering at her fingertips. Running into a stranger in the sacred grounds of the guild was suspicious enough on its own. The black-haired youth slowly turned around, revealing a pale, strikingly handsome face. But his deep eyes brimmed with pain and a desperate, almost pleading distance. Leave this place. Don't come near me. His voice was low and hoarse, urgency and suppression woven into every word. Sneaking around in the sacred grounds of our guild. State your name. Elfman wasn't one for caution. He trusted in the instincts and strength of a real man. Or don't blame us for what happens next. Go. Now. The young man's voice cracked with a note of desperation and despair. If you come near me, you'll die. Cut the act. A real man isn't afraid. Infuriated, Elfman let out a growl. Take over, beast arm rock. In a flash, his right arm transformed into solid stone, hurtling toward the black-haired youth with a thunderous force. At the same time, Evergreen launched her own attack, Fairy Machine Light Cannon. Their attacks closed in at once. In a heartbeat, they were about to strike what seemed to be a completely defenseless young man. At that critical instant, "Stop! Elfman! Evergreen! Get back!" A furious roar, carried on a blast of scorching wind, came crashing down from above. With a resounding impact, a figure wreathed in blazing fire plummeted between Elfman and the black-haired youth like a meteor. It was Natsu. Happy followed, right on his heels, shrieking, "Watch out! Natsu lunged forward, grabbing Elfman's stone arm with one hand and Evergreen's arm with the other, yanking them both backward with all his might. Simultaneously, he roared, Fire Dragon's roar. But this time, the torrent of flames wasn't meant to attack but to drive them back. The blast struck Elfman and Evergreen squarely, propelling all three of them away from danger. Almost in the same instant that Natsu acted, a chilling hum filled the air. Without warning, an utterly pure, soul-freezing darkness erupted from within the black-haired youth. Like a miniature black sun, it radiated waves of death, devouring all life and snuffing out everything in its path. The world seemed to tear open with a ripping shriek. The blast of flames Natsu used to push Elfman and Evergreen aside met the edge of that jet-black radiance. And in that instant, like foam plunged into acid, it dissolved and vanished without a trace, silent and absolute. Not even a wisp of smoke remained in its wake. Wherever the black light swept across the ground, grass and trees withered and charred in a heartbeat, turning instantly to drifting ashes. Elfman and Evergreen were flung several meters away by the force of Natsu's flames and strength, narrowly avoiding the heart of the black light's attack. Yet even the mere brush of its edge left them gasping, a bone-deep chill and weakness washing over them, as though the very essence of their lives had been siphoned away. Terror and disbelief, mixed with lingering dread, were plain on both their faces. Natsu staggered, struggling to regain his footing. He had been closest to the darkness. Although he'd managed to dodge the main sweep, the breath of death in that fleeting moment left every hair on his body standing on end, as if a venomous serpent had slithered across his bare skin. The black light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Its glow contracted, retreating back into the body of the dark-haired youth. He stood where he was, seemingly racked with greater pain from losing control of his power, his body trembling ever so slightly. He lifted his head, those eyes filled with agony, gazing past the still-shaken Elfman and Evergreen to fixate unwaveringly on Natsu, their savior. Natsu! His voice quivered with an inexpressible mix of emotion and complexity, as if he had finally found someone he'd searched for across endless years. He paused, eyes lingering on Natsu's wary, battle-ready, flame-bright gaze. For a moment, a flicker of disappointment, and perhaps understanding, passed through his eyes. "The way you are now, you cannot destroy me," he said, his voice dropping into a low, fateful sigh. With those words, his figure faded like ink dissolving into shadow, leaving behind no trace of magic, vanishing utterly and noiselessly, as if he had never existed. But the chilling aura of death he'd left behind still lingered, faint yet inescapable in the air, and the ground bore a stark, lifeless scar as a grim reminder. "He's gone," Happy cried, flapping over in terror. Who on earth was that guy?" Elfman managed, struggling to his feet, his voice still trembling with fear. Evergreen clutched her chest, her face drained of color. The brush with death had clearly shaken her to the core. Natsu, however, could only stare, brow furrowed, at the spot where the dark-haired youth had disappeared. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he jerked his gaze to his neck, to the scarf woven from the white scales Igneel had left him, the one he'd always cherished as his most precious keepsake. Now, that once pristine scarf had been stained with a black so pure, so absolute, it seemed devoid of any other color, like it had been steeped in the deepest shadows. "Damn it!" Natsu roared, fury blazing in his eyes. This scarf was the most important symbol of his bond with his foster father. He suddenly threw his head back and let out a furious roar in the direction where the black-haired youth had disappeared. "Stop right there, you bastard! Change my scarf back!" Without a second thought, he plunged headlong into the forest, wildly chasing after the direction the young man had vanished. "Natsu, wait! Happy cried out anxiously, flapping his wings frantically as he hurried after them. This left Elfman and Evergreen staring at each other in shock, their eyes filled with suspicion and lingering fear as they looked at the scorched earth and Natsu's furious departing figure. That power, just now, it wasn't something a human could possess. Hundreds of nautical miles above the skies, far from Tenru Island. A massive, sinister-looking magic airship, like a floating fortress from a nightmare, hung silently above the clouds. Inside the main control chamber, an elderly man in ornate robes, his face gaunt and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, sat with his eyes closed, sensing something deep and distant. He leaned on a staff topped with a giant skull, ominous and powerful magical energy radiating from his entire being. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. In the depths of his clouded gaze, a terrifying light blazed to life. His sight seemed to pierce the thick armor of the airship and the vast distance, locking onto Tenru Island with unshakable intent. This power, this pure, supreme aura of death. The old man's bony fingers trembled with excitement, his voice raspy yet barely able to contain a wild joy. At last, at long last, the day is almost within reach. The abyss of magic. He abruptly raised his staff, voice rising to a commanding, irrefutable pitch that resounded throughout the control room. Target confirmed. Move out. The sacred ground of fairy tale, Tenru Island. Full speed ahead. The colossal airship let out a deep, resonant rumble. Azure flames of magical energy burst from its stern as the vast vessel slowly pivoted, like a primeval beast locking onto its prey, then suddenly accelerated, tearing through the clouds as it raced toward Tenru Island. The old man turned, facing the assembled figures within the airship, each exuding a powerful and wicked aura, the seven kin of purgatory. His gaze swept across these carefully chosen demonic apostles, and a fanatical, cruel smile spread across his face. Our long-cherished wish will be fulfilled tonight. Let the power slumbering within Zerif, the power to reshape the world, awaken at last. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the coming age of darkness, his voice ringing out like a proclamation from the depths of hell. Remember our name, Grimoire Heart. Tonight, demons and fairies shall dance their deadly waltz. Within the airship, the low, eager voices of the seven kin echoed in reply. An icy killing intent mingled with feverish anticipation, intertwining like a tangible darkness that shrouded this demon ship as it sailed toward the Holy Land. On Wolf Fong Island, along a wooded path leading to the central area, the atmosphere was heavy and stifling. Gajeel strode ahead with his arms crossed, his steps brisk and impatient, a clear look of annoyance written across his face. Levy hurried to keep up, running after him, breathless and flustered, her small face clouded with frustration and grievance. Hey, Gajeel, can't you slow down? Wait for me. Levy finally couldn't hold back her complaint. TCH, what a hassle. At this pace, how are we supposed to beat everyone else to the finish line? Gajeel shot back without even turning his head, his tone brusque and hard. This isn't just about speed. Levy stopped in her tracks, her voice quivering on the edge of tears. You're always like this. You never care how anyone else feels. You charge ahead or stop whenever you want. You never discuss tactics with me. Even when we hit that fork in the road just now, you picked a path without even asking. I'm supposed to be the one analyzing the routes and strategies. Gajeel halted as well, turning to face her, a scowl deepening on his brow. So much fuss. Does everything have to be overthought? Just trust the Iron Dragon's instincts and follow me. All you need to do is watch my back. Just watch your back. Levy's pent-up frustration finally burst forth, tears glimmering in her eyes. I'm a mage taking this test. 2. I'm not your burden. I want to be involved. I want respect. I've had enough of you making all the decisions on your own. With that, she could no longer hold back. She turned and dashed into a narrower side path, her figure quickly swallowed up by the thick underbrush. Hey, Levy. Gajeel froze for a moment, not expecting such a strong reaction. He scratched his head in irritation. Women are such trouble, always crying at the drop of a hat. Despite his words, as he stared after the direction Levy had vanished, a fleeting trace of regret, and was that worry, flickered in his eyes. He hesitated, but then broke into a run, chasing after the path where Levy had disappeared. Levy, wiping away her tears, stumbled blindly through the unfamiliar forest trail, her heart brimming with anger and hurt. All she wanted was to find a quiet place to calm down. But she hadn't gone far when the light ahead suddenly dimmed. 2 figures emerged like phantoms from behind twin trees, blocking her path completely. Their strange garb and the palpable malice radiating from them left no doubt of their intentions. To the left stood a towering figure, with the bizarre appearance of a humanoid rooster, spinning a gleaming boning knife in his hand. On the right was a smaller man clad in heavy, spiked black samurai armor, his helmet revealing only two eyes that glowed with a sinister crimson light. In his hand, he gripped a lethal samurai blade. Well, what do we have here? The rooster-headed man let out a bizarre, metallic laugh, like metal scraping against metal. A little kitten who's lost her way. Pray, fresh magic power. The armored warrior's voice was low and bloodthirsty, his katana pointing straight at Levi. Levi's face turned ashen in an instant, terror making her stagger back a step. The malice and darkness radiating from these two were unmistakable. They were up to no good. And clearly, they weren't from the guild. Who are you? This is Fairy Tale's sacred ground. Levi forced herself to sound calm, hoping the guild's name would intimidate them. Fairy Tale? Ha ha ha. Perfect. The rooster-headed man licked his lips. You're exactly who we're looking for. Before his words had even faded, both men attacked at once. The rooster-headed man lunged with ghostly speed, his boning knife slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed straight for Levi's throat. Meanwhile, the armored warrior swung his katana with a heavy, rushing force, sweeping for Levi's legs. Their speed and perfect synchronization left no doubt. They were seasoned killers. Levi was frozen, her mind blank, the shadow of death closing in fast. And at that life-or-death moment, iron dragons, roar! A thunderous bellow exploded from the dense forest beside Levi, a wild torrent of silvery metal roaring forth like an enraged steel dragon. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, blasting straight into the path of the two attackers' deadly blows. A deafening crash. Metallic winds clashed fiercely with sharpened blades, the ringing of steel echoing through the woods. The force of the blast hurled both assailants violently aside, cutting short their lethal strike. As dust and smoke swirled in the air, a tall figure planted himself firmly in front of the stunned Levi. With his gray hair falling wild and those defiant eyes, it could only be Gajeel. His broad back shielded Levi from harm, standing between her and all danger. He glanced back just a little, his voice still edged with impatience, but softer than before, carrying a hint of awkward, almost hidden, concern. TCH, you're a real pain to track down, you know, so don't go running off again. He paused, lowering his voice a notch. Partners should stick together. Levi stared at Gajeel's broad back, hearing words that weren't exactly gentle, but radiated a promise of protection. In that moment, all her fear and hurt melted away, washed out by a wave of warmth and safety. She sniffled, tears still streaking her cheeks, but nodded hard, her voice trembling with emotion. Yeah, I understand, Gajeel. Just then, Levi's gaze swept over the two attackers who'd been driven back by Gajeel's roar. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the guild emblems emblazoned across their chests. As one of the most knowledgeable scholars in the guild, Levi instantly recognized the terrifying significance behind that symbol. Her pupils contracted sharply, the color drained from her face, and she gasped in alarm. That emblem, it's the Dark Guild, Grimoire Heart. The forest clearing was still shrouded in lingering smoke and dust. Gajeel's towering figure stood before Levi like a steel fortress, his dark gray hair whipping in the turbulent air. His gaze was locked with deadly focus on the two sinister figures emanating a dark aura ahead. The humanoid rooster Kawazu and the heavily armored warrior Yamazu. Grimoire Heart. Gajeel forced the words through gritted teeth, his iron fists clenched tight. I don't care what kind of monsters you are. If you dare lay a finger on my partner, I'll crush you both into scrap metal. Cluck. Big words for a tin can. Kawazu screeched, his long neck twisting at an unnatural angle. Watch me roast your armor soft, then peck it to bits. He suddenly flung his beak open wide. Exploding fire, egg bomb. One after another, giant eggs blazing with searing flames, each the size of a small molten boulder, shot toward Gajeel in rapid succession, waves of scorching heat rolling with every shot. Iron Dragon scales. Gajeel roared, crossing his arms in front of him as his skin was instantly covered in dense, silver metal scales. Boom! 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 The flaming eggs pounded relentlessly against Gajeel's iron defense, each impact erupting with a deafening crash and waves of blistering heat. The blast drove Gajeel backward step by step, the ground beneath his feet gouged into deep trenches. His metal scales glowed, red-hot from the intense heat, wisps of white steam curling up from their surface. Though his defenses held, the sheer force and heat of the assault sent his blood surging and his breath ragged. Oomph! So much for the Iron Dragon Slayer. Yamazu's dull, heavy voice cut in. At some point, the armored warrior had slipped too. Gajeel sighed like a shadow. Though his katana remained sheathed, strange glowing runes flickered on the scabbard. Armor break slash. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Instead of drawing his blade, Yamazu wielded the scabbard like a club, channeling a bizarre, pulsing energy as he swung it hard at Gajil's side. Resonant strike. Gajil's eyes widened. The attack was so unorthodox. He twisted, driving his iron fist straight toward the scabbard. Clang! The crash of metal on metal echoed through the woods, sharp enough to set teeth on edge, sparks flying in every direction. A high-frequency vibration mixed with raw physical power surged through Gajil's defenses, tearing through the iron scales and straight into his very bones. His entire arm went numb with searing pain. Gajil grunted, staggering backward, his guard wide open. This is bad. Gajil's mind screamed in alarm. The Ironbug. Kawaz let out a twisted laugh and unleashed another barrage of explosive firebombs, sealing off Gajil's retreat. At the same time, Yama's katana flashed from its sheath, the blade once again emblazoned with the glowing words, Slash Gale. The sword's arc fractured into a blur too swift for the naked eye, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, blade striking as fiercely and relentlessly as a storm, all aimed at Gajil's vital points. Gale thrust. Gajil was beset from both front and back. With a furious roar, he spun rapidly, his arms transforming into a steel whirlwind in a desperate attempt to block the attacks. Iron Dragon Staff. A cacophony of clashing metal rang out, sharp and unrelenting, like a hailstorm upon steel. Gajil just barely managed to deflect most of the stabs and fireballs, but Yama's blade was devilishly fast and cunning, and with Kawaz suppressing flames, a few slashes still broke through his defenses, carving deep wounds down to the bone. Blood instantly stained his shredded clothes and the scorched, battered iron scales that covered his body. Gajil! Levy screamed when she saw blood erupt from his wounds. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to rush forward to help. Stay back, Levy! Go! Gajil shouted hoarsely as he struggled to withstand the relentless, storm-like assault. Find Urza now. There's something strange about this guy's sword. Yama's magic of three-dimensional script didn't just strengthen his blade. It imbued it with all sorts of bizarre effects, from sonic vibrations to armor-piercing strikes and blinding speed, leaving no room for defense. And with Kawaz's pinpoint firebombs raining down, Gajil was completely forced onto the defensive, wounds multiplying, his movements growing slower with each passing second. But, go! Gajil roared with every ounce of strength he had left, throwing his back in the way of another of Kawaz's explosive blasts. The explosion hurled him forward, his back now a bloody, mangled mess. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, blood dripping steadily from his chin onto the ground. Huh, looks like the Iron Dragon's about to turn into scrap metal. Kawaz cackled triumphantly. Finish him. Yamaz raised his katana with chilling finality. The word slash, execution, blazed in crimson across the blade, and a murderous aura instantly locked onto Gajil. Is this the end? A wave of searing pain, exhaustion, and the dizzying, disorienting effect of that strange sound magic washed over him like a freezing tide. His consciousness began to slip away. In the haze, he saw himself wandering the streets, lost and abandoned. After Phantom Lord was disbanded, rain falling cold and heavy, the world shrouded in gray. And then, that small, familiar figure appeared. Gajil Red Fox. Master Makarov stood in the rain without an umbrella, droplets clinging to his graying beard. Yet his voice rang out, clear and powerful. I will never forgive what Phantom Lord has done, but you have the makings of a great wizard. He extended his hand, small, yet as if it could hold up the sky itself. Fairy Tale could become your new home. Will you give it a try? A new home? He thought of the boisterous laughter in the guild hall, Natsu's foolish challenges, the rare flicker of recognition in Urza's usually cold eyes, Levy's earnest expression. As she adjusted her glasses to analyze a problem, and that proud, prickly black cat, Panther Lily, and now, the girl behind him, crying but refusing to run away alone. You've got to be kidding me. Gajil's head, bowed low, suddenly snapped up. From the depths of his pain-clouded, silver eyes, a fierce light blazed forth, hotter than molten steel, burning like the very heart of a furnace. I am the Iron Dragon of Fairy Tale. There's no way. I'm falling here, not when I have to protect my home and my comrades. A surge of power, far more savage and focused than before, erupted from his battered body, like a slumbering dragon finally awakened. The steel scales still clinging to his skin thickened and deepened in an instant, shining with an implacable metallic sheen. Ignoring the agony that tore through him, he straightened, fists clenched, and unleashed a thunderous roar. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Demon Iron God Sword. Wild iron magic raged around him, gathering to a fever pitch. Gajil's right arm swelled, twisted, and transformed into a colossal blade of black steel, its edge bristling with savage teeth and wicked barbs. A storm of destructive iron magic coiled around the massive blade. What? Kawazu and Yamazu's faces drained of color. From that terrifying weapon, they could feel a threat to their very lives. With the fire of desperation burning in his eyes, Gajeel shot toward them like an arrow loosed from a string. The Iron God sword swept out, shrieking as it tore through the air, driven by an unstoppable will to destroy. Not good. Defend now, Yamazu bellowed, forcing his solid script, shield to its absolute limit, enveloping himself and his katana. Flame wall, Kawazu screamed, pouring all his strength into a blazing barrier of fire. A deafening crash, like the world itself shattering. The Iron God sword smashed through the flame wall, as if it were nothing. The katana, covered in Yamazu's strongest defensive runes, groaned under the pressure, its magical script fracturing and splintering at the blade's touch. A heartbeat later, the sword shattered like fragile glass. A wet, sickening sound. Yuma's breastplate tore like paper under the aftershock of the Iron God sword. Blood spurted wildly as his whole body was hurled backward, like a battered sack, smashing through several trees before collapsing in a heap, his fate uncertain, teetering between life and death. Kavaz, too, was caught in the terrifying shockwave, sent flying with a guttural cry. He crashed into a distant thicket and fell silent, his presence vanishing in the undergrowth. Gajeel remained frozen in his sword-swinging stance, gasping for breath, each inhale thick with the taste of blood. The massive Iron God sword slowly faded away, reverting into his arm. That arm, however, was covered in a web of deep cracks and bleeding gashes, clear signs he had pushed himself to the brink. His body wavered, barely able to keep upright. Gajeel! Levi could hold back no longer. She rushed forward, sobbing, and threw her arms around his unsteady frame, holding him tight. See, partners, this is how it's done. Gajeel forced a grin, blood staining his lips, yet the smile shone with defiant brilliance. Darkness crept into his vision, and a crushing exhaustion threatened to drag him down, but he fought to stay upright. Don't cry. Hurry, go tell Urza. There's a dark guild invasion. Go. Levi took in the severity of Gajeel's wounds and the unyielding determination in his eyes. She wiped away her tears, nodding fiercely. Okay, hang in there. I'll go right now. She gave him one last, worried glance before turning and sprinting toward the camp, moving with astonishing speed. Gajeel watched the direction where Levi disappeared, then glanced at the two unconscious enemies on the ground. Back pressed against the broken trunk of a tree, he slowly slid down, panting heavily, eyes sharp and wary as he kept watch over his surroundings. It wasn't long before a sharp, urgent sound sliced through the air. Urza appeared, clad in battle armor, and blazing across the scene like a streak of red lightning. Behind her came Mira Jane and Lysana, faces set and grim. The devastation before them, and Gajeel's nearly unrecognizable, battered form, ignited a cold fury in Urza's eyes. Levi's told us everything. The heart of demons. Urza's voice was as frigid as ice, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious Kavaz and Yumaz. Cough. That's right. These two scum, Gajeel answered weakly. Without another word, Urza strode over to Kavaz, drawing her sword. The icy blade pressed against his slender neck. Talk. Why did you infiltrate Tenru Island? Where is the main force of the heart of demons? Under the agony and the threat of death, Kavaz gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Urza's cold expression and the sword at his throat, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, yet he managed a twisted grin. Ha! Ha ha! No harm in telling you. We came for Lord Zirif. He is here, on this very island. Zirif. The name exploded among them like a thunderclap. Urza, Mira Jane, Lysana, even the gravely injured Gajeel, were struck with the same look of utter disbelief and shock. That legendary black mage, someone from 400 years ago, how could he possibly still be alive? Mira Jane blurted out in shock. Lord Zirif is immortal. Kavaz's face twisted with fervent, almost crazed devotion. Our grimoire heart exists solely for Lord Zirif, to awaken his power. He didn't get to finish his sentence. With a sharp, thunderous blast, Urza fired a specially crafted magical flare toward the sky without a moment's hesitation. A blinding red light streaked upward, its piercing whistle splitting the dusk, and exploded high above into a massive fairy tale insignia. This was the highest level invasion alert. It also meant the trial was cancelled. Now the order was to eliminate the enemy. The flare's scarlet glow had yet to fade. Suddenly, a barrage of whooshing sounds filled the sky. Everyone jerked their heads up, only to see countless figures clad in matching black uniforms, a bleeding heart emblem emblazoned across their chests. Like a storm of midnight rain, they leapt from magical airships high above, descending upon Sirius Island with parachutes or flight magic. An overwhelming swarm from every direction. They were as numerous as a plague of locusts, blotting out the sky. Enemy attack. Urza's battle cry thundered through the woods. All fairy tale members, give it everything you've got. Repel the invaders from Grimoire Heart. In an instant, the alarms and the cry of battle swept across the entire island. Along a path leading toward the central area, Lucy and Kana were running at full speed. As the crimson flare burst across the sky, Lucy's expression changed. That's Urza's signal. Maximum alert. Are we under attack? Kana suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stared at the dazzling signal, then glanced toward the heart of the island just ahead, her face twisted with struggle and frustration. No, why now of all times? This might be my last chance. She clenched her fists tightly. I have to keep going. I must finish the trial. Kana, Gray, and Lion burst from the trees nearby, clearly having seen the signal as well. Gray's expression was grim. The exam doesn't matter now. Urza gave the highest alert. We have to deal with the enemy first. Yeah, Kana. Lion urged her too. We understand how much this means to you, but the guild's safety comes first. Kana looked into Gray and Lion's determined eyes, then up at the black-clad invaders still descending from the sky. At last, she squeezed her eyes shut. In pain, drew a deep breath, and let it out slowly. Understand. Let's go. Let's sweep away those fools who dare to defile our sacred ground. Meanwhile, at a rocky stretch of coastline on Sirius Island, Wendy and Mess were making their way along the shore. Wendy hung her head, her mood clearly weighed down, still upset over her earlier failure. Meister followed behind in silence, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if deep in thought. His behavior seemed somewhat suspicious. Wendy! Two anxious voices rang out. Carla! Lily! Wendy looked up in delight, spotting Carla and Lily speeding toward her. They landed right in front of her. We finally found you, Wendy. Carla let out a sigh of relief, then shot Meister a wary glance. Stay away from that guy, Wendy. He's suspicious. Lily's blue cat eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Meister, lowering his body into a ready stance. Meister Glada. Or should I call you something else? You're not Mistgun's disciple at all. Mistgun would never take on a student, much less reveal his name in Idolas. Why did you get close to Wendy? What are you really after? Meister's expression shifted slightly, but he showed no sign of panic. Memory-altering magic. Is that it? Lily pressed forward, his voice certain and unyielding. You tampered with the memories of council members, disguised yourself as an official mage, and sneaked into this exam. Who are you really? Carla. Lily, what are you talking about? Wendy looked back and forth between them and the still silent Meister, her small face filled with confusion and unease. Tension crackled in the air, just as things were about to explode. Suddenly, a deep, resonant thrum, a suffocating surge of magic, saturated with the raw force of nature's destruction, erupted from the dense forest nearby, rolling forward like a tidal wave. The ground shook violently. Countless thick tree roots burst from the earth, writhing and twisting like living creatures, growing with wild abandon. A burly, bearded man with a thick mane of hair strode out atop the spreading roots. He was none other than Azuma, the great tree, one of the seven kin of Purgatory. Oh, looks like I found a few pesky little insects. Azuma's voice was utterly cold, as if winter wind swept through dead branches. With a casual gesture, he raised his hand. A thick, spiked root shot from the ground like a venomous dragon, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed straight at the unsuspecting Wendy. Wendy, look out! Carla and Lily cried out at once. In that split second, when disaster seemed inevitable. A flash. Meister's figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared before Wendy like a phantom. His back toward Wendy, he faced the monstrous, stabbing root head-on. With a muffled grunt, Meister's lips stained with a trickle of blood. The root's tremendous force sent him sliding backward, his feet gouging two deep tracks across the jagged stones. But he held his ground, shielding Wendy from harm. And Meister? Wendy stared in shock at the bloodied figure standing between her and danger. Carla and Lily, too, were stunned by what they saw. The man whose identity they'd just exposed, the one they had suspected all along. At the critical moment, he had chosen to protect Wendy with his own body. Azuma looked at Mest, who had blocked his attack, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise appeared in his cold eyes. Spatial magic? Interesting. However, it's just an insect trying to stop a carriage. He slowly raised his other hand. More terrifying roots burst from the ground like crazed serpents, coiling with destructive natural magic, locking onto the 4 people standing on the reef. The shadow of death descended in an instant. Under Azuma's oppressive magical might, the reef trembled violently. Blood trickled from the corner of Mest's mouth, his face pale as chalk, yet he stood his ground before Wendy, unwavering. Mest! You! Wendy stared at his bloodstained back, her sapphire eyes filled with disbelief and worry. Carla and Lily, too, looked on in shock at this man whose identity had always been in question. Mest struggled to maintain his barrier, his voice low and urgent. My real name is Dorian Bolt. I serve the Magic Council. My infiltration was to gather evidence against Fairy Tale's violations. He shot a quick glance at the stunned Wendy behind him. But this is a separate matter from fighting the Dark Guild. The Council will never allow Grimoire Heart to run rampant in the light of day. Pointless resistance, Azuma replied, his icy gaze unflinching, as if he were looking at nothing more than insects. Whoever you are, if you stand in my way, you'll be eliminated. With a subtle twitch of his fingers, more roots burst forth like javelins, slicing through the air with a terrifying whistle, stabbing fiercely at Mest. Wendy, support. Lily reacted in an instant. His body expanded and transformed in a flash of light, becoming sleek and powerful like a black panther. He streaked forward as a blur, his razor-sharp claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, slashing at the roots attacking from the side. Augment, sky's speed. Augment, armor of the skies. Forcing down her fear, Wendy quickly cast defensive spells on Lily. At the same time, Mest seized the opportunity and charged toward Azuma. Boom! 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 Roots and claws collided in a fierce clash. The reef shattered and sprays of water erupted everywhere. With the added magic's protection and speed, Lily barely managed to shred a few roots, but Azuma's attacks came in an endless onslaught. Mest was forced back before he could even get close. Far too weak, Azuma said, his tone tinged with boredom. He slowly raised his palm, aiming at the 4 on the reef. In his hand, a tiny green orb radiating waves of destruction formed in an instant. Great tree arc. Germination. There was no earth-shattering roar. The green orb sank into the ground like a planted seed. The next instant, a thunderous rumble erupted. From where Azuma's palm had pointed, the ground for dozens of meters around was suddenly heaved upward, as if by the hand of an invisible giant. A furious explosion erupted without the slightest warning. The magic power accumulated deep beneath the earth was instantly detonated, transforming into a devastating shockwave and a wild surge of green energy that tore everything apart. Boulders were reduced to dust, and the seawater vaporized in an instant. The terrifying force of the blast far surpassed any previous attack. Maya! Wendy! Mest and Lily were hurled violently by the blast wave. Wendy and Carla's desperate cries were swallowed by the deafening roar. The 4 figures were blasted away like kites with broken strings, landing hard on a distant, shattered shore, bodies scorched, blood flowing, utterly drained of the will to fight. As the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly cleared, Azuma stood revealed, not a hair out of place. He cast a cold glance at the 4, 2 people, 2 cats, writhing in pain and slipping into unconsciousness on a rubble-strewn beach, then looked away with the indifference of someone discarding garbage. Pathetic. The word fell from his lips, casual and dismissive, as if he'd merely swatted a few flies. Paying no further heed to his now helpless opponents, he turned away, bare feet treading over the spreading roots. His form seemed to meld into the shadowy depths of the forest, heading toward the very heart of the island, where ancient magic was at its strongest. Only a frigid sentence lingered in the smoky air behind him. I hope that at the center of this sacred land, I'll find someone truly worthy of my full strength. Meanwhile, high above Sirius Island, the massive airship of Grimoire Heart, looming like a mobile fortress, radiated a suffocating sense of dread as it hovered over the island. On the deck, the remaining members of the 7 kin of Purgatory, Zancro, Cain, Capricorn, now in human goat form, Altair, Myrdi, and Rusty Rose, had gathered at the ship's rail, preparing to leap down and join the hunt below. Suddenly, an unimaginably vast magic power descended, as heavy and unstoppable as a mountain, right in front of the airship. The very air groaned beneath its weight. Under the stunned gaze of the 7 kin, a small figure on the coast of Sirius Island began to swell at a pace visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a giant, towering as high as a mountain, rose up from the ground. His white beard flowed like a waterfall, and his blazing eyes shone like twin suns, radiating the terrifying pressure of one of the 10 wizard saints. It was none other than the gigantic Makarov Dreyer. "How dare you defile the fairy's sacred ground?" Makarov's voice boomed like rolling thunder, making the very hull of the airship vibrate and hum. His colossal fist clenched tight, brimming with the power to shatter stars, and swung upward with unstoppable force toward the hovering demon airship. "Get down here!" As his fist cut through the air, the force compressed the atmosphere into a tangible wave of blinding white. A terrifying, oppressive force swept across the deck, leaving the 7 kin of purgatory pale and shaken, their very breath growing labored under the weight. "Master!" Altair cried out, panic in her voice. "TCH, that troublesome old man." Zancro gritted his teeth, frustration etched across his face. At that critical moment, "Caprico!" An ancient yet tranquil voice sounded from the front of the airship. There stood Hades, master of Grimoire Heart, leaning on his skull-topped staff. No one had noticed when he had appeared at the bow, facing the mountainous fist bearing down on them, his expression utterly unruffled. "Yes, master." Caprico, a humanoid goat in a sharply tailored suit and dark glasses, appeared at Hades' side in the blink of an eye, bowing gracefully. "Take them below," Hades commanded, his order crisp and absolute. "As you wish." Caprico clapped his hands together. In a flash of light, the 7 kin and Caprico vanished from the deck without a trace. Makarov's cataclysmic fist crashed down on empty air. The gale of his punch tore through the airship's outer armor and magical cannon mounts, their metal screeching in protest as they twisted and buckled, but the core remained untouched. No matter where you run, so long as you rampage in the sacred land of the fairies, there's only one fate awaiting you. Makarov's thunderous voice shook the heavens and earth. He glared at the airship's bow, where a small, ominous figure stood, gathering his hands before his chest into an ancient and sacred seal. Vast magical power surged within him, golden light erupting from his massive form like a living sun, illuminating the darkened sky. "By the judgment of fairy tale, you have 3 counts to confess your sins." Makarov's proclamation rang with the weight of prophecy, every syllable of his countdown echoing the laws of light throughout the world. 3, 2, 1. Fairy law. A low, resonant hum filled the air. A pillar of pure, blinding golden light, so sacred it was nearly impossible to behold, burst forth from Makarov's hands. With an unwavering will to purge all darkness and judge every evil, the light thundered down upon the demon airship and Hades at its prow. Where the light passed, even space itself seemed cleansed and frozen. The radiant brilliance drew every gaze on Tenru Island. "The master has made his move. Old man, let those scoundrels see the true meaning of power." Yet, confronted with this legendary spell, an ancient magic said to obliterate all evil in an instant. Hades at the airship's bow merely set his staff aside with a gentle motion. Upon his withered face, not a single trace of fear appeared. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips, one that seemed almost nostalgic and mocking. He mirrored an ancient hand seal, strikingly similar to Makarov's, but in the exact opposite orientation. A torrent of pitch-black magic, darkness that devoured all light like the depths of an abyss, erupted from within him, surging forth like boiling ink. Hades' voice was low and raspy, carrying a mysterious force that seemed to pierce through time and space. Grimoire Law, a deep, bone-chilling black pillar of light, so evil it could freeze the soul, shot forth from the tip of Hades' staff like a demonic spear hurled straight from the pits of hell. With an overwhelming will to annihilate all light and return everything to chaos, it clashed headlong against the golden judgment that rained down from the heavens. 1 gold, 1 black, 2 beams, one embodying absolute light, the other ultimate darkness, born from the same source yet utterly opposed, collided. Under countless horrified gazes above the skies of Tenru Island, they met in a thunderous clash, like a duel written by fate. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Yet, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was a soundless annihilation, as if the universe itself was being torn apart at the dawn of creation. Gold and black light twisted and consumed each other in a frenzy, each trying to erase the other. Space itself warped and shattered like fragile glass. At the epicenter, a massive spatial vortex formed, its edges seething with chaotic energy. A terrifying force swept in every direction. The airship rocked violently, and trees across the island were torn from the ground, roots and all. The torrent of light raged for a few heartbeats before slowly fading away. All that remained at the collision center was a scar of pure nothingness and a swirl of chaotic, unstable space. With a heavy thud, the gigantic Makarov, drained of all strength, shrunk back to his normal size and crashed onto the cold sand below, sending up a spray of dust. His face was ghostly pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to lift his head. In that moment, he finally understood the true identity of the man before him. His cloudy eyes brimmed with disbelief and deep, aching sorrow as he stared, transfixed, at the figure still standing tall at the prow of the airship. His voice, hoarse and trembling, broke the silence. Why is it you, Master Precht? At the front of the airship, Precht once more raised his staff. Despite withstanding the collision of ultimate magic, he appeared unscathed, though the magic swirling around him was slightly erratic. He looked down at the weakened Makarov sprawled on the sand, his gaunt face twisting into a complicated smile, a mixture of nostalgia, disappointment, and above all, a near-fanatical obsession. It's been a long time, boy. Hades, Precht, spoke with the weight of years past. Now address me as Master Hades. He gazed down over the whole of Tenru Island, as if surveying prey about to fall into his grasp. His voice rang out like a tolling bell of doom. Magic was once born from the depths of unfathomable darkness. Its power brought devastation to all things, making every living being tremble in fear. At last, as ages passed, it was tamed, domesticated, softened, and made to serve what people call civilization. His voice suddenly rose, sharp and wild, burning with a near-maniacal fervor. But when I traced magic back to its very roots, when I ventured into those forbidden realms and touched upon the secrets of the black mage Zerif, at last I beheld it, the true essence of dark magic, forgotten, smothered by the hypocritical light. Power so great it could reshape the world, power that stands above the gods themselves. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the dawn of an impending age of darkness. Sleep, Makarov, the fairy tale of fairy tale, so full of false warmth and sanctimonious dreams, ends tonight, on this sacred ground, once and for all. Hades' proclamation echoed above the smoke-shrouded island, laden with icy finality and an indomitable will that brooked no doubt. He was about to turn, ready to command the airship for its final assault. Suddenly, a razor-sharp force, fierce beyond imagining, like a meteor slashing through the night sky, surged from the island's heart, radiating a killing intent that brooked no compromise. Its target, Hades, standing at the prow of the airship. Hades' clouded eyes snapped into focus, pupils shrinking as he whipped his head around. He saw a streak of turquoise, a figure standing atop an ancient, unadorned longsword, tearing through the air at a speed that defied all perception. Sword brows, star-bright eyes, a face as pale as snow, and a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qing Xian. A nearly invisible blue fire roared around him, the sign that both his life force and spiritual power were being pushed to their absolute limits. Sword fingers flashing, Qing Xian drew upon every ounce of his strength. Beneath him, the ancient blade, Zhanxia, let loose a thunderous dragon's roar. A devastating sword light, forged from every drop of his vitality and spirit, slashed across space itself, thundering toward Hades' heart like a bolt of primordial lightning. Enough of your madness. Qing Xuan's voice, hoarse and blood-choked, still rang with a resolve that could cut through anything. Above Tenru Island, the demon airship loomed like a monstrous shadow, casting a suffocating pall over all beneath it. At the prow stood Hades, Precht, his withered body radiating magic as deep as any abyss, heralding the end of fairy tale. On the beach below, Master Makarov had collapsed, weakened, his eyes reflecting the agony of shattered faith. And in that moment of utter despair, enough of your madness. A hoarse, blood-flecked shout split the heavens, erupting from the shadowed woods below. A streak of blue tore the heavy air apart, riding the sword at a speed that defied the eye. Qing Xian, feet planted upon the ancient Zhanxia, blue robes snapping in the wind, face deathly pale, blood trailing from his lips. Yet his star-bright eyes blazed with a determination fierce enough to burn the world away. A nearly transparent aura of blue flame shimmered around him, a sign that both his life force and spiritual power had been pushed to their limits, teetering on the verge of burning out. With a flick of his hands, he summoned his sword technique. The ancient sword of demon slaying erupted in a thunderous dragon's roar. A sword wave, forged from the sum of his cultivation and every last remnant of his life. Force burst forth, a force of utter destruction, like the primordial thunder that split heaven and earth. It carried with it a piercing, righteous intent, and tore through space itself, hurtling unerringly toward Hades' heart. Hades' clouded eyes suddenly contracted in alarm. The sharpness and purity of this sword light, the resolute will to vanquish evil it carried, far surpassed anything he had anticipated. All around the airship, the minions of the demon's heart, whether landing or readying for battle, were struck by the overwhelming sword intent. Their hearts quaked, their movements faltered, and for a moment, they froze in fear. What incredible sword energy! Besides Makarov, there's another monster like this on the island? Cries of shock rang out one after another. At that very moment, Urza, who was leading the guild members to clear out the invading minions, suddenly looked up. A sword-shaped pendant on her chest grew unbearably hot, searing her skin with a wailing pain. Her eyes widened, flooded with terror as she stared in the direction where the sword light had risen, a desperate cry escaping her lips. Qing Xian? That reckless, all-consuming sword intent seized her heart, as if an icy hand had clamped down tight. With a single swing, she struck down the dark-robed mage before her, and, ignoring everything else, shot forward like a crimson arrow loose from a bow, racing toward the source of the sword's glow. Petty tricks. Though alarmed, Hades did not panic. His withered left hand shot up, fingers splayed wide. Dense, dark magic condensed instantly in his palm, compressing into a tangible form. A chain, gleaming with ominous purple-black light at its edges. Dark chain, pierce. With a sharp hiss, the dark chain lashed out like a venomous dragon unleashed, moving at blinding speed. Rather than intercepting the thunderous sword wave head-on, it struck instead at the weakest point along the sword's edge with uncanny precision. The tip of the chain spun with whirling dark energy, drilling in with fierce force. A shrill, tearing screech split the air. The dark chain and the blue sword wave collided in a violent clash, both beginning to unravel and dissolve. The trajectory of the sword wave was brutally wrenched aside, roaring past Hades' shoulder and carving a dreadful, bottomless scar into the thick armor plating of the airship. The dark chain, too, was shredded by the sword's edge, splintering inch by inch before dissipating into scattered magic. Qing Xian landed at the edge of the airship's deck, his demon-slaying blade hovering at his side and humming with a low, ominous resonance. He was racked by violent coughs, each one spattering blood, his face growing ever paler. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as ever, fixed unwaveringly on Hades. So many in this world wield the power of darkness, more than I expected. His fingers brushed lightly over the ancient blade surface. Tiny arcs of violet lightning danced at his fingertips, winding up the sword's edge, crackling with electric fury. The fire of life flickers like a dying candle in the wind. Qing Xian's mind was crystal clear, feeling within himself a torrent of strange power, both surging and tinged with exhaustion. After being corrupted by that mysterious figure's aura of death and brought to the brink, I forcibly merged the deathly energy with the last traces of vitality through the way of Taiji. As yin and yang cycled, I inadvertently brushed the threshold beyond the realm of spirit transformation. At this moment, my spiritual power is pure and immense, the very pinnacle of my life. A faint bitterness and regret passed through his heart. Yet this body, ravaged and utterly ruined by deathly energy, is riddled with wounds. If not for this calamity, this would have been the moment I broke through. So be it. Today, with this broken body and fading life, I shall cut down this demon. Dao lightning, smite evil. Qing Xian called out in a low, commanding voice. The demon-slaying sword, entwined with crackling violet lightning, surged forth with the righteous energy of Taoism, capable of shattering all evil. Once again, it became a streak of purple lightning, flashing straight at Hades. The lightning's power displayed an immediate and overwhelming restraint against dark magic. Wherever the sword's light passed, the dark energy swirling around Hades melted away, vanishing like snow before a sudden thaw. What intriguing magic! It actually restrains darkness. Surprise flickered in Hades' eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold, battle-hardened resolve. He acknowledged the unusual nature of his opponent's art and its power over darkness. But that did not mean this adversary was truly a threat to one who stood at the very summit of the demonic path. Chains of darkness, bind. Hades swept both arms outward. More than a dozen chains, thicker than before and bristling with barbs, erupted like a nest of serpents, lashing toward Qing Xian from every direction. They moved faster now, their trajectories more cunning and unpredictable. Several chain tips compressed into bullet-like forms, shrieking through the air, raining down on Qing Xian's vital points with lethal precision. Qing Xian's feet traced out mysterious, profound steps, his form flickering and weaving in close quarters like a butterfly among blossoms. In his hands, the demon-slaying sword became a shimmering curtain of violet lightning. Break! With pinpoint accuracy, he struck at each chain's joint or weakest point. Dao lightning exploded, shattering and obliterating the chains as they closed in. The incoming dark bullets were either deftly parried by his sword's light or narrowly dodged by a hair's breadth. The deck was left scorched and scarred, bearing the marks of both lightning and darkness clashing in violent fury. Amaterasu, 28 forms. Seeing his chains fail, Hades tapped his staff. Instantly, 3 immense, pitch-black magic circles, inscribed with countless twisted runes, materialized around Qing Xian. The 3 arrays nested within each other, radiating waves of destructive magical power. A deep, resonant hum rose, followed by a thunderous detonation. All 3 magic circles detonated at once. The terrifying force of dark explosions, as though 3 miniature black holes had collapsed and then burst, swallowed Qing Xian's location in an instant. The hardened deck of the airship tore and melted like paper. Shockwaves from the blast swept in every direction. Amid the roiling smoke and dust, a bluish figure, shrouded in a whirling shadow of a Taiji yin-yang symbol, was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the mast of the airship. Qing Xian landed, dropping to one knee as blood poured relentlessly from the corner of his mouth. His robe was torn in several places, revealing scorched, blackened skin beneath. The shadow of the Taiji diagram flickered uncertainly, then shattered and vanished. Had he not swiftly diverted and transformed the force with the dual energies of yin and yang, that last strike would have left him gravely wounded. He coughed, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes growing grave. Such fierce explosion magic, Qing Xian muttered, shaken. His opponent's mastery over dark magic had reached perfection, its power far surpassing anything ordinary. It's not over yet. Amaterasu, 100-fold. Hades raised his staff high, and torrents of magic surged forth. This time, 7 vast, intricate, and arcane black magic circles appeared, each one more formidable than the last, layered atop one another like the gates to 7 realms of hell, encircling Qing Xian completely in an instant. The aura of destruction emanating from each circle eclipsed even the might of the previous 28 forms. The shadow of death descended in a heartbeat. Qing Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed mortal danger closing in. His hands wove symbols at lightning speed, burning through the last vestiges of life force within him without hesitation. Heaven and earth boundless. Borrow the force of the universe. The 5 thunders' righteous seal. Qing Xian bit through his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto his demon-slaying sword. The blade blazed with brilliant violet light, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. A colossal seal, woven from countless runes of purple lightning, formed before him. A thunderous crash echoed as the 7-fold Amaterasu arrays detonated simultaneously. Devastating waves of dark energy, like a world-ending tsunami, engulfed Qing Xian and his lightning-forged seal in the blink of an eye. The entire airship shuddered violently, as if on the verge of breaking apart. Blinding darkness overwhelmed everyone's vision. Meanwhile, on another scorched battlefield of Sirius Island, fire dragons roar. Natsu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames like an enraged dragon, hurling them at his opponent, a wild-haired man with golden locks and eerie red spiral eyes. Zankro. Ha ha ha, that won't work. It's useless. Zankro laughed with wild abandon, facing the dragon-slaying flames, hot enough to melt metal. And split stone, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled with a forceful gasp. Let me devour it. The raging flood of fire, like hundreds of rivers drawn to the sea, was swallowed by Zankro in a single gulp. He patted his stomach contentedly, letting out a burp that sparkled with embers, his face twisted in utter satisfaction and mocking delight. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Dragon's fire truly is the ultimate nourishment. While what? Natsu's eyes went wide with shock, staring in disbelief as his flames were so easily consumed. You monster! Surprised, fire dragon? Zankro cracked his neck, the sound sharp in the tense air. His red spiral eyes gleamed with cruelty and mischief. Listen well. I, Zankro, stand above all dragon slayers. I am the one who devours divine fire, the god slayer. He spread his arms wide, and a jet-black flame, far deeper, more violent, and carrying a devastating, divine aura beyond anything Natsu's fire could muster, coiled around his body. alive and writhing like a living creature. A god? A god slayer. Natsu was left stunned, both by this arrogant title and the strange, oppressive force radiating from his opponent. That's right. My fire is the black flame of the gods, a fire that can burn even deities. Zankro grinned wickedly, his fists blazing with roaring. Black fire, your flames, which can only scorch dragons, are nothing but trash before me. Take this. Roar of the flame god, prominence god. He drew in a deep breath, his chest swelling, then unleashed a torrent of black fire, erupting like a volcano and engulfing Natsu in a deluge of darkness. The flames were as black as ink, exuding an aura of holy destruction that sent a chill down the soul. Wherever they passed, the air twisted and burned, and the ground instantly blackened and charred. The heat was far beyond that of Natsu's dragon fire. Damn it, Natsu roared, unleashing his own most powerful flame attack in an attempt to fight back. Crimson fire clashed violently with the jet-black divine flames. A fierce, hissing sound filled the air, like cold water poured onto boiling oil. Natsu's dragon-slaying flames, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, were instantly corroded, assimilated, and devoured the moment they touched the black flames, as if they'd met their ultimate nemesis. With overwhelming force, the black flames shattered Natsu's fire and, carrying the momentum of destruction, crashed into him with brutal intensity. Ar! Natsu let out a blood-curdling scream. The black flames not only seared his flesh, bringing a pain that burrowed into his very bones, but also carried a strange power, one that felt as if it could burn his very soul. A primal fear, a terror of a higher order of destruction, slithered into his heart like a cold, venomous serpent, gripping it tight. His clothes were instantly reduced to ash, his skin blackened and charred in wide swaths, and his whole body was hurled like a broken sack across the burning, scorched earth, where he curled up in agony. Natsu, Happy cried out in terror, diving toward him. Ha ha! Do you see now, Fire Dragon? Zankro laughed arrogantly, striding step by step toward the fallen Natsu, the black flames dancing hungrily across his form. This is the power of divine fire. Your little sparks can't even tickle me. Get up. Entertain me some more. Natsu struggled to rise, but the agony racking his body and that bone-chilling fear weighed on him like heavy shackles, crushing his will. He watched Zankro advancing, the black flames on his body flickering as if they could consume everything. For the first time, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear, cold and relentless as a tidal wave, swallowed him whole. I can't win. That kind of flame, I can't absorb it. I can't fight it. I'll die. I really will die. This thought echoed in Natsu's mind like a curse, frantically repeating itself. The flames he took such pride in had been utterly suppressed, and the fighting spirit that once burned within him was crushed without effort before the destructive godly fire. His clenched fists trembled ever so slightly, knuckles white with fear and searing pain. For the first time, in the midst of battle, he lost the courage to throw another punch. His head hung low, body quivering from the agony and the struggle within. He no longer dared to look directly at Zankro's figure wreathed in black flames. Tisich, scared out of your wits already? How boring. Zankro spat, sneering at the broken, spiritless shell that Natsu had become, but the cruelty in his eyes only grew sharper. But this works just fine. Let me send this little firebug, turn you to nothing but ashes with my godly black flames. A savage grin twisted his lips as he summoned an even greater ball of black fire in his palm, aiming it at the cowering Natsu on the ground. The shadow of death loomed over the once fearless fire dragon, swallowing him whole. On that scorched battlefield, the air grew thick with the scent of impending doom. Zankro laughed wildly, the godly fire in his hand swirling like a black hole, ready to consume everything, including Natsu, who had lost the will to fight and lay curled up on the ground. The devastating heat warped and boiled the very air around them. Happy beat his wings in despair, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any closer. Farewell, little firebug. God cremation. Zankro's eyes gleamed with sadistic delight as the black fireball was poised to be unleashed. Natsu! At that critical moment, a hoarse roar exploded behind Zankro like a thunderclap. A massive, scar-covered arm stretched forth, as if tearing through space itself. It was Master Makarov, grievously wounded and barely clinging to life, lying at the edge of the beach. With the last of his desperate willpower, his enormous hand slammed shut. Like an iron vice, it seized Zankro in an unbreakable grip. The terrifying pressure made every bone in Zankro's body cry out in protest. "Ah, you old fool. Are you looking to die? Caught off guard, Zankro's face twisted with pain and rage, his wild grin vanishing in an instant. He desperately summoned divine power, and the black flames of a god raged around him, burning with even greater fury. In an instant, the pitch-black fire engulfed Makarov's giant hand, filling the air with a sickening hiss as it seared flesh. The stench of charred flesh spread through the battlefield. "Master!" Happy cried out in terror. "Let go, you decrepit old relic." Zankro struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the giant hand. Yet, even as the divine flames burned and scorched, that massive hand remained as unyielding as the strongest shackle, utterly unmoving. Makarov lay sprawled on the distant sands, his body racked with agonizing pain, trembling uncontrollably. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, yet in his clouded eyes, only the fire of guardianship still blazed, fixed unyieldingly on Zankro. With a voice clearer than ever, he let out a hoarse, desperate roar. "Don't you dare hurt my children!" This act of sacrifice, this will that clung on despite being scorched by divine flames, was like a searing brand pressed against Natsu's icy, despairing heart, burning hotter than any iron. "Master! Grandpa!" Natsu stared in a daze at that giant arm, still gripping the enemy tightly even as it quivered in the midst of black flames. His gaze drifted to the small figure in the distance, blood-soaked and barely clinging to life, yet still fighting for his sake. From the deepest part of Natsu's soul, a fire erupted, hotter and more overwhelming than any divine flame, a sensation beyond words. In an instant, it swept away all fear and hesitation. "Eowa!" Natsu suddenly threw his head back and unleashed a roar so raw and piercing it sounded as if it could tear his very soul apart. Every shred of confusion and fear in his eyes was burned away, leaving only a pure, unbridled rage, erupting like a volcano. All his magic surged forth, a torrent unleashed, burning and compressing with reckless abandon. His skin split open from the overload, blood seeping out, only to be instantly vaporized by the crimson flames that erupted around him. He no longer absorbed, no longer defended. In that moment, he became a massive, explosive furnace ready to detonate. All his strength, all his will, all his fury gathered into his clenched fists. "Zankro!" Natsu's roar echoed with the fury of a dragon, shaking the very earth beneath him. He stamped his feet, shattering the ground in an instant. His whole body became a blazing meteor, wreathed in crimson and black flames, hurling himself at Zankro, now temporarily held in place by Makarov, determined to end it, no matter the cost. His fire was no longer the simple flames of a dragon slayer. Within the crimson glow, traces of Zankro's own black divine fire flickered, consumed, and woven into his own. Two opposing, wildly violent flames, one his own, the other stolen from the enemy, began to fuse, unstable and perilous, under the force of Natsu's unyielding will. Burn until nothing's left. Natsu's fist, now imbued with a destructive power never seen before, his own maximum magic fused with a portion of the godly black flames, crashed down on Zankro's chest. Blazing flame of the dragon god. Boom! An explosion of unimaginable ferocity erupted in that instant. No longer a simple burst of fire, but a blinding, golden red and jet black beam of destructive energy, as dazzling and overwhelming as the sun's very core. The pillar of light swallowed Zankro's terrified form in a heartbeat. Where the pillar of light passed, space became warped, and the earth was plowed into a deep, bottomless trench filled with molten lava. A wild surge of energy swept in every direction, tossing even the distant Happy far into the air. The blinding radiance persisted for several heartbeats before it gradually faded away. All that remained at the spot was a massive crater, its edges streaming with molten lava. At the center of the pit, Natsu lay completely charred, wisps of smoke rising from his body. He looked as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. With his body stiff, he fell straight back and lost consciousness entirely. On the other end of the crater, Zankro had collapsed to his knees. His scorched body was exposed, and his red, spiral-patterned eyes were filled with shock and terror, as if he could not believe what had happened. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but only managed to cough up a mouthful of blackened blood mixed with fragments of his organs. Then, his body slumped to the ground with a heavy thud, his fate uncertain. In Natsu, Happy struggled through the air, flapping weakly before landing by Natsu's unconscious side. Meanwhile, deep within the island, in a forest clearing, the battle was already over, or rather, it had been a one-sided crushing defeat. Mira Jane and Lee Sena lay wounded on the ground. Lee Sena, in her effort to protect her sister, had been impaled in the shoulder by a sharp tree root. Blood stained the earth, and she groaned in pain. Azuma stood before them, his upper body bare and covered in swirling green tattoos, his gaze cold and unfeeling. At his feet, tree roots spread out like giant serpents, utterly under his command. So weak. Is this really all S-class mages of fairy tale amount to? He looked down at the struggling Mira Jane, his voice carrying unmasked disappointment. Or is it because you've lost something precious, even your claws for battle have dulled? His words were like the sharpest dagger, stabbing straight into the deepest wound in Mira Jane's heart. During those long years when Lee Sena had been dead, Mira Jane had sealed away her Satan soul, hiding behind gentle smiles and losing her edge in combat. That guilt and self-doubt had always been a secret pain gnawing at her. Enough. I won't let you harm Lee Sena. As Mira Jane saw her sister in agony, the tenderness in her eyes was instantly replaced by a violent, purplish-black fury. A torrent of demonic energy, far wilder and fiercer than before, erupted from deep within her like a volcano. Satan's soul, full takeover. A column of dark, violet magic shot up to the sky. Mira Jane's body stretched and twisted in an instant. Her skin turned a deep, shadowy purple, armored with hard, scaled plates. Gigantic demon wings unfurled, blotting out the sun, and the horns atop her head grew even more menacing and twisted. Her features were now completely overtaken by a demonic ferocity, and a guttural, inhuman roar tore from her throat. The sheer pressure of her power seemed to freeze the very air itself. Oh, now that's more like it. For the first time, a spark of interest appeared in Azuma's icy eyes. Now this is what I've been waiting for. Roar! Transformed into a full-fledged demon, Mira Jane surged forward like an avenging god from the abyss, her claws and fangs tearing through everything in her path, becoming a streak of destructive purple light as she lunged madly at Azuma. Her speed, strength, and magic had all reached an unprecedented peak. A furious barrage of impacts followed, each more thunderous than the last. Demonic claws clashed wildly with roots wreathed in the magic of natural destruction, the collisions unleashing deafening explosions and terrifying waves of energy. The ground was ripped asunder. Ancient trees snapped in half. At last, Azuma no longer seemed to have the upper hand. He directed the roots with all his might, defending and counterattacking, locked in a fierce struggle with the rampaging Mira Jane. Yet the gap in battle experience was not so easily bridged. Though Mira Jane's attacks were savage and relentless, they bore a hint of awkwardness from long absence on the battlefield, and her anger left dangerous openings. Azuma, calm as the most patient hunter, seized upon a fleeting gap, a split-second lull after Mira Jane's old strength had waned and new force had yet to rise. It's over. Wrath of nature, binding roots. Azuma slammed his hands to the ground. Countless thick, spiked roots burst from the earth beneath Mira Jane's feet, writhing like living chains. In an instant, they lashed tightly around her demonic limbs and wings. Destructive magic coursed through the roots, gnawing away at her demonic power. She howled in agony, but was utterly trapped. Seize! Lee Sena cried out in despair. Sentimental attachments, your fatal weakness. Azuma walked coldly to the bound Mira Jane, a sharply gleaming, emerald-green root spear forming in his grasp, its tip aimed straight at Mira Jane's heart. Take your regret with you, to hell. With a deadly whistling shriek, the root spear plunged downward. But at that final instant, a cold, metallic clang split the air. A blade's arc, as sharp as a falling star in the night, struck the fatal spear with unwavering resolve. A crack rang out. The root spear snapped in two. In the same breath, a figure clad in blazing red sliced through the chaos like a storm, landing firmly between Mira Jane and Lee Sena. Fiery red hair, shining armor, and a sword gleaming with icy light. Urza stood unyielding. Her gaze blazed with a frigid fury, her blade leveled straight at a stunned Azuma. If you want to harm my friends, you'll have to go through my sword first. Urza's voice rang out, cold as ancient ice, heralding the start of a new battle. On the beach of Tenru Island, the sevenfold, pitch-black magic array of the Amaterasu 100 formula sealed Qin Xian within its bounds. With his own blood, Qin Xian unleashed the Five Thunders celestial seal, colliding head-on with the magic array. An earth-shaking roar followed. Destructive, dark energy and the profound force of Daoist law erupted against one another in a direct, devastating clash. The dust had yet to settle, when Hades's two withered fingers suddenly clenched in the air, as though pulling the trigger of an invisible gun. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of sharp, splitting sounds tore through the damp air of Sirius Island. These were no ordinary magic missiles, but bullets of pure, distilled darkness, compressed to their very limits, instantly weaving an inescapable net of death that descended mercilessly upon the spot where Qin Xian stood within the smoke. As the bullets tore through the lingering haze, an image of the 8 trigrams formed beneath Qin Xian's feet, spinning at a frantic pace. Dim violet light flickered unsteadily along his sword's blade. The demon-slaying sword danced with the wind. Each swing left behind a lingering trail of spiritual energy, which in a heartbeat solidified into translucent talismanic shields. Lightning patterns crackled across their surfaces as they valiantly met the oncoming storm of dark bullets. With each impact, the talismanic shields shuddered violently, spiderweb cracks spreading across them. Every dark bullet carried a terrifying force of penetration and annihilation. The black ripples they unleashed tore through the lightning patterns and shattered the shields with ease. The tremendous impact sent Qin Xian staggering backward, furrowing deep trenches under his heels. He forced down the metallic, bloody taste rising in his throat, his face pale as gold leaf paper. Yet deep within his eyes a wild, almost frenzied violet gleam still burned. The Taiji diagram beneath his feet spun slower and slower, each revolution more labored and heavy than the last. Inside his body, the fragile balance he had barely maintained was now teetering on the edge of collapse, battered by the relentless assault from without. A dead chill and a lingering spark of life, like 2 dying pythons, writhed and gnawed at each other in his battered meridians and organs. He gritted his teeth. The wound on his tongue tore open again, flooding his mouth with more vital blood, the tang of iron spreading thick and sharp. Struggling in vain. Hades's voice rang out, laced with a cold, appreciative undertone. Your sorcery is truly remarkable, but what a pity. Just as Qin Xian managed to knock away 3 of the bullets aimed for his face, a shattered tree root beneath his feet caught him off guard. That subtle stumble, near invisible to most, was as glaring as a torch in the night to someone of Hades's caliber. A fierce light flashed in Hades's eyes. His skeletal finger pulled the trigger one last time. A jet-black beam, condensed to the ultimate extreme, shot forth soundless, so fast it defied the eye. It made no disturbance in the air, as if it were a fissure in the void itself, piercing straight through Qin Xian's final, faltering shield with chilling precision, cold, merciless like a javelin hurled by death's own hand. A faint, piercing sound slipped through the chaos of battle, barely audible. Qin Xian's forward motion froze in an instant. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the spot over his heart on the left side of his chest. There was no spray of fresh blood. Only thin, sticky threads of darkness oozed out as if alive, coiling and writhing, ravenously devouring the last traces of life in the air. The violet glow on the demon-slaying sword faded completely, and the blade emitted a mournful, low hum. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but all that came out was a mouthful of dark red blood, thick with fragments of his shattered organs. In that instant, the last ounce of strength holding his body together was drained away. The world spun wildly. Hades' withered face before his eyes blurred and faded like an old painting losing its colors. With a heavy thud, Qin Xuan's body crashed to the cold, muddy ground. The demon-slaying sword slipped from his grasp, spinning through the air before landing a short distance away. Its blade plunged into the earth, dull and lifeless. He lay face up, his body giving a final, faint twitch, then all was still. Beneath him, a pool of dark red blood rapidly spread, soaking the earth and fallen leaves, filling the night with a thick stench of blood and death. Hades slowly lowered his hand. His withered face was nearly expressionless, but deep in his eyes flickered a hint of regret, as if he were watching a priceless porcelain vase shatter. To be named one of the 10 saint wizards by the council. You truly deserve it. His deep voice drifted in the wind of Sirius Island, half-whispered, as if speaking to the air itself. If not for those hidden wounds within you, at your peak, you'd have easily ranked among the top 5 of the 10 saints. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless body on the ground, then to the distant members of Fairy Tail, still fighting with all they had, though their resistance was clearly faltering. A pity. Hades' voice returned to its usual cold indifference. Fairy Tail's destruction is inevitable. No one could stop it now. He spared Qin Xian not another glance, turning away. His silhouette, bathed in the dim light, resembled that of an ancient demon god, one who had come to deliver the final doom. Beast King. Elfman's roar was abruptly cut short. Out of nowhere, a smooth, mirror-like wall of ice slammed up into his chin. The tremendous force sent his vision spinning with stars. Even his beast-like, muscular body was knocked back, staggering until he collapsed with a crash into the mud and water. Shaking his ringing head, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wild fury and a trace of disbelief burned in his animalistic eyes. Useless beast. Rusty Rose adjusted the black frames on his nose, his narrow eyes behind the lenses gleaming with mocking superiority. He stood composed a few paces away, the white fur trim of his deep blue coat collar swaying gently in the smoke-laden wind. His silver hair was impeccably styled, an image starkly at odds with the chaos of the battlefield. With a gloved right hand, he raised his arm with effortless elegance, tracing invisible patterns in the air with his fingertips. Fairy tale. He let out a derisive laugh. You're nothing more than a swarm of noisy insects. With that meager magic of yours, you can't even leave a proper scratch on the canvas of my arc of embodiment. Truly, utterly disappointing. Don't you dare look down on us, you rust-scented rose bastard. Evergreen's sharp, furious voice rang out. Fighting through the dizzy spells from her depleted magic, she forced her trembling fingers to flare with a blinding, petrifying light. Crystal. But her incantation was cut short before she could finish. Rusty Rose merely flicked his fingertip upward, almost imperceptibly. A low hum thrummed through the air. The ground beneath Evergreen's feet instantly turned scorching hot, like a brand of red-hot iron. A searing wave of heat exploded upward without warning. With a startled cry, she was hurled by the sudden force, her body flung violently through the air. She crashed into the charred trunk of a nearby tree with a heavy thud, then slid limply to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Elfman's eyes were wide with rage and terror as he struggled desperately to rise. Save your strength, big guy. Rusty Rose's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, devoid of warmth, brimming with pure contempt. Instead of worrying about rescuing your little friend, you'd better start thinking about what kind of coffin you want. Oh wait, once my art is finished, there won't even be a scrap of you left. He tilted his head slightly, as if seriously contemplating the idea. Slowly, the white-gloved hands rose, 10 fingers splaying wide, reminiscent of a maestro poised to conduct a grand symphony. Yes, this will do. Simple, efficient. There's a certain beauty in finality. His voice was low, fervent, carrying a chilling edge. A cage and oblivion, all in one stroke. His hands clapped together with sudden force. A deep, resonant vibration pulsed outward from him, magic surging in a massive wave. Space itself groaned as if on the verge of breaking. The very light twisted and bent in unnatural ways. Before Elfman's horrified eyes, the world around Rusty Rose warped and took shape in a frenzy of manifestation. A towering structure of cold steel, gleaming with a metallic chill, shot up from the earth. A fortress of iron conjured from nothing. The surface of the tower was bristling with jagged edges and heavy rivets, exuding a brutal, industrial menace. The base of this monstrous tower spread out, casting its shadow over both Elfman, struggling halfway to his feet, and the unconscious Evergreen, trapping them completely within its bounds. The inner walls were polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting Elfman's face, twisted in rage and despair. No! His beast-like roar echoed through the narrow confines of the tower, a cry of fury and helplessness that reverberated with raw, unyielding defiance. His entire body was taut with bulging muscles, beast-like markings surfacing beneath his skin as he gathered the last of his strength and hurled a savage punch against the frigid tower wall. A deep, thunderous impact echoed through the air. Yet the tower wall remained utterly unmoved, not even the faintest dent marring its surface. Instead, the tremendous backlash sent a wave of searing pain and numbness shooting up Elfman's arm. The Beast King's power he'd always prided himself on now seemed utterly feeble and powerless before this steel prison, manifested from pure imagination and lost magic. Farewell, pitiful fairies. Rusty Rose's cold voice cut through the thick tower wall like a verdict, reaching Elfman's ears with absolute disdain. Your era is over. His hands, pressed together, unfolded with elegant ease, as if opening an invisible door. A cataclysmic explosion, beyond description, instantly engulfed the entire steel tower. A blinding, orange-red fireball erupted skyward, swelling into a massive mushroom cloud as a ring-shaped shockwave of wild energy swept out in all directions. The scorching blast vaporized and hurled everything within dozens of meters in a heartbeat. The fierce glare of the blast illuminated Rusty Rose's impassive face and the glint of his spectacles. He pushed his glasses up his nose. TSH, cleanup complete. Out at the sea surrounding Tenru Island. The council's fleet. Space twisted and rippled. Mess figure appeared abruptly on the deck, stumbling, his face pale as chalk. Mest. The strike team captain, Lahar, spun around sharply, his brow furrowed. What happened? What's going on the island? Grimoire Heart. Mest ponted, strugling for breath. The entire guild is here. They're fighting Fairy Tail on Tenru Island. Their goal is to find the resurrected Zirif. Zirif? Lahar's pupils contracted, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Grimoire Heart, Fairy Tail, and Zirif himself, the three greatest thorns in the magic world, all gathered on Tenru Island. A chill gripped him to the bone. Could it be that the sealed light of justice, the fairy magic power, is about to be unleashed again? This isn't the time for talk. Mest roared, seizing Lahar's collar. Lahar, Fairy Tail is a light guild. They're being slaughtered by a dark guild. The council must intervene. Lahar stared at Mest's face, twisted with fury, then glanced toward Tenru Island in the distance, shrouded in surging magic waves. His eyes flickered with agonized conflict. He pried Mest's hand away forcefully, his voice low and bitter. Mest, whether we intervene or not, isn't up to us. This is far beyond the scope of a standard assignment. We have to request approval from the higher-ups. Meister glared fiercely at Lahar, his eyes burning with rage. At last, he let go with a bitter curse, slamming his fist down on the rail of the boat. He fell silent, refusing to say another word. The cold air between them grew dense and suffocating, while only the relentless crashing of waves against the hull broke the silence. The distant silhouette of Sirius Island loomed ever more ominous, its dangers thick in the air. Deep within the dense forests of Sirius Island, Lucy, Kana, Loki Leo, and Gray stood tense and alert, their eyes locked on the path ahead. Blocking their way stood a towering, devilish figure with curved ram's horns, a member of Grimoire Heart's seven kin of purgatory, Caprico. Master Hades's grand vision is to create a pure, great magic world, Caprico intoned, his voice low and utterly devoid of emotion. In that world, those without magic will have no right to exist. They'll be erased completely. What? Lucy cried out, her voice trembling with shock. Her face had turned pale. That's insane. No one benefits from something like that. That's just a nightmare world. The eyes on Caprico's ram head swept over them with chilling indifference. Perhaps, but this is the enlightenment reached by those who have truly understood the abyss of magic. Our mission is simple. Capture Zirif alive and present him to Master Hades, and annihilate Fairy Tail. The tension shot up in an instant, taut as a drawn bowstring. The air crackled with the promise of imminent battle. Wait, Loki, Leo, suddenly stepped forward, blocking Gray, Lucy, and Kana with his body. His gaze fixed on Caprico. Leave this one to me. The rest of you, go find the other 6 of the 7 kin. Gray frowned. Loki, this guy's strong. Even the 4 of us together might not have a chance. That's exactly why. Leo's voice was unusually grave. His magic is an ancient lost magic, the ruler's magic. It's a magic of domination over humanity. It can sap a person's power and magical strength, and even forcibly summon and enslave people as puppets, much like summoning celestial spirits. At those words, Lucy and Kana's faces grew even more uneasy. But Leo's lips curled into a confident smile. This magic has a fatal weakness. It can't affect non-human life forms. He pointed to himself. And I'm a celestial spirit. His magic won't work on me. Gray instantly grasped Leo's intent. Got it. Lucy, Kana, let's move. Lucy looked anxiously at Leo, biting her lip before calling out with all her strength. Leo, you have to come back safe. Promise me. Leo didn't turn around. He merely nodded in silent, unwavering determination. The 3 hurried off, vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Caprico watched Leo remain. The eyes on his ram's head narrowed. So you stayed behind to cover their escape. Foolish self-sacrifice. And besides, his gaze seemed to pierce through space itself. That golden-haired girl, a gentle woman from the Grand Mansion, suddenly flashed through his mind. Layla Hart-Filia's daughter. Lucy, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor, rising from the depths of an ancient contract, swept through Capricorn's heart, a surge of inexplicable fear. It left him restless and oddly impatient. He had to settle this troublesome matter quickly, and then kill that girl. How many years have you been gone from the celestial spirit world, Capricorn? Leo asked in a low, steady voice, shifting into a fighting stance. And your master? Where are they? Why are you here? 17 years, Capricorn replied coldly. Master? Humans are only fit to be my subordinates. Without another word, He traced a mysterious rune before him with his fingers. Gate of the Otherworld, open. Space itself tore apart, and a powerful figure was summoned forth. A man clad in green robes, his face ruddy, gripping a massive guandao blade. His eyes were vacant, yet he radiated a forceful magic that clearly didn't belong to him. He was a puppet, a human enslaved by the magic of dominion. Kill him, Capricorn commanded. With a guttural roar, the Guan Yu puppet let loose an inhuman bellow. His blade sliced through the air with a shrieking whistle, transforming into a terrifying arc of energy that slashed down toward Leo. Leo's eyes hardened. Crossing his arms in defense, he summoned a brilliant golden light. A thunderous blast erupted. The tremendous force hurled Leo backward, sending him crashing through several trees before he finally came to a halt. He coughed up a mouthful of golden, celestial spirit blood, his arms tingling with numbness. Do you see now, celestial spirit? Capricorn advanced slowly, step by measured step. This is the price of rebellion. Your companions have abandoned you. The girl you try to protect, she'll soon follow in your footsteps. Wiping the blood from his lips, Leo straightened himself, golden eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Abandonment? Protection? Twisted spirits like you, who've warped their contracts, will never understand the meaning of true bonds. Still defiant even at death's door, Capricorn was enraged, especially when Leo mentioned contract. That restless anxiety and the inexplicable dread of Lucy surged up within him once more. He had to end this fight now. A sinister, otherworldly light flared from his fingertips, this time aimed directly at Leo. If celestial spirits are immune to subjugation, then let your own body taste the agony of domination. Magic of the ruler, forced possession. A twisted, ashen beam shot out and struck Leo in an instant. Leo's body seized up, his pupils contracting sharply. A cold, venomous consciousness, like a serpent, forced its way into his mind, trying to seize control of his celestial form. Ar! Leo cried out in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably as the golden light on his skin pulsed violently, flickering in and out of existence. His consciousness felt as if it were being violently torn apart. A wicked force called Zoodle was savagely invading his mind. Caprico stared at Leo, who writhed in agony, then suddenly drove his fist hard into Leo's chest. Get out of him, Zoodle! With a dull, forceful thud, a twisted, agonized shadow, shaped like a human and wreathed in ashen smoke, was punched straight out of Leo's body by Caprico's blow. The apparition let out a piercing, soul-wrenching shriek. It was Zoodle's spirit, driven out in defeat, his attempt at possession having failed. No, my magic! Caprico! My body! Zoodle's shadow writhed in midair, his voice full of resentment and despair. He tried to lunge toward Caprico, desperate to seize a new vessel. But after 17 long years stranded in the human world, his magic had all but dried up. Without a host, his spirit grew faint and transparent, fading rapidly. Caprico watched the last remnants of Zoodle's consciousness. The eyes set in his ram's head swirled with a tangled mix of hatred, relief, and a flicker of confusion. He didn't move. He simply stood and watched in silence. Lady Layla, our promise. Zoodle's final words were no more than a blurred murmur, thick with endless regret, before his presence dissolved completely into the air. With Zoodle's utter disappearance, Caprico's body trembled faintly, as if he had been relieved of an unbearable weight, yet also as though he had lost some vital source of strength. His massive form wavered, his energy visibly ebbing away. The madness and obsession once belonging to Zoodle receded like an outgoing tide, leaving behind only deep exhaustion and a strange emptiness. He looked down at Leo, who lay collapsed on the ground. Leo struggled to lift his head and meet Caprico's gaze. For a moment, the eyes of the two celestial spirits met in the air, and not a word was spoken. 20 years ago, Caprico's voice was hoarse and low, as if recalling a tale from a distant past. When Lady Layla chose to give up her life as a mage, she entrusted the Capricorn celestial spirit key to Zoodle. He paused, caught in the web of memory. She made a promise with Zoodle. If her child ever inherited celestial spirit magic and became a mage, Zoodle was to return the key to her child. Leo, still gasping for breath, listened quietly. At the same time, Caprico's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, searching for the direction in which Lucy had departed. There was an emotion in his eyes, so layered, so complex, it defied description. Layla also made a promise to me to protect her family. His giant body began to shimmer, becoming incorporeal and translucent. These 17 years, I've lingered in the human world, my magic long since exhausted. It was only by the faint magic unconsciously given from the other end of the contract, from Lady Lucy, that I was able to remain here at all. His outline faded more and more, his voice drifting further away. At last, the key can return to its rightful owner. And with that, he vanished before Leo's eyes. Leo struggled to prop himself up, gazing at the spot where Caprico had vanished, lost in silence for a long while. He understood that the shackles binding Caprico had finally been released, unraveled with the complete dissolution of Zodiark and the ultimate fulfillment of their contract. Caprico had returned to the celestial spirit realm, carrying with him the promise he made to Layla, as well as those tangled feelings he held for Lucy. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, Lucy was running when suddenly, the pouch holding her keys at her waist gave a gentle shiver. She instinctively stopped in her tracks, puzzled, and opened the pouch. Inside, lying quietly among the other keys, was a brand-new celestial spirit key, gleaming with a golden radiance. Etched clearly on the handle was the symbol of Capricorn. Lucy froze, her fingers trembling as she gingerly picked up the key. A wave of warmth and familiarity seemed to cross the barrier of time and space, flowing from the key into the palm of her hand. It was the scent of her mother, and a sense of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. "This is the key of Capricorn," Lucy murmured in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock, and, suddenly, understanding. "Leo, he's won." Tears blurred her vision in an instant, but this time, they were tears of pure joy. She clutched the still warm key tightly, carefully tucking it away, then turned toward the direction where Leo had fought, her heart brimming with hope and newfound strength. "Let's go. We need to help the others." Lucy wiped away her tears. Kana and Gray had also noticed the appearance of the key, and realizing what it meant, their spirits soared. The three of them quickened their pace, rushing headlong toward the unknown battles that awaited. At that very moment, Qing Xian lay collapsed in the cold, muddy earth, a terrible wound piercing his chest, thick, writhing darkness seeping from it. Yet, beneath that suffocating shadow, the faintest, most tenacious spark of life still pulsed, an extraordinary energy, swirling with the rhythm of yin and yang. Ever so slowly, it was drawing in the last, almost imperceptible traces of life force lingering in the world around him. To be born is to die. To die is to be born. This is taking way too long. Kana came to a halt, panting, her eyes burning with a fierce urgency. The seven kin of purgatory are scattered all over the island. If the three of us stick together, we'll never cover enough ground. And the S-Class trial isn't over yet. She turned to Gray and Lucy. "Let's split up. That way we can find and defeat our enemies faster, and we'll have a better chance of discovering Master Mavis's grave and completing the trial." Gray frowned, his face etched with concern. "Kana, now isn't the time to be stubborn about the test. Splitting up is dangerous. Our enemies are strong. I know it's dangerous." Kana cut him off, her voice steely with resolve. "But that's exactly why we have to end this quickly. Only by defeating the leader of the seven kin can we bring all of this to an end. If we split up, we can cover more ground and have more chances." Gray looked into Kana's eyes and saw the almost obsessive urgency burning there. He knew that trying to persuade her further was pointless. Irritated, he raked his fingers through his hair and finally let out a helpless sigh. "Tise, do whatever you want. Just be careful, all right?" With that, he chose a path that gave him peace of mind and left alone. "Kana," Lucy suddenly spoke up, her eyes shining with excitement. "I think I may have found a clue about Master Mavis's grave." Kana stared at her in astonishment. The gravestone diagram the Master gave us, the 6 words on it, death, sleep, earth, stone, star, and Lucy rattled off quickly, her voice charged with the thrill of discovery. "And then the 6-hour time limit to find. Those clues led me to a word that ties together these concepts and the idea of time. Demise. It means the end, and it already contains the ideas of death and conclusion. It even hints at the end point of time itself." Kana's eyes narrowed instantly, locking intently onto Lucy. And Lucy went on, oblivious to Kana's change in demeanor. "The word demise has the letter E twice. It's the only letter that repeats. That made me think of the E route from the preliminaries. I bet Master Mavis's grave is somewhere along that route. All we need to do now is..." Lucy's words cut off abruptly. Her eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and her mind was sucked into a whirlpool of darkness, everything blurring at once. Her body slumped uncontrollably to the ground. Just before she slipped into unconsciousness, she saw, in a haze, a softly glowing card slowly fading away in Kana's hand. The sleep card. Kana looked down at Lucy's collapsed form, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by steely determination. She knelt, gently brushed aside the golden hair from Lucy's forehead, and whispered, "Thank you, Lucy. The clue you gave me, it's very important. I'm sorry, but I have to become an S-class wizard." Standing up, she cast one last glance at the unconscious Lucy, then turned away without hesitation and dashed into the depths of the forest, heading straight for the E-route. Soon, only the unconscious Lucy remained among the silent trees. Lucy didn't stay unconscious for long. It seemed Kana's magic was only meant to let her slip away quietly. Lucy's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly regained consciousness. She pushed herself up, her head still heavy, and glanced around. Nothing but the quiet forest surrounded her. At that very moment, a hulking figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, moving with ghostly silence to block her view. The newcomer's skin was deathly pale, easily over 2 meters tall. Tight black clothing outlined his exaggerated muscles, and a dark cloak draped over his broad shoulders. Every strand of his jet black hair bristled like needles, and an exaggerated, manic grin twisted his face. "Well, well, well, golden little kitty, you woke up so quickly." Hua Yuan Cycle's voice rang out, shrill and rapid-fire, tumbling over itself with stammers and stretched syllables like a volley of darts. "All alone? That's just too dangerous. Let me, Hua Yuan Cycle, one of the 7 retainers of the purgatory heart of the demon, take good care of you. Your hair, that's sunlight gold. Absolutely perfect. It has to become part of my collection." Lucy's guard shot up in an instant. She fell into a battle stance. "Demon's heart, stay away from me. No need to be so shy." Hua Yuan let out a wild cackle, his 10 fingers dancing through the air like a frantic pianist. Lost magic, the witching hour descends. Ritual of the killing curse. Several long, ominously gleaming black hairs shot from his head like venomous snakes, slicing through the air at terrifying speed, all homing in on Lucy's golden locks. Lucy dodged frantically, but the angles of Hua Yuan's attacking hairs were unpredictable and their numbers overwhelming. One black strand looped around a lock of her hair with unerring precision, merging instantly with it. "Got you!" Hua Yuan shrieked in delight, and a crude straw doll number 2, appeared out of thin air in his hand. He carefully inserted the strand, now infused with Lucy's essence, into the doll's head. At once, Lucy felt a powerful force binding her. Her limbs stiffened, magic energy stuttering to a crawl, as if invisible threads had wound tightly around her. "Now dance for me, my little golden canary." Hua Yuan's fingers plucked rapidly at the doll. "Ah!" Lucy cried out, her body no longer her own. Like a marionette, she was jerked into a battle posture, even forced to channel her magic. Golden hair with battle fury. What a magnificent work of art. Hua Yuan gazed at the controlled Lucy, utterly entranced. "Lucy!" A thunderous shout rang out, raw with rage and fear. A figure tore in from the side. It was Natsu. He'd been roused by Happy, and was carrying the unconscious Master Makarov toward their temporary rally point. "Natsu! Happy!" Lucy's voice trembled with joy and fear, but her body refused to obey her will. "Another one? A fire-breathing pest." Hua Yuan's eyes gleamed with even more excitement, and the old man's snowy beard. "Huh, what a haul today. I'll be taking all of your hair too." His fingers flicked again, sending a fresh salvo of black strands hurtling toward Natsu and Happy. "Get away!" Natsu roared, carefully setting the master down. "Happy, guard the master." At the same time, he swung his fist, unleashing searing flames to incinerate the incoming hairs. Hua Yuan let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, 2 more straw dolls appeared in his hands. One was the original, the other the second doll. He swiftly plucked a strand of his own black hair and inserted it into the original doll. Self-enhancement, steal. He cast a spell upon the doll with his hair embedded, and in a flash, it shimmered with a metallic sheen, becoming impossibly tough. At the same moment, Hua Yuan's own body emitted a resonant clang as his skin was instantly covered with a cold, metallic luster. His muscles swelled, transforming him into a giant forged from steel. With arms now as hard as iron, he blocked Natsu's flaming punch head-on. A deafening explosion followed, flames bursting in every direction, yet Hua Yuan didn't budge an inch. "So tough." Natsu shook his numb hand in disbelief. "We're not done yet," Hua Yuan shrieked, his fingers manipulating Lucy's second doll once more. Doll number 2, metal rocket launcher. The second doll, embedded with Lucy's hair, was instantly transformed into steel as well. At the same time, the real Lucy, under his control, was forced to summon strength far beyond her normal limits. Both her hands conjured a massive cannon barrel made of pure magic, aiming it straight at Natsu. "No, Natsu, get out of the way!" Lucy screamed in terror, but she was powerless to stop her own body. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic magical shell shot from the cannon, hurtling toward Natsu. Natsu's eyes widened in shock as he dove to the side, rolling desperately to avoid the blast. The shell grazed past him and exploded behind, blasting a deep crater into the ground. "Damn it, Lucy!" Natsu shouted, torn between worry and anger. He tried to strike a Hua-Yuan, but the enemy's steel-forged body was nearly impenetrable. His regular fire punches couldn't even scratch him. Hua-Yuan, brimming with pride, snapped his fingers again. Self-enhancement. Luminous form. The original doll, still bearing his hair, erupted in a blinding white light. Hua-Yuan's body transformed as well, turning him into a living, humanoid beacon radiating a dazzling brilliance. He raised his hand, sending a pure beam of light slicing toward Natsu. Blinded by the intense glare, Natsu squeezed his eyes shut and could only dodge by instinct as the beam scorched a blackened trail across the ground. Self-enhancement. Cotton. Hua-Yuan switched tactics again, and the original doll suddenly became fluffy and soft. Instantly, Hua-Yuan's body grew light as a feather, floating effortlessly into the air like a tuft of cotton, nimbly evading Natsu's pursuing flames. "Ha! Can't catch me," Hua-Yuan taunted, zipping through the air while commanding Lucy to unleash fierce magical barges at Natsu. His voice echoed mockingly. "Hey, fire boy, I bet your hair would look so artistic all ablaze. Just wait till I catch you." Natsu found himself overwhelmed, forced to dodge the relentless attacks from Lucy's magically enhanced blasts, all while Hua-Yuan's blinding beams and floating cotton form kept him at bay. He was left utterly frustrated, unable to get close or fight back effectively. He tried several times to get close to Hua-Yuan and snatch the dolls, but each attempt was foiled, either by Lucy's attacks or by Hua-Yuan's own nimble movements. This can't go on. Natsu barely dodged another blast of magical energy, his eyes locked fiercely on the three key dolls in Hua-Yuan's hand, especially the one with his own hair, which Hua-Yuan kept using to strengthen himself. "That doll with his own hair is the key. I have to get it." His chance came when Hua-Yuan, flushed with overconfidence, made a reckless dive from above. Trying to attack Natsu with a beam while simultaneously directing Lucy to intercept, Hua-Yuan ended up holding all three dolls in one hand. "Now's my chance." Happy. Fire blazed in Natsu's eyes. With a furious shout, flames erupted beneath his feet as he shot into the sky with breathtaking speed, heading straight for Hua-Yuan. "I got it." Happy, who had silently maneuvered nearby, instantly understood. His small wings beat furiously, propelling him at top speed from a cunning angle right toward Hua-Yuan's doll-clutching hand. What? Hua-Yuan was caught completely off guard, not just by their speed, but by the precision of their target. He instinctively tried to yank back his hand in defense. But Natsu's flaming fist was already crashing toward his face, forcing him to raise his arm to block, shifting into his iron form. In that split second, Happy streaked past like a bolt of lightning. Kitty claws. Happy's sharp claws slashed precisely across Hua-Yuan's wrist, the one holding the dolls. A jolt of pain made Hua-Yuan cry out, and his grip loosened. In an instant, all three straw dolls tumbled from the sky. "No, my precious!" Hua-Yuan shrieked, his voice cracking with desperation as he frantically reached out. But Natsu was already on the ground, tracking where the dolls would land. Like a hunting leopard, he sprang forward, and just before they hit the earth, he snatched all three into his grasp. "Got them!" Natsu grinned wildly, quickly picking out the one doll with Hua-Yuan's own hair, the source of his power. Give him back." Hua-Yuan, both furious and panicked, dove down from above, his body once again transforming into solid iron. His massive iron fist came hurtling toward Natsu, howling through the air. "Give him back?" "Sure." A dangerous glint flashed in Natsu's eyes. Instead of dodging, he poured every ounce of his fiery magic into the hand clutching Hua-Yuan's true form doll. Fire dragons. Iron fist. His blazing fist didn't strike Hua-Yuan, but instead slammed down with full force on the doll, representing Hua-Yuan Zykel's own essence. "No!" Hua-Yuan screamed, his voice breaking with utter despair. With a deafening crash, the fragile straw doll was obliterated by Natsu's raging fire punch. Burning scraps of straw scattered in all directions. "Yahak!" Almost at the same moment, Hua-Yuan, who was diving down, seemed to be struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. His steel-hardened body arched violently, producing a nerve-wracking screech of twisting metal. In an instant, the metallic sheen that coated his entire body faded away, and a web of dark cracks spread across his skin as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The black hair, connecting him to Lucy's doll number 2, snapped and disintegrated in a heartbeat. The restraints vanished. Lucy immediately regained control of her body, staggering and gasping desperately for air. Hua-Yuan crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in pain like a pile of broken mud. He stared at the charred remains of the doll burning at Natsu's feet, then felt his own hair, now dull, brittle, and even broken in places, as if the most precious thing in his life had been taken from him. His eyes grew vacant, and he could only mutter incoherently, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. My art, it's all over. Natsu stepped firmly on Hua-Yuan's back, putting an end to any resistance, and flashed Lucy his signature, slightly goofy grin of victory. Done. This guy was way too noisy. Lucy, still shaken, glanced at the defeated Hua-Yuan lying on the ground, then looked gratefully at Natsu and Happy. Natsu, Happy, thank you both. And what about the master? Natsu's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. The master fought the enemy. He's badly hurt. We need to find somewhere safe. He and Happy carefully lifted the unconscious Makarov onto Natsu's back once again. Lucy looked at the master, lying unconscious, and her heart grew heavy as she thought of Kana, who had left on her own, and the other companions on the island whose fates were still unknown. But with Natsu and Happy by her side, so reliable in this moment, she drew a deep breath and nodded firmly. Right, let's go.